Transcending time, I find myself in the guise of Yue Buqun from the smiling, proud wanderer. The fortunate news is that this moment occurs just after the duel at Yue Peak, with a full 25 years remaining before the tale of the smiling, proud wanderer begins. At this juncture, I have yet to cultivate the infamous no JJ book, and I am not yet the universally reviled hypocrite. Yue Buqun. Everything I do is for the Huashan Sect. What wrong have I committed? Thus, in this lifetime, let us observe how Yue Buqun navigates with prudence to rejuvenate Huashan. Chapter 1. I am Yue Buqun. Yu Feng has traversed realms. Unlike the noble lords or prodigious youths, he is somewhat disheartened others find themselves as venerable elders endowed with magical abilities or systems, while he has become the infamous Yue Buqun. Yue Buqun, a well-known hypocrite in literary texts, practices the no JJ book, ultimately leading to a fate of androgyny and ruin, his family shattered and his loved ones estranged. A wave of frustration washes over Yu Feng. What a predicament this is. Yet, there's a silver lining. The current timeline coincides with the final clashes of the Huashan Sword Sect at Yue Peak, wherein Yue Buqun is mortally wounded and near death. Thus, his transmutation into this life is granted. In essence, this moment occurs approximately 25 years before the events of the smiling, proud wanderer. Presently, Yue Buqun is still in his youth, and having taken the place of the original host, I possess an advantageous familiarity with the unfolding narrative, presenting a substantial opportunity for redemption. I must resolutely avoid the no JJ book and meticulously plan my path. I shall not let this opportunity be in vain. Yu Feng muses inwardly. Buqun, how fares your injury? The door creaks open, revealing an elderly man with a grizzled beard, who enters with a persistent cough, a clear sign of past internal injuries. This man is none other than Ning Qingyu, Yue Buqun's master and the current leader of the Huashan Sect. Yu Feng, now embodying Yue Buqun, hastily attempts to rise, but Ning Qingyu gently restrains him. You're injured, there's no need to stand, Ning Qingyu expresses with concern. The duel at Yue Peak had ended in calamity for the Sword Sect, leaving its disciples to either commit suicide in loyalty or retreat into obscurity. The Qi sect, to which Ning Qingyu belongs, fared little better, with most elders and notable figures having perished, leaving only a handful of disciples. As a promising talent among the younger generation of the Qi sect, Yue Buqun's survival marks him as a potential heir. How could he be permitted to rise and bow while injured? Master, I feel significantly improved aside from a lingering pain at the wound site. I'm otherwise well, Yue Buqun replies. That is good to hear. You have been unconscious for 7 days. Throughout this time, your junior sister has been tirelessly caring for you. You must recuperate well, for the future burdens of the Huashan Sect will surely rest upon your shoulders, Ning Qingyu gently states, punctuating his words with a couple of coughs. Master, I vow not to disappoint your expectations, Yue Buqun promptly assures, fully aware that he is the designated successor, yet feeling compelled to express humility in response to his master's words. Father, senior brother has just awakened, please allow him to rest well. A vibrant young girl entered the room, carrying a bowl of kanji, her voice tinged with playful reproach. Yue Buqun recognized her as his junior sister, Ning Zhongze, who had been by his side throughout his recent coma. Very well, a daughter must not linger. Ning Qingyu chuckled, offering a few words of care before stepping out to grant Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze some privacy. Thank you for your care these past few days, junior sister. As he sipped the kanji she fed him, Yue Buqun couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude upon noticing the dark circles under her eyes. This only strengthened his resolve to alter his fate. After a brief moment of tenderness, Yue Buqun finished the kanji, and at his persistent urging, his weary junior sister finally retired to rest. With his eyes closed, he lay in bed, replaying the story of the smiling, proud wanderer in his mind. He was an aficionado of Jin Yong's works, having devoured the smiling, proud wanderer countless times in his previous life. It was a masterful culmination of the author's mid-career brilliance. Each time he reached the part where Yue Buqun castrated himself, he felt a twinge of regret for a man so devoted to the prosperity of his sect, yet reduced to a state that was neither human nor ghost, truly a cruel twist of fate. Now that he had become Yue Buqun, he grasped the depth of that despair even more acutely. The sect's conflict at Yue Peak had resulted in grievous casualties, leaving it severely weakened. Presently, the strength of the Huashan Sect languished at the bottom among the 5 mountain sword sects. What he inherited was a mess that could not be more dire. At the story's outset, however, the Huashan Sect's power could still contest with Zhuolong Chan, Illustrating Yue Buqun's formidable abilities in the original narrative, he managed to sustain the sect while not neglecting his martial prowess, even nurturing an exceptional disciple like Ling Huchong. This methodical approach aligned with the traditions of the Qi school. Under normal circumstances, if the development continued steadily through Ling Huchong's generation, reclaiming the position of leader among the Five Mountains in another 10 or 8 years would not be out of reach. Yet, the result was that his carefully nurtured senior disciple turned out to be a treacherous ingrate, betraying him and shockingly remaining indifferent when witnessing his wife being harassed by the demonic sect, truly a beast in human guise. However, the darkening of old Yu's character cannot be solely attributed to Ling Huchong. It is a confluence of multifaceted factors, Yue Buqun pondered. Firstly, old Yu needed to maintain the sect's enterprises and standing in the martial world. Secondly, he had to ensure that his martial skills were on par with those of the leaders of the other 4 major sections. Thirdly, he needed to cultivate disciples who were equally outstanding as those of the other 4 sections. Fourthly, he had to remain vigilant against Zhuo. Fifthly, he had to guard against the resurgence of the Sword Sect disciples. Sixthly, as he enumerated these various pressures, Yue Buqun felt a wave of headache wash over him, acutely aware of how burdensome the original owner's existence had been. Though he still had 25 years ahead, they would likely pass in the blink of an eye. The pressing concern now was to devise a strategy to break the impasse. The overarching plan was set. The details could be refined as time permitted. As long as the overarching direction is sound, 25 years' time should suffice for a personal resurgence without the need to cultivate the evil-repelling sword manual. One punch shatters myriad laws. The tragedy of the original character, old Yu, fundamentally arose from insufficient strength to encapsulate the rules of the martial world in a single phrase. Only the mightiest fist commands true authority, Yue Buqun contemplated, establishing his resolve. Thus, the priority moving forward will be the enhancement of my martial prowess. The Huashan Sect is derived from the Huashan Sect, with its founder being Hao Datong, one of the 7 disciples of Huashan from Ur. At the mention of Hao Datong, Yue Buqun instantly recalled the elderly figure who had slain Granny Sun in the Return of the Condor Heroes. Among the 7 disciples of Huashan, Hao Datong was regarded as the weakest in terms of martial prowess, yet it was precisely this individual who established the Huashan Sect. This aligns perfectly with the adage, disciples need not be inferior to their masters, nor must masters be inherently superior to their disciples. The path to enlightenment has its order, and expertise lies in specialization. That is all. Old Hao had chosen to invest his skill points in mentorship. Since the Huashan Sect is a legacy of the Huashan Sect, I wonder if our martial manuals possess any semblance of the innate skills. Yue Buqun mused. Chapter 002, The 9 Skills of Huashan. The 9 Skills of Huashan, with Zixia being the foremost. This Zixia skill was crafted by our founder, Hao Datong, in his later years. I cannot help but wonder if it drew inspiration from the supreme, innate skill of Wang Chongyang. Yue Buqun reflected silently. In the realm of the smiling, proud wanderer, the innate skill is undoubtedly a dimensional onslaught. However, at present, he was not yet the sect leader and thus could not access the Zixia secret manual. This has long been a tradition of the Huashan Sect. The Zixia secret manual is exclusively passed down to the sect leader. Although Yue Buqun had been informally designated for the position, he had yet to pay homage at the ancestral hall, which rendered his claim void. Currently, he was practicing the Baoyuan Jin, the foundational internal skill of the 9 skills of Huashan, which emphasizes the cultivation of qi and the preservation of the dantian to strengthen the essence. First, I must ensure my healing is complete. Once I assume the role of sect leader, I shall review the Zixia secret manual at that time. Yue Buqun contemplated as the toll of his injuries weighed heavily upon him, lulling him into a deep slumber. 10 days later, the wound upon Yue Buqun's chest had nearly healed as long as he refrained from excessive movement. The risk of reopening was minimal. On this day, Ning Qingyu convened a meeting of the sect leaders, summoning all remaining disciples and elders of the Qi sect. Within the Changxiatang, Yue Buqun beheld the sect leader Ning Qingyu seated at the forefront, surrounded by 8 elders, while among the disciples, only he and his junior sister Ning Zhongzi remained. The once mighty Huashan Sect now comprised a mere 11 souls, a shocking decline from the vibrant assembly he recalled. The losses from the duel at Yue Peak were far greater than anticipated. Yue Buqun struggled to accept, voicing his concerns, as the image of a hall filled with hundreds of members lingered vividly in his mind. Alas, several of your brothers succumbed to their injuries in recent days, while others, burdened by disabilities, have chosen to retreat into seclusion. Ning Qingyu lamented, his expression steeped in sorrow. The Qi and Sword sect had both suffered grievous losses, and now, in retrospect, it was too late to recover. No wonder that at the outset of the original tale, old Yu found himself bereft of peers. In the vast Huashan Sect, it relied solely on the bond between the couple. With all their aspirations and martial prowess sacrificed in the relentless pursuit of the sword, Yue Buqun pondered quietly. Buqun, I have conferred with your esteemed masters and uncles, and in 3 days we shall hold a fragrant hall ceremony to pay homage to our revered ancestors. From this moment forth, you shall assume the role of a young master of the Huashan Sect, Ning Qingyu declared, his gaze seemingly imbued with the weight of the sect's revival resting squarely upon Yue Buqun. Yue Buqun felt an overwhelming heaviness on his shoulders, as if an invisible burden of immense proportions had been placed upon him. Additionally, you should select an auspicious day for your marriage to Zhe within the next few days, Ning Qingyu added. At this, Ning Zhong's face flushed with embarrassment. The matter of her marriage, a significant event for a young woman, was disclosed in a public setting without prior discussion, leaving her somewhat uncomfortable. However, having grown up alongside her senior brother and being captivated by Yue Buqun's remarkable appearance, she held no objections. For a moment, the desolate hall regained a semblance of vitality. By the way, Master, is there any other matter prompting this assembly? Yue Buqun inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Indeed, the primary purpose of gathering everyone today is to deliberate our future course, Ning Qingyu replied, his voice hoarse. He felt a profound sense of shame for the current state of the Huashan Sect, which had deteriorated under his stewardship. My senior brother, it appears that our position as the leader of the Five Mountains Alliance is no longer tenable, Elder Zhu interjected. The elder, with his graying hair and weak voice, seemed to carry his own injuries. During the peak of the Huashan Sect's glory, when the Five Mountain Sword Alliance was formed, it was the Huashan Sect that held the prestigious title of leader, thanks to an abundance of talents from both the Sword and Qi sections. However, the present circumstances made it clear that retaining this position was no longer feasible. Once we triumphed over the Huashan Sect, securing the title of leader of the Five Mountains Alliance now, we must relinquish that title back to them, Ning Qingyu lamented. The Five Mountain Sword Alliance had witnessed the Taishan Sect, situated high on its mountain, rarely descending the Huashan Sect, which consisted solely of nuns, and the Huashan Sect, whose members were predominantly women, all proving unsuitable for the leadership role. In contrast, the Huashan Sect had flourished in recent years, brimming with talent, and was evidently more deserving of the title. Moreover, the decisive contest had once been a battle between the Huashan and Huashan sects, making the transfer of leadership both logical and a means of securing goodwill. Furthermore, given the Huashan sect's grand ambitions, fostering such goodwill would mitigate any potential threats to the Huashan sect. Next, we must address the industries surrounding Huashan, Ning Qingyu continued. The Huashan sect, being a considerable entity, had many mouths to feed yet, as martial artists, they did not engage in production. Their sustenance relied entirely on the industries surrounding Huashan. In essence, the Huashan sect was the local powerhouse. With the sect's influence significantly diminished, it was unlikely they could maintain complete control over these industries. A proactive plan was essential to avoid chaos in the future. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the elders resolved to sell off the more remote and less profitable ventures at a bargain, retaining only the taverns and shops near Huashan. Yue Buqun nodded in agreement. It was wiser to retain only those enterprises that were profitable and manageable, demonstrating the elders' foresight and sagacity. After a thorough meeting, the surrounding circumstances have been clarified. The next task is to organize the sect's ancient texts, which are the core of the Huashan school's legacy and the key to its potential resurgence. The 9 skills of Huashan, with Zixia being the foremost. Although our Huashan school has endured turmoil, fortunately, the foundational Zixia divine skill has not been lost, Ning Qingyu expressed with a sense of relief. The Zixia divine skill is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are documented in the Zixia secret manual, while the latter 6 levels are passed down orally through generations of sect leaders. Should Ning Qingyu perish in the duel atop the Yue Peak, the Zixia divine skill would essentially vanish, but fortunately, he remains alive. What remains of the others? Yue Buqun inquired. The Hunyuan skill and Hunyuan palm are still intact, Ning Qingyu replied. As the leader, he has not practiced the Zixia divine skill, but has instead focused on the Hunyuan skill. The Zixia divine skill is notoriously difficult to master, with advancement being even more challenging. Thus, he opted for the relatively easier Hunyuan skill, which does not significantly lag in power. In truth, he is not alone in this choice throughout history. Most leaders have favored the Hunyuan skill, with only a select few dedicating themselves to the Zixia divine skill. As for the others, Ning Qingyu turned to consult the elders. The Baoyuan technique is still preserved. Elder Zhu, the transmission elder responsible for instructing new disciples, was the first to speak. He has mastered the Baoyuan technique to a high level. The Yin 19 forms are also intact, and I possess some knowledge of the Yangwu sword technique, added Ning Zhongzi, who stood beside Yue Buqun. The Yin 19 forms are specially designed for female practitioners and constitute Ning Zhongzi's primary focus. As for the eagle-snake life and death combat, the reverse duality, sword technique, and the Chaiyang unified sword, these belong to the sword sect, and those who once mastered them now lie beneath the earth, leaving only the names of their manuals behind. The strife over swordsmanship has led to great chaos, resulting in immense losses for the Huashan school. Chapter 003. The Purple Mist Divine Art. 3 days later, the incense hall was opened for the ancestral worship, marking Yue Buqun's official ascent as the young master of the Huashan Sect. Concurrently, this news, along with the transfer of leadership of the Five Mountains Alliance to Mount Song, was conveyed to the leaders of Taishan, Songshan, Nanyue Hengshan, and Beiwei Hengshan through written correspondence. Additionally, these two announcements were disseminated amongst the martial artists of the Jianghu. In the rear hall of the Chongshao Hall, only Ning Qingyu and Yue Buqun remained. Ning Qingyu was practicing several sword techniques, at times swift, at times clumsy, at times fierce, and at times restrained. The movements appeared rather ordinary, merely the common forms found in the Jianghu, far inferior to the Huashan swordplay. Before long, having completed his sword practice, Ning Qingyu retrieved a box from the incense table, upon which were inscribed the 4 characters, Kuaihua Baodian. However, upon opening the box, it was found to be empty. Yue Buqun, well aware of the situation, nonetheless inquired, "Master, why is this box empty?" "Buqun," Ning Qingyu replied, "the Kuaihua Baodian is a remarkable skill of our time, originally belonging to the Huashan Sect. However, years ago, the news was leaked, and the 10 elders of the demon sect attacked our mountain, seizing the Kuaihua Baodian, leaving only the few remnants of techniques you witnessed earlier. Master, I observed your practice of those techniques, and they seem rather unremarkable, don't they?" Ning Qingyu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I do not know. It has always been the charge of past masters to ensure the transmission of knowledge across generations, until the secrets within can be unraveled. Now, I impart these sword techniques to you, and it shall be upon you to discover their mysteries." "Understood." Yue Buqun nodded, refraining from further comment. The matter at hand was but secondary. As he spoke, Ning Qingyu offered a stick of incense at the ancestral tablet, then reached into his robe to produce a yellow oil paper package. Upon unfolding it, a thin volume emerged, its pages yellowed, indicative of its long lineage, with the 4 characters Zixia secret manual inscribed on the cover. This was indeed the token of transmission from the past masters, the very foundation of the Huashan Sect's existence. "You are the young master of our Huashan Sect. The Zixia secret manual is hereby entrusted to you." Yue Buqun hastily knelt to receive it, signifying the importance of sect heritage, and after taking it, he bowed to the ancestral tablet again, offering incense, thus completing the ritual. "Very well. The Zixia divine art consists of 9 levels in total. The first 3 levels are contained within this Zixia secret manual, while the remaining 6 levels have been orally passed down through generations. After your marriage to He Heir, I shall impart the remaining 6 levels to you." Ning Qingyu spoke slowly. Yue Buqun nodded in agreement. This was not an act of selfishness on Ning Qingyu's part, nor was it a matter of distrust towards Yue Buqun. Presently, he was the last of the younger generation of Huashan disciples. If not bestowed upon him, to whom else could it be entrusted? The decision to delay the transmission of the latter 6 levels until after marriage stemmed from the ancient belief that a young man like Yue Buqun, being unmarried, was not yet considered an adult, and thus lacked the stability required for significant responsibilities. Only upon marriage could he be deemed a proper adult, worthy of bearing the weight of the Huashan Sect. Behind the mountain, at the Cliff of Reflection, in recent days, Yue Buqun had been diligently entrenched in his practice, striving to enhance his martial prowess. With only a few venerable elders left in the Huashan Sect, it was imperative for him to elevate his skills swiftly, otherwise, the sect would face a dire fate of extinction. The contents of the Purple Mist secret manual initially appeared obscure and perplexing, yet upon deeper contemplation, it became evident that it was intrinsically linked to Taoist teachings. In his previous life, Yue Buqun had always relished delving into such esoteric philosophies during his leisure, and he never anticipated that this peculiar affinity would prove beneficial in his current circumstances. Endowed with natural intelligence, Yue Buqun immersed himself in the Purple Mist secret manual for several days, ultimately gaining a systematic comprehension of its teachings. By correlating these insights with the metaphysical concepts from his past, he was astonished to discover that the manual expounded upon the Taoist practice of refining essence into qi. Could it be that this Purple Mist divine art was a gateway to immortality? Yue Buqun felt a surge of urgency. The emergence of such transcendental elements within the realm of martial arts posed a considerable threat. He steeled himself against panic, promptly securing the Purple Mist secret manual and settling upon a large stone. He began to recite the Calm Heart mantra, maintaining this meditation for the duration of an incense stick's burning, until his mind was clear and tranquil. Rising from his seated position, he brushed off the dust from his garments. For a martial artist, the tumultuous fluctuations of the mind are to be avoided at all costs. Practicing under such emotional turmoil could lead to disastrous consequences, ranging from temporary madness to complete paralysis. Just moments ago, Yue Buqun had flirted with the brink of oblivion. It was said that the founder of the Huashan Sect, Huashan, had not merely departed this world, but had transcended to immortality through the mastery of Tao. Previously, Yue Buqun had dismissed this as mere Taoist rhetoric regarding death. However, in light of the Purple Mist secret manual, it now seemed plausible. He pondered deeply, pacing back and forth, but could not shake the feeling of uncertainty regarding whether any of the illustrious ancestors of the Huashan Sect had ever discerned this revelation. He reminded himself to remain composed. Haste would only lead to missteps. He recalled his master's words, noting that the Purple Mist secret manual was notoriously challenging to enter and even more difficult to master. Perhaps some of the past masters had recognized the manual's extraordinary nature but had failed to discover the correct method of cultivation. He remembered that in the tale of the smiling, proud wanderer, the former Yue had already cultivated the Purple Mist secret manual to a level where even a mere flick of a leaf could inflict harm. Yet, he needed to gather energy beforehand, suggesting that his current progress aligned with the initial stage of the third level. If he had truly reached the third level, he would not require prior accumulation of energy. He could effortlessly pluck a leaf and strike down an opponent. This led him to conclude that the original owner must have found the correct cultivation method, or that his current constitution was inherently suited to the Purple Mist secret manual. After 25 years of upholding the reputation of the gentlemanly sword, he had managed to cultivate the manual to the threshold of the third level, a feat that, from a modern perspective, reflected not folly but rather exceptional talent. If these 25 years were dedicated to mastering the Purple Mist secret manual, it would undoubtedly be possible to ascend to the fourth realm. The first three realms involve refining essence into energy, while the fourth realm certainly pertains to transforming energy into spirit. The process of refining essence into energy is merely the practice of mortals. As for the transformation into spirit, what does it mean to transform into spirit? It signifies becoming a legend within the martial world, a realm of such height that it defies ordinary comprehension. However, all of this remains mere speculation on Yue Buqun's part. The true nature of the situation will only be revealed after the grand wedding. When he engages with the latter 6 levels of the Purple Mist divine skill, he is filled with anticipation. Chapter 004. Introduction. For several consecutive days, Yue Buqun immersed himself in the study of the Zixia secret manual. However, in his cultivation endeavors, he made no discernible progress. As his master had remarked, the initiation into the Zixia secret manual was exceedingly challenging, akin to scaling the heavens. The ancestral master, Huashan, a disciple of Taoism's complete truth school, must have chosen the name of this technique with great care, imbuing it with profound significance. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yue Buqun, prompting him to ponder deeply. Zixia divine art. Zixia divine art, he mused. At this juncture, Yue Buqun abruptly raised his head, contemplating whether perhaps this technique was meant to be practiced amidst the Zixia itself. Mount Hua boasted extraordinary vistas, particularly at the Cliff of Reflection, where, at dawn, the sun began to rise, casting a resplendent glow across the horizon, enveloping the sky in Zixia's brilliance. With the founder having attained enlightenment at the summit of Mount Hua, could it be that the Zixia manual necessitated cultivation during the Zixia at the break of day? The more he considered, the more plausible this notion became. Taoist cultivation often dwelled in the realm of the enigmatic, devoid of rational explanation. Today is not the day. I shall rise early tomorrow and test this hypothesis. Yue Buqun resolved, convinced that any glimmer of possibility warranted exploration, lest he harbor regrets. Senior brother, senior brother. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed along the mountain path of the cliff of reflection. Yue Buqun hastily made his way outside and beheld Ning Zhongzi, who was ascending nimbly while carrying a basket filled with steaming dishes. He approached her without delay. Before long, the two had reached the summit. Ning Zhongzi unveiled the basket, revealing 4 exquisite side dishes, several steaming buns, and a flask of hot water. Senior brother, you must be hungry, she exclaimed, reminiscent of a devoted spouse, as she meticulously arranged the dishes on a table and offered chopsticks to Yue Buqun. Junior sister, you have worked hard these past few days, Yue Buqun replied earnestly, genuinely touched by her thoughtfulness, which was almost overwhelming for his modern sensibilities. On the 6th day of next month, we are to be wed. However, given the current circumstances of our Huashan Sect, it is unlikely we will invite many to attend. I apologize for the inconvenience. Junior sister, Yue Buqun spoke softly. The Huashan Sect had recently undergone upheaval, rendering it vulnerable. They were unable to extend invitations to masters from other sections. How could marrying you be a burden? I simply wish for you to treat me well in the future, Ning Zhongzi replied, her cheeks flushing as she unconsciously leaned against Yue Buqun's shoulder. I will never let you down, Yue Buqun assured her, tenderly stroking her hair, his gaze filled with hopeful visions of the future. After lunch, Ning Zhongzi descended the mountain with the basket, while Yue Buqun lingered, watching until her figure faded from sight, reluctant to turn away. With a beloved companion by his side, supporting each other, and a fulfilling life ahead, was this not the embodiment of the love he had long envisioned in his past life? He vowed resolutely, I shall not permit anyone to disrupt this bliss. I must master the Zixia divine art. The next day, before dawn, Yue Buqun had already awakened, standing at the platform by the cave of the cliff of reflection, gazing towards the east. At this juncture, at such an altitude, the weather is exceedingly frigid. However, having cultivated the embrace of Yuan to a certain extent, he is undeterred by the biting cold, which instead sharpens his awareness. Before long, a radiant beam bursts through the sea of clouds, instantly dispelling the darkness. Observing this spectacle, Yue Buqun experiences an indescribable sensation within. Perhaps he has grasped a certain opportunity, or perhaps he has attained insight into a profound truth. As he ponders, the sun emerges, leaping over the horizon, and in that fleeting moment, a celestial brilliance envelopes the sky in a violet haze. This is the moment Yue Buqun has awaited. He promptly sits cross-legged, channeling the techniques from the secret manual of violet haze, attempting to absorb the violet energy. A wave of joy surges through his heart. His conjecture proves correct. The secret manual of violet haze indeed correlates with the dawn's violet glow. In the next instant, he concentrates his spirit, fully immersing himself in the absorption of the violet energy. This meditation lasts an entire morning, interrupted only by the sound of Ning Zhongzi bringing him a meal. Stretching his limbs, Yue Buqun feels an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. Even the slight lethargy from waking early has vanished without a trace. Has he truly made progress? Yue Buqun finds it hard to believe that within just one morning, he has already entered the first stage of cultivation of the secret manual of violet haze. If he can persist for another 10 or 8 years, the rewards may surpass his wildest imagination. With the right method, he is achieving results with half the effort. It appears his reasoning is sound. Indeed, one must absorb the violet haze at the mountain peak to assist in cultivation. No wonder so few of the past masters have successfully practiced the secret manual of violet haze. A life of desolation atop the mountain, unwavering for a decade, is a daunting prospect, and even if some found the right approach, few could endure it, he muses. He has no choice. If he does not persist in cultivating at the summit, the Huashan Sect will falter. Regardless of his inclinations, he must engage in rigorous practice. To avert such a situation, he must embrace the monotony. After lunch and bidding farewell to his junior sister, Yue Buqun immediately resumes his training. However, after a few cycles of circulating his internal energy, he discovers that without the violet haze's assistance, the secret manual of violet haze has reached a standstill, leaving him unable to progress further. It seems he must wait until tomorrow, he thinks. Subsequently, he shifts his focus to practicing the Huashan sword technique. The energy school is not solely about cultivating internal energy, nor is it merely a pursuit of martial prowess. As one of the 5 mountain sword sects, the essence of this technique is its signature. The purpose of cultivating energy is to wield the sword with it. Otherwise, the Huashan Hall would not bear the plaque proclaiming sword qi soaring to the skies. Energy is paramount, and the sword is the means. Embodying energy while guiding with the sword is the true path. After an entire afternoon of rigorous practice, drenched in sweat, Yue Buqun finds that, thanks to a trace of violet qi, he does not feel as fatigued as usual, which is indeed a pleasant surprise. Thus, day after day, Yue Buqun rises at dawn, awaiting the sunrise, absorbing the violet qi, and diligently practicing the secret manual of violet haze. To my astonishment, the progress has been remarkably swift. Before long, I have reached the initial stage of minor achievement. The vital energy within me gradually begins to transform into the ethereal purple mist qi. And once this transformation is complete, I shall attain the first level in its entirety. Naturally, this journey is bound to be exceedingly protracted. On this cliff of reflection, Yue Buqun remained until the 4th day of the 2nd month. In just 2 days, I am to be wed. And it is only then that I hastily descend the mountain, making my way towards the grand hall of the Huashan Sect, where festivities have already commenced with vibrant decorations. Chapter 005. The grand wedding. As the young master of the Huashan Sect and the husband of the current leader's daughter, his wedding should have been a grand affair, filled with esteemed guests. However, in the current circumstances, apart from some basic decorations, only the remaining elders of the Huashan Sect and a few idle attendants were present. The banquet consisted of merely 3 or 4 tables, a sight that could only be described as meager. Apologies, my dear sister, Yue Buqun expressed his heartfelt embarrassment. For such a significant moment in a woman's life, occurring only once, deserved much more splendor. Ning Zhongzi, however, took it all in stride. After all, following the fierce battle atop the Jade Maiden Peak, where nearly all their sect members had perished, her survival was a stroke of fortune. Moreover, she was marrying the brother she adored. What more could she possibly desire? Thus, amidst a joyful atmosphere, they bowed to heaven and earth, then to their parents, and finally exchanged vows, entering the bridal chamber. Inside the room, Ning Zhongzi sat quietly on the edge of the bed, adorned with a bright red bridal veil, patiently awaiting the arrival of the man with whom she would share her life. With a creak, the door opened, revealing Yue Buqun clad in a resplendent red wedding robe. Having indulged in a few cups of celebratory wine in the courtyard, his face bore a slight flush. The room was dimly lit as he approached, cautiously lifting Ning Zhongzi's veil. Her delicate face, illuminated by the soft glow, appeared even more enchanting, marking the most beautiful moment of her life. My dear sister, you are truly radiant, Yue Buqun remarked with a smile. Ning Zhongzi's cheeks flushed crimson, her demeanor shy, and she remained silent. Yue Buqun continued to gaze at her, captivated by her beauty, and as the ambience deepened, the youthful ardor within him could no longer be contained. He extinguished the red candles, loosened his attire, and surrendered to the enchanting moment of the spring night. The following day dawned bright and clear. Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi had long awakened. Yet they remained entwined until the sun climbed high in the sky. As children of the martial world, they were free from the customary rituals of tea offerings to mothers-in-law, especially since she had none to appease, alleviating any concern about idle gossip. Suddenly, as Ning Zhongzi was rising to dress, she drew in a sharp breath, indicating she may have sustained an injury. Yue Buqun rushed to her side, concerned. It was his inexperience that had led to this oversight, and he quickly assisted her in donning her garments. After a flurry of rustling, they finally dressed. Ning Zhongzi, having trained in martial arts, exhibited no signs of discomfort as she walked, which relieved Yue Buqun. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow, recalling that amidst the excitement of the previous night, he had neglected to consider the significant event that had transpired. In retrospect, it was a matter that posed some concern. He practiced the Purple Mist secret manual, focused on refining essence into qi, which meant that the essence within him had transformed into true energy, leaving no surplus. This realization shed light on why, in the original tale, old Yue had been married for many years, yet only had one daughter. The transformation of essence into vitality. Unless I disperse my energy at this very moment and subsequently engage in the restorative properties of traditional medicine, it would require a span of 2 to 3 years of recuperation before I could bear offspring, which renders my current situation devoid of opportunity. Yue Buqun felt a wave of frustration. Dispersing my energy at such a critical juncture is utterly implausible due to time constraints. Though 25 years may appear ample, any delay of 3 to 5 years would undoubtedly result in a severe warning. Had I known, I should have entered the bridal chamber before delving into the mysteries of the Zixia secret manual. Could it be that my traversal through time has altered the original narrative? Have I inadvertently mastered the Zixia secret manual prematurely, thus precluding the possibility of progeny? No, that cannot be. Suddenly, Yue Buqun made an enlightening realization regarding the age of Yu Lingshan as depicted in the original tale. The narrative commences 25 years hence, during which Yu Lingshan would be approximately 16 or 17 years of age. By this calculation, it follows that Yue Buqun would have had offspring after a span of 7 to 8 years, by which time he would certainly have mastered the Zixia secret manual. In this light, the transformation of essence into vitality does not necessarily imply a complete conversion into true energy. Perhaps, under fortuitous circumstances, a fragment could be retained. Enough of this pondering. I am still quite young. Such considerations will only become pertinent if, in a few years, I find myself unable to bear children. For now, the priority remains the advancement of my cultivation. After contemplating, Yue Buqun resolved to set aside this vexatious matter. In the Hall of Ascension, the rear chamber, once again, it was just Yue Buqun and Ning Qingyu in solitude. After Yue Buqun had knelt before the ancestral tablet and recited the precepts of the Huashan Sect, Ning Qingyu nodded with satisfaction and began imparting the subsequent 6 levels of the Zixia divine skills incantations. For every phrase Ning Qingyu articulated, Yue Buqun echoed back, and after 3 repetitions, he finally managed to retain the principles reasonably well. In the original narrative, Ling Huchong had memorized the incantation of the Dugu 9 swords after a single recitation. I, on the other hand, required 3 attempts, which suggests that my aptitude pales in comparison to his. Yet, it is only fitting, for he is the protagonist, without some extraordinary talent. How could he possibly assume such a role? Yue Buqun mused silently. Buqun, although you have stumbled through the learning of these 6 levels, you have ultimately succeeded in committing them to memory. In my own time, my master, who is also your ancestral teacher, required 7 repetitions before I could barely grasp them. In this regard, you surpass me significantly, Ning Qingyu remarked with a hint of admiration. I dare not claim such merit. Yue Buqun quickly responded with humility. It is merely my youth combined with your guidance that has allowed me to navigate this process without the distractions of the mundane world, rendering my mind somewhat more agile. Though this statement bore a touch of flattery, it brought considerable joy to Ning Qingyu's ears. He continued, Buqun, at present, you are merely skimming the surface, failing to grasp the true essence of this mental discipline. However, do not be disheartened. In due course, clarity will dawn upon you. I have not practiced the Zixia divine skill, thus I am unable to offer you guidance in this regard. Everything must be explored through your own efforts. Ning Qingyu expressed a slight sense of regret. In the coming days, I wish you to visit me daily, reciting the 6 levels of the mental discipline. Should there be any errors, I will promptly correct you until you have mastered it entirely. Understood. Yue Buqun bowed his head in agreement. Good. Ning Qingyu nodded and said, even after mastering the techniques thoroughly, one must not become complacent. The 6-fold heart method must be recited daily in the years to come. Otherwise, as time passes, the inability to recall it may lead to the risk of losing our sacred arts. The Zixia divine art, created by our revered ancestor Guangningzi, forms the very foundation of the Huashan Sect. As the future leader of Huashan, it is your paramount duty to preserve and pass on the Zixia divine art. On that day, Ning Qingyu, with endless admonitions and fervent reminders, spoke for an extended period, as if he were bequeathing his final wishes. Chapter 6. 7 years' time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years have elapsed. During this span, the Huashan Sect has undergone numerous changes. First and foremost, in terms of personnel, the remaining 8 elders of the Huashan Sect have gradually passed away over the years, and the number of funerals held is beyond count. Even Yue Buqun has developed a peculiar sensation that the mourning cloth around his waist has scarcely been removed. The injuries sustained during the duel on Yue Peak were particularly grave. Each of the 8 elders bore hidden wounds, significantly diminishing their lifespans. As for the sect leader and Yue Buqun's father-in-law, Ning Qingyu, he still clings to life, managing to oversee affairs. However, he has frequently sought out Yue Buqun to reminisce about his youth, recounting tales in a rambling manner. Yue Buqun does not mind, understanding that this elderly man, who has witnessed the rise and fall of the Huashan Sect, is nearing the end of his days. He persists in living, perhaps because he has yet to see the birth of his grandson. Time is relentless, and the years take their toll. The autumn winds howl, and leaves scatter like memories. The vast expanse of Huashan, particularly the Grand Chongxiatang, now appears desolate, with only the sect leader Ning Qingyu and the Yue couple remaining, alongside a handful of elderly servants. On the organizational front, there has been some improvement, thanks to the goodwill extended by transferring the leadership of the Five Mountains Alliance to the Huashan Sect. The latter frequently provided essential supplies in the initial years. Moreover, without provoking the Huashan Sect, they offered assistance within their means. In a certain sense, these gestures have indeed helped Huashan navigate through difficult times. However, as time progressed, the Huashan Sect felt that they had fulfilled their obligations and gradually ceased their support. Coupled with Huashan's decision to seal off its mountain and withdraw from external interactions, the two sects now share minimal contact beyond matters concerning the 5 mountain sword sects. Yet, Yue Buqun, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, understands that in a few years, the Huashan Sect may begin to covet Huashan. Currently, they must refrain from action due to the significant debt of gratitude from the transfer of the 5 Mountains Alliance, as the martial world is watching. Any rash move could provide ammunition for criticism, jeopardizing future plans for the unification of the 5 mountain sword sects. It would be prudent to wait until the fervor surrounding the incident subsides before abandoning these superficial courtesies. Meanwhile, atop the thought-repenting cliff, Yue Buqun has circulated his vital energy through 36 major cycles, concluding his meditation. Slowly, he opens his eyes and exhales a breath of turbid air, reflecting that, after much haste and delay, he has finally cultivated the Purple Cloud's secret manual to the 2nd level of initiation, allowing him to barely establish a foothold in the martial world. The vital energy he originally cultivated through the embrace of origin has been assimilated. Upon reaching the first major completion of the Purple Cloud's secret manual, it transformed entirely into Purple Cloud vital energy, manifesting a faint violet hue during his practice. However, to truly command the Huashan Sect, this level of cultivation remains insufficient. He must attain at least the 2nd major completion. Yue Buqun continues to ponder. In the original text, when Lao Yu makes his entrance, it is noted that he has likely reached the 3rd level of the Purple Mist secret manual. Yet he still lags behind by a significant realm. Senior brother, senior brother. Outside the cave, a gentle voice calls out, belonging to Ning Zhongzi. Today marks the day when Yue Buqun concludes his seclusion, and even though Ning Zhongzi is burdened with affairs, she has made time to welcome him back. Over the years, Yue Buqun has diligently practiced, never daring to slack off, often retreating to the thought-over cliff for meditation, which has allowed him to master the Huashan sword techniques alongside his training in the Purple Mist secret manual. With his beloved wife by his side, the warmth of her concern brings him immense joy. Yue Buqun smiles as he adeptly gathers his belongings and steps out of the cave. Upon their reunion, their joy is palpable, and they embrace tenderly, exchanging sweet words of longing atop the precipice, basking in each other's affection. Hand in hand, they walk down the mountain, their steps light and filled with love. Inside the Huashan Sect's inner hall, which was once their bridal chamber but has now transformed into a bedroom, Yue Buqun busies himself with the accumulated affairs of the sect, losing track of time. When he finally looks up, twilight has already set in. They hurriedly share a meal, and upon exchanging glances, an unmistakable anticipation flickers in their eyes. A brief separation often ignites a fervor akin to newlyweds, even among martial artists. With the door closed and the lights dimmed, the subsequent events are best left unspoken. Outside, the night is clear, the moon shining brightly, coinciding with the 15th day of the lunar month, illuminating the surroundings with crystalline clarity. In the distance, the faint echoes of wolf howls rise and fall among the deep mountains. According to the scriptures, such a night signifies the peak of yin energy in the year. While Yue Buqun diligently labors, he suddenly senses a tumult within his essence. Without warning, the peak of yin gives rise to the peak of yang, and a surge of vitality escapes him rather than being refined into energy. Startled, Yue Buqun realizes that fortune may be at hand. It seems he is destined to have offspring. Indeed, shortly after that night, within less than a month, Ning Zhongzi begins to exhibit signs of excessive sleepiness, a loss of appetite, and frequent nausea. It is Ning Qingyu who first discerns the signs, his demeanor exuberant like a child despite being an old soul, prompting him to hastily summon a doctor. After careful examination, the doctor rejoices, announcing that the long-silenced Huashan Sect is to be graced with joy once more. Even Yue Buqun, who had foreseen this outcome, is swept up in the joy of the moment. Subsequently, he descends the mountain to procure several maidservants and invite a few capable matrons to attend to Ning Zhongzi's every need. After 10 months, the day arrives when Ning Zhongzi gives birth to a daughter. Naturally, Yue Buqun names his daughter Yu Lingshan. When Ning Qingyu first learned that she had a granddaughter, she experienced a fleeting moment of disappointment. However, the brilliance of her lineage overshadowed this minor setback, for she had also given birth to a daughter. With the Huashan Sect assured of a successor, what was there to worry about? That night, Ning Qingyu was in high spirits, consuming an entire jug of wine, with Yue Buqun unable to persuade her otherwise. The elder's concerns had finally been laid to rest. 3 days later, one afternoon, after donning a fresh set of clothes, Ning Qingyu reclined in her chair and fell asleep, never to awaken again. Thus, the Huashan Sect found itself solely supported by Yue Buqun. The weight of centuries of tradition resting precariously upon his shoulders, teetering in the face of uncertainty. Chapter 007. The restoration of the Huashan industry after the completion of the elderly gentleman's funeral and awaiting Ning Zhongzi's recovery. Autumn had already arrived. Throughout this period, however, Yue Buqun remained diligent in his martial arts practice, training tirelessly each day. One clear and sunny day, after playfully interacting with his infant daughter, he accompanied Ning Zhongzi to the outer hall. Junior sister, our Huashan sect has long been absent from the martial world, and our reputation has sadly diminished. There are those who dare to covet our Huashan assets. Yue Buqun spoke slowly, now the official leader of the Huashan sect. His perspective had shifted from merely enhancing his own skills to contemplating the future of the sect. Recently, during a visit to the remaining properties of the Huashan sect, he discovered a disconcerting issue. Outsiders had encroached upon and taken a portion of their assets. At that time, overwhelmed by various matters, he had overlooked this. But now that he had the opportunity, it was imperative to establish a precedent. Brother, the Huashan sect has come under our stewardship, akin to an ancient tree sprouting new buds, with countless opportunities awaiting us. You may act freely regarding this matter. There is no need for you to worry about the larger picture. Ning Zhongzi, ever understanding, offered her unwavering support for her husband's endeavors. Indeed, Yue Buqun nodded, grateful for such a virtuous wife. What more could one desire? In the Huashan territory, at the West Peak Tower, one of the most prosperous taverns in the area and a lucrative asset of the Huashan sect, the lunch hour had just passed, and patrons continued to flow in, filling the air with lively chatter. However, from a distance, a commotion suddenly erupted, gradually overpowering the lively sounds of the tavern. The clang of a gong echoed as two burly men approached. One carried a wooden money box, while the other bore a large black sack on his back. They entered each shop along the way, emerging moments later with satisfied expressions. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the West Peak Tower. Congratulations to the owner on your thriving business and abundant profits, they proclaimed, entering with a flourish and ringing the gong once more. Such a ruckus had already drawn the attention of the tavern keeper, who dreaded the potential disruption to his customers. Owner, we're here to make a fortune. Let us invite the god of wealth. The man with the black sack exclaimed with a broad grin, setting down the sack to retrieve a poorly crafted statue of the god of wealth, roughly the size of a bowl. Gentlemen, we have already invited the god of wealth this month at the West Peak Tower, the tavern keeper replied, feeling a headache coming on. Inviting the god of wealth was never without cost, as the money box held silver coins intended for such an occasion. Furthermore, the fee varied according to the scale of the establishment. For a tavern of this size, it started at a minimum of 10 taels. Alas, how can one refuse the god of wealth? Once invited, one can always invite another. Who would complain about having too many gods of wealth? The man replied, smiling. Wouldn't you agree? The burly man continued to grin, yet beneath that smile lay a rigidity, a hint of cognitive bias. We, the Black Bear Gang, pride ourselves on our sense of reason. Should you choose not to summon the god of wealth, we can certainly assist you in remaining impoverished. Observing the shopkeeper's lingering hesitation, the man clutching the money box swiftly altered his demeanor, his words laced with a palpable threat that even the simplest mind could decipher. The patrons around them were silent, an air of trepidation enveloping the room. In recent years, following the closure of the Huashan Sect, various small factions and gangs had emerged like mushrooms after the rain. Larger forces understood that even a starved camel is larger than a horse, and only those fledgling groups, emboldened by naivety, dared to encroach upon Huashan's territory. Initially, they displayed a modicum of restraint, but as Huashan remained unresponsive, their audacity grew unchecked. Particularly in the past 2 years, the actions of these gangs became increasingly reckless. Among them, the Black Bear Gang had gained notoriety, led by 2 brothers, one known as Big Bear and the other as Second Bear, rumored to possess immense strength, capable of tearing apart tigers and wolves with their bare hands. They bullied the weak and monopolized commerce, committing every conceivable wrongdoing while firmly asserting control over the most prosperous streets, collecting protection fees under the pretext of summoning the god of wealth. The local merchants, cowed by their tyranny, endured the hardship and complied, albeit begrudgingly. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had returned this month to collect a second time, an act that seemed rather out of order. Though they were a criminal organization, there were still unspoken rules to uphold. Otherwise, they would be no better than common extortionists. Will you summon him or not? The burly man holding the money box grew impatient, his tone turning harsh, implying that should the shopkeeper refuse, he would simply walk away, leaving the consequences to him. I advise you to summon one. What is a few more gods of wealth to such a grand establishment? It is but a mere trifle for your business. If you do not comply today, our leader may come, and he does not come to offer blessings. Rather, he may bring the Grim Reaper. The man with the money box maintained his feigned joviality. One played the role of the heavy, while the other acted as the enforcer, effectively instilling fear in the shopkeeper. Suddenly, at this critical juncture, a muffled laughter echoed from a distant corner. Who goes there? The man holding the money bag, with keen senses and sharp eyes, swiftly turned toward the sound. In the shadowy corner sat a young man clad in black, adorned with a bamboo hat. Beside him lay a long sword. The burly man sensed an aura of danger emanating from this figure. In the absence of a tiger, the monkeys dare to claim kingship. Yue Buqun rose leisurely, unsheathing his long sword as he approached. Who are you? Are you aware of the fearsome reputation of the Black Bear Gang? The two burly men exchanged uncertain glances, hastily brandishing their insignia. It had been years since they had collected protection fees without encountering someone bold enough to oppose them. To wreak havoc in my Huashan territory and yet question my identity? Very well, listen closely. I am Yue Buqun of the Huashan Sect. With that declaration, Yue Buqun removed his bamboo hat, revealing his true visage. The innkeeper beside the West Peak Tower was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, having endured years of suppressed anger. At last, the person in charge had arrived. Nonsense, Yue Buqun, I have never heard of you. The burly man, showing no restraint, bellowed. The internal strife of the Huashan Sect has decimated its ranks. Who do you think you are, a mere child pretending to be part of the Huashan Sect? As he spoke, he assumed a combat stance and unexpectedly launched an attack on Yue Buqun. This man evidently possessed some martial skills. His move was the bone dislocation technique. And if executed properly, it could easily result in fractured bones, a lethal strike. Yue Buqun, without even glancing, executed a kick at an astonishing angle with his calf, striking the burly man squarely in the abdomen with a speed that outpaced the attack. The man let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp. Another burly man, clutching a money box, sensed the imminent danger, took 2 steps back, and turned to flee. However, Yue Buqun was swifter still, drawing his sword in a flash and sheathing it just as quickly. The money box in the man's grasp shattered into 2 halves, scattering silver coins all over the ground. Why you? Just wait. The man holding the money box, stunned with fear, uttered a threat and scrambled away, desperately seeking assistance. Chapter 008. We are willing to join Huashan. What are we waiting for? I shall go directly to their doorstep. Yue Buqun was an impatient man. If he dealt with the young and the elder did not appear, it would be far more prudent to confront them directly. Thus, the individual ran ahead while Yue Buqun leisurely followed behind. The Black Bear Gang had taken over what was once a security bureau through dubious means, establishing it as their stronghold. Dexiong, Erxiong, and several esteemed elders of the Black Bear Gang were engaged in raucous revelry, particularly Dexiong, who was in high spirits and slightly inebriated. In 2 days, he was to take a 7th concubine, a joyful occasion. However, the budget for the celebration was rather tight. Having already paid homage to the god of wealth this month, he had sent someone to deliver blessings to various merchants. Brother, we used to collect once a month. Now we are doing it twice. Won't this drive the merchants to desperation? Erxiong inquired. What of it? The ire of a common man is nothing to fear. Dexiong retorted, tearing into a chicken leg, grease coating his lips, utterly unconcerned. Fear is not the issue. I merely worry about exhausting our resources. Erxiong's words were abruptly cut off by a series of loud knocks at the door. Not good. Knock it outside. The hefty man bearing the money box had returned, breathless. What has happened? Instantly, all grew tense, hastily arming themselves. There is a young man, he claims to be from the Huashan Sect, the man gasped. The Huashan Sect. Dexiong furrowed his brow. It had been many years since they had coexisted peacefully. Why had the Huashan Sect suddenly resurfaced? Foolish Huashan Sect. Years ago, their internal strife nearly led to their extinction. Do they still think they reign as the leaders of the 5 mountains? The times have changed, Dexiong cursed, feeling somewhat reassured. Could the Huashan Sect truly interfere with the expansion of the Black Bear Gang within Huashan's territory? Would they allow the various gangs to strip the benefits from beneath Huashan's feet? Uncertain of their worth, but today, they would be rendered insignificant. Yue Buqun stepped into the courtyard, casting a stern gaze upon the gathered men. It appeared the Huashan Sect had indeed remained dormant for too long. So long that others assumed they had lost the will to wield a blade. So it is a Na'vi youth. After only a few years of training, do you dare to champion righteousness? Erxiong relaxed upon observing the newcomer's youth. In the realm of martial arts, true geniuses were exceedingly rare. Most practitioners advanced through diligent, gradual practice. Hence, it was reasonable to assume that those possessing superior skills were typically older. Now, observing Yue Buqun, who appeared to be merely in his 20s, even with a sword in hand, how formidable could he truly be? With dozens of capable fighters in the Black Bear gang, they had nothing to fear from him. It seemed likely that this individual was a wandering hero, discontent with the Black Bear gang's methods, attempting to invoke justice under the banner of a prominent sect. Though such occurrences are rare, they have not been entirely absent. Just last year, a swordsman came knocking, intent on championing the weak, only to be swiftly dispatched by his own two brothers, departing in serene silence, not a word uttered. In retrospect, it must have been nearly a year ago. After enjoying a prolonged period of comfort, their skills had grown lax. Second brother, it is a rare opportunity for someone to come seeking retribution. Let us stretch our limbs. Big Bear chuckled, cracking his knuckles with a resounding snap. If the elder brother wishes to engage, how could the younger brother abstain? With that, Second Bear rose, stretching his neck to produce similar sharp cracks. The two men were robust and imposing. Upon rising, they resembled two great black bears, exuding an intimidating presence that instilled considerable psychological pressure. Very well, no need for pretense. This will save us time. Yue Buqun observed the two with a quiet demeanor, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Without further ado, he drew his longsword, and in an instant, the arena was filled with flashing blade reflections. The two bears, not daring to underestimate the situation, hastily armed themselves, quickly bracing against the oncoming sword light. Their weapons were formidable. Big Bear wielded a pair of golden melon hammers, each a heavy iron lump suspended from a long pole, a weapon favored by fierce warriors on the battlefield, capable of inflicting grievous harm. Second Bear brandished a patterned battle axe, wielding it with ferocity that complemented his rugged physique, capable of cleaving even a tiger in two. However, despite their intimidating weapons and initial advantage, they found themselves at a disadvantage under Yue Buqun's assault within mere 5 moves. With a swift maneuver, Yue executed a move called Golden Goose Soars, aiming directly at Big Bear's wrists. Unable to retract his weapon in time, Big Bear faced a critical choice. The weighty weapon, while powerful, rendered his movements clumsy and slow. In a moment of desperation, he relinquished his weapon and withdrew his hands, narrowly saving his palms. Yet, the next instant, Second Bear launched his attack, leaping into the air and bringing down the axe in a move named Axe Splits Peach Mountain. A strike so fierce it could repel even spirits and demons. Nevertheless, Yue, anticipating their assault, was well prepared. Utilizing a well-practiced technique, he pivoted, lowered his stance, and executed the Prodigal Son Returns, piercing the tip of his sword into the palm of Second Bear, sending the axe flying several paces away. With a cry of anguish, Second Bear retreated, his hands stained with crimson. Pray tell, which path do you tread? I beseech you to reveal your name. It seems the Black Bear gang has not wronged you, Big Bear inquired, distancing himself, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. You come into my Huashan territory, flaunting your might and oppressing the common folk, yet the rightful owner arrives, and you remain unrecognized. Yue Buqun sheathed his sword, merely offering a cold laugh. Are you truly of the Huashan Sect? Big Bear and Second Bear were taken aback. Having operated in the area for many years, they believed the Huashan Sect had perished. The emergence of such a young master astonished them. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, as none dared to make a move. The reputation of the Huashan Sect remains formidable. Although it has declined, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. And it is not something that these minor factions can compare to. Originally, we, the two brothers, were blind to the illustrious legacy of Huashan. We sincerely ask for your forgiveness. In the next moment, the great bear, which had occupied this place for many years, unexpectedly bowed its head, and the bear beside it, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit. It is no jest, the Huashan Sect has a history spanning centuries, and its successors possess extraordinary prowess. Previously, they assumed the Huashan Sect had perished, emboldening them to audaciously usurp its territory. But now, is it not better to bow down than to await death? Unable to win in a fight, it would be more prudent to join forces. With the revival of the Huashan Sect, it seems they are in dire need of manpower. By aligning ourselves with them now, one might even secure a position as an elder in the future, thus transforming from a member of a nefarious gang to a legitimate authority. Chapter 009. Mount Huashan does not tolerate rubbish in the hearts of the two bears. Big Bear and Second Bear, a scheme was brewing. Currently, there were dozens of gangs, both large and small, within the territory of Mount Huashan, and their Black Bear gang was among the most prominent. Although a disciple of the Huashan Sect had recently emerged, they appeared to be rather weak. If they were to switch allegiances and join the Huashan Sect at this juncture, that person would undoubtedly welcome them and might even arrange some positions for the two brothers. Thus, with calculations in mind, Big Bear spoke up. I truly had no idea that the Huashan Sect was still active in the martial world. Having committed some foolish mistakes, I now regret them deeply. In front of you, esteemed elder, my brother and I are willing to dissolve the Black Bear Gang and have all our members join the Huashan Sect to atone for our misdeeds. Yes, yes, we are all eager to join the Huashan Sect, echoed the elders of the Black Bear Gang, as Second Bear beamed with a smile, seemingly unbothered by the injury on his palm. Oh, you wish to join the Huashan Sect? Yue Buqun expressed surprise. However, we do not accept rubbish in the Huashan Sect. This statement left the smiling crowd in stunned silence. It was no jest. Now was the time for the Huashan Sect to re-emerge in the martial world and establish its reputation. Even in need of personnel, they could not afford to admit a band of miscreants. After years of dormancy, Yue Buqun needed to build renown, and admitting the Black Bear Gang would undoubtedly turn the Huashan Sect into a den of filth. I respect you as a disciple of the Huashan Sect and am willing to show courtesy, but do not mistake my kindness for weakness. If you refuse my goodwill, you shall face the consequences. Big Bear, exasperated, felt that he had already lowered himself to an unacceptable degree. Not only was his goodwill unappreciated, but he was also subjected to verbal humiliation. This was intolerable. He signaled to Second Bear, who understood immediately and feigned an attempt at reconciliation. However, as they approached, Second Bear suddenly waved his hand, releasing a pouch of lime powder from his sleeve. This substance was formidable. Regardless of whether one was a martial arts master or a venerable elder, being caught off guard would reduce them to the state of a blinded tiger, significantly diminishing their might. Yet, Yue Buqun was already prepared. Having been insulted, he had anticipated Second Bear's treachery. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he unleashed his internal energy, sending a gust of wind that blew the lime powder back in the opposite direction. Oh no, my eyes, my eyes. Second Bear, having failed in his scheme, clutched his eyes and screamed in despair. What? Big Bear, surprised, charged forward, his powerful hands seemingly imbued with the strength of 1,000 pounds. At first, Yue Buqun did not take it seriously, meeting the attack head-on, but to his astonishment, he was forced back a half-step, his wrist tingling from the impact. Quite impressive, Yue Buqun thought, surprised that this man, without a weapon, had considerably increased his strength. On the other side, Big Bear was equally astonished. This technique, known as the open stone palm, was a family heirloom. Combined with his naturally gifted physique, it indeed had the power to shatter stones. Yet, striking Yue Buqun only caused him to step back slightly, showing no signs of fatigue or distress, indicating that the effect was minimal. In a fit of rage, Dexiong's face flushed crimson as he summoned all his strength, unleashing a simultaneous strike with both palms. I have no time to play with you, Yue Buqun sneered, activating the Zixia divine art. Instantly, a faint yet palpable purple aura enveloped his countenance. He struck forth with one hand, meeting the oncoming dual palms head-on. The force sent Dexiong's body soaring like a ragged sack, crashing into the pavilion in the courtyard, which collapsed under the impact. As for Dexiong himself, he lay buried amidst the rubble, twitching a couple of times before becoming still. Once a messenger of wealth, he now found himself sent to the underworld by Yue Buqun. Indeed a testament to the cyclical nature of fate. Brother, are you all right? Xiong cried out, his voice filled with anguish, clearly displaying the depth of their fraternal bond. Cease your cries. Your brother has gone to the Hall of Yama. You should join him, Yue Buqun coldly retorted, delivering a ruthless blow that silenced Xiong as well. The Black Bear Gang, which had long thrived, was now leaderless and in disarray. In the distance, a few elders of the gang, paralyzed by fear, hastily bowed their heads in supplication. Such is the nature of ruffians. It is no wonder they are deemed a rabble by the major sections. Had they been from the Huashan Sect, in a contest of swords, none would have begged for mercy. They would rather take their own lives, emerging as heroes 18 years hence. Where are the treasures plundered by your Black Bear Gang? Whoever knows shall live, Yue Buqun declared sternly. The act of killing was not the goal. Rather, it was to set an example while extracting the ill-gotten gains from the merchants. I know, came the desperate replies from those seeking to save their own lives as they crawled forward to divulge information. Very well, you too shall do, Yue Buqun said with a sinister smile. Drawing his sword, a flash of light severed the air, and the others fell silent, their necks marked by a fatal wound. To establish authority upon descending the mountain, one must be resolute and eliminate evil entirely. Without a decisive hand, one cannot act with a benevolent heart. After a brief moment, Yue Buqun arrived at the storeroom of the Black Bear Gang. Upon inspection, he found scant riches, merely a handful of silver taels, a few hundred tael banknotes, and some pearls, totaling no more than 500 taels. Enraged, Yue Buqun lamented the profligacy of the Black Bear Gang, who squandered wealth without foresight, living only for the moment. "Senior, can we leave?" cautiously inquired two of the ruffians nearby. "Of course, you may leave," Yue Buqun generously replied, stepping aside to allow them passage. The two ruffians, shuffling cautiously along the wall, barely set foot outside the storeroom threshold when two sword beams struck them from behind. Darkness enveloped them as they joined De Xiong in the afterlife. "Foolishness. Letting you leave would tarnish my reputation." Yue Buqun wiped his sword clean and sheathed it slowly. He then gathered the meager treasures from the storeroom, bundling them up before departing the Black Bear Gang. As for using this wealth to aid the poor, absurd. He had fought tooth and nail to procure it from the criminal underworld. How could he share it with others, especially when it included funds pilfered from the Huashan Sect's enterprises? Moreover, the subsequent development of the Huashan Sect undoubtedly requires a substantial amount of funds. Yue Buqun is determined to save every little bit, for after all, without the accumulation of small streams, one cannot form a mighty river. He certainly does not wish to establish the Huashan Sect as a mere family business, as depicted in the original work. If one is to engage, it must be on a grand scale. As for these two ruffians, can they be allowed to live, only to spread slanderous rumors? To claim that Yue Buqun covets the wealth of the Black Bear Gang? He must cultivate his public persona. For the title of the Gentleman's Sword cannot tolerate even a hint of tarnish. Chapter 010. The second level of Zixia Divine Skill. Over the course of 2 months, Yue Buqun traversed the Huashan territory, effectively uprooting dozens of gangs, leaving not a single remnant behind. The number of evildoers he dispatched surely exceeded 50, if not 100. These miscreants had long preyed upon the common folk, extorting and oppressing them, abducting women, and committing heinous acts. Their fate was undeniably deserved, as the populace had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. In an instant, the Huashan region flourished anew, reflecting a trend of revitalization and prosperity. Simultaneously, Yue Buqun unexpectedly acquired considerable wealth, a portion of which he devoted to aiding the impoverished and those who had suffered at the hands of gangs. This act garnered him a wave of admiration, reviving the prominence of the Huashan Sect after many years. The remainder of the funds was allocated to the Huashan Sect's Revitalization Fund. As for the properties occupied by these gangs, Yue Buqun returned them to their rightful owners, even refusing any tokens of gratitude to cultivate his image. For the few properties without owners, he dispatched personnel from the Huashan Sect's base to facilitate the handover, a decision that was well received and unchallenged. Time passed swiftly, and autumn deepened. Mornings greeted him with frost upon the grass and the visible breath of the chilly air. Having been away from home for an extended period, Yue Buqun felt a profound longing for his wife and daughter. Once he concluded his affairs, he hastily procured some supplies and made his way back to Huashan. In the back hall of the Huashan Sect, within his chamber, Yue Buqun held Ning Zhongze's delicate hand, recounting the events of the past 2 months. Ning Zhongze listened intently, occasionally expressing her admiration for her senior brother's profound skills, which provided her with emotional solace. "Junior sister, with this journey, our Huashan Sect has made a significant re-entry into the world. However, we have remained in the shadows for far too long, and our reputation has waned considerably. I plan to retreat to the Thought Reflection Cliff in the coming months to cultivate diligently, striving to achieve the second level of the Zixia Secret Manual before the year concludes. In the following year, I will descend the mountain to uphold justice, accumulate renown, and, once the time is ripe, establish a new generation of disciples to carry on the legacy of the Huashan Sect." Yue Buqun laid bare his future plans. Ning Zhongze nodded earnestly, expressing her concern. "Senior brother, do not overexert yourself in your practice. Haste may lead to failure, and you must not jeopardize your health." "I understand." Yue Buqun smiled, and after a few tender days together, he ascended the Thought Reflection Cliff alone. In the brisk autumn air, the Thought Reflection Cliff was particularly frigid. Fortunately, Yue Buqun had transformed this place into a sanctuary for cultivation several years prior, amassing ample supplies, including monthly deliveries of grains and vegetables, enabling him to prepare his own meals without reliance on daily assistance. As he absorbed the essence of Zixia, refining his vital energy, another morning dawned with the rising sun illuminating his path. With the Zixia true energy circulating through his body, Yue Buqun had reaped immense benefits from his recent journey. His internal energy had not only become more refined, but had also reached a saturation point. Indeed, after circulating through 36 cycles, he sensed a tremor within. marking the successful attainment of the second level of the Zixia secret manual. Yue Buqun rose to his feet, stretching his limbs and exhaling contentedly, having made another advancement in his cultivation. The opportunity to escape the fate of his predecessor had grown slightly more promising. At this moment, it marked the third day since he had begun his introspection on the cliff of reflection. However, the transition from minor achievements to significant mastery was no trivial endeavor. Although he had boldly proclaimed his ambitions before Ning Zhongzi, he was acutely aware that the likelihood of their realization remained exceedingly slim. Days turned into weeks, and months passed. Life on the mountain was invariably monotonous. Yet, Yue Buqun immersed himself in his martial arts training, finding no tedium in the routine. As the year drew to a close, he assessed the vitality of the true qi circulating within him, robust, yet still distant from the second pinnacle of the Zixia secret manual. He anticipated at least another year of seclusion on the cliff of reflection, practicing the nuances of Zixia. In reality, it might require even longer. After a brief tidying of his belongings, Yue Buqun descended the cliff of reflection. This year's New Year celebrations promised to be livelier than in previous years, perhaps due to the presence of Yuling Shan. Although the number of attendees had diminished, the atmosphere was no longer somber. Instead, it radiated the freshness of new growth. As the leader of the Huashan Sect, Yue Buqun had yet to recruit disciples, but he dutifully followed the customary rituals, paying respects to the ancestors on the first day of the new year, visiting the graves, and distributing the red envelopes he had prepared for the servants, maidens, and caretakers still associated with the Huashan Sect. Following this, he enjoyed a meal of dumplings, and the air was filled with joy. It marked the 9th year since his arrival in this world. Yue Buqun mused quietly, realizing that time was limited for him to alter his destiny. Only 16 years remained. These years would undoubtedly be the most eventful of his life. First, he must continue to uphold the principles of chivalry, embodying the reputation of the gentleman's sword. Second, he needed to open the sect's doors widely and recruit a substantial number of disciples to invigorate the younger generation of the Huashan Sect. Third, he aimed to train his disciples, striving to cultivate a few worthy successors who could uphold the sect's honor. Fourth, he had to prepare for the impending moves of Zhuolinchen. Fifth, the demonic sect seemed poised to act as well, necessitating constant vigilance. Lastly, and most importantly, although he did not intend to practice the evil-repelling sword technique, it must not fall into the hands of others, lest unforeseen complications arise. His greatest asset at present was his familiarity with the storyline. Until he attained sufficient martial prowess to dominate all, he must refrain from altering the narrative to avoid unpredictable outcomes. Brother, why are you lost in thought? Ning Zhongzi approached, rousing the daydreaming Yue Buqun. Oh, I was contemplating how to recruit a few exceptionally gifted disciples, Yue Buqun replied with a smile. You speak of dreams again. Martial prodigies with exceptional roots are a rarity, appearing only once in a century. Other sects would be overjoyed to find even one, yet you wish to acquire several? Truly, you are insatiable, Ning Zhongzi chuckled. Is it not to restore the Huashan Sect's esteemed reputation as swiftly as possible? Yue Buqun smiled in return. Senior brother, do not underestimate yourself. Although our Huashan Sect has faced great calamities, we have nevertheless emerged purified, having eradicated the malignant influences. The path ahead promises to be extraordinarily swift. Moreover, given your youth, you have already mastered the Zixia secret manual to such an advanced level, surpassing the accomplishments of our forebears. I firmly believe that under your stewardship, our Huashan Sect shall once again bask in glory. Ning Zhongzi's words were indeed melodious, instilling confidence and stirring emotions. Junior sister, with your encouragement, the revival of our Huashan Sect is surely within reach. Yue Buqun nodded in agreement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of spring when the snow would melt. For then he would descend the mountain once more. This time, he was determined to restore the esteemed reputation of the gentleman's sword. Chapter 011. The caravan as spring graces the earth, the snow melts away, and the dormant life of winter eagerly awakens beneath the gentle caress of the spring breeze. On a vital thoroughfare leading into the heart of the country, a convoy of horse-drawn carriages is making its slow progress. Among this assembly are individuals of various ages and genders, a bustling family unit, with several carts laden with large trunks, brimming with luggage, suggesting a significant relocation. Father, why must we leave the capital? After all, it is a land of prosperity. Why journey so far back? A young man at the front of the leading carriage inquired of an elder seated opposite him. The elder, with a stern visage and a meticulously groomed beard, donned a gentleman's hat, exuding the aura of someone who once wielded considerable power. Impudent wretch. The elder scolded sharply in response to the young man's question. I have retired. What purpose would I have to linger in the capital? Though his words conveyed dismissal, his mind harbored a different sentiment. In this era, with treacherous officials in power and a feeble emperor, his steadfast integrity would not serve him well. If he did not remove his family from this perilous environment, calamity would inevitably befall them. The young man, chastised, refrained from further inquiry and hastily changed the subject. Father, I have heard that bandits roam this region. We should hire more guards. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly, as if in response to the young man's words, rustling sounds emerged from the woods flanking the road. The horses, sensing danger, grew restless, snorting and stamping their hooves. What is happening? The elder, disturbed by the carriage's tremors, inquired urgently. Before the driver could respond, a swift arrow shot forth from the thicket, piercing the driver's neck. The man fell without a struggle, his body collapsing to the ground. What is going on? Panic seized everyone as a horde of bandits surged forth from the dense forest, brandishing gleaming blades, encircling the entire caravan. A boisterous laughter erupted as a burly one-eyed man with a scraggly beard stepped forward. By the heavens, 3 months without spoils, and we strike gold on our first haul. Ha ha ha. Amidst the chaos, the elder remained composed, emerging from the carriage with his son's assistance. Esteemed leader, we are merely passing merchants. We did not intend to intrude upon your territory. Here is a small token of goodwill. I hope you and your men will show us some leniency. The elder spoke calmly, retrieving a bulging blue package from the carriage. The one-eyed bandit, taken aback by the elder's demeanor, exchanged a glance with his comrades. A subordinate quickly approached, using a knife to pry the package from the elder's hands, presenting it to the one-eyed leader. The leader merely lifted a corner of the package, casting a glance inside. Oh, splendid. It's filled with large ingots of silver, weighing at least 70 or 80 taels. In ordinary circumstances, according to the rules of the underworld, they would have been allowed to pass. Although they had already turned to banditry, they adhered to their own set of codes of honor. However, today was different. Since the new year, they had not opened for business, and with so many brothers to support, hunger had driven them to desperation. They could not afford to let go of such a significant opportunity. Moreover, among the group of captives were several beautiful young women, making it even more imperative to keep them. Suddenly, the old man perceived the danger in the one-eyed man's gaze, realizing the precariousness of the situation. Following him were his wife and daughters, along with several concubines and a few young granddaughters. As a family of officials, they had been raised with delicate beauty, and while they may have gone unnoticed in the capital, here in this remote mountain area, they were undeniably striking. Old man, today is your misfortune. Not only do I intend to rob you of your wealth, but I shall also take my fill of pleasure, the one-eyed man cackled ominously, raising his hand to signal his comrades to silence the old man. How audacious! The elder rebuked, instantly commanding the attention of the approaching bandits. I am a 5th-rank official of the Ministry of Revenue. Do you dare to assassinate a government official and risk the annihilation of your entire clan? Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man hesitated momentarily before spitting disdainfully. I thrive on killing officials and inciting rebellion. Brothers, take the women back to the stronghold and kill all the men, leave no survivors. With a cold snort, he charged forward, brandishing his knife. The hired help by the caravan proved utterly ineffective, initially paralyzed by fear. They were now compelled to fight back in desperation. Yet, they were no match for the seasoned bandits, whose murderous aura was palpable from years of violence. In an instant, half of the elder's companions lay dead, blood splattering across the faces of the captives, causing those with weaker constitutions to faint from the shock. Is heaven determined to bring about my demise? The old man lamented, tears streaming down his face. To die not in the political strife of the court, but at the hands of bandits was a cruel irony, as if heaven was punishing him for evading factional conflict. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how could they dare to kill and plunder? Just as his family was on the brink of suffering a dreadful fate, a melodious voice rang out. A young man descended gracefully from the sky, wielding a long sword. With a fluid motion, he dispatched 2 bandits mid-attack, their bodies flying like discarded sacks and crashing into nearby saplings. Who dares? The one-eyed man exclaimed, startled, raising his blade defensively. The young man turned with a smile, introducing himself. Huashan Sect, Yue Buqun. What? The Huashan Sect? The one-eyed man felt a surge of panic. Recently, the Huashan Sect had gained immense notoriety in the Guangzhou region, having eradicated dozens of gangs without mercy. Yet, their current location was over 200 miles from Huashan. Why would Yue Buqun come all this way? Brothers, attack together. Let us eliminate this Yue Buqun first. With a commanding shout from the one-eyed giant, The bandits, who had been besieging the convoy, gathered around Yue Buqun. In their perception, the convoy was merely a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter, and dispatching them was simply a matter of time. Conversely, Yue Buqun, hailing from the Huashan Sect, embodied the spirit of a chivalrous hero who intervened in the face of injustice. If he were to be spared, the consequences could be dire. With a single cry, dozens of gleaming blades descended upon Yue Buqun like a torrential downpour. Chapter 012. The sword shatters the clear wind stronghold. To flaunt one's skills before experts is sheer folly. With a cold snort, Yue Buqun channeled the Zixia divine art into his sword. A flash of sword light erupted forth, and the most exuberant of the bandits were instantly met with swift retribution, their throats sliced open, blood gushing onto the earth and coalescing into a stream. Seizing the advantage, Yue Buqun turned, wielding his sword with an effortless grace, and in a flurry of movements, yet another wave of bandits fell. In mere moments, the number of bandits had dwindled by more than half. The blood spilling onto the ground obscured the earthy scent of the grass on either side of the road. A cry of panic pierced the air, prompting the remaining bandits to abandon their leader, their psychological defenses shattered as they scattered in terror. This was no mere skirmish, but a one-sided massacre. Staying put would be akin to inviting death from the king of hell. In that moment, the bandits cursed their very existence, wishing they had been born with additional legs to flee. Could they escape? Yue Buqun's gaze was piercing. Every bandit bore the stain of innocent blood on their hands, and he felt it was imperative to eradicate them completely to honor the souls of the slain. With a powerful push off the ground, he darted forward, swiftly catching two of the fleeing bandits, his sword dancing in the air with a technique he called golden goose soaring, sending them to their demise. His form shifted gracefully, leaping 3 or 5 times to pursue another trio, delivering them to the same fate. Before long, only a single one-eyed, bearded ruffian remained, trembling in fright. As the leader of this band of miscreants, he lacked even the courage to flee. Such a rabble understood all too well the terror of the Huashan Sect. To run was death, and to stay was also death. Thus, he resolved not to run, holding on to a slim thread of hope for survival. "Thank you, noble hero." In the caravan, an elderly man, filled with gratitude, hurriedly bowed in thanks. Yue Buqun had timed his intervention impeccably. Had he arrived too early, it would have been mere embellishment, and had he arrived later, it would have been a regret. This moment was perfectly poised, akin to a timely gift in a snowstorm. "Please, rise," Yue Buqun said, stepping forward to assist him, engaging in polite conversation for a while. "I am an old resident of Xianyang, and indeed, one could say I share a connection with you, Hero Yue." The elder sought to cultivate familiarity, having been thoroughly intimidated by the local bandits, which left him psychologically reliant on Yue Buqun. If only he could have the hero by his side during the remainder of the journey, he would feel utterly secure. "Hero Yue, I still have a considerable distance to travel to return home. Might you accompany me? I would be honored to prepare a feast of lamb and beef to express my profound gratitude for saving my family," the elder implored, bowing once more. "Do not worry, my good sir. I have vanquished all the mountain bandits along this route. You need not fear the journey ahead. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. I promise to pay a visit to your home the next time I pass through Xianyang." Yue Buqun gently declined the elder's invitation. Seeing that his request could not be fulfilled, the elder reluctantly acquiesced, quickly producing a business card from his sleeve. "This is my calling card. Though I am but a humble man, I am a retired official in the capital and possess some connections. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. I would brave fire and water for you," he offered, producing a pouch filled with silver ingots, insisting that Yue Buqun accept it. Such a scenario is utterly unacceptable. The package I previously bestowed upon the bandit has also been reclaimed by Yue Buqun, who has now exchanged it for the old man. This is indeed a moment to cultivate reputation, and not a single blemish must tarnish one's name. The old man, accompanied by his family, expressed boundless gratitude before departing. The Minister of Revenue, Zhao Qingzong, presented a nameplate that Yue Buqun merely glanced at before tucking it away. Once all matters were attended to, Yue Buqun finally turned his attention to the one-eyed bandit. "Speak, how many men remain in your lair?" he inquired, having traversed the route with precision. He had learned of the existence of Qingfeng Zhai, a stronghold of over 100 bandits, wreaking havoc unopposed. "There are still 50 or 60 men," the one-eyed giant responded, trembling. "Take me there," Yue Buqun commanded. "Will I survive?" the one-eyed man asked, apprehensively. At this, Yue Buqun revealed a familiar smile, stating, "Of course you will survive. To accompany me there is to abandon the path of evil. Once you have turned from it, how could you not live?" The one-eyed man felt a sense of relief. The righteous sects are known for their honor, and their words bear weight. He understood well the purpose of his guidance. Yet in seeking a sliver of hope, he thought, better to perish with comrades than alone. At Qingfengzhai, the chieftain was convening his brothers in the assembly hall. Suddenly, a frantic subordinate rushed in. "Chief, the third has descended the mountain for trade, but he has returned with only one companion." "What?" The chieftain immediately rose, alarmed. The third had taken nearly half the men. How could he return with but one? Had they encountered an ambush? With this thought, the chieftain hastily rallied his brothers and rushed outside. "Third, what has happened? Why are there only two of you? Wait, who is this?" As the chieftain prepared to interrogate, he was startled to see the unfamiliar face of Yue Buqun, instinctively reaching for his sword. Years of experience informed him that something was amiss. He is, the one-eyed bandit stuttered. "I have come to escort you back to your homeland," Yue Buqun replied with a grin. "Attack!" The chieftain bellowed, erupting into action, his blade descending upon Yue Buqun's head. Unfazed, Yue Buqun seized the one-eyed man, using his body as a shield. With a sickening thud, the blade struck the one-eyed man, leaving a long gash across his face. "You promised not to kill me. You righteous sects, your words must hold true," he gasped before drawing his last breath. "That is not my doing. It is your leader who has slain you," Yue Buqun retorted with a cold laugh, kicking the lifeless body towards the crowd. In the ensuing chaos, he concealed himself behind the corpse, launching forth at an incredible angle, dispatching foes with ruthless efficiency. The air was filled with anguished cries, each one signifying a life extinguished. Before long, the entire stronghold lay in ruins, for none could withstand his might, not even the chieftain, who fell after merely 3 exchanges. Yue Buqun recognized that among these men, there were surely common folk who, out of desperation, had resorted to a life of banditry. However, at the moment their hands were stained with blood, they ceased to be mere commoners and became demons deserving of their fate. Having scoured their lair, Yue Buqun discovered only a meager sum of silver, realizing that these bandits appeared to be impoverished, leaving him to ponder where their wealth had vanished. Ultimately, he set ablaze this wretched place. With this descent from the mountains, his mission reached a satisfactory conclusion. As he gazed upon the soaring flames, his heart brimmed with reflection. This expedition had spanned nearly 3 months, during which he had vanquished countless brigands and strongholds, rescuing numerous virtuous maidens and the daughters of affluent families, thus amplifying his renown, which had spread from Weinan to the surrounding Guangzhou region. Yet, while his chivalrous endeavors had come to an end, more pressing matters awaited his attention. Accomplishing them would signify true fulfillment. Chapter 13. The art of storytelling in the humble confines of a residence in Weinan Prefecture. Several storytellers gathered today. Their ranks varied, clearly demarcated by skill and success. Those who thrived could perform in bustling tea houses and taverns, while others, less fortunate, resorted to peddling their tales on the streets, earning mere coins. Yet, it must be noted that not every street performer was lacking in talent. The disparity often lay in the quality of their narratives. Wealthier storytellers could afford to commission new tales, while their less privileged counterparts often recycled the same few stories, rendering their performances monotonous. However, the group assembled today comprised both affluent and modest storytellers. Despite their apparent differences, the generosity of one individual fostered a harmonious atmosphere among them. "What are we truly here for?" one storyteller inquired. "Once we accept payment, we must be judicious with our words. It is unwise to inquire excessively," another replied, reclining in a chair with eyes closed in contemplation. "But the sum we have received today is extraordinary. I have not earned such a bounty in months. Perhaps even a year," interjected a well-dressed storyteller nearby. Indeed, the others echoed in agreement, clearly appreciative of their compensation. As their discussion unfolded, the door to the guest room creaked open, and Yue Buqun, clad in a green robe and carrying a bundle, stepped inside. "Esteemed gentlemen, I apologize for the wait," he said, bowing repeatedly. At once, the others rose, returning the gesture with respectful bows. "I have summoned you here primarily to share some manuscripts that I wish for you to evaluate," Yue Buqun stated, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. He produced a stack of manuscripts from his bundle, distributing one to each storyteller. The storytellers wasted no time in delving into the narratives contained within the manuscripts. Initially indifferent, their expressions gradually transformed. Some appeared exhilarated, others astonished, and some nodded in admiration. After a considerable time had passed, they finally concluded their reading. "What think you of these tales?" Yue Buqun inquired. "Forgive my candor, but I have heard whispers of these events recently, albeit without such comprehensiveness. Are you suggesting that all recorded herein is factual?" one storyteller boldly asked. "Indeed, Each account is true, Yue Buqun affirmed with a nod. The stories within these manuscripts chronicled his recent acts of chivalry, meticulously narrated and embellished by a hired hand to enhance their appeal. Upon reviewing the final drafts, Yue Buqun felt a sense of satisfaction with the results. Are you implying that you wish for us to narrate these stories? Another storyteller queried. Precisely so, Yue Buqun confirmed. This was a crucial aspect of his grand design. In the pursuit of chivalry, truth accounts for a mere third, while reputation constitutes the remaining 7 parts. In this era, to elevate his standing, he must ensure that his deeds are disseminated far and wide through the voices of storytellers. Doing good deeds without seeking reward may be seen as an act of folly. What Yue Buqun yearned for was not wealth, but renown. When Confucius' disciple, Zilu, traveled the states, he encountered a man from Lu who had been captured and enslaved in a foreign land. Zilu, out of his own pocket, redeemed the man. According to Lu's laws, he was to be rewarded with a cow, yet Zilu adamantly refused the gift. Upon learning of this incident, Confucius reprimanded Zilu, stating, "As my disciple, if you perform good deeds without seeking recompense, others will hesitate to claim their rewards for good deeds. Over time, who will spend money to redeem wandering Lu citizens?" Ashamed, Zilu accepted the cow. With such venerable precedents, Yue Buqun saw no fault in his actions. Even if word of his deeds reached the ears of the discerning, they would find no moral grounds to criticize him. The storytellers were immensely pleased, as they had grown weary of reciting the same tales. Otherwise, they would not have eagerly sought out someone to compose new scripts. Now, Yue Buqun not only provided adaptations of the most popular happenings in the martial world, but also enriched these individuals with silver. Such a benevolent act was indeed a rarity. Thus, a mutually beneficial arrangement was forged, and the storytellers could hardly contain their excitement to return home and memorize these new tales. Please, do not rush away. I have some extra copies here. If any of you know fellow storytellers, kindly pass them along, Yue Buqun remarked, distributing a thick stack, 2 copies to each. The storytellers pondered how they could share a story that had yet to be told. However, they soon reconciled, realizing that Yue Buqun had approached them for a reason, likely seeking out other storytellers as well. Rather than hoarding their treasures, it was wiser to be generous and foster goodwill. Additionally, selling the tales was an option as well. As a result, merely 3 days later, tales of Yue Buqun of Huashan, who vanquished 2 heroes with a single strike and soared against Qin Feng, Zhai, began to circulate in the marketplace. Some talented storytellers even reworked the narratives, presenting them with exceptional flair. Yue Buqun attended a couple of performances, and the applause for these chivalrous tales was ceaseless, yielding substantial profits for the storytellers. Such occurrences were not confined to Weinan. Yue Buqun implemented the same strategy throughout the surrounding regions of Huashan. In this regard, he was quite willing to invest. After all, in the martial world, while skill is paramount, reputation surpasses all. Without fame, how could one establish a sect or recruit disciples? Who would come? Only with a resounding name could he attract more individuals to seek his mentorship, allowing him the opportunity to select the most promising pupils. All of this was a preparation for Yue Buqun's future plans. It is said that with sword in hand, Yue Buqun, invincible and heroic, ventured deep into Qin Feng Zhai and set ablaze the foul place, cleansing it thoroughly. The storyteller struck the wooden block, and the audience erupted in applause. The storyteller continued, proclaiming that this man was the epitome of chivalry, standing against injustice, aiding the weak, embodying the virtues of ancient gentlemen, truly deserving of the title Gentleman's Sword. All of this effort by Yue Buqun was aimed at attaining these 3 words. In no time, the title Gentleman's Sword began to circulate throughout the martial world, the tale spreading wider with each recounting by the storyteller. Before long, it garnered the recognition of the common folk in the Huashan region and some fellow practitioners of martial arts. After 2 or 3 months, the collective acclaim solidified Yue Buqun's reputation as the Gentleman's Sword. It was time to return to the mountains. Under the moonlight, in the depths of night, Yue Buqun found himself yearning for his beloved wife. Achieving the title of Gentleman's Sword in just 6 months was undoubtedly a swifter accomplishment than that of the original owner. Thus, the time freed up could be devoted to studying the Purple Mist secret manual, which represented his sole chance for a reversal of fortune. Chapter 014. The entrance of Ling Hu Chong. As they journeyed back, the wheat in the fields had begun to sprout its ears. Yue Buqun couldn't help but sigh. Time flows like this, relentless both day and night. As they approached the foot of Mount Hua, it was midday, and after a tiring and hunger-filled trek, Yue Buqun decided to rest at a roadside stall, ordering a bowl of tea to refresh himself. The vendor had just steamed fresh buns, their enticing aroma wafting through the air, igniting Yue Buqun's appetite. He fished out 2 copper coins from his pocket and purchased 2 buns. These white flour buns were large and round, soft and fragrant, bursting with the essence of wheat with each bite. Yue Buqun's appetite grew insatiable. After devouring 2, he still craved more and asked the vendor for another. Just as he opened his mouth to take a bite, he caught sight of a ragged little child nearby, staring intently at him. More precisely, the child was fixated on the white buns in Yue Buqun's hand, and he could see the child's throat bobbing, evidently swallowing saliva in anticipation. Although Yue Buqun was a man capable of ruthless deeds, he was not devoid of compassion. Seeing such poverty stirred his heart, and he always refrained from displaying arrogance, instead choosing to be kind. The sight of the frail child reminded him of his own wife and daughter. His little Lingshan must be over a year old now, likely able to walk and babble. He wondered if she could call out for her father and mother. This thought enveloped Yue Buqun in warmth, deepening his sympathy for the ragged child. He waved his hand, beckoning the child to come closer. The child glanced around, confirming that he was indeed being called, and unsteadily approached. "Uncle, did you call me?" The child's voice rang out clearly. Despite his tattered clothing and dirt-stained hands and feet, his demeanor was remarkably composed, unlike that of typical beggars. "Child, are you hungry?" Yue Buqun asked with a smile. The child merely nodded, the frequency of his throat swallowing noticeably increasing. "Innkeeper, bring me 4 more buns and a bowl of tea," Yue Buqun called out. Before long, the steaming 4 buns were placed on a plate before him, the unique fragrance of the white flour causing the little boy to tremble, a clear sign of his extreme hunger. However, even knowing that the buns and tea were most likely meant for him, he did not lunge for them like a ravenous wolf. Instead, he patiently awaited Yue Buqun's cue. Yue Buqun was taken aback, regarding the child with newfound respect. "Sit down and eat quickly," he said kindly. "Thank you, uncle." The child first cupped his hands in gratitude before sitting down, grabbing a bun and devouring it voraciously. Despite being so starved, he still remembered to be polite. Yue Buqun's eyes brightened, and he found himself increasingly fond of this child. Once the 4 buns were consumed and the tea emptied, Yue Buqun inquired, "Are you full? If not, I can get you 2 more." "Uncle, I am already full. Thank you," the child replied gratefully. However, his demeanor clearly indicated that he was merely satiated, yet he exhibited no insatiable greed, understanding the virtue of moderation. This endearing quality endeared him further to Yue Buqun, who could not help but grasp the child's arm, swiftly caressing a few inches from his wrist to his shoulder. Remarkably, he possessed a commendable foundation. "My child, would you consider becoming my disciple?" Yue Buqun, in high spirits, could not resist the thought of taking on an apprentice. The young boy, taken aback by the sudden touch, initially assumed it to be an undesirable peculiarity. Upon hearing the proposition, his mind struggled to comprehend. "Uncle, what do you do, and what could you possibly teach me?" The child pondered, refraining from an immediate acceptance, and instead responding with a question. "Ah, a cautious individual indeed. A promising candidate." Yue Buqun's heart swelled with delight as he proclaimed, "I am Yue Buqun, the leader of the Huashan Sect. To be my disciple, naturally, I shall impart to you the art of martial prowess." "What? You are the gentleman's sword, Yue Buqun?" At this revelation, it was the child who was now astonished. He quickly shuffled his stool aside, knelt on the ground, and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I wish to become your disciple." Yue Buqun felt a sense of pride, realizing the value of his expenditures. Even a child recognized the illustrious name of the gentleman's sword. Surely, this renown had reached the ears of fellow practitioners across the other 4 mountains. He assisted the boy to his feet, tidied his hair and clothing of debris, and requested some clean water from the innkeeper to allow the child to wash his face and hands. This was a handsome young boy, approximately 10 years of age, though his face appeared slightly elongated for one of his age. "Do you have parents? How did you come to wander here?" Yue Buqun inquired. "To be honest, master, my hometown suffered a severe drought last year, and my parents perished from starvation. I have been begging and wandering, unaware of the names of the places I traversed, until I unwittingly arrived here," the young boy replied. "I see," Yue Buqun nodded, reflecting on the boy's tragic circumstances. However, with his parents deceased, there was no need to seek their consent for the apprenticeship, thus expediting the process for an immediate return to Huashan. "By the way, what is your name?" Yue Buqun casually asked, as they were still some distance from Huashan, and he needed a means of address for the journey. "My name is Huashan." Yue Buqun sprang up from his seat, as if stung, astonished. What folly was this? To have whimsically taken on a disciple, only to discover it was Huashan. Could it be fate's design? "Master, what is the matter?" Huashan, bewildered, wondered if his surname might be a source of superstition for his new mentor. "No matter, it is getting late. Let us hasten our journey. upon reaching the next town. I shall procure you some clothing. Yue Buqun replied with a smile, the earlier astonishment having vanished without a trace, as if it had never occurred. Did he harbor any aversion towards Ling Huchong? Certainly not. Yue Buqun had always believed that Ling Huchong's misdeeds stemmed from inadequate guidance or overly strict discipline. Might he now have the opportunity to influence him positively? As for killing Ling Huchong, that is utterly impossible. He is the eldest disciple who will support the facade of the sect and possesses the best opportunities within the narrative. How could one bear to take his life? Moreover, in the past, when Wang Mang sought to eliminate all those named Lu Xiu, he ultimately lost the empire to Lu Xiu himself. Thus, even if Ling Huchong were to be slain, there would surely be Ling Huqong and Ling Hu Sanchong. Such an act would be devoid of significance. At the foot of Mount Huashan, they finally returned. Yue Buqun inhaled the familiar air, his spirits lifted. The area was bustling with shops, taverns, restaurants, and bathhouses. First, Yue Buqun guided Ling Huchong to purchase 2 sets of clothing, and then he took him for a refreshing bath. After this transformation, Ling Huchong evolved from a young beggar into a youthful lad. Having been away from home for an extended period, Yue Buqun felt a profound longing for his wife and daughter. Consequently, he paused to acquire several gifts, filling numerous packages of various sizes. The master and his young disciple each carried a load, one large and one small, as they began their ascent up the mountain. Chapter 015. The Disciple's Senior Brother. Upon seeing Yue Buqun's return, Ning Zhongzi, cradling a child, felt an overwhelming joy. The family gathered together, naturally basking in warmth and harmony. Senior brother, is this child the one beside you, Ling Huchong? Ning Zhongzi inquired. Consequently, Yue Buqun recounted the situation briefly and then declared, I have a special connection with this child. I intend to accept him as the first disciple of our Huashan Sect. Ning Zhongzi, upon hearing this, felt even more elated. Taking on a disciple was the initial step towards revitalizing the Huashan Sect, signifying that her senior brother's skills had reached a commendable level. Otherwise, he would not dare to take on a student. Thus, 7 days later, Yue Buqun meticulously selected an auspicious day, held a ritual in the incense hall, and honored their ancestors, officially admitting Ling Huchong into the sect. Finally, the next generation of Huashan had a lineage. In the subsequent days, everything returned to its rightful course. Aside from playfully teasing Ling Shan, Yue Buqun dedicated most of his time to teaching Ling Huchong. Initially, he guided him in familiarizing himself with the Huashan environment, before imparting the foundational internal skill, Baoyuan Jin. This technique is one of the 9 fundamental skills of the Huashan Sect, divided into 3 levels, each of which is further classified into entry, minor success, and major success. It is a genuine Taoist practice handed down by ancestors over a century ago. As expected, Ling Huchong exhibited remarkable talent. Within merely a month, he had already grasped the threshold of entry. Yue Buqun felt a sense of relief, setting aside his later misdeeds. This first disciple truly brought him pride in the early stages. Subsequently, Yue Buqun taught him several moves of the Huashan sword technique. After Ling Huchong had refined his stances for half a month, Yue Buqun finally felt reassured and, after a brief pause, began to pack his belongings once more. It was time to return to the Thinking Cliff for further seclusion. With only a little over 15 years remaining, he needed to seize the moment. Thus, every half-month, Yue Buqun would retreat to the Thinking Cliff to assess Ling Huchong's martial progress, impart new techniques, and then retreat again for further contemplation. Master and disciple, both striving diligently, while time passed steadily in their endeavors. 3 years later, on the Thinking Cliff, Yue Buqun was in a critical moment of training. He sat cross-legged on the terrace at the cave's entrance, facing the rising sun, his face enveloped in a vibrant purple aura. His expression bore a hint of anguish. Within him, the Zixia true energy surged wildly, its velocity causing his body to heat up, teetering on the brink of losing control. If he did not cease his practice soon, he risked a complete transformation into a rainbow. In ancient times, certain high monks would suddenly vanish, their bodies turning into a radiant rainbow, leaving no trace behind. This phenomenon is known as rainbow transformation. The underlying principle is that the true energy circulates too swiftly, raising body temperature to an extreme. If not managed properly, flesh and even marrow could vaporize in an instant. Just a little more, just a little more. Yue Buqun felt a surge of madness. His body was on the very edge of its limits, yet he continued to tread the fine line. In the next moment, a spurt of fresh blood erupted from Yue Buqun, who collapsed to the ground, his skin flushed as if scalded by boiling water. Yet, the expression on his face was one of uncontainable ecstasy. This time, he had saved at least 6 months of arduous effort. As he awaited the heat within him to dissipate, he gradually managed to rise to his feet. This time, he had forcibly broken through and finally cultivated the Purple Mist secret manual to the threshold of the 3rd level, barely reaching the realm that the original master had achieved 12 years later. This indicated that defying fate was no longer a mere fantasy, and the revival of Mount Hua was no longer an empty promise. At this moment, although his cultivation did not yet rival that of a grandmaster, he undoubtedly stood as the foremost among the leaders of the 5 Mountain Sect. After resting for a while, Yue Buqun felt he had nearly regained his strength and wished to test his Purple Mist divine skill. Over a year ago, when he had achieved the 2nd major completion of the Purple Mist secret manual, he had attempted it then. At that time, he had exerted his full strength to channel the Purple Mist true qi, propelling a leaf that struck the mountain wall. The result was that the leaf shattered into fragments, leaving only a faint mark on the wall, too slight to be noticed, far from the ability to harm with mere fallen leaves or flying petals. He was eager to see what the outcome would be this time. He began to gradually accumulate energy, the Purple Mist divine skill surging like waves, and within moments, a violet aura enveloped his entire face. Yue Buqun summoned his true qi, plucked a leaf, and with a vigorous throw, the leaf whirled at high speed like an arrow, embedding itself into the mountain wall to the depth of about 1/5 of its body. Ha! Yue Buqun laughed heartily, feeling a surge of confidence, a sensation of mastering his own destiny, no longer merely a pawn in the game. Meanwhile, in the Hua Mountain Martial Arts Hall, Ling Huchong was practicing his sword techniques, each move imbued with grace. The swordplay of the Hua Mountain Sect had evolved through generations of diligent research by the sword masters, balancing practical combat effectiveness with an inherent elegance in footwork, rendering the performance both captivating and aesthetically pleasing. The tall pines welcomed guests, golden wild geese soared across the sky, and the wayward sun returned. After several flawless maneuvers, Ling Huchong sheathed his sword and exhaled deeply. Indeed, Yue Buqun's expression was solemn. Each time he descended the mountain, he assessed Ling Huchong's progress, and he was invariably satisfied with the results. "Chonger, you have mastered these sword techniques quite well. What you lack is experience in actual combat against adversaries. With gradual refinement, you shall achieve a harmonious understanding. We shall conclude for today, and tomorrow I will teach you new sword moves." "Thank you, master," Ling Huchong replied eagerly. At that moment, Ning Zhongzi approached, holding Yu Lingshan's small hand. Now 5 years old, she was a charming little girl, brimming with youthful exuberance. Upon entering, she rushed towards Yue Buqun, tugging at his sleeve and calling out "Daddy" affectionately. Yue Buqun looked at her with indulgence. Having raised his daughter to this age, he felt a profoundly different emotion than when reading the original tale. Upon contemplating the future, Yue Buqun could hardly contain his rage at the thought of his beloved daughter marrying the unworthy Lin Pingxi. This tragedy must be averted at all costs. Thus, aside from his aspirations of abandoning the No JJ book and revitalizing Huashan, he now added the lifelong happiness of his daughter to his list of priorities. Whenever the master and disciple met, their focus solely revolved around martial arts training. Meanwhile, Ning Zhongzi, overwhelmed by maternal instincts, suggested, "Our child is still quite young. He ought to rest and recuperate. A balance of work and leisure is essential for both physical and mental well-being. Young people are naturally energetic, and we must not allow him to be consumed solely by training." Coincidentally, there is a grand market at the foot of the mountain tomorrow. Why not take Chonger and Lingshan for a stroll? Chapter 016. Lao Duo, I want to go. I want to go. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingshan joyfully leapt to her feet. The Huashan Sect was sparsely populated, and the absence of playmates made life exceedingly dull. Thus, the prospect of attending a grand market filled her with unparalleled delight. Too much indulgence leads to a wayward child, Yue Buqun thought helplessly. He could not bear to disappoint the young girl and reluctantly nodded, managing a faint smile. Over the years, the couple had been unable to conceive again. Although Ning Zhongzi did not voice her feelings, she harbored a deep sense of guilt. In this era, failing to bear a son for her husband was an alarming matter. Had they been an ordinary family in the valley, it might have led to divorce or the taking of a concubine. Yue Buqun, while indifferent to such concerns and aware of the narrative, understood that they had only Yu Lingshan as their sole offspring. Yet, this was a source of profound melancholy for Ning Zhongzi. Fortunately, with the arrival of Ling Huchong, a gifted orphan and the foremost disciple of the sect, their sorrow was alleviated. Ning Zhongzi, much like in the original tale, raised him as her own son. The following day, at the foot of Huashan, a bustling market had emerged, teeming with life. Today marked a grand gathering, and the crowd was a sea of bustling bodies. Yu Lingshan, exuberant as though liberated from confinement, marveled at everything. the windmills, candied hawthorns, clay dolls, and sugar figurines, collecting a veritable trove of delights. Though Ling Huchong was slightly older, at merely 13, he still retained a youthful exuberance, leading Yu Lingshan in playful antics, both thoroughly enjoying themselves. The bond between master and disciple resembled that of father and son. Over the years, his master and mistress had treated him with great kindness, nurturing his once timid spirit into one of vivacity, far removed from his previous life of caution and fear. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the throng ahead, accompanied by terrified screams. Fabrics and vegetables from nearby stalls were sent soaring into the air, indicating a frantic chase taking place. Yue Buqun narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, shielding his wife, daughter, and Ling Huchong behind him. Moments later, a path opened in the crowd, revealing a disheveled young man in his 30s, blood staining his garments. As he ran, he knocked over stalls in a desperate attempt to thwart his pursuers. Behind him trailed two masked figures clad in black, their eyes fierce, brandishing gleaming blades that sent waves of terror rippling through the crowd. Who dares to commit murder under the bright sun, in broad daylight, at the foot of Huashan? Ning Zhongze exclaimed in disbelief. Was the world in such turmoil? Had not her elder brother recently restored peace to the Huashan territory? Could there truly be remnants of chaos escaping his vigilance? Yu Lingshan had never encountered such a scene. Her face paled in fright as she clutched Ling Huchong's garments tightly. Yet, Ling Huchong, rather than succumbing to fear, wore an expression of curiosity, even considering intervening in the fray. To slay indiscriminately at the foot of Huashan, do they think my sect is but clay to be molded? Yue Buqun huffed coldly. This area, merely a couple of hours from Huashan, belonged to the Huashan Sect, and its current state was an affront to his authority as its leader. Sister, keep a close watch on Chong'er and Lingshan. As he spoke, Yue Buqun swiftly advanced, delivering a palm strike that immediately obstructed the path of two men clad in black. Who dares to hinder our affairs? One of the black-clad figures inquired with a furrowed brow, having felt his blade sent flying by the force of the blow. The leader of the Huashan Sect, Yue Buqun. What? You are the gentleman's sword, Yue Buqun? The two men gasped in astonishment, and in the next moment, without waiting for Yue Buqun to respond, they vanished into the crowd, leaving no trace. Yue Buqun was somewhat speechless. Had his reputation grown to such an extent that it could instill fear in others? Yet, if they were aware of his name, what emboldened them to venture to the foot of Huashan to commit misdeeds? Did they harbor a sense of invincibility? Father is truly formidable. On the other side, Yu Lingshan, witnessing her father's prowess, succumbed to the childish impulse to celebrate, raising her hands in cheer. Yue Buqun merely smiled in response. Thank you, sect leader, for saving my life. The man who had been pursued gasped for breath, hurriedly kneeling in gratitude. Such a debt of gratitude warranted this act of reverence. It is of no consequence, Yue Buqun replied, helping him to his feet. Who are you? And why were those masked men after you? The man clasped his hands and replied, I am the junior, Lao Denua. However, Yue Buqun had already lost interest in the ensuing explanations. Lao Denua, could it really be him? It seemed that Zhuo Lingshan of the Huashan Sect had indeed made his move. Without a doubt, those two masked men were disciples of Huashan. Every action he took was likely under Zhuo Lingshan's scrutiny. The favor of transferring the leadership of the Five Mountains Alliance had, over time, been thoroughly exhausted. And this spectacle was evidently a prearranged scheme awaiting his descent from the mountain. Lao Denua's reasons were exceedingly plausible, so much so that they could not be faulted. The narrative involved a minor sect embroiled in enmity, leading to the annihilation of his family, culminating in expressions of profound gratitude towards Yue Buqun, along with vows of lifelong servitude and dedication. With the script already laid out, Yue Buqun naturally played along, accepting Lao Denua and bringing him back to the Huashan Sect. Denua, though you are somewhat older, you entered the sect first and shall thus be considered the elder brother, becoming my second disciple in the Huashan Sect. He stated solemnly after offering incense at the ancestral hall. Lao Denua promptly addressed the 13-year-old Ling Huchong as elder brother, which thrilled Ling Huchong immensely. In the following days of instruction, Yue Buqun generously imparted the foundational principles of the Bao Yuanjin technique, as well as the sword techniques of the Huashan Sect. Presently, Ling Huchong, possessing extraordinary talent and exceptional roots, had cultivated the Bao Yuanjin to the first major achievement and was beginning to embark upon the second level of practice. He had also mastered the sword techniques taught by his master, and having a second junior brother to spar with was certainly advantageous. In the back hall of the Huashan Sect, Yue Buqun sat alone in a grand chair, eyes closed in meditation. Chong'er had barely entered the ranks of third-rate masters in the martial world, while Lao Denua also displayed skills at the same third-rate level. Together, They had acquired the ability to guide their junior brothers and sisters. Now, there remains a little over 12 years until the tragic demise of the Yue family and the Fue escort agency. It is time to open the gates wide and recruit disciples. After much contemplation, Yue Buqun has finally reached a decision. His previous reluctance to recruit was primarily due to his limited energy. His main focus had to be on the cultivation of the Purple Mist secret manual. However, with Linghu Chong and Lao Dinua now possessing third-rate skills, they are capable of teaching on his behalf, indicating that the moment has indeed ripened. Chapter 017. The grand opening of the mountain gate. Though referred to as third-rate, these practitioners possess a certain prowess, sufficient to establish a modest sect within the martial world. For instance, the two bears, who fell victim to Yue Buqun's lethal strike, exemplify such third-rate experts. Rising above the third-rate realm, one ascends to the second-rate and subsequently the first-rate, eventually reaching the acquired realm. Beyond that lies the legendary innate realm, where one achieves mastery in martial arts, returning to simplicity and earning the title of a Grand Master. However, such figures have become nearly mythical. On the 7th day hence, coinciding with a leap month and an auspicious even date, it was deemed propitious for new beginnings, groundbreaking endeavors, and journeys. Such a favorable day is rare in the almanac, prompting Yue Buqun to designate it for the grand opening of the mountain gate, welcoming new disciples. Over the years, Yue Buqun has cultivated the Huashan Sect to a level of renown that rivals the prelude to the duel atop the Yue Peak. As news of the recruitment spread, individuals flocked to apply within mere days. The first to arrive hailed from the vicinity of Huashan, having received word early and possessing a clearer understanding of the sect's heritage. Following them were those from the Guangzhou region, where Yue Buqun's reputation has flourished in recent years. Ultimately, Yue Buqun meticulously selected the inaugural cohort of 50 disciples, each hailing from respectable backgrounds, most of them under the age of 10. These vibrant youths embody boundless potential and are likely to become the very foundation of the Huashan Sect in the future. Our Huashan Sect traces its lineage back to the Chuanjin school's founding master, Guangningzi, during the Song dynasty, representing the authentic Taoist tradition with a history spanning several centuries. The sect has developed 9 supreme arts, collectively known as the Huashan 9 skills, among which is the Zixia divine skill. In the Chongxiatang, Yue Buqun gathered the assembly and eloquently recounted the history and unique skills of the Huashan sect. This served as a form of orientation akin to modern-day onboarding, aimed at fostering a sense of identity and belonging among the new disciples. After elucidating the history and skills, Yue Buqun demonstrated a few stances, captivating the impressionable youths. He then proceeded to clarify the sect's rules and regulations. Chonger, as the senior brother, you serve as an exemplar for your fellow disciples. Please recite our sect's regulations. With that, Yue Buqun took a brief respite, sipping tea. Linghu Chong replied affirmatively. Listen closely, my fellow disciples. The first precept of our sect forbids betrayal of our masters and disrespect towards elders. The second prohibits the strong from oppressing the weak and harming the innocent. The third warns against lasciviousness and the harassment of women. The fourth condemns jealousy among peers and internecine strife. The fifth cautions against forsaking righteousness for profit and theft. The sixth admonishes against arrogance and offending fellow practitioners. The seventh forbids indiscriminate associations with rogues and collusion with evil. These are the 7 prohibitions of Huashan, which all disciples must adhere to. Chonger, it is your responsibility to oversee this. By tomorrow morning, everyone must have memorized them thoroughly. Yue Buqun patted Linghu Chong's shoulder and slowly retreated into the inner hall. As for the arrangements, they would be managed seamlessly by Lao Dinua. Setting aside his undercover identity, Lao Dinua proved himself exceptionally adept at organizing the mundane affairs of the sect, ensuring everything was in perfect order. 3 days later, the 50 disciples had become somewhat acquainted with Mount Hua, and Yue Buqun commenced the formal instruction of martial arts. However, unlike the teachings imparted to Linghu Chong and Lao Dinua, where Linghu was endowed with exceptional talent and Lao Dinua arrived with prior skills, this group of 50 disciples consisted merely of inexperienced youths, lacking any foundational training. Although a select few had dabbled in martial arts under familial guidance, their experience was negligible. Thus, the teachings began with the fundamental horse stance, a straightforward yet effective method that would lay the groundwork for their future training. Naturally, the responsibility for this instruction fell upon Linghu Chong and Lao Dinua, while Yue Buqun busied himself with packing his belongings in preparation for his retreat to the cliff of contemplation. The horse stance forms the very foundation of all martial arts, and it is crucial to remember that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. If they could not endure the seemingly simple horse stance, How could they ever withstand the rigors of martial training? Yue Buqun continued to motivate them. Seizing the day, he proclaimed a promise. Whoever first perceives the sensation of qi shall be welcomed into the incense hall as my third disciple, becoming the elder brother among you all. The second to experience this sensation shall become the fourth brother, and so forth, up to the eighth. His declaration invigorated the 50 disciples, who were currently only nominally affiliated with the Huashan Sect, having merely bowed their heads in acknowledgement of their entry, without any formal initiation or master-disciple ceremony. Upon hearing this, their enthusiasm surged. The Huashan Sect is one of the 5 mountain sword sects, renowned throughout the surrounding hundreds of miles, including the Guangzhou region, and is indisputably the foremost sect. Most of these disciples hailed from ordinary families. Upon ascending the mountain, they not only escaped labor, but also enjoyed daily meals, occasionally indulging in meat, a rare fortune that was hard to find outside the Huashan Sect. Furthermore, once they became true disciples, they would at least attain the status of wandering heroes, with privileges and recognition far surpassing those of ordinary disciples. As of now, the 50 were arranged to share accommodations, typically with 7 or 8 individuals per room. However, the esteemed Ling Huchong and the second brother Lao Denois enjoyed private quarters, a privilege that incited considerable envy among their peers. In the training hall, the disciples diligently corrected their postures and practiced earnestly under the guidance of Ling Huchong and Lao Denois, while Yue Buqun immersed himself in the study of the Zixia divine skill at the cliff of contemplation. As for the possibility of Lao Denois uncovering the secrets of the Zixia divine skill, Yue Buqun felt no apprehension. Firstly, having recently infiltrated, Lao Denois was bound to exercise caution, primarily focused on earning trust and unlikely to probe for information. Secondly, with the considerable responsibilities of instructing disciples, Lao Denois had little time to visit the cliff of contemplation daily. Such an endeavor would be exhausting. Moreover, during this pivotal period of development for the Huashan Sect, Yue Buqun's retreat for training was entirely justifiable. It would be unreasonable to expect him to idly wander instead of engaging in practice. Thus, the days passed in a flurry of activity, and before long, half a year had elapsed. Within this time frame, 3 disciples successfully perceived the sensation of qi, thereby earning their places as the 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers of the Huashan Sect. As for the remaining 47 disciples, Ning Zhongzi took 7 young girls under her wing. The rest continued their daily regimen of running, practicing stances, and developing their sense of distance and energy perception, a process that would likely require some time. On this particular day, Yue Buqun, in a moment of inspiration, decided to assess the martial progress of 5 inner disciples. First to demonstrate was Ling Huchong, the senior disciple of the sect, whose innate talent was undeniably remarkable. His swordplay exhibited an essence that already approached 7 or 8 parts of mastery, earning Yue Buqun's nod of approval. Following him was Lao Denois, who began to gradually reveal his potential, showcasing a burgeoning aptitude for martial arts. Lastly, the 3rd disciple Liang Fa, the 4th disciple Sherdaizi, and the 5th disciple Gao Jianming all performed commendably. Yue Buqun nodded thoughtfully, feigning solemnity as he offered a few words of encouragement, before making a significant decision. Chapter 018. Another 100 disciples. The development of the Huashan Sect hinges on the principle that the more disciples one has, the greater the probability of producing exceptional talents. It is only when the disciples excel and can stand independently that the pressure on their master, Yue Buqun, will significantly diminish, allowing him to engage in more critical endeavors. Even if they cannot stand alone, merely enhancing the sect's prestige is beneficial. Hence, Yue Buqun resolved to recruit an additional 100 disciples. This decision was not a spur-of-the-moment whim, but rather a well-thought-out strategy. In the original narrative, the Huashan Sect boasted only a handful of named disciples, perhaps a mere 10, with a total membership ranging from 30 to 50, at most 70 or 80. Such a scant number is characteristic of a small family business. It is no wonder that competing for the leadership of the 5 Mountains Alliance seemed like a distant fantasy, compelling the old master to resort to dubious methods. In contrast, the Songshan Sect possesses 13 esteemed guardians, each a formidable figure rivaling the leaders of entire sections. When considering the disciples of Zhuo Longchan's masters and peers, their number nearly equals that of the entire Huashan Sect. The Nanyue Huashan Sect, aside from its leader Mo Dai's lineage, includes the prosperous Lu Sanyi branch, which boasts both wealth and accomplished disciples. Additionally, the Lulianrong lineage is renowned within the martial world. As for the Beiwei Huashan Sect, though it may seem comprised solely of elderly and young nuns, they possess the 3 fixations, Dingjing, Dingxian, and Dingyi, alongside numerous properties, and as a religious order, They enjoy a vast congregation, reaping substantial offerings monthly. Their connections with the Yue sect are also intricate and profound. Although laughing proudly in the world scarcely mentions the Yue sect, it stands as a giant alongside the Shaolin and Wudong sections. The Huashan Sect is even more remarkable. As the foremost mountain in the east, it symbolizes the dawn of all creation, aligning with the Confucian cosmology that venerates the east as the source of life. It has long been the sacred site for the grand unification of dynasties, beginning with Qin Shi Huang and further solidified by emperors like Han Wudi, becoming a recognized venue for imperial rites. Consequently, the Huashan Sect has benefited from this legacy, receiving imperial favor throughout history. The leader, Tianminjinren, is arguably the most illustrious among the 5 mountain sword sects. With numerous esteemed masters under his tutelage and an impressive array of resources and martial strength that cannot be underestimated. Yue Buqun mused to himself, talent breeds hope. If strength is lacking, then let us bolster our numbers. I shall not be outdone by the Huashan Sect. Before long, the Huashan Sect was once again bustling with aspiring disciples eager to pay their respects. Following his plan, Yue Buqun selected 100 individuals from the throng. The reputation of the gentleman's sword proved remarkably effective. After the conclusion of the recruitment, Yue Buqun reflected, noting that the majority had come seeking to learn martial arts and uphold justice, drawn by the allure of the gentleman's sword. This illustrates the advantage of having a reputation. Without it, even an open invitation would yield few visitors. As per tradition, in the Chongshao Hall, Yue Buqun delivered an encouraging speech and entrusted Ling Huchong with the explanation of the 7 fundamental rules. Subsequently, he assigned 5 of his inner disciples to instruct the newcomers in foundational techniques. Everything appeared to be flourishing and orderly. However, after a year and a half, Yue Buqun found himself confronted with a pressing dilemma: a lack of funds. Maintaining a sect of 150 individuals was no trivial matter. It was not as simple as quenching one's thirst. In the days when the sword and chi sects thrived, the Huashan Sect boasted a plethora of talent and substantial resources, easily supporting hundreds. Yet, following the duel at the Yue Peak, most of their assets were sold off at a loss, recognizing that they could not be sustained. What remained were but a few scattered inns and shops, sufficient to support 30 to 50 disciples, but any more would stretch their resources thin. In those years, Yue Buqun had managed to amass some wealth by suppressing rival sects, and during the period when Huashan was closed off, his expenditures were minimal, allowing for some savings. The sale of properties also yielded additional funds, coupled with a bit of support from the Huashan Sect, which felt grateful for the Huashan Sect's previous leadership. Thus, they could sustain these 150 individuals for another year and a half. Of course, this did not imply that they were on the brink of starvation. The funds from the Huashan Revival Foundation could comfortably last for another 3 to 5 years. But what lay beyond that? What then would they do? They could not rely entirely on the beggars' sect for alms. Only upon taking charge did Yue Buqun truly grasp the exorbitant costs of daily necessities. The expenses for 150 young men, merely for rice alone, amounted to over 10 taels of silver daily, equivalent to the annual expenditure of an ordinary household, not to mention the potential costs arising from ailments or injuries. Fortunately, the situation regarding weapons was more favorable. After the disbandment of the sword sect, many unclaimed weapons remained. Yue Buqun had the foresight not to bury them alongside their former owners, but instead collected and stored them in the armory. This decision saved a significant amount of money. Otherwise, they would now be begging for funds. Despite meticulous calculations, Yue Buqun had underestimated the financial demands. Thank goodness for the swords and storage. Otherwise, providing each disciple with a wooden sword would have rendered the Huashan Sect obsolete. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yue Buqun, nevertheless, remained strategic and had plans for the future. In the rear hall of Huashan, he mysteriously summoned Lei Denuo. You have been a part of the Huashan Sect for quite some time now. Honestly, how has your master treated you? Yue Buqun inquired with an air of gravitas, as if entrusting a significant matter. Master's kindness is as weighty as a mountain. Lei Denuo immediately knelt, adopting a posture of attentive reverence. Very well, I have an important task I wish to entrust to you. Yue Buqun lowered his voice and continued. Lei Denuo's heart raced with excitement. Had he truly succeeded in gaining such trust so soon? It was far easier than he had anticipated. He could report back to the alliance leader now. Master, please instruct me. I am willing to serve. Lei Denuo feigned a demeanor of trepidation, concealing his eagerness. Indeed. Yue Buqun nodded in satisfaction, then leaned in closely to whisper the details of the task. Moments later, Lei Denuo emerged from the rear hall and in a secluded corner. A look of distress suddenly crossed his well-masked face. Originally, I assumed that Yue Buqun was about to instruct me on a significant matter, perhaps touching upon the contentious sword energy disputes of the Huashan Sect or other core secrets. Instead, to my utter dismay, he simply tasked me with menial labor. In the room, Yue Buqun gazed at the retreating figure of Laudana, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Aren't you here as an undercover agent for the Huashan Sect? Aren't you supposed to gather intelligence? Very well, I shall generously provide you with some of my own dark secrets, allowing you to make a commendable impression before Zhuoling-chan. Ba. Chapter 019. Reclaiming the assets to nurture a multitude of disciples, one must possess substantial assets. Resorting to violence or thievery is not an option for Yue Buqun, who values his reputation. Thus, he must pursue the reclamation of properties. 3 days later, Leodino descended the mountain, his visage marred by concern. Yue Buqun's instructions were far from trivial. He was tasked with devising a strategy to retrieve the assets previously sold off by the Huashan Sect. It was not a matter of eliminating Tang Sung and his disciples. Such an endeavor was fraught with difficulty and currently unattainable. Instead, the plan called for a methodical and purposeful recovery, prioritizing certain assets over others. For those lacking significant influence, a firmer approach was warranted. Yue Buqun had allocated funds for Leodino to repurchase the assets at their original selling price. Conversely, for entities with some degree of power, subtler tactics would be employed, perhaps even resorting to underhanded methods. When the Black Bear Gang and its ilk were in their prime, they had managed to extract some benefits. It was reasonable to expect they could be coaxed into doing so once more. As for the particularly formidable factions, it was prudent to bide time and strategize further. This three-step strategy, while sound in theory, risked tarnishing their reputation, and thus Leodino was designated as the scapegoat for these unsavory dealings. You shall be the villain. While I maintain my gentlemanly facade, Leodino's irritation simmered beneath his exterior. Despite his amiable demeanor, he found this role intolerable. Such actions would inevitably breed enmity, as severing one's means of livelihood is akin to murdering one's kin. He pondered the repercussions that awaited him upon his eventual return to the mountain. He could easily become a target for retribution. Yet, retreating to Songshan and abandoning his post alongside Zhuoling-chan was not an option. Having infiltrated the sect with great difficulty, he could not afford to jeopardize his position. Resolutely, he steeled himself, commencing his endeavor at a modest tea house. The Longxing Tea House, though small, boasted 2 levels and primarily served tea and light snacks. Thriving due to its location in a bustling area with low prices, Leodino had already ascertained that the establishment was run by an elderly couple with a handful of employees, and no overt influence was apparent. Esteemed guest, please proceed upstairs. A waiter greeted him upon entry. Leodino waved his hand dismissively, cutting to the chase. I seek your proprietor. Shortly thereafter, in the back of the tea house, an elderly man in his 50s trembled with rage, his hands shaking uncontrollably, yet powerless before the banner of the Huashan Sect. Master Liang, many years ago, when the Huashan Sect faced tremendous adversity, the management of this enterprise was temporarily entrusted to you. Over the years, thanks to the connection with the Huashan Sect, while it may not have filled your coffers to overflowing, it should have sufficiently provided for your retirement. Now, it is only just that the Huashan Sect wishes to reclaim the tea house. Why cling to it so stubbornly? Loudon Nuo earnestly counseled. Ultimately, under the roof of another, the old man capitulated, asking, How much can you offer me? Upon hearing this, Loudon Nuo's face brightened with joy as he replied. Years ago, our Huashan predecessors transferred it for 180 taels. Why not return it to us for the same amount today? The old man was taken aback, shaking even more violently. Over the years, he had invested considerable sums in renovations and furnishings, and now they expected to reclaim it at the original price without any added compensation. Was this not a blatant exploitation of the honest? Yet, in the end, the old man relented, exchanging the money for the land deed. However, his gaze bore a murderous intensity, as if he wished to devour Loudon Nuo whole. When a policy is enacted, those whose interests are harmed often do not hold a grudge against the policymakers. Rather, they direct their ire towards the implementers of the policy. Thus, after approximately 3 months, Loudon Nuo, under the banner of the Huashan Sect and employing some less than commendable tactics, successfully reclaimed 24 properties. Yue Buqun, swift on his heels, frequently saw Huashan disciples dispatched to take over the very next day after a withdrawal. Initially, the Huashan Sect had sold off 52 establishments. Now, they had managed to redeem over half. However, in terms of profit, the 24 properties combined likely yielded less than a third of the 28 previously relinquished. The greater the profit and scale of an enterprise, the more interests are entangled, and for now, Yue Buqun was hesitant to act, biding his time. Once he had a few disciples capable of standing on their own, he could proceed with deliberation. By that time, the title of gentleman's sword might no longer hold such significance. Should it come to that, employing certain measures, be it coercion or outright plunder, would be feasible. Duel, you have performed admirably in this endeavor. In the back hall of the Huashan Sect, Yue Buqun lauded Lao Duel, pointing a finger in praise. Initially expecting some uproar, Yue Buqun had even prepared for public relations fallout, but he was pleasantly surprised by how well Lao Duel managed the situation. Were it not for his undercover identity, such capabilities could warrant him significant responsibilities in the future. It was all due to the master's reputation. The disciple merely borrowed the tiger's might. Lao Duel humbly downplayed his role, joking that had there been any blunders, Yue Buqun would surely have thrown him to the wolves. Nevertheless, Lao Duel had grown numb to the scornful gazes of merchants. Even if his name appeared on the bounty list of assassins tomorrow, it would hardly astonish him. After offering further encouragement, Yue Buqun dismissed him. Once the back hall was empty, Yue Buqun settled down, took a sip of tea, and began to contemplate the current situation. Presently, among the 150 disciples, excluding the 22 women taken in by Ning Zhongzi, 68 had been assigned by him to manage the enterprises below the mountain. Currently, there remain 60 individuals, all of whom possess a certain aptitude for martial arts and will require focused cultivation moving forward. As for the redeemed enterprises, I have roughly estimated their profits, which are sufficient to support an additional 200 to 300 disciples. Therefore, it is time to prepare for the third recruitment of disciples. However, this time, Yue Buqun intends to adopt a different approach, eschewing the previous method of mass recruitment in favor of a long-term enrollment strategy. He plans to disseminate the information widely, remaining open for 3 consecutive years. Anyone wishing to become a disciple may come forth to participate in the assessment, and as long as they meet the necessary qualifications, they will be accepted. This approach not only prevents individuals lacking martial talent from mingling with the genuine candidates, but also enhances the likelihood of attracting superior disciples. Nevertheless, there is a downside. It becomes easier for spies from rival factions to infiltrate. Yue Buqun can only strive to mitigate this risk as much as possible. Chapter 20. A gathering of talents. The winds of Mount Hua have swept away the sands of time, and in the blink of an eye, a decade has passed. At the cliff of reflection, Yue Buqun shifted his limbs, stiff from prolonged meditation. Over the years, the Huashan Sect has flourished and expanded rapidly, with registered disciples numbering over 400, nearly reaching 500. Even Ning Zhongzi has taken in more than 70 female disciples. The disciples' abilities are currently undergoing a period of significant growth. Yue Buqun has established a criterion. Those achieving the level of a third-rate master may open a fragrance hall and be accepted as inner disciples. Presently, the Huashan Sect boasts over 60 inner disciples, with more than 20 still in their probationary period. It is anticipated that within a few months, the number of inner disciples will exceed 100. With such an increase in numbers, accommodations have become strained. Yue Buqun, with a wave of his hand, allocated substantial funds, leading to extensive construction in recent years, resulting in numerous new dwellings. Moreover, the remaining 28 properties not yet reclaimed have gradually been retrieved through various means. Not only that, but several individuals have even sought refuge by voluntarily aligning themselves with the sect. Today, the sect's assets surpass those it possessed prior to the duel on the Jade Maiden Peak, creating a flourishing and prosperous environment. The eldest disciple, Ling Huchong, has recently cultivated the embrace of the origin to the 3rd minor level, firmly establishing himself as a first-rate master. His mastery of the Hua Mountain swordplay is exceptional, though he still requires practical experience to refine his skills. The practice of embrace of the origin is relatively accessible at the outset, but becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses, demanding a considerable investment of time. Once he fully achieves the 3rd level, he will truly enter the realm of acquired mastery and could establish his own sect within the martial world. The second disciple, Lao Duel, lags somewhat behind Ling Huchong, but has nonetheless crossed the threshold into first-rate mastery. Among the inner disciples, there are over a dozen who have attained the 2nd-rate level, while the remainder are 3rd-rate. As for Ning Zhongzi, she has diligently practiced the mixed origin skill over the years. This skill, along with the mixed origin palm and purple mist divine skill, has been a cherished legacy of past leaders. However, Yue Buqun, without elders or peers, has taken it upon himself to assert that anyone capable of practicing may do so, especially since the Huashan Sect has been under his sole authority since the passing of the previous master. With high-level martial arts manuals at her disposal and an early start, Ning Zhongzi has now nearly reached the realm of acquired mastery. As for Yue Buqun himself, After decades of unwavering dedication at the Cliff of Reflection, diligently honing the Purple Mist divine skill, his efforts have finally borne fruit. He has completely mastered the first 3 levels of the Purple Mist secret manual and, 3 years ago, broke through to the 4th level, currently standing at the threshold of that level. Moreover, Yue Buqun was astonished to discover that upon reaching the 4th level of the Zixia divine skill, the need for breath regulation and auxiliary cultivation had ceased. Nevertheless, out of habit formed over the years, he continued to retreat to the thought-reflecting cliff for contemplation, whether prompted by matters at hand or not. The initial 3 levels of the Zixia divine skill focused on refining essence into energy. Yet he was surprised to find that the 4th level genuinely transformed energy into spirit. Yue Buqun stretched his body, still marveling at the revelation. Of course, this transformation of energy into spirit was not of the fantastical sort, flying through the skies, breathing azure flames, or moving mountains and seas, which only existed in tales. Ever since his breakthrough into the 4th level of the Zixia divine skill, his internal strength had deepened significantly, marking a qualitative change in his true qi, which shifted from a gaseous state towards a liquid form. According to the classification within the martial world, he had now reached at least the innate realm of returning to one's original essence. Beyond that, there seemed to be little else. As for feats such as walking on snow without leaving a trace or crossing rivers on a reed, he had yet to attain such levels, seemingly only achievable at the legendary stage of innate perfection. At present, his capabilities allowed him to leave deep impressions on stone when he stepped upon it. The ability to harm with flying petals and falling leaves was child's play, having been mastered long ago upon reaching the 3rd level of the Zixia divine skill. With the 25-year deadline approaching, his cultivation had surpassed that of the original protagonist by a significant margin. Perhaps before the curtain lifted, he could elevate his prowess further, which he deemed a capital worthy of rewriting his destiny. Yue Buqun mused. In matters of cultivation, one must adhere to the natural order and proceed methodically. Impatience yields nothing but madness, leading to the loss of everything. Now that he had cultivated the Zixia divine skill to the 4th level, he felt considerable satisfaction, especially since the most pressing threat was only Zhuolingchan. In the original narrative, old Yue's cultivation was already comparable to Zhuolingchan's. Now, it was highly probable that he had surpassed him. Furthermore, with over 500 disciples in the Huashan Sect, there was no need to worry about Zhuolingchan seeking out descendants of the Sword Sect to disrupt their affairs. A mere small fish could not stir great waves. However, there remained a deficiency in high-end combatants compared to the Songshan Sect. This was an unavoidable circumstance that could only be compensated for from other sources. Moreover, within the thought-reflecting cliff, there existed a hidden chamber filled with rapidly learnable sword techniques. Yet, it was not yet the time to reveal such knowledge. The disciples were too diverse, making it difficult to control the flow of information. Additionally, that was the Sword Sect's path, unless absolutely necessary. They had to maintain the authenticity of the Qi sect to avoid criticism, particularly from the descendants of the Sword Sect. Until success was achieved, it was imperative to uphold one's persona. As he pondered, a clear, melodious female voice echoed from a distance. Looking up, he saw a lively young girl of 18, accompanied by a charming young woman, both approaching with joyful expressions. Yue Buqun smiled. This was none other than his daughter, Yulingshan, and his wife, Ning Zhongzi. Time had passed, and the once graceful and youthful maiden had shed her youthful aura, yet she had become even more refined and beautiful. Where's Chomer? Why hasn't he come with you? Yue Buqun inquired. Humph. You ask about your senior brother upon meeting and neglect to inquire about me. Yulingshan pouted, feigning annoyance. Yue Buqun quickly appeased her, and soon she was all smiles once more. Master brother and Lu Hoa remarked, Father, your secluded cultivation has been arduous, so we have come down the mountain to prepare a feast. Yulingshan replied. Yue Buqun felt a sense of comfort. For many years, he and his wife had raised Ling Huchong as their own son, and indeed, they had not erred in their affection. It was reassuring to see a glimmer of conscience in him, and if he could maintain this standard, it would be splendid. As the protagonist and the foremost disciple, his martial prowess was among the finest of the younger generation. How fortunate it would be if such a promising talent did not stray onto a misguided path in the future. However, while aspirations are bountiful, reality often remains stark. Whether Ling Huchong will develop as he did in the original tale remains uncertain, as everything is subject to fate. Chapter 021. The arrangement of reading time swiftly passed to August, with the weather beginning to turn chilly. On Mount Hua, one had to add blankets at night, lest they be awakened by the cold, which could easily lead to a fever. At the Huashan Sect, breakfast time arrived, and over 500 disciples gathered in unison. The dining hall had long since been expanded, now capable of accommodating an additional 300 to 500 individuals. The disciples were divided into 3 groups: the ordinary disciples, whose meals consisted merely of steamed buns and thin porridge; the inner disciples, who enjoyed a more varied menu including buns; and finally, there was a separate area for the female disciples, overseen by Ning Zhongzi, partitioned by a screen to maintain propriety and encourage the disciples' ambition. Once the meal concluded, Yue Buqun returned to his study and summoned a disciple named Zhang Mingxua. This disciple was not among the inner circle. His martial arts talent was average, and he was still in the phase of strengthening his physique. "Master, you called for me." Zhang Mingxua respectfully bowed and stood attentively to the side. "Ah, Mingxua, come. Sit beside your master." Yue Buqun, known for his austere demeanor over the years, appeared unexpectedly amiable today. "Mingxua, the results of this autumn's imperial examinations have been released. Although you did not achieve the primary rank, your name did appear on the supplementary list, which brings me great solace," Yue Buqun said with a warm smile. In recent years, the disciples of the Huashan Sect had primarily pursued 3 paths. The first focused on martial arts. The second involved those who, unable to excel in martial training, were assigned to manage the sect's enterprises. And the third, like Zhang Mingxua, dedicated themselves to scholarly pursuits. Though the martial world traditionally refrained from entanglement with the court, often facing disdain as pawns of the government, the current generation of disciples was an exception. It was unreasonable to obstruct their aspirations for a civil career, particularly in the realm of scholarship and examinations. Recognizing this, Yue Buqun had established a school near the Huashan Sect years prior, inviting 2 scholars from Weinan Prefecture as teachers, and even persuading an elderly Jinshi to serve as the principal. This initiative not only enhanced the disciples' knowledge, but also provided specialized training for those with potential, guiding them towards a scholarly path. As it stood, among the disciples of the Huashan Sect, 4 had already become scholars, and 6 were recognized as Tongsheng, those who had passed both the county and provincial examinations, awaiting the final imperial examination to become full scholars, including Zhang Mingxua. This made a total of 11 learned individuals. "Master, I fear I have disappointed your and mistress's expectations." At this, Zhang Mingxua immediately rose and bowed deeply in apology. The ancients emphasized the hierarchy of heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, and teachers. Yue Buqun had provided for him for a decade, nurturing him as if he were his own child, a bond surpassing that of parents. Having only secured a place on the supplementary list, he felt a deep sense of unease. Rise. Yue Buqun hastily urged him to rise, saying, "I am not reproaching you, my dear disciple. Rather, I am genuinely pleased for you. Though this secondary list does not equate to being a scholar, it does denote you as a tribute student, permitting direct entry into the Imperial Academy for your studies." Zhang Mingxu, the tribute scholar, found himself in a unique position, one that lay between the ranks of the Xiuzai and the Jiren. In the imperial examinations at the local level, those who passed were referred to as Jiren, with only around 80 to 90 candidates from each province annually. However, beyond the Jiren, an additional 1,020 slots were allocated for the secondary list, known as tribute scholars or fukuei. While lacking the qualifications for official positions, these scholars could still enter the Imperial Academy for 3 years of study, after which they, like the Jiren, could participate in the spring examinations and be appointed to official roles. Yet, such humble beginnings often confined them to the lower echelons of power, primarily serving as county magistrates. "Master, I am still quite young, and I share a harmonious bond with my fellow disciples here at Huashan. I have no desire to part ways just yet. So I wish to wait another 3 years before entering the academy," Zhang Mingxu said, bowing respectfully, all the while cautiously observing Yue Buqun's expression. He harbored concerns that his master might dismiss him. Coming from a humble background, he had relied entirely on his master and mistress for care, and the camaraderie of his brothers-in-arms fostered a special affection for Huashan. At under 20 years of age, his emotions were still tender, making it difficult for him to consider leaving. "Very well then, let us extend your studies for 3 more years. Perhaps next time you shall surely succeed. If our Huashan sect can produce a Jiren, it would bring honor to me as your master." Yue Buqun smiled reassuringly, offering him words of comfort. He then instructed a disciple in charge to arrange for Zhang Mingxu a quiet, secluded courtyard to the south, providing him with financial support for purchasing books and increasing his monthly allowance. This gesture nearly brought Zhang Mingxu to tears. Once a master, forever a father. What parent does not dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their children? "Rest easy, and do take time to guide your junior disciples as well," Yue Buqun added with heartfelt sincerity. After Zhang Mingxu departed, a figure emerged from the inner hall, It was Ning Zhongzi. She had refrained from interrupting the master's guidance earlier. Brother, we are a martial sect, primarily focused on the way of the sword. Is it not excessive to grant such generous treatment to a disciple devoted solely to study? Ning Zhongzi expressed her concerns, fearing that this decision might alter the martial ethos of the Huashan Sect, causing everyone to aspire to scholarly pursuits. After all, the treatment recently bestowed upon Zhang Mingshu was akin to that of the sect's prominent disciple, Ling Huchong, and in some respects, even surpassed it. Ling Huchong was a figurehead, renowned for his martial prowess, ranking among the finest of the younger generation within the Five Mountains Sword Sect, thus deserving of such privileges. Zhang Mingshu, however, was, Yue Buqun chuckled softly. Studying is no simple task. If all 500 disciples were to pursue scholarly endeavors and succeed in the examinations, then I would indeed rejoice. Yue Buqun, with a hint of self-mockery, perceived the path of encouraging his disciples to pursue knowledge as a long-term endeavor. The initial investment is substantial, and the returns are not guaranteed. Even when returns do materialize, their applicability remains uncertain. However, should circumstances unfold according to his meticulous plans, the day when Ning Zhongzi truly benefits from this foresight will reveal the wisdom of his prior arrangements. Yet, at this moment, it is impossible to articulate this to Ning Zhongzi, as many scenarios are based on his own understanding of the narrative and cannot be easily explained. Perhaps in the future, our Huashan Sect might even be rebranded as the Huashan Academy. Ning Zhongzi chuckled heartily, unconditionally supporting her elder brother's decision, even if she did not fully comprehend it. Chapter 22. The curtain rises. The wait was interminable. Although Yue Buqun was aware that the plot of Smiling, Proud Wanderer was on the verge of unfolding, he could not precisely discern the year or month it would commence. According to the narrative, the annihilation of the Qingqing sect and the Fuwei escort agency served as pivotal anchors for the tale's inception. However, chronologically, it should begin with Lu Zhengfeng's notification to various sects regarding his intention to retire from the martial world. Yue Buqun pondered this, recalling that over the years, he had dispatched disciples to gather intelligence on the happenings at Mount Hung in the southern Yu region. Lu Zhengfeng had indeed retreated from the management of Mount Hung in recent years, immersing himself in the world of music. Yet, the precise moment of his retirement remained a mystery to outsiders. All Yue Buqun could do was wait. He thought to himself, I have done everything within my power, and I have done it exceptionally well. If this cannot alter my fate, then so be it. Days turned into years, and before long, 2 years had passed. Throughout this period, Yue Buqun had not been idle. He had successfully advanced his Zixia divine skill, breaking through to the 4th minor level of mastery, thereby enhancing his strength further. On this particular day, in the chill of December, the paths of Mount Hua were blanketed in frost, with the ground frozen enough to deter the disciples from traversing the slopes. After finishing his instruction in the martial arts hall, Yue Buqun returned to the inner hall to brew a cup of hot tea. Just as he was about to take a sip, a disciple hurriedly reported that a letter had arrived for him from below the mountain. What sort of letter could arrive at a time like this? Yue Buqun mused, puzzled. In recent years, he had devoted himself to training and teaching, seldom mingling in the affairs of the martial world, making it difficult to ascertain any acquaintances. To the esteemed leader of the Hua Mountain Sect, the bold characters on the envelope made Yue Buqun rise in excitement upon reading the contents. What is it, master? Ning Zhongzi inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. Yue Buqun composed himself and explained, it is a missive from the Qingqing sect's master Yue, who claims he has been lax in disciplining his students, which has led to a conflict with our senior disciple, resulting in an altercation between the two. He should have anticipated this, for it was indeed due to Ling Huchong's confrontation with Ho Renying and Hong Renxiong that he had sent Ling Huchong and Lao Dana to the Qingqing sect to apologize, subsequently revealing the Qingqing sect's schemes concerning the Fuwei escort agency. There was no need to await any news of retirement. From this moment forth, it signified the official commencement of Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Master, while the letter is courteous in tone, it is essentially an inquiry for accountability, Ning Zhongzi remarked after reading the letter. Indeed, I can discern that. Yue Buqun nodded thoughtfully, his hands clasped behind his back, lost in contemplation. Though this child, Chomer, may be somewhat impetuous, he would never engage in acts of bullying the weak. There must be some misunderstanding at play. Ning Zhongzi began to defend Ling Huchong, having watched him grow up and being acutely aware of his character. Regardless of whether there was a misunderstanding, it was of little consequence. The matter at hand involved the dignity of both sects, and mishandling it could easily incite conflict. Yue Buqun spoke slowly and then summoned Ling Huchong to come forth. Before long, Ling Huchong entered and recounted the entire incident in the presence of his master and mistress. Master, this is how it transpired. The noblemen Ing and Hong Rinxiong bullied the weak, and I simply could not stand by idly, which is why I took action to punish them. Chong'er, you have acted rightly. As practitioners of martial arts, it is our duty to uphold justice and support the underdog. Yue Buqun sighed and added, however, the residual leader of the Huashan Sect has sent a letter demanding accountability, and it would not be prudent for me to show favoritism in this matter. Ling Huchong understood that while children fighting was inconsequential, if the defeated party called upon their parents, even if he were justified, he would still have to offer an apology. Master, one must take responsibility for their actions. I will apologize to him, Ling Huchong said indignantly. Chong'er, I have watched you grow, and I know your character well. Nevertheless, in this instance, you must endure some humiliation. Otherwise, if this matter were to escalate in the martial world, while the Huashan Sect would be embarrassed, it might also reflect poorly on our Huashan Sect and tarnish your reputation. Yue Buqun pondered before speaking slowly. In the original narrative, the reason the seniors of the Five Mountain Sword Sect were so averse to Ling Huchong was due to the incident at the Kunyuan, which had marred his reputation. For those in the martial world, preserving one's dignity was more vital than life itself before they held the power to establish rules. I understand, Ling Huchong nodded. Acknowledging his master's words, Yue Buqun felt a sense of relief. In the original text, everything old Yue did was with profound intent, often leaving Ling Huchong in a state of confusion due to a lack of clarity, creating a subtle barrier between them. Now, Yue Buqun aimed to dismantle that barrier. As long as his disciple did not stray onto a wicked path, he could be a unifying force. Thus, under Yue Buqun's arrangement, Ling Huchong received a few symbolic strikes from Lu Daiyou, and then he instructed Lei Dinyuo to accompany Ling Huchong to Qingqing Mountain to deliver an apology on his behalf. As expected, the subsequent events unfolded as described in the narrative. Yu Songhai initially ignored them for several days, and his disciples provocatively taunted them. However, Ling Huchong, burdened with greater matters, endured it all. Meanwhile, Lei Dinyuo, during his aimless wanderings, stumbled upon the fact that the Qingqing sect was uniformly practicing an unknown sword technique. After more than half a month, the two prepared to return to their mountain gate. Yet, just before their departure, Yu Songhai, under the pretense of mockery, ruthlessly struck Ling Huchong with a palm, sending him tumbling to the ground, much to the amusement of his disciples. Ling Huchong did not resist, but inwardly cursed. A dignified sect leader engaging in such petty behavior is truly disgraceful. Upon their return to the mountain, Lei Dinyuo and Ling Huchong reported back. But Yue Buqun immediately perceived something amiss. Chong'er, you are injured. Yue Buqun's brow furrowed as he grasped Ling Huchong's arm, channeling his Zixia True Qi to examine his pulse. Damn it, Yue Buqun nearly cursed aloud but restrained himself for the sake of his image, venting his frustration inwardly. Heart-cutting palm. Yue Buqun was filled with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. After all, he had taken on this disciple as his own, the very face of the Huashan Sect. Although he had come to apologize, he had expected some measure of respect for their shared path in the martial world, enduring humiliation for the greater good. Yet, to his astonishment, that scoundrel Yu Songhai dared to resort to treachery. What an abominable act. The heart-crushing palm. Beside him, Ning Zhong's expression shifted drastically. This was a notoriously ruthless technique within the martial community, a signature move of Yu Songhai. With a single strike, the wounds would remain unseen on the surface, yet the heart would be shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 023. A letter from Huashan in the room. Ling Huchong sat cross-legged on the bed, his upper body bare. Behind him, Yue Buqun pressed both palms against Ling Huchong's back, channeling the Zixia divine art. Immediately, a faint purple aura emerged on Yue Buqun's face. And under the circulation of his vital energy, even Ling Huchong's back was enveloped in a layer of violet mist. Beads of sweat rolled down as Ling Huchong's expression turned pained, a fine sheen of perspiration forming on his body. Before long, a black handprint began to faintly appear on Ling Huchong's chest. With a slight surge of his vital energy, Yue Buqun seemed to shatter the black handprint, causing a stream of dark mist to escape from Ling Huchong's body. Yue Buqun let out a breath and withdrew his palms. Meanwhile, Ning Zhongza had already prepared hot water and towels. Yue Buqun wiped his hands and said, "The heart-destroying palm has been dispelled. Chong'er, you must refrain from vigorous activity for the next few days." "Thank you, Master," Ling Huchong replied, donning his outer garment, his previously listless spirit now considerably revived. "Senior brother, how could Yu Songhai be so ruthless towards Chong'er? It is unbecoming of a master of his stature," Ning Zhongza exclaimed, her anger palpable. This not only harmed her adopted son, but also tarnished the reputation of the Huashan Sect. "Indeed, Master, At that time, he humiliated me, and I thought he was simply venting for his disciple, acting in a petty manner without regard for his status. I never imagined it was the heart-destroying palm. No wonder I felt increasingly unwell on my way back. I thought I was merely ill, Ling Huchong admitted, a hint of fear in his voice. Yue Buqun pondered for a moment before stating, the cunning of the heart-destroying palm lies in its gradual effect, subtly corroding Chonger's heart. If we had waited another 10 days or half a month, even if Chonger survived, he would have been rendered a cripple. What? Ling Huchong gasped, quickly inquiring, Master, will my journey over the past few days have any repercussions? Not at all. As long as the heart-destroying palm has not reached its critical point, there should be no significant issues. Now that it has been dispelled, you will certainly not be affected, Yue Buqun reassured him, though his eyes narrowed as he continued. However, this clearly indicates that Yu Songhai is testing my skills. If I had been unable to dispel it, he might have harbored ulterior motives towards the Huashan Sect. Moreover, to use my eldest disciple's life as a means of testing me. How audacious. One who is kind is often taken advantage of. One who is noble is often ridden upon. It appears I have been too concerned with the larger picture, allowing that little wretch to perceive me as weak and thus daring to apply the heart-destroying palm to Ling Huchong, treating the legacy of the Huashan Sect as an experiment. This matter cannot be let go unpunished. Once the three exited the room, Lao Dinua was still waiting, expressing concern for Ling Huchong's condition. Upon learning there was no harm done, he quickly recounted the incident of observing individuals from the Huashan Sect practicing an unnamed sword technique, concluding with a demonstration of several moves. Master, I am worried that the Huashan Sect may have nefarious intentions, possibly linked to our sect. So I took the risk to document it, he reported. This is the exorcism sword technique of the Lin family from the Fuwei escort agency, Yue Buqun stated. Not needing to look, his eyes closed in concentration. On one hand, they are laying plans concerning the Lin family, while on the other, they dare to probe the depths of the Huashan Sect. Yu Songhai is indeed quite busy. Master, is the exorcism sword technique of the Lin family truly powerful? Why is the Huashan Sect so intent on mastering it? Lao Dinua inquired. Yue Buqun then recounted the matter concerning Lin Yuantu and his master, the esteemed Qingzi of the Fuwei escort agency. Dinua, are you inclined to witness the unfolding events? Yue Buqun inquired. Yet, this inquiry seemed more directed at Dinua's inclination, for it was Yue Buqun himself who wished for Dinua to attend. Naturally, being a seasoned individual, Dinua grasped the underlying intent and accepted the task with alacrity. Shortly after Dinua's departure, another disciple presented a letter. Upon opening it, Yue Buqun discovered an invitation from Lu Zhengfeng of the Huashan Sect, beseeching fellow martial artists to witness his renunciation of the martial world. As he intended to devote himself to the study of music, one cannot simply extricate oneself from the martial realm. Yue Buqun sighed deeply, pondering the inextricable ties that bind individuals to their fates. Zhuo Lingchan of the Songshan Sect harbored grand ambitions of becoming the leader of the Five Mountains Sect, and at such a juncture, individuals would either unite or be obliterated. The tolerance for a third option was utterly absent. Lu Zhengfeng had unwittingly placed himself in the crossfire. Yue Buqun contemplated the situation, recognizing that Lu Zhengfeng's associations with demons of the evil cult were tenuous at best, and thus his fate was truly merited. As for the individual known as Chu Yang, a right envoy of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, he stood as the third formidable figure after Ren Wuxing and Dongfang Bubi. Although Chu Yang had initially saved Ling Huchong from the brink of death at the hands of Tian Buoguang, he subsequently callously abandoned him to a brothel, epitomizing the very essence of a demon. Though Chonger was still young and had been somewhat rigidly educated, he remained on the righteous path, not having strayed into darkness. However, Chu Yang's actions had tarnished the reputation of Yue Buqun's painstakingly nurtured disciple, creating a rift between master and student. Curse those demons of the evil cult. They truly harbor no virtue. As Yue Buqun paced back and forth, he delved into profound contemplation. The acquisition of knowledge is a treacherous endeavor, while the descent into vice can occur with alarming ease. It was from this moment that Ling Huchong began his spiral into self-destruction, transitioning from a paragon of virtue into a cunning and ungrateful individual. Furthermore, Chu Yang had recklessly sent his granddaughter to escort the young nun Yilin to the brothel to tend to Ling Huchong's wounds, acting with the naivete of a fool, entirely disregarding the broader implications of his actions. Such recklessness could easily lead to the dissolution of both the Huashan and Beiyue Huashan sections. Chonger possessed the aura of a protagonist. His demise was inconceivable. Nevertheless, this situation required meticulous planning. One could not merely follow the original course of action without consequence. After a brief moment of reflection, Yue Buqun formulated a strategy in his mind. Over the years, he had primarily focused on overarching objectives, often neglecting finer details. Even with meticulous planning, could one truly expect events to unfold as envisioned? Thus, it was imperative to proceed with caution, taking one step at a time. Subsequently, Yue Buqun summoned several disciples to delegate tasks accordingly. With all preparations in place, they awaited the grand ceremony of Lu Zhengfeng's renunciation on April 12th of the following year. The next day, at dawn, Denua hastily packed his belongings and set off for Fuzhou. As mealtime approached, a female disciple hurriedly approached Ning Zhongzi, whispering urgently in her ear. Ning Zhongzi's expression changed abruptly, and he promptly informed Yue Buqun, "Brother, Shaner has left a letter and secretly followed Denua down the mountain." A sense of urgency washed over Ning Zhongzi. His daughter had been raised by his side for years and had never ventured far, which left him rather uneasy. Nevertheless, Ling Shan is growing older and developing her own opinions. Moreover, for the children of the rivers and lakes, it is essential to gain more experiences. If she wishes to accompany Denua to witness the excitement, let her be, Yue Buqun replied calmly. Denua is steady in his actions and possesses commendable martial skills. With him to watch over her, what danger could possibly arise from this trip to Fuzhou? Chapter 024. The Fuwei Escort Agency. Although Yue Buqun professed otherwise, he could not shake off his concerns. He entrusted Ning Zhongzi to oversee matters at Huashan Sect, while he stealthily trailed behind, keeping a watchful eye on Ling Shan. Their journey was fraught with the rigors of travel, yet fortune favored them, and they encountered no unforeseen mishaps. After several days, they finally arrived in Fuzhou. Lao Denua and Yu Ling Shan, adhering to their plan, masqueraded as a grandfather and granddaughter, setting up a stall to sell wine along the path frequented by Lin Pingji during his hunting excursions. One day, as the sun dipped slightly in the west, the sound of galloping hooves resonated in the air, heralding the arrival of a group escorting a young gentleman with a jade-like visage. They approached, inquiring about their identities, boasting loudly, and subsequently demanding wine and water while dispatching Lao Denua to the kitchen to prepare the game they had brought. From a distance, Yue Buqun concealed himself, his keen eyesight allowing him to recognize Lin Pingji instantly. He mused to himself. Indeed, he was a young master nurtured in affluence, exuding refinement and grace. A visage that was nothing short of exquisite. Yet, he lamented the squandering of such beauty through reckless choices. Yue Buqun pondered further, reflecting on Lin Pingji's tragic fate, a young man born into privilege and luxury, only to have his life shattered by the annihilation of his family. Plummeting from the heights of fortune to the depths of despair, consumed by a singular obsession for vengeance, sacrificing his very identity in the process. Mirroring the tragic flaws of the original Yue. Lost in thought, he observed a group of ruffians swaggering into the establishment, their boisterous laughter and thick Sichuan accents filling the air. "Innkeeper, bring forth your finest wines and meats," bellowed the leader, deliberately provoking those seated nearby. However, Lin Pingji merely furrowed his brow, displaying remarkable composure and refraining from uttering a single word. Seeing Lin Pingji remain unperturbed, the ruffians sought to escalate matters. Shortly thereafter, Yu Ling Shan approached with a jug of wine, only to be intercepted by the ruffian, who, captivated by her melodious voice, remarked, "Little girl, your voice is as sweet as a lark, yet such beauty is regrettably wasted." Another ruffian chimed in, "What does it matter? Dim the lights and cover yourself. It makes no difference, ha ha ha." Yu Ling Shan feigned fragility, embodying the demeanor of a delicate maiden ensnared by the crude banter of the ruffians. Enraged, Yue Buqun could no longer remain passive. How could he endure such affronts? This was his beloved daughter, whom he had nurtured with his own hands. If he tolerated this, what purpose did his journey serve? He might as well end his life in despair if he could not protect his own child. In the next moment, he plucked several leaves, channeling the Zixia divine skill, ready to retaliate. However, Lin Pingji was swifter still. Having been raised with impeccable morals, he could not abide witnessing such indignities. With a swift stride, he intervened to shield Yu Ling Shan, confronting the ruffians with righteous indignation. They had anticipated this reaction, eager to provoke, and thus unleashed a torrent of insults, branding Lin Pingji as a coward. How could he possibly endure such slander? The two groups of individuals immediately engaged in a fierce altercation. However, Lin Pingji's martial skills were akin to a mere decorative pillow, rendering him incapable of contending with the adept disciples of the Huashan Sect. In just a few exchanges, he found himself subdued and restrained. The leading man approached, shamelessly touching Lin Pingji's face, unleashing a torrent of derisive remarks as though they were free of consequence. Lin Pingji's face flushed with humiliation, yet he felt powerless to retaliate. As Yue Buqun listened, a sense of unease washed over him. This did not seem like an attempt to provoke Lin Pingji, but rather an insidious form of harassment. An absurd thought crossed his mind. In Chengdu, only Changhua Avenue is straight. Could it be that this man truly harbored an interest in Lin Pingji? The vulgarity of the remarks escalated, and the lecherous advances became increasingly inappropriate. Lin Pingji, a man of integrity, was utterly unaccustomed to such vile conduct. In a moment of heated desperation, he drew a dagger from his heel and fatally struck one of his assailants. Both factions stood in stunned silence, including Lao Denua and Yuling Shan, who were equally taken aback. This young man had shown remarkable courage. While others harassed his sister, he had boldly defended her honor, dispatching an adversary without hesitation. Should their master discover this, there would be no question that he would take Lin Pingji as his disciple. You have slain my senior brother. The remaining men panicked, for this was the master's own son, and to lose him on an outing was a grave misfortune. Lin Pingji, too, was in a state of alarm. This was his first experience with taking a life, and his scholarly demeanor rendered him momentarily paralyzed. In the next instant, the remaining men scattered in disarray, fleeing without a thought for the corpse left behind. We cannot allow them to escape, shouted the nearby escort leaders, though ultimately they were powerless against their superior martial prowess. On the return journey, Lin Pingji was consumed by anxiety, his mind wandering. After conferring with the escort leaders, they collectively decided to maintain silence, pretending that nothing had transpired. Yet, such youthful naivety was misguided. How could one assume that a life had been taken without consequence? As anticipated, that very evening, members of the Fu Wei escort agency began to collapse, lifeless and without a visible wound upon their bodies, as if a specter had claimed their lives in the shadows. The atmosphere within the escort agency became one of palpable dread. Yue Buqun observed this unfolding chaos without intervening. His primary concern was the safety of Yuling Shan, and as long as events adhered to the narrative, all else was inconsequential. Should the plot deviate, he would not hesitate to take action to restore order. After all, should the main storyline falter, so too would his advantages. The martial skills of the Lin family were woefully inadequate. Yue Buqun mused. The combined prowess of Lin Jinan and his wife barely reached the second tier. With such feeble abilities, managing a sizable escort agency without the support of governmental authority was a precarious endeavor. Even if the Huashan Sect chose not to eliminate them, it was only a matter of time before they became a tempting target for those who sought to exploit their weaknesses. In the world of martial arts, possessing wealth without the strength to defend it is a perilous mismatch, a transgression known as virtue not matching station. 3 days later, the Fu Wei escort agency was nearly decimated, and Lin Jinan finally deduced that the Huashan Sect's Yutsonghai was behind the atrocities. Consumed by guilt, Lin Pingji considered ending his own life, believing that his reckless actions had brought such calamity upon his family. The following morning, in accordance with Lin Jinnan's plan, the group disguised themselves and dispersed in a flurry. However, after years of meticulous plotting, Yutsonghai was not one to allow any oversight. It wasn't too long before he captured Lin Jinan and his wife. As for Lin Pingji, he was unexpectedly ambushed by Yuling Shan, who dismantled the horse that bore him, and during the ensuing chase, she deftly kicked him into the thicket by the roadside, thus narrowly escaping a dire fate. As for the events that followed, they bore little significance. Yuling Shan and Lao Denua directly diverted their course to the southern peak of Huashan, where Lu Zhengfeng's days of relinquishing his past were fast approaching. Chapter 025. Gathering at Mount Hung in early April, Yue Buqun instructed his disciples to proceed ahead, as he had a significant matter to attend to. Within Hingyang City, Yuling Shan, Lao Denua, Shi Daizi, and Lu Diyu successfully convened. Additionally, Lin Pingji, after enduring a journey of begging and experiencing the vicissitudes of life, finally arrived at this destination. He was seen carrying a bundle of gold and silver treasures on his back, clad in several layers of coarse cloth, masquerading as a small hunchback. He had even affixed some medicinal plasters to his temples, rendering his handsome visage utterly unremarkable, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Moreover, with Lu Sanyi having washed his hands of the Jianghu, this event had become a matter of great import, attracting all manner of remarkable individuals to Hingyang City, making Lin's disguise quite commonplace. Meanwhile, Yuling Shan observed the small monkey tied to Lu Diyu's shoulder with curiosity, exclaiming, "Lu Hoer, why have you brought your brother along?" Upon hearing this, the group of senior brothers erupted into hearty laughter, leaving Lu Diyu's face flushed with embarrassment. However, possessing a commendable mental fortitude, he quickly regained his composure and explained, "I caught this monkey for my senior brother. One day, While we were outside Hingyang City, we encountered an old beggar peering around suspiciously. Upon closer inspection, we discovered 3 monkeys in the woods, busily engaged in some peculiar activity. To our astonishment, they were brewing wine. What? Monkeys can brew wine? Yue Shan, with her youthful curiosity, was instantly captivated by this extraordinary tale. Indeed, the old beggar, fearing that we might disturb the monkeys, hurriedly elucidated the situation to us. It turns out that these monkeys gather ripe fruits in the autumn, bury them in specially dug pits, and when spring arrives, they ferment the fruits into wine. Because the monkeys select only the finest, sweetest fruits, the resulting brew is fragrant and delicious, enough to make one salivate. The old beggar referred to it as monkey wine. How fascinating. The surrounding brothers were equally astounded, marveling at such a peculiar phenomenon. And what transpired next? Yue Shan inquired, her curiosity piqued further. Subsequently, these monkeys procured gourds and filled them with the wine, managing to bottle 3 in total. You recollected. When my senior brother saw the monkeys clutching the gourds attempting to flee, he rushed to seize them. In the ensuing chaos, 2 monkeys escaped with a gourd each. And what of my senior brother? Yue Shan pressed eagerly. My senior brother managed to catch the last monkey. But the old beggar grumbled, lamenting that my senior brother had disturbed his good fortune, allowing the fine wine to slip away. Unable to bear the old man's complaints, my senior brother decided to share half of the last gourd with him. However, the old beggar, ungrateful as he was, took advantage of my senior brother's distraction and spat into the gourd. You recounted slowly, still feeling a tinge of anger upon reflection. Given the monkey's nimble agility, the old beggar would have had no chance of catching one himself. He would have merely licked the dregs from the pit. Yet, after my senior brother graciously offered him half, he resorted to such despicable tactics. Yue Shan, who had been sipping her tea, suddenly lost her thirst. Setting down her cup, and the more she contemplated, the more repulsed she felt. And what happened next? She inquired once more. The elder brother, a man of integrity, observed the old beggar's frailty and chose not to hold it against him, directly offering him the wine. Dio finally concluded his tale. In the corner, Lin Pingji had been attentively observing the scene, and through the dialogue, he discerned that this Yue Shan was indeed the woman who had masqueraded as a wine seller outside Fuzhou. Upon hearing their accounts of Ling Hu Chang's exploits, he mused to himself that their elder brother was quite commendable, yet he remained curious about their sect. Truth be told, had he found himself in such a situation, he would have unhesitatingly slapped the beggar, allowing the wine to spill rather than let the old beggar benefit. The elder brother remarked that their master, having lived on meager fare for years, deserved the filial respect of his disciples when encountering fine offerings. Therefore, he suggested bringing the monkey back to Huashan to nurture it, so that by the following year, they could brew the esteemed monkey wine once more, allowing their master to savor a rare delight. Dio added his thoughts, further elucidating the monkey's origins. As the eldest disciple, it was clear he could not personally care for the monkey, thus the burden fell upon his junior. It turned out they were from the Huashan Sect, and indeed, their elder brother was a paragon of filial piety. In the corner, Lin Pingji gleaned some valuable information. Yet it also evoked poignant memories of his own parents, casting a shadow of melancholy upon him. In the original narrative, old Yu had imposed an excessively strict regimen on Ling Hu Chong, leading him to seek solace in drink, which ultimately fostered a character prone to alcoholism. However, now, Yue Buqun had learned from past mistakes. While embodying the role of a stern father, he engaged with Ling Hu Chong on a more intimate level, thus preventing the latter from developing a drinking habit. At present, his consumption of alcohol was merely routine, unlike the original portrayal where he seemed intent on drinking himself into oblivion. Subsequently, the conversation turned to Ling Hu Chong's confrontation with the 4 beasts of Qingsheng last winter, which filled Lin Pingji with elation, silently affirming that the Huashan elder brother was indeed a true benefactor. As the group chatted, the rain outside gradually subsided, and the bustling streets began to stir with life once more. Just as Laudiner and the others prepared to rise and seek out Yue Buqun, an irate old nun stormed through the door. "Where's Ling Hu Chong? Haven't come out to see me." The old nun's fierce countenance and brusque manner left no room for pleasantry, as she confronted the Huashan disciples with accusations. It was revealed that she was the master dinghy. "My elder brother is not present here, and I am unaware of what has riled the master. There must be some misunderstanding." Laudiner, as the group's leader, promptly stepped forward to address her. "And who might you be?" she retorted, her fury unabated and her words brash. "I am Laudiner, the second disciple under the guidance of our esteemed master," he replied with a bow. "Humph, birds of a feather flock together. How has Yue Buqun trained such disciples?" Master Dinghy's words were unfiltered, showing no signs of restraint. Upon noticing Yu Lingshan in the vicinity, she swiftly approached, seizing her wrist and declaring, Ling Huchong has abducted my disciple Yilin, so I shall take Yue Buqun's daughter in exchange for her. Master. The gathered disciples were taken aback and hurriedly attempted to intervene. Yet they were no match for the formidable Master Dingy. With a swift motion, she struck down upon them, leaving them disoriented and spinning. Amidst the chaos of the scene, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the shop. A group of young men clad in the attire of the Nan Yu Huashan Sect appeared, carrying a lantern emblazoned with the prominent character Lu. They were none other than the disciples of Lu Jingfeng, who had come specifically to welcome the guests. Upon witnessing this display, a wave of reassurances was offered, which ultimately quelled Master Dingy's ire, and together they proceeded towards Lu's residence. As for Yue Buqun, he was currently at the returning Wild Goose Pavilion. Chapter 26. The Returning Goose Tower. At the Returning Goose Tower in Hingyang, the duel between Ling Huchong and Tian Buoguang had reached its final stage. Tian Buoguang wielded his knife with the swiftness of lightning, while Ling Huchong suffered from a multitude of wounds, as if he had been subjected to 1,000 cuts. Nearby, the young nun Yilin experienced an agonizing heartache. Feeling utterly helpless, akin to an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing back and forth. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, the right envoy of the demonic sect, leisurely sipped his wine and nibbled on snacks, accompanied by his granddaughter, observing the spectacle with amusement, occasionally exchanging comments with her, treating it as mere entertainment. In another inconspicuous corner on the second floor of the returning Goose Tower, Yue Buqun, wearing a human skin mask, felt his heart rise to his throat. This was his most exceptional disciple. Although he knew there was no life-threatening danger, witnessing Ling Huchong in such a state inflicted deep emotional wounds upon him as a father. Chong-er, you must endure, he urged silently, clenching and unclenching his fists multiple times. This battle was crucial for Ling Huchong's future opportunities. He could not interrupt it to avoid unnecessary complications that might disrupt Chong's path of cultivation. Tian Buoguang, appreciating Ling Huchong's talent and sharing a mutual disdain, grew weary of the incessant chatter and finally decided to unleash his full strength. With a powerful kick, he sent Ling Huchong tumbling from the second floor, shattering the railing and sending wooden splinters cascading to the ground below. Ling Huchong spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as paper, his injuries worsened. Brother Chong, what more can you say now? Tian Buoguang chuckled triumphantly, rising from his seat. Suddenly, Ling Huchong burst into laughter, exclaiming, Tian Buoguang, why not come down and pay your respects as my master? What madness is this, Brother Chong? Tian Buoguang replied, puzzled, believing he had clearly emerged victorious. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Ling Huchong, with an air of pride, struggled to pull a stool board from beneath him, supported by the flustered Yilin. Congratulations, junior sister Yilin, on acquiring a disciple, Ling Huchong gasped. Yilin appeared flustered, while Tian Buoguang could no longer maintain his composure. He bellowed fiercely, do not let me see you two again, otherwise I shall strike you down on sight. With that, he shattered the window and fled in disgrace. At Chu Yang's table, Chu Fian clapped her small hands, laughing merrily, wonderful, wonderful. Chu Yang stroked his beard, admiring Ling Huchong's cleverness. Yue Buqun observed their interactions with a cold snort. This was his painstakingly cultivated eldest disciple, an exceptional inheritor of his teachings, someone who would garner admiration from any discerning individual. Chu Yang, possessing formidable martial arts skills and acute senses, immediately met Yue Buqun's gaze, sensing he might be a formidable opponent. Rather than making a rash move, Chu Yang amicably raised his wine cup, toasting with Yue Buqun from a distance. Grandfather, who is that person? Chu Fian, perceptive despite her youth, quickly sensed something amiss and inquired eagerly. Do not inquire. That individual harbors no malice towards us. It seems he is a renowned master of the martial world, fortuitously encountering the commotion here, and we shall pay him no mind, Chu Yang advised with a mindset of avoiding unnecessary troubles. Just then, the duo from the Huashan Sect made their entrance. Upon seeing the injured young man, Ling Huchong, entangled with a nun, the combination appeared rather peculiar, especially since the nun was strikingly beautiful. For a moment, Luo Renjie could not help but steal a couple of glances, his gaze betraying an unmistakable lewdness. Subsequently, Luo Renjie audaciously began to tease, relying on his superior skills to feign an attack, allowing his hand to brush against Yilin's face. Upon witnessing this, how could Ling Huchong endure? He retorted sharply, Junior sister, the Huashan Sect possesses a unique technique known as the backward falling goose technique. Luo Renjie, enraged, immediately recognized that this was the same Ling Hucheng who had defeated their disciples last December. He thought to himself, now that this brat is severely injured, it is the perfect opportunity for revenge. With that, Luo Renjia rushed forward, intent on teaching Ling Hucheng a lesson. However, Ling Hucheng outmaneuvered him with a clever trick, delivering a kick that sent Luo Renjia sprawling in a most undignified manner. Junior sister, did you see that? This is the Qingqing sect's ultimate technique, the backward falling goose technique. Ling Hucheng coughed, unable to suppress his laughter. This movement exacerbated his injuries, forcing him to lean against the table, further immobilizing him. Luo Renjia, invigorated by this turn of events, instructed his apprentice to restrain Yilin while he drew his sword, pressing it against Ling Hucheng's chest, saying, Ling Hucheng, call me grandfather at once, or I shall pierce you with this blade. Ling Hucheng hurriedly replied, I will, but after I call, will you teach me the backward falling goose technique? Luo Renjia could no longer contain himself. With a forceful thrust, the sword pierced deeper, causing blood to spurt from Ling Hucheng's chest. Junior sister, I am finished. Before I perish, I must reveal a great secret. The evil repelling sword manual of the Fuwei escort is located in. Ling Hucheng devised a plan, intending to leverage the evil repelling sword manual to his advantage. As anticipated, Luo Renjia fell for the ruse, bending low to hear more clearly. In that moment, Ling Hucheng seized a broken sword and drove it into Luo Renjia's heart. Subsequently, Ling Hucheng, having lost too much blood, and with his mission to protect the young disciple of the Huashan Sect accomplished, could no longer withstand the toll and succumb to unconsciousness. Yilin, in a state of panic, was a mere 18-year-old nun who had spent her life in the temple with her master, untouched by the world's tribulations. Faced with such a scene, she was at a loss, calling for help from passers-by. Yet, after the earlier conflict, onlookers had fled far and wide. Even those who remained dared not intervene, choosing instead to avoid further trouble. In her desperation, Yilin summoned all her strength, her petite frame somehow lifting Ling Hucheng's body. Staggering onto the street aimlessly, overwhelmed by the emotional turmoil, she soon felt dizzy and collapsed, unconscious on the ground. The young nun was deeply affected. Chu Yang and his grandfather trailed behind, chuckling softly. Grandfather, shall we rescue these two? They appear quite pitiful. Chu Fian felt a pang of compassion stirring within her. Very well. Suddenly, an idea blossomed in Chu Yang's mind. If they were to save Ling Hucheng, might the young nun offer herself in marriage, becoming his wife? The alliance between the Huashan School and the Beiyue Hungshan School could indeed become a cherished tale within the martial world. Thus, it is said that the thought processes of the demonic sect's experts are rather unconventional. They remain indifferent to the potential consequences of their actions, driven solely by their whims and peculiar interests, embarking upon acts of rescue without any semblance of rationale. Yue Buqun had also emerged, having anticipated this very moment. Chapter 27. The rescue of Ling Hucheng. You say you wish to save others. If so, do so properly, or refrain entirely. What is the meaning of rescuing a righteous disciple only to abandon him to a brothel? Is that disciple devoid of shame? How will his peers perceive him henceforth? What will his master and mistress think of him? What will the martial world say? It is a matter of utter disgrace. It was upon returning from this incident that Ling Hucheng began to display self-destructive tendencies, leading to his reputation plummeting within the Five Mountain Sword Sect. His junior sister, Yu Lingshan, likely shifted her affections due to this event, for as an innocent maiden filled with romantic ideals, who could bear the thought of their beloved consorting with prostitutes? As a result of these intertwined circumstances, Ling Hucheng abandoned all pretense, forsaking his identity as the heir to the Huashan Sect. This ultimately led to Yue Buqun's profound disappointment, widening the rift between master and disciple until they became adversaries. What appeared to be a trivial matter severed the very foundation of the Huashan Sect, akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings instigating a tempest. Chu Yang could be deemed one of the principal architects of this calamity, as Yue Buqun silently pondered. Meanwhile, Chu Yang was preparing to carry Ling Hucheng's body to the Kunyuan, and Yue Buqun hurriedly pinched a leaf between his fingers, launching it towards Chu Yang's outstretched hand. Chu Yang, possessing keen senses, swiftly retracted his hand and stepped back, holding on to his granddaughter's arm. Friend, from which path do you hail? What offense have I committed against you? Chu Yang inquired, his gaze fixed on the leaf embedded in the nearby tree trunk, his expression grave. Such a maneuver was no less than his own martial prowess, and with his granddaughter present, a genuine confrontation would be precarious. When did such a master arise in the martial world? It seemed his prolonged seclusion had rendered him oblivious to recent developments. This man is mine, Yue Buqun declared, his voice raspy, uttering this simple proclamation before swiftly vanishing with Ling Huchang's body after a few leaps. In a dimly lit chamber, Yue Buqun pressed his hands against Ling Huchang's back, channeling his Zixia true energy freely to mend the injuries. In no time, Ling Huchang stirred awake, acutely aware of his condition, and immediately sought to turn. Do not move. Focus on guarding your spirit platform, Yue Buqun admonished, halting his motion, realizing it was his master. Ling Huchang's heart surged with joy, as if he had found his anchor in an ocean of uncertainty. He promptly stabilized his dantian, synchronizing his true energy for healing. The swift blade of Tian Buoguang was renowned throughout the martial world. Yue Buqun estimated him to be at least a postnatal master. Ling Huchang, fighting at a first-rate level against such a foe, could surmise that no amount of glory would suffice. He would surely be overmatched. Consequently, the complexity of his injuries was staggering, not only due to numerous external wounds, but also a chaotic internal state compounded by excessive blood loss, leaving him teetering on the brink of death. Fortunately, Yue Buqun had successfully cultivated the 4th level of the Zixia divine skill, transforming the decayed into the miraculous. Through meticulous refinement, he not only helped Ling Huchang stabilize his injuries, but also managed to address his internal wounds to a considerable extent. However, while internal injuries were manageable, external wounds posed a greater challenge. To hasten the healing of Ling Huchang's numerous injuries without leaving scars, the precious Tianxiang Duanshu ointment from the Huashan Sect was indispensable. As Yue Buqun's treatment approached its conclusion, a swirl of purple energy danced around Ling Huchang's body, resembling a small purple serpent, aiding him in regulating his breath. In the next moment, Yue Buqun exerted his power, and Ling Huchang felt an unexpected lightness, as if his seated body had risen from the bed. The profundity of his master's Zixia divine skill astonished him. Yue Buqun executed a series of intricate techniques, sealing several major acupoints to prevent Ling Huchang's vital energy from dissipating due to the rapid flow of his blood. Only then did he withdraw his energy and allow Ling Huchang to gently settle back onto the bed, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Yue Buqun acknowledged the significant toll the treatment had taken. The Zixia divine skill, while effective in nurturing energy, was not particularly adept at treating injuries. Thank you, master, for saving my life. Ling Huchang expressed his gratitude, attempting to rise and bow, but was firmly pressed down by Yue Buqun's hand on his shoulder. Your injuries are too severe. Do not exert yourself with formalities. Master, how is junior sister Yilin? Ling Huchang promptly inquired, recalling that she had been by his side before he lost consciousness. The junior disciple from the Huashan Sect has already gone to your uncle Lu Jingfeng's residence. I believe she has reunited with her master, Yue Buqun replied thoughtfully. According to the original storyline, after Yilin awoke and found Ling Huchang missing, she had cried and gone to seek her master on the mountain. Ling Huchang felt a sense of relief. To save someone completely is to fulfill one's duty. Master, I still wish to say something, he began, but was suddenly overwhelmed by an irresistible wave of fatigue, a consequence of excessive blood loss compounded by the recovery of his internal injuries. It was as if his body yearned to succumb to sleep immediately. After all, sleep is the most effective means of restoring one's spirit and serves as the body's self-redemption. Zhong'er, do not speak further. We shall discuss everything once we return to Huashan. For now, focus on resting, Yue Buqun advised as he spread the bedding for him, gesturing for him to rest well, before closing the door and exiting the room. Ultimately, Ling Huchang could no longer resist and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Shopkeeper, upon arriving at the inn's counter, Yue Buqun whispered a few words to the proprietor and then presented a gold ingot. The innkeeper accepted it with a beaming smile, calling for his daughter-in-law and relaying a brief message. She hurriedly set off towards Lu Zhengfeng's residence in Huashan. This was Yue Buqun's arrangement to discreetly summon Yilin, as Ling Huchang was currently at the center of public scrutiny, making it inconvenient for him to appear or allow unrelated individuals to discover his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Yue Buqun hastened his way to Lu Zhengfeng's residence, where a crucial figure awaited to be introduced into the Huashan Sect. In the residence of Lu Zhengfeng, at this moment, Yilin was recounting how Tian Buoguang had abducted her, how Ling Huchang had risked his life to rescue her. The incident involving the Tiansong Taoist from the Taishan sect who had been struck down, and the shamelessness of Luo Renjie from the Qingqing sect, who had taken advantage of others' misfortunes. As she concluded her narrative, the misunderstandings surrounding Ling Huchang were largely resolved. Aside from his overly offensive remarks towards the North Huashan sect, his actions were characterized by chivalry and righteousness, earning even the discreet approval of Master Dingy. Just then, a sudden sound of breaking air emanated from the west window, and a figure soared in. Before anyone could react, another figure followed suit, dashing in with a similar sound. Upon closer inspection, the two figures were disciples of the Huashan Sect, each bearing a large muddy footprint on their backsides. Their postures resembled that of a falling goose, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Chapter 28. Lin Pingji, the unwitting victim. A voice, aged and laced with derision, pierced the air. It was Chu Yang who had struck. Who is it? Yu Canghai trembled with rage. The recent account from the young nun had already tarnished the reputation of the Huashan Sect due to Luo Renjia's actions. Now, with this brazen affront occurring before his very eyes, where could he hide his shame? Yu Canghai burst through the door, brandishing his sword as he leaped onto the rooftop, scanning left and right, yet he could find not a single trace of a figure. This is a master. Yu Canghai mused inwardly. The Huashan Sect was renowned for its lightness of foot in the martial world, and he had reacted without a moment's hesitation. Following the direction in search of a person, the inability to locate them clearly indicated that this individual was extraordinary. Perhaps they were still concealed within the hall. With this thought in mind, Yu Canghai swiftly returned to the hall, his eyes darting about like two brilliant pearls. Indeed, it was not long before he spotted an unusual figure. Ah, my friend, have you come from the north? What connection do you have with the famed northern camel? Lin Pingji's attire was unremarkable among the common folk, yet within this hall, he could only be described as an eccentric individual, immediately catching Yu Canghai's attention. Lin Pingji, somewhat bewildered, was engrossed in the spectacle when suddenly he found himself the focus of scrutiny. However, unwilling to prematurely reveal his identity to this sworn enemy, he replied evasively. The northern camel is a senior of mine. This statement, rather than concealing his identity, only served to expose it further. The northern camel hailed from the north, while Lin Pingji's accent clearly marked him as a southerner, an incongruity that could not be overlooked. Yu Canghai let out a cold laugh. Advancing a few steps to seize Lin Pingji's wrist, rebuking him. You were the one laughing the loudest just now. Could it be that you orchestrated this scheme? A profound sense of humiliation surged within Lin Pingji, who thought to himself, this old dog, Yu Canghai, who annihilated my Fue escort. I have endured great suffering to arrive here, not merely to unveil the true nature of this villain among my fellow martial artists, but to seek justice for myself. As he contemplated revealing his identity, a strange laughter suddenly echoed. Why does Master Yu trouble my little grandson? At that moment, an unsightly, slovenly old man shuffled in, chuckling in a peculiar manner. Upon seeing him, Yu Canghai recognized the true culprit. He promptly released Lin Pingji's wrist and, as an afterthought, kicked him, sending Lin Pingji tumbling. No longer concerned with appearances, Lin Pingji understood he was no match for Yu Canghai, and thus he took refuge behind Mu Gaofeng. Good grandson. Why do you not bow and greet your grandfather? Mu Gaofeng chuckled. Realizing this was no ordinary person, Lin Pingji felt his attire suited the old man's taste perfectly. Perhaps the quest for vengeance for his parents could find a resolution through this individual. Resolute, he bowed deeply. Good grandson, obedient grandson. Mu Gaofeng was immensely pleased, relishing the homage from such a handsome grandson, finding it immensely gratifying. Grandfather, that scoundrel Yu Canghai, mercilessly takes lives and engages in heinous acts. I implore you to seek justice and rid the martial world of this old villain, to restore clarity to our realm. Lin Pingji, bearing the weight of humiliation, bowed deeply and immediately made his demand. Mu Gaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Yu Canghai was a renowned master within the martial community. Could he truly be slain by oneself? My dear grandson, what enmity do you hold against Yu Canghai? Mu Gaofeng inquired. Meanwhile, the martial heroes present began to grasp the situation. This was clearly not Mu Gaofeng's grandson, as the two were evidently unfamiliar with each other. I am. Lin Pingji was about to announce his identity when suddenly, disciples from the Huashan Sect rushed in, reporting an attack at Chuanyu Courtyard, resulting in one dead and one injured. Yu Canghai's expression faltered. Any death could be tolerated. But one occurring at Chuanyu Courtyard was unacceptable. It turned out that many disciples of the Huashan Sect were first-time travelers, and upon encountering such a grand brothel at the foot of the mountain, some young ones were unable to restrain themselves. Consequently, during a petty rivalry among several popular courtesans, they inadvertently crossed paths with Tian Buoguang. The disciples, having been raised to feel superior, engaged with Tian Buoguang, only to discover that he was the notorious flower thief. Immediately, they sought to emulate his chivalry. However, the outcome was predictable. Their mere skills were no match for Tian Buoguang. Fuming with rage, Yu Canghai led his disciples down the mountain towards Chuanyu Courtyard. On the other hand, Mu Tuozi, ever fond of excitement, could not resist joining the fray. Having traveled a great distance uninvited to attend Lu Zhangfeng's farewell banquet, Thus, he grasped Lin Pingji's shoulder and followed along to witness the unfolding drama. In the hall, a few restless souls discreetly trailed behind, yet the majority of the heroes remained, as they deemed it necessary to show respect for Lu Sanyes's gathering. Amidst this intricate scene, a young woman tugged at Yilin's sleeve, whispering something in her ear. The next moment, Yilin's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly followed the woman out. At Xuanyu Courtyard, Yu Songhai and Tian Buoguang exchanged barbs, but Tian Buoguang, aware of his disadvantage, swiftly fled, demonstrating the truth behind his solitary wanderer's reputation, leaving Yu Songhai seething with frustration. After a moment of circling about, he spotted Mu Gaofeng and Lin Pingji. Now, he had found a suitable outlet for his pent-up rage. Mu Tuozi, that cunning fellow with shifty eyes must surely harbor ill intentions towards my Qingqing sect. It would be best if you handed him over to me. Yu Songhai's words left no room for dissent, effectively silencing Mu Gaofeng. Very well, I shall not provoke him. Mu Gaofeng pondered. There was little to lose in this situation, especially since he had been addressed as grandfather. What harm was there in giving up merely a boy with whom he had a passing affinity? With that thought, he pushed Lin Pingji forward. Yu Songhai sneered, ready to unleash his fury with a devastating blow. In despair, Lin Pingji closed his eyes, crying out in his final moments, "Father and mother, I cannot avenge you." What transpired was that Yu Songhai, in a moment of urgency, retracted his palm strike and transformed it into a grasp, seizing hold of Lin Pingji's arm. His parents were in captivity, yet they had been unable to extract any information regarding the whereabouts of the evil repelling sword manual. If he could successfully capture Lin Pingji and return with him, acquiring the manual would be an effortless endeavor. However, at that instant, Mu Tuozi also came to a realization. It was widely rumored in the martial world that Yu Songhai had annihilated the Fu Wei escort agency solely for the sake of the Lin family's evil repelling sword manual. In pursuit of such advantageous prospects, Mu Gaofeng swiftly advanced, seizing Lin Pingji's other arm with determination. Chapter 29. Lin Pingji's apprenticeship. Mu Tuozi, what are you attempting to do? Yu Songhai exclaimed in astonishment. A prize that has already been caught should not be allowed for another to take a bite. A peculiar laugh escaped from Mu Gaofeng as he replied, "Yu Guanju, this young lad has bowed to me and called me grandfather. He is akin to my own grandson. Now that you are unwilling to let go of my beloved grandson, I must inquire what your intentions are. Since we are at an impasse, let us dispense with the pleasantries and split this boy between us." As he spoke, Yu Songhai's gaze turned venomous, and he exerted his strength. Not to be outdone, Mu Gaofeng followed suit. Caught in the middle, Lin Pingji felt a sharp crackle in his bones, and blood could no longer be contained as it erupted forth. "Senior Mu, I feel unwell. Could you please release me?" Lin Pingji pleaded unconsciously, still harboring some hope towards Mu Gaofeng. Yet, neither man showed any intention of relenting. Instead, they intensified their grip. The moment their internal energies clashed, the concealed jewels on Lin Pingji's back exploded forth. Ultimately, Yu Songhai lacked the heart to tear Lin Pingji asunder, for he still intended to use him as leverage against Lin Jinan. Reluctantly, he released his hold. Mu Gaofeng erupted in triumphant laughter, saying, "I thank you, Yu Guanju, for your generous concession." Yu Songhai, his dignity bruised, uttered a harsh remark before turning away with his companions. Afterward, only Mu Gaofeng and Lin Pingji remained in the courtyard, as all others had fled in terror. "You are Lin Pingji of the Fu Wei escort agency?" Mu Gaofeng inquired. "Indeed," Lin Pingji nodded. "Quickly, kneel and take me as your master. With the skills you shall acquire, you can seek vengeance against Yu Songhai for the Fu Wei escort agency," Mu Gaofeng declared with delight, already contemplating the coveted evil-repelling sword technique. However, Lin Pingji, having regained his senses from the earlier tug, realized that Mu Tuozi had no genuine concern for him. The invitation to apprenticeship was undoubtedly insidious, perhaps aimed at seizing the Lin family's evil-repelling sword technique. He found himself frozen in place. Mu Gaofeng, growing anxious, pressed Lin Pingji downward. "Hurry, kneel, and become my disciple." Lin Pingji, possessing the temperament of a young master, resisted all the more fiercely when coerced. He stiffened his shoulders, refusing to bow. With a cold sneer, Mu Gaofeng escalated his force, unleashing his internal energy, causing Lin Pingji to grit his teeth in pain. Just as he felt utterly helpless, an unexpected surge of internal energy erupted from the ground, propelling Lin Pingji away from Mu Gaofeng. Mu Gaofeng attempted to seize him once more, but the energy that struck his hand felt akin to an electric shock, startling him into a tremor. Squinting, Mu Gaofeng beheld a figure emerging slowly from the shadows. The man had a countenance like a jade crown, exuding an aura of quiet authority. An intangible presence surrounded him. rendering him ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Upon seeing this individual, Lin Pingji was profoundly shaken. It was evident that he was a master, an unparalleled expert radiating the air of a grandmaster. I wonder who this is. It turns out to be the esteemed Yue from the Huashan Sect. After many years apart, one seems to grow ever younger. A testament to the marvelous art of yin-yang cultivation, which one might wish to impart to the clumsy fellow, Mu Tuozi. Mu Gaofeng, with his sharp tongue, could not help but mock, feeling a sense of shame in his own appearance. Brother Mu, you jest. You possess no such sinister skills of yin-yang cultivation. Yue Buqun replied with a smile. You are hardly younger than Tuozi, yet you appear to be in your early 30s. What else could it be if not yin-yang cultivation? Pray, does the esteemed Yue not wish to refine his exquisite Huashan swordplay, but instead covet the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual? Mu Gaofeng, lacking any finesse, launched a direct assault. Yue Buqun found himself compelled to respond. Brother Mu, your words remain as unrestrained as ever, he said, a flicker of purple energy flashing across his face before he struck out with his palm. Mu Gaofeng felt an oppressive force locking onto him, a wave of peril surging in his heart. In an instant, he managed only to shift half his body when the gust from Yue's palm struck his shoulder, as if a massive boulder had fallen upon him, sending him tumbling into a pile of debris, disheveled and covered in dust. With a swift motion, Mu Gaofeng regained his footing and exclaimed, Forgive my impertinence, brother Yue. I bear no ill will towards Huashan. This plea halted Yue Buqun's further actions. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Gaofeng leaped several times and vanished atop the wall. Lin Pingji, witnessing the entire spectacle, was left utterly astounded. The once arrogant Mu Gaofeng had been so thoroughly humbled by this man that he found himself berating his own conduct. He recalled his parents' words that those who master profound inner strength can indeed regain their youth. Could this man be such an individual? In the next moment, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Pingji rolled and crawled, kneeling before Yue Buqun. I implore you, master, to accept me as your disciple. I vow to serve you for life, to toil like a beast. As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly, the sound echoing against the floor. Feigning reluctance, Yue Buqun replied, If I were to accept you, whispers would undoubtedly circulate in the Jianghu, claiming I covet your family's evil-repelling sword manual. Lin Pingji redoubled his fervent bows, his forehead bleeding as he pleaded, I beseech you, master, accept me as your disciple. Yue Buqun halted his entreaties, saying, Very well, but first I must seek your parents' consent. Lin Pingji, overjoyed, quickly relayed the matter of Yu Songhai detaining his parents, beseeching Yue Buqun for aid. As my disciple, your affairs become my own. However, your uncle Lu Jingfeng's matter of retiring from the world remains unresolved, and until then, we must avoid further complications to preserve the dignity of the Huashan and Huashan sects. Yue Buqun cautioned. The 5 mountain sword sects are akin to branches of the same tree. Should we act against Yu Songhai, it would certainly tarnish Lu Jingfeng's reputation and that of Huashan, as Yu is a guest they have invited. Should misfortune befall him, it would be construed as a treacherous banquet, a ploy by the 5 mountains to ensnare the Qingqing sect. Though Lin Pingji was eager, he understood the need for patience and nodded in agreement, following Yue Buqun up the mountain to reunite with the remaining disciples of Huashan. Now, Lin Pingji has firmly secured the evil-repelling sword manual, but the question remains, how shall it be handled once obtained? Should it be destroyed outright? Would that not be a lamentable waste? Along the way, Yue Buqun pondered silently. Over the years, he had failed to conceive a satisfactory plan for the manual's disposal. After all, to forge it himself was out of the question. Lin Pingji was equally incapable of such an endeavor. Crafting a scheme to bequeath it to Zhuolengchan was also fraught with peril. What if he truly succeeded in refining it? Who could foresee the unforeseen consequences that might arise? Thus, he resolved to take one step at a time, deciding to address the matter only once it was firmly in hand. With determination set, Yue Buqun reached the Lu residence. Chapter 030. A clean break the following day at Lu Jingfeng's residence greeted the dawn with an atmosphere of unrestrained joy, accompanied by the jubilant sound of firecrackers. Lu Jingfeng's countenance radiated delight as he observed the martial arts comrades arriving to offer their congratulations, filling his heart with increasing merriment. The more jubilant the occasion, the better, the greater the spectacle, the more splendid. After today, he intended to relinquish all concerns regarding the trivialities of the martial world and the affairs of the Huashan Sect, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the pleasures of life and nature, playing the flute and strumming the zither in serene solitude. Notables from the Taishan Sect, including the illustrious Tianmen Jinren, had graced the event, along with the esteemed Mr. Yu from the Huashan Sect. Although the head of the Yue Huashan Sect, Master Dingxian, could not attend, Master Dingyi was present to represent. However, he felt a sense of unease regarding the absence of the Huashan Sect. The invitation he had sent was notably directed to them, yet the Left Alliance leader had yet to dispatch anyone, raising concerns about potential unforeseen circumstances. This morning, an unsettling omen manifested as his left eyelid twitched persistently, a sign he deemed unfavorable. Moreover, the delay from the Left Alliance leader was disconcerting. Not only had no one arrived, but they had not even sent a letter, which was rather troubling. The Five Mountain Sword Sect, bound by kinship, typically arrived a day or two in advance to demonstrate their camaraderie. Even if the Left Alliance leader held a significant position, he ought to have arrived by this hour. Meanwhile, within the inner chamber, Tianmin Jinren, Yue Buqun, Dingyi Shitai, and Lu Zhengfeng congregated, all senior brothers of the Five Mountain Sword Sect. The absence of representatives from the Huashan Sect only served to bolster the rumors circulating outside about the discord among Lu Zhengfeng and Master Imoda, the head of Huashan. Tianmin Jinren continued to implore, Lu Shidi, this is your prime time to embark on a significant undertaking. To withdraw from the martial realm would indeed be a lamentable loss. It is widely said that you have had disagreements with Master Imoda of Huashan. Perhaps you should set aside your pride and seek reconciliation, lest you squander your remarkable martial prowess. Dingyi Shitai, known for her forthrightness, spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhengfeng merely shook his head with a wry smile. While outsiders perceived a rift among brothers, the truth remained unutterable. His bond with Chu Yang was akin to seasoned anglers in later generations, expertly discussing the best spots for fishing, the optimal bait, and the precise hooks to use, utterly engrossed in their pursuits. They could forego meals, sleep, and even familial ties, as long as they could unite for the joy of fishing together. This very passion for music and rhythm was the essence of Lu Zhengfeng's desire to withdraw from the martial world. How could trivial sect disputes distract them from the pursuit of musical harmony? At that moment, a disciple hurriedly entered, whispering in Lu Zhengfeng's ear, Master Zhang has arrived. Lu Zhengfeng's eyes brightened, and he promptly addressed Tianmin Jinren and the other esteemed guests. I have a minor matter to attend to. Please excuse me for a brief moment. However, the assembled masters of internal energy, despite the discreet nature of the conversation, overheard every word, stirring a sense of curiosity within them. What dealings does Lu Zhengfeng have with the authorities? Outside the hall, a commotion ensued, revealing an official accompanied by numerous attendants. The martial artists exchanged glances, pondering the significance of this unexpected visit. Was Lu Zhengfeng's influence such that even the government had come to pay their respects? Lu Zhengfeng hastily descended the steps to greet them. The official retrieved a yellow silk scroll from the tray behind him and proclaimed loudly, the imperial edict has arrived. Lu Zhengfeng, receive the decree. Lu Zhengfeng bent both knees and knelt upon the ground, exclaiming in reverence. This decree signified Lu Zhengfeng's acquisition of a vice-generalship, and the official was there to fulfill his promise. Once the edict was read, Lu Zhengfeng accepted it with gratitude, bowing deeply in thanks. Only then did he rise, casting a discreet glance at a disciple nearby. The disciple then presented a platter of gifts, already prepared and concealed beneath red cloth, a blatant act of bribery. The official, not one to refuse, had an attendant step forward to accept the offering. However, as the attendant grasped it, he stumbled unexpectedly, nearly dropping the items due to their surprising weight, a misstep averted only by his military background. Observing this, the official's smile widened, as if he wished to forge a brotherly bond with Lu Zhengfeng right then and there. After exchanging pleasantries, the official excused himself, citing pressing official duties, and departed with satisfaction. Lu Zhengfeng handed the imperial decree to his disciple, then beamed at the gathered heroes, saying, as you all have witnessed, Lu has gained the court's favor and been bestowed with the title of a minor vice-general. It is often said, to eat the king's grain is to serve the king's affairs. Henceforth, I must withdraw from matters of the Jianghu. A cacophony of voices erupted, filled with speculation. Yue Buqun regarded the still proud Lu Zhengfeng with a look of pity, shaking his head in disbelief. It seemed Lu had not even mastered the art of purchasing a title, still reveling in his own cleverness. Yue Buqun sighed, reflecting on the times, where the sovereign was foolish and the court was corrupt. While this vice-generalship might appear grand, akin to a third-rank official, in reality, it was a mere title, often wielded by those of lesser rank who would bow before even a seventh-rank county magistrate. Moreover, this third-rank vice-general was an honorary position without real power. Even a scholar could easily outmaneuver him. One would need to weigh their actions carefully before purchasing a county magistracy. Yue Buqun thought. The martial world, unfamiliar with the court's nuances, had likely been deceived by intermediaries during the title's acquisition, leading to an inflated perception of grandeur that masked a significant loss. A single misstep had cost him the chance to avoid impending tragedy. As the auspicious hour approached, it seemed that the esteemed Left Alliance leader was preoccupied with affairs and could not attend Lu's ceremony of washing his hands of the Jianghu. Thus, there was no reason to linger. The festivities commenced. Lu Jingfeng informed the assembled heroes, and his disciple presented the ceremonial basin for washing. Lu Jingfeng clasped his hands and rolled up his sleeves, ready to immerse his hands into the basin of water. Once he plunged his hands into the basin, he would sever all ties with the Jianghu, rendering even the Left Alliance leader's commands impotent against him. All proceeded smoothly, and Lu Jingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally reached this juncture without error. Yet, in the next instant, joy turned to despair. A dart suddenly shot forth, toppling the basin meant for washing, splattering water everywhere and drenching Lu Jingfeng's collar. Such audacity was intolerable. Lu Jingfeng, filled with indignation, found such behavior to be rather insulting. Either one should arrive early or not at all. To overturn the basin just moments before washing one's hands is nothing short of a slap in the face. The crowd turned their gaze towards the entrance of the Lu residence, where several disciples from Mount Song, brandishing the Five Mountains Order flag, proclaimed loudly, by order of the Left Alliance leader, Lu Jingfeng of Huashan Sect, is to suspend the ritual of washing his hands in the Golden Basin. Chapter 031. Annihilation of the clan. What does Brother Ding mean? After I have resolved to wash my hands of this, you choose to intervene? Had you but warned me sooner, I would have been prepared. Why must you disrupt my cleansing? Lu Jingfeng questioned, his indignation palpable. Even a figure of clay possesses some degree of temperament. How much more so a renowned master such as himself, under the watchful eyes of the world's heroes? Could he truly abandon all sense of dignity? Ding Mian regarded him with a chilling silence, his gaze unsettling. Lu Jingfeng's ire intensified. Dine Yen, fetch water anew and cleanse again. Dine Yen poured a shallow layer of water into the basin and set it upon the platform. As Lu Jingfeng reached in once more, Ding Mian launched a dart, toppling the basin yet again. At this juncture, Master Dingy could no longer contain her discontent. Brother Ding, we are all members of the Five Mountains Sword Sect. Even if Lu Shidi's departure from the martial world is disputed, such bullying is unwarranted. Only then did Ding Mian speak. Master Dingy, you may not be aware that the esteemed Left Alliance leader has uncovered Lu Jingfeng's collusion with the demonic sect's right envoy, Chu Yang, intending to subvert our Five Mountains Sword Sect. This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, as the gathered heroes collectively gasped, colluding with the demonic sect, and with its right envoy no less. Though their encounters with the demonic sect had been few, they understood that the right envoy was a crucial figure, a second-in-command to the sect's leader. What? Master Dingy staggered back 3 steps, aghast. Among the Five Mountains Sword Sect, who did not harbor a deep-seated enmity towards the demonic sect. The notion that Lu Jingfeng, a prominent figure of the southern Mount Hungshan faction, could engage in such treachery was utterly unfathomable. Lu Jingfeng, speak for yourself. Has the esteemed Left Alliance leader wronged you? Ding Mian demanded with a steely voice. Lu Jingfeng's expression bore the weight of sorrow and resentment, and ultimately, he could only nod in resignation. I share a bond of music with Chu Dage. I have neither sought to undermine the Five Mountains Sword Sect nor harm any fellow martial artists. Observing Lu Jingfeng's demeanor, Yue Buqun could only roll his eyes in disbelief. Your sorrow is misplaced. Engaging with an elder of the demonic sect is a grave misstep, one that should be shrouded in utmost secrecy. Not even one's spouse should be privy to such matters. Yet, within Lu's household, who remains unaware of Chu Yang's affiliation with the demonic sect, once secrets are laid bare, one must exercise utmost discretion. If you choose to tread this perilous path, prepare for the consequences. The act of washing one's hands of this affair appeared impulsive, akin to acquiring a position in hopes of securing protection, only to end up with naught but a feather. Had they meticulously planned this from the outset, they would not have arrived at such a precarious juncture. Now that the truth had been exposed, what recourse remained? Thus, Yue Buqun stepped forward to counsel, as did Master Dingy and Tianmin Jinren. Yet Lu Jingfeng remained resolute, even when disciples from Songshan pressed their swords to the necks of his wife and children. Lu Shixiang, you claim Chu Yang as your friend. Are not those present here your friends as well? Your declaration of washing your hands of this affair has drawn countless martial artists from afar to offer their congratulations. Could it be that this multitude pales in comparison to a single Chu Yang? Yue Buqun lamented, striving to persuade him once more. Yet, Lu Jingfeng merely shook his head. Very well, allow me to assist you in eliminating Chu Yang, as long as you, Brother Lu, merely nod your head in agreement. Yue Buqun continued. Lu Jingfeng merely sighed, expressing, Brother Yu, I appreciate your kind intentions, yet my bond with Brother Chu is akin to that of Boya and Ziqi. You would not comprehend. With such sentiments articulated, there was little further to discuss. Subsequently, as anticipated, several of Lu Zhengfeng's esteemed disciples were ruthlessly slain on the spot, followed by the tragic demise of Lu Zhengfeng's wife, who was pierced through by a sword wielded by a disciple of the Huashan Sect. Even Lu Bai resorted to threatening Lu Zhengfeng's young son, Lu Qin, compelling him to acknowledge that his father was a scoundrel consorting with fiends. Compassionate and benevolent, the abbess Ding Yi could not bear to witness such cruelty, and thus uttered a Buddhist chant before stepping forward to intervene. While it is said that a son should not speak ill of his father, Lu Jingfeng's unfortunate associations were indeed regrettable. Yet the Huashan Sect could not stoop to such despicable acts of wanton slaughter. However, blinded by rage, the Huashan Sect showed no regard for righteousness. In her fury, Abbess Ding Yi confronted Lu Bai directly. Yet, she was no match for him and was swiftly struck, causing her to cough blood and retreat helplessly. Child, do you not believe your father to be a disgraceful rogue of the martial world, consorting with villains? The Huashan Sect pointed their sword ominously at Lu Qin's eyes, as if to say that any dissent would result in the immediate extraction of his eyeballs. Do not fear, little brother. A true man must be prepared for the worst. Lu Zhengfeng's daughter, Lu Jingjing, displayed remarkable courage, encouraging her younger brother. Yet, Lu Qin, consumed by terror, whimpered, but they want to gouge out my eyes. He was too young and cowardly to stand firm. My father is a disgraceful rogue. Under relentless threats, Lu Qin ultimately capitulated. Lu Jingjing was devastated, for this was a grievous attack on their very hearts, and she unleashed a torrent of invective upon the Huashan Sect. Silence. Lu Bai scoffed coldly, turning swiftly to strike with his sword. Unable to bear the senseless slaughter and the shamelessness of it all, Yue Buqun could no longer remain idle. He leaped forth, effortlessly deflecting Lu Bai's sword with a single palm strike. What does this mean, Mr. Yu? Lu Bai was taken aback, recognizing that Yue Buqun was not one to be trifled with, and thus joined forces with his companion Ding Mian to confront Yue Buqun together. Yue Buqun snorted coldly, engaging one adversary, surprisingly evenly matched. He thought to himself, I must not reveal my true strength prematurely. Consequently, he activated his Zixia divine skill, a purple aura shimmering across his visage, and with a single strike, he repelled both foes. In a swift motion, he maneuvered to Lu Jingjing's side, grasping her shoulder and leaping out of the fray. Yue Buqun then struck Lu Jingjing unconscious and entrusted her to Yu Lingshan, exclaiming, from this day forth, this girl shall adopt the surname Yu and be known as Yu Jingjing, my newly adopted daughter, severing all ties with the Lu family. I wonder if brothers Ding and Lu might grant me this favor. Ding Mian's expression fluctuated between various emotions, yet given the circumstances, it was evident that Yue Buqun had mastered his Zixia divine skill to a formidable degree. Victory would not come easily. Furthermore, their actions had clearly aroused public ire, and should Yue Buqun rally the martial heroes present, they might very well unite against them. Enough, since Brother Yu has taken an interest. I cannot refuse to honor your wishes. At this moment, Lu Jingjing's life is spared. Lu Jingfeng, witnessing the continuation of his lineage, is filled with gratitude. However, the betrayal of his youngest son plunges him into despair. This child, who was once cherished and pampered, now shamelessly insults his father in front of the world's heroes, bringing disgrace upon their family. What face does he have left to live on? Perhaps it is better to end his own life. In the next instant, Lu Jingfeng releases the hostage Fei Bin and, with his sword drawn, prepares to take his own life. Just as he is about to do so, a stone suddenly strikes, knocking the sword from his grasp. It is Chu Yang, clad in black, who first unleashes a barrage of black blood needles, swiftly dispatching a group of Huashan disciples. He then seizes Lu Jingfeng and attempts to escape. But can they truly flee? Fei Bin, the hand of the formidable Huashan, sneers, as the leader of this operation. He had been caught off guard by Lu Jingfeng's abduction and has lost face. Seizing this rare opportunity, he unleashes his full power, striking Chu Yang, who is attempting to flee, causing him to cough up blood and crash into the courtyard wall. Lu Jingfeng hurriedly counters, only to be met by the combined might of 3 Huashan disciples, following in Chu Yang's footsteps. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, having regained some composure, sends out another black blood needle and throws a smoke bomb. Amidst the chaos, he grabs Lu Jingfeng's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanish without a trace. Under Fei Bin's command, the Huashan disciples rush out in pursuit. As the wind blows, the Lu residence is left with only broken tables and chairs, scattered corpses, and Lu Qin weeping over the lifeless body. Yet, no one extends pity to him. A man who is cowardly and insults his father has lost all dignity, earning the disdain of the martial world. In contrast, Yue Buqun, who saved Lu Jingjing by taking risks, earns the silent admiration of many heroes, further enhancing his reputation as the gentleman's sword. Even the esteemed Master Mo from the southern Huashan would undoubtedly owe him a debt of gratitude for this favor. Chapter 32. The final transmission of the score as dusk descended. Ling Hucheng had consumed the white cloud bear bile pill sent by the young nun and applied the heavenly fragrant ointment to his wounds, which soon stabilized. After lying in bed for a day or two, he felt restless due to discomfort and the itching sensation from the ointment. Unable to tolerate his confinement any longer, he took the young nun Yilin by the hand and ventured outside the city for a breath of fresh air. The moonlight was resplendent, and the stars twinkled like diamonds. Occasionally, a shooting star streaked across the night sky. Along their journey, Ling Hucheng engaged Yilin in conversation about his junior sister and fellow disciples, while she listened quietly, cherishing this fleeting moment of beauty. In the distance, the sound of a zither reached their ears. Ling Hucheng, with his heightened internal energy and keen senses, discerned the faint melody carried by the gentle breeze. Curiosity piqued, the two supported each other and followed the sound. Meanwhile, by a small bridge, Lu Zhengfeng and Chu Yang had set up their zither and flute, performing the song Laughing in the Wind. Both were gravely injured, their breaths unstable, and as they played, blood began to seep from their mouths. The dissonant twang of a broken string abruptly halted their performance. Chu Yang, with a bitter smile, lamented, "I never imagined that before our demise, we would be unable to complete a single piece." Standing nearby, Chu Fian's eyes were filled with sorrow. With her parents long deceased, she was left with only her grandfather as kin. The thought of losing him too filled her with dread. What path would she take then? Life was inevitably fraught with regrets, yet it was tragic that the song they had painstakingly composed together would soon vanish from existence. Lu Zhengfeng's gaze was vacant, his internal injuries compounded by the recent betrayal from his disciple, leaving him devoid of anger, merely clinging to life. "Ah, so this is where you are," came a voice from the bridge, as De Songyang and Fei Bin hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the two men, a fury surged within him. The mission to capture Lu Zhengfeng had been his sole responsibility, and at the moment of triumph, he had let his guard down, falling victim to Lu Zhengfeng and even becoming a bargaining chip for the latter's family's lives. This humiliation was more than mere disgrace for him. The moment he was captured marked the end of his ascent within the Huashan Sect. Future opportunities for him to be entrusted with significant tasks by Zhuo were now improbable, though he would not fade from the core circle entirely. He would be relegated to assisting figures like Ding Mian and Liu Bai. Thus, his hatred for Lu Zhengfeng was palpable, reaching a point where he felt compelled to kill. "Uncle, do not act rashly." Ling Hucheng and Yilin rushed forward. Although Ling Hucheng did not recognize Fei Bin, he could tell from his attire that he was a senior member of the Huashan Sect. "Uncle, heaven is benevolent. Why must you trouble yourself with a man on the brink of death?" Ling Hucheng pleaded. "These two are about to perish. Striking them down now would tarnish the spirit of chivalry in the martial world." "Who is this impudent youth?" Fei Bin retorted. "Do you not know that this man is the notorious leader of the demonic sect?" Fei Bin observed the attire of the two individuals before him, a disciple of the Huashan Sect and a nun from the Huashan Sect. Although their pairing seemed peculiar, they were nonetheless both members of the 5 mountain sword sects, prompting him to respond. At this, Ling Hucheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he argued that the young girl was innocent and implored his senior to spare her life, gesturing towards Chu Fian, a mere 13 or 14-year-old girl, questioning what crime she could possibly have committed. Heretics and evildoers must be eradicated. Fei Bin remained unmoved, a cold snort escaping his lips as he prepared to strike. Just then, the piercing sound of a eru echoed through the vast valley, a jarring contrast to the silence. "Mr. Mo, the master of Xiaoxiang Night Rain, since you have arrived, why do you not show yourself?" Fei Bin raised his sword, scanning the surroundings. "Brother Fei, how fares the Left Alliance leader?" Mo De appeared suddenly behind Fei Bin like a wraith, startling him. Maintaining an appearance of harmlessness, Mo De glanced at Lu Zhengfeng, who lay incapacitated by the roadside, and then at the murderous Fei Bin, as if the turmoil around him were of no concern. Yet, internally, he felt a profound sense of sorrow. The rumors in the Jianghu spoke of discord among his fellow disciples. Could he not discern the truth of their relationships? Had it not been for Lu Zhengfeng's association with Chu Yang, would there have been any discord among them? Mo had frequently advised against Chu Yang's influence. But Lu Zhengfeng stubbornly persisted, leaving him no choice but to sever ties and clarify their differences. Otherwise, it would not merely be Lu Zhengfeng consorting with the demonic sect. The entire Huashan Sect would be implicated. Left Cold Zen was currently seeking an excuse to absorb the Huashan Sect. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to presenting a dagger directly. Mr. Mo has arrived at a fortuitous moment. How shall we handle the matter of your disciple Lu Zhengfeng's collusion with the demonic sect? Fabian did not respond. Instead questioning, he deserves to die. He deserves to die. Mr. Mo maintained an impassive demeanor as he approached, but unexpectedly, he spun around, drew his sword, and launched a surprise attack. Fabian had not anticipated this and was taken aback, ultimately collapsing to the ground with defiant eyes wide open. As a disciple of Huashan, it is not for Songs Han to enact my demise. Mr. Mo sheathed his sword back into the eru and vanished into the night without looking back. Younger brother Lu, did you not say that you and your senior brother were at odds? Who would have thought he would arrive just in time to offer assistance? Chu Yang remarked, watching Mo Da's retreating figure. My discord with him is more a matter of musical harmony. His Xiaoxiang night reign is simply unbearable. He laughed, but a cough of blood interrupted him, leaving him too weak to support himself. Youth, Chu Yang turned to call Ling Hu Chong and Yilin closer. You are a disciple of righteousness, and this matter should not trouble you. However, as our time draws near and we are left without kin or allies, we must beseech your assistance. Chu Yang produced a book from his breast pocket, inscribed with the 4 characters, Xiao Ao Jiang Hu. This musical score is the fruit of our labor. I cannot bear to see it lost. Might I implore you, young brother, to seek a successor on our behalf? Chu Yang's face was filled with hope, and even Lu Zhengfeng, lying on the ground, looked up with pleading eyes. As the bird nears its demise, its song resonates with sorrow. Ling Huchong, unable to turn a deaf ear, ultimately nodded in agreement. Chu Yang and Lu Zhengfeng felt an immediate release of tension, exchanging a knowing smile as they summoned their remaining inner strength to strike each other's palms. Their laughter echoed, yet it was destined to be abruptly silenced. The individual has departed. The bond of high mountains and flowing waters has been irrevocably severed. Grandmother Chu Fian wept bitterly upon Chu Yang, for from this day forth, she was rendered an orphan. Senior brother Ling Hu, they are so pitiable. Yilin could no longer contain her tears, succumbing to grief. Once one enters the martial world, they find themselves ensnared. The essence of humanity is woven into this realm. How does one extricate themselves? Ling Hu Chong laid several to rest. As for Chu Fian's fate, he entrusted her to Yilin. The Huashan Sect is a sanctuary of purity. Accompanying Yilin would surely lead her to a better fate. A gust of wind swept by, deepening the night as dark clouds obscured the moon. All would be swept into the annals of history. Meanwhile, Yue Buqun divided his disciples into 2 groups, one tightly pursuing Yutsonghai, while the other focused on the disciples of Yutsonghai. He was well aware of the unfolding narrative, understanding that Yutsonghai was employing a strategy of misdirection, subtly orchestrating the escort of Lin Jinan and his wife, while leading Yue Buqun in circles. However, Yue Buqun could not ascertain which disciples were escorting Lin Jinan and his wife, leaving him to chance. Master Yue, please proceed with caution. In an open area, Yue Buqun, having lost patience, revealed himself to block Yutsonghai's path. What instructions do you have, Master Yue? Yutsonghai's face twitched slightly. He had intended to lead Yue Buqun in circles for a while longer, but was unexpectedly cornered shortly after descending the mountain, which severely hampered his plans. Let us speak plainly. Yue Buqun chuckled. My newly accepted disciple Lin Pingji has parents who have been captured by villains. Might Master Yue facilitate a reunion between my disciple and his parents? Upon hearing this, Yutsonghai's expression darkened immediately. To speak of captured parents as if they were merely victims of circumstance was akin to pointing at a monk and deriding a bald head. Chapter 033. The Rescue of Lin Jinan. Yue Buqun, do not be too arrogant. My martial arts, Yutsonghai, are not to be trifled with. Yutsonghai smirked. Oh, since we have reached this point, let us see whose skills are superior. Without hesitation, Yue Buqun knew that mere words would not suffice. True submission must be earned through combat. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat, exchanging blows in rapid succession. Yutsonghai had long since allied himself with the lofty aspirations of Zhuo Otherwise, he would not have tested my abilities with a heart-crushing palm strike against Ling Hu Chong. Yue Buqun mused, recalling the palm strike delivered to Ling Hu Chong last December, which might have been instigated by Zhuo Lingshan, a man of ambition, determination, and capability, was indeed the one to unify the 5 Mountains Sword Sect. He would take on the role of the villain, and as for the fruits of victory, those could be discussed later. Thus, at this moment, It was not the time to reveal his full strength, so Yue Buqun utilized only a third of his internal energy. Yu Songhai, as the leader of a sect, wielded the Songfeng sword technique with tremendous ferocity, each strike aimed at vital points. However, while his skills were formidable, they paled in comparison to those of the leaders of the Five Mountains Sword Sect. According to the classifications in the martial world, he was at the mid to late stages of the acquired realm, whereas the leaders of the Five Mountains were generally at the peak of that realm, surpassing Yu Songhai by a small margin. As expected, after 15 exchanges, Yu Songhai found himself gradually at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Buqun unleashed the purple mist True Qi, a torrent of overwhelming energy that surged forth, cleaving Yu Songhai's treasured sword in twain. The force reverberated through the sword, rendering Yu Songhai's grip ineffective. Even as he lost hold of the hilt, it continued to tremble in his grasp. Yue Buqun capitalized on this moment, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent Yu Songhai staggering backward, leaving deep impressions in the earth with each step. Fortunately, a large tree stood behind him, halting his retreat as he collided with it. However, the strength of that palm strike was so immense that it caused the tree to splinter. Ha! Lu Dayo leapt forth, exclaiming loudly, Yu Songhai, now you understand the might of my master's purple mist divine skill. Yu Songhai clutched his chest, his expression twisted in pain, struggling to suppress the urge to spit blood, maintaining the dignity of a grandmaster. Yu Guanju, can you speak now? Yue Buqun inquired. Defeated, Yu Songhai had no choice but to reluctantly reveal the truth. Just then, a few disciples escorting Lin Jinan and his wife returned, covered in dust and panic, shouting, Master, it's bad. Lin Jinan and his wife have been abducted by Mu Gaofeng. As anticipated, events unfolded in accordance with the original plot. The group Yue Buqun had dispatched in blind search had found nothing. Master, Lin Pingji exclaimed anxiously. With a person like Mu Gaofeng, there would be no good outcome for his parents. Do not panic. We shall set out to find them at once, Yue Buqun reassured, though internally, he felt a greater urgency than anyone else. According to the natural progression of the narrative, Ling Huchong would encounter Mu Gaofeng and frighten him away. Furthermore, the dying words of Lin Jinan and his wife would also be conveyed by Ling Huchong, plunging him into a series of tumultuous events that would leave him unable to prove his innocence, leading him to despair and ultimately descend into darkness. If the incident at Xuanyu Courtyard tarnished his reputation, this time it would irrevocably cast him into the abyss. While Yue Buqun had previously helped him evade the scandal of the brothel, he could not allow Ling Huchong to become embroiled in this situation as well. With that, having ascertained the location, Yue Buqun swiftly employed his lightness skills and hurried to the scene of the incident, followed closely by a throng of disciples. At that moment, Yu Songhai, observing Yue Buqun's retreating figure, suddenly remarked, Yue Buqun, is your mastery of the exquisite Zixia divine skill not sufficient? Have you also set your sights on the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual? This remark, however, went unheard by Yue Buqun, though the disciples from Huashan, particularly Lin Pingji, caught every word. In essence, the statement was directed at Lin Pingji, intended to sow seeds of suspicion between master and disciple, purely to vex Yue Buqun. Lin Pingji's gaze faltered momentarily. Without further contemplation, he prioritized the safety of his parents above all else, and hastily joined the main group. Though he committed the words to memory, where is the evil-repelling sword technique concealed? Mu Gaofeng inquired, wielding a thorny branch to strike at Lin Jinan and his wife. Lin Jinan merely scoffed, dismissing the punishment as trivial compared to Yu Songhai's methods. If you refuse to speak, let me inform you that I have captured Lin Pingji. Should you remain obstinate, I shall execute him, Mu Gaofeng threatened. Yet, this feeble threat was swiftly debunked by the seasoned Lin Jinan. Enraged and humiliated, Mu Gaofeng resolved to strike both of them down without further ado. Outside the dilapidated temple, Ling Huchong observed the unfolding scene and had already devised a strategy, preparing to invoke his master's name to intimidate Mu Gaofeng. However, the next moment, a resounding shout echoed, reminiscent of a temple bell, reverberating with immense fury. You dare! Mu Gaofeng! Yue Buqun, weary yet resolute, leapt forward with agility. Terrified, Mu Gaofeng, who had been intimidated by Yue Buqun in the past, wasted no time in retreating, swiftly escaping through a shattered window. Yue Buqun did not pursue him, but hurried into the temple. Master, Ling Huchong called out as he passed the temple entrance. Chonger, remain at the door and assist your junior brothers, Yue Buqun replied, casting a brief glance before hastily issuing his command. Just in time, they managed to avert Ling Huchong from becoming entangled in this chaotic affair. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Within the temple, Lin Jinan, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse, stiffened and asked, "I am Yue Buqun of the Huashan Sect. Lin Pingji has already become my disciple." "What? You are the esteemed gentleman's sword, Mr. Yu? Pinger has had the fortune to become your student." Lin Jinan and his wife trembled with excitement. The reputation of Yue Buqun eclipsed that of the Qingqing sect by a considerable margin. They had long been sending gifts to the Qingqing sect in hopes of currying favor with Yuzhanghai. However, upon reaching the esteemed echelon of the Five Mountain Sword sect, one would scarcely dare to entertain the notion of presenting gifts. Take, for instance, the fearsome Mu Gaofeng, who, upon hearing a mere utterance from Yue Buqun, fled without a backward glance. For Pinger to be able to take such an individual as her master is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Lin Jinan and his wife were immensely stirred, yet their excitement soon gave way to a vacant expression. The relentless torment inflicted by Yuzhanghai had long since extinguished the vitality within them, and they clung to life only out of concern for their only son. Now, having learned that their child has found a prestigious mentor, they finally feel a sense of release. Yue Buqun discerned that their time was short, yet they could not depart just yet. Thus, he hastily channeled some of his internal energy to sustain their lives until Lin Pingji's arrival. Chapter 034. Return to the mountain in the dilapidated temple. A tender moment belonged solely to the Lin family of three. Lin Pingji was overwhelmed with tears, his heart heavy with sorrow, as he discerned that his parents were experiencing their final moments. "Pinger, life is bound by the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. Your mother and I will no longer be by your side," Lin Jinan said, gently stroking Lin Pingji's hair. In that instant, it felt as though he was transported back to his childhood, nestled in the warmth of his parents' embrace. Tears fell like raindrops, countless pangs of anguish gnawing at his heart like ants. "Pinger, in the ancestral home of our Lin family on Xiangyang Lane in Fuzhou, there are heirlooms that you must safeguard. However, your great-grandfather Yuan Tugong left behind a warning. None of my descendants are to examine them. Otherwise, it will bring endless calamities. You must remember this well." Lin Jinan strained to maintain his composure as he began to impart his final wishes. Lin Pingji nodded fervently. Good child, good child." Lin Jinan's gaze was filled with tenderness as he reached out for one last touch of Lin Pingji's cheek. Yet, his hand ultimately faltered in midair, then wearily fell to the ground. "Father, please wake up. Father, please wake up." Lin Pingji grasped Lin Jinan's limp hand, shaking his body desperately. "Pinger." Madame Wang looked at her husband with deep affection, then turned her gaze to her son. "You must heed your master's words and take care of yourself, do you understand?" With great difficulty, she wiped away Lin Pingji's tears. "A man should not weep so openly. You have grown up now, and you must not bring shame to the Lin family's name." She adjusted Lin Pingji's collar, brushing off the dust, then turned to her husband, slowly curling up in his embrace, a smile gracing her lips as her eyes gently closed. "Father, mother." Lin Pingji's anguished cries reverberated through the desolate temple. Yue Buqun profoundly empathized with Lin Pingji's emotions at this moment. However, unlike the original narrative where Lin Pingji did not get to bid farewell to his parents, this outcome was far more favorable. With the matters of Huashan concluded, Yue Buqun instructed Leodino to procure 2 coffins from a nearby town, preparing to transport the bodies of Lin Pingji's parents back to Huashan. Several days later, beneath the peak of Yunu on Huashan, Yue Buqun temporarily placed the coffins of the deceased in a small temple on the mountainside, intending to hold a proper burial on a later date. Leodino and Gao Jinming ascended the peak to relay the news, and before long, a group of disciples descended from Yunu Peak. After greeting their master, they gathered together, chattering excitedly about their experiences, finally returning to the long-awaited embrace of Huashan. "Senior brother, during the Huashan conference, I had hoped you would bring back more disciples. Why have you only returned with 2? A tall and graceful young woman approached with a radiant smile. It was Ning Zhongzi, whose beauty had matured further in the days of their separation. Yue Buqun replied with a smile, "Quality over quantity in disciples. Jingjing, come here to greet your mother. Pingji, you should also pay your respects to your master's wife." Upon hearing the word mother, Ning Zhongzi suddenly froze, her body swaying as disbelief washed over her. Could it be that her husband, whom she had spent every day with, had taken a concubine outside? Could the child be of such an age? How audaciously bold to bring Feng along. Yue Buqun sensed something amiss. In this era of limited transportation and slow communication, the events unfolding at Huashan had likely not yet reached Huashan due to the arduous journey. Contemplating this, he hastily stepped forward, adopting a cordial demeanor as he grasped Ning Zhongzi's arm and discreetly conveyed, "I shall explain further shortly." Yu Jingjing and Lin Pingji exchanged greetings, while Ning Zhongzi, prioritizing the greater good, feigned calmness, and offered a few words of advice to the two. She then pretended to be unconcerned and led Yue Buqun into the inner hall. Master brother, do you harbor disdain for me? As soon as the door closed, tears streamed down Ning Zhongza's face. To bring the offspring of an extramarital affair home so brazenly and instruct them to call the legal wife mother. What did that signify? Was she to be relegated to a lesser position? Yue Buqun, both amused and exasperated, quickly recounted the entire sequence of events. Despite having become a mother, Ning Zhongza retained an air of youthful innocence in Yue Buqun's presence. Upon hearing his tale, she finally broke into laughter, playfully pounding her fist on his shoulder. Master brother, Jingjing's background is too pitiable. From now on, she and Lingshan shall be like biological sisters, and I shall treat them equally. Given Yue Jingjing's plight, unable to return home, and with Huashan's great sect unwilling to offer her refuge, her fate in the Jianghu would undoubtedly be tragic. Only under Yue Buqun's protection could she hope to survive. The Changxiatang had now been expanded, accommodating a significantly larger number of people. After the dust of travel had settled, and everyone had changed into fresh attire, Yue Buqun finally called them forth. Naturally, such gatherings were reserved for inner disciples, with Lin Pingzhi and Yue Jingjing being the exceptions. Chong'er, you appear quite frail. What, have you been in another altercation? A mother knows her child well, and Ning Zhongza immediately discerned that Ling Huchong bore wounds. Without hesitation, Ling Huchong recounted his encounter with Tian Buoguang and the stakes of their gambling duel, simultaneously providing insights to the younger disciples who had remained behind. Despite Tian Buoguang's notorious reputation, his swift blade was renowned in the Jianghu. Demonstrate a few moves for me, Ning Zhongza suggested. Consequently, Ling Huchong used his sword to mimic the techniques employed against Tian Buoguang. Ning Zhongza, possessing innate intelligence and profound skill, observed keenly and deduced potential countermeasures. Following this, she instructed Ling Huchong to showcase his swift blade while she countered with her sword. Their exchange captivated the onlookers, instilling a mixture of awe and trepidation among the disciples. The prowess of their matron was indeed formidable, likely rivaling that of Yue Songhai, Lin Pingzhi mused. He had heard tales of her strength on the journey back, yet witnessing it firsthand was altogether different. After a bout, they finally paused, and Ning Zhongza began to scrutinize Lin Pingzhi. Master brother, this disciple possesses a commendable appearance, yet he does not seem suited for martial practice. Perhaps it would be better to enroll him in the academy to pursue scholarly excellence, Ning Zhongza remarked, devoid of any hint of mockery. In this era, possessing handsome features bestows a significant advantage, particularly for those pursuing the imperial examination. The foremost requirement for holding an official position is to possess an appearance of integrity and beauty. The more striking one's looks, the greater the opportunities for advancement. Those who frequent the military council or ascend to ministerial positions are invariably handsome men. Conversely, an individual with a gaunt and unattractive visage might find it exceedingly difficult to even gain entry into the inner circles of power. However, this notion struck Lin Pingzhi with great discomfort, as he harbored a personal vendetta and felt that pursuing the imperial examination was not an option. Observing his delicate physique, his master's wife regarded him with disdain, compelling him to diligently apply himself to his studies. He was resolute in his determination not to lag behind his senior brothers and to avoid becoming an object of scorn. Lin Pingzhi silently vowed to himself. Chapter 035. The transmission of the Zixia divine skill. Next came the master-apprentice ceremony. Lin Pingzhi, for the time being, was an ordinary disciple. He did not need to open the incense hall. Instead, in the presence of numerous senior brothers, he knelt before Yue Buqun and offered several respectful bows, thus completing the rite. Chong'er, elucidate the 7 great precepts of the Huashan Sect to your junior brother Lin, commanded Yue Buqun. Yes. Ling Huchong replied with a respectful gesture and began his explanation. This task was second nature to him. As the eldest disciple of the sect, he had performed this duty for nearly all the disciples after their initiation. Should he be absent for any reason, the responsibility would fall on Leodino. And if he too were unavailable, it would then be passed to the third disciple, Liang Fa, and so forth. Before long, the 7 great precepts of Huashan were thoroughly conveyed, and the process was deemed complete. However, unexpectedly, Yue Buqun launched an inquiry, asking, Chong'er, since you have mastered the precepts, could you recount which ones you have violated during your descent from the mountain? Ling Huchong startled and then became despondent. He had thought he had managed to evade scrutiny. Reluctantly, he confessed his misdeeds. Yue Buqun let out a cold snort and stated, though your reckless words in the face of peril might be seen as unfortunate, as my foremost disciple, to utter phrases such as seeing and none, Certain to lose at gambling tarnishes the reputation of the esteemed Yue Huashan Sect. If I do not penalize you, it would reflect poorly on the decorum of the Huashan Sect. Therefore, you shall be punished to contemplate your actions at the wall of reflection for a year as a form of reprimand. A year at the wall. That is far too long. Could it not be reduced? Before Ling Huchong could voice his concerns, Yu Lingshan, who had been inseparable from him since childhood, interjected, expressing her dissatisfaction at the prospect of a year without her companion, fearing it would lead to unbearable boredom. However, before Yue Buqun could respond, Ning Zhongzi pulled her back with a reprimanding glance. This was a matter of discipline from the sect leader. To haggle over it would undermine the authority of the master. The disciple accepts the decree. Ling Huchong, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly acquiesced to his punishment. In Yue Buqun's study, only he and Ling Huchong remained. Chonger, you performed admirably this time, Yue Buqun said, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he patted Ling Huchong's shoulder. During the Huashan conference, the eldest disciple of the Huashan Sect risked his life to rescue a fellow disciple from the Huashan Sect, engaging in a battle of wits with Tian Buoguang, fully aware of the odds against him. Such deeds, I believe, will swiftly circulate through the martial world over time. Consequently, this will undoubtedly elevate the prestige of the Huashan Sect and further enhance Yue Buqun's own reputation. Although reputation may seem ephemeral, intangible, those who have played games understand its immense utility at critical junctures. Moreover, this act of goodwill will forge a bond with the esteemed Yue Huashan Sect. And with the rescue of the young lady Jingjing, the South Yue Huashan Sect's regard for them will surely surpass that for Zhuo Lengchan by a considerable margin. Such debts of gratitude, after all, must be repaid. Although the 5 mountain sword sects have formed an alliance, they continue to operate independently for the time being. When the moment arrives for Zhuo Lengchan to promote the unification of the 5 mountains, the position of the sect leader will be determined through voting. It was agreed that a person of great virtue and reputation would be appointed as the Grand Master. In the original narrative, due to the hidden agendas of the members, none would yield to the others, and the voting process became inconclusive, leading to the decision of a duel to determine the leader. Should the day come when the leaders of the 4 sects unanimously choose Yue Buqun, even Zhuo Lengchan would have to begrudgingly accept the outcome, and the duel would become unnecessary. Yue Buqun further stated, this year of contemplation is primarily for the sake of appearances. As long as you receive this punishment, the people of the martial world will no longer use your disrespectful remarks about your master against you. Ling Huchong felt overwhelming gratitude. The bond between master and disciple was akin to that of father and son, and this thoughtfulness surpassed even that of a biological father. However, before his feelings of gratitude could dissipate, Yue Buqun unexpectedly dropped a bombshell. Chonger, your recent acts of chivalry in aiding fellow practitioners and standing against injustice have already begun to embody the qualities of a sect leader. Therefore, I have decided to impart to you the Purple Mist secret manual from this day forth. Ling Huchong sprang up from his chair like a cat, whose tail had been stepped on. Master, this. The usually eloquent and carefree senior disciple of Huashan was now rendered speechless. After all, the Purple Mist secret manual was a paramount treasure of Huashan, the pinnacle of the 9 skills. During the recent Huashan conference, Yue Buqun had showcased the might of the Purple Mist divine art. Moreover, the significance of this manual was profound, traditionally passed down only to the sect leader. By bestowing it upon Ling Huchong, it was tantamount to declaring that Huashan would henceforth be under his stewardship. The current circumstances were vastly different from the past. Originally, the Huashan sect comprised merely 70 or 80 disciples, with fewer than 10 being truly capable. Ling Huchong was among the most exceptional. However, the present situation had changed drastically. Under Yue Buqun's long-term planning, the number of Huashan disciples had surged to nearly 500, with the sect's assets potentially bringing the total to 1,000. In terms of sheer numbers, this was not far behind the Huashan Sect. With such a vast organization and a multitude of capable disciples, although Ling Huchong was the foremost disciple, he would face considerable competition. It was uncertain whether the position of sect leader would ultimately fall to him after Yue Buqun's passing. Yet, with the transmission of the Purple Mist secret manual, his position was secured, akin to a guarantee. Master's immense kindness and virtue will forever be engraved in my heart, Ling Huchong exclaimed, quickly bowing in gratitude. In the original story, Yue Buqun had been overly cautious, hesitating to pass on the manual until it was too late, resulting in others losing interest and ultimately benefiting Lao Denao, which cost Lu Dayo his life. Such negligence would be equivalent to a complete loss in a business transaction. Furthermore, The Purple Mist secret manual only encompassed the first 3 levels of the Purple Mist divine art, so even if Ling Hucheng mastered it, there would be no risk of him succumbing to the temptation of turning against the heavens. Subsequently, Yue Buqun retrieved the Zixia secret manual for Ling Hucheng to examine. As for taking it away directly, that was out of the question. Such a confidential item could not be safeguarded by Ling Hucheng's current martial prowess. However, within just a few incense sticks worth of time, Ling Hucheng closed the book, having memorized its contents flawlessly, without the slightest error. Yue Buqun was astounded. After all, he was the protagonist, and this level of skill was indeed unparalleled within the entire text. This matter was not to be disclosed to outsiders. Yue Buqun offered a few words of caution and briefly elucidated the cultivation techniques of the Zixia secret manual, before sending him off to contemplate by the cliff. I have done all that is within my capacity, even surpassing the original narrative. If you still choose to behave like a brute, as in the original tale, then do not blame my ruthlessness, Yue Buqun mused as he watched Ling Hucheng's retreating figure. Chapter 036. The incredible advancement in the days that followed. Mount Hua returned to its usual tranquility, with disciples diligently practicing their swordplay. Yue Buqun found himself with more leisure time. Since Lin Pingzhi had entered the sect, burdened with deep-seated grievances, he devoted himself to rigorous training, often exerting himself several times more than his peers. His efforts bore fruit, and he made remarkable progress. Moreover, Lin Pingzhi and Yu Jingjing had recently been spending considerable time together, perhaps due to their similar fates, which fostered a shared understanding. They frequently practiced swordsmanship together, engaged in duels, and honed their skills in mutual advancement. Yue Buqun was quite pleased with this development. In the original narrative, he had driven Ling Hucheng to the cliff of contemplation in an attempt to unite Yu Lingshan with Lin Pingzhi, subtly redirecting her affections away from Ling Hucheng. This tactic, seemingly brilliant, was ultimately a misguided move that not only harmed his daughter, but also severed his own support. The tragedy of Yue Buqun began from that very moment. However, this time, such a scenario was unlikely to occur. One day, while Yue Buqun was in his meditation chamber, waves of violet energy emanated from his body, gradually enveloping him in a cocoon of purple light. Positioned at the center, he circulated his vital energy and blood flow, only to suddenly sense a peculiar shift. His mastery of the Zixia divine skill had reached the 4th minor completion stage, and he expected it would take 1 or 2 more years of deepening before any potential breakthrough. Yet, he now felt the faintest signs of movement. Yue Buqun found this utterly astonishing. Could it be that the narrative had truly commenced, leading to a resurgence of spiritual energy in the world? Or perhaps it was a phenomenon akin to the rapid enhancements of villainous NPCs. According to the established principles of the narrative, once the protagonist emerged and the plot unfolded, the antagonists surrounding them would experience a similar surge in power, defying all logic. In the original tale, Yue Buqun served as the ultimate antagonist, whose power escalated primarily through the evil-repelling sword technique. Yet, he had no intention of training in that regard. Was the world forcibly altering the storyline to expedite his advancement in Zixia divine skill? He dismissed such thoughts in an instant, recognizing that he needed to concentrate on his cultivation. With the opportunity presenting itself, he had no reason not to seize it. In the next moment, he harnessed the chance, allowing his vital energy to circulate swiftly along the great circulation path. Within a short while, a resonant hum echoed as he emerged from his cocoon, achieving a genuine breakthrough to the 4th major completion of the Zixia divine skill. However, something felt amiss. It seemed as though external forces had aided his cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, Yue Buqun's expression was not one of joy, but rather of gravity. He meticulously recalled the moment of his breakthrough, and suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. The essence of heaven and earth. This thought struck him with surprise. How could such a phenomenon exist in a martial arts world? Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he had absorbed several strands of a unique spiritual essence during his breakthrough. If it were not the essence of heaven and earth, what could it possibly be? Surely, Mount Hua had not miraculously sprouted rare treasures. Yet, this was undeniably a realm of martial arts. Yue Buqun found himself in a state of perplexity as he stepped out of the quiet chamber, contemplating and analyzing his thoughts while making his way to the training grounds, yet failing to derive any coherent conclusion. Master. Suddenly, a disciple hurriedly approached him, appearing flustered. What is the matter? Yue Buqun inquired, his concern piqued. Master. Lin Shidi, he. The disciple gasped, struggling to catch his breath. What has happened to Pingzhi? A change swept over Yue Buqun's countenance. Lin Pingzhi was indeed one of the principal characters, albeit not in possession of the correct script, and would undoubtedly play a significant role in the future. Surely, Nothing dire had occurred. However, as the disciple gradually regained his composure and elucidated the circumstances, Yue Buqun came to understand that Lin Pingzhi had triumphed over an inner disciple in a contest. Yet, an unsettling realization struck him. The defeated disciple was of the third-tier realm. If Lin Pingzhi could openly conquer him in the arena, that would imply Lin Pingzhi was at least on par with the third-tier realm himself. How could this be? He had only been a novice for less than 2 months. Even Ling Huchong had not advanced that swiftly. Could it be that the resurgence of spiritual energy was indeed afoot? Doubt began to creep into Yue Buqun's mind. Might his own transmigration have triggered a chain reaction, propelling this low-level martial world towards a higher evolution? If that were the case, it would pose a considerable dilemma, rendering all prior plans futile. Yue Buqun instructed the disciple to withdraw and, rubbing his temples, returned to the quiet chamber. In the face of uncertainty, he resolved to calm his mind. He lit a stick of incense, and as the fragrant smoke enveloped him, tranquility soon returned. The current narrative had not yet diverged. All disturbances stemmed from his recent, unusual breakthrough. Once more, Yue Buqun settled onto the meditation mat, circulating his Zixia true energy, attentively attuning to his surroundings. As the incense burned, time slipped by, 1 stick, 2 sticks, until an entire hour had passed. Just as Yue Buqun was on the verge of surrendering to despair, he finally grasped it. It was a unique aura, imbued with a faint, exhilarating warmth, scarcely perceptible, yet it wafted through the boundless space around him, only to be inadvertently inhaled during his meditative practice. Merely inhaling a wisp of it equated to the fruits of Yue Buqun's arduous training over half a month, if not longer, far surpassing the efforts of ordinary disciples. Could it be that Mount Huashan possessed some extraordinary treasure? Yue Buqun was now convinced that this was not merely a revival of spiritual energy. Rather, it resembled the legendary spiritual stones or veins. Consequently, in the days that followed, Yue Buqun endeavored daily to trace the source of this remarkable aura. At long last, after more than a month, he found himself in a secluded valley on the back mountain of Huashan. The location was profoundly deep, characterized by steep cliffs, peculiar rocks, and rampant weeds, seldom trodden by human feet. It was only through the prowess of his martial skills that Yue Buqun managed to reach this place. The source of the strange aura was likely in this direction. Even if there was a slight deviation, it could not be far off. After a period of diligent pursuit, Yue Buqun was finally able to draw a definitive conclusion. He held a long pole in his hand, continuously probing the ground to avoid falling into deep pits or caverns. Simultaneously, it served to startle any lurking serpents or insects, thus mitigating the peril of being bitten. As he walked and explored, Yue Buqun remained fully alert. Suddenly, he encountered a sheer rock face ahead, devoid of any path. Upon gazing upward, he beheld the vast expanse of a cliff's precipice. Focusing his internal energy into his eyes, he strained to see and, at last, discerned something of significance. Below the cliff, approximately 4 or 5 zhang down, jutted out a sheer rock face, resembling a naturally formed terrace, which would be easily overlooked without careful observation. Delighted, Yue Buqun felt an exhilaration akin to that found in countless tales of martial heroes. Teeming with cliff-jumping adventures, this precipice appeared as if it were crafted for the protagonist's daring leap. Chapter 037. The Ascension Site of Guangningzi, what might await him there? Yue Buqun felt a flicker of anticipation. In the realm of martial arts, such locations often concealed unforeseen opportunities. However, the question remained, how to ascend? Given the current steep incline, the notion of relying on lightness skills to soar upward was nothing short of fanciful. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to the most fundamental method of taking a detour. The Huashan mountain range was treacherous, and as long as the slope did not drop at a perfect 90 degrees, it could be traversed. The ascent was arduous, consuming nearly half a month before he finally carved a path upward. Curse it! Back in the day, Guojing had reached the peak to meet my Yu of the Huashan Sect in a single evening. Clearly, my perseverance pales in comparison to that of the heroic Gua. Yue Buqun mused with a hint of self-deprecation. Yet, how high could the mountains of the desert be? The peak my Yu inhabited was likely far lower than this one. At the summit, the air was frigid, and each breath produced clouds of mist. He positioned himself at the edge of the cliff and gazed downward, only to be met with a haze that obscured his view. Reluctantly, he remained there for an hour, waiting for noon when the sun shone most brightly, dispersing the fog, allowing him to finally see clearly. Indeed, below the cliff protruded a naturally formed terrace, and faintly, there seemed to be a cave. This time, there was truly something of value. Yue Buqun rejoiced. Throughout the tales, Zhang Wuji had plummeted off a cliff to acquire the 9 Yang divine art. while Yuan Xingji had similarly fallen to obtain the Golden Snake's secret manual, the Golden Snake Needle, and the Golden Snake Sword. What treasures might he uncover by descending? Without further hesitation, he retrieved the rope he had prepared earlier, intending to secure it to a stone. However, as his gaze wandered, he suddenly spotted an unusual feature. It was a large, protruding stone, thick at the top and slender at the bottom, perfectly suited for tying the rope. Yet, to his dismay, a rope was already affixed to it. Strictly speaking, it was not a rope per se, but rather the remnants of a frayed cord. Weathered by the elements and sun, some parts appeared to be decayed, clinging to the stone, showing signs of age. Had someone beaten him to it? Yue Buqun could scarcely believe it, nearly stumbling backward in shock. After all his toil, had the fruit been plucked by another? Was this not absurd? How could such a remote and perilous area be discovered by anyone else? He had painstakingly followed the sensations from his cultivation of the Zixia divine skill to arrive here. Could it be that this intruder had also traversed the same path? Could it be that this early arrival was one of the esteemed ancestors of the Huashan Sect? Regardless, he had come this far, and he must descend to investigate. Securing the rope, he cast one end downward, just reaching the terrace below. One careful movement at a time, Yue Buqun began to slide down the rope. Of course, with his martial prowess, he could have leapt down directly using his lightness skills. However, without the rope, the ascent would be problematic. Moreover, who could ascertain if the terrace was slippery? If he flew down only to find himself on a treacherous surface, he might well be thrust back to the earthly realm in an instant. At long last, after considerable effort, Yue Buqun landed safely on the platform below. This was a relatively flat terrace, spacious enough to accommodate dozens of individuals without issue. At the juncture of the terrace and the cliff face, there stood an imposing portal. This entrance was not a natural formation, but rather a masterpiece of human craftsmanship. However, due to the years of neglect, it was now overgrown with weeds. Yue Buqun unsheathed his sword and cleared a passage sufficient for a single person to pass through. With his equipment at the ready, he ignited a torch and began to venture through the opening. Upon entering, he found himself in a long corridor, the walls slick with moisture. Cautiously, he advanced, and after a short while, he was greeted by a sudden expanse, a gentle light filtering through. What could this mean? Could there be others here? A sense of astonishment washed over him. In such a scenario, the presence of others might not necessarily indicate humanity. It could very well be spirits or phantoms. Yet, was this not a world of martial heroes? Yue Buqun extinguished the torch, steeling himself as he pressed onward, eventually arriving at a grand hall. The ceiling was adorned with several luminous orbs, the gentle glow he had previously perceived emanating from these precious jewels. Night, luminous pearls? He was taken aback. Such treasures were priceless, and here there were 6, illuminating the hall in its entirety. However, the astonishment did not end there. As he swiftly surveyed the hall, he noticed a stone tablet standing against the wall. Cautiously, he approached, and the inscription upon it took his breath away, the ascension site of Guangningzi. Yue Buqun's eyes widened in disbelief, and he stumbled back a few steps, collapsing onto the ground, the demeanor of a master dissipating in an instant. He felt that the astonishment he had experienced over the years paled in comparison to this moment. Could it be that deities truly existed in this world? Doubts swirled in his mind. Was this still the realm of the smiling, proud wanderer? Guangningzi was none other than the founding patriarch of the Huashan Sect, Hao Datong. And this was purportedly the site of his ascension. Had the patriarch truly achieved transcendence? Not merely death, but genuine ascension? The impact on Yue Buqun's mind was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily dazed. He hastily composed himself to analyze the situation. The first 3 levels of the Zixia divine skill involve refining essence into qi. The next 3 levels refine qi into spirit. The latter 3 levels remained uncertain for now. However, according to the inscription on the tablet, Patriarch Hao Datong had indeed attained enlightenment and ascended through the Zixia divine skill. If the tablet's account held truth, then the latter 3 levels must pertain to the refinement of spirit and emptiness. Mastery of all 9 levels of the Zixia divine skill would lead to the ultimate attainment of refining spirit and returning to the void. And further progression would align with the Tao, culminating in the legendary status of an immortal. In light of this, a plausible rationale emerged. Yet, Yue Buqun remained conflicted. How could a world of martial heroes give rise to immortals? This seemed utterly illogical. Historical records often contain exaggerations and inaccuracies, perhaps merely the result of boastful claims, mused Yue Buqun. However, the veracity of these truths and fallacies could only be unraveled once he cultivated the Zixia divine skill to its 9th and ultimate level. Yet, he pondered with a wry smile, do I even possess the opportunity in this lifetime to elevate the Zixia divine skill to such heights? The path of the Zixia divine skill becomes increasingly arduous, and after dedicating 25 years, he had only attained the 4th significant level. Who could predict how long it would take to reach the subsequent 5 levels? Chapter 038. The Solitary 9 Swords Recalling the Zixia divine skill. Yue Buqun suddenly remembered the purpose of his journey. Thus, he ceased to ponder the transcendent state of becoming an immortal and instead continued to seek the source of that peculiar aura. Along the mountain wall, Yue Buqun began to sense the presence inch by inch. Indeed, the strange aura emerged once more, its density markedly increased, within a brief moment. Yue Buqun felt he was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of the Zixia divine skill. It was here, just behind this stone wall. After a period of exploration, Yue Buqun finally pinpointed the true location. Before him stood a stone door, seamlessly integrated into the overall environment of the hall, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Below this stone door, he noticed a layer of brown solid substance, as if something had splattered upon it. Crouching down, he cautiously picked up a small amount and sniffed it. Blood. Yue Buqun's expression grew solemn. This brown solid was clearly the residue, formed from coagulated blood. Upon closer inspection, there was a mixture of old and new, suggesting it had not been splattered at a single fixed moment in time, but rather layered over intervals. The notion of becoming an immortal is often elusive and frequently accompanied by sinister rituals, such as the extermination of the 5 ghosts, which involves finding 5 individuals with corresponding constitutions to extract their hearts and lungs and sever their tongues. Could this be a site of sacrifice? Yue Buqun pondered with trepidation. Whenever such arcane and malevolent elements are involved, things tend to become exceedingly bizarre, and the atmosphere grows grim and grotesque. As he contemplated, Yue Buqun's sharp eyes suddenly discerned that beneath the layer of brown solid, there appeared to be a line of small characters inscribed on the door. Drawing forth his longsword, he meticulously pried away the coagulated bloodstains. Once the filth fell away, he indeed revealed the inscription, "Any disciple of Mount Hua, should they have the fortune to arrive here, may open this door with the 4th level of the Zixia divine skill." The writing was somewhat faded, and it was evident that the stone door bore signs of having been struck by an external force. Is this not tailor-made for me? Yue Buqun hesitated, for he had indeed mastered the 4th level of the Zixia divine skill, coincidentally discovering this cave. And now there existed a stone door that could only be opened with that very skill. The entire situation felt like a meticulously crafted trap. Moreover, what could be the cause of the impact marks on the door? After a moment's hesitation, Yue Buqun resolutely grasped his longsword and continued to scrape away the brown bloodstains. After approximately half a stick of incense had passed, he meticulously examined his work. The stone door was indeed marked by the impact of some object, and it appeared to have been a living being. The ring of brown coagulated blood might very well have been from that creature, which, in its desperation to open the door, had injured itself and bled. Moreover, it had evidently struck the door multiple times, even leaving a gap in the stone. Following the direction of the gap, Yue Buqun looked upwards, and to his astonishment, he noticed a loose stone on the door. Could it be that the door had been breached at one corner? Yue Buqun grasped the stone block with his hand and gently pulled, surprisingly causing it to dislodge. Instantly, a faint glow emanated from the small crevice. What might lie within? Could it be a sinister sacrificial site? Perhaps a throng of skeletons in motion? Or a gathering of ethereal beings enjoying tea? Or could it be that the venerable ancestor Hao Datong was meditating within? Yue Buqun licked his lips, hesitating for a moment, before cautiously pressing his eyes against the small corner, peering stealthily into the stone chamber. Upon glancing inside, he found no living beings, nor any deceased entities. Nothing that defied reason, whether alive or inanimate. What lay within was merely a stone chamber, barren and illuminated by luminous pearls. The only distinction was the walls of this chamber, which were densely etched with various characters and designs. Gui Mei trends towards Wu Wang trends towards Tong Ren trends towards the Yu Good Heavens. This is the Dugu 9 Swords. In the dim light, Yue Buqun strained to discern the inscriptions. Having read only a couple of lines, his heart began to race fervently. Though he had never witnessed a pig run, he was well aware from the original text that this was evidently the essence of the Dugu 9 Swords. Those illustrations were unmistakably the cultivation methods associated with it. At that moment, Yue Buqun no longer hesitated. He summoned his Zixia true qi, saturating both palms, exerting force with determination. In an instant, a thunderous rumble echoed as the stone door was indeed pushed open. A wave of musty air rushed forth, prompting Yue Buqun to step aside momentarily, before boldly entering the chamber. Once inside, His field of vision was far more expansive than that of the small corner he had previously glimpsed, scanning the surroundings. Apart from the visible techniques and formations seen from outside, he discovered, in the blind spot of his view, a stone platform that surprisingly held a sword. The sword's sheath had long since decayed, yet the blade itself glimmered with a chilling radiance, retaining its keen edge. Yue Buqun was immediately captivated, striding forward to grasp the hilt, brandishing it with a few flourishes. The sword felt heavy in his grasp, and the gust generated by its movement carried a discernible sharpness. This was clearly a rare divine weapon. Unable to resist, he flicked the blade, and the feedback through his fingers coupled with the sound elicited a surge of joy upon his face. It was indeed Xian iron. After the Golden Book, the occurrences of Xian iron were few and far between. One instance was Yang Guo's Xian iron heavy sword, which was relatively obscure, yet it was melted down to forge the renowned heaven-reaching sword and the dragon-slaying saber. In truth, there was also Xie Yang's Xian iron order, small in size, yet impervious to blades and swords. Nevertheless, whenever Xian iron appeared in the Golden Book, it was undoubtedly regarded as the foremost divine weapon. With this sword, my strength could be enhanced by at least a third. Yue Buqun admired it fervently, unable to tear his gaze away. Akin to a longtime bachelor encountering a stunningly beautiful woman, utterly unable to maintain composure. After a while, he subdued his elation and began to contemplate earnestly. Here lay the Dugu Nine Swords, and Feng Qingyang was also adept in it. Could it be that? The results seemed to emerge from the depths of his mind. The decayed rope on the cliff outside might very well have been tied by Feng Qingyang over 20 years ago. The stone door can only be opened with the Zixia divine skill. However, through the small crack, one can almost glimpse the full form of the Dugu Nine Swords. Yue Buqun gradually began to connect the dots. I surmised that many years ago, Feng Qingyang stumbled upon this place by chance. Intrigued, he ventured into the stone cave and discovered a gap in the stone door, thereby acquiring the cultivation method of the Dugu Nine Swords. Yet, lacking the Zixia divine skill, he was unable to open the stone door. Aside from the Dugu Nine Swords, he could not ascertain what other treasures lay within, which undoubtedly left him yearning for more. At that time, the contest of swordsmanship on Mount Huashan was reaching a fever pitch. Though he possessed the Dugu Nine Swords, he had not yet mastered them. On the eve of the duel on the Jade Maiden Peak, he fabricated an excuse to withdraw, hoping to return after seamlessly integrating the Dugu Nine Swords and turning the tide. In this manner, should the Sword Sect emerge victorious, he would surely be nominated as the sect leader, thus allowing him to learn the Zixia divine skill in due course. Chapter 39. The Second Stone Door. Alas, time waits for no one. Feng Qingyang had secluded himself to cultivate the Dugu Nine Swords, yet the sword fight at Yue Peak had devolved into utter chaos. A battle that would determine the fate of the world, rendering Feng Qingyang's meticulously crafted plans a mere jest. As Yue Buqun pondered this, he found the reasoning increasingly plausible. After all, the rivalry over swordsmanship among the Huashan Sect was no fleeting affair. It had persisted for 2 to 3 decades, with countless duels taking place during that period. How could Feng Qingyang have anticipated that his retreat would be the final one? By the time he realized the gravity of the situation and returned to the mountain, it was already too late. The situation had deteriorated to such an extent that he could no longer show his face. Thus, he remained in hiding on the back mountain of Huashan, guarding the graves of the Sword Sect disciples. It was no wonder the original text mentioned how Feng Qingyang, during the crucial period of the sword rivalry, was deceived by his father-in-law and returned to Jiangnan to take a concubine, thereby rendering him incapable of turning the tide. But what kind of concubine could possess such significance to compel Feng Qingyang to marry at such a pivotal moment? Yue Buqun could not help but chuckle. This was evidently the most illogical aspect of the entire narrative, and it lacked a coherent explanation. Yet now, everything made sense. As for the tale of Feng Qingyang taking a concubine, it was undoubtedly a malicious rumor spread by those like Feng Buping and Cheng Buyo, aimed at tarnishing his reputation. At such a critical juncture during the sword duel at Yue Peak, he chose to hide away. Any disciple of the Sword Sect would have been eager to tear him apart, and not digging up his ancestral grave would have been a testament to their brotherly affection. It appeared that I had triggered some hidden plot lines within the smiling, proud wanderer. I wondered if similar hidden narratives existed elsewhere, and if so, how many more there might be. Yue Buqun contemplated this, deciding to cast aside his worries and instead delve deeply into the study of the Dugu Nine Swords. This technique was divided into mental methods and sword techniques, filling several walls. Yue Buqun began reading from the beginning and continued until the very end. Astonishingly, an entire day slipped by. The supreme cultivation method was indeed intoxicating, causing one to forget food and sleep, which explained the tale of the ruined Go game. With a long sigh, Yue Buqun finally grasped the reason why Lu Zhengfeng's entire family had refused to abandon their musical pursuits even in the face of death. What is this? At the conclusion of the techniques, turning to the left, he discovered a line of inconspicuous small characters etched on a side wall, barely illuminated by the faint glow of the night pearl. To reach here signifies you are a direct descendant of the Huashan Sect. Behind this stone door lies another opportunity, which can only be unlocked by attaining the 5th level of the Zixia divine skill. As he finished reading the line, Yue Buqun was taken aback. Another stone door awaited him. The first stone door concealed the Dugu 9 swords and the mysterious black iron sword. What, then, lay behind the second? Since it was within a cave of caves, the opportunity must surpass even the Dugu 9 swords. The 5th level of the Zixia divine skill? I have just achieved the 4th level, only a step away from the 5th. Why not give it a try now? With that thought, Yue Buqun gathered his strength and pressed his palms against the door with determination. Yet, even as the veins in his neck bulged, the stone door remained immovable. Alas, Yue Buqun took a moment to pause, ultimately relinquishing his attempts. Having spoken of the 5th level, it was imperative to attain it without compromise, rather than fidgeting in frustration. It was far wiser to devote oneself to cultivation. That peculiar aura wafted from this very place, suggesting that enlightenment would require a period of patience. Yue Buqun reflected inwardly. Although he was but a step away from the 5th realm, traversing that final distance would demand at least 2 months. And that was only with the support of an energy akin to spiritual essence. 10 days later, Yue Buqun returned to Yue Peak. The stone chamber was indeed the most suitable for cultivation. However, he could not remain there as his provisions had been entirely depleted. After all, this was still a world of martial arts, where no matter how advanced one's skills, the level of fasting on qi was unattainable. Yet, on his return journey, he sensed something amiss. Yue Peak had been adorned with festive lights. What was the meaning of this? Were any disciples preparing for marriage? Yet, in his absence, who would dare engage in such unseemly conduct? Upon entering the main hall, realization dawned upon him. The autumn examination results had been announced. To his astonishment, 3 individuals from Huashan Academy had achieved the rank of Jinshi, with 2 others securing positions in the supplementary list of Gongxing. Yue Buqun was taken aback. Such a feat seemed implausible. Typically, only 80 or 90 Jinshi emerged from the province every 3 years, yet Huashan Sect had miraculously produced 3. This was preposterous. Despite his self-assuredness, he recognized the limitations of Huashan's instructional capacity. Merely producing a single Jinshi was already worthy of celebration, contingent upon the disciples' innate talent. And now, all at once, 3 Jinshi and 2 Gongsheng had emerged. Could it possibly be due to that enigmatic aura? Yue Buqun found himself in a quandary. If it could enhance both martial and scholarly aptitudes, it was indeed a force to be reckoned with. What exactly was that aura? The situation had transformed into an enigma shrouded in fog. Master, your disciple has been blessed by your teachings and has now achieved Jinshi. 5 disciples clad in resplendent red flowers approached, kneeling in unison to express their gratitude. Yue Buqun felt a swell of comfort in his heart, momentarily setting aside his chaotic thoughts, and with a beaming smile, he grasped their hands as they proceeded to the inner hall. In this provincial examination, a total of 80 Jinshi and 16 Gongsheng were admitted. Zhang Mingshu, who had been greatly anticipated, secured the 80th position, the last of the Jinshi. The other 2 ranked 34th and 72nd, respectively. In the provincial examination, the first place was known as the Jiyuan, the second as the Yiyuan, while the 3rd to 5th were referred to as Jinkuei, with others collectively termed as Yakuai. Achieving Jinshi opened doors to official positions. However, this was no longer the era of founding the nation, but rather the mid-dynasty period. For those who secured Jinshi, aside from the Jiyuan, who might receive special treatment, the rest shared a common fate, serving as instructors and, after several years, attaining the position of county magistrate, thus concluding their aspirations. Of course, unless one was a repeatedly unsuccessful Jinshi, any younger aspirant would refrain from seeking immediate official appointments, as it would squander their efforts. Now that you have attained the status of a scholar, it is indeed a time for you to ascend to greater heights. Dedicate yourselves diligently to your studies, and do not allow complacency to set in. Next year, when you travel to the capital to take the examination, strive to achieve the title of Jinshi, thereby bringing glory to our Huashan Sect. Yue Buqun offered words of encouragement and personally arranged several quarters for the disciples to focus on their studies. As for a few of the disciples, they had also made plans when they journeyed to the capital next year. 2 who had secured the second-tier positions in the examination would accompany them, entering the academy directly to study for 3 years. After this period, they would be eligible to participate in the subsequent spring examination. Even if they do not succeed in attaining the Jinshi title, they could still pursue an official position as students of the academy. Yue Buqun observed all of this with great delight, as the developments aligned perfectly with his expectations. The Huashan Sect was flourishing. However, just as these days of tranquility unfolded, news suddenly emerged from the foot of the mountain regarding the long-absent Tian Buguang, who had committed several heinous crimes in the northern Shaanxi region. Has the time finally come? Yue Buqun's eyes sparkled. The narrative had finally returned to its intended course. Chapter 040. Tian Buguan's audacious intrusion at the Thinking Over Cliff. Ling Hucheng had already spent several months on the mountain. Thanks to Yue Buqun's foresight, he had abandoned the self-destructive tendencies found in the original narrative, opting instead to diligently practice the Zixia secret manual each day. As for the cavern within the Thinking Over Cliff, Yue Buqun had visited him once before, but Ling Hucheng remained sequestered within its depths. Senior brother, Tian Buguan has displayed remarkable audacity, brazenly committing such a crime near our Huashan Sect's territory. This is clearly a provocation, Ning Zhongzi exclaimed in indignation. It was one thing to injure Chongyur previously, but now he dares to insult the Huashan Sect. This is utterly intolerable. Sister, let us set out for Shanbei at dawn tomorrow. Yue Buqun suggested, gently patting Ning Zhongzi's back to calm her fury. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair, he mused, recognizing the crude stratagem at play. Yet, Yue Buqun willingly fell into its snare, for this incident was pivotal to Ling Hucheng's immense opportunity, an essential step on his path to transformation. He had no intention of thwarting it. In the original tale, Feng Qingyang had imparted the Dugu 9 swords to Ling Hucheng during this episode, enabling him to vanquish Tian Buguan and subsequently shine brilliantly with this sword technique, reaping countless benefits. Upon witnessing the Dugu 9 swords, the second-in-command of Shaolin, Master Feng Sheng, had immediately surrendered, while the head of Shaolin, Master Feng Zheng, and the Wudong Sect's Chongshu Daoist consistently regarded Ling Hucheng as an upright individual. Even later, the elderly monk bestowed the Yi Jin Jing upon him. Yue Buqun was deeply intrigued by the allure of the Dugu 9 swords and the distinction of Feng Qingyang, which led everyone to unanimously regard Ling Hucheng, the heir to this technique, as a paragon rather than a villain. Had Feng Qingyang performed some extraordinary deed, or was it merely his immense prestige? Or perhaps there existed some undisclosed transaction. Of course, it was during this time that Ling Hucheng and Yue Buqun's relationship irreparably fractured, with the scars of their master-disciple bond becoming insurmountable. Was this a meticulously orchestrated scheme? Or were all events mere coincidences? Yue Buqun pondered, realizing that the truth would likely remain concealed for a considerable time. Though I have acquired the Dugu 9 swords, my proficiency is still lacking. I am unworthy to teach others. Feng Qingyang has dedicated decades to this path. It is best he instructs him, Yue Buqun reflected. This occasion, allowing Feng Qingyang to bestow his grace upon Ling Hucheng, was intended to test whether Ling Hucheng could unify with others, a prospect that filled Yue Buqun with anticipation. Thus, the following morning, the couple descended from Huashan, heading straight for Shanbei. By now, Tian Buguan had surely vanished. This journey could be regarded as a leisurely excursion. Yue Buqun, engrossed in his cultivation for years, rarely found time to spend with his junior sister, and this trip served as a means of compensation. Meanwhile, atop the Thinking Over Cliff, Ling Hucheng was fervently practicing the Zixia secret manual. He had already achieved initial success and was nearing a significant breakthrough, advancing at a pace far surpassing that of Yue Buqun in his earlier days. As the protagonist of this tale, his extraordinary talent was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. On this day, Ling Hucheng inhaled the ethereal purple mist, completing a full cycle of his cultivation with a sense of clarity and vivacity. Just as he stretched lazily after concluding his practice, he heard a melodious voice drifting along the mountain path. Soon, he beheld a robust man staggering towards him, carrying 2 jars of wine, making his way up the cliff of reflection. Brother Linghu, it has been quite some time. The newcomer was none other than the solitary wanderer, Tian Buguang. Oh, it is Brother Tian. Ling Hucheng was taken aback. This scoundrel had the audacity to brazenly venture into the Huashan region, displaying remarkable boldness. Nevertheless, despite his disdain, he adhered to the customary courtesies, for the man had traveled a considerable distance. After so long apart, I have greatly missed you, Brother Linghu. Thus, I specially borrowed 2 jars of century-old brew from Taibai Tower to share with you. Tian Buguang exclaimed, panting as he set down his burdens. The 2 jars weighed over 100 jin, and he had laboriously carried them over a distance of 100 miles, leaving him utterly exhausted. Oh, Brother Tian is too kind, bestowing upon me such exquisite wine. I am truly unworthy. Ling Hucheng, who was not particularly fond of alcohol, felt compelled to reciprocate the gesture with a few polite words. Clearly, Brother Ling Hu is unaware of the rarity of this wine. Tian Buguang, noticing Ling Hucheng's lack of enthusiasm, began to elaborate. This wine is a treasure from Taibai Tower. There are merely over 100 jars in the entire cellar, each valued at several tens of taels of silver. And now, these 2 jars are among the last remaining. They're worth immeasurable. With a hint of pride, Tian Buguang continued. Isn't there still over 100 jars? Why claim only these 2 remain? Could it be? Ling Hucheng's suspicions began to arise. Indeed, such fine wine is unworthy of the common folk. What could they possibly appreciate? Tian Buguang chuckled. In a fit of pique, I infiltrated the cellar of Taibai Tower and smashed every jar, leaving only these 2 for us to savor together. He grinned, seemingly anticipating praise for his cunning. Little did he know, Ling Hucheng's brows furrowed at this revelation. The Huashan Sect, being a prestigious and orthodox school, valued propriety and integrity. Moreover, Huashan had numerous enterprises, including taverns and shops. As the appointed successor, Ling Hucheng's mind raced with the implications. If a thief were to infiltrate their own establishments and destroy their fine wines, the losses would be unfathomable, potentially leading to bankruptcy. Such a fate would be a disgrace to their ancestors. In an instant, Ling Hucheng felt a surge of aversion towards Tian Buguang. His master's words echoed in his mind. The wicked disregard the consequences of their actions. In a moment's folly could ruin another's reputation, even leading to the destruction of families. Ling Hucheng found himself increasingly aligning with Yue Buqun's views. Whether Taibai Tower could withstand the losses was uncertain, but it was certain that the proprietor would seek recompense from the employees, potentially leading to the ruination of several families. All this, merely for Tian Buguang's fleeting amusement. Brother Ling Hu, do taste this. This wine surely belongs in the heavens. How often can one find such a nectar on earth? Laughter ensued as Tian Buguang uncorked a bottle, pouring the liquid down his throat in hearty gulps. Indeed, it was exquisite wine, its fragrance so potent it could entice even the most reluctant of drinkers. Ling Hucheng merely observed with a detached gaze, realizing that what was being consumed was not wine at all, but rather the essence of human life. Brother Ling Hu, why do you abstain? Do you perhaps hold Tian in disdain? Tian Buguang jested, setting down the wine jar with a jovial expression. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Hucheng's aversion intensified, with a disdainful snort. He kicked the wine jar over the edge of the cliff. Chapter 041. Ling Hucheng's duel with Tian Buguang. Brother Ling Hu, what do you mean by this? Tian Buguang's expression betrayed his discomfort. The saying goes, a goose feather sent from 1,000 miles is light in weight, but heavy in sentiment. How could he, having offered not mere goose feathers, but precious wine worth its weight in gold, be so disregarded? This hardly resembled friendship. It felt more like a prelude to enmity. Tian Buguang, you are a well-known figure in the underworld, while I, Ling Hucheng, am but an inconspicuous disciple of the Huashan school. Your feigned politeness raises questions about your true intentions, Ling Hucheng stated, shedding his modesty and speaking directly. Tian Buguang chuckled awkwardly. Brother Ling Hu, you remain as forthright as ever, sparing no words of courtesy. Enough of these meaningless exchanges, Tian Buguang. I am not worthy of calling you brother. Speak plainly. Subtlety is not your style, Ling Hucheng retorted coldly. Very well, I shall be direct. I have come to invite you, Brother Ling Hu, to descend the mountain. No need to elaborate. Ling Hucheng interrupted before Tian Buguang could finish. My master has confined me to reflect on the cliff of reflection for a year. Until the term is complete, I cannot leave. His refusal was firm and justified. Tian Buguang was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Brother Ling Hu, I came here with good intentions. To honor you. If you fail to appreciate this gesture, remember that my blade is not merely for show. The facade of civility dropped as Tian Buguang resorted to threats. In his view, he had lowered himself considerably, only to have his efforts met with cold indifference. Who could tolerate such a slight? Haraha, threatening me? That is the last thing I fear. Ling Hucheng laughed heartily. Tian Buguang, this is the territory of the Huashan school. It is hardly your place to flaunt your might here. Are you not afraid of encountering my master and mistress, who would not hesitate to mete out justice? You threaten me, and I too shall threaten you. Since I dare to come to Huashan, I am sufficiently prepared. Your master and mistress are likely busy in the northern Shaanxi region. Tian Buguang had orchestrated a significant scheme to draw Yue Buqun and his wife away. Since that is the case, further words are futile. Let us settle this with action. Ling Hucheng wasted no time, swiftly drawing his sword. Tian Buguang stifled a chuckle. Brother Linghu, are you truly going to fight me? The incident at the Huayang returning Goose Tower was not long past, and in terms of martial prowess, I doubt you have surpassed your previous state. You performed poorly then, and I expect no better today. Very well, let me see how much your Huashan swordplay has advanced. He taunted, drawing his blade with a swift motion, engaging Linghu Chong in a fierce combat. Though Linghu Chong had practiced the Purple Mist secret manual, he had only achieved minor success, with his skills still lacking the refinement of a postnatal realm. As expected, within 20 exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Atop the cliff of reflection, isolated and without support, what was he to do? Linghu Chong retreated while engaging in combat, his mind racing with strategic considerations. In a fleeting moment, Tian Buguang seized an opportunity, his swift blade accelerating in velocity, forcefully knocking Linghu Chong's long sword from his grasp. With a deft maneuver, he reversed the knife and positioned it against Linghu Chong's neck. Linghu, you have lost. It is time for you to descend the mountain with me, Tian Buguang chuckled, sheathing his blade. When did I agree to descend with you? Linghu Chong questioned, perplexed by this line of reasoning. Had he not stated from the outset that he was to be punished by facing the wall on the thought-reflection cliff, and could not leave? This was common knowledge among the martial world. If he were to descend now, it would be tantamount to severing ties with the Huashan Sect. Furthermore, his master had made it abundantly clear that the punishment was to uphold the dignity of all female masters after he had carelessly offended them with his reckless words, declaring that every encounter with a nun would lead to his defeat. The year-long penance was intended to cleanse his reputation and obscure this matter. If he were to descend now, it would not only humiliate his master, Yue Buqun, but also disgrace the female master of the Huashan Sect, inviting scorn from the martial community. Moreover, having received the Zixia secret manual, he would eventually ascend as the leader of the Huashan Sect upon his master's retirement, bringing glory to the sect. How could Linghu Chong possibly abandon such a promising future for a descent with Tian Buguang? Upon hearing this, Tian Buguang grew agitated. Linghu, as a true man, how can you lack integrity? I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish for you to accompany me down the mountain. This would bring you no detriment. Hold on, how am I lacking integrity? Before we began this duel, I never stated that losing meant I would descend with you. Linghu Chong interjected hastily. As for claims of no loss, those were mere empty words. If he were to leave this place today, the intangible loss would be utterly monumental. Tian Buguang, slightly exasperated, had long since adapted to Linghu Chong's slippery nature. Very well, let's disregard the previous exchange. Henceforth, let us establish a wager. Should I, by mere chance, triumph over you, I request that you accompany me down the mountain. Otherwise, as he spoke, he swiftly unsheathed his knife and cleaved a nearby stone in two. Linghu Chong, contemplating the peril of refusing, resolved to concede for the moment and devise another plan later. Fine, but you are considerably older than I, and a fair contest cannot be ensured in a one-on-one battle. His mind raced, and in an instant, he concocted a strategy. What do you propose? Tian Buguang asked, somewhat at a loss for words, yet his purpose necessitated that he endure Linghu Chong's antics. Perhaps you could bind one hand, and we could engage in combat with one hand each. Should I still lose, I would accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Very well, one hand it shall be. Tian Buguang was confident in his martial prowess, convinced he could still defeat Linghu Chong with one hand. He unsheathed his knife once more, preparing for another bout. Wait. Linghu Chong quickly called out. What now? Tian Buguang was engulfed by a sense of helplessness, akin to striking a fist against cotton, an utterly disheartening experience. Linghu Chong, patting his belly with a chuckle, remarked, I overindulged this morning. After that intense skirmish, my stomach is rather unsettled. Pray allow me to relieve myself, and I shall return to spar with you, Brother Tian. Would you care to join me? Observing the speechless expression on Tian Buguang's face, Linghu Chong extended a cheerful invitation. Do hurry along, Tian Buguang retorted, pinching his nose, wishing he could slap himself twice for his predicament. Chapter 042. The appearance of Feng Qingyang. What strategy should I employ? In the distance, an expanse of open land lay before him. Linghu Chong feigned the act of loosening his belt, crouching behind a large rock, and began to contemplate his course of action. With his master and mistress lured away and unable to rely on his junior brothers, he realized that he must depend solely on himself. Linghu Chong began to ponder his hidden cards. Currently, his mastery of the Zixia secret manual was still too superficial, far inferior to the Baoyuan technique. However, his master had once imparted to him a set of the Tai Wei Sanqing sword techniques, and if he could combine the two, Linghu Chong reflected. The Tai Wei Sanqing sword was a unique martial art created by his master, Yue Buqun, and was a proud achievement. It comprised only 3 moves. each more powerful than the last, a crescendo of might crashing like waves upon the shore. If he could channel the Zixia true qi through the Yue Sanqing sword, even if he were merely a first-rate master, he might unleash the strength of a postnatal expert, albeit only for a fleeting moment. In a duel among masters, victory or defeat often hinged upon that very instant. If he could strike unexpectedly, he might indeed turn the tide of battle. Having formulated his strategy, Ling Hucheng tightened his belt and stepped out. Ling Hu, you truly are no ordinary person. Tian Buoguang exclaimed in admiration. What do you mean? Ling Hucheng inquired, puzzled. Tian Buoguang chuckled before replying. Typically, after one has relieved oneself, one would wipe before pulling up their trousers. Yet, you, Ling Hu, a man of character, have such confidence that you do not even bother to wipe. This level of self-assurance is extraordinary. Ah, I see. Ling Hucheng discerned the sarcasm. Oh dear, he exclaimed suddenly. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Tian. Allow me a moment to clean myself before I join you. With that, he turned and ducked back behind the rock. What the hell? Tian Buoguang chastised himself, knowing full well he should have let Ling Hu play his charade. Why did he have to speak so carelessly? Now he would have to wait even longer. Anxiety gripped him. After a considerable time, Ling Hucheng finally emerged, looking rejuvenated. Brother Tian, I apologize for the wait, he said courteously. Tian Buoguang prepared to respond, but in an instant, Ling Hucheng launched a surprise attack, drawing his sword with precision, emphasizing the element of surprise. He realized that when confronting evil and heretical forces, the notion of fair play was irrelevant. Victory was all that mattered. Moreover, with the Yue Sanqing sword executed alongside the Zixia true qi, he astonishingly unleashed the prowess of a postnatal master. Tian Buoguang inwardly screamed in indignation, wondering who the true villain was. Nevertheless, he swiftly drew his saber to counterattack. However, caught off guard, he found himself on the defensive, feeling an immense sense of frustration. What kind of martial arts is this? Tian Buoguang felt as though each move of Ling Hucheng's sword surpassed the last, an unbroken chain of escalating power. In a moment of distraction, his sleeve was pierced. Fortunately, he had dodged just in time. Otherwise, his arm would have been rendered useless. What a pity. Ling Hucheng lamented inwardly, realizing that the gap in their respective levels of mastery was insurmountable by any underhanded tactics. Even a surprise attack combined with his ultimate move and Zixia true qi proved inadequate. At this juncture, the techniques of the Yue Sanqing sword had grown stale, and his internal energy was utterly depleted. He had lost all chances in the battle, and continuing would merely prolong the inevitable defeat. In a moment of decisive clarity, Ling Hucheng retreated several paces as Tian Buoguang was just beginning to counterattack. In an instant, he leaped out of the fray, crouched down, and clasped his abdomen, exclaiming in pain. What now? Tian Buoguang, infuriated, felt an urge to hurl his blade away. As Ling Hucheng wailed on the ground, he found it inappropriate to strike again. Yet, victory was tantalizingly close, and all he could do was glare in frustration. My dear brother Tian, it seems I have ingested something ill-fated. After our scuffle, my stomach aches unbearably. It appears I must attend to nature's call, Ling Hucheng proclaimed, not waiting for Tian Buoguang's reaction, and dashed behind a rock, adjusting his trousers. Ling Hucheng, you wretch! Tian Buoguang seethed, wishing to leap up and curse. However, as he had come seeking assistance, he could only stifle his anger and simmer within. Stay calm, stay calm. I shall win them over with virtue and martial prowess. He reassured himself, forcing down his agitation. Meanwhile, Ling Hucheng crouched behind the rock, his brow furrowed in concentration. How perplexing. I have exhausted all my skills, yet I still cannot prevail. Surely, I cannot truly descend the mountain like this. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Ah, I seem to have overlooked a crucial point. Tian Buoguang requires my cooperation. His aim is to persuade me to descend the mountain with him, not to kill me. So why should I evade? He shall attack as he pleases, and I shall respond in kind, entirely unconcerned by his strikes. With this newfound understanding, he hastily adjusted his trousers and sprang forth. Tian Buoguang, having grown bored and resorted to idly chopping grass, noticed Ling Hucheng's return, his earlier anticipation now extinguished. Brother Ling Hu, shall we continue our duel? Ling Hucheng called out, unsheathing his long sword and assuming a stance. Hold on, Tian Buoguang replied, this time unhurried, and inquired. Brother Ling Hu, if we fight again, you won't be claiming stomach pains and bloating, will you? Ling Hucheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he assured, this time, I shall not. That is splendid, Tian Buoguang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with the hunger of a tiger deprived of meat for a month, suddenly spotting a white rabbit. With a fierce cry, he charged forward. In terms of momentum, Ling Hucheng was at a significant disadvantage. He dared not let his guard down, countering each of Tian Buoguang's moves, resulting in a flurry of exchanges. However, after a while, Ling Hucheng only attacked without defending, causing Tian Buoguang to hesitate, unable to unleash his full prowess. Ling Hucheng, this is sheer trickery. You know I wouldn't harm you. You are not defending at all. This is utterly unfair, Tian Buoguang shouted, his frustration boiling over. Ling Hucheng remained silent, pressing his assault. Do you truly believe I would shy away from killing you? Even a clay figure possesses its temper. Tian Buoguang could no longer contain himself, and with a flash of his blade, he struck Ling Hucheng on the thigh. Ling Hucheng gasped, losing his footing, and his sword slipped from his grasp. Ling Hucheng, what else do you have to say? Tian Buoguang was enveloped in a profound sense of vengeance fulfilled, brimming with an air of arrogance. It was not that I am inferior to you. Rather, it is merely my age that sets us apart. Should I be granted another 2 months of training, the outcome of our duel remains uncertain. Ling Hucheng leaned against a rock, panting as he spoke. Haraha. Tian Buoguang laughed heartily. Do not speak of granting you 2 months of training. Even if the ancestral masters of the Huashan Sect were to personally instruct you for 2 months, you would still be no match for me. Who says that? If I were to impart a few techniques to him, how could he possibly fail to defeat you? Suddenly, an aged voice echoed through the air. Upon closer inspection, at the entrance of the stone cave on the Cliff of Regret, an elderly man with grizzled hair and beard appeared, exuding an ethereal presence as if he had transcended the mortal realm. Chapter 43. The Broken Sword Technique. Upon encountering the elderly figure that appeared on the Cliff of Regret, both individuals were taken aback, for the man moved with an ethereal silence, akin to a specter. Lacking familiarity with this person, Ling Hucheng hesitated, unsure of how to address him. However, it was Tian Buoguang who swiftly recognized the man. You are Feng Qingyang of the Huashan Sect. Oh, it seems there are still those in this world who remember my name. Feng Qingyang responded with a hearty laugh, clearly delighted. It was no jest. Someone of Tian Buoguang's age undoubtedly possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the secrets of the martial world, particularly the historical strife between the Sword and the Qi sects of Huashan. Although the official narrative claimed a plague had befallen the sect, resulting in the demise of numerous elders and disciples, perceptive individuals could discern the underlying truths. Tian Buoguang was one such person, having deduced that. In the wake of the Sword sect's near annihilation, only Feng Qingyang remained of the elder generation. As for Ling Hucheng, his heart raced, not with the elation of being rescued by a senior from his sect, but rather with trepidation. The rivalry between the Sword and Qi sects was a topic that Yue Buqun had never broached with his disciples, as it pertained to the sect's internal strife. However, during the importation of the Zixia secret manual, Yue Buqun had briefly mentioned the matter, deeming Ling Hucheng worthy of such knowledge as the future leader of the sect. It was precisely this knowledge that instilled fear in Ling Hucheng. The discord between the Sword and Qi sects was so profound that even if Feng Qingyang were to strike him down in that moment, he would find it unsurprising. The Qing generation. This man is my granduncle, or perhaps my great-uncle, Ling Hucheng pondered, his mind racing through countless thoughts. In the next instant, he rose and respectfully bowed to Feng Qingyang, stating, "Disciple pays respects to granduncle." Uncertain of the elder's temperament, he surmised that the likelihood of Feng Qingyang intending to harm him was low. After all, if that had been the case, he would have acted long before this moment, rather than waiting patiently. Thus, it was plausible that the elder had come to assist him, though the nature of that assistance remained uncertain. You have acquired a fine disciple, Yue Buqun, Feng Qingyang remarked with a warm smile. He gestured for Ling Hucheng to accompany him into the cave. Tian Buoguang, wishing to voice his thoughts, was momentarily stymied. Having emerged victorious, according to their prior agreement, Ling Hucheng was obliged to descend the mountain with him. Yet, a fierce glare from Feng Qingyang silenced him instantly. In the presence of such an esteemed figure, Tian Buoguang dared not utter a word, hoping only that Feng Qingyang would consider his status and allow Ling Hucheng to fulfill their pact. Tian Buoguang, I have heard of the wager between you two juniors. However, Ling Hucheng has merely been defeated, not vanquished. Allow me to impart a few techniques to him, and he shall face you again tomorrow, Feng Qingyang declared, turning to enter the cave. With no recourse but to acquiesce, Tian Buoguang accepted the elder's words, realizing that he had unwittingly spoken out of turn. Hearing this, Ling Hucheng smiled, retrieved his sword, and followed Feng Qingyang into the cave. Master, this Tian Buoguang is a formidable expert of the acquired realm. Yet my current cultivation level barely reaches the pinnacle of the first tier. I am at a loss as to how I might turn the tide and defeat Tian Buoguang overnight. I humbly seek your guidance. Ling Hucheng bowed deeply, earnestly requesting instruction. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are a clever little rascal. I have lived in seclusion on this back mountain for many years, and occasionally I have heard of your duels. The thrill of witnessing your talents has brought me unexpected joy. It seems that our Huashan Sect has truly discovered a prodigy like you. Yue Buqun is indeed fortunate. Feng Qingyang praised, clearly impressed by Ling Hucheng's demeanor. I am unworthy. It is all due to the excellent teachings of my master. Ling Hucheng quickly responded with humility. After a brief exchange, Feng Qingyang fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, before finally stating, if you wish to defeat Tian Buoguang overnight, the only viable approach is to impart to you my ultimate sword technique. Ling Hucheng's heart raced at these words, for they clearly implied the transmission of a priceless secret. Indeed, in the next moment, Feng Qingyang spoke earnestly. I possess a sword technique known as the Dugan 9 swords, which I fortuitously acquired in my youth. The originator of this technique was a predecessor named Dugu Qiubai. This swordplay consists of 9 forms, encompassing the culmination of martial arts from around the world, capable of countering all manner of weaponry. Do you wish to learn it? Of course I wish to learn. It would be foolish not to. The opportunity lies right before me. Should I let it slip away, I might as well leap from the cliff of regret. Ling Hucheng declared, bowing in submission. Once again, the name Dugu Qiubai arose, along with the claim of mastering all martial arts and countering all weapons. Such grandiose assertions could only hint at an extraordinary skill, perhaps even rivaling the Zixia secret scripture. Feng Qingyang, feeling reassured, helped Ling Hucheng to his feet and seated him on a stone platform. He then continued, to vanquish Tian Buoguang's swift blade, you must master the breaking blade form of the Dugan 9 swords. However, to fully grasp the breaking blade, you must first learn the essence form, along with a bit of the breaking sword form, which encompasses 360 variations. Alas, to expect you to master these 2.5 forms in one night may be asking too much. Feng Qingyang pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps you should accompany Tian Buoguang down the mountain instead. Master, if I do not give it a try, how can I know if I can succeed? Ling Hucheng implored eagerly. Very well. You possess spirit. Feng Qingyang expressed his appreciation, and thus began to teach Ling Hucheng the nuances of the 2.5 forms of the Dugan 9 swords. As the night wore on, one spoke, one listened, one taught, and one learned. Before they knew it, the sky began to brighten, heralding the dawn. Ling Hucheng outside the cave, Tian Buoguang, having endured a night of cold, could no longer contain his impatience. As soon as dawn broke, he immediately called out for their duel. Coming. Ling Hucheng hurriedly emerged from the cave, not with his sword, but rather with a bowl of warm porridge, made from the provisions stored within. Brother Tian, come quickly and enjoy a bowl while it's hot to warm yourself. After you finish, we shall resume our duel. Ling Hucheng spoke with heartfelt sincerity, and Tian Buoguang swallowed hard, unable to contain himself any longer, quickly taking the cup to drink. Meanwhile, Ling Hucheng seized the opportunity to refine the techniques he had learned the previous night, sharpening his skills just before the confrontation, for preparation is never in vain. After finishing the porridge and ensuring all was in readiness, the sun rose fully in the sky, and the two men assumed their stances, with Feng Qingyang observing from the side. Ling Hu, I implore you to honor your promise. Let us decide the fate of the world with a single battle, and do not evade any further, Tian Buoguang said, having learned his lesson from previous deceptions, insisting on an agreement before the fight. Very well. Let us settle this once and for all, Ling Hucheng replied, brimming with confidence. Chapter 044. Bestowing the solitary 9 swords. Tian Buoguang's swordplay was like a thunderclap, swift as lightning, leaving only a glimmer of cold light in its wake. Meanwhile, Ling Hucheng had diligently practiced through the night, significantly enhancing his prowess. With the ever-evolving techniques of the breaking blade style, he adeptly countered each of Tian Buoguang's strikes. Momentarily, the two appeared evenly matched, exchanging over 100 moves in the blink of an eye. Yet, both sensed their strength waning, and the speed of their attacks began to unconsciously slow. In the realm of martial arts, every technique harbors a flaw, which is the essence of the solitary 9 swords. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Hucheng waited for Tian Buoguang to expose a weakness. With audacity, he surged forward, unleashing the breaking blade style with all his might, entangling Tian Buoguang's swift blade, rendering it uncontrollable, and in an instant, it slipped from his grasp. As Tian Buoguang prepared to retaliate, Ling Hucheng's sword tip was already pressed against his throat. Brother Tian, I concede, Ling Hucheng declared softly as he withdrew his sword. Tian Buoguang's face was a mask of disbelief. How could he have lost? It was inconceivable. Yet, The trembling, bloodied right arm served as a stark reminder of reality. Overnight, he had faced a formidable opponent and, astonishingly, had been defeated by the renowned Huashan Sect. However, with Ling Huchang's victory, his own mission was thwarted. Would he even survive this encounter? Overwhelmed by despair, Yue Buqun gathered his strength and raised his palm to strike his own face. No, Ling Huchang exclaimed, rushing forward to intervene. Brother Tian, it was merely a momentary defeat. Why seek death? With a bitter smile, Yue Buqun replied, to be frank, I have been struck at a vital point and poisoned. If I cannot persuade you to descend the mountain with me, I fear I shall meet a gruesome end. Better to die swiftly than to suffer. Brother Tian, I do not know who has threatened you, but I believe that in this world, things often resolve themselves in time. Rather than ending your life, why not seek a way forward? Ling Huchang urged. You are right. I fear not death. Why dread anything else? I shall descend the mountain and perhaps find a glimmer of hope. Brother Ling Hu, our paths may cross again. Enlightenment dawned upon Yue Buqun. He had merely been ensnared by despair. In the face of any chance for survival, why not live? I shall inquire with that great monk. If I cannot bring you along, then I shall accept my fate. With that thought, Yue Buqun turned and descended the cliff of reflection. Ling Huchang exhaled in relief. He had finally departed. In the original narrative, the two had shared a bond of mutual respect. Yet times had changed. During their first encounter, Ling Huchang had suffered grievously at Yue Buqun's hands, and had it not been for Yue Buqun's Zixia divine skill and the healing ointment from the Huashan Sect, he might have already departed this world, with grass 3 feet high atop his grave. In this second meeting, had it not been for the timely intervention of the esteemed Feng Qingyang of the Sword Sect, who imparted the breaking blade style, Ling Huchang would have likely been coerced down the mountain by Yue Buqun. Thus, the position of the leader of the Huashan Sect would become a distant dream, with even the possibility of remaining within the sect being uncertain. Therefore, at present, Ling Huchang harbored nothing but disdain for the villain Yue Buqun. Devoid of any camaraderie that one might expect between heroes, he fervently wished for Yue Buqun's immediate demise, albeit not on the sacred grounds of Huashan. With hundreds of female disciples in the Huashan Sect, the notorious flower thief and lascivious rogue Yue Buqun's death on Huashan's premises would tarnish the sect's reputation. What would the martial world say? There was even the risk that ill-intentioned individuals might concoct slanderous tales. After resolving matters at hand, Ling Huchang hurried to Feng Qingyang, immediately bowing deeply in respect. Master, please impart to me the complete Dugu 9 swords. Feng Qingyang chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, as if he had awaited this moment. Who would have thought that in my twilight years, I could still find a successor for the Dugu 9 swords? Truly, this is a fortuitous event for both of us. Ling Huchang was elated. With such words, the mastery of the Dugu 9 swords seemed assured. Having merely grasped the rudiments of the broken sword style and broken saber style, he had already managed to defeat a master like Yue Buqun. If he were to fully master the art, to what extraordinary heights could he ascend? Perhaps he could even contend with his own master. Thus began Ling Huchang's formal studies of the Dugu 9 swords. Feng Qingyang first taught him the general principles, and astonishingly, after a single recitation, Ling Huchang could repeat it verbatim. Such talent astonished Feng Qingyang, invigorating his teaching spirit. Chong'er, the matter of your sword training must remain strictly confidential. Feng Qingyang suddenly declared solemnly. Am I not allowed to tell my master and mistress? Ling Huchang inquired. Indeed, you are not permitted to speak of it to them. Feng Qingyang affirmed with a nod. This revelation sent a chill through Ling Huchang. His master and mistress had raised him as their own son for over a decade. His master had always schemed on his behalf, nurturing him to become the next leader of the Huashan Sect. Such kindness surpassed that of biological parents. Concealing the truth from them felt morally wrong. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, he met Feng Qingyang's gaze. Ling Huchang suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. The hairs on his body standing on end. What piercing eyes they were. Gone were the gentle and amiable expressions. They now bore an intensity that warned him, should he waver even slightly, he might meet a devastating end. That is indeed how it must be, Ling Huchang blurted out. Feeling the warmth return to him. Very well, let us swear an oath. Feng Qingyang nodded and added, Chong'er, it is not that I wish to coerce you. It is simply that your master is not a virtuous man. In the past, the Huashan Sect was divided into the Qi school and the Sword school, each holding distinct philosophies. Thus, Feng Qingyang, in his rambling discourse, recounted the conflict between the two factions, but in his narrative, Ling Huchang's ancestral master, Ning Qingyu, was portrayed as a despicable figure, while his own master, Yue Buqun, was depicted as a ruthless executioner of his own disciples. This left Ling Huchang's worldview profoundly shaken, as it starkly contrasted with his master's teachings. Who, then, was deceiving whom? Or was it merely a matter of perspective? However, what truly astonished him was the revelation that someone of Feng Qingyang's venerable age and esteemed status in the martial world could stoop to sowing discord. As the saying goes, a son should not speak ill of his father. Even if Yue Buqun possessed countless flaws, he remained Ling Huchang's beloved master, cherished even more than a biological father. Now, an outsider dared to instigate a rift between them. What ulterior motives lay behind this? Ling Huchang sensed a sinister intent and resolved to be cautious. Maintaining a facade of shock and despair, he played along with Feng Qingyang's narrative. Once I master the Duga 9 swords, I shall devise a means to extricate myself, he silently vowed, as the previous fondness he harbored for Feng Qingyang dissipated completely, leaving only a profound sense of apprehension. Chapter 045. Yue Buqun returns to the mountain. Half a month later, Yue Buqun and his wife finally returned from northern Shaanxi. Although they had not encountered Tian Buoguang, the misdeeds committed by him had stirred great indignation among the people. Brother, it is indeed regrettable that we did not capture this rogue, Ning Zhongzi lamented upon their return, still filled with discontent. Yue Buqun gently patted her back and replied with a smile, the distance from northern Shaanxi to Mount Hua is considerable. By the time we receive news, this man has likely fled to a faraway land. It is only natural that we could not apprehend him. In a couple of years, our disciples from the Huashan Sect will be capable enough to handle such matters independently. We shall send a few to remain stationed in the vicinity, and I assure you, such brigands will not dare to disturb our territory again. Indeed, Ning Zhongzi chuckled at this, recognizing the Huashan Sect's remarkable progress under her husband's leadership. It was evident to all that the future was bright, affirming her choice in a partner was wise. Yue Buqun also smiled, gradually enveloping Ning Zhongzi in his embrace. During their journey to northern Shaanxi, they had experienced much beauty and local customs. Along the way, Ning Zhongzi had shed some of her maternal demeanor towards her daughter's disciples, rediscovering her spirited persona as the gallant heroine, Ning. This transformation delighted Yue Buqun immensely. He cherished this vibrant spirit within her. Though she had become a mother, her allure was even more pronounced than in her youth. The maturity she exuded captivated him thoroughly. Were it not for the confines of the Zixia divine skill, it was conceivable that in just a few days, Yuling Shan might have gained a brother or sister. Brother. Ning Zhongzi's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy regarding such matters, as befits a virtuous heroine. Yet, this shy demeanor only served to heighten the allure of her charm. The unfolding events that followed are not for the ears of outsiders. The next day, Yue Buqun awoke feeling refreshed, rising early. Ning Zhongzi, nourished by love, appeared more radiant and youthful. At just over 30, she was in the prime of her beauty. Seemingly content after a night's rest, she prepared porridge for Yue Buqun. After breakfast, he met with his disciples and assessed their martial progress. Finally, Yue Buqun found a moment to breathe. In his study, after managing the accumulated affairs of the Huashan Sect, he stretched and mused. It is time to revisit that stone cave. In just over 10 days, aided by the peculiar energies encountered, his mastery of the Zixia divine skill had reached the 5th level. Though he had yet to attain the full initiation, this was a significant achievement in itself. Furthermore, the plot of the smiling, proud wanderer was about to accelerate, and he would soon find himself inundated with responsibilities, leaving little opportunity for such explorations. Thus, that afternoon, Yue Buqun prepared provisions and informed Ning Zhongzi of his plans before setting off alone to the undulating mountains behind. With the enhancement of his Zixia divine skill, Yue Buqun experienced a remarkable leap in his agility. What once took him a considerable amount of time to traverse treacherous cliffs could now be accomplished in half the time. While he had yet to achieve the mythical feat of walking on snow without leaving a trace, he could now traverse rooftops and walls with the ease of walking on level ground. Atop the cliff, everything remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of human presence. Yue Buqun glanced at the rope he had previously secured and the marks he had made. There was no alteration. Thus, he descended the precipice along the rope. Upon landing on the terrace, he surveyed the area. Merely a fortnight had passed since his last visit, yet the entrance was once again adorned with burgeoning foliage. With his sword, Yue Buqun deftly cleared the way, familiar with the terrain, and ventured into the cavern. Traversing through the hall and passing the first stone door, Yue Buqun arrived before the second stone door. Just as he contemplated his next move, a casual glance revealed something unusual. To his astonishment, bloodstains marred the surface of the second stone door. His brow furrowed deeply. How could this be? The last time he came, there was nothing amiss. Why were there bloodstains now? Had someone intruded? With a cautious demeanor, Yue Buqun commenced a thorough search of the first chamber and the outer hall, hoping to uncover any clues. However, after painstakingly examining every inch for quite some time, he found no supportive evidence. Even the long corridor appeared utterly mundane, offering no hints whatsoever. What could it be? A sense of unease gripped him as he scrutinized the stains, which bore a striking resemblance to those on the first stone door. Could it be that someone had persistently pounded on the door for decades? Yet the oldest of the brownish stains seemed to suggest a history far beyond mere decades. While he was not one to delve into the supernatural, the peculiar circumstances stirred his imagination. The first stone door had even developed cracks from the impacts. Could it be that Feng Qingyang had returned? After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the thought. During this period, Feng Qingyang was most likely engaged in instructing Ling Huchong, making it improbable for him to meddle here. Moreover, the rope Feng Qingyang had used had long since deteriorated beyond recognition. After decades, it was unlikely he would suddenly reappear. Was it a human? Or perhaps a non-human entity? Or even something inanimate? Such conjectures were perplexing, sending a chill down Yue Buqun's spine. The steel of Guaningzi at the immortal's abode, coupled with this bizarre occurrence, rendered the situation increasingly enigmatic. It seemed all of this was intricately linked to that strange aura, he mused. Regardless of what it was, its relentless attempts to breach the door must surely be aimed at the source of that peculiar energy. Yet, both the first and second stone doors appeared to be under a binding spell, accessible only through the use of Zixia divine art. Lacking this skill, whatever entity was responsible resorted to the most rudimentary and violent method of assaulting the door. How long had it been pounding? How frequently did it strike? Years? Decades? Or perhaps centuries? The thought sent a cold sweat cascading down Yue Buqun's back. In the realm of martial arts, such formidable entities should not exist. The answers to all the mysteries seemed to lie behind the second stone door. Should I dare to open it? Yue Buqun hesitated, as wild speculations resurfaced in his mind. Upon opening, would he find a passage to the celestial palace, or a blood sacrifice formation, or perhaps scenes beyond comprehension? Enough. A true gentleman should act decisively and not be timid. When the soldiers come, let them be met with soldiers. When the waters rise, let the earth be there to contain them. Allow me to unveil what lies beyond this door. With that, Yue Buqun channeled his inner strength into his palms and pressed firmly against the stone door, exerting all his might. Instantly, a creaking sound resonated as the stone door gradually swung open. The secrets concealed behind it, steeped in the weight of history, emerged into the light, unreservedly revealing themselves before Yue Buqun's eyes. Chapter 046. The northern dark skill. What lay beyond the second stone door was yet another stone chamber. Contrary to the chaotic imagery he had anticipated, it was starkly empty, adorned only with luminous night pearls, and its layout mirrored that of the first stone chamber almost perfectly. Not far away stood a stone platform, upon which rested a gleaming sword. However, Yue Buqun's attention was no longer focused on the sword. Instead, it was captivated by the inscriptions and patterns on the stone wall. The northern dark skill. It was indeed the northern dark skill. Yue Buqun was astonished, teetering on disbelief. In comparison to the 9 swords of Dugu found in the first chamber, which belonged to the smiling, proud wanderer, this northern dark skill was unmistakably a supreme technique from demigods and semi-devils. Had the narratives intertwined? In the next moment, a thought struck Yue Buqun, prompting him to overlook the plethora of martial arts secrets and the formidable weapon on the stone platform. He turned his gaze directly to the left side of the stone wall, where the northern dark skill concluded. Indeed, there was a third stone door. Were they akin to Russian nesting dolls? Had the founder ventured to the land of the Russians for further enlightenment? Yue Buqun speculated with a hint of malice. Contemplating, he approached and bent down to examine the door closely. As expected, there were more inscriptions on this stone door than on the previous 2, and they were notably more extensive. Any disciple of Huashan who arrives here must possess extraordinary talent. However, the cultivation of the purple cloud skill becomes increasingly arduous with each progression. Often, a single realm demands a decade or even several decades of arduous effort. Yet, life is fleeting. How many decades can one truly afford to spend? Upon reading this, Yue Buqun nodded in profound agreement. He had reached the 5th level of the purple cloud skill, yet after attempting to cultivate over the past few days, he found the path to advancement more challenging than ever before, as if the difficulty had surged unexpectedly. He surmised that even to merely enter the 5th level would require years of diligent effort, let alone achieving minor or major success thereafter. As for the 6th level, he would be fortunate to even approach it before his demise. Thus, he continued to peruse the text. Those who cultivate the Northern Dark skill in future generations may harness the inner strength of the world's greatest masters upon attaining mastery, thereby aiding their cultivation of the Purple Cloud skill. This segment aligned perfectly with Yue Buqun's recollections of the Northern Dark skill in Demigods and Semi-Devils, Duanyu. After mastering this technique, effortlessly drained the inner strength of Jamozi, propelling himself to the status of a top-tier expert. Yet, how could the founder possess the Northern Dark skill? Yue Buqun's memories became somewhat muddled as he endeavored to piece together the timeline. The Northern Dark skill originated from the Huashan Sect. However, neither Tianshan Tonglao nor Li Qiushui or Li Songhai had practiced it. Only the sect leader Weizi had. Weizi passed it on to the monk Shuju. But as the timeline advanced, this martial art faded into obscurity, and even the Huashan Sect itself vanished. It wasn't until the era of Wang Chongyang that the East evil Huang Yaoshi emerged, possibly as a descendant of the Huashan Sect. After some reflection, Yue Buqun continued to ponder. Thus far, it was plausible that Huang Yaoshi could possess knowledge of this martial art, even if he had never employed it. In the past, Wang Chongyang exchanged his innate skill for the One-Yang finger with the Southern Emperor. Given Wang Chongyang's profound obsession with martial arts, it stands to reason that he would also seek to exchange for the Northern Dark skill from Huang Yaoshi. With this deduction, everything began to make sense. The founder of the Huashan Sect is a disciple of Wang Chongyang, perhaps having inherited some of his legacy. Suddenly, Yue Buqun recalled an essential and often overlooked fact. The former leader of the demon cult, Ren Wuxing. The star-absorbing technique cultivated by Ren Wuxing originated from the transformation skill of the Xianyao sect, represented by Ding Chuanxiu during the Northern Song dynasty, as well as the Northern Dark skill. Of course, these were likely only fragmented texts, with the primary reference being the transformation skill. Ren Wuxing, with his exceptional talent, deduced the star-absorbing technique. However, the 1.0 version of the star-absorbing technique could not harmonize with foreign true qi. Absorbing too much internal power from masters would lead to self-recoil. After a decade of intense cultivation in the depths of West Lake, Ren Wuxing rectified the flaws of the star-absorbing technique, introducing the 2.0 version, which largely resolved this issue. At this juncture, the distinction between the star-absorbing technique and the Northern Dark skill became minimal. Given that the star-absorbing technique can be traced back to the Northern Dark skill and the transformation skill, the presence of the Northern Dark skill here seems entirely reasonable. Pondering this, Yue Buqun continued to read. The Zixia divine skill contains profound secrets, accessible only upon reaching the 6th level of mastery. Failing to attain this level would mean the end of opportunity. As he reached this point in the text, Yue Buqun's questions only multiplied. What secrets does the Zixia divine skill hold? This Guangningzi grows increasingly enigmatic. The Huashan Sect's founder, Hao Datong, the lowest among the 7 disciples of the complete reality, the stone tablet outside proclaiming ascension, and his self-created Zixia divine skill. What hidden truths lie within? Yue Buqun rubbed his temples, realizing that the current information was insufficient for a comprehensive analysis. It appears that all answers await beyond the 3rd stone door. His expression grew grave. Could there be a 4th or 5th door beyond it? What was the peculiar, ethereal aura that permeated the air? The more one knows, the more one realizes the vast unknown, so it would be prudent to focus on mastering the Northern Dark skill. Yue Buqun chuckled at himself, choosing to let go of his doubts. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten, lacking the requisite strength. Knowing too much could prove counterproductive. Thus, he approached the stone platform and grasped the sword, which, as expected, was also forged from mysterious iron. However, this sword differed from the one he had obtained in the first stone chamber. Under the light's reflection, it emitted flashes of azure brilliance, its sharpness evident at a mere glance. Both swords shared the same specifications, and he intended to gift this one to his junior sister. Grateful for his fortune, his first thought was of his beloved. Yet, the sword remained nameless. What should it be called? Yue Buqun began to ponder. Throughout the smiling, proud wanderer, the significance of weaponry is considerably diminished. It appears that upon thorough examination of the text, one finds no swords worthy of renown. Now, having acquired a divine weapon, it cannot be left in obscurity. In ancient times, renowned swords bore illustrious names such as Juek, Taiye, Zhanlu, Qinggang, and the somewhat mystical Ganjiang and Moxie. These are all esteemed names previously employed by our forebears, and thus cannot be reused. After pacing a few steps, Yue Buqun suddenly experienced a moment of inspiration. He conceived a name that exuded both grandeur and appropriateness, one that had undoubtedly never been utilized before. He decided to name it the Ziying Sword and the Qingsua Sword. Chapter 47. the golden-eyed raven as winter yields to spring and all things awaken. The verdant paths of Yue Peak are adorned with lush grass. The moss upon the steps glistens in shades of green, and the hue of the grass seeps into the curtains, presenting a scene teeming with vitality. In a tranquil chamber of the Huashan Sect, Yue Buqun completes a full cycle of his internal cultivation before exhaling deeply and rising to refresh his face with the cool water he had prepared in advance. He remains unhurried and unflustered, diligently progressing, for he believes that the North Ming divine art will surely reach fruition in due time. Since acquiring this art, he has even curtailed his practice of the purple mist divine art, dedicating himself entirely to his studies. However, unlike Duan Yu from Demigods and Semi-Devils, who possesses the protagonist's script and can master skills in a single day, Yue Buqun has expended countless efforts only to barely grasp the basics, with the path to mastery still distant. Nevertheless, having entered the initial stage, he is confident that absorbing a fraction of a foe's internal energy during combat should pose no significant challenge. Brother, this Qing Suo sword truly lives up to its reputation as a divine weapon. I just tested it in conjunction with the Hunyuan art, and it surprisingly unleashed sword energy. Outside, Ning Zhongzi cradles the Qing Suo sword, unable to part with it. Upon seeing Yue Buqun emerge from his seclusion, she hastens to report her findings. Oh, my junior sister can now emit sword energy. Yue Buqun's eyes brighten, recognizing that this is no trivial advancement in martial arts. The ability to release sword energy signifies that her internal power is nearing the innate level, placing her in the realm of consummate postnatal mastery, comparable to the leaders of the Five Mountains Sword Sect. Ning Zhongzi's cheeks flush as she replies, "It is not due to my internal energy improvement, but rather the sword's prowess." Yue Buqun chuckles, "A divine weapon is indeed a component of strength. With your current cultivation, you could easily assume the position of the Huashan Sect's leader." Aware that he is jesting, she still holds her head high with a sense of pride. Master, master." At that moment, a disciple rushes over in a flurry. What is the matter? Yue Buqun senses an impending disturbance, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Sure enough, the disciple gasps, "Master, a group has descended from the mountain, including members from the Songshan, Taishan, and Huashan sects. They wish to pay their respects." Upon hearing this, Yue Buqun immediately comprehends the situation. The disciples of the Sword Sect are finally ascending the mountain. He smiles, confident that everything is under control, and there is no need for alarm. "Brother, these individuals do not seem to come with good intentions," Ning Zhongzi interjects, having sensed something amiss. With so many people converging upon Huashan, it is hard to believe this is merely a coincidence. Moreover, while they claim to be paying respects, it could very well be an attempt to challenge us. Fear not, for when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall conceal ourselves in earth. Yue Buqun reassures her, then instructs the disciple to invite the visitors up the mountain. Within the Jingqi Hall, the Songshan, Huashan, and Taishan sects gather, along with 3 middle-aged men dressed similarly to the Huashan disciples. The leader, whose complexion appears sallow, is none other than the descendant of the Sword Sect, Feng Buping. "Brother Feng, you 3 have long severed ties with the Huashan Sect. What brings you back to our mountain?" Yue Buqun inquires, observing the group. "Is Huashan now owned by Yu? Are others forbidden from ascending?" Feng Buping retorts sharply, "Traveling to Mount Hua is undoubtedly permissible for all. Yet I must implore you to retract the term senior brother. You, am not your senior brother," Yue Buqun stated coldly. "Back in the day, during the duel atop the Jade Maiden Peak, the conflict between the Sword Sect and the Qi Sect reached such a dire state. And yet you still have the audacity to call me your senior brother? How absurd." Upon hearing this, Feng Buping chuckled, and after his laughter subsided, he remarked, "Your master resorted to cunning schemes to seize control of the Hua Mountain Sect. Today, we shall settle this old score. If you insist that I refrain from addressing you as senior brother, so be it. Once the accounts are settled, even if you were to kneel and plead, I would never utter that title again." "Nonsense." Yue Buqun scoffed, saying, "The duel atop the Jade Maiden Peak was prearranged. My Qi Sect's elder won fair and square. How is it that merely 25 years have passed, and your Sword Sect now seeks to deny its defeat? Yue Buqun, do not be so arrogant. Today, I have summoned esteemed elders from the Songshan, Huashan, and Taishan sects to advocate for justice on behalf of my Sword Sect," Feng Buping declared haughtily, evidently prepared to claim the position of the Hua Mountain Sect's leader. In recent years, the Hua Mountain Sect has flourished remarkably. Its disciples have nearly matched the Songshan Sect, and in terms of scale, they have even approached the pinnacle of the Hua Mountain Sect during its most glorious era, when the Sword and Qi sects coexisted. Feng Buping had long coveted this growth. Not long ago, the leader of the Five Mountains Alliance, Zhuo dispatched someone to him, proposing to assist in reclaiming the position of the Huashan Sect's leader. Both had ulterior motives, leading to today's events. It is not for outsiders to meddle in the internal affairs of my Huashan Sect, Ning Zhongzi asserted bluntly. She had grown weary of these individuals, stating that while they were welcome guests, their true purpose was to assist the Sword Sect in undermining her senior brother's position. Was there no sense of justice remaining? Such blatant bullying was simply unprincipled. You brother, your assertion is misplaced. A representative from the Huashan Sect interjected. The individual was slender, with eyes that appeared yellowish, indicative of jaundice. He was none other than the esteemed elder of the Huashan Sect, Lu Lianrong, a disciple of the current leader, Master Mo. However, despite his seniority, his reputation in the martial world paled in comparison to figures such as Mo Daxian of the Shaoxiang Night Reign or even Lu Zhengfeng. It is not our place as outsiders to comment on your sect's internal matters. However, as the Five Mountain Sword Alliance stands united in both glory and disgrace, if one sect mishandles its affairs, it may inevitably become a source of ridicule among fellow practitioners. Therefore, when Madame Yu stated that our Songshan, Taishan, and Huashan sects should not interfere, her words seemed somewhat misguided. Lu Lianrong continued. Oh, so Brother Lu implies that my Huashan sect's actions might tarnish your sect's reputation? Ning Zhongzi retorted with a cold laugh, mocking the pretense of impartiality, revealing him as a mere emissary of Zhuo. It has long been rumored that it is not you, brother, who holds sway over the Huashan Sect, but rather the valiant Ning, who is its true leader. Today, witnessing this for myself, it seems the rumors hold true, Lu Lianrong sneered. Ning Zhongzi is known for her fiery temperament, yet in recent years, she has devoted herself to nurturing her family, resulting in a more tempered disposition. However, upon encountering such words, her patience swiftly evaporated. It is said that Brother Lu is an eloquent speaker, earning him a reputation that resonates throughout the martial world. Today, upon meeting him, it is evident that his acquaintances were not mistaken. Although Lu Lianrong is nicknamed the Golden-Eyed Eagle, his loquaciousness has earned him the less flattering moniker of the Golden-Eyed Crow among his peers. Ning Zhongzi's words struck a nerve. Upon hearing them, Lu Lianrong's expression darkened immediately, and it seemed as though a fierce confrontation was imminent. Chapter 048. Forcing Yue Buqun to step down. No wonder my morning was marred. The incessant cawing of crows heralded ill fortune. Ling Huchong, with an air of nonchalance, strode into the hall. He had been diligently practicing the Dugu 9 swords on the Cliff of Reflection, nearing the culmination of his training, when Lu Dao hastily ascended the cliff to inform him of the troubling events. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Huchong rushed down. How dare the descendants of the Sword Sect coerce his master for the position of the Huashan Sect's leader? This was intolerable. As the eldest disciple of Huashan and the designated successor of Yue Buqun, he could not remain absent at such a critical juncture. Otherwise, he might as well follow Feng Qingyang's example and retreat to the back mountains for a lifetime. Rulianrong, who was on the verge of an outburst, instantly turned crimson upon hearing Ling Huchong's words. Who dares to spew such nonsense? Rulianrong bellowed. Cowardly enough to act without facing the consequences? Who is this fool making baseless accusations? As no one else had spoken, Ling Huchong's taunt struck directly at the heart of the matter. His words elicited laughter from both the Songshan and Taishan sect members, and even those from Huashan could not suppress their amusement. Chonger, show some respect, that is our elder. Master Lu from Huashan, Yue Buqun interjected, attempting to temper the situation. However, Rulianrong was already impatient, drawing his sword with a fierce shout and lunging at Ling Huchong. Using brute force against the weak, how shameless. Ning Zhongzi swiftly intervened, her blade flashing with a brilliant light. Rulianrong's sword shattered, leaving him with only the hilt. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as onlookers marveled at the extraordinary weapon in Ning Zhongzi's hand. Rulianrong's face flushed with embarrassment as he retreated to his disciples, drawing another sword only to meet the same fate. His dignity shattered, Rulianrong, initially invited for assistance, found himself humiliated, two swords broken without delivering any aid, promptly leading his followers down the mountain in disgrace. Master, mistress, Ling Huchong greeted with a bow, relieved that the crisis had passed. He intended to explain his descent from the Cliff of Reflection, but was abruptly interrupted by the entrance of 6 peculiar figures. Oh, the 6 immortals of Peach Valley have arrived. Yue Buqun's eyes brightened at the sight of them. Ling Huchong felt a headache coming on. Encountering these 6 during his descent was indeed troublesome. He hurriedly introduced, "This is my esteemed mentor, Mr. Yu, the leader of Huashan." However, before he could finish, Feng Buping's cold scoff interrupted. "Your master, indeed, But whether he is the leader of Huashan is another matter. Ling Hucheng's expression became exaggerated, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, as he scrutinized Feng Buping from head to toe. What are you staring at? Feng Buping, maintaining his composure, did not wish to engage with the younger generation. I merely wish to ascertain who possesses the audacity to vie for my master's leadership position. Do you truly believe you are worthy? In matters concerning personal interests, Ling Hucheng showed no mercy in his words. Nonsense. Feng Buping has yet to speak, and beside him, Cheng Buyo could no longer contain himself, launching into a tirade. Yue Buqun, look at the disciples you have trained. The once noble Huashan Sect has been turned into a chaotic mess by your Qi sect. You should relinquish the position of sect leader before you cause further harm. Your Jian sect has fled Huashan for 25 years. The outcome has long been determined. Moreover, as for my disciple, Yue Buqun, I shall teach him as I see fit. And it is not for you, Cheng, to dictate. Yue Buqun sat in his place, as steadfast as a mountain, exuding an air of mastery in his words. Feng Buping, incensed by this demeanor, retorted with sarcasm. Yue Buqun, you have occupied the position of sect leader for 25 years, and while you have nurtured nothing else, you have certainly inflated your own pride. To speak plainly, the left leader of the Five Mountain Sword Sect has already endorsed me as the new leader of Huashan Sect. Will you not heed the command? As he spoke, Liu Bai, one of the 13 guardians of Songshan, cooperatively displayed the Five Mountains command flag. This flag, adorned with pearls and crafted with exquisite materials, was jointly produced by the Five Mountains Sword Sect and presented to the left leader, Zhuo Lingchan. To see the command flag is akin to witnessing the leader himself. Did they intend to reenact the events of the Huashan Conference? Yue Buqun scoffed inwardly, lamenting that he was not someone to be easily manipulated like Lu Zhengfeng. Yue Buqun, with the Five Mountains command flag present, it is as if Zhuo Lingchan himself were here. He has commanded you to transfer the leadership of Huashan Sect to Feng Buping. You should comply, urged Liu Bai. In that moment, the hall fell into a profound silence, with only Feng Buping and the other two standing arrogantly. What a naive scheme, Yue Buqun thought mockingly. To think that they could force him to abdicate with such tactics revealed their simplistic political acumen. No wonder they were being used as pawns by Zhuo Lingchan. What is this? Yue Buqun, do you dare defy the command of the left leader? Feng Buping challenged. Though the Five Mountain Sword Sect had formed an alliance, it was purview to oversee matters common to the sects. As for individual sect affairs, those remained under the jurisdiction of their respective leaders. At this point, Yue Buqun paused before continuing. Furthermore, while this command flag may be genuine, it cannot speak for itself. Who can ascertain whether you are truly acting under the auspices of the left leader or if you are fabricating this pretense? What do you mean by that? Liu Bai could no longer remain composed. Was this not an affront? You threaten my master to abdicate, and then you dare question our intentions. Ling Hucheng stepped forward, drawing attention away. And as for you, if you wish to join Huashan Sect, you must humbly bow and pay respects to my master. Considering past grievances, he might still accept you. However, according to our sect's rules, the first to enter is the elder. Even if the three of you were to join Huashan, you would still have to address me as your senior brother. Ling Hucheng declared. Feng Buping, lacking eloquence, was infuriated by this retort, his face reddening with rage. Ignoring Ling Hucheng, he bellowed, Since you, Yue Buqun, stubbornly cling to your position, let us settle this with our skills. I wish to see what qualifications you possess to be the sect leader. Yue Buqun was immediately amused by these words. If your sword sect is so capable, why did you not dare to utter such threats 25 years ago? Were you perhaps intimidated by the elders of my Qi sect at that time? Now that all the elders of my Qi sect have passed, you come here to speak in such a manner, as if you regard me as mere clay to be molded. However, before Yue Buqun could respond, Ling Hucheng took it upon himself to interject. With your meager skills, do you really think you can contend with my master? I am the senior disciple of my sect. Let us see if you can even surpass your own senior disciple first. Chapter 49. The Six Immortals of Taogu. Arrogant youth, allow me to witness your prowess. Cheng Buyo declared as he stepped forward, sword in hand. Such a matter was certainly not for his senior brother to handle. Feng Buping had his grievances with Yue Buqun, and defeating a younger opponent would not be commendable, while a loss would be utterly humiliating. Zhong'er, you are no match for him. Ning Zhongzi hastily interjected. Not to worry, I am here, the sky will not fall. It is a perfect opportunity to assess Zhong'er's recent progress, Yue Buqun asserted with commanding authority. His demeanor demanded strength, lest he be subjected to any underhanded tactics that may follow. Ling Hucheng's gaze wandered until it landed upon a broom in the corner, and at once, an idea sparked in his mind. Grasping the broom, he prepared to engage. Where is your sword? Chen Buyo, still maintaining his esteemed position, pointedly reminded him that preparation was essential for those beneath him. This broom shall suffice to deal with you, Ling Hucheng replied, swinging the broom a couple of times to gauge its balance. How dare you? Chen Buyo exclaimed, raising his sword and launching an attack. However, Ling Hucheng's broom was forged from steel. He swiftly positioned it to block the blade, then with a vigorous flick, sent the flexible bamboo bristles sweeping toward Chen Buyo's face. Should even the slightest skin be grazed, it would be a disgrace. Chen Buyo retreated hastily, executing a move known as the Phoenix Descends. Though the Sword Sect and Qi Sect were distinct in their doctrines, they shared roots in the Huashan school of swordsmanship. The Sword Sect, with its meticulous study of swordplay, often exhibited techniques that surpassed those of the Qi Sect in both power and versatility. Ling Hucheng promptly employed the Huashan sword style to meet the challenge head-on. However, in terms of technique and experience, he was no match for Chen Buyo. As anticipated, after 10 exchanges, Ling Hucheng found himself at a disadvantage, teetering on defeat. Had it not been for Chen Buyo's reluctance to allow a broom to tarnish his dignity, Ling Hucheng would have already collapsed. This will not do, Ling Hucheng mused. Losing too early would not only bring shame to his master, but would also be a blow to his own standing as the senior brother. Let me try the Duga 9 swords. Drawing upon his knowledge, he recalled the breaking sword technique. Formlessness defeats form. I see your opening. In an instant, Ling Hucheng seized the opportunity, wielding the broom like a longsword, crashing into Chen Buyo's wrist and disarming him. Simultaneously, the broom's delicate bristles struck Chen Buyo's face, leaving several crimson marks. The tides turned abruptly, igniting a blend of shame and rage within Chen Buyo. This broom, left forgotten in the corner, had now become an instrument of humiliation. As he reflected on the foul odor that had brushed his face, the thought of it being soiled by refuse only deepened his indignation. Chen Buyo, filled with resentment, gathered all his strength and unleashed a powerful strike toward Ling Hucheng's chest. Ling Hucheng's swordsmanship was commendable. However, in terms of inner strength, he could not compare to Chen Buyo. Moreover, the attack was a surprise assault, causing him to fly backward like a kite with its string cut, spitting blood. The suddenness of this event caught even Yue Buqun off guard. After all, who could have anticipated that a young disciple would engage in a duel of swordplay with a master from the Sword Sect, only to discover that the master wielded Qigong? It was utterly inconceivable. Yet, in the next moment, something even more terrifying transpired. The Taoist 6 immortals, who had been standing at the entrance, seemed to be stirred by Ling Hucheng's injury. United in thought and purpose, the 6 siblings swiftly subdued Chen Buyo, lifting him effortlessly above their heads. In a brutal display, they tore him into 4 pieces, subjecting him to a fate akin to that of Shang Yang, his innards spilling onto the ground. A collective gasp of horror echoed through the crowd as they recoiled in shock. The younger, more timid individuals, such as Yu Lingshan and Yu Jingjing, could not contain their fright and fainted on the spot. Even the experienced Ning Zhongzi felt a chill run down her spine, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, Yue Buqun reacted swiftly, catching her before she collapsed. Meanwhile, Ling Hucheng was swiftly carried away by 2 others, with no one daring to impede their escape. Yue Buqun, you consort with such fiends. You have already fallen into the path of darkness. After a lengthy pause, Feng Buping finally regained his composure, trembling as he pointed a finger at Yue Buqun, struggling to articulate his words. The sight of his once vibrant junior brother reduced to mere chunks of flesh was utterly horrifying. Such cruelty had not been witnessed since ancient times. A method reminiscent of the tyrant Zhou. Do not speak such nonsense. I am unfamiliar with these vile beings. I had thought they were brought here by senior brother Liu from Songshan. Yue Buqun hastily distanced himself from the situation, realizing the gravity of the accusation. Preposterous. How could they possibly be my companions? Liu Bai quickly interjected in defense. In that moment, a drama of forced abdication transformed into a blame-shifting spectacle. After much wrangling, the Huashan Sect, feeling disinterested, led their followers down the mountain in retreat. While the immediate crisis had passed, the lingering shock remained palpable. Brother, could these 6 be the tiger spirits of the mountains? How could they commit such heinous acts? Ning Zhongzi, still trembling, nestled into Yue Buqun's embrace, unable to shake her unease. It is likely that they are some malevolent cultists, known for their cruelty. Do not dwell on it, junior sister, Yue Buqun reassured her, attempting to alleviate her fears by citing tales of human skin drums and skull cups. They are merely uncultured brutes, not true demons. But what of Chomer? He is still in their hands. What shall we do? Ning Zhongzi queried anxiously. I observed that the 6 seem to know Chomer. They may even be friends. I believe they would not harm him. Rest assured, junior sister. Yue Buqun knew well that the six had been duped by the monk Wu Jie into luring Linghu Chong down the mountain. However, he understood that these six, lacking parental guidance, possessed a mindset that diverged from that of ordinary folk, acting solely on their whims. Fortunately, the six of them are united and possess formidable martial arts skills. Otherwise, they would have long since been vanquished by the righteous heroes of the martial world. Throughout the original narrative, their characters are depicted as whimsical jesters, yet upon witnessing them firsthand, Yue Buqun does not perceive them as mere jesters. Rather, he sees them as living embodiments of torment, for their penchant for violence marks them as malevolent beings deserving of eradication. Nonetheless, Yue Buqun still finds their presence advantageous, which is why he refrains from taking action today. Soon, they will return Chonger, at which point he will have the perfect opportunity to test his Northern Darkness divine skill on these six individuals. Chapter 50. The initial manifestation of the Biming divine skill in a courtyard at the foot of the mountain. The six immortals of Peach Valley were in a state of utter chaos, each offering their own suggestions on how to heal Linghu Chong. However, their opinions diverged greatly. Each one spoke their mind, unable to convince the others. Eventually, in a moment of collective frustration, they decided to pursue their own methods of treatment independently, reasoning that with multiple approaches, one was bound to succeed. Thus, they each exerted their energy, channeling six distinct streams of vital qi into Linghu Chong's body. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly leaping from the bed in agony. This was akin to being subjected to 6 intravenous needles simultaneously. It was unbearable for any individual. Linghu Chong was tormented by these 6 forces to the brink of death, his breath faint and tenuous. Meanwhile, the 6 immortals were reveling in their own triumph, each claiming credit for the effectiveness of their respective methods. Realizing this was untenable and that his life was at stake, Linghu Chong, driven by a fierce will to survive, mustered the strength to utter a few words amidst his suffering. "Brothers of Peach Valley, please lend me your ears." He gasped for breath. Stop. The eldest among the 6 immortals halted the cacophony of voices, eager to hear whom Linghu Chong wished to express gratitude towards. "Quick! Return me to Huashan. My injuries can only be treated by my master." Linghu Chong, panting, managed to convey his meaning. What? The 6 immortals erupted in indignation. They had anticipated words of gratitude, only to hear this. "What do you mean? Are you implying that we, the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, are inadequate? Can your master truly heal what we cannot? Is he more formidable than us?" "No, that is not the case." Linghu Chong realized that these peculiar individuals relished flattery, and he needed to appease them to secure his return. Thus, he continued, "My master holds the highest admiration for the great heroes of the martial world. He often speaks of the 6 immortals of Peach Valley as being among the rarest of great heroes." Hearing him struggle to speak, the others rushed to fill in the gaps. Indeed, Linghu Chong nodded vigorously. The 6 were elated. Such words were music to their ears. Linghu Chong continued to lavish praise on them for an extended duration, exerting himself to the brink of collapse. At last, the 6 immortals, thoroughly satisfied and their vanity greatly stroked, agreed to carry Linghu Chong back. At the summit of Yue Peak, a group of disciples discussed the origins of the 6 peculiar individuals and speculated about the ancient events of the sword and chi sections. Suddenly, a breathless disciple rushed in from below, reporting that the 6 oddities had returned, carrying the severely injured senior brother. The crowd was taken aback, and they hurried to inform their master. In the Hall of Righteousness, the 6 immortals of Peach Valley set Linghu Chong down on the ground and began to scrutinize Yue Buqun closely. "Hey, you are the leader of the Huashan Sect, aren't you?" one of them asked bluntly. Yue Buqun chuckled, recognizing the lack of decorum in their manner of speaking. Standing there, he appeared somewhat foolish. Yet he maintained his composure and responded with a cordial tone, "I am indeed Yue Buqun, temporarily presiding over the Huashan lineage." Upon hearing this, the Peach Valley 6 immortals were oblivious to the concept of politeness, and one of them leaped forth, proclaiming, "We have heard that you have long admired us, venerating us as great heroes and illustrious figures, and that you have yearned to seek our guidance." This remark, laden with a sharp edge, bore an air of condescension towards others. At the side, Ning Zhongzi stirred, poised to deliver them a lesson. Yet, Yue Buqun restrained her hand, shaking his head, signaling for her to refrain from rash actions. "If there are any uncertainties in your martial arts, feel free to consult me. I shall offer my insights." The Peach Valley 6 immortals, undeterred by the impending danger, launched another verbal assault. Ning Zhongzi, her temper flaring, drew her Qing Suo sword halfway. Her face a mask of fury, the bluish sword light piercing to the eye. However, she was once more forcibly restrained by Yue Buqun. At that moment, Ling Huchong, lying on a stretcher, stirred awake, witnessing the scene before him. A glance at his master and mistress filled him with remorse. This was all due to his own reckless chatter. Yet without that folly, these six would not have brought him back. It was truly a helpless predicament. I have heard that several esteemed heroes possess renowned martial prowess in the realm of Jianghu. You, am not particularly talented. Yet I wish to engage with you all to discern the shortcomings of the Huashan school's techniques. Might I have the honor of such an opportunity? Yue Buqun continued with a genial smile. His words, though somewhat verbose, were understood to some extent. One of the Peach Immortals remarked, "Oh, you wish to spar with us." The six exchanged glances. They were not truly foolish, merely ungoverned during their upbringing, resulting in a lack of common sense. However, with Yue Buqun having expressed his intentions so clearly, they saw no reason to hesitate. In the next moment, employing their old tricks, the Peach Valley Six Immortals unexpectedly surrounded Yue Buqun, coordinating their efforts. Two raised their legs, two seized his arms, and two lifted his waist, hoisting him into the air. Ning Zhong's eyes widened in horror. This was her husband. Would he be torn asunder before her very eyes? Yet, the events unfolded too swiftly, leaving no time for her to intervene. Ling Huchong, too, wished to leap to his feet, but his severe internal injuries caused him to cough blood uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. At this critical juncture, however, Yue Buqun, at the epicenter of the turmoil, merely smiled gently. In an instant, the North Ming divine skill was activated. What is this? The Peach Valley Six Immortals felt their internal energy being inexorably siphoned towards Yue Buqun, unable to release their grip, let alone inflict harm. They simply lacked the strength. With a resounding thud, after absorbing their internal energy to the fullest, Yue Buqun unleashed a counterattack, sending the Peach Valley Six Immortals sprawling in all directions, each collapsing to the ground, taking a considerable time to rise. You, what kind of sorcery is this? The Peach Valley Six Immortals were struck with terror, glancing at Yue Buqun as if a mouse had encountered a cat. Without a hint of hesitation, they exchanged glances and fled without looking back. Senior brother, are you unharmed? Ning Zhongze was on the verge of tears, yet before so many disciples, she had to maintain her composure as a mistress. A mere trifling technique, in the presence of a master of energy arts, was utterly ineffectual. Yue Buqun seized the opportunity to instruct, dispelling the crowd's fear of the Six Immortals of Peach Valley. Meanwhile, Jianzong's Chengbuyo was torn into 4 pieces, while the disciples of the Qi sect, led by Yue Buqun, sent the six fleeing in panic, further affirming the legitimacy of Qi sect's martial arts and rectifying the adverse impact caused by the earlier visit of the Jianzong masters. Master's prowess is unparalleled, the disciples exclaimed, filled with admiration and deep respect in their hearts. Chapter 051, A Voluntary Confession in the Study. Yue Buqun was employing the Purple Mist divine skill to treat Ling Huchong's injuries. The ethereal purple energy flowed continuously from his palms into Ling Huchong's body. Within Ling Huchong's dantian, a faint glimmer of the purple essence resonated in response, momentarily suppressing his internal wounds. Nearby, Ning Zhongze observed with anxious anticipation. After a considerable period, Yue Buqun finally withdrew his hands, exhaling a long breath. Master, how is Chong'er's condition? Ning Zhongze inquired urgently. The situation within him is rather complex. Yue Buqun replied as he wiped his hands. He was first struck with full force by Chengbuyo and subsequently subjected to the forced infusion of 6 distinct energies from the Six Immortals of Peach Valley. These energies, akin to headless flies, ran rampant within his meridians, wreaking havoc on his internal force. This explains why Ling Huchong is exceedingly weak, to the point of struggling to stand. Fortunately, he has cultivated a modicum of the Purple Mist secret manual, which has shielded his heart meridian. Otherwise, the consequences could have been permanently detrimental. I have temporarily preserved Chong'er's life using the Purple Mist energy, but as for further treatment, I fear. Yue Buqun did not elaborate, but his meaning was unmistakable. Regarding the Six Immortals of Peach Valley, Yue Buqun had sensed their formidable prowess the moment they engaged. Each of the 6 possessed at least mid-level innate strength, with the most powerful among them reaching late innate stages. Their most alarming attribute was their unified intent. When collaborating, their combined might transcended mere multiplication, potentially rivaling the mastery of those at the pinnacle of the innate realm. The pinnacle of the innate realm. This was the level of the 5 mountain sects leader during the earlier chapters of the story. The emergence of the 6 Immortals with such strength, and so unexpectedly, was indeed perplexing. In the original narrative, their sudden appearance was jarring. With unclear origins and a mastery of dubious martial arts that seemed to arise from nowhere. This had not raised any red flags previously. But ever since Yue Buqun discovered the stone doors and the immortality stele in the back mountains, his perspective had shifted significantly. This world seemed to be awry, though he could not pinpoint precisely what was amiss. Perhaps upon opening the third stone door, he would uncover disparate information that could shatter his current understanding. If he continued to maneuver solely according to the original storyline, neglecting to delve into the peculiar phenomena, he risked being buried by others in the future. Master, there may be a conspiracy at play. Ning Zhongzi, though flustered with concern, maintained clarity of thought and quickly analyzed the situation. First, the Sword Sect allied with the Songshan, Taishan, and Huashan Sects to pressure you into relinquishing the leadership position. Then, these strange individuals appeared and abducted Chong'er, yet did not kill him, instead subjecting him to such torment. Here, Ning Zhongzi paused, her heart heavy. Though Ling Huchong was but a disciple, he had been raised as a son. As a mother figure, how could she endure such suffering? Their intent is clearly to exhaust your internal energy through Chong'er. Ning Zhongzi continued. When you find yourself utterly exhausted, whether it be the Songshan Sect or those 6 peculiar individuals, should even one of them return, the Huashan Sect would be in peril. Yue Buqun nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his wife's words. Although he was aware that the 6 immortals of Peach Valley had been summoned by the monk Wujia, he could not dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives lurking behind. Delving deeper into speculation, it might be that the 6 immortals were merely pawns in a larger scheme, orchestrated to facilitate their encounter with Wujia, thereby providing a plausible pretext for their visit to Huashan. Moreover, the arrival of the Sword Sect today felt rather unsettling. With the likes of Feng Buping and Cheng Wuyo present, even if his Zixia divine skill had reached the 5th level, it was doubtful that Feng Buping would garner any substantial advantage, and the same could be said for Liu Bai. Zhuo Lingchan of Songshan was a man of grand ambition. While his methods were often audacious, he possessed a fundamental level of caution. It was implausible that he would commit such a blunder unless these 2 factions were, in fact, one and the same, or perhaps there were hidden contingencies at play. Of course, this veered into the realm of conspiracy theories, and for the moment, Yue Buqun chose not to indulge in excessive conjecture. Master, is Ling Huchong awake? He struggled to sit up, clutching the side of the bed. But his physical condition was not conducive to such an effort. Chong'er, you've awakened. What on earth has transpired? Ning Zhongzi supported him as she inquired. Consequently, Ling Huchong recounted how he encountered the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, his descent from the mountain, and how the 6 had treated him. Yue Buqun pondered deeply. The Zixia divine skill was not renowned for its healing abilities, let alone for dispelling foreign energies. Unless Ling Huchong possessed a commendable mastery of the Zixia skill, he would not be able to gradually expel the 6 foreign energies from his body. However, given his current level, that seemed implausible. The only means of addressing the present predicament rested with the Biming divine skill. Yet, Yue Buqun's proficiency in this skill was still lacking. Attempting to absorb the foreign energy directly would not only prove ineffective, but could also siphon away Ling Huchong's own vital energy, exacerbating the situation. Teaching the Biming divine skill to Ling Huchong would be futile for immediate relief, yet in the long run, it might provide a complete remedy. The question remained, should he impart it? Whether Ling Huchong was a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing was yet to be determined at this juncture. His true nature had not revealed itself. However, the words Ling Huchong spoke next shattered Yue Buqun's biases entirely. Master, I implore you to secure the doors and windows and inspect the surroundings. I have critical matters to report. Ling Huchong's demeanor was fraught with tension, his spirit cautious. Oh, Yue Buqun was taken aback. Could it pertain to that matter? He promptly complied with Ling Huchong's request, checking outside the door before securely closing it once more to return to the bedside. Master, please check again. Ling Huchong remained uneasy, subtly gesturing towards the ceiling. Good disciple. Just as I first perceived him over a decade ago, he remained so vigilant. Yue Buqun felt a sense of gratification, and without delay, he employed his lightness skill to leap onto the roof, meticulously surveying the area once more. Ning Zhong was already somewhat astonished. What could warrant such elaborate measures? However, based on his understanding of Ling Huchong's temperament, it was likely a matter of great significance concerning the survival of their sect. There are no ears behind the wall. You may speak freely, Yue Buqun assured, confident that no one was listening nearby. It was only then that Ling Huchong composed himself and said solemnly, Master, it concerns the Sword Sect's Fengqingyang. Chapter 052. Passing the test of Yue Buqun. Splendid. Yue Buqun felt a surge of exhilaration within. The disciple he had painstakingly nurtured for over a decade was indeed no ingrate. Previously, he had placed Ling Huchong on the cliff of regret, partly to ensure his serendipitous encounters were not hindered, and partly to set the stage for this very trial. In the original narrative, the chasm between Ling Huchong and Yue Buqun was vast. Upon descending the mountain, he frequently employed the sword techniques of the cave within a cave and the Dugu Nine Swords. Yet, when questioned by his master and mistress, he resolutely bit his lip, refusing to utter a word. Any further inquiries were met with his vow of secrecy, leading to a furious outburst from Yue Buqun, who could only begrudgingly acknowledge Ling Huchong as a man of his word. Ultimately, this culminated in a complete rupture between master and disciple, leaving no room for reconciliation. However, this time was different. Ling Huchong voluntarily confessed, thereby exceeding expectations and successfully passing Yue Buqun's test. Henceforth, there would be no need for reservations regarding the impartation of martial arts or the delegation of significant responsibilities. On the bed, Ling Huchong meticulously recounted his encounter with Feng Qingyang and the details of how he was taught the Dugu Nine Swords. He concluded his narrative by detailing how Feng Qingyang had disparaged Yue Buqun and belittled his master, Ning Qingyu. Such audacity! Ning Zhongzi exclaimed, slamming her palm upon the table with such force that it splintered. Ning Qingyu was her own father, the former leader of the Huashan Sect. Moreover, she had personally witnessed the sword duel on Yue Peak alongside Yue Buqun, while Feng Qingyang had fled at a crucial moment. Now, not only did this man disregard the agreement of the sword and chi sects regarding who would descend the mountain in defeat, but he also arrogantly concocted fictional narratives, inciting the most promising disciples of the chi sect to betray their master. Brother, while this man may be an elder of the sword sect, such outrageous fabrications and humiliations are intolerable. We must confront him on the back mountain, Ning Zhongzi declared, brandishing her sword, ready to rush forth. Sister, please calm yourself, Yue Buqun implored, seizing her arm. How can you remain indifferent? My father entrusted you with the leadership of the sect, and now someone dares to insult him. Ning Zhongzi was genuinely infuriated, even daring to mock Yue Buqun without reservation. Yue Buqun, not daring to retaliate, hurriedly sought to pacify her, urgently stating, Chong'er has sworn never to disclose anything regarding Feng Qingyang. If we storm off in anger, what will become of him? Her words prompted a moment of reflection for Ning Zhongzi. In the realm of martial arts, oaths were held in the highest regard. If they were to confront Feng Qingyang in a fit of rage, regardless of whether they found him or not, what could they achieve? At most, they could hurl accusations at him. Yet, Ling Huchong would be at great risk. Should he break his promise to Feng Qingyang, the latter would certainly retaliate. Furthermore, if word spread throughout the martial world, Ling Huchong would be branded as a despicable, untrustworthy scoundrel, tainted with a reputation for dishonor, thus undermining the hard-won esteem he had built. Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi were counting on him to take over the Huashan Sect. Yue Buqun even envisioned more profound aspirations, intending to reclaim the position of the Five Mountains Alliance leader in the future, looking to Ling Huchong to assume a role that would allow him to retire in comfort. Before he fully matured, it was imperative to maintain an impeccable reputation. As an elderly man nearing the end of his days, he felt unconcerned. He could say whatever he wished, as long as he did not deceive Chong'er or cause any harm to us. Yue Buqun maintained a relaxed demeanor. In contrast, Ning Zhongzi remained resentful, sitting down in frustration after a moment of contemplation. Master, that Feng Qingyang is quite treacherous. While imparting the Dugu Nine Swords to me, he incessantly ingrained your shortcomings in my mind. Ling Huchong refrained from being explicit, as it was not flattering. Trapped on the thought-reflecting cliff, I could only feign compliance until yesterday, when you summoned me up the mountain, providing a chance for escape. However, before I departed, Feng Qingyang warned me that you were not a good person and advised me to be cautious of you. Ling Huchong finally relayed the entire situation in one breath. Humph. Yue Buqun scoffed coldly. He seeks to sow discord between us, master and disciple. If his scheme succeeds, the chasm between the Huashan Sect's young master and its leader would lead to our downfall sooner or later. This man is indeed cunning and treacherous. The Sword Sect's desire to see our Chi Sect perish remains unquenched. Yue Buqun clenched his fist, the sound echoing ominously. Nevertheless, his words had formally acknowledged Ling Huchong's status as the young master. This was a distinction far different from being a disciple. While the elder brother's position might one day lead to the helm of the Huashan Sect, acquiring the Zixia secret manual would exponentially increase the chances of assuming leadership. The role of young master, however, ensured that Ling Huchong would undoubtedly succeed. It was akin to the relationship between an emperor and a crown prince. Possessing the title of young master granted Ling Hucheng the legitimacy to act on behalf of the Huashan Sect, representing Yue Buqun at various martial arts gatherings and even making crucial decisions in Yue Buqun's stead. This was Yue Buqun's reward for Ling Hucheng's loyalty, a recognition he rightfully deserved. Brother, shall we allow this potential threat to linger within our Huashan? Ning Zhongzi inquired. Yue Buqun pondered for a moment before responding. Feng Qingyang was among the top practitioners in the sword sect in his time. Now, after all these years, his martial prowess has likely reached an extraordinary level. For the time being, we shall afford him some leeway, feigning ignorance and refraining from rash actions. Yue Buqun set the tone, preparing to expel this old adversary only after reaching the 6th level of the Zixia divine skill. He lacked the confidence to act prematurely, fearing that a misstep could lead to greater losses. Chonger, you acted rightly this time. Although martial artists must honor their promises, matters that could jeopardize our sect's foundation can be exempt from such oaths. Yue Buqun reassured him, concerned that Ling Hucheng might develop distorted views or lose faith due to this incident. In truth, Ling Hucheng felt indifferent and bore no burden at all. In jest, the master and mistress have nurtured him as if he were their own son for over a decade, even subtly betrothing their sole daughter to him and intending to bequeath the vast legacy of the Huashan Sect. If this were merely due to a vow to keep secrets from his master, it would render him the most despicable creature in history. Chonger, let us consider today as if it never transpired. Your master and I shall act as though we are oblivious to the existence of Feng Qingyang. Life shall continue as usual. Should that individual harbor ulterior motives, he will inevitably reveal his hand. I am keen to uncover his true intentions, Yue Buqun advised. Indeed. Ling Hucheng nodded, feeling exceedingly weak, his body leaning back onto the bed. Yue Buqun felt his pulse once more, ultimately resolving, Chonger, although I cannot completely heal your injuries with the Zixia divine skill, there exists a certain martial art that may. Chapter 053 Departure to Fuzhou. Ling Hucheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. His greatest adversary in the pursuit of a bright future was his current affliction. Initially, he had anticipated a prolonged recovery period of 3 to 5 years, but his master revealed the existence of a method for complete healing, which filled him with delight. What will you teach me, master? Ling Hucheng inquired. Yue Buqun, with an enigmatic smile, uttered 4 words. Baiming Shingong. What is this? Ling Hucheng asked, bewildered. There had never been any mention of such a martial art in the martial world, and it was certainly absent from the Huashan Sect's esteemed techniques. Could it be an invention of his master? Master, what miraculous effect does this martial art possess that could heal my internal injuries? Ling Hucheng expressed his keen interest. One learns through practice, Yue Buqun replied. Over the next few days, he devoted himself to imparting this skill. Ling Hucheng's internal injuries were primarily caused by the 6 types of true energy within him, which he could neither expel nor absorb, nor could he control. The fundamental principle of Baiming Shingong was to absorb these 6 types of true energy for one's own use, thereby completely eliminating the hidden dangers. This differed significantly from the star absorption technique, which focused on dispersing one's internal energy entirely before absorbing the substantial inner strength from another. However, while the notion was appealing, reality proved harsh. Due to his current state, Ling Hucheng was unable to control the flow of true energy, rendering him incapable of completing the circulatory practice. Despite having memorized the core principles of Baiming Shingong, he found himself unable to cultivate it effectively. This predicament rendered Yue Buqun's earlier assurances seemingly absurd. Do not be disheartened, Yue Buqun consoled him. Given the unclear circumstances surrounding us, I must conserve my strength to address unforeseen challenges and cannot expend too much internal energy at once to heal you. However, I can certainly assist you in daily adjustments. Furthermore, I have already made some progress with Baiming Shingong. With time and practice, you will be able to dispel the 6 types of true energy within you and recover swiftly. Thank you, master. Ling Hucheng expressed his profound gratitude. The bond between master and disciple seemed to deepen further. Yue Buqun nodded with a smile, secretly contemplating. In truth, retaining this injury may be advantageous, as future encounters could arise from it. Should I heal him today, he might miss significant opportunities ahead. The protagonist's journey could take unpredictable turns, potentially leading to a plethora of deviations from the main plot. Master, the ambitions of the Huashan Sect's Wulongchan are insidious. Now that they have allied with the Sword Sect to pressure you into abdication, we must remain vigilant for any underhanded tactics they may employ in the future. Once designated as the future leader, Ling Hucheng's perspective shifted, beginning to encompass the broader interests of the sect. Moreover, the Sword Sect's sudden appearance raised suspicions. It was likely they had established clandestine communications with the individual atop the mountain. We are precariously situated. Perhaps it would be wise for us to retreat for a time, Ling Hucheng suggested. In light of the uncertain circumstances, retreating to safety seemed a prudent course of action. However, these words cannot be uttered by Yue Buqun, for he is the leader and the spiritual pillar of the Huashan Sect. If he were to speak thus, it would inevitably incite panic. It is far more appropriate for Ling Hucheng to express such sentiments. Good. Yue Buqun nodded in agreement. Who claims that Ling Hucheng is frivolous and lacks leadership capabilities. Under his tutelage for over a decade, he has indeed cultivated the necessary composure befitting a sect leader. Yet, what justification do we have for descending the mountain? Ning Zhongzi inquired from the side. We cannot descend directly. After all, this incident has only just transpired, and retreating in such a manner would likely invite scorn from the martial world, suggesting that we are intimidated by the Huashan Sect. A few days ago, did not Pingji express his desire to return his parents' remains to their hometown? Yue Buqun articulated. That is splendid. Junior brother Lin, your filial piety is commendable, and master, you are being considerate of the circumstances. Who could find fault with this? Ling Hucheng's eye sparkled. The notion of master accompanying his disciple back home to inter his parents is the most benevolent justification imaginable. After their clandestine discussions concluded, Yue Buqun summoned Lin Pingji, agreeing to his request to relocate his parents' coffins to Fuzhou, while simultaneously rallying a contingent to accompany him, citing concerns about potential retaliatory actions from Yu Songhai and Mutuozi. Lin Pingji was overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Though he could not yet avenge his parents, returning home for burial would fulfill a heartfelt wish. After all, the ancients valued the principle of returning fallen leaves to their roots. Dying away from home renders one a wandering spirit, while interment in ancestral graves is a son's filial duty. Yue Buqun acted decisively. That very afternoon, he informed his disciples to make preparations. The following day, at the break of dawn, everything was meticulously arranged. 50 male disciples and 30 female disciples formed a grand procession as they made their way down the mountain. As for the Huashan headquarters, it was entrusted to the third disciple, Liang Fa, who would oversee all affairs. Liang Fa was a man of integrity, possessing a naturally kind disposition, and maintained harmonious relations with his fellow disciples, making him suitable for coordinating sect matters. He was the second most capable administrator in the Huashan Sect after Lao Dinua. Moreover, it is crucial to note that in the original narrative, Liang Fa met his demise on the way down the mountain, tragically losing his head in a dilapidated temple while striving to uphold the dignity of the Huashan Sect. His loyalty to the sect and to Yue Buqun marked him as a person worthy of entrusting with significant responsibilities. For this reason alone, Yue Buqun could not allow history to repeat itself, thus opting to keep him stationed on the mountain. Furthermore, the lurking adversaries had primarily set their sights on Yue Buqun. As long as he remained on the mountain, the disciples left behind, though generally lacking in skill, would be considerably safe. Unexpectedly, shortly after their descent, within less than an hour, Yue Buqun keenly sensed the presence of prying eyes around them. His senior brother, Ning Zhongzi, also detected it. But just as she was about to speak, Yue Buqun gestured for her to refrain from any hasty movements. Is it the Huashan Sect? The Sword Sect? Or perhaps Tianbuguang? Yue Buqun pondered internally. The Huashan Sect likely had already established a camp at the foot of Huashan, and every action would surely be reported back to Zuolinchan. As for the individuals from the Sword Sect, their attempts at stealth had proven ineffective. As for Tianbuguang, he was struck at a vital point by the monk Bujie and subsequently poisoned. Although he seemed to have resolved to return to seek out Bujie after failing to summon Ling Hucheng last time, Yue Buqun was well aware that he had been lurking around Mount Hua, waiting for an opportunity. Still not leaving? After another half an hour had passed, Yue Buqun noticed that the person was still trailing him, and his temper flared. Seizing a stone, he channeled his internal energy and shot it forth. In the bushes, a sudden cry of surprise was heard, and soon after, a disciple clad in the attire of the Huashan Sect tumbled out. Chapter 054, Night at the Ruined Temple Di Xiao, having been entrusted by Lu Bo to monitor the movements of Mount Hua, was startled at dawn when he discovered that Yue Buqun, accompanied by a large entourage, was descending the mountain. This was indeed significant news, prompting him to hastily dispatch a messenger to inform Lu Bo nearby. However, the messenger took an inordinate amount of time, and Lu Bo did not arrive with reinforcements or even provide any instructions. Unsure of how to proceed, Di Xiao could only follow at a distance. Unbeknownst to him, Yue Buqun had already noticed his presence, and a stone struck him squarely. Di Xiao stumbled from the bushes, clutching his shoulder. Oh, it appears to be a disciple of the Huashan Sect. What message does your following of me convey? Yue Buqun inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Yet beneath that smile lurked a palpable threat. Di Xiu trembled, fully aware that this was a matter that could not be exposed. Revealing his presence would lead to considerable embarrassment. He found himself in a precarious position, neither able to leave nor remain. His face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. Master Yue, of late, the Five Mountain Sword Sect has been plagued by improper conduct. I was sent by the Left Alliance leader to inspect Mount Hua. That is well and good. Once your inspection is complete, do relay to the Left Alliance leader that I, Yue Buqun, shall eventually ascend Songshan to seek justice. Yue Buqun chuckled, refraining from unmasking Di Xiu's ruse. He casually probed a few more questions before continuing on his journey with his disciples. Left behind, Di Xiu stood awkwardly, his complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed. Realizing he could no longer linger at Mount Hua, he hurriedly sought out Lu Bo. Meanwhile, Lu Bo's delay was due to an unexpected encounter with Tian Buoguang, who was on the verge of death from a venomous affliction. This was an unexpected boon. Currently, the paramount directive from Zhuo was to unite all possible forces, whether from the righteous or the nefarious factions, as long as they were willing to submit. Tian Buoguang was notorious in the martial world, particularly for his unparalleled lightness of foot, reputed to traverse vast distances solo. If he could be swayed, it would significantly ease the transmission of messages and execution of plans in the future. Thus, Lu Bo subtly approached, offering assistance in finding an antidote. However, Tian Buoguang, accustomed to a solitary existence, would rather face death than serve another. Coupled with Lu Bo's arrogant demeanor, which took advantage of Tian's plight, the latter retorted sharply. Refusing a toast only to drink to the penalty, Lu Bo seethed, anger boiling within him. He mused to himself, if he cannot be recruited, then he must be eliminated. With Tian Buoguang's notorious reputation for villainy, the Huashan Sect would gain considerable prestige for ridding the world of such a scoundrel. Unexpectedly, a towering monk burst onto the scene, wielding a spade, and deflected Lu Bo's sword aimed at Tian Buoguang. Who dares to disrupt my affairs? Lu Bo thought in alarm, immediately sensing the monk's formidable prowess. Yet the monk paid him no heed, directing his attention solely towards Tian Buoguang. Where is my son-in-law? The onlookers were utterly bewildered. How could a monk have a son-in-law? Was it a jest? Could he be a flower monk? Master, my skills are modest, and I cannot compare to Ling Huchong. Whether to kill or punish, I leave it entirely to your discretion. Tian Buoguang did not conceal his predicament, for he was near death and had nothing to lose. Master, the Huashan contingent has descended the mountain. At that moment, the disciple sent by Di Xiu finally located Lu Bai and hurriedly informed him of Yue Buqun's descent. Let us go. In comparison to Tian Buoguang's plight, the matters concerning the Huashan Sect took precedence. Lu Bai felt no hesitation and promptly turned back to devise a plan. It turned out that my son-in-law had descended the mountain alongside Yue Buqun. Splendid. There was no need to ascend the mountain. I could intercept them en route. The monk Bu Jie possessed profound inner strength, and he heard everything that was said with perfect clarity. Father, wait for me. Not far away. A young nun hastened to catch up. Upon closer inspection, it was the young Master Yilin, who had changed significantly after a few days apart, likely a result of yearning. Tian Buoguang seemed to have found a glimmer of hope and eagerly sought Yilin's assistance. Little master, you have arrived. My abilities are limited, and I cannot contend with Ling Huchong. My current plight is a form of retribution, yet heaven shows mercy. Please, I implore you to plead with your father to grant me the antidote to alleviate my affliction. No one wishes to perish. Moreover, as Yilin is of the Buddhist faith, it is said that even the smallest creatures deserve compassion. Seeking her aid would be far more efficacious than appealing to the great monk. Indeed, Yilin, moved by compassion, addressed Bu Jie. Father, please spare him. If you say to spare him, then let it be so. Bu Jie, feeling indebted to his daughter, would not dispute such a minor matter. He then produced a porcelain vial and said, take one pill every 3 days, for a total of 3 doses. However, should you be killed in the meantime, do not claim that the monk's antidote was ineffective. And what about the affliction I carry? Tian Buoguang quickly consumed 1 pill and tucked the vial into his bosom. Haraha. Bu Jie laughed heartily and said, the affliction on your body will resolve itself in 7 days. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Tian Buoguang was overjoyed, bowed deeply to Yilin, and hurriedly vanished into the forest. Good daughter, come, I shall take you to find my esteemed son-in-law. Bu Jie shouldered his staff and strode forward with great purpose. Behind him, Yilin wore a conflicted expression. She yearned to see Ling Huchong, yet he had formed a bond with his junior sister. However, the thought of not seeing him filled her with longing, akin to a solitary thread unable to weave a fabric, a lone tree struggling to form a grove. She stamped her foot, but ultimately chose to follow. Father, please do not speak ill of Linghu. He and his junior sister are a match made in heaven, and besides, I am a nun. What? My son-in-law has changed his affections? By heavens, when I see him, I shall strike him with 20 staff blows. Father, please do not harm Linghu. Her voice gradually faded into the distance, lost amidst the trees. Meanwhile, Yue Buqun and his party had traveled for quite some time, and the sky began to darken. Master, there is a temple not far ahead. The disciple who ventured forth returned to report. Presently, there are no villages ahead nor inns behind. If one wishes to avoid sleeping rough in the wilderness, seeking refuge in a temple is indeed a commendable option. Very well. De Nuo, issue the command that we shall take shelter in the temple for the night, Yue Buqun indicated, gesturing towards Leodino. Certainly. Leodino promptly set about making the necessary arrangements. Yue Buqun raised his gaze to the heavens. The sky was overcast, dense clouds obscuring the moon, as if rain were imminent. Chapter 055. Request for the evil-repelling sword manual. Before long, the group finally arrived at the temple. It was an ancient, dilapidated structure, long abandoned by its caretaker and devoid of offerings, presenting a scene of utter decay. However, it sufficed for seeking refuge from the rain. Upon entering the main hall, they beheld a statue of a green-faced deity, adorned with leaves and holding withered grass, representing the herbalist god of agriculture, Shinno. The sky had begun to drizzle, and the group scattered in search of dry spots to shelter from the downpour, laying out makeshift bedding. Some ventured outside to gather firewood, and soon, several bonfires flickered to life in the temple's main chamber. The disciples eagerly retrieved their provisions to warm over the flames, which would serve as their dinner for the evening. For those in the martial world, sleeping under the stars and dining al fresco was commonplace, and even the female disciples from Ning Zhongza's side remained composed. With nary a complaint, Master Sherdai prepared some baked cakes, first offering them to Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongza, followed by Linghu Chong. The traditions of their sect upheld the importance of respect for hierarchy, and even in such conditions, they did not falter. This demonstrated the strict discipline of the Huashan Sect, indicative of Yue Buqun's adept guidance. After consuming their rations and sipping some warm water, the thunder rumbled outside, and the rain intensified. The sound of thunder and the patter of rain lulled everyone into a state of drowsiness, the warmth of the charcoal fire enveloping them in comfort after a long day of travel. Before long, the air was filled with the sound of snoring, a symphony of slumber enveloping the gathering. Suddenly, the distant clatter of hooves echoed from the southeast, about a dozen riders galloping down the road. The disciples were taken aback. As martial artists, their senses were keen, and they immediately sensed something amiss. In such heavy rain, how could a group be galloping through the night? Linghu Chong rose and made a gesture, whispering for silence. They listened as the chaotic hoofbeats passed the temple without pausing, gradually fading into the distance, allowing them to exhale with relief. Yet, just as their tension began to ease, the hoofbeats abruptly reversed direction and returned to the temple. In a short while, the riders arrived outside, halting in unison. A clear voice rang out, asking, "Is Mr. Yu of the Huashan Sect within the temple? We have a matter to discuss." As the senior disciple and acting leader, Linghu Chong was accustomed to addressing such situations. He stepped forward and declared, in the dead of night, "May I inquire which friend has come to visit?" However, the riders remained silent, instead questioning him in return. "Who are you?" With a sudden flash of lightning illuminating the night sky, Linghu Chong caught a glimpse of the riders. They were a dozen figures clad in black, their faces obscured by hoods, leaving only their eyes visible. Their intentions were clearly sinister. Linghu Chong narrowed his eyes. Such attire suggested they were either familiar faces or renowned figures within the martial world, and whatever they planned was certainly not benevolent. "I am Linghu Chong of the Huashan Sect. If you have business, feel free to speak with me," he declared, unyielding in his stance. "You are not in a position to make decisions. It would be best to summon Mr. Yu." The man on horseback remained tight-lipped, insisting on seeing Yue Buqun. Realizing that further discussion was futile, Linghu Chong inquired, "Might I ask for your names, so I may report back to my master?" To his surprise, the man replied, "It is unnecessary for you to know who we are. Just inform your master that we, intrigued by Mr. Yu's possession of the evil-repelling sword manual from the Fu Wei escort agency, wish to borrow it for our perusal." "Nonsense," Linghu Chong retorted in anger. "Our Huashan Sect possesses its own unique skills. We have no need for the evil-repelling sword manual. Do not cast such unfounded accusations upon us. Even if it existed, do you truly believe you can seize it from us without regard for our Huashan Sect?" Their laughter rang out. A chorus of black-clad figures whose voices resonated through the rain, revealing their extraordinary martial prowess. It is said that the young man from the Lin family has now become Mr. Yu's disciple, given Mr. Yu's mastery over Huashan's sword techniques. He surely looks down upon the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual. Why not lend it to us, mere nameless wanderers, for a glimpse? One leader articulated clearly amidst the laughter, his voice cutting through the noise, indicating his superior internal skill compared to his companions. You all are renowned figures in the martial world. There is no need for such modesty, he continued. Moreover, the evil-repelling sword manual is not in my possession. As he spoke these few sentences, he employed the Zixia divine skill, ensuring that his words were heard distinctly over the raucous laughter both inside and outside the temple, his tone casual and unassuming, in stark contrast to the forceful proclamations of the others. If it is not with you, then where could it possibly be? The black-clad man retorted, growing impatient. We are addressing you with respect. Why do you not promptly surrender the evil-repelling sword manual? Do not refuse hospitality and choose punishment instead. The drenched figures in black were becoming increasingly intolerant of the delay. All the female disciples formed a protective circle, while the male disciples unsheathed their swords in unison. Sensing the tension, Ning Zhongzi commanded, drawing forth her Qing Sua sword, positioning herself in front of the assembled disciples. Yet, Yue Buqun remained remarkably composed, slowly rising and murmuring to himself. In my youth, the Huashan Sect waned for various reasons, with all manner of underhanded factions emerging at the foot of Huashan. Thus, I descended the mountain personally, traversing from Weinan to Guangzhou, ensuring a decade of peace for Huashan thereafter. Now, after more than a decade of inactivity, these petty rascals may believe that my sword has grown dull, forgetting the origin of my reputation. Very well, let me deliver a single blow to prevent 100, tonight. Allow me to experience the taste of this punishment. With that, the sound of a sword's hum resonated as Yue Buqun, like the wind, swiftly appeared at the temple's entrance, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ling Huchong. Behind them, the disciples streamed out, swords drawn and ready. Madam Yu stood steadfastly beside her husband, united in their defense against the impending threat. Child, today I shall reveal to you the profound essence of our Mount Hua's Zixia divine skill. With that, Yue Buqun thrust his sword into the ground before him, channeling his internal energy. The winds and rains above appeared to be stirred by his formidable aura, redirecting their course in his presence. The leaves in the forest rustled vigorously, a sound distinctly different from the patter of rain. Alarmed, the leader of the cloaked figures realized the impending danger and urged his horse forward to launch an attack. Chapter 056. The majestic purple mist divine art. The reaction of the group in black was swift, yet Yue Buqun was swifter still. Before they could mount their horses to reap their grim harvest, a piercing sound sliced through the air as leaves parted the curtain of rain with a rustling flourish. The cries of horses mingled with the anguished screams of men, and in a flurry, they fell to the muddy ground, splashing water in chaotic torrents. Above, streaks of lightning flickered, illuminating the scene for the disciples of the Huashan Sect. The black-clad figures were not the only victims. Their steeds were pricked by leaves, resembling hedgehogs, thrashing and collapsing into the mire, gasping for breath. This was the art of killing horses before men. The fate of the black-clad assailants was no better. Some were merely grazed by the leaves, while one unfortunate soul was impaled by a multitude of them, his face a grim tableau as he succumbed to his fate, eyes wide open in death. The ability to harm with mere leaves astounded the Huashan disciples. They were aware of their master's prowess, yet they marveled at his extraordinary strength. The sheer luck of snatching leaves from the air, which were as sharp as iron barbs, capable of piercing to the bone. Had the purple mist divine art reached such astonishing heights? In that moment, the disciples were invigorated, their spirits soaring, even forgetting their fears of the enemy. Yue Buqun, stretching his abilities beyond their limits, was now at the end of his strength. They must join forces to vanquish him. The leader of the black-clad men was the first to rise, his mind racing with a sudden realization. Otherwise, he could not fathom why Yue Buqun possessed such formidable power. This technique bordered on the mythical, transcending mere mortals. The notion of exhausting one's potential through secret arts was a plausible explanation. Yue Buqun's eyes brightened. He had felt a twinge of regret upon unleashing his power so prematurely. His strength should not have been revealed at this juncture, especially with the presence of Lord Duanyuo in their ranks. Yet the leader's insightful deduction offered him a clever means to mask his true capabilities. Thus, in the next moment, Yue Buqun feigned exhaustion, retreating hurriedly into the temple, pretending to recuperate. Kill. The black-clad men rejoiced, convinced that Yue Buqun's moment of weakness rendered him vulnerable, and the remaining numbers posed little threat. However, The leader was overly optimistic. Aside from the fallen comrade, most of his brethren were severely weakened, while their shouts echoed mightily. Only 2 or 3 could rush forward at once. They were mere shadows of the night, rats scuttling in the dark, daring to flaunt their bravado. Ningzhongzi, with the green snare sword poised like a coiled serpent, wove a network of azure light amidst the downpour. 2 fierce black-clad men swung their blades, only to find the sword net suddenly constricting, their weapons vibrating under the force of internal energy, the blades cracking before their grips could even falter. The azure light danced in the night, followed by the chilling cries of the fallen. The swiftest among them now reported to the king of hell. Ningzhongzi, having mastered the primordial unity skill, was a formidable expert of the acquired realm, and with the green snare sword, he unleashed the full potential of his perfected abilities. Even though these cloaked figures possessed formidable internal strength and impressive martial skills, they were by no means her match. The intelligence was erroneous. A swift retreat was imperative. In the next moment, the leader of the black-clad assailants lost his composure. In a mere face-off, he had already suffered the loss of 3 men, with many others injured. This contradicted the information that the Huashan Sect was merely a couple's establishment, with Yue Buqun and his wife only possessing ordinary abilities. It seemed he would have to return and have a serious discussion with Zhuolengchan, at the very least demanding additional compensation. Humph. Did they think they could feign an escape so easily? With a cold snort, Yue Buqun conveyed his internal energy to Ling Huchong. The master and disciple shared a tacit understanding. Ling Huchong instantly comprehended and swiftly grasped the hilt of his sword. Just as the leader of the black-clad figures turned, he felt a tightening sensation in his back. Yue Buqun had, unbeknownst to him, closed the distance to within 3 zhang, his beaming divine skill pushed to its utmost. With his right palm extended, it was not a fierce gust of power but rather a sticky, absorbing force. The leader felt his internal energy surge backward like a floodgate bursting open, and in his shock, he raised his palm to defend. Little did he know that Yue Buqun's fingertips had already brushed against his wrist's acupoint, the beaming divine skill erupting like a black hole, instantaneously siphoning away 20% of his internal strength. What sort of sinister technique was this? However, before he could react, Yue Buqun unleashed his beaming divine skill in a sweeping motion, absorbing the energy from the entire group of black-clad assailants. My internal strength, my internal strength. The clamor of voices echoed, filled with terror and unrest. The disciples of Huashan at the temple door wore expressions of anxiety. The night was dark, torrential rain poured down, and there had been no thunder for a long time. No one knew what was transpiring. They could only guess wildly, gripping their sword hilts tightly, blades pointed upwards in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Success. Yue Buqun moved like a specter. His swift passage utilized the Zixia divine skill. And under the cover of night and rain, the ordinary disciples remained oblivious, believing their master had always been within the temple. The broken sword technique, the broken blade technique, the ultimate technique. Ling Huchong seized the moment, unleashing his full force with a low shout, his sword techniques rising and falling. When the final ultimate technique thrust was executed, the blade produced a buzzing sound midair. The black-clad figures, just recuperating from the tumultuous absorption of their energy by the beaming divine skill, now perceived a multitude of sword shadows before them, their weapons still unraised, yet they felt the tips of their acupoints being struck, blood oozing from their throats. The leader's pupils constricted as he prepared to employ his lightness skill, only to see Ling Huchong's wrist twist, the sword tip flicking away his waist pouch, the coins within clattering to the ground. Only then did he realize a thin line of blood had appeared across his throat. Rainwater seeped into the collar along the bloodstain. He opened his mouth to utter something, but could only produce a hissing sound as he collapsed, fortuitously landing atop a fallen copper coin, his eyes reflecting an incredulous fear. One sword, total annihilation. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The disciples of the Huashan Sect, witnessing the situation, collectively gasped, then, as if choreographed, erupted into cheers. The downpour continued. Blood mingled with mud, creating a nauseating stench. However, with the relentless rain, it was soon washed away. Ling Huchong fell to the ground, panting heavily, kneeling on one knee while propping himself up with his sword. This maneuver had drained a significant amount of his energy, and he would need to recuperate thoroughly. Senior brother, Yu Lingshan hastily unfurled her oiled paper umbrella and dashed into the rain, rushing over to offer her support, followed closely by several disciples including Lu Dayu, who assisted in escorting him back to the temple entrance. As they passed through the doorway, the disciples' eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions, envy, admiration, and jealousy, among others. It was evident that Ling Huchang's prestige among the disciples had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. The group of black-clad figures on the ground could easily be deduced to be notorious masters of the demonic sect within the martial world. In the recent skirmish, it was clear that Yue Buqun had claimed 1 life. Ning Zhong had vanquished 2, while the remaining 12 were all felled by a single stroke of Ling Huchang's sword. Once the events of this night spread through the realm, Ling Huchang would undoubtedly achieve youthful renown, potentially eclipsing even the illustrious title of Gentleman's Sword held by Yue Buqun in a remarkably short span of time. Chapter 057. The Second Palace Siege of the Huashan Sect within the temple. Yue Buqun bore the countenance of one who had absorbed the internal energy of over a dozen individuals. Although his nascent mastery of the North Ming divine art limited him to only a fraction of their power, merely 1 or 2 tenths from each, the cumulative effect was nonetheless impressive. Additionally, he had previously siphoned a considerable amount of energy from the 6 immortals of Peach Valley. Now, this amassed internal force served as a potent catalyst. As Yue Buqun circulated his internal breath, the majestic Zixia true qi surged forth, and in a brief moment, he refined and assimilated this energy entirely. At last, his cultivation had successfully reached the introductory stage of the 5th level of the Zixia divine art. This accomplishment spared him several years of arduous toil. Indeed, the North Ming divine art lived up to its reputation. Should he refine it to perfection, he could harness the internal energies of all the martial experts in the world. A surge of ambition welled up within Yue Buqun. With such assistance, he was confident that he would soon attain the 6th level of the Zixia divine art. Curiosity piqued. He pondered what lay beyond the 3rd stone door. Could it be the secret to immortality? Outside, the rain in the heavens began to subside, and the disciples gathered their swords, encircling Ling Huchang as they prepared to return to the temple. However, just as they turned, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed through the dense forest. What on earth is happening tonight? Ling Huchang furrowed his brow. The disciples turned back to look. The sound of the approaching hooves grew louder, and soon it reached their vicinity. Could it be friends from the Huashan Sect? Recognizing the familiar cadence, Ling Huchang immediately identified it as Liu Bai of the Huashan Sect. An old acquaintance, though not one of admirable character, he likely bore ill tidings. Indeed, Ling Huchang replied. At this moment, Yue Buqun was recuperating within the temple, while his wife, Ning Zhong, being of the fairer sex, could not assume command over the dozens of Huashan disciples. It remained his responsibility. As they spoke, the heavy rain had begun to taper off, and disciples from the Huashan Sect had already ignited torches, illuminating the area before the temple. The entourage from the Huashan Sect also lit their torches, dismounting to approach. Simultaneously, the rain ceased altogether, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing the resplendent moonlight. The surroundings were now brightly lit, and with his remarkable vision, Ling Huchang quickly discerned that leading the group was Liu Bai of the Huashan Sect, accompanied by several Taoists from the Taishan Sect, as well as the duo from the Sword Sect, Feng Buping and Song Buki. So, it is indeed Uncle Liu and Uncle Ding from the Huashan Sect, visiting in the dead of night. I wonder what urgent matter brings them here. Ling Huchang inquired aloud. On the opposite side, Liu Bai and his companions had initially come to assess their spoils, even concocting plans to humiliate Yue Buqun, dismantle the Huashan Sect, and elevate Feng Buping to power. However, upon their arrival, they were met with an unsettling silence, devoid of the sounds of clashing weapons. Initially, Liu Bai had presumed that the practitioners of the demonic arts had triumphed. Yet, as the area brightened, they were met with the shocking sight of numerous corpses strewn across the ground, each clad in black, while the Huashan disciples emerged unscathed. This revelation caused him to draw a sharp breath. This is utterly absurd. How could Yue Buqun possibly be so formidable? These 15 masters of the dark arts, despite having faded into obscurity over the years, possess formidable skills that are undeniably authentic. Nearly all of them have reached the latter stages of the postnatal realm. It is not just Yue Buqun who would face a fierce battle. Even a few of the 13 protectors of Huashan would be unable to avoid a brutal confrontation. Who could have imagined that things would turn so dire so swiftly? Wait, where's Yue Buqun? Liu Bai stood there in a daze for a moment, suddenly struck by a revelation. All the disciples of Huashan were gathered at the temple entrance, yet not a single trace of Yue Buqun was to be found. Could it be that he had been gravely injured in a clash with the black-clad figures? With this thought, Liu Bai's spirits were immediately lifted, and he called out, "We implore Master Yue to come forth and speak." This was a test to see whether Yue Buqun would appear. If he did not, their plans could proceed. If he did appear, they would need to reconsider their strategy. Damn it, why does this sound so familiar? The Huashan disciples were all taken aback. The words seemed to mirror those of the black-clad figures, almost identical in phrasing. Could they possibly be in league with one another? Uncle Lu, if you have something to say, please direct it at me, Ling Hucheng asserted, already exuding the authority of a master. Ling Hu, you cannot make this decision. We must request Master Yu to come forth. The more Huashan rejected, the more convinced Lu Bai became. Ling Hucheng is now the young master of Huashan. He is indeed capable of making such decisions. If Uncle Lu has something to convey, feel free to speak directly. Meanwhile, Ning Zhongzi decisively stated that, under the title of young master, they had no grounds to compel Yue Buqun any further. Oh, Lu Bai was somewhat taken aback, as were Feng Buping and Song Buqi. The selection of a young master is of utmost significance to a sect, directly influencing its prosperity or decline. Typically, such decisions are made with the greatest caution, and it is nearly impossible for the current leader to designate a successor unless they are on the verge of retirement or death. Even if a disciple were to achieve great merit, it would not suffice. Moreover, Yue Buqun was in the prime of his life, actively building a legacy. How could he possibly name a young master? Could it be that Yue Buqun was gravely injured, or even on the brink of death? With this thought, Lu Bai's eyes widened. Unable to summon anyone, yet designating a young master, combined with the corpses strewn about. All these signs indicated that Yue Buqun was indeed gravely wounded, perhaps even deceased. Splendid, splendid. Lu Bai's heart raced, struggling to contain his elation. These masters of the dark arts had truly delivered, having eliminated Yue Buqun. Among the 5 mountains, the hardest nut to crack was Huashan. Otherwise, his senior brother would not have chosen Huashan as the first target. If Yue Buqun were indeed dead, the remaining disciples would be of no consequence. With just a little maneuvering to support Feng Buping's rise, Huashan would be firmly within their grasp. With this thought, Lu Bai exchanged a glance with Ding Mian and Tang Yingyi, promptly unfurling the 5 mountains command flag. He declared loudly, "Since we are in the presence of the young master, allow me to speak candidly. On that day, we ascended Yunwu Peak to convey the wishes of the esteemed Left Alliance leader to Master Yu, requesting that he relinquish the position of the Huashan Sect's leader. Master Yu, however, defied the command. Upon our return, the Left Alliance leader flew into a rage, instructing us to deliver the message once more. At this point, Lu Bai stepped forward, brandishing the 5 mountains, and declared, "Thus, I shall reiterate, in accordance with the decree of the Left Alliance leader of the 5 Mountains Sword Sect, I request that Huashan Sect leader Yue Buqun cede his position to the descendant of the Sword Sect, Feng Buping." Lu Bai wore a sinister smile, seemingly prepared for a display of force, ready to reenact the incident involving Lu Zhengfeng of Hengshan. "Young master, may I inquire whether your Huashan Sect will comply with the order?" Chapter 58. The unyielding rescue of Ling Hucheng. The disciples of the Huashan Sect were filled with righteous indignation, incensed by the audacity of the Huashan Sect, who seemed to be taking advantage of their vulnerability. They assessed their respective combat strengths. On the Huashan side, the master was severely weakened from overexerting his inner power, leaving only the mistress as a potential match against Songshan's Lu Bai and Ding Mian. Master Ling Hucheng, their senior brother, was utterly exhausted and unable to fight any longer. In contrast, the Songshan Sect boasted additional formidable fighters, including Tang Yingyi, and the Sword Sect's Feng Buping and Song Buqi. Nearby, several Taoists from the Taishan Sect lingered, their allegiance uncertain. Although nearly 100 disciples remained with the Huashan Sect, most were of mediocre skill and lacked practical combat experience, rendering them likely to become mere casualties in the fray. The situation appeared dire and heavily unfavorable for the Huashan Sect. The young master was faced with a critical decision, to accept or decline the challenge. Lu Bai pressed forward relentlessly. The Huashan disciples were visibly anxious, casting their gazes upon Ling Hucheng. The fate of their sect hinged upon his response. Yet, their hands were already gripping their swords, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Their resolve was unmistakable. They would rather die than surrender. With a boisterous laugh that turned into a cough, Ling Hucheng paused to collect himself, then declared solemnly, "The Huashan Sect is the heritage of my Qi lineage, handed down from my master by our ancestors. How could a mere disciple of the Sword Sect presume to inherit it? Moreover, the legacy of Huashan is a matter for us alone, not for outsiders to meddle in." His words resonated powerfully, and the Huashan disciples erupted in cheers of approval. "Does this mean the young master refuses the command?" Lu Bai inquired, retracting the flag as the Songshan disciples began to ready their weapons. A confrontation loomed, tension palpable in the air. Yet, at this critical juncture, a rugged voice echoed from a distance. "Ah, daughter, let me tell you, my nose is the keenest in the world. I can smell the strong scent of blood. There must be a thrilling spectacle ahead. Dad, why are you dragging me out at this hour? Came the soft voice of a delicate girl. The two seemed to be in a playful tug-of-war, one eager for excitement and the other yearning for rest, until they finally emerged before the gathering. Who is this? Lu Bai's brow furrowed upon recognizing the newcomers. It was none other than the recently encountered monk, Bu Jie's presence. Look how lively it is here, Bu Jie exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he took in the assembled forces under the illumination. You all carry on with your business. My daughter and I are merely passing by to observe. A monk accompanied by a nun. What an unusual pairing. The assembly was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of martial arts, peculiar individuals often donned unconventional appearances. Could these two be among them? Meanwhile, Yilin, initially dazed, suddenly spotted a group of disciples clad in the Huashan Sect's attire, awakening her senses and instilling clarity within her. Upon closer inspection, the throng of people revealed none other than the longed-for Linghu Chong. Could this be but a dream? Brother Linghu, Yilin exclaimed in sheer excitement. Oh, it's my little junior sister Yilin. Linghu Chong recognized her immediately and waved in acknowledgement. However, this unexpected reunion displeased the great monk. My dear daughter, how can this son-in-law of mine be a mere sickly wretch? With such a frail constitution, how could he ever consummate a marriage? Would you not find yourself a widow far too soon? The monk spoke without restraint. What did I just hear? The nearby onlookers were struck dumb, their hair standing on end. Has the monk lost his mind? Father, please stop. Yilin's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could dig a hole and disappear. Yet, upon gazing at Linghu Chong's pitifully weak visage, she found herself reluctant to depart. The monk, noticing his daughter's inner turmoil, chuckled heartily and approached. Those present, aware of his prowess, dared not to intervene, hoping he would soon tire of his antics and leave. To their astonishment, the monk strode directly to Linghu Chong, inspecting him thoroughly, and declared, Fear not, my good son-in-law. I can remedy your minor ailment with ease. Fortunately, at that moment, Yu Lingshan had already gone into the temple to see her father. Otherwise, her sword would likely have struck the monk's bald head by now. The master can heal? Ning Zhongzi felt a surge of joy at the thought that if the monk could mend her husband's injuries, then he truly was a master. As for the monk's remark about being a good son-in-law, she chose to overlook it. After all, how could a nun ever marry? Linghu Chong, filled with hope, quickly explained, Master, I was struck in the chest by someone. He had suffered from this injury for some time, and with a formidable foe approaching, he felt utterly incapacitated. Hearing that the monk could heal him, and knowing he was Yilin's father, he hurriedly detailed his condition. The monk listened attentively and promptly stated, A blow to the chest must have disturbed your Ren meridian. With my refined internal energy, I shall open your meridian at the Chengjiang, Tiantu, Shanzhong, Jiuwei, Juju, Qihai, Shimin, Guanyuan, and Zhongji points. I assure you, after a week of rest, you shall transform into a lively young man. Master, but there's also the Taogu. Linghu Chong quickly interjected. What Taogu? There is no Taogu in the Ren meridian, the monk retorted, irritated by his incessant chatter. Without waiting for further discussion, he swiftly placed his right hand on Linghu Chong's Chengjiang point and his left hand on the Zhongji point, channeling his vital energy into both. Suddenly, the two streams of energy collided with the 6 forms of vital energy left behind by the 6 immortals of Taogu, causing his hands to nearly be repelled. The monk was taken aback, exclaiming loudly, What happened, father? Yilin, flustered with concern, rushed to inquire. By the heavens, this lad harbors an astonishing 6 peculiar streams of vital energy within him. Damn it, it's the 6 paths true chi. Let me have a duel. The monk, Bu Jie, chuckled softly, firmly pressing his hands on Linghu Chong's acupoints. Gradually, white mist began to emanate from his head. Initially, he shouted loudly, but as his internal energy surged, he became increasingly silent. Xixiang, shall we take action? On the side, Ding Mian and a few others could hardly contain their impatience and inquired about Lu Bai's opinion. Let us wait a moment longer. This monk possesses remarkable strength and appears to be allied with the Huashan Sect. We should wait until he exhausts his internal power before we act, Lu Bai replied. As for Linghu Chong, who was being treated, he was of no concern to them. A mere second-generation disciple of Huashan, at best possessing some refined swordsmanship, would be of no use against their formidable internal strength. Chapter 059. The Test of the Songhan School. Observing the monk Bu Jie, a thick mist began to envelop his head, growing denser by the moment. After a considerable time, he clasped his hands and erupted into hearty laughter, which abruptly ceased, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. Father, what has happened to you? Yilin exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist him. However, Bujie's considerable weight proved too much for her to manage alone. Fortunately, a disciple from the Huashan school stepped in to help, enabling them to prop him up. Damn it, Bujie gasped. Yet the thrill on his face was unmistakable. I can still curse, it's not too serious. Father, are you alright? Are you fatigued? Yilin inquired with concern. Damn it, I am still formidable. I have subdued this young man's inner 6 paths of true energy. Rest assured, he will not perish. Yilin felt a wave of relief wash over her as she turned to see Linghu Chong gradually rising to his feet. The surrounding disciples of the Huashan school erupted in joy. Act quickly. There is no time to lose. This monk is preoccupied with his own troubles. The unification of the 5 mountains is imminent. However, before Ding Mian, Tang Yingyi, and the other disciples of the Songshan school could respond, a commotion erupted from behind the temple doors. The Huashan disciples parted to reveal a figure emerging from the back. Yue Buqun? Lu Bai gasped, astonished to see that Yue Buqun was alive. In an instant, the Songshan disciples who had been poised to draw their swords retracted their weapons. With Yue Buqun present, Lu Bai's earlier boldness was unwarranted. If Yue Buqun remained, they could not resort to the same measures employed against Lu Jingfeng. After all, Lu Jingfeng had allied with the demonic sect, which provided a certain legal standing, and while other martial artists may have disapproved of their methods, open dissent was unlikely. Conversely, the Huashan school's legal grounds rested solely on Yue Buqun's disobedience to the commands of the 5 mountains leader, which was tenuous at best. If the Huashan school had been reduced to a mere handful, they might have dared to test their mettle. However, with the principal figure now revealed, the situation had changed entirely. If the dozen or so individuals on the ground were indeed slain by Yue Buqun, it was inconceivable that he had emerged unscathed. Lu Bai swiftly analyzed the scenario. Could it be that he was merely feigning composure in a state of depletion? Doubt not at Lu Bai, prompting him to contemplate a probing question. Meanwhile, Bujie had begun to meditate and recuperate. Upon seeing Yue Buqun's arrival, Yilin promptly greeted him, saying, I am Yilin from the Huashan school. Honored to meet you, Master Yue. Ah, it is Yilin. How fares Master Dingy? Yue Buqun replied with a smile. Master as well. Yilin dared not elaborate, aware that her unexpected presence here, following her father in the dead of night, was rather awkward. She feared that further inquiries from Yue Buqun would leave her at a loss for words. Fortunately, Yue Buqun merely exchanged some polite pleasantries without delving deeper, allowing Yilin's racing heart to finally calm. Master Yue, it has been some time. Your presence remains as commanding as ever. Lu Bai greeted him with a cheerful demeanor, as if the earlier discomfort had never transpired. Oh, it is Brother Lu from the Songshan school. Your esteemed presence is most welcome. Though I regret not being able to greet you properly. Yue Buqun seemed to have just discovered the presence of the opposing forces, uttering words devoid of significance, his expression betraying no discernible emotion. Lu Bai, maintaining a facade of composure, remarked, the swordsmanship of Master Yue has evidently advanced, demonstrating remarkable prowess by vanquishing so many practitioners of the dark arts. It is truly astonishing. While this statement bore an undertone of flattery, their original intent was to coerce him into relinquishing his position. An outsider might have mistakenly perceived it as an eager attempt to curry favor. How do you discern that these are practitioners of the dark arts? Yue Buqun pondered silently, realizing that it was all too obvious they were insinuating a shared complicity. Nevertheless, recognizing their probing intentions, Yue chose to capitalize on the moment to elevate the reputation of his foremost disciple. Thus, he proclaimed, these scoundrels. My wife and I managed to slay only 2 or 3. The remainder, a dozen or so, were all dispatched by my esteemed disciple, Linghu Chong, with a single stroke. Impossible. Feng Buping suddenly interjected. Yue Buqun, your methods to promote your disciple are rather clumsy. In his estimation, with the backing of the Left Alliance leader of Songshan, it was merely a matter of time before he usurped Yue Buqun's position as the leader of Huashan. Yu's actions were perceived as a ploy to bequeath the leadership to Linghu Chong, thereby absolving himself of any loss when the mantle of Huashan inevitably changed hands. Brother Feng, do not speak with such unwavering certainty. The prowess of my disciple, Linghu Chong, has been witnessed by the hundreds of disciples under my tutelage. There is no groundless fabrication here, Yue Buqun replied with a smile, exuding an air of confidence that rendered it impossible to ascertain whether he was injured or merely feigning strength. Lu Bai found himself in a quandary. If Yue Buqun's assertion held true, it would confirm that Linghu Chong was unscathed, and this rare opportunity would slip away into oblivion. Yet, what if he were lying? Would it not be akin to Zhuge Liang's ruse of the empty city, allowing Sima Yi to squander a chance for unification? Fortunately, at that moment, Song Buqi from the Sword Sect discerned Lu Bai's predicament and took the initiative to intervene. Master Yu, since you extol your disciple so extravagantly, I would like to seek his guidance. Junior brother, stand down. Feng Buping interposed, thwarting Song Buqi's advance. On that day atop Huashan, in terms of swordplay alone, Cheng Buyo was no match for this lad. Song Buqi's abilities were roughly on par with Cheng Buyo's. Yet, now that the matter had escalated to this point, it was difficult to retreat. He would have to personally ascertain the truth. To aspire to the leadership without exerting effort was simply untenable. Years ago, following the defeat of the Sword Sect at the duel on Yue Peak, he had retreated into seclusion for 25 years. Those years were not spent idly. He had meticulously honed a set of sword techniques known as the Gale Sword, comprising a total of 108 forms. Feng Buping held this sword technique in high regard. He had intended to reclaim the position of leader of Huashan through its prowess. And he even harbored ambitious dreams of seizing Huashan without bloodshed, with the support of Zhuolinchan. Perhaps, at the next Songshan assembly, he could leverage the Gale Sword to regain the lost position of alliance leader among the 5 mountains. First, employ the deadly Triad Sword. If that fails to subdue this young man, then resort to the Gale Blade. Feng Buping had made up his mind. This signature skill was not something he wished to reveal carelessly. Once exposed, it would lay bare his secrets. In future encounters with first-rate masters, they would be prepared, making it difficult to achieve an unexpected victory. However, at this moment, if he did not defeat Ling Huchong, he would suffer total humiliation. Should it come to that, he would have no choice but to unleash it. Chapter 060. Confrontation with Feng Buping Chonger. Since Brother Feng is willing to impart his martial arts wisdom to you, you should follow his lead and demonstrate, Yue Buqun remarked with a gentle smile, patting Ling Huchong on the shoulder. The 2 streams of true energy unleashed by the monk Wu Jie had temporarily subdued the turmoil within Ling Huchong. Although such a method was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, it was certain that once Wu Jie's true energy waned, the chaos within Ling Huchong would escalate from 6 to 8 streams, exacerbating his injuries and rendering him even weaker. However, Yue Buqun chose not to intervene. After all, too much debt does not weigh one down, and Ling Huchong still had remarkable adventures ahead, even if those adventures were absent. As long as his North Ming divine skill advanced further, he could undoubtedly resolve Ling Huchong's predicament. Thus, the addition or subtraction of these 2 streams of energy was inconsequential. The extra energy might even temporarily restore Ling Huchong to his peak prowess. Ling Huchong nodded, reassured by having his master as support, and unsheathed his sword, advancing with a few strides. Please, he declared, assuming his stance. Feng Buping let out a cold snort and immediately struck at Ling Huchong's neck with his sword. Remaining calm and composed, Ling Huchong countered each move as they exchanged blows. In a brief flurry, they had already engaged in over a dozen exchanges. Both wielded the Huashan swordplay, but while their forms mirrored each other, Feng Buping, being a master of the Sword Sect and of equal standing to Yue Buqun, executed the technique with such exquisite finesse that it surpassed even Yue Buqun's own performance, let alone that of the relatively inexperienced Ling Huchong. This lad's swordplay seems rather unremarkable. Feng Buping mused after a while. The initial exchanges were merely tests. Seasoned martial artists rarely reveal their true capabilities right away. However, after probing, he found Ling Huchong to be quite ordinary. This clumsy technique, while dominant among the younger generation, was far from a match for the descendants of the Sword Sect. How had he managed to defeat Cheng Buyo in the past? No, that day, this lad did not employ the Huashan swordplay. With that thought in mind, Feng Buping ceased his concealment and unleashed a series of lethal strikes known as the 3 Immortal Swords. This was the Sword Sect's ultimate skill, and years ago during the duel at Jade Maiden Peak, the disciples had used it to slay numerous masters of the Qi sect. Now, 25 years later, as he unleashed it again, the sword light dazzled and immediately captured the attention of all the skilled fighters present. Such superb swordplay, a few Taoists from Mount Tai privately admired. This technique was so formidable that not only could Ling Huchong, a mere second-generation disciple, withstand it, but even they, in all honesty, would find it utterly insurmountable. Excellent. With just this move, Brother Feng could firmly secure the position of leader of the Huashan Sect. Liu Bai also praised. Chonger, be careful. Ning Zhongzi, having experienced the duel at Jade Maiden Peak, was all too familiar with the perilous nature of this technique and could not help but call out a warning. The situation took a sudden turn, and in a moment of desperation, Ling Huchong recalled the Taiyue 3 Pure Sword. With a swift flick of his sword, he launched an attack without any defense, opting instead for a strategy of exchanging injury for injury. How shameless! Feng Buping, filled with rage, found himself compelled to withdraw his sword and defend. The duel between the two was inherently devoid of fairness. As the foremost master of the Huashan Sect's sword school, Feng Buping was obliged to maintain the demeanor of a sect leader. To secure victory over Ling Huchong, he needed his opponent to concede, or else he would have to resort to slaying him. Conversely, for Ling Huchong, achieving victory was considerably simpler. He only needed to wound Feng Buping, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. This disparity in seniority presented an insurmountable disadvantage, one that could not be altered, especially with so many other martial artists observing. This was the very reason he vehemently denounced Ling Huchong's shamelessness. Subsequently, Feng Buping deflected Ling Huchong's long sword and transformed his technique. Wielding his sword with the ferocity of a tempest, Ling Huchong, invigorated, began to employ the techniques from the Dugun 9 swords. After parrying over 30 moves, Ling Huchong suddenly felt that Feng Buping was akin to a touchstone, refining his understanding of the Dugun 9 swords, thereby enhancing his proficiency in this particular swordplay. Furthermore, Ling Huchong discovered that whenever he casually unleashed a strike, Feng Buping often faltered, struggling to defend himself. Yet, when he incorporated the Huashan sword techniques into his moves, Feng Buping was able to counter effectively, dismantling his strikes. The concept of no move overcoming a move resonated in Ling Huchong's mind, illuminating the pinnacle of swordplay. As the two continued their fierce exchange, Ling Huchong's comprehension of the intricate techniques of the Dugun 9 swords deepened. Regardless of how fiercely Feng Buping attacked, Ling Huchong could effortlessly discern the flaws within his techniques, allowing him to parry with minimal effort. After a brief engagement, Ling Huchong's confidence surged. He exhaled deeply and executed a diagonal thrust, a strike that belonged to no established form and was not even part of the Dugun 9 swords. Its execution appeared entirely devoid of force, yet its point was askew, leaving even him uncertain of its intended direction. What technique is this? Feng Buping pondered, momentarily at a loss for how to counter, resorting instead to guarding his upper body, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. Ling Huchong, having initially struck at random, seeing Feng Buping protect his upper body, decided to lower the tip of his sword and aim directly at Feng Buping's waist. Feng Buping, astonished by the peculiar transformation of Ling Huchong's technique, was taken aback and hastily retreated 3 steps, narrowly evading the attack. However, this retreat was a blow to his pride. He could even hear the jeers from the onlookers. Enough of this. What am I hiding for? Feng Buping felt disheartened. If he could not defeat this junior disciple of the Qi school, what hope was there for him to assume the leadership of the sword school at Huashan? In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Feng Buping's aura intensified, and the speed of his swordplay surged by another third. The Gale sword technique he employed was predicated on a singular principle, frenzy. With each direction of his sword, the force radiated outward instantaneously. Spectators felt the fierce wind lash against their faces, stinging painfully, prompting them to instinctively retreat. In an instant, the area of their duel expanded 4 to 5 times. It seems this is Feng Buping's ultimate Gale sword technique. Yue Buqun was filled with enthusiasm, for he was a master of the sword sect, dedicated to the study of techniques. In terms of this particular swordplay, it rightfully deserved the epithet of exquisite brilliance. Even the comprehensive skills of Mount Huashan would pale in comparison. However, he found himself up against Ling Huchong's Dugun 9 swords, a misfortune of fate. Meanwhile, the members of the Songshan and Taishan sects were equally astonished, especially Liu Bai and Ding Mian from the Songshan sect, who had completely shed their previous disdain for Feng Buping. In the midst of the contest, Feng Buping grew increasingly aggressive in his attacks, while Ling Huchong, through the dissection of these sword techniques, deepened his understanding of the Dugun 9 swords. Yet, Ling Huchong was in no rush to claim victory. Instead, he meticulously observed Feng Buping's variations in swordplay, validating his own learning of the Dugun 9 swords. Chapter 61. The retreat of the sword sect. The Gale swordsmanship is undeniably swift, embodying the principle that in the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Before long, 108 strikes were executed, yet Ling Huchong remained utterly unscathed, while Feng Buping found himself unable to contend with his adversary. In a state of desperation, Feng Buping, visibly agitated, swung his sword with frenzied intensity, driven by an overwhelming need to vanquish his opponent. Realizing that this man had succumbed to madness and could no longer be trifled with, Ling Huchong felt a sudden pang of concern. Fearing that a wild blow might inadvertently harm his master, he resolved to cease his passive defense and instead launched a proactive attack. With a deft flick of his sword, he expertly identified a flaw in Feng Buping's defense and, with a swift motion, severed a corner of Feng's garment. Logically, such a blow would signify defeat, Yet Feng Buping, consumed by rage and pride, could not accept this humiliation. He thought to himself, though this young man possesses commendable sword skills, his internal energy is lacking. I shall triumph through my superior inner strength. In the next moment, Feng Buping retreated 2 steps, channeling his energy to wield his sword with force, determined to decisively conclude the battle and claim victory over Ling Hucheng. Should a descendant of the Sword Sect resort to internal energy, you might as well join our Qi sect. Ning Zhong's clear voice echoed, though it bore no malice. To Feng Buping, it felt like a scathing indictment, causing him to momentarily choke on his breath, nearly spewing blood in frustration. Enough! I shall fight again. Feng Buping charged forward with renewed vigor, but this time, Ling Hucheng no longer concealed his intentions. He once again pinpointed the flaw in Feng's technique, and with a single, decisive stroke, he cut into Feng Buping's calf. Blood soaked into his trousers, and Feng, with his sword planted on the ground, yearned to rise and continue the fight. But what was there left to contest? If this were a life-and-death duel, I would not be defeated. A flicker of pride lingered in his heart, yet he pondered the futility of such thoughts. This was a competition, not a battle to the death. Losing equated to defeat, and as a prominent figure, how could he not bear the weight of a loss? In that moment, a wave of desolation washed over Feng Buping. After 25 years of seclusion, having developed the Gale swordsmanship, he had naively believed that his return to the martial world would herald a grand resurgence. Yet, before he even commenced, it had all come to an abrupt end. Feng Buping staggered to his feet, rejecting the support offered by Bu Qiu, no longer exuding the sharpness he once had. Instead, he appeared somewhat stooped, resembling an aged man on the brink of decline, burdened by the weight of despair. Senior brother Lu. Feng Buping clasped his hands and opened his mouth, his voice raspy. Lu Bai, wishing to offer words of comfort, found himself at a loss for what to say. Senior brother Lu, please convey my gratitude to the Left Alliance leader for his goodwill. I, Feng, acknowledge it sincerely. However, my skills are meager, and I lack the face to continue vying for the position of the Huashan Sect's leader. With a heavy sigh, Feng Buping shook his head, his gait unsteady as he turned to depart into the shadows. Behind him, Lu Bai sought to retain him, but Feng Buping did not look back, treating the plea as if it had fallen on deaf ears. Senior brother, Bu Qiu followed closely, taking a few steps before the despondent figure suddenly turned, glancing at Ling Hucheng and then at Yue Buqun. Ling Hucheng, your swordsmanship is indeed unparalleled in the martial world, surpassing even Yue Buqun. I, Feng, am genuinely impressed. However, this does not align with the Huashan sword techniques. May I inquire as to which esteemed predecessor's legacy this is? I wish to comprehend the nature of my defeat. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yue Buqun immediately burst into laughter. It was a blatant provocation, having initially felt a tinge of pity for him. Yue Buqun was taken aback by the audacity of his departure, which only served to further aggravate his situation. At present, the Huashan Sect had successfully navigated its first major crisis. Typically, during such tumultuous times, the solidarity within a sect reaches its zenith. However, once the crisis subsides, the arrangements made during the turmoil may become burdensome, even leading to schisms between master and disciple. According to Feng Buping's interpretation, Yue Buqun must have appointed Ling Hucheng as the junior leader amidst the turmoil of the night. Yet now that the crisis had passed, the dynamics between the leader and the junior leader had grown delicate. A serpent cannot function without a head, yet having 2 heads is equally untenable. With Ling Hucheng having amassed such significant prestige this evening, how would Yue Buqun navigate his position within the Huashan Sect henceforth? This scenario mirrored the historical tension between Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji, and his son, Crown Prince Li Hong. Once the Crown Prince gained power, Li Longji, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to assume the role of a retired emperor. The loss of authority drove him to contemplate the dethronement of the emperor, culminating in a profound rift between father and son. Feng Buping shared this sentiment and, as he departed, chose to stoke the flames further. Although the Sword Sect had suffered another defeat, he was resolute that the Qi sect should not find solace in their victory. Henceforth, the master and disciple could gradually descend into a struggle for power and distrust. Yet, his presumption was destined to falter, for Ling Hucheng had already confided in Yue Buqun, revealing everything without reservation. Moreover, the position of the Huashan Sect's leader, which Yue Buqun had held for 25 years, had never truly weighed on his conscience. His current ambition was to reclaim the lost status of the Huashan Sect within the Five Mountains Alliance. The revitalization of Huashan was not merely about expanding its influence, but also about reclaiming what had been lost and surpassing it. I am but a humble disciple under my esteemed master, fortunate to have won a mere exchange. It is hardly worth mentioning. Ling Huchong, being astute, refrained from engaging with the insidious insinuations that sought to elevate the disciple at the expense of the master. With a sigh, Feng Buping departed, accompanied by his companion, Sun Buqi, gradually vanishing into the depths of the distant woods. The atmosphere at the scene grew somewhat awkward, leaving only the Songshan and Taishan sects present. Originally, they had come under the banner of the Five Mountains to compel Yue Buqun to abdicate. However, with the new candidates having departed, the plot had utterly failed, necessitating a return for further deliberation. Master Yue, I believe that the swordsmanship of your junior leader has already surpassed your own. It is time for you to consider stepping aside in favor of him. Liu Bai chuckled dryly, leaving behind a cryptic remark before mounting his horse and departing. Thus, echoing Feng Buping's sentiments, he sought to sow discord between master and disciple. Master, I, Ling Huchong, am concerned that Yue Buqun may overthink this. I wish to clarify a few points, he began, mindful of the adage that three can create a tiger. However, Yue Buqun smiled and halted him, indicating that if mere words could incite discord, there would be no need for him to appoint a junior leader in the first place. Meanwhile, Feng Buping had already distanced himself, appearing somewhat despondent. Brother, must we once again retreat into seclusion? Sun Buqi inquired, reflecting on the fact that they had already spent 25 years in hiding. How many more 25 years could one expect in life? In this world, there remains no sanctuary for you and me. Perhaps it would be best to lead a tranquil life as humble farmers in our later years. Feng Buping has extinguished the flames of conflict within him, for the blow he endured tonight is indeed profound. Master brother, one ought not to be disheartened thus. He was reminded, victories and defeats are commonplace in the martial world. How can we allow a fleeting triumph or failure to dampen our spirits? What do you imply? Feng Buping inquired. Let us start anew, responded Sun Buqi. This notion stirred something within Feng Buping. He still yearned to achieve greatness. The vast expanse of China, rich in resources and adorned with majestic mountains and rivers, is beyond enumeration. In the days of yore, our revered ancestor, Guangningzi, chose Mount Hua as the foundation for the Huashan Sect. Why should not we, as brothers, also seek a renowned peak and establish ourselves as progenitors of a new sect? Sun Buqi spoke with ambitious fervor. That seems feasible. Feng Buping pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, establishing a sect is not merely a matter of words. It is fraught with numerous hardships. Yet, a man of valor, endowed with great skills, must surely have a place to showcase his talents. The spirits of the two men were rekindled as they engaged in fervent discussion, their voices gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 62. The invitation from Lin Pingji. After an extended period of meditation, Master Bu Jie finally regained his composure. His efforts to heal Ling Huchong had cost him a considerable amount of vital energy, and he knew that a full recovery would take at least 2 to 3 months. However, upon standing, he was met with the concerned gaze of Ling Huchong, which deeply moved him. He felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Good son-in-law, let us depart. Master Bu Jie grasped Ling Huchong's sleeve, eager to leave. Ling Huchong, in a state of alarm, understood that while Master Bu Jie's words of endearment were harmless, the matter at hand was of great significance to the reputations of both the Huashan and Huashan sections. If such news were to spread widely, it would not be an issue for him, but it would certainly bring trouble to his master. Ling Huchong pondered, recalling how he had risked his life to rescue a young nun, leading her to develop feelings for him. This was undesirable. He needed to sever any such attachment swiftly. He reminded himself that regardless of the fact that she was a nun, even if she were a young maiden, it was not appropriate. Especially since he had his own junior sister, who was his childhood companion. Of course, it was not that Ling Huchong looked down upon nuns, after all. Yilin's beauty was remarkable, despite her shaved head, and she was indeed endearing. Otherwise, Tian Buguang would not have abducted her solely for her charms. Yet, Yilin was merely a child, younger than Yuling Shan, and at such a tender age, she was likely unaware of the complexities of love, merely experiencing an innocent fondness. Master, please speak with caution. Caution for what? I saved your life, and it is only fitting that you marry my daughter. Should you deny this? Master Bu Jie spoke candidly, without a hint of restraint. Father, please stop. Yilin's face flushed crimson. With so many Huashan disciples present, and with Yue Buqun and his wife listening intently, the situation was far more embarrassing than she could bear. Her initial intention had merely been to see Ling Huchong and be content with his well-being. She understood the impossibility of their union, acknowledging that their fates were intertwined, yet ultimately unfulfilled. What is there to be ashamed of? Wasn't he your mother a nun as well? Yet I married her and had you my little nun. Master Bujie chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. This lad is fortunate. I had to become a monk to marry your mother. Yet he has the advantage of an open-minded father-in-law and need not take such vows. Master, please refrain from jesting. I shall forever be grateful for your kindness in saving me. Ling Hu Chong interjected. However, Yilan's sect has strict rules. Should you continue with such frivolous banter, the two matrons, Ding Xian and Ding Yi, may not take kindly to it. He hurriedly interrupted the conversation, fearing it would lead to further complications. Master Bujie scratched his head, perplexed. Yilan, what on earth is this son-in-law of mine doing? This is all rather bewildering. Father, please, enough. Yilan cried, her face buried in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks as she fled into the depths of the forest, not daring to look back. The monk, still bewildered, pondered for a moment and remarked. When one cannot see her, they yearn for her presence, yet upon meeting, they wish to part ways. Such is the enigma of a young woman's heart, as inscrutable as her mother's. With that, he hurried off in pursuit into the depths of the forest. Linner, wait for me. What was destined to come had already arrived, and what was meant to depart had all taken their leave. At the Medicine King Temple, only the members of the Huashan Sect remained. The disciples were mostly left in a state of confusion, yet Yue Buqun understood the underlying reasons. He then proclaimed in a resonant voice, the events of this night must not be divulged to outsiders. Otherwise, we shall adhere to the sect's regulations. This was evidently a reference to the latter events. As for the earlier occurrences, he knew that the news would inevitably spread to the Songshan and Taishan sects without him needing to say a word. Understood. The disciples responded, bowing in acknowledgement. As dawn broke, the eastern horizon blossomed with light. After enduring the tense events of the night, the group felt an overwhelming weariness wash over them. Ignoring the scattered bodies outside, they retreated into the temple to rest and recuperate. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, female disciples gathered firewood to prepare meals, while male disciples dug graves to bury the bodies of the evil practitioners. Although they were adversaries, the Huashan Sect, being an orthodox sect, could not bring themselves to leave their corpses to rot in the wilderness. Master, all 15 bodies have been buried, along with their horses, reported Shi Daisy as he entered. Good. As spring wanes and summer approaches, improper handling of the corpses could lead to outbreaks of disease. Ensure they are buried deep, Yue Buqun advised. He had examined the faces of the evil practitioners earlier, yet he realized he did not recognize a single one of them. Their masked appearances were merely an unnecessary embellishment, revealing their cowardly hearts that dared not show their true selves. Master, how shall we arrange our next course of action? Inquired Ling Hu Chong. After all, the primary reason for their descent from the mountains was concern over the underhanded tactics of the Songshan sect. With the sword sect's resounding defeat, the justification for continuing their journey had dissipated, making a return to the mountains seem increasingly meaningful. Master, at this moment, Lin Pingji, who was seated close to Yue Buqun, suddenly interjected. Oh, Pingji speak. He had been very close to Yu Jingjing, which was why he sat nearby, eager to contribute upon hearing his senior brother's inquiry. Master, we are not far from the borders of Hunan, where my grandfather resides in Luoyang. How about we spend a few days there? Lin Pingji proposed. Yue Buqun mused for a moment, appearing somewhat swayed by the idea. Master, my parents have passed away, and I long to visit my grandparents to share the details of recent events. If you, Master, and the esteemed brothers and sisters would honor us with your presence, my grandparents would be most grateful. Lin Pingji continued earnestly. Very well, Pingji. Your grandfather, the invincible Wang Yuanba, is a figure of great renown in the Central Plains. I have long admired him and have wished to make his acquaintance. It is indeed a fortuitous opportunity to finally meet. Merely, could it be that we, a multitude, are imposing too much? Yue Buqun declined modestly. My master and mistress have bestowed upon me immense kindness, akin to a mountain, while various senior brothers and sisters treat me as if I were their own kin. Should I express my willingness to go, my grandparents would undoubtedly be overjoyed beyond measure. How could one possibly claim it to be an imposition? Lin Pingji hastened to persuade him further. Very well, Denua, you instruct everyone to promptly pack their belongings. We shall journey to Luoyang. Yue Buqun decisively proclaimed, for this excursion would provide the disciples an opportunity to broaden their horizons and expand their knowledge. Most importantly, Luoyang holds a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 63. Wang Yuanba's grand welcome to the Huashan Sect in the month of March, as the grass flourished and the orioles sang. A group of travelers had journeyed for several days and finally arrived at the city of Luoyang. Luoyang, a place steeped in cultural and historical significance, lies at the heart of the Central Plains and has been a renowned ancient capital for a millennium. It is said that the legendary ancestor Fuxi received the river diagram and Luo book from a divine turtle by the banks of the Luo River, subsequently giving rise to the 8 trigrams of Fuxi. Later, the Empress Wu Zetian established Luoyang as a divine capital, further amplifying its fame. Although the imperial court has since moved its capital to Beijing, Luoyang remains an epitome of prosperity. The disciples of the Huashan Sect, having spent most of their lives atop the mountain, were accustomed only to the vicinity of the Yue Peak and the foot of Huashan, and thus their experiences were rather limited. Now, upon entering the city, they were akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grand View Garden, marveling at everything before them. As noon approached, Yue Buqun instructed Lao Denois to secure accommodations and assist everyone with their lodging arrangements. Once everything was settled, Lin Pingji approached to pay his respects. "Master, my maternal grandfather's home is not far from here, and I wish to inform him of my arrival," Lin Pingji stated. Yue Buqun nodded, acknowledging that is only proper. "You may go." He then called upon 2 disciples to accompany Lin Pingji, ensuring his safety during the journey. After enjoying a meal, Yue Buqun took a moment to rest before changing into a fresh set of clothes, mindful of the decorum befitting a guest. "Senior brother, this is father's robe. You should wear it." In their room, Yu Lingshan handed a long robe belonging to Yue Buqun to Ling Hucheng. Following the battle at the Medicine King Temple, Ling Hucheng's clothing had become soiled with mud and blood, rendering it unfit for wear, and he had been donning a spare outfit for several days, which was rather disheveled. "Very well," Ling Hucheng replied with a smile, as he took the robe, which fit him quite well given the similarity in stature between him and his master. Just as he finished changing, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A booming voice exclaimed, "Master Yu, it is a grave disrespect that I have not welcomed you from afar." Yue Buqun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, recognized the voice as belonging to the formidable Wang Yuanba and exchanged a knowing smile with Ning Zhongzi before both stepped out to greet him. Wang Yuanba, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, sported a long white beard that cascaded down to his chest, exuding vitality. In his left hand, he held 2 golden ingots, which he toyed with. In the martial world, those who fidget with such items typically handle iron or steel ingots, yet Wang Yuanba's were resplendent gold, weighing more than double that of cast iron, a clear testament to his wealth. Upon seeing Yue Buqun, Wang Yuanba burst into hearty laughter and declared, "What a pleasure to meet you. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the gentleman's sword, Master Yu, yet I have never had the honor of meeting you until today. Your arrival in Luoyang is a significant event for the martial world of the Central Plains." He then released the golden ingots, grasped Yue Buqun's hand, and embraced him like an old friend, exuding warmth and familiarity. Yue Buqun, touched by this enthusiastic reception, responded courteously, "Oh, not at all. You, esteemed Elder Wang, remain as vigorous as ever. This time, my wife and I have brought our disciples to broaden their horizons, and our first visit is to none other than the great hero of the Central Plains, the indomitable Wang Yuanba. Our uninvited guests have arrived rather recklessly. In this floral sedan chair, everyone must lend their support. If you are courteous, then I must be even more so." Wang Yuanba, brimming with pride, hastily addressed those around him, stating, "The 4 characters Golden Blade Invincible may hold some weight before others, but in the presence of Master Yu, it feels like a slap to my face. Henceforth, no one is to utter those words." As he spoke, he warmly grasped Yue Buqun's hand, exclaiming, "Master Yu, your benevolence in sheltering my grandson is akin to a rebirth. From now on, our Golden Blade Sect and the Huashan Sect shall be as one, brothers without distinction. Come, let us all go to my home. You shall stay for a year and a half. Master Yu, let us assist you with your luggage." Wang Yuanba was exceedingly gracious. "How could I accept such an offer?" Yue Buqun repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. Wang Yuanba then turned to his 2 sons, saying, "Bofun, Zhongqiang, bow to Master Yu and his wife." Wang Bofun and Wang Zhongqiang, both in their 40s and nearly of the same age as Yue Buqun, felt a sense of reluctance at suddenly being made juniors. However, since their father had spoken, they could not disobey, and so they bent their knees to pay their respects. "That is unnecessary." Yue Buqun quickly released a gentle internal force to support Wang Bofun and Wang Zhongqiang, preventing them from kneeling. If they were to kneel, it would disrupt the hierarchy. One could not allow Lin Pingji to address 2 uncles as senior brothers, after all. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yuanba's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Master Yu, splendid skill. I have long heard of the unmatched power of the Huashan Sect's Zixia divine skill, and now, witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed deserving of its reputation." Yue Buqun humbly deflected the praise, while Wang Bofun and Wang Zhongqiang felt their admiration for him grow. "Old Wang, you flatter me. From Pingji's perspective, I am of the same generation as my two brothers. With that, Yue Buqun beckoned his disciples, saying, Come forth to pay your respects to old Master Wang and his two uncles. The Golden Blade sect commands great respect in the martial world of Zhongyuan. Our ancestors in the Huashan Sect have always held the Golden Blade sect in high esteem. Should you receive guidance from old Master Wang and his two uncles, your martial arts will surely flourish. Yes, the disciples responded in unison, kneeling in the inn. We are unworthy, unworthy. Wang Yuanba's face glowed with delight, while Wang Bofin and Wang Zhongxiang hurriedly returned the gesture. However, among the crowd, there was one who merely clasped his hands and did not kneel. This, of course, was Ling Hucheng, who, as the young master, represented the dignity of the sect. He could not kneel indiscriminately, for he had the weight of gold beneath his knees. Oh, this is... Yue Buqun began to explain, but unexpectedly, Wang Yuanba interjected, This must be Master Yu's esteemed disciple, the talented Ling Hu. I have heard from Pingji about the remarkable disciple that Master Yu has, and upon this meeting, he indeed possesses an extraordinary presence and remarkable valor. Wang Yuanba eagerly called over his two sons, saying, Bofin, Zhongxiang, you must cultivate a close relationship with the esteemed Ling Hu. With the pleasantries concluded, Lin Pingji stood aside, beginning to introduce his master brothers to his grandfather and two uncles. Now he has donned garments of silk and adorned himself with a jade crown, presenting a stark contrast to the deeply embittered image he once bore as a member of the Huashan Sect. He was, after all, the scion of a wealthy family, and this attire instantly bestows upon him an aura of elegance, akin to a refined gentleman, unmatched in his grace. This appearance surpasses even that of Ling Hucheng in handsomeness. An innate desire for beauty resides within us all. In that moment, those senior and junior disciples who frequently interacted with him seemed to perceive him anew, their astonishment palpable, with a few even experiencing the stirrings of affection. Such is the tremendous advantage bestowed by a pleasing exterior. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanba, with his ample wealth, generously distributed red envelopes of 40 taels to each individual he introduced, enabling them to indulge in leisurely pursuits. This kind of lavishness significantly enhanced the favorable impression that the disciples of Huashan held towards the Wang family. Once the introductions were complete, everyone packed their belongings, and outside, horse-drawn carriages awaited. The group, in high spirits, set forth towards the Wang residence. Chapter 064. Lin Pingji's speculation. That evening, the Wang family hosted an extravagant banquet, with Wang Yuanba's influence drawing numerous renowned figures from the Central Plains martial arts community as guests. Among them were affluent merchants and wealthy patrons, adept at flattery, who effortlessly offered compliments. The disciples of the Huashan Sect, mostly hailing from humble origins, found themselves unaccustomed to such adulation and revelry. The atmosphere was lively, with male disciples indulging in several rounds of drink. Even Yue Buqun, usually reserved, succumbed to the festive spirit and partook in a few cups. Only Ling Hucheng abstained entirely from alcohol. He had the desire to drink, but Yu Lingshan, citing his injuries, forbade him from doing so. Ling Hu, my dear brother, such strictness even before the wedding. I fear you will have it worse afterwards, Wang Bofin remarked cautiously after Yu Lingshan departed. Oh, how can one say it is too strict? It is merely my junior sister's affection and concern for my well-being, Ling Hucheng replied, unfazed, and with a sense of reasoning. Indeed, you speak wisely, Ling Hu. How about tomorrow I take you to unwind? There is a place called Yihong Lu nearby, filled with graceful maidens, all well-educated and charming. Before he could finish, Ling Hucheng interjected decisively. Uncle Wang, as a disciple, I have been taught by my master not to venture into such frivolous places. Wang Bofin, realizing his faux pas, hurried to amend his words. I see now. They say the Huashan Sect has strict rules, and I, not believing it, sought to test the waters. It appears I was mistaken. Ling Hu, you are indeed a true gentleman. His father had hoped for him to befriend Ling Hucheng. Yet the age gap created a chasm between them. He assumed the youth was merely interested in pleasures of wine, women, and wealth. But with Ling Hucheng abstaining from drink and his father having already provided financial support, it left only the matter of attraction, which, to his surprise, was also off the table. What could he do now? The Wang family, being one of the most prominent in Luoyang, not only belonged to the martial arts elite, but also thrived in commerce. Wang Bofin, raised in luxury, had always been in a position where others would curry favor with him. He had never learned the art of flattery. Uncle, senior brother. Fortunately, Lin Pingji arrived to break the awkwardness, having come to toast on behalf of Wang Yuanba. Instantly, the mood lightened, and both parties tacitly agreed to move past the earlier topic. The banquet continued into the late hours, with hosts and guests alike enjoying themselves thoroughly. In Wang Yuanba's study, the lamps still burned brightly. Wang Yuanba sat above, flanked by Wang Buofeng and Wang Zhongxiang. Pingji, did your senior brother truly slay 12 evil masters with a single strike that night? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Wang Yuanba inquired. Today, Lin Pingji had arrived in haste, and many matters were only briefly discussed without delving deeper. Now, as the night deepened, it was the perfect moment for a thorough recounting. Indeed, although the night was dark and stormy, when my senior brother sheathed his sword, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Not just I, but all of our brothers saw it clearly, Lin Pingji replied. Pingji, you mentioned that when your parents perished, both your senior brother and your master were present, and that your senior brother was the first to arrive at that place? Wang Yuanba pressed further. Indeed, it was my elder brother who first discovered my parents. And only then did our master arrive to render assistance. It was after this that I had the opportunity to see my parents one last time. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Pingji could not help but be engulfed in sorrow. Is it possible that, before you arrived, your parents, believing their time was short, entrusted something of significance or a secret to your elder brother to pass on to you, yet he failed to do so? Wang Yuanba pondered, presenting a hypothesis. That seems unlikely, Lin Pingji hesitated. Under normal circumstances, Yu Songhai and Mu Gaofeng would covet nothing more than the evil-repelling sword manual of the Lin family. Yet, if this manual were in the possession of my parents, Yu Songhai would not have gone to such lengths to abduct them to Hunan. The fact that they were not killed suggests that nothing of value was found on them. Thus, if there was nothing, the notion of a transfer becomes irrelevant. My parents did not mention anything of this sort before their demise, Lin Pingji recalled. Wang Yuanba considered this and suddenly seized upon a crucial point, hastily inquiring, where were your master and elder brother when your parents discussed their final affairs? Oh, they were just outside the dilapidated temple, Lin Pingji exclaimed, suddenly meeting Wang Yuanba's penetrating gaze. This led him to contemplate a troubling possibility. The sword manual could be a book or a set of mental techniques. If what my grandfather said holds true, it is entirely plausible that Ling Huchong obtained something and, before my arrival, threatened my parents. If they spoke incorrectly at the moment of their passing, he would later find an opportunity to eliminate me. After all, he is the elder brother of the Huashan Sect, while I am merely an inconsequential disciple. Given the vastness of the Huashan Sect, it would be relatively simple for him to target an individual. At that time, I was in the temple, while Ling Huchong was outside. He could easily discern all that transpired within. Thus, my parents, in their final moments, could only utter vague and cryptic words. Lin Pingji, who had initially been perplexed, now sensed something amiss upon reflection. Pingji, what have you deduced? Wang Yuanba, somewhat agitated, inquired as he observed Lin Pingji's silence. Although my elder brother's swordplay was commendable, it was far from being this sophisticated, and Wang Yuanba rose abruptly, urging, sit down, Pingji, and continue. Moreover, the swordplay my elder brother employed that night was not Huashan's. Lin Pingji's unease deepened with each passing thought. Could it be that this wretch truly coveted the evil-repelling sword manual of the Lin family? Wang Buofeng raised an eyebrow, regretting that he had once regarded Ling Huchong as an honorable gentleman, only to discover such unseemly behavior. Lin Pingji fell silent, reflecting for a moment before continuing. When my parents neared death, their words were hesitant and obscure. They mentioned that within the ancestral home on Xianyang Lane in Fuzhou lies a treasured heirloom of the Lin family. However, my great-grandfather Yuan too left instructions that no descendants of the Lin family should dare to examine it, lest great calamity befall them. With outsiders still outside the temple, your parents, in their despair, could only speak in riddles, Wang Zhongxiang interjected. Indeed, the directive against perusing was likely a subtle invitation to do just that. Wang Yuanba paced a few steps, furrowing his brow as he spoke. However, the old residents in Xianyang Alley had long succumbed to neglect. What could possibly remain there? Lin Pingji refrained from voicing this thought, as a more profound realization dawned upon him. His master, now so esteemed, had designated his senior brother as the young leader. Moreover, that fateful night, the senior brother vanquished 12 malevolent masters with a single stroke of his sword, and astonishingly, his master exhibited not a flicker of surprise, as if he had foreseen the outcome. Could it be that both had acquired the family's evil-repelling sword manual? The mere consideration of this sent a shiver of dread through Lin Pingji. If they had indeed both attained it simultaneously, then everything would fall into place. They had both been present outside the temple, while his parents dared not utter a word. The preservation of his parents' lives, allowing him to meet them, was merely a ruse to avert the whispers of the martial world. For if his parents spoke nothing in their final moments, he stood as the ultimate witness, capable of attesting that neither his master nor senior brother had obtained the family's evil-repelling sword manual. If this were the case, then the Huashan Sect was not a sanctuary, but rather a den of tigers, a lair of wolves. The mere thought of this left Lin Pingji drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 065. The appearance of the beggar clan. As the days passed, Wang Yuanba's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Every 3 days there was a small feast, and every 5 days a grand banquet, leaving Yue Buqun feeling somewhat overwhelmed by such fervent hospitality. It was indeed a display of excessive warmth. Nevertheless, Yue Buqun decided to graciously accept the Wang family's generosity today, promising to repay it through Lin Pingji in the future. He contemplated that the future leader of the Huashan Sect would undoubtedly be Ling Huchong, but Lin Pingji could assume the role of an elder, thus establishing a respectable identity for himself in the martial world, honoring the spirits of his parents. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. After all, having stayed in someone's home for so long, it was only fitting to reciprocate in some manner, lest they be seen as mere freeloaders. Given that Pingji and Jingjing had grown so close, he would soon be considered a sort of son-in-law. When the time was ripe, perhaps he could pass down the Hunyuan Gong. This was Yue Buqun's plan from the beginning. Lin Pingji harbored familial grievances, yet to exact vengeance with his current skills would take him at least another decade, unless he acquired some miraculous technique for rapid mastery. However, the Bixia sword manual could not be practiced, nor could the Zixia divine art be transmitted. Thus, after much deliberation, it seemed that only the Hunyuan Gong was a viable option. Of course, these were matters for the future. On this particular day, the weather was clear and bright, with not a cloud in the sky. As spring transitioned into summer, it was the peak season for blooming flowers. As the ancient saying goes, the peonies of Luoyang are unparalleled in the world. Yue Buqun and his companions arrived at just the right time, coinciding with the Peony Festival in Luoyang. The streets and alleys were bustling with activity. Each year, Luoyang even held a special competition to evaluate the various peonies, crowning champions, runners-up, and third-place flowers. The love for beauty is a universal sentiment. Although Ning Zhongze was already in her 30s, her appreciation for flowers mirrored that of a young girl. "Martial brother, look, that peony is actually black," Ning Zhongze exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a black peony the size of a human face not far away, completely shedding her usual demeanor of authority and instead embodying the lively romance of a young girl. Flowers of red, yellow, blue, and white were commonplace. Yet this black flower was a first for Ning Zhongze. Yue Buqun was equally intrigued. The black variety of peonies was exceedingly rare, even in modern times. Thus, he gently grasped Ning Zhongze's delicate hand, parting the crowd to draw closer for a better look. Ning Zhongze's cheeks flushed. In a public setting, the affection shared between an old couple seemed almost youthful, rekindling the passionate fervor of their earlier years. She mused that tonight might again prove to be an arduous affair. While Ning Zhongze's thoughts wandered, Yue Buqun had already pulled her to the forefront. In her 30s, a woman reaches a peak of maturity, her figure, grace, and skin resembling ripened fruit, exuding a unique fragrance. Yue Buqun felt as if he were not holding a person, but a bundle of fire, even through the fabric. He could sense the smoothness of Ning Zhongze's skin and the warmth radiating from her slightly flushed complexion. With a gulp, Yue Buqun felt a dryness in his throat. Unconsciously swallowing hard, Ning Zhongze's face reddened further, blushing all the way to her ears. As the two individuals had yet to take any further action, the observant Yue Buqun suddenly noticed something unusual. Beggars? Yue Buqun's expression froze, and all the fervor in his mind dissipated. Before him, amidst the bustling crowd of adults and children, a vibrant scene unfolded, yet a hint of darkness was also brewing. Several individuals disguised as beggars were jostling through the throng, seemingly familiar with their surroundings. A few created distractions while others, employing some sort of powder, waved it in front of a little girl with braided hair. Instantly, the girl's eyes glazed over, as if her spirit had suddenly fled. A beggar whispered a few words in her ear, and astonishingly, she followed him away. Unbeknownst to her family, who remained blissfully engaged in the lively crowd, the little girl had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the two beggars trailing behind seized the opportunity to stir up some commotion, and when the adults finally regained their awareness, they assumed their daughter had merely wandered into the throng, calling out a few times in vain. However, their voices were lost amidst the cacophony of the bustling masses and quickly drowned out. By the time they truly realized what had transpired, they would likely be consumed by despair. "What is it, brother?" Ning Zhongze nestled in Yue Buqun's embrace, her interest piqued, her warmth still lingering. Yet, she noticed her brother had stiffened, hesitating to proceed. Could it truly be over? That seemed unlikely. He was still quite capable. Perhaps the throngs of people were simply overwhelming. There are beggars. Yue Buqun whispered urgently in Ning Zhong's ear. What? Ning Zhong's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor sharp and resolute, shedding her earlier girlish demeanor entirely. To see beggars in front of the leader of the Huashan Sect was audacious indeed. What was her husband renowned for? The gentleman's sword. His lifelong pursuit was to champion justice, to right wrongs, to assist the weak and uphold righteousness. These individuals were far too brazen. If they were to be seen, they must be dealt with decisively. Brother, we must pursue them. Ning Zhongze regained her heroic spirit, her anger ignited, refusing to be outdone by any man. As she seized Yue Buqun and surged forward, their romantic moment had been abruptly shattered by this outrageous incident, and she was determined not to let it slide. The pair broke free from the crowd, following the direction of the beggars until they finally caught sight of several figures. They found themselves in a dilapidated alley, chaotic and seldom traversed. Outside, two beggars sat, appearing to solicit alms, yet their furtive glances revealed their true intent as they kept watch. Yue Buqun gestured for silence and, employing his agility, leaped onto a rooftop from the side, gliding along the eaves. At the end of the passageway, he spotted a lavishly leafed tree. Filled with exhilaration, he swiftly turned and, taking advantage of the inattentive crowd below, leaped onto the tree. Peering through the branches, he beheld the little girl, now unconscious. As the beggars frantically retrieved pre-prepared burlap sacks to stuff her into. In broad daylight, beneath the clear sky, it is truly shocking to witness such vile acts occurring in the city of Luoyang. Just as Yue Buqun contemplated leaping in to rescue the girl, a thought struck him. If these beggars had the audacity to abduct someone, it was likely that they were involved in more than just this singular incident. Moreover, abduction invariably leads to trafficking. Where there is one, there are sure to be many more hidden, like pulling a radish and discovering the mud it clings to. Since he had decided to intervene today, he resolved to eradicate the issue entirely, aiming for a solution that would last. Thus, Yue Buqun refrained from immediate action, allowing the little girl to endure her plight for a while longer. His intention was to uproot the entire operation. Chapter 66. The Malevolent Beggar Clan. What? The Beggar Clan? In a secluded corner, Yue Buqun had returned and recounted the circumstances to Ning Zhongze. Indeed, the leader, referred to as Elder Su, bore 5 pouches upon his chest. Yue Buqun was somewhat taken aback. He had not noticed this detail earlier while observing from the tree. The presence of pouches indicated that these were members of the Beggar Clan, and possessing 5 pouches signified a rank of 5-pouch elder, a genuine middle management position within the clan. In the original narrative, the Beggar Clan appeared infrequently, merely once in total. However, the contemporary leader, Jie Feng, was not to be underestimated. He was a figure of such stature that he could easily share a table with venerable monks and Taoists in significant matters. This only underscored his remarkable prowess. Yet, had the Beggar Clan not always been known for their chivalry and righteousness? How could they possibly be involved in the abduction of individuals? Could it be that some were masquerading as beggars? Ning Zhongze was astonished, posing 3 questions in quick succession. In response, Yue Buqun merely smiled, unable to provide an explanation. In the scriptures, the Beggar Clan was depicted too perfectly, portrayed as champions of justice and protectors of the people, thus obscuring the public's perception. If the clan truly embodied the virtues described in the texts, then where did the term beggar arise? Since the Tang and Song dynasties, the abduction of individuals had predominantly been the work of beggars. Often, they targeted women and children, first extorting ransom and then failing to return the captives. Women were sold into brothels, while children had their limbs severed and were grotesquely reassembled, left to develop abnormally as a curious spectacle for the amusement of onlookers, collecting admission fees in the process. A notorious example is the girl in a bottle, who, as a child, had her limbs amputated and was kept alive within a vessel, her head protruding from the opening, adorned to attract clientele. During that era, the upper echelons reveled in such perversions, and the common folk, steeped in ignorance, were not repulsed but rather fascinated, often bestowing generous tips. This trend became prevalent, peaking during the Song dynasty. However, following the establishment of the Yuan dynasty, the founding emperor, Zhu, having risen from the common populace, was particularly attuned to the struggles of the people. Thus, he promptly enacted laws decreeing that those who engaged in such inhumane practices would face severe penalties. This effectively curtailed the nefarious trend, leading many beggars to temper their actions. Nonetheless, the issue of abduction persisted. Although the practice of amputation was abolished, young boys could still be sold to wealthy families as servants, while girls were often sold into rural villages as child brides or to brothel keepers. These ventures required no initial investment, yet promised substantial profits, thus enticing individuals to take the risk despite the dangers involved. Setting these thoughts aside, we must keep our focus on these individuals. If they are indeed engaged in abduction, it is likely they are not operating alone. We should dismantle their stronghold. Yue Buqun articulated his thoughts. Ning Zhongzi expressed his wholehearted agreement. They observed for a while longer, when suddenly a beggar peeked out from an alley, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before hurriedly signaling to those inside. A procession of beggars emerged, 2 of whom clutched burlap sacks, feigning an ordinary demeanor as they hurried towards the southern outskirts of the city. The couple, Yue Buqun and his wife, followed closely behind, unwavering in their pursuit despite the beggars' evasive maneuvers through alleys and side streets. Eventually, the group of beggars halted before the entrance of a secluded courtyard in the southern part of the city. They glanced nervously around before approaching the door to knock. The sound, 3 sharp raps, 1 long and 2 short, was a signal prearranged among them. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a beggar who, upon seeing the burlap sacks on the 2 individuals, broke into a broad smile and swung the other half of the door wide open, ushering all the beggars inside. "Elder Su, have we not been discovered?" the beggar inquired cautiously, closing the door behind them. When an old beggar takes charge, how could there be any mistake? Elder Su replied, adorned with 5 pouches. "So, did you succeed in your endeavor?" "Ha ha ha, we have not failed in our mission." As he spoke, the beggar gestured behind him, revealing a small child, no more than 7 or 8 years old, bound to a wooden frame. Next to it stood another empty frame, with a stone table positioned between them, upon which lay a golden compass. "Excellent, excellent," Elder Su exclaimed, directing everyone to bind the captured girl to the other frame. "Now that we have gathered both boy and girl, we must not delay. Let us commence without hesitation," he declared with enthusiasm. "Commence what?" In a concealed spot atop a wall, Ning Zhongzi and Yue Buqun listened intently, with Ning Zhongzi whispering her inquiry. "I do not know," Yue Buqun frowned, troubled by the abduction of the children, which seemed to lack the usual motives of ransom or sale. This is rather abnormal. How can abduction be so specifically aimed at acquiring a boy and a girl? Furthermore, these wooden frames and the compass evoke an unsettling feeling. This does not appear to be mere abduction or a ritual sacrifice, but rather a prelude to some ominous ceremony. In the tales of Journey to the West, the king of Carps demanded a pair of children annually to ensure bountiful harvests for the Chun family village. Could this be a form of sacrificial offering? A sense of dread crept over Yue Buqun. At that moment, a beggar emerged from the dwelling, cradling a blue bundle that appeared worn and aged, as if it had been stored for an extended period. Elder Su carefully unwrapped the bundle, revealing 2 daggers, 1 black and 1 white, and 2 exquisitely crafted jade bowls, each the size of a palm. The daggers gleamed with a chilling light under the sun, their sharpness palpable even from a distance. Meanwhile, the young boy and girl had awakened, their mouths gagged, emitting only muffled whimpers of fear. "Elder, must they remain conscious?" A younger beggar beside Elder Su asked, seemingly reluctant. "Absolutely." Elder Su shot him a disapproving glance, stating, "Only in the throes of extreme terror does the blood flow most freely. It is only then that the blood is of the finest quality." With that, he waved his hand, and immediately, a beggar stepped forward, tearing open the children's garments to expose their chests. The 2 small children on the wooden frame struggled even more vigorously, their bodies writhing in a frantic dance. In their clear, innocent eyes, one could see a profound terror directed at the stranger wielding a knife. In mere moments, tears and snot began to flow freely. "Proceed, but do so with caution, do not spill the lifeblood." With this command from Elder Su, the band of beggars set to work with clear rolls. Some held down the children's limbs, while others tightened their grip around their waists from behind. Meanwhile, 2 beggars approached, each bearing a jade bowl and a dagger, their demeanor as cold as the steel in their hands. It was as if the figures before them were not human beings, but merely livestock awaiting slaughter. Chapter 67. The Mysterious Compass. Devilish fiends, perish. Ning Zhongzi could no longer contain his fury. With a swift motion, his azure whip-like sword shot forth like a streak of lightning, piercing the beggar on the right who brandished a dagger, pinning him to the ground. The beggar, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his chest and instantly lost consciousness, his jade bowl falling from his grasp and shattering upon the stone slab. But the carnage did not end there. Ning Zhongzi's voice arrived before his form, as he delivered a powerful kick to the face of the beggar on the left, who also wielded a dagger. This kick, fueled by rage, was executed with great force, sending the beggar crashing to the ground, his head striking with a sickening thud, blood oozing from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. After a brief convulsion, his life extinguished. Since the incident involving the 6 immortals of Peach Valley at the Jingqi Hall, Ning Zhongzi had developed a profound loathing and fear for such vile and bloody affairs. Moreover, the fact that these ruffians had targeted innocent children aged merely 6 or 7 was utterly intolerable. What purpose do you serve? The events unfolded with alarming swiftness, akin to a flash of lightning. Elder Su, still wearing a smile, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, and as he regained his composure, he immediately raised his voice in inquiry. Consider this your passage to the afterlife. Yue Buqun entered the fray shortly after, his expression stern. He too harbored a deep disdain for such matters, viewing them not merely as the actions of miscreants, but as those of a sinister cult. Friends, we are members of the Beggar Sect. I advise you not to misjudge the situation, Elder Su said, attempting to project an air of authority as he straightened his posture, revealing the 5 pockets adorning his attire. This was a blatant show of strength, a banner meant to intimidate. In these times, the reputation of the Beggar Sect still held considerable weight, with their disciples scattered across the land, their branches reaching every corner of the nation. A mere call could summon hundreds, and even the authorities often found themselves troubled by their presence. Bah! Ning Zhongzi spat disdainfully. You dare to claim the title of Beggar Sect? You insult its esteemed name. Elder Su's countenance shifted, and he retorted, Young lady, do not be foolish. I must inform you that I am the enforcement elder of the Luoyang branch of the Beggar Sect. While you may have committed your crimes on our territory, the murder of 2 of our disciples cannot go unpunished. I advise you to retreat promptly, and we may let this matter pass without further consequence. Elder Su feigned magnanimity, suggesting that the loss of 2 lives would be overlooked if they departed at once. His bluff stemmed from his uncertainty about confronting Ning Zhongzi and Yue Buqun, prompting him to resort to verbal intimidation. To hell with your enforcement. Yue Buqun advanced with swift determination, delivering a vicious kick to Elder Su's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Such a so-called enforcement elder, engaging in these cultish rituals? I shall enforce my own justice. Elder Su struggled to rise, blood streaming from his mouth, and spat twice, losing a decayed tooth in the process. It became evident that he was merely a paper tiger, imposing in appearance yet fragile at heart. With that single kick, Yue Buqun quickly discerned the truth. He had expected a formidable opponent, but instead discovered a mere second-rate adversary, hardly a match for his prowess. What is there to hesitate about? Today, everything is settled. No one can escape. Speak, what exactly are you doing? Ning Zhongzi observed everything keenly, aware that their side had already gained absolute advantage, and immediately stepped forward to interrogate. Su Elder attempted to argue, but Yue Buqun delivered another kick, this time to the other side of his face, resulting in yet another lost tooth. Hero, I confess. The beggar nearby appeared to be on the verge of collapse, crawling and prostrating at Ning Zhongzi's feet. We are involved in human trafficking, preparing to sell this pair of young boys and girls for a good price. At this point, the beggar suddenly raised his hand, revealing that his arm was bound with a concealed weapon. Whoosh! A hidden arrow was aimed directly at Ning Zhongzi's lower abdomen. The distance was perilously close, and given the beggar's pitiful demeanor, Ning Zhongzi never anticipated he possessed such a trick, leaving him utterly unprepared and panicked. Yue Buqun, however, being an experienced veteran, had seen his fair share of situations. He remained vigilant, knowing all too well that even the smallest misstep could lead to disaster. As countless tales of downfall from minor mistakes had been told, the moment the beggar raised his hand, Yue Buqun had already unsheathed his sword, successfully deflecting the concealed arrow. With a swift motion of his left hand, he struck the beggar's forehead, sending him away. The fallen arrow glimmered with a blue light under the sun, clearly laced with poison. Despicable scoundrel, Yue Buqun, a master of righteousness, walked the path of virtue, never resorting to hidden weapons, let alone poisoned ones. Anger surged within him. He clenched his palm, drawing in a handful of stones with his true energy, and pushed forward, launching them to knock down the remaining 6 beggars, rendering them incapable of further resistance. Yet, Yue Buqun remained on edge. His figure flickered, and the light of his sword flashed, slashing through the sleeves of several beggars. Indeed, 3 more concealed weapons were discovered. Without uttering another word, Yue Buqun dispatched the 3 beggars with a single stroke of his sword. Now can we speak? Yue Buqun's gaze turned icy, as if any utterance of dissent would result in another casualty. Su Elder, feeling the weight of the atmosphere, trembled in fear. He was merely acting on behalf of others. While he could kill without blinking, the thought of being killed himself frightened him. After a moment, Su Elder finally confessed. For the past 3 years, we have selected a pair of young boys and girls each year, using a jade bowl to collect their heart's blood, which we then pour onto a compass. The compass? Yue Buqun finally noticed the compass on the stone table between the two wooden frames. Initially thinking it was merely a decorative item for some ritual, only to realize it was the main focus. The heart's blood of young boys and girls contains spiritual energy, which activates certain properties of the compass, guiding us to locate a specific object. Su Elder continued. What nonsense spiritual energy is this? Can such a thing be believed? Ning Zhongze was enraged. This claim was as ludicrous as saying that consuming the hearts of children could lead to immortality. It was utter nonsense. Merely a fabrication spun by those cultists to deceive the gullible. Yet, among the populace, there were indeed those who were foolish enough to fall for such tricks. Thus, it appears that the items remain unfound, while you have already slain 2 pairs of young boys and girls. Yue Buqun's countenance darkened to a terrifying degree. This. Elder Su was at a loss for words, retracting his neck in fear, unable to meet Yue Buqun's gaze. Ning Zhongze's complexion had also begun to pale, horrified at the realization that such a nefarious ritual had already been conducted twice. Suddenly, as she glanced at the compass not far away, a wave of nausea washed over her. Chapter 068. Ning Zhongze fell ill. Ning Zhongze recalled that day when the 6 immortals of Peach Valley gruesomely tore a living person apart, leaving her in a state of overwhelming shock, mistakenly believing those 6 strange beings to be transformed spirits. To dispel her superstitions, her senior brother attempted to comfort her with tales of Western thankas and skull chalices. That night, she was thoroughly frightened. Although she had confirmed that those 6 peculiar figures were not mountain demons, the malevolent artifacts her brother described terrified her nonetheless. For several consecutive days, she found solace in the embrace of Yue Buqun, sometimes even sleeping directly atop him to feel secure. As time passed, the terror gradually faded. However, today, she unexpectedly witnessed such a sinister and grotesque artifact. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Ning Zhongze to shudder involuntarily. She had committed acts of violence since the age of 14 or 15, and thus feared nothing. Yet, this semblance of occult sacrifice instilled a deep sense of dread within her. Junior sister, are you all right? Yue Buqun noticed her discomfort, his face paling in concern. I'm fine, Ning Zhongze replied, though her gaze remained anxiously fixed on the compass. Understanding her unease, Yue Buqun summoned the cold light of the Xing sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy that cleaved the compass and the stone table in two. With a resounding crash, the broken compass fell to the ground, emitting a sharp sound. From the jagged edge, a viscous, almost congealed blood plasma began to ooze forth, a testament to the years of blood that had soaked it, layers upon layers thickening, some not fully coagulated, lingering in the corners. Under the sunlight, it exuded an otherworldly aura. Nauseated, Ning Zhongze suddenly retched a few times, her form swaying. Junior sister, Yue Buqun exclaimed urgently, rushing to steady her. Brother, it's nothing. I will rescue the children. You continue to interrogate them, Ning Zhongze insisted, waving her hand. Reclaiming her Qing Sua sword, and swiftly severing the ropes to free the 2 children who had fainted from fright. What are you truly seeking? Yue Buqun asked, an inexplicable wave of agitation washing over him, a pressing urge to flee this place. I do not know, Elder Su answered earnestly. They were merely executors, without access to the core matters. Who commanded you to do this? Who is your superior? Yue Buqun pressed on, the unease in his heart intensifying. Brother, kill them quickly. We must leave. Ning Zhongze suddenly screamed, her expression frantic, as if she had glimpsed something ominous. Having been together for many years, the couple shared a profound connection. Without a moment's hesitation, Yue Buqun unleashed a palm strike, channeling his internal power, instantly severing the life force of Elder Su and the 2 beggars. Then, each took a child in their arms, gracefully soaring away from the courtyard. As they distanced themselves from the scene, Yue Buqun felt the agitation within him begin to dissipate. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows of the trees danced, and the corpses of beggars in the courtyard seemed on the verge of being consumed by an unknown darkness. The blood oozing from the severed compass began to dry, exuding an eerie scent, while the crimson stains clung to the compass's jagged edge, emanating an otherworldly blue glow. A crow cawed as it flew across the sky and alighted on a wooden frame in the courtyard, pausing for a moment before becoming restless. It flapped its wings in an attempt to take flight, but appeared ensnared by an invisible force, struggling, only to crash down. Soon, the cloak of night enveloped the small courtyard, shrouding everything in darkness. Meanwhile, Yue Buqun rescued 2 young children and placed them at the entrance of the magistrate's office, entrusting someone nearby to report the incident. He performed his good deed anonymously, hastily returning to Wang Yuanba's residence with Ning Zhongze. That night, Ning Zhongzi developed a slight fever. Her body limp and weak, her spirit languid. Yue Buqun personally brewed medicine, feeding her sip by sip until the latter half of the night, when she finally drifted into a gentle slumber. However, her hand clutched Yue Buqun's sleeve, as if gripped by fear, her dreams haunted by something ominous. Her body twitching involuntarily from time to time. What could be the matter? Yue Buqun furrowed his brow, pondering what Ning Zhongzi had seen or felt during the day. She had not spoken, and he dared not inquire, fearing that his questions might exacerbate her condition. The compass, the aura. Yue Buqun mused, recognizing the absurdity of it all. After all, this was merely a world of martial arts. Yet, the immortal steel on the back mountain of Huashan. Most of the malevolent and bizarre occurrences in this world could ultimately be attributed to psychological suggestion, illusions induced by drugs, or some peculiar substance. Yue Buqun meditated on this for a moment. Regardless of what his junior sister had experienced, he had perceived nothing in the same environment. Nevertheless, the sense of agitation he felt was undeniably real. Upon reaching a profound level of internal cultivation, one develops a premonitory intuition, often referred to in Taoism as the cicada sensing the autumn wind before it arrives, or by ordinary martial artists as sensing danger without hearing or seeing it. This sensitivity, rooted in the sixth sense, is often remarkably accurate, indicating that something untoward was about to transpire in the courtyard. Could it be that there truly exist supernatural forces in this world? Doubts began to creep into Yue Buqun's mind. Yet, his junior sister's condition clearly indicated that she had been excessively frightened, injuring her spirit. It is well known that martial practitioners, particularly those at Ning Zhongzi's level, possess extraordinary mental resilience. She would feel no discomfort or nausea even at the sight of executions. Thus, what could have frightened her so profoundly must be something beyond the ordinary. Very well, I shall return to the scene tomorrow. Yue Buqun resolved. The following morning, Ning Zhongzi seemed to have regained some strength. Though still somewhat listless, she no longer required assistance to eat or take her medicine. However, Yue Buqun was quite considerate, feeding her with tenderness and sharing the meal in a manner that was affectionate and intimate. Ning Zhongzi felt elated as she nestled in her husband's embrace, draping her arms around his neck like a young girl, soon becoming breathless and flushed with color. Junior sister, your health has yet to fully recover. It is best to rest a while longer. Pausing momentarily, Yue Buqun took only a cursory taste. Ning Zhongzi shot him a reproachful glance, yet obediently complied. The medicinal properties contained a calming agent, and before long, she drifted into a deep slumber once more. Yue Buqun instructed several female disciples to attend to his wife, then grasped his sword and hurried back to the small courtyard. Chapter 69. The marvelous uses of Zixia divine skill. The spring sun radiated a gentle warmth as Yue Buqun hurried along, well acquainted with the route, and soon located the small courtyard from the previous day. A breeze swept through, revealing nothing out of the ordinary, nor any unsettling chill in the air. Just as Yue Buqun prepared to leap over the wall, he noticed that the courtyard door stood ajar, and faint sounds of children playing echoed from within. Had he gone astray? His first instinct was to question his direction, uncertain as he scrutinized the surroundings. No, it was unmistakable. Even the willow tree to the left was identical, leaving no room for error. Reassuring himself in his mind, he finally anchored his coordinates. The willow bore marks of axing, and its position was precisely the same. There was no way he could be mistaken. However, if he was indeed correct, how could there be the laughter of children today, when just yesterday a multitude had perished here? Logically, if no one had discovered the courtyard's grim situation, it would have remained eerily silent. Yet, should anyone have found out, a throng of officials would surely have surrounded the area, with onlookers gathering to witness the spectacle. Yet, neither scenario seemed to hold true. Were spirits at play? A sudden chill coursed through Yue Buqun, sending a shiver down his spine. In broad daylight, under a clear sky, surely even the most formidable of apparitions could not be so audacious. Contemplating this, he executed his lightness skill, moving like a shadow, and silently leaped onto the wall. To his astonishment, where were the corpses? The wooden frame was gone, the stone table had vanished, and even the bloodstains had been completely wiped away. All that remained were several children, of various ages, joyfully engaged in a game of shuttlecock. Yue Buqun stood frozen for a moment before retreating back over the wall. Lost in thought, he basked in the sunlight for a while, yet still felt an inexplicable coldness within. How could this be? How could everything be so pristine after just one night? And were there truly people residing here? They seemed to have lived here for quite some time. But were they truly human? Doubts began to creep into Yue Buqun's mind. Once more, he ascended to the wall to observe intently. This was indeed the place. Aside from the absence of the wooden frame and stone table, The arrangements matched his memories closely. As for the children, their rosy complexions and robust vitality were evident, casting shadows beneath the sun, definitely human, not apparitions. In fact, elders and adults emerged from the house, indicating a family of 3 generations living together. Yue Buquan's mind swirled in confusion. Was yesterday's experience authentic? Had he and his junior sister truly visited this place? Had they rescued 2 children? For the first time, he found himself questioning his own experiences. After a moment of contemplation, a legend suddenly came to mind, of a scholar who, rising early to traverse mountain paths, inexplicably stumbled upon a bustling market filled with shops, pedestrians, and vendors, as if he had entered a city. Feeling hunger pangs, the scholar sought a roadside stall and ordered a bowl of noodles. As the noodles were served, he had just lifted his chopsticks, yet had not yet had the chance to taste them. At that moment, a nearby patron called out to the owner, "Boss, why do your noodles lack flavor?" In the next instant, the owner smiled and replied, "Let me enhance the freshness." With that, he removed his own head and tossed it into the soup pot. A sudden chill swept through, and Yue Buqun felt an unsettling coldness at the back of his head. Had he and his junior sister inadvertently stepped into a realm akin to a ghost market yesterday? He had long descended from the wall, sword in hand, returning while lost in thought. As for the matters concerning the small courtyard, it appeared there was little merit in delving deeper. Furthermore, pursuing it might lead to the discovery of some illogical and chaotic truths, which he instinctively wished to avoid. This was a world of martial arts. He was Yue Buqun, the leader of the Huashan Sect, where no demons or monsters roamed, only a realm that revered martial prowess. He reiterated this to himself repeatedly. However, upon returning to the Wang family estate, that coldness seemed to cling to him like a parasite, resolutely refusing to dissipate. In the study, Yue Buqun suddenly felt a heaviness in his mind, reminiscent of his junior sister's condition the previous day. Was he perhaps afflicted by some malevolent force? He realized that if this continued, he might, like his sister, succumb to fever and malaise, his spirit waning. It was said that in ancient times, individuals who suffered extreme fright could fall into a state of utter debilitation, their vitality gradually draining away until they were but a shadow of their former selves, impervious to all remedies. He and his sister alike were evidently suffering from a spiritual affliction. Taking a moment to regain his composure, Yue Buqun began to analyze the situation. If indeed there existed spirits in the world, there must also be remedies for such conditions. My Zixia divine skill is fundamentally a method of refining essence into energy and energy into spirit. I wonder if it could serve as a cure. With a spark of inspiration, he immediately acted. In the next moment, he seated himself cross-legged on the bed, initiating the circulation of his Zixia divine skill. In an instant, streams of Zixia true energy surged forth from his lower dantian, as if recognizing the anomaly within his body, and began to ascend toward the upper dantian. The upper dantian, known as the Yin Tang, is said in Taoist lore to be the abode of a person's essence, energy, and spirit. A darkened Yin Tang signifies impending misfortune, while a radiant one foretells imminent good fortune. As the Zixia true energy cleared the pathways of the upper dantian, Yue Buqun suddenly felt a wave of warmth enveloping him, as though caressed by a gentle breeze. The chill at the back of his head gradually dissipated, and in a matter of moments, he sensed an unprecedented vitality surging within him, his mind invigorated and clarity restored, banishing the tumult of anxiety and fear that had plagued him. Indeed, it proved remarkably effective. Yue Buqun felt an overwhelming joy, though there was an unfortunate revelation. The replenishment of his spiritual essence through Zixia true energy had incurred some consumption, causing a slight regression in his martial prowess. The process of refining energy into spirit, supplementing spirit with spirit, such consumption of Zixia true energy seemed but a reasonable consequence. Yue Buqun was preparing to conclude his cultivation. Although the energy expended would require time to replenish, he still possessed the North Ming divine skill, which allowed him to utilize the inner strength of others to restore his own vital energy. If necessary, he could always confront the 6 immortals of Peach Valley again next time. Just as he was contemplating this, at the very moment of concluding his practice, the purple cloud divine skill unexpectedly detected an unusual aura in the surrounding air. This essence was both unfamiliar and oddly recognizable. A thought flashed through Yue Buqun's mind, and he immediately realized that it was reminiscent of the aura found beyond the 3rd stone door on the back mountain of Mount Hua. Chapter 070. Healing Ning Zhongzhou. What manner of aura is this? Yue Buqun was taken aback. Could it be that there exists a celestial monument of the Huashan Sect's ancestor here as well? But how could one individual ascend to immortality twice? No, this aura merely bears a resemblance, It contains a semblance of that level of power, yet its essence appears fundamentally distinct. Yue Buqun sensed it briefly, but the trace was elusive, preventing any detailed analysis. Thus, he endeavored to merge this faint essence into his Zixia, true qi. In the next moment, the anticipated significant enhancement in the progress of the Zixia divine skill did not manifest. The essence dissipated within his body as swiftly as a pebble cast into the ocean, creating not even a ripple. Yue Buqun found himself bewildered. Previously, that peculiar aura from the Huashan Sect. Even a slight fusion could save months of effort in mastering the Zixia divine skill, and it could even subtly alter the literary aptitude of the sect's disciples. Yet this fragment was utterly ineffective. Could it be due to differing attributes and thus different effects? Surely it must possess some utility. Unable to fathom it, Yue Buqun attempted further, but failed to capture a second trace of the aura and decided to conclude his efforts, intending to seek it out at a later time. At this point, a light sheen of perspiration had formed on his forehead, and as was customary, he approached the basin to wash his face. However, as he washed and dried his face with a towel, he caught sight of an unusual scene in the mirror atop the basin. Gasped my skin. How it appears to be somewhat more delicate. Yue Buqun inhaled sharply. At over 40 years of age, he was at a stage of clarity. Yet years of practicing the Zixia divine skill had endowed him with profound true qi, coupled with the skill's innate properties that delay aging, rendering him with the appearance of someone merely in their early 30s. Compared to the youthful vigor of those in their 20s, he only bore a slight beard, with somewhat yellowed skin and enlarged pores, nothing more. This was the very reason behind the slander from Mu Tuozi, accusing him of illicit practices. However, now it was evident that his skin had become noticeably fairer, and his pores appeared smaller. Although still somewhat yellowed, he could not escape the visage of a 30-year-old. Yet he had undeniably ascended a shade in complexion. A martial artist, observant in the minutiae, would not be mistaken. Could it be? Could it be that the effect of this strange aura is rejuvenation? Yue Buqun's eyes widened. The reality of the situation left no room for disbelief. He had yet to comprehend the source of the aura beyond the third stone gate, and now another had emerged. Was this truly the world of laughing in the wind he was familiar with? Could it possibly be yet another hidden narrative? The immediate priority was to aid his junior sister in restoring her spirit. Yue Buqun cast aside all distractions. Upon discovering the unique effects of the Zixia divine skill, the foremost concern was undoubtedly the healing of his sister. Nothing could be more pressing than this. In the chamber, Ning Zhongze had awakened, yet her complexion remained pale, and her spirit lacked vigor. Although the physician's prescribed medicine was beneficial, it only provided temporary relief. Over time, its efficacy would wane. Senior brother, where have you gone? I have been quite worried. Ning Zhongze leaned in the embrace of Yue Buqun, tenderly caressing his face, her affection flowing like water. She had also noticeably sensed something amiss with her body. As a practitioner of martial arts, particularly one as skilled in internal energy as she, it was said that she was impervious to the elements. Even if she inadvertently caught a chill, it would only be a matter of one night. And with the aid of medicine, she would undoubtedly be restored to health. Yet now, after a night had passed and another dose of medicine taken during the day, her condition had only weakened further. Senior brother, I am sorry, Ning Zhongze suddenly uttered, tears welling in her eyes. Little sister, what troubles you? Yue Buqun, deeply pained, tightened his embrace. We have been married for so many years and have yet to bear a son. I feel I have let you down. As she spoke, tears dampened Yue Buqun's chest. He gently stroked her hair and quickly reassured her. But we have Shaner. One child is enough. If you desire another, I shall toil even more, visiting you 7 or 8 times a day, ensuring we have a robust little boy. Yue Buqun attempted to jest, but typically, at such moments, Ning Zhongze would blush profusely, leading to playful exchanges. However, today, she neither smiled nor laughed. Instead, her tears flowed more abundantly as she buried her head deeply in his embrace, shaking her head in silence despite his calls. After a considerable time, with tear-filled eyes, Ning Zhongze gazed up at him, sorrowfully asking, Senior brother, am I nearing death? What? Yue Buqun immediately panicked, questioning, why do you say such things? Ning Zhongze sobbed. I can feel something is wrong with my body. My spirit seems to be dissipating. I have heard that when one's spirit is scattered, death is inevitable, and no remedy can heal it. Now, I merely linger on, and as time passes, my body grows weaker at this point. She could hardly speak through her tears. Her thoughts consumed by her husband and daughter. She could not bear the thought of leaving them so young. Senior brother, I cannot part with you. Ning Zhongze wept earnestly. In that moment becoming nothing more than Yue Buqun's little sister and wife, displaying all her vulnerability. Little sister in this poignant scene, Yue Buqun felt a pang of distress. It was he who had brought her to that small courtyard. Had he gone alone, she would not be suffering so. How could he be so remiss? Little sister, do not utter such despairing words. This minor ailment is merely caused by a temporary imbalance. My Zixia divine skill can completely counter it. Moreover, should the worst come to pass, if you were to leave, I, Yue Buqun, would take my own life immediately, seeking eternal union with you, ensuring you are never alone. With that declaration, he moved her deeply, and thus, they locked the door, Ning Zhongzi shedding her garments, sitting nervously on the bed facing him. Yue Buqun then channeled the Zixia divine skill to its utmost, one hand resting on her lower abdomen and the other on her forehead. At that moment, the distractions of the heart were cast aside. After all, they were old partners, familiar in every way. Before long, Yue Buqun's vital energy surged forth, a violet aura continuously flowing into Ning Zhongzi's body. In a short while, Ning Zhongzi felt a gentle warmth enveloping his lower abdomen, akin to being immersed in soothing warm water. Simultaneously, Yue Buqun discerned a chilling energy clinging to Ning Zhongzi's upper dantian, a persistent presence akin to a parasite, tenacious and unyielding. This was markedly more challenging than healing oneself. Healing another was exponentially more difficult. Fortunately, Yue Buqun had attained the 5th level of his purple mist divine skill, a medium tier of energy transformation. Coupled with his boundless patience and willingness to expend his vital energy, after meticulous separation and refinement, he ultimately dispelled the lingering shadows. Ning Zhongzi felt a wave of warmth coursing through him, as if all his yang energy had returned, banishing his previous weakness and lethargy. With a deep breath, Yue Buqun withdrew his hand to rest for a moment, finally opening his eyes. In that instant, their gazes locked, smooth skin meeting fervent eyes, and the next moment, the room was awash in a vibrant springtime radiance. Outside, the sun shone brightly, heralding yet another magnificent day. Chapter 071. The Nameless Spiritual Herb. 3 days later, outside the city of Luoyang, Ning Zhongzi had nearly fully recovered, allowing Yue Buqun to shift his focus towards the peculiar aura he sought. Through relentless effort over the past few days, he spared no detail, and at last, his diligence bore fruit as he detected another trace of the strange energy. Good. By the side of a towering tree, Yue Buqun opened his eyes. The ability to sense it once more indicated that he was on the right path. Previously, during his time at Mount Hua, he had spent over half a month, even a full month, searching for that elusive energy, only to later uncover hidden cliffs and stone doors. Yet now, mere days had yielded results. One could only wonder whether the opportunity at Mount Hua was simply too deeply concealed, or if the fortunes here were too readily apparent. Onward he pressed. With the full force of his Zixia divine skill, he executed his lightness skill, pursuing the lead with renewed vigor as he continued to discern the direction of his quest. Meanwhile, in a secluded village nestled within the hills, 3 figures cloaked in black and adorned with metallic masks hurried along. One among them grasped a golden compass, which appeared to have been stained with a viscous red liquid. Unperturbed, he held it tightly, occasionally glancing at the wavering needle, prompting the trio to adjust their course accordingly. To an untrained eye, they might seem to be searching for a tomb. Luoyang has long been regarded as a sacred resting place, famously encapsulated in the saying, born in Su and Hang, buried in Beimeng. The Beimeng mountain lies within Luoyang, where countless imperial tombs have been interred throughout history, with the burials of dignitaries and nobles being innumerable. Thus, a culture of tomb raiding has persisted since ancient times, often defying prohibition. The renowned Luoyang shovel was invented here. Although the village was sparsely populated, occasional laborers passed by, seemingly accustomed to the sight of such figures, choosing to ignore them entirely as they hurried home with their tools in hand. As they rushed, one mused, "These 3 must be fools. There are no tombs here. Just grab a hammer." One of the masked figures furrowed his brow, his hand instinctively reaching for the blade at his waist. However, another masked companion restrained him, suppressing the urge to draw his weapon for silencing purposes, and in a deep voice cautioned, "Do not complicate matters. These villagers are merely common folk. Adhering to their own survival instincts, they are unlikely to report us, even if given the courage to do so." Undeterred, the trio continued their pursuit, following the compass's guidance. After some time, they arrived at a hillside. At that moment, the compass needle abruptly paused, then began to spin in circles. The 3 exchanged glances, their spirits lifted. "It must be nearby," cackled the one holding the compass, his laughter carrying an eerie quality, reminiscent of a bear clawing at an iron gate, inflicting a subtle psychological disturbance. "We waited for 3 full years, and finally, the moment has arrived." The figure in black, shrouded in mystery with an iron mask, concealed his expression, yet his frantic movements hinted at a certain degree of hysteria. With a command, he directed 3 individuals to disperse and search. However, none could ascertain what precisely they were seeking. This marked the 5th trace of energy detected, merely a quarter of an hour since the last. In a secluded valley, Yue Buqun's face radiated joy. It was evident that they were drawing closer. And the answer was on the brink of revelation. What could it be? Spirit stones? Jades? A millennium-old Hishowu? A 1,000-year-old Zhugua? A 10,000-year-old ginseng? Yue Buqun chuckled at his own folly. Such treasures were unlikely to exist here. Yet, this aura could assist in the rejuvenation of youth, at the very least. It might serve to enhance one's complexion, perhaps even a precious jade buried beneath the earth. According to ancient lore, jades possess the ability to nourish the body. Prolonged contact with jade could lead to skin that is fair and delicate, gradually smoothing out wrinkles, delaying aging, and even extending one's lifespan. Legends spoke of those who became immortal by consuming jade, seemingly not without merit. After searching for a while longer, Yue Buqun's gaze was suddenly drawn to a flourishing depression ahead. This pit was peculiar, containing a shallow layer of water, densely populated with wildflowers. These blossoms were notably robust, towering over their counterparts in the surrounding area. Even within the same species, the flowers inside the pit appeared significantly larger than those outside. Such a stark contrast hinted at hidden secrets. Could it be that the answer lay buried within the soil at the bottom of this pit? However, he found himself without any tools for excavation. What could he do? Yue Buqun pondered, dismissing the thought of using his Zing's sword for such a task. How long would it take to dig such a large hole? Suddenly, Yue Buqun's instincts kicked in. Amidst the floral chaos, that strange aura emanated once more. It was right on the surface, within the blossoms. He jolted awake, realizing he had been blinded by his own perceptions. Resolutely, he leaped into the pit, disregarding the mud that clung to his feet, soaking his shoes. He began to carefully sift through the flowers in search. As he diligently excavated, the hem of his robe and sleeves became drenched in water and mud, hindering his movements. What could it possibly be? Excitement coursed through him. This discovery must surely be linked to the enigmatic object behind the 3rd stone gate of the back mountain of Mount Hua. If he could unravel this mystery, it might lead him to the very truths of this world. Then, in an instant, Yue Buqun's expression shifted as he spotted something in the disturbed flowers, a nondescript blade of grass swaying gently in the breeze. Atop this humble grass grew a fruit the size of a peanut, resembling a pearl yet imbued with a rich pink hue, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to pulse with a vibrant energy. Utilizing his Zixia divine skill, he captured a trace of this essence. Indeed, this was the very object he had tirelessly sought, disregarding his own image. However, what in the world could it be? So diminutive, yet capable of transmitting its aura all the way to the city of Luoyang. Was it a spirit herb? An immortal fruit? Yue Buqun could hardly fathom the situation, for in the realm of myths and legends, spiritual herbs and celestial fruits had never manifested in such a manner. Was it possible that beneath the ground lay a vein of minerals? Or perhaps this location was a site of auspicious feng shui that had given rise to this enigmatic entity? Yue Buqun racked his brains in an attempt to rationalize the phenomenon within a reasonable framework. Ultimately, he decided to pluck it first and ponder its nature later. Regardless of what it was, it undoubtedly possessed value. To avoid unnecessary complications and prolonged uncertainties, it would be prudent to secure it in his grasp before further investigation. However, just as Yue Buqun was about to bend down to harvest it, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A piercing sound sliced through the air, accompanied by the urgent voice of a woman calling out, "Stop!" Chapter 072. Psychological Assault Stop? Nonsense. Yue Buqun sneered, fully aware that in such critical moments, one must not lose composure. The woman was evidently still at a distance, clearly able to observe his every move, yet despite her utmost effort, she could not reach him in time to intervene, hence her desperate cry. At this juncture, the rhythm must remain unaltered. Yue Buqun, undeterred, bent down and plucked the small fruit. Upon grasping it, he realized it bore no resemblance to mere berries. Rather, it felt akin to jade or gold, weighty and astonishingly hard to the touch. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes and gathered it from the grass himself, he might have mistaken it for a precious gem. Then, he observed the little plant lose its support, as if it had exhausted its final vestige of essence, rapidly turning black and withering away, eventually reduced to ashes. "Stop, thief!" The woman's voice was laced with fury, akin to a shriek, yet her youthful tone resembled that of a golden oriole, not unpleasant, but rather melodious. Although Yue Buqun was taken aback by the transformation of the flora before him, his focus was on the imminent threat, This was not the time for contemplation. In the next instant, Yue Buqun pivoted. His footfall heavy as he summoned his strength and leaped out of the small puddle, landing beside the pit's edge. There, he finally discerned the newcomer. She was a petite girl clad in tight-fitting attire, adorned with a conical hat and veiled in white gauze, her features obscured. Yet an undeniable air of valor emanated from her. He could not help but think she was likely a striking beauty. Return what you have stolen. The girl stood on the opposite side of the pit, extending her hand in demand, as if it were her inherent right to reclaim the item. Yue Buqun chuckled, bemused by her audacity. She presumed she could take his fortune without question. Little girl, did your parents not teach you that one should ask for things politely? How dare you? The girl, unyielding and unreasonable, withdrew a whip from her waist and lunged at Yue Buqun without hesitation. Such a headstrong little girl, Yue Buqun mused. Feeling confident in his status and unwilling to exploit his advantage against her, he deftly retreated a few steps, evading her strike. To his surprise, where the whip landed, the stone beneath him split in two, shards flying, a demonstration of lethal intent. Once more, surrender it, and I shall spare your life. The girl, emboldened by her perceived superiority, held her head high, looking down upon Yue Buqun. Ha ha ha! Yue Buqun suddenly erupted in laughter, realizing that this novice was unafraid of danger, daring to flaunt her limited skills before a master. It appeared he had been too lenient, overly compassionate. I'll make you stop laughing. The girl swung her whip again, launching another assault. Yue Buqun maneuvered skillfully, dodging her strikes. Her whip techniques were undoubtedly refined, likely a renowned skill in the martial world. With each attack executed at an exceptionally cunning angle, aimed at his vital points, Yue Buqun let out a cold snort, ceasing to evade and instead meeting his opponent with an open palm. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows for several dozen moves, surprisingly managing to counter each other. After a while, Yue Buqun gained clarity in his mind. This young lady seemed to possess the level of a postnatal completion, yet when paired with her whip technique, even a skilled practitioner in the early stages of innate ability would find it difficult to gain the upper hand in a true battle. At such a tender age, her remarkable prowess was astonishing. One could not help but wonder where such a formidable talent emerged from. A grave expression crossed Yue Buqun's face at her age and skill. It was utterly inconceivable that she had not received training from a master. It was not far-fetched to speculate that a powerful mentor stood behind her. Such individuals must never be killed. Otherwise, should the young perish, the old would soon follow, leading to endless troubles for the Huashan Sect. Damn it. Next time I'll disguise myself as well. Yue Buqun learned from his lesson, yet this time it was too late. No more fighting. Seizing the opportunity, he drew the Ziying sword, and with a single slash, severed the whip in the girl's hand, rendering even its iron tip utterly useless. The girl, seeing the remnants of her weapon, seethed with rage and unexpectedly drew a dagger from her waist, launching a surprise attack aimed at Yue Buqun's throat. Scoundrel! Yue Buqun fumed. He had intended to halt the conflict after severing the whip, but this impetuous girl refused to relent, initiating a sneak attack. How could he tolerate such insolence? In the next moment, invoking the Zixia divine skill, Yue Buqun unleashed his full power, striking the girl squarely in the chest. She spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, dyeing the white veil atop her hat a vivid crimson. Are we still fighting? Yue Buqun advanced, pressing his sword against her throat. Though defeated, the girl maintained her defiance, glaring at him in silence. Suddenly, a series of eerie chuckles filled the air, as three figures clad in black and wearing metallic masks appeared seemingly from nowhere. They formed a triangular formation, subtly encircling Yue Buqun and the girl within. To his astonishment, two had already taken the lead. One of the masked individuals spoke, holding a golden compass in hand, his voice an abominable rasp that sent shivers through the spirit, reminiscent of a hellish specter come to claim a life. The compass? Yue Buqun's heart raced with recognition. It was strikingly familiar. Hadn't he, the despicable Elder Su of the Beggars Sect, placed an identical compass on the stone table the day he traced them to the courtyard? Could these individuals be linked to Elder Su? However, this compass bore clear signs of having been drenched in blood. Had they already made sacrifices of innocent lives? A wave of revulsion washed over Yue Buqun. Hand it over, and you shall be left with complete corpses. The figure continued, regarding Yue Buqun and the girl as if they were mere ants, easily crushed at a whim. From where do you cultists hail? Yue Buqun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The bloodshed was excessive. They could easily be labeled as demons, much like the Sun and Moon sect, which the martial world referred to as a demonic cult. However, this is merely a clash of differing political views, a battle between factions of righteousness and wickedness, ultimately a contest of victors and vanquished. engaging in such barbaric human sacrifices. However, transcends this. It is the hallmark of a sinister cult. When confronted with such malevolence, all must unite to eradicate it. Enough of this trivial discourse. The figure cloaked in black let out a chilling snort, suddenly releasing a raucous laugh that echoed through the valley. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the valley reverberated with sound, as if every corner was filled with echoes, startling the birds into flight, only for them to plummet back to the ground. In the very center, Yue Buqun and the young woman on the ground were the most severely affected. This is terrible, a sonic attack. Yue Buqun exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 073. Yue Buqun's confrontation with the man in black in the realm of martial arts. The use of sound waves as a means of attack is known to be limited to the lion's roar technique of the Shaolin Temple. This method, steeped in Buddhist orthodoxy, is a profound and sacred sound intended to dispel demonic obstacles and counteract the malevolent practitioners of the dark arts. However, the laughter emanating from the man in black stands in stark contrast to the lion's roar, embodying the most insidious of demonic sounds, tormenting the spirit and unsettling the mind. An ordinary individual subjected to his howling could easily succumb to madness or become mentally incapacitated. Yue Buqun, mindful of the gravity of the situation, swiftly invoked the Zixia divine skill to shield himself, channeling his vital energy into his ears. In an instant, the malevolent sound lost its potency, rendering it ineffective against him. Yet, the young woman beside him suffered greatly, having already expended considerable internal force in their earlier sparring, and after receiving a blow from Yue Buqun, she found herself utterly depleted and weakened. She attempted to gather her energy, but her injuries, compounded by the tormenting sound, thwarted her efforts. The more she struggled to harness her inner strength, the more anxious she became, and her growing panic only intensified the impact of the demonic sound. Before long, the young woman appeared dazed, clutching her head in a futile attempt to escape the torment, yet her suffering only deepened, her head throbbing with agony. She could not be allowed to perish. A thought struck Yue Buqun. Despite their previous adversarial relationship, the emergence of the three men in black had forged a temporary alliance between him and the young woman. With this in mind, he placed his hand firmly on her shoulder. Instantly, a surge of robust internal energy coursed through his palm, providing her with the stability she desperately needed. The young woman, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not resist. Instead, she seized the opportunity to finally summon her internal power. With Yue Buqun's Zixia divine skill as support, she managed to stabilize herself, rendering the demonic sound's effects negligible after a single cycle of breath. Oh, there are indeed formidable beings here. The man in black, wielding a compass, ceased his mournful laughter and regarded Yue Buqun with keen interest. It is rare to encounter a young, innate master such as yourself in this world. Young? Yue Buqun instinctively touched the two tufts of hair above his lip, pondering the irony of being labeled as such. The man in black continued, his tone shifting, yet, even innate masters must meet their end. Haraha. Enough of this prattle. The young woman, rejuvenated by Yue Buqun's vital force, sprang into action without hesitation, launching an iron dart, a concealed weapon, at her adversary. However, the man in black remained unfazed, casually brushing the dart aside with his sleeve, sending it ricocheting away as if it had struck a steel barrier. You shall die first, the man in black growled, seemingly irked. As a plume of black smoke erupted from his compass, coalescing ominously, a sense of foreboding washed over Yue Buqun, for with the rise of that black smoke, he suddenly felt an inexplicable agitation, reminiscent of the unsettling experience he had in the courtyard days prior. This was an exceedingly perilous omen. Meanwhile, the young woman beside him noticed the peculiarities and became increasingly uneasy. Determined to intervene, she retained her proud demeanor and commanded Yue Buqun directly. Yue Buqun, undeterred by her tone, required no further urging. With a flick of his wrist, the blade of his sword shimmered, and the essence of Zixia enveloped the Xing's sword. A fierce sword chi was unleashed, aimed squarely at the compass held by the cloaked figure. However, the other two cloaked individuals were not to be underestimated. One swiftly evaded, drawing his long sword to parry Yue Buqun's attack. Though he successfully blocked the strike, the force sent him staggering back several paces, blood spurting from his mouth, indicating he had sustained internal injuries. It appeared he was merely a fade of strength. With newfound confidence, Yue Buqun understood that fear often accompanies the unknown. Yet once the adversary's true nature is revealed, their pretenses crumble. He unleashed a flurry of swordlight, showcasing his prized technique, the Taiyue Sanqing sword. While this swordplay possessed a certain potency in the hands of Ling Hu Chong, in Yue Buqun's grasp, it transformed into something far more formidable. The cloaked swordsman found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. In a desperate attempt, he raised his sword only to have it severed by the Zing's sword. Before he could mount a counterattack, Yue Buqun decisively pierced his chest, sending him to his demise. With such a meager cultivation level, how dare he play the part of a formidable foe? Yue Buqun scoffed. Turning his gaze, he saw the other cloaked figure engaged in a struggle with the young woman, who, despite her injuries, held the upper hand, likely to eliminate him within the span of a mere incense stick. That left only the one wielding the compass. Cunning and deceptive, with no allies to shield him from Yue Buqun's blade, he activated his profound skills and leaped forward, thrusting his sword with a technique from the Dugu 9 swords, employing its ultimate move. This strike could dismantle any weapon in existence. Yue Buqun was resolute. Even if the compass was some bizarre artifact, it could not evade this attack. To his surprise, the cloaked man remained unfazed, even in the face of his companion's demise. Calmly, he extended 2 fingers and lightly tapped the swirling black smoke of the golden compass. Instantly, the smoke seemed to awaken, transforming into 2 slender lines resembling black serpents, darting towards Yue Buqun's face. What the devil is this? This has transcended the realm of martial arts. Yue Buqun's expression grew grave as he contemplated the deeper implications. Yet, his technique did not falter. He adapted swiftly, weaving a floral pattern with his sword, slicing through the 2 black wisps into several segments. Just as he thought to breathe a sigh of relief, the smoke did not dissipate. Instead, it reformed with even greater speed, coiling around the Zing's sword. Before he could react, the 2 black lines surged along the blade toward the hilt. At this moment, confronted with these extraordinary phenomena, an ordinary person would have abandoned their sword. However, Yue Buqun chose to confront it head-on. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of purple energy enveloped him, particularly surrounding the hand that wielded the sword. This rich violet aura extended to the blade, creating an immediate standoff with the 2 ominous black energies. Upon this contact, Yue Buqun was abruptly struck by a bone-chilling coldness, not the result of a drop in temperature, but rather an eerie chill, akin to wandering alone through a graveyard in the dead of night, evoking a profound psychological discomfort. Concurrently, he was assailed by the stench of blood, as a pungent aroma reminiscent of fermented plasma filled his nostrils. Chapter 074, Mutual Destruction or Illusion. Yue Buqun suppressed his nausea with great effort, holding his breath and concentrating, fully exerting the 5th level of the Zixia divine art. The black smoke indeed began to falter, retreating in successive waves, seemingly on the verge of being forced out of its sword form. However, before Yue Buqun could relax, the pressure suddenly diminished. The black smoke appeared to shatter, transforming into tiny black dots, resembling stars falling like rain, most of which adhered directly to Yue Buqun's vital energy. A small portion dispersed with the wind, suddenly racing towards the girl beside him. "Be careful," Yue Buqun exclaimed in alarm, urgently warning her. Yet, it was too late. The black dots were formless, silent, and elusive, leaving no means of evasion. "What?" The girl kicked away the black-clad assailant she was grappling with and turned to Yue Buqun, her voice filled with inquiry. They were engaged in one-on-one combat, devoid of any outside interference, nor were there any sounds of hidden weapons or energy assaults. Why was he cautioning her? Caution against what? But in the next moment, those black dots lunged at the girl's chest and swiftly vanished. The girl intended to speak further, but was suddenly seized by a profound heaviness in her chest, a wave of dizziness and nausea flooding her mind. With a stumble, she fell to the ground, her movements betraying a growing fear as she pushed against the air in front of her, her body inexplicably retreating. Her incoherent mutterings were laced with tremors, as if she were undergoing some unspeakable horror. What on earth is this? Yue Buqun recognized that the girl's current state mirrored that of Ning Zhongza's from that day. Yet, while Ning Zhongza had merely experienced an initial shock with minimal harm, this girl was evidently ensnared in a vast illusion woven from deep fear. Poison? Narcotic? Countless thoughts flashed through Yue Buqun's mind. In the martial world, plants like the datura flower and 7-colored heartbreaking grass could induce illusions, and these toxic herbs were largely unsolvable. However, before he could contemplate further, the black dots clinging to his vital energy began to flow along his breath into his body. In the next instant, Yue Buqun felt a dizzying sensation, a chilling wave surging from his feet straight to the crown of his head, causing his entire body to shudder involuntarily. As his vision darkened, when it returned, he found himself in a scene far removed from the mountain hollow, devoid of flowers and grasses. Instead, he was surrounded by a landscape of corpses and blood, with streams of gore flowing like rivers, and piles of severed heads forming hills. while wild dogs with bloodshot eyes feasted upon the remains. Suddenly, within a pit of coagulated blood, there was a violent tremor, as if some grotesque horror were about to emerge from the depths. It's all an illusion. Just as the blood began to boil, Yue Buqun, with his formidable willpower, let out a thunderous roar. Zixia divine art, refining qi into spirit, purifying perception through essence. With a thunderous roar, the illusion before him shattered, returning him to the familiar mountain hollow, where he once again beheld the beloved flora and inhaled the fragrant aroma of grass. However, a knife now lay before him, glinting coldly and razor-sharp, poised to cleave him in twain. Seeking death, Yue Buqun seethed with fury, simultaneously employing his Zixia divine skill to suppress the rebellious dark spots that threatened to ensnare him in the illusion once more. With one hand freed, he unleashed a palm strike, his true energy surging forth, sending the knife-wielding figure in black tumbling through the air, nearly meeting a fatal end. Oh, you can indeed suppress my heavenly net smoke and extricate yourself from the illusion. You are truly a formidable character. Not far off, the black-clad individual holding a compass expressed surprise. As for the companion, nearly beaten to death beside him, he did not spare a glance. My true energy has been excessively drained. Currently, the Zixia divine skill can only provide temporary suppression. I must seek a tranquil place to recuperate. Otherwise, should the illusion reignite, I would be as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block. Yue Buqun's thoughts raced, casting one last look at the black-clad figure with the compass. He contemplated delivering a parting blow, but the circumstances did not permit it. If that person were indeed a master, any further entanglement would likely thwart his escape. Let it be. I shall return and diligently refine my Zixia divine skill. One day, I will reclaim this honor, Yue Buqun mused inwardly. Moreover, this cannot be regarded as a loss. I have obtained that fruit resembling a spiritual treasure. And with two of the three black-clad individuals incapacitated, one dead and another gravely injured, and the precious heavenly net smoke, which is undoubtedly rare, has been diminished by my hand. In summation, I have gained significantly while they have suffered greatly. With that thought, Yue Buqun hesitated no longer. He sheathed his sword, scooped up the fallen girl beside him, and, employing his lightness skill, vanished without a trace in an instant. Under normal circumstances, one should not flee with a companion. However, he still had the strength to aid his fellow warrior. After all, his moniker was the gentleman's sword. In the mountain hollow, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the flowers and grasses to sway delicately. The black-clad figure with the compass stood silently, showing no inclination to pursue. Moments later, he suddenly coughed blood, clutching his chest and kneeling on the ground. Master Envoy, the other black-clad individual, who had been kicked and subsequently struck by Yue Buqun, appeared like an indomitable cockroach, hastening to support him despite his grievous wounds. These two heavenly net smokes cost me countless precious materials and a decade of toil to refine. To see them so easily destroyed, he coughed, blood splattering forth again, whether from grief or another reason remained uncertain. Master Envoy, shall we pursue? What of the spiritual herb? The other black-clad figure inquired cautiously. This individual has been struck by my heavenly net smoke. He is doomed to perish eventually. There is no need to chase him. As for this spirit herb, it is merely the jade face ice skin grass, of little significance, if lost. It is of no consequence, and I shall provide my own explanations. The man in black, holding a compass, rose to his feet, regaining his frigid demeanor. At the same time, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his bosom, carefully wrapped in layers, and handed it to the black-clad figure beside him. The individual understood the unspoken command, approached the lifeless body of his comrade, cast a reluctant glance, removed the cork from the vial, and evenly poured the liquid over the corpse. In an instant, a hissing sound echoed as the body, along with its garments and metallic mask, was swiftly consumed until not a trace remained. All that was left on the ground was a puddle of clear water. Chapter 075. Healing the young lady in a secluded valley, where willows danced and grasses flourished, a myriad of wildflowers adorned the landscape, their fragrance wafting through the air with every gentle breeze. A meandering brook flowed within the valley, its crystal-clear waters occasionally revealing the playful dance of small fish, seemingly gliding effortlessly in the transparent depths. Nestled by the brook was a naturally formed cave, spacious enough to accommodate dozens, enveloped in a serene and shadowy ambience. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by the arrival of two figures, shattering the stillness. These two were none other than Yue Buqun and the injured young lady. In their hurried flight, Yue Buqun, intent on shielding the young lady from further psychological distress, had employed a technique to induce a deep slumber. leaving her in a state of unconsciousness. This place is perfect. We shall remain here, Yue Buqun thought, his pace brisk as he wrestled with the overwhelming visions plaguing his mind. Exhausted from their frantic journey, he was relieved to find this sanctuary and had no desire to leave. Approaching the cave, he discovered it to be surprisingly spacious, with only a hint of dampness to mar its otherwise impeccable condition. Considering the exertion of their flight, he was confident that no pursuers would catch up with them now. After a moment's contemplation, he cleared a dry patch of ground to lay the young lady down, then settled beside her in a meditative posture. Though his lightness of foot could scarcely rival that of Chu Liuxiang, he prided himself on being above average among his peers, and he was certain he had eluded their pursuers. With a deep exhale, he summoned his inner strength to circulate the Zixia divine art. The remnants of darkness that had clung to him after the collapse of the celestial barrier were significant, with the young lady bearing only a fraction of the burden. Yet her injuries were grave. It seems my Zixia divine art possesses the ability to counteract these malevolent forces, Yue Buqun mused. The notion of counteraction differed fundamentally from mere suppression. Suppression was akin to overwhelming force, while counteraction resembled a natural law. Much like the innate fear that animals have of tigers, where even a mere scent can repel wolves from miles away. In the following moment, Yue Buqun closed his eyes. Attuning himself to the flow of his vital energy, he observed the shattered remnants, akin to impurities or dust in clear water, striving to corrupt his essence. Yet, the purity of Zixia energy remained untainted. Initially, these dark particles adhered to his energy, but as his vitality surged, they began to settle within. It was as if stone powder had been added to a cup of tea, and over time, the two components separated, becoming distinctly defined. During their escape, Yue Buqun had sensed this transformation, and upon closer inspection, it proved true. Resolutely, he began to cleanse the coalesced dark particles with his vital energy, attempting to expel them through his pores. This technique bore fruit, and soon a cloud of gray smoke emanated from his fingertips, carrying with it a palpable sense of decay. A gentle breeze wafted into the cave, dispersing the gray smoke into nothingness. Yue Buqun kept his eyes closed, continuing to regulate his breathing. After circulating the Zixia divine skill for a complete cycle, his spirit finally returned to a state of peak vitality. All is well. Yue Buqun smiled as he rose to his feet, stretching his limbs without a hint of stiffness or delay. The illusions that had threatened to erupt in his mind vanished along with the dissipating dark spots. Now, it was time to attend to the young woman beside him. However, he knew better than to rush. Saving another was not the same as saving oneself, and it required thorough preparation. Moreover, the harm inflicted by the illusions primarily occurred in that fleeting moment of impact. Once the soul was injured, it would languish in a state of perpetual fear and anxiety, often haunted by phantoms, leading to gradual emaciation, a withered appearance, and ultimately, a journey to the realm of the dead. After succumbing to the attack, there was no need for excessive worry. If healing was possible, it would be achieved, and if not, then it simply could not be. Yue Buqun stepped out of the cave and soon gathered some decayed twigs. Having roamed the martial world for years, he always carried fire starters with him. He tore a few strips from the hem of his long robe to kindle the fire. Moments later, flames leapt up, dispelling the darkness and dampness within the cave. He then washed the mud-soiled shoes and socks, along with the long robe that had been sullied, in the nearby stream, placing them beside the fire to dry. His robe even turned to shield the cave's entrance. With everything prepared, Yue Buqun returned to the young woman's side. What to do? He gazed at the unconscious girl, feeling a faint blush rising to his cheeks. His previous actions were not merely a means of stalling. Rather, they reflected his inner turmoil, requiring time for careful contemplation and weighing of choices. To save a life is, after all, a deed of immense merit. Yet, saving someone is not as simple as mere words. The girl's condition bore a striking resemblance to that of Ning Zhong's, albeit far more severe. To administer aid, he would need to channel his Zixia divine skill into her. It was not that Yue Buqun was unwilling to part with his vital energy, but the process of doing so entailed certain complexities. This was particularly sensitive, given that they were merely strangers, separated by age, making the situation somewhat awkward. When he had treated Ning Zhongza, it had necessitated the removal of clothing, as the healing would be ineffective otherwise, being an old couple. There was no issue in that regard. As for this young woman, of course, if he were to heal a man, there would be no need for disrobing, as their physical constitutions differ. Yet, alas, she was a woman. To save or not to save, Yue Buqun found himself unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Suddenly, just as he lingered in his hesitation, the girl on the ground turned over, her form twisting as she let out an unconscious scream. She must have been dreaming of something terrifying, the dark spots still continuing to torment her soul. Yue Buqun, oh Yue Buqun, as the leader of a sect. How can you be so indecisive? Can you truly not comprehend such trivial societal prejudices? You are here to save a life, not to seek personal gain. As long as your conscience is clear, your actions, regardless of their nature, will be honorable. With a fierce resolve, Yue Buqun chastised himself, finally overcoming the psychological barrier that had constrained him. My dear lady, though we are strangers, we have fought side by side. Now, in your time of severe injury, your life is in jeopardy if not treated. You, am left with no choice but to act, even if it may seem presumptuous. With that, Yue Buqun bent down to remove the young woman's hat. Instantly, a delicate and exquisite visage appeared before his eyes. Chapter 76. Honest interaction. What a beautiful face. Yue Buqun marveled inwardly. Her beauty surpassed even that of Ning Zhongzi in her youth. Slapping himself, he reprimanded. What folly is this, thinking such disordered thoughts at this moment? He then cautiously supported the young woman's body, arranging her into a seated position with her legs crossed. Next came the most critical step, unfastening her clothing. Yue Buqun's hands trembled slightly as he willed himself to remain composed, addressing the still unconscious young woman. Miss, my moniker is the gentleman's sword. Throughout my life, I have always championed the weak against the strong, acted with valor, and conducted myself in accordance with the noble virtues of ancient gentlemen, never straying from the path of righteousness. With that, he unbuttoned the outer garment of the young woman. It was a white, embroidered Suha round-neck shirt, adorned with a golden floral pattern at the cuffs and collar, clearly a garment of considerable worth. He carefully removed it and placed it behind her. Next was the inner garment, which was secured not by buttons but by several silk ribbons. With ease, Yue Buqun loosened the ribbons and gently pulled down, allowing the garment to slide off her delicate, lotus-like arms. Now only her undergarment remained. In ancient times, women's undergarments were primarily in the form of a bellyband. Much like those worn by Ning Zhongzi, they were typically white silk, often embroidered with lotus or plum blossom patterns, or even left plain. Yue Buqun had long since become accustomed to such sights. However, this young woman's undergarment was a vivid red, embroidered with a large peony, so strikingly bright that it momentarily dazzled Yue Buqun, causing his mind to whirl and his breath to catch. He forcefully suppressed any inappropriate thoughts, reminding himself, I am the gentleman's sword. I am here to save a life, and I am guiltless. Closing his eyes, he repeatedly recited these words in his mind, striving to convince himself. Yet, fleeting images of her voluptuous form continued to disrupt his meditation. What does size matter? In the end, they are but ephemeral beauties. I, Yue Buqun, am a paragon of virtue, upright in my actions. Resolving himself, he opened his eyes and began to unfasten the young woman's undergarment. The undergarment had two ties, one at the back of her neck and one on her back. As Yue Buqun first untied the necktie, the positioning forced them to face each other, making it feel as though he was cradling her head, an undeniably awkward situation. He contemplated closing his eyes again, but feared that doing so might lead to unintentional contact with inappropriate areas, which would be even more embarrassing. After unfastening the necktie, he turned his attention to the one on her back. To his surprise, as he loosened it, the upper part of the undergarment slipped down, revealing a portion of her figure. Yue Buqun's face flushed crimson, yet he steeled himself to continue. However, due to the ample nature of her form, his first attempt to reach the tie was unsuccessful. Reluctantly, in order to avoid any unintended contact, he turned sideways to untie it, finally managing to do so. As the undergarment fell away, Yue Buqun found himself enveloped in a haze of bewilderment. Do not listen to indecency, do not gaze upon it, Yue Buqun admonished himself. In truth, this garment did not necessarily require complete removal. However, the dark spot had seeped into the young woman's chest, and thus, he had no choice but to address it from that point. With the upper garment dealt with, it was time to attend to the lower one. Fortunately, exposing only the lower dantian, which corresponds to the lower abdomen, would suffice. There was still some distance to cover, and there was no need for complete disrobing. Yue Buqun attempted to pull down the fabric at her lower half slightly. In this era, trousers lacked elasticity, merely secured by a belt. When he tugged, he found it surprisingly resistant. Reluctantly, he first unfastened the belt, then gently pulled it down enough to reveal her flat abdomen. At last, everything was in order. Yue Buqun was now drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Though this task seemed minor, it was an immense spiritual trial, a journey of the heart, not much less taxing than engaging in battle. Pardon me, young lady. Yue Buqun collected his thoughts, placing one hand on her abdomen and the other on her chest. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, Although he knew he should not let his thoughts wander, the contact stirred his imagination. I am a man of virtue. I am merely saving her. He scolded himself again, daring not to dwell on such thoughts, and immediately began to channel the Zixia divine skill. In an instant, a surge of purple energy enveloped him, the Zixia true energy flowing through his palms into the young woman's body. Though she was unconscious, she could not help but moan softly, as if a warm coat had suddenly appeared in the cold winter snow, bringing immediate comfort. Yue Buqun carefully felt his way through, using the Zixia true energy to trace the dark spots embedded within her. After a moment of searching, a smile broke on his face. He had found them. The dark spots had congregated in the left side of her chest, gradually migrating upwards. If left unchecked, in a few days they would reach her head, resulting in madness, or at best, a dissociative state. However, now that he had located them, he knew what to do. Yue Buqun intensified the output of his true energy, allowing the Zixia essence to permeate her meridians, ensnaring the dark spots, which soon lost their vitality. Fortunately, there were not many of these dark spots. Otherwise, it would have required considerable effort. Yue Buqun felt a sense of relief. Then, as he stirred the Zixia true energy, the dark spots promptly dissipated, transforming into wisps of gray smoke that floated away from her skin. With newfound determination, he shifted his hand from her chest to her forehead, channeling the Zixia true energy to restore her damaged spirit. However, as he moved his arm, he did so with his eyes closed, inadvertently brushing against something inappropriate. The young woman murmured in her sleep, causing Yue Buqun to momentarily lose focus. He quickly steadied himself, resisting any distractions, and continued to channel his true energy. After a while, the young woman's eyelids began to flutter gently, and her fingers twitched slightly, a sign of awakening. How delightful! Yue Buqun felt a surge of joy within and prepared to withdraw his energy. In the depths of the young woman's mind, it seemed she had experienced an extensive dream, first encountering fierce demons and a sea of corpses and blood, only to suddenly behold a great purple hand descending from the heavens, instantly suppressing all malevolence. Subsequently, this immense hand transformed into gentle rain, cascading over her, bringing warmth, particularly to her lower abdomen and the nape of her neck. In the next moment, the young woman opened her eyes and immediately beheld Yue Buqun, who had just retracted his hands. It was then that she realized her upper garments were missing. Chapter 077. I am truly a gentleman. A piercing scream rent the air, causing Yue Buqun to feel as though his eardrums might shatter. Fortunately, they were in a cave, rather than a conventional dwelling, or the roof would have surely been blown off. You, Lecher, I shall kill you. The young woman's face was a tempest of fury, her demeanor as cold as ice. She was seething with shame and anger, yet, lacking a weapon, could only unleash a palm strike filled with resentment. Bang! Yue Buqun, having expended much of his vital energy, was caught in a moment of vulnerability. His old strength had waned and new power had yet to arise. He was utterly unprepared for such an eventuality and was struck squarely. How can you repay kindness with enmity, young lady? He exclaimed, rolling backward in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, nearly colliding with the fire. His appearance was rather pitiful. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an image imprinted itself upon his mind, one of the young woman's exaggerated movements, which he could not erase from his memory. Lecher, the young woman noticed Yue Buqun's silent contemplation, evidently recalling something that ignited her fury further. Enraged and embarrassed, she disregarded any need for modesty, hastily retrieving a weapon from her garments and preparing to strike. However, when Yue Buqun had tended to her wounds earlier, he had loosened her belt due to the constricting nature of her attire. Now, as she stood, the loosened belt caused her lower garments to she cried out, her voice rising even higher. The distinction between the upper and lower regions of a woman's attire, while perhaps less significant in the ancient context regarding chastity, remained nonetheless critical. For those of the martial world, if one were to kill merely in the upper regions, there still remained a semblance of honor. Yet, if the lower regions were compromised, the situation became dire. Scoundrel, what have you done to me? Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes swollen like ripe apricots. As she sobbed uncontrollably, amidst her weeping, she inspected her clothing for any traces of blood, moving uncertainly to ascertain if she had sustained any injuries. Please do not cry. I truly did nothing. Yue Buqun, disregarding his own injuries, hastily gestured in explanation. Ultimately, the matter was one of the young woman's misfortune. Despite his intentions being noble, he had undeniably taken advantage of her, whether intentionally or not. Moreover, he was barefoot, with his outer garments drying by the fire, clad only in his inner shirt, Who would believe him if he claimed innocence? The young woman, consumed by her distress, paid no heed to her own appearance or thoughts of vengeance, squatting down to meticulously inspect herself, for her honor was paramount. Yue Buqun, striving to avoid further misunderstanding, dared not approach. He found himself in a quandary, unable to move forward or retreat, and could only watch with open eyes. After a moment of examination, her tears gradually subsided. It appeared she had not sustained any injuries after all, as her garments revealed no blood. She was unharmed. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of humiliation suddenly surged within her. What had she done? How could she, in the presence of a grown man, crouch down to inspect her clothing for so long? Was this how she was to live? The young woman felt an urge to cover her face and burrow herself into the ground. Yet, this was not the time for shame. She had to take a life first, and only then could she indulge in her embarrassment. Do not misunderstand me, my dear lady. I acted solely to save you. The smoke released by that man in black is toxic and has already permeated your lungs and meridians. Without such measures, I could not have rendered assistance. Yue Buqun hastily explained as he noticed her regain her composure. Rest assured, I am a gentleman. I have not touched any inappropriate areas. My intentions were purely those of a physician tending to a patient. Without any hint of impropriety or offense, he continued. Yet, the young woman merely scoffed, remaining silent as she meticulously donned each article of clothing that lay strewn on the ground. Throughout this process, Yue Buqun felt parched, grappling with the notion of not witnessing impropriety. However, at this critical juncture, should she choose to turn her back or close her eyes, it would be akin to inflicting harm upon himself. Look well, when you arrive before the King of Hell, do not forget to take your own eyes with you, she thought, her heart brimming with indignation, her expression icy. After a brief flurry of activity, she had restored everything to its original state, save for her hat. Very well. You too have your reasons. Desperate times call for desperate measures. She approached slowly, appearing magnanimous, as if swayed by Yue Buqun's explanations. Ah, indeed. You are a reasonable young woman, he thought, elated. The misunderstanding had been resolved, and he had saved her life. A most delightful turn of events. In retrospect, it would be a cherished memory devoid of guilt. With this in mind, Yue Buqun hastily bowed in apology, believing that this would suffice to erase all transgressions. The young woman stepped closer, seemingly about to reciprocate the gesture, even cautioning, what transpired here today must remain a secret from outsiders. Of course, it concerns your reputation. And I shall remain as silent as a tomb. No third party shall be privy to this. Before he could utter another word, the situation dramatically shifted. The young woman suddenly sprang into action, producing a short whip from seemingly nowhere, striking Yue Buqun sharply across the left side of his face. Fortunately, being a master of innate skill, he was quick-witted and agile. Although he lacked the time and distance to deflect the blow, he instinctively fortified his defenses at the very moment she attacked. Otherwise, his head might have become as mushy as a smashed watermelon. Yet despite this, a bloody lash mark marred his left cheek, and if it left a scar, he would be embarrassed to assume the role of leader in the future. Indeed, women and petty men are difficult to manage. Yue Buqun seethed, enraged that in saving someone, he had also earned an enemy. Never again shall I perform a good deed. You shall die, and there will be no third party to know, the young woman declared, leaping aside, emboldened by her success. She was acutely aware of the chasm that separated her from Yue Buqun. However, on one hand, Yue Buqun had expended a significant portion of his vital energy tending to her wounds. On the other hand, the matter at hand was her own innocence, and ultimately, she could not allow him to leave alive. Even if she could not slay him outright, she would at least make an attempt. The dignity of a young woman far outweighed her very life. If all else failed, she was prepared to embrace mutual destruction, willing to risk it all. As Yue Buqun gazed at the blood staining his hands, a few parables abruptly surfaced in his mind. The tale of Dong was Xianxing and the wolf, El Dongbin and the dog, the farmer and the snake, and how Jian and the old lady. If reason could not sway him, then surely force could. Damn it. Let us fight. Chapter 078. A few strikes before speaking, although Yue Buqun had expended considerable inner strength while saving someone, and had also received a slap from the young lady, coupled with a surprise attack that had landed a strike, he remained resilient. After all, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. Since the young lady was intent on his demise, what was there to feel guilty about? Yue Buqun chose not to wield his sword, instead confronting her with his bare hands. As he activated the purple cloud divine skill, his palms acted as a shield, rendering her short whip ineffective no matter how she wielded it. Regrettably, his steel-headed long whip had been severed, preventing him from executing his ultimate technique. Otherwise, he would have ensured her demise beneath his strikes. The young lady grew increasingly anxious. Her prolonged assault had yielded no results, compelling her to forcibly channel her true energy, thereby accelerating her speed. However, such explosive power, despite its increased potency, was not sustainable and would ultimately harm her body. Yet, speed alone was futile. She was merely at the perfected stage of the acquired realm and, now injured, her strength was diminished to less than 70%. Under Yue Buqun's palm, she was utterly outmatched. It was fortunate for her that Yue Buqun was not particularly proficient in palm techniques. Had he mastered the Hunyuan palm, one of the 9 skills of Huashan, she would have been incapacitated long ago. As the battle raged on, Yue Buqun, with his keen reflexes, suddenly picked up a stick from the ground. This stick was a remnant from the pile of firewood he had previously gathered for kindling, a slightly thinner piece that he now wielded as a makeshift weapon. Armed with the stick, his aura shifted dramatically. He ceased the entanglement and engaged her with the stick as if it were a sword, employing the Huashan sword techniques. After 10 exchanges, the young lady began to breathe heavily, her heaving chest momentarily distracting Yue Buqun. "You scoundrel!" she exclaimed in fury, launching another swift attack. This time, Yue Buqun did not indulge her. With a move reminiscent of a phoenix presenting itself, he ensnared her short whip. Following this, with the technique Song Song welcomes guests, he deftly struck her wrist, causing the weapon to slip from her grasp. Seizing the moment, Yue Buqun captured the whip and, taking advantage of his momentum, advanced swiftly, using the whip as a substitute for his fingers to strike several key acupoints on her body. At last, he had gained control over the situation. "You scoundrel! Do as you will, kill or maim. It is all the same to me," the young lady declared, her limbs bound and her body rendered limp, unable to move. Yet, her proud spirit remained unbroken, exuding an air of defiance as if she were prepared to face death. "You vile scoundrel! Taking advantage of my plight and treating me with such disdain, heaven will not spare you, and you shall meet a terrible end." It seemed she was not adept at cursing. Even her threats flowed as gently as clear water. Yue Buqun, exasperated, rubbed his forehead in disbelief. "You call me a scoundrel repeatedly. Honestly, I saved your life. You have tarnished my reputation and dare to speak of saving my life." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. With escape no longer an option and mutual destruction becoming a distant dream, she was left to wonder how this scoundrel would treat her next. The thought of it caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. Enough. Yue Buqun's head throbbed. Why couldn't this matter be laid to rest? Had he known earlier, he would have knocked her unconscious before she awoke, dressed her properly, and then roused her. "Miss, how many times must I repeat myself? I truly had no choice. If I were indeed that scoundrel, would you still be untouched?" Yue Buqun posed the piercing question. At this, the young woman's sorrowful expression instantly transformed into one of crimson-faced embarrassment. Such matters, when laid bare, were rather unsavory to the ears. No wonder she had earlier substituted Yue Buqun's actions with the euphemism impropriety. "Lecher, scoundrel, one look at you, and it's clear you're no good. With that despicable face of yours." The girl resumed her tirade, though her insults cycled through the same few words, lacking any artistry in her cursing. Yue Buqun could bear it no longer. This endless, meaningless prattle only worsened his headache. Abruptly, he tossed aside the fire poker in his hand, shifted the whip from his left to his right, and lashed it down, striking the girl just below her waist. "Ah, what are you doing?" Her stream of insults halted mid-sentence as she cried out in shock, her face a mixture of fury and humiliation. "Since you're enjoying hurling abuse so much, I want to suffer it for nothing. You call me a scoundrel? Then I'll act like one." With that, another lash descended. "Ah!" The girl's face flushed deeply, the redness spreading to the tips of her ears. Never in her wildest imaginings had she anticipated this outcome. She had considered several possibilities, that Yue Buqun might violate her, though the likelihood was minuscule, or more likely, kill her. Alternatively, he might simply flee after subduing her, leaving her to free herself once her acupoints loosened, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. But this was a fourth scenario she had never foreseen, and it was far more humiliating than being seen unclothed. Crack! Another merciless strike landed, Yue Buqun showing no trace of tenderness. It hurt, agonizingly so, more than a stab wound. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, her footing failing her. For a moment, she nearly collapsed, but her hands, now slightly mobile, instinctively braced against the ground. Yet the posture this forced upon her was undignified. Heat surged through her body, the pinnacle of shame. Yue Buqun paid no heed. The position suited him perfectly, allowing full force behind each strike. Without pause, he delivered a flurry of lashes, crack, 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 over a dozen in rapid succession. The girl's cries grew hoarse. beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks. Yue Buqun exhaled, wiping his brow. This entire ordeal had been utterly disgraceful, saving someone only to have his face slashed in return. But now, after this catharsis, his mood had lightened somewhat. Still cursing? He inquired coolly. To his surprise, the girl clenched her teeth and hissed, "Scoundrel! Just kill me." His temper flared. Defiant was she? Then defiance would be met with more punishment. And so, crack, crack, crack. Another dozen lashes rained down. The location was evidently stained with blood, and the thigh trembled uncontrollably. After yet another lash, the young lady's previously mournful voice suddenly transformed, her tone becoming unsettling. This caused Yue Buqun's ears to tingle, and in fright, he cast aside the whip. This sound was unlike that of someone being beaten. It resembled something far more sinister. Upon further reflection, he thought, what have I done? How could I, the esteemed gentleman's sword, engage in such acts? Could it be that the remnants of the poison, still lingering, have clouded my judgment? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yue Buqun hurriedly apologized, saying, I am truly sorry, this was not my intention. Chapter 079. Reconciliation and Prostration. My lady, it was the sinister black-clad figure's heavenly net smoke that clouded my judgment. Although I expelled the noxious gas, I fear some remnants lingered. Coupled with my significant depletion of internal energy, my mind was unsteady, leading to this most absurd act, which was never my intention. Yue Buqun repeatedly expressed his apologies. This incident was far too extreme, entirely inconsistent with his character, leaving him perplexed as to how such actions could have transpired. However, the lady remained silent, regardless of his incessant apologies. My lady, Yue Buqun tentatively called out, anxious that she might be contemplating desperate actions such as self-harm or severing her own meridians. Of course, biting one's tongue would not lead to death, only muteness. And severing meridians required a more profound mastery of martial arts, making it an improbable endeavor. Yue Buqun's concern only added to his disarray. The lady still did not respond, though her body quivered slightly. Thank heavens she is unharmed. The tremor indicated her well-being, prompting Yue Buqun to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he now faced a dilemma. How would this situation reach a resolution? It was troublesome, as the lady remained prostrated on the ground, her posture most inappropriate, particularly with the conspicuous welts marring her skin, blood seeping through her garments, undoubtedly causing her considerable discomfort. How could he have been so harsh towards such a delicate flower? He considered approaching her to release her acupoints, but worried that she might retaliate, he decided it prudent to address the matter at hand first. For the moment, she could remain in her position, after all. It would not be detrimental to wait a little longer. My lady, let us retrace the events from the beginning, shall we? If I have indeed offended you, I am prepared to accept my punishment and bear the consequences. Yue Buqun knelt down, speaking softly. The lady's face was still flushed, beads of sweat trickling down from her nose and eyelashes. Her lips appeared to glisten with perspiration, which seemed to form delicate strands, perhaps due to the mingling of saliva. Where has my mind wandered? Yue Buqun quickly regained his composure and continued. You see, it was you who first sought to seize my belongings. Though I struck you in defense, it was merely a matter of self-preservation. Now, this is not a matter of mortal enmity. I can overlook it. Observing her reaction, he noted her lack of rebuttal, which encouraged him to proceed. Then, 3 malevolent practitioners arrived, and we found ourselves united against a common foe. However, when they unleashed toxic gas that harmed you, I risked my own safety to rescue you. Surely, you acknowledge that I have saved your life, do you not? The lady still remained silent, but gently nodded in agreement. Yue Buqun felt a surge of joy. He had discovered a breakthrough. It seemed the lady was willing to listen to reason. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed on. Once the poison enters the body, if not expelled in a timely manner, it would inevitably lead to death. Thus, I had no choice but to remove your garments to facilitate your healing. At this critical juncture, Yue Buqun paused, noticing that the young lady had refrained from further vitriol, which emboldened him considerably. He continued, in this instance, I expended a great deal of my vital energy to save your life. Of course, under duress, I also witnessed certain scenes that were perhaps best left unseen. How about this? Let us consider this matter settled, with neither of us owing the other anything. Yue Buqun cast an inquiring glance towards the lady. After a brief moment, she bit her silver teeth and gave a slight nod. Yue Buqun felt a sense of relief and was about to elaborate further when he sensed an unnatural tension in her demeanor. The injured area seemed to shift slightly, likely due to the bloodstains adhering to the fabric, causing discomfort. He thought to himself, no matter how uncomfortable it may be, I cannot assist in adjusting the fabric, lest the misunderstanding deepen. With that in mind, he continued, then you repay my kindness with malice, striking me with a whip that marred my visage. In a moment of folly, I retaliated with a few dozen strikes. However, you targeted my face, a man's pride, while my strikes were to a less conspicuous area, one that would not leave visible marks, and I acted in rightful defense. Surely you cannot dispute that. Indeed, she replied, albeit hesitantly, her tone almost resembling a moan. This was a promising sign. Yue Buqun, unfazed by the peculiar inflection, quickly asserted, then let us consider this matter evened out, shall we? Very well. She finally spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. So, we harbor no animosity now, the matter is resolved. And you owe me a debt of gratitude for saving your life. Excitedly, Yue Buqun stood, feeling that this issue had finally reached a conclusion. Yes, she acknowledged. Yet her tone grew increasingly strange. Now, I shall assist you in unblocking your acupoints, but let me make it clear, you are not to attack me again, or else I shall not hold back. Yue Buqun's expression turned serious, his voice carrying a subtle threat. At his words, she trembled slightly, her muscles involuntarily contracting, and she nodded obediently. With that, Yue Buqun felt reassured and stepped forward, deftly pressing several points to fully unblock her acupoints. He then quickly retreated a few steps, wary of any sudden betrayal. However, this time, the lady exhibited remarkable compliance, showing no inclination for revenge. Instead, she propped herself up, attempting to rise. Yet, after such a prolonged position and with her injury, even a slight movement caused her to draw in a sharp breath. Carefully, she shifted her feet, coordinating with her arms until she attained a kneeling posture. Of course, it was not a proper sit, as the distance between her injury and her calves prevented her from doing so. As Yue Buqun finally discerned the girl's visage, her face had lost much of its crimson hue. Yet, her tear-streaked eyes, still glistening with unshed tears, conveyed a poignant sense of vulnerability. The perspiration clung to her skin, dampening her bangs and adhering them to her forehead. Occasionally, she would stifle a sob, presenting a misty-eyed appearance that evoked compassion. After a brief respite, the young woman endeavored to rise, inching upward with great effort. Each movement elicited sharp pangs from her wounds, causing her thighs to tremble uncontrollably. She summoned her strength, straightening her legs as if to garner more support, striving to elevate herself swiftly. Ultimately, she stood resolutely, silent and unyielding. However, the observant Yue Buqun noted that even such a minor exertion had drained her considerably, as beads of fragrant sweat adorned her forehead. Chapter 080. Assisting with medicine. The young lady's gaze shifted towards Yue Buqun, devoid of any lingering resentment, yet it seemed to harbor an indefinable emotion. Are you well, miss? After a brief moment of awkwardness, Yue Buqun managed to utter a rather uninspired remark. I am fine, she replied, lowering her head, no longer exhibiting her previous haughty demeanor. A faint blush graced her cheeks, her voice barely audible, akin to a whispering insect, and her body appeared somewhat fidgety. Yue Buqun attributed her altered demeanor to her injuries and did not dwell on it further. However, an uncomfortable silence ensued. Yue Buqun was at a loss for words. Neither spoke, and they stood there, the awkwardness palpable, boredom setting in as they shifted their weight. He contemplated inquiring about her name, yet given the preceding events, it felt impolite to do so, fearing it might provoke her thoughts. Moreover, would such an inquiry lead to questions about her residence? And might that lead to inquiries about her betrothal? The prospect of such entanglements made him hesitate. Thus, he chose to refrain from asking altogether. After a while, the young lady seemed to adjust somewhat to her injuries and took a few steps, slowly bending down. At that moment, Yue Buqun keenly observed that the fabric of her attire, previously dampened by sweat, appeared even wetter, suggesting her pain had caused her to perspire profusely, intensifying his sense of guilt. However, the young lady did not engage in any other action. Instead, she retrieved the short whip that Yue Buqun had discarded earlier. Yue Buqun's expression grew alert. What was her intention? Did she wish to strike again? To his surprise, she merely tidied up the whip and secured it to her belt, seemingly for self-defense later. Yue Buqun exhaled deeply, relieved that she did not intend to use it against him. Miss, I have some excellent white ointment here. Applying it to your wound should expedite your healing. Please accept it. He awkwardly presented a small porcelain vial from his bosom. It was a remedy he always carried while traversing the martial world. The young lady examined it, then accepted it without hesitation, mustering a calm tone to say, Thank you. No need for thanks, truly. Yue Buqun replied, a smile spreading across his face. Relieved that the incident had passed. Perhaps you could step away for a moment? After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously spoke, her words tinged with a hint of pleading. Pardon? Yue Buqun was momentarily perplexed. Step away? From what? Unexpectedly, she misinterpreted his confusion, biting her lip as if resolute, declaring, "It's fine if you don't step away." With that, she shook the vial of ointment and began to loosen her belt. The pain had become unbearable, and with the medicine at hand, she felt compelled to apply it immediately. Wait. I'll step away right now." Only then did Yue Buqun realize her intention was to tend to her wounds. He hastily retreated outside the stone cave. As for closing his eyes or turning his back, those notions seemed impractical. On one hand, it lacked respect for her, and on the other, he was wary of a potential ambush. Outside the cave, the air was still infused with the fragrance of flowers. As various wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze, Yue Buqun inhaled the fresh air, feeling invigorated, and the pain from the wounds on his face seemed to diminish. Having been away from home for several days, he found himself missing his junior apprentice sister. Deep in thought, he realized he was not as stoic as Lu Xiaohui. After all he had endured, it was only natural to feel a flicker of passion within him. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the cave, belonging to the young lady. Yue Buqun recognized that she was calling for him. "What is it, miss?" he inquired from outside, uncertain whether she had completed her task. Entering prematurely would not align with his principles of propriety. "Could you come and assist me?" she asked again. Upon hearing her request for help, Yue Buqun felt a surge of energy. He carried a sense of guilt and believed that aiding her would alleviate some of his inner turmoil. Thus, he hurriedly stepped inside the cave. However, upon approaching, he realized that the young lady was not yet fully dressed. "I beg your pardon," he exclaimed, his face flushing red as he turned to leave. To his surprise, she called out to him, "Please don't go. I can't reach this, and would you be able to help me?" There was an undeniable shyness in her voice, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yue Buqun was taken aback. Could this be permissible? Yet, the plaintive quality of her voice softened his resolve, and against his better judgment, he found himself acquiescing. He gradually approached and took the white powder from her hand, his own trembling slightly. As he gazed at the numerous bloodied marks, stark against the white backdrop, he involuntarily licked his lips. He reached out, but just before his fingers made contact, a sudden realization jolted him. What was happening? Was the after effect of the Tianluo smoke so potent? Panic surged within him, and he vigorously shook his head to dispel any unwelcome thoughts. Focusing intently, he carefully sprinkled the powder over the wounds, striving to cover each one. "Could you please elevate a bit?" he inadvertently suggested, immediately aware that his words were ill-timed in such a context. Retracting his statement would only deepen the misunderstanding. To his astonishment, the young lady complied, inadvertently revealing the injuries even further. Yue Buqun's pupils dilated, and he sensed a metallic tang in the air, as if he were on the verge of a nosebleed. Yet, there was no time to tend to that. Applying the medicine was of utmost importance. After a brief moment, nearly all the wounds were treated. Yue Buqun inspected his work and declared, "That should suffice." At his words, the young lady gradually straightened, her complexion rosy, and she shyly adjusted her attire. "There is still some medicine left. Perhaps you could apply a bit on your face?" After tidying herself, she noticed the remaining powder in the porcelain vial, seized it without waiting for his consent, and gently held his face as she began to apply it. At this moment, the two individuals drew closer, and in an instant, a refreshing and delicate fragrance wafted into Yue Buqun's nostrils. This scent was unlike any spice or incense. It was the innate aroma that a young woman exudes naturally, compelling him to swallow involuntarily. The sound of this gulp resonated distinctly in the quiet surroundings. The young lady's movements paused, and her body seemed to tremble slightly. Chapter 081. The marvelous uses of spiritual fruits. Thus, it can be said that Yue Buqun is indeed a man of sincere integrity. Even in such a situation, he refrained from advancing further and instead took a few steps back. "Miss, thank you." Yue Buqun hastily sought a topic to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. The young woman was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, her face blooming like a radiant flower, captivating those who beheld her. However, within that smile lay a hint of discontent. After a brief period, the young woman, now free from restraint, moved with grace. Although she still experienced some pain, she was capable of suppressing it with sheer will. As a practitioner of martial arts, her physical prowess was inherently superior to that of ordinary individuals, especially considering she had reached the pinnacle of her realm. "I must take my leave, until we meet again." In the blink of an eye, she regained her ethereal, cold, and noble demeanor, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. This was an unprecedented moment, as she had taken the initiative to converse with Yue Buqun. Oh. Yue Buqun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, leaving his heart inexplicably hollow. However, he found himself at a loss for words. and thus merely nodded in acknowledgement. The young woman cast one last glance at him, as if trying to etch his visage into her memory, before turning away and gracefully exiting the cave, vanishing without a trace. Yue Buqun stood in a daze for a moment, then suddenly hastened after her. Yet, outside, amidst a sea of wildflowers and grass, there was no sign of the young woman. She had departed, leaving behind a lingering sense of regret. This encounter would transform into a cherished memory, forever nestled within his heart. Sighing deeply, Yue Buqun was not regretting anything, but was struck by the realization that he had forgotten to inquire about something important. Lost in thought, he retrieved the pink, peanut-sized spiritual fruit from his bosom. What exactly is this? Yue Buqun pondered, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, amidst their mutual awkwardness. The most crucial matter had gone unmentioned. Since the young woman had sought this item, she must have been aware of its origins, effects, and perhaps even its usage. Why had he not thought to ask? Yue Buqun felt a wave of frustration. This spiritual fruit had been serendipitously captured by his Zixia divine skill, leading him to trace it back to its source. The young woman, lacking the Zixia divine skill, might have accessed information through other means, such as a treasure map, a legacy from her sect, or perhaps some unimaginable method. Regardless, it was evident that she possessed more knowledge than he did. As for the cloaked figure wielding the compass, it went without saying that he was likely privy to even greater insights. Coupled with Elder Su's earlier remarks from the beggar's sect, it seemed these individuals could ascertain the presence of spiritual fruits in this location without knowing their exact position or ripening time, merely making educated guesses. But why was that? How could they have known in advance? Yue Buqun examined the spiritual fruit closely, yet he could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Can it be consumed? This thought briefly crossed his mind, only for him to shake his head in response. The texture and weight of this object resembled that of jade, and it would not be easily crushed. If consumed, would it not be expelled immediately? Furthermore, the question of its toxicity remains ambiguous. One might ingest it only to meet an untimely demise. Should that occur, the once formidable Huashan Sect would fall into disarray, a risk too great to take. With the current matters resolved, it would be prudent to return. Yet, as Yue Buqun contemplated this, he touched the unhealed wounds on his face and decided to wait a couple more days. Returning to the Wang family in such a state would not merely be a matter of losing face. As the leader of the Huashan Sect, being bested in a fight would render him a laughingstock in the martial world. Should public opinion turn against him, he might find himself retreating to the mountains like Feng Qingyang. However, this was not the moment for retreat. Ling Huchong had yet to mature and could not bear such a burden. Oh, but the fruit exudes an aura reminiscent of rejuvenation. Could it also possess the ability to heal wounds? An idea struck Yue Buqun. Why not give it a try? After all, attempting it would cost him nothing. He settled into a meditative posture, cradling the fruit in his hands, and began to test it with his Zixia true qi. However, after a period of experimentation, he was disappointed to discover that the fruit's essence had changed post-maturation. While it had emitted a faint aura before ripening, it now seemed entirely devoid of any leakage. Furrowing his brow, Yue Buqun mused. Being a fruit, it must surely be consumable, but how to partake? Perhaps the Biming divine skill could be an avenue worth exploring. This technique specializes in the absorption of internal energy, and it might just allow him to draw forth the fruit's essence. Thus, he retracted the Zixia skill and summoned the Biming technique. In an instant, he felt a cool, refreshing energy being drawn into him, as wisps of pink essence emanated from the fruit and coursed through his meridians into his being. A shiver ran through Yue Buqun, not from fear or anxiety, but from sheer delight, akin to the pleasure of biting into a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Success! Joy surged within him as he continued to channel the Biming skill. To his astonishment, it soon advanced from novice to minor mastery. Startled, he ceased his absorption. Could this fruit actually enhance his martial arts? After a careful assessment, he realized it was indeed a genuine advancement, not merely a trick of perception due to an influx of vitality. With little time for celebration, he focused on digesting the essence that had entered his meridians. After completing 3 full circulations of his internal energy, the essence was entirely assimilated. As he touched the wounds on his face, he noticed they no longer pained him and appeared less ghastly. The results were astonishingly swift. He hurried to the stream, using the water as a mirror, and was elated to see visible improvement. Over the next 3 days, he remained by the stream, absorbing the essence of the fruit with the Biming divine skill. After 3 days by the brook, Yue Buqun gazed at his own delicate visage, where the injury left no discernible mark, not even a trace of white. Moreover, in terms of skin, apart from 2 faint whiskers, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a man in his 20s. in his hand. The small spiritual fruit appeared to have slightly diminished in size upon closer inspection. The change was subtle, yet its hue lacked the richness it once possessed. Homeward bound, Yue Buqun's spirits soared as he deftly employed his lightness skill, returning to the Wang residence by afternoon. However, upon entering the threshold, he was abruptly met with disconcerting news. Chapter 82. Ling Huchong is captured. Father, why have you only just returned? Senior brother has been captured by the Wang family. Upon seeing Yue Buqun enter, Yu Lingshan seemed to have found her anchor, running over with tearful eyes to report the incident. What? Yue Buqun's brows knitted together. What does this mean? A guest arrives only to be bound. What is the purpose of this? Junior sister, what happened? Yue Buqun inquired of Ning Zhongzi. I am not certain myself. They just captured Chong'er, and I was about to confront them. Ning Zhongzi replied, her voice filled with anger. Let us go together, Yue Buqun said, also feeling incensed. Capturing his senior disciple was a humiliation to the Huashan Sect. Meanwhile, in the study, Wang Yuanba had only recently returned home when he heard that his sons, Wang Bofan and Wang Zhongqiang, had actually captured Ling Huchong. Enraged, he slammed 2 golden weights onto the table. Without delay, he summoned his sons. Have you both lost your minds from drinking? Wang Yuanba thundered. Father, Wang Bofan began, but was interrupted as his father kicked him. Do you understand? Ling Huchong is the young master of the Huashan Sect. By capturing him, where does that leave Yue Buqun's honor? Even if Ling Huchong has erred, even if he has indeed harassed your concubine, you must endure it. Wang Yuanba sat down, utterly exasperated by his sons. Father, Ling Huchong did not harass elder brother's concubine. Wang Zhongqiang timidly interjected. Though they were middle-aged men with some standing, they still felt the need to cower before their father's fury. What exactly happened? Zhong, you explain. Wang Yuanba said, resigned. The deed was done. Releasing Ling Huchong now would be futile. They needed to find a way to make amends or solidify Ling Huchong's culpability. Father, you don't know? We found the evil-repelling sword technique passed down in the Ping family, Wang Zhongqiang said excitedly, holding up a book and handing it to Wang Yuanba. This was found on Ling Huchong, he added. It turned out that during these days, Ling Huchong, having lost all his internal power, found himself somewhat bored with the mundane activities of admiring peonies and strolling through the streets. Thus, he occasionally secluded himself in his room to peruse the music scores of the smiling, proud wanderer gifted by Chu Yang and Lu Zhengfeng. This was quite a development. The Wang family had already suspected Ling Huchong of stealing the evil-repelling sword manual from their nephew's house and had been keeping a close watch on him. Ling Huchong's frequent reading led to a lapse in caution, and he was caught red-handed by Wang Bofan. Now, with both the man and the stolen goods in hand, the Wang family declared Ling Huchong shameless, deeming his secretive actions as evidence of thievery, and without further ado, they bound him. Wang Yuanba was greatly astonished as he took the book, trembling as he examined the cover. After flipping through a couple of pages, his heart sank. 2 foolish sons. How could this possibly be the evil-repelling sword technique? What kind of sword technique is written in such a manner? Son, you are roasting your father over a fire. Wang Yuanba felt his spirit crumble, yet at this point, there was no turning back. He had to face the consequences head-on. Indeed, it is quite disheartening to discover that Ling Huchong has pilfered the evil-repelling sword technique, thus tarnishing the moral fabric of the martial world. I shall summon Master Yu shortly to see how he intends to address this matter. Wang Yuanba feigned nonchalance as he spoke, casually passing the book to Wang Zhongqiang. Father, Yue Buqun's leadership is lacking. He is undeserving of the title Gentleman's Sword, Wang Bofan remarked, sensing that Wang Yuanba had grasped the situation. Wang Yuanba shot him a look, wishing he could slap some sense into this fool. What indeed is the evil-repelling sword technique? It is the very catalyst for the annihilation of the Lin family. I had once contemplated that should the Huashan Sect acquire the evil-repelling sword technique, whether it be through Yue Buqun or Ling Huchong, or even both, it could potentially yield favorable outcomes. The Lin family could not safeguard it, and neither could the Wang family. Despite his moniker as the hero of Zhongzhou and his supposedly invincible golden blade, his connections with the authorities are merely a fade built on wealth. Before the Qingqing sect, he is utterly insignificant. Otherwise, how could his daughter have been slain without him seeking vengeance? If the evil-repelling sword technique were to fall into Huashan's hands, they would, out of guilt or for other reasons, certainly refrain from harming Pingxi. Otherwise, word would spread throughout the martial world that the Huashan sect had usurped another's sword technique, resorting to murder to silence witnesses. They might even be implicated in the deaths of Lin Jinnan and his wife, which would be contrary to their interests. Thus, I need only to bide my time, subtly nudging Yue Buqun or Ling Huchong, without being overt, and surely I can procure some benefits for Pingxi. Once Ling Huchong assumes responsibility, it may well be that he can secure a position for Pingji as an elder or some such role. This is a strategy of seasoned statesmanship, maximizing Pingji's safety while simultaneously elevating his status. Furthermore, when my time on this earth comes to an end, even if my sons and grandsons prove unremarkable, Pingji, as an elder of the Huashan Sect, will remain a formidable ally, ensuring that our family does not fall into decline. This plan is nothing short of a masterstroke, achieving two aims with one action, perfect in its execution. Parental love for their offspring is indeed profound and far-reaching. However, with Ling Huchong now captured, all these intricate schemes seem to have devolved into mere folly. My lord, Master Yu wishes to see you. A hurried servant burst in to report. Quickly, quickly, bring Master Yu to the parlor. I shall join him at once. Wang Yuanba pulled his thoughts back to the pressing matter at hand. How to navigate this precarious predicament. The Wang family's parlor was exceedingly spacious, lavishly adorned, reflecting their immense wealth. At this moment, it was filled with a throng of individuals. Wang Yuanba occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Wang Zhongqiang, Wang Bofan, and several of Lin Pingji's cousins. To his right sat Yue Buqun and his wife, while Ling Huchong was bound and restrained before them, with Yu Lingshan, Lin Pingji, Yu Jingjing, Lu Daiyou, and others standing nearby. Yue Buqun remained silent, and the members of the Huashan Sect did not dare to act, creating a tense atmosphere where the air was thick with anticipation. Quickly, quickly, release Ling Hu, my esteemed nephew. Upon the arrival of Wang Yuanba, he immediately expressed his urgency, and then, turning to scold his sons, exclaimed, "Ah Bo, Ah Zhong, is this the manner in which you treat guests? It is utterly disgraceful. How can the Wang family afford to treat esteemed visitors in such a manner?" Soon, a young servant stepped forward to loosen the bindings, though referred to as restraints. They merely entangled Ling Huchong's hands behind his back with a couple of loops, a mere gesture. However, the Wang brothers had effectively rendered his arms limp and powerless. Wang Bofan was about to move forward to assist, but Ling Huchong shot him a glance, evading his grasp and refusing his aid. To unbind and to assist. Do you take me for someone so easily toyed with? He thought. Old Master Wang, why have you bound the young master of the Huashan Sect? Yue Buqun interjected, pointedly referring to him as the young master rather than the eldest disciple. This statement cornered Wang Yuanba directly. Chapter 083. Examination of the musical score. Unbeknownst to Master Yu, Ling Huchong, the foremost disciple of the Huashan Sect, has come into possession of the evil-repelling sword technique passed down from my nephew, Lin Pingji. He has now been caught red-handed. Before Wang Zhongqiang could respond, he was interrupted by a soft cough from Wang Yuanba, who has been caught red-handed. Wang Yuanba shot him a sideways glance, causing Wang Zhongqiang to refrain from speaking further. Master Yu, this is all a misunderstanding. Young Ling Hu, in his youthful exuberance, has momentarily succumbed to ambition, which is not uncommon. Now that the sword technique has been returned, there should be no unresolved grievances. The Wang family and the Huashan Sect shall remain good friends. Wang Yuanba said jovially, attempting to minimize the repercussions of the incident. Come, young Ling Hu, allow this old man to assist you in reattaching your arm. Wang Yuanba descended from his seat, eager to help Ling Huchong. However, Ling Huchong, possessing a fiery temperament, deemed the whole affair an obvious injustice. How could he have suddenly harbored such ambitions? This was absurd. He deftly sidestepped, avoiding Wang Yuanba's approach, leaving the latter momentarily at a loss. Ah, so this is the crux of the matter. Yue Buqun suddenly understood. Wang Bofan and Wang Zhongqiang had foolishly mistaken the musical score for a sword technique, and this matter needed to be addressed properly. Otherwise, others might mistakenly believe the Huashan Sect to be easily bullied. Master, Ling Huchong approached Ning Zhongzi, dragging his two limp arms, a look of grievance upon his face. With a maternal instinct, Ning Zhongzi swiftly reattached Ling Huchong's arms with a couple of deft movements. Old Sir Wang, although our Huashan Sect is but a modest establishment in the martial world, our sword techniques possess merit and do not covet the martial arts of others. Moreover, since my husband has taken charge of the Huashan Sect, the rules have been strictly enforced, and our disciples have never engaged in thievery. Ning Zhongzi, a formidable woman, argued her case. She continued, given the current ambiguity, a single account may be difficult to substantiate. We are guests in your home, having stayed for over half a month while feasting and taking without restraint, and yet the Wang family remains warm and welcoming. Although I am incensed by the kidnapping of Ling Huchong, I must still preserve some semblance of dignity in my words. Now is not the time to escalate matters. Wang Yuanba awkwardly chuckled for a while before returning to his seat, and said, Madam, you speaks wisely, but with the sword technique in hand, This old man finds himself unable to make a decision. How about we have young Ling Hu recount the origins of this sword technique? Upon hearing this, Ling Hu Chung found himself at a loss for words. How could he explain? Should he reveal that this musical score was gifted by Chu Yang and Lu Jingfeng? That would be nonsensical. One was an elder of a demonic sect, and the other a disgraced figure in the martial world. How could one retain something gifted by such individuals? It would be prudent to destroy it immediately. Furthermore, as a disciple of a righteous sect, accepting tokens from a demonic sect would be akin to handing a weapon to Zhuo Chan, who was already seeking an opportunity to provoke the Huashan Sect after the recent defeat of the Sword Sect's descendants. Yue Buqun, sensing Ling Hu Chang's predicament, interjected. As the leader of the Huashan Sect, I possess some knowledge of sword techniques. Might I borrow a look at the score? At last, old Yu spoke, and Wang Yuanba's anxiety dissipated entirely. Yue Buqun's previous remarks had been rather aggressive. Had he remained silent and refrained from further inquiry, it would have been perilous, as he might have covertly plotted against the Wang family, leading to their downfall. Now that he had spoken, there was room for negotiation. Wang Yuanba hastily gestured for Wang Zhongxiang to present the sword manual. Upon receiving it, Yue Buqun perused a few pages, with Ning Zhongzi leaning in for a closer look. Even among the disciples, Leodino craned his neck to catch a glimpse. After a brief glance, before Yue Buqun could utter a word, Ning Zhongzi chuckled lightly, remarking, although we have never encountered the evil-repelling sword manual, we have certainly seen our fair share of sword manuals. To think this book, illustrated as such, can be deemed a sword manual? I wonder if Master Wang has ever perused it? It clearly resembles a musical score. The essence of a musical score is that it is not composed of conventional text. To the uninitiated, it appears as an inscrutable script. Wang Yuanba discerned the dissatisfaction in Ning Zhongzi's words. The term Master Wang felt distant compared to old Sir Wang. Surprisingly, he did not take offense, instead graciously conceded. I have just returned from a trip and have yet to examine it. This statement implied that, should this affair be a misunderstanding, he was unaware of it. Naturally, as this matter was instigated by his son, he could not escape responsibility, but he could mediate to prevent any escalation. At this moment, Wang Bofeng grasped the situation and quickly added, the world is vast and full of wonders. Just like the set of 4 gates and 6 harmonies techniques of the Zhengzhou Bagua knife, which is recorded in a musical score, isn't it? Indeed, Wang Yuanba affirmed. The Zhengzhou Bagua knife certainly bore no such techniques. In truth, this was merely a whimsical fabrication by the two. However, given the familial ties between the Jin Dao Wang family and the Zhengzhou Bagua knife, if Yue Buqun were to investigate further, there might be a way to obscure the truth. At this juncture, both parties were fully aware that this was indeed a musical score, nothing more, nothing less. Yet, Wang Yuanba could not openly admit to a mistake, as that would offend Yue Buqun and the entire Huashan Sect, leading to irreparable consequences. Likewise, Yue Buqun could not elaborate excessively. As the leader, he had to set an example regarding the Wang family's actions, whether intentional or not. To quell the situation, he would need to take decisive action, for failing to do so would tarnish the Huashan Sect's reputation. Thus, Wang Yuanba had been troubled since entering, but now, with his eldest son suddenly enlightened, he was presented with an opportunity. There must be a plausible explanation, even a flimsy one would suffice. Ideally, they could frame this as a grand misunderstanding, allowing both sides to resolve their grievances amicably, preserving their dignity. Wang Yuanba could then offer reparations. Perhaps having Wang Bofeng and Wang Zhongxiang perform some act of contrition, thus achieving a satisfactory resolution for all involved. Often, interactions between two prominent figures are fraught with complications. Matters that could be clarified in mere moments must be navigated with care to avoid loss of face. The burdens of reputation. Father, our accountant, Master Yi, is well versed in musical theory. Perhaps we should consult him. Wang Zhongxiang also realized the urgency and promptly said, quickly summon Master Yi. Wang Yuanba stated. Shortly thereafter, a lean, elderly man hurriedly approached, greeting Wang Yuanba with respect before accepting the sword manual handed to him by Wang Zhongxiang. Master Yi, is this book a sword manual composed in the form of musical notation? Wang Bofeng inquired anxiously, nearly implying it directly. It would be ideal if even Master Yi, an expert in musical theory, could not ascertain whether it was a musical score or a sword manual. This would render the Wang brothers' misunderstanding quite reasonable. After all, if a master of musical intricacies could not discern the truth, it would be entirely justifiable for the two brothers to misinterpret the intentions of Ling Hu Chung. It appeared to resemble a musical score, yet. Chapter 084. The Green Bamboo Elder. What does it mean? Wang Yuanba inquired personally, his anxious demeanor causing Master Yi to flinch. He understood that the previous half-sentence had failed to satisfy the master. What he truly sought to hear were the words that followed, just the essence of the matter. Having spent a lifetime as an accountant, Master Yi was astute and quickly grasped the situation. This book contained content that was fundamentally incoherent in musical theory. Observe this passage, he pointed out. The sudden modulation is utterly unplayable, and here, how can one suddenly elevate the pitch so drastically? It is nothing short of nonsense. Master Yi elaborated from a professional standpoint, aiming to convey the notion that this was not an ordinary score. Whether it was a sword manual, however, fell beyond his expertise, leaving him uncertain. He spoke selectively, understanding that many matters require only a subtle hint, for that is the way of navigating human relations. Is that so? Wang Yuanba's brow furrowed, though inwardly he was elated. Master Yi was indeed perceptive. He deserved an opportunity for recognition. Your inability to play it reflects your own lack of skill, interjected Ling Huchong. He was well acquainted with the melody from the smiling, proud wanderer, and could not tolerate anyone disparaging the score. This gentleman speaks wisely, Master Yi conceded. While my skills are passable, I have yet to reach the heights of some of the eminent figures in this field, such as the one from East City. His words, though not overly humble, suggested that he was merely a step below the true masters, inadvertently bolstering Wang Yuanba's standing. Who from East City? Ling Huchong inquired eagerly. Eager to vindicate himself. Oh, it is the Green Bamboo Elder from East City. Master Yi revealed the name of the most esteemed expert in their craft within Luoyang. Having completed his task adeptly, he successfully diverted attention elsewhere. Master Yi, merely assuming the role of an accountant, had indeed downplayed his own talents. Could we invite him here? Yu Lingshan proposed. The injustice faced by her senior brother felt akin to her own. Impossible. This man is eccentric and never yields to the powerful. Should we extend an invitation, it would likely be futile and may even provoke him, Master Yi cautioned. Subtly elevating the Green Bamboo Elder's reputation and crafting an image of a wise recluse, which also served to enhance his own stature. Why not visit him directly for guidance? Ning Zhongzi suggested, receiving widespread agreement. At that moment, it became apparent that the Wang family had laid the groundwork for reconciliation. All that remained was for Ling Huchong to take a turn, after which the Wang family could extend their apologies, culminating the matter satisfactorily. Both Mr. and Mrs. Yu were aware of this, as were the Wang family, though the younger generation remained oblivious, unable to perceive the underlying dynamics. In Dongcheng, within a narrow alley, the Wang family, along with the couple Yue Buqun, Ling Huchong, and Yu Lingshan, as well as Lin Pingji, marched under the guidance of Master Yi towards the humble abode of the Bamboo Elder. From a distance, through the fence, they observed an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, laboriously splitting bamboo with a worn-out hatchet. Is there anyone home? We, the Wang family of the Golden Blade, have come to pay a visit. A servant stepped forward to announce their arrival. However, the Bamboo Elder remained oblivious, continuing his task while muttering, "Gold blades and silver blades cannot compare to my humble hatchet. I have long forsaken worldly affairs, yet people insist on troubling me." Respected Elder, Ling Huchong stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I am Ling Huchong, a disciple of the Huashan Sect." Only then did the Bamboo Elder lift his gaze. "Esteemed Elder, I have been wronged by unscrupulous individuals who claim that my musical score is their sword manual. I humbly request your fair judgment," Ling Huchong said, bending low in deference. The Bamboo Elder then stood up, glanced at Ling Huchong, and then at the rest of the group, inquiring, "Young brother, have you truly been wronged?" Ling Huchong nodded and recounted the circumstances. "So, it is thus," the Elder mused. "Mistaking a musical score for a sword manual is indeed a rarity. Where's the score? Present it to me." The Bamboo Elder's interest was piqued, and he took charge of the matter. At that moment, Master Yi hurriedly moved forward to present the score. The Bamboo Elder examined it for a while Wang Yuanba, growing somewhat impatient, asked, "May I inquire, Elder Bamboo, is this indeed a sword manual composed in the form of a musical score?" The question displayed a lack of understanding unbefitting his stature as a hero of the Central Plains, yet he posed it deliberately, wishing to present a semblance of ignorance to Yue Buqun, thereby misinterpreting Ling Huchong's intentions. This way, everyone could gracefully retreat from the situation. A sword manual? How absurd. This is clearly a musical score, the Bamboo Elder chuckled. Ling Huchong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile at Wang Yuanba in a triumphant manner. The Bamboo Elder then retrieved an ancient guqin and a long shao flute, attempting to play the score. However, after a brief attempt, the sounds produced were rather discordant, leaving the Bamboo Elder breathless. "Ah, the composer has woven a complex web of notes. How perplexing. Very well, you may leave it with me for further study," the Elder declared. Esteemed elder, Ling Huchong looked at him, subtly gesturing towards Wang Yuanba behind him. If my name is not cleared today, I fear I shall not sleep soundly. Very well, very well. Seeing as they are ganging up on you, I shall assist once more. I will take it inside for my aunt to see. Perhaps she can play it, the bamboo elder stated, not waiting for consent, and took the score into his dwelling. Wow, the bamboo elder must be at least 60, if not 70. Does that mean his aunt is nearly 100? At such an advanced age, can she still play? Yu Lingshan remarked. However, before the others could express their concerns, a melodious sound of the guqin echoed from within, identical to the music Ling Huchong had heard at the foot of Huashan. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the Shao flute followed, its lingering notes enchanting all who listened. After a brief moment, the green bamboo elder emerged with the musical score in hand and remarked, "You have all just witnessed my aunt's exquisite performance. This is the score, a rarity in the world. We must ensure that it is not tarnished by the hands of the unrefined." The green bamboo elder was subtly targeting Wang Yuanba. To his surprise, Wang Yuanba not only remained unperturbed but hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, what a tremendous misunderstanding. Uncle, brother, quickly bow and apologize to the esteemed Ling Hu." Wang Bo and Wang Zhong, indeed remarkable figures, displayed their humility by kneeling and offering 3 respectful bows. This left Ling Huchong utterly astounded. Yue Buqun, too, was rendered speechless. He had intended to express his displeasure, yet how could he do so when they had so graciously lowered themselves? Chapter 085, The Holy Ant Do Not. Ling Huchong exclaimed, rushing to assist. Initially, he felt indignant after being disarmed and bound by the Wang brothers, but after 3 resounding slaps, all his anger dissipated. Ling Huchong was not a petty individual. Rather, he possessed a magnanimous spirit akin to that of Yue Buqun. Embodying the principle of mutual respect, if others treat him with an inch of courtesy, he reciprocates with a mile. Master Yu, I have not been strict in raising my children and have caused such a farce. I truly feel ashamed. Wang Yuanba feigned a bow of apology. However, Yue Buqun could not accept such a gesture. If word got out, it would portray him as a man who takes advantage of the situation. Hastily, he grasped Wang Yuanba's arm and said, it was merely a misunderstanding among children. Now that it has been resolved, what further obstacles remain? Wang Yuanba, seizing the moment, replied jovially, our Golden Knife Sect and the Huashan Sect are one family. A family does not speak of 2 households. Come, Master Yu, let us go drink. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Thus, the tumult surrounding the music and swordplay finally subsided. Although the Wang family lost face, they ultimately refrained from harboring animosity towards the Huashan Sect, a fortunate outcome amidst misfortune. As the elder of the involved parties, Yue Buqun was compelled by Wang Yuanba to host a feast of apology, and reluctantly, he departed, leaving behind Ling Huchong, Ning Zhongzi, Yu Lingshan, and others. Meanwhile, within the abode of the green bamboo elder, behind a screen, a woman appeared to be faintly present. Indeed, she was the aunt mentioned by the green bamboo elder. Her fingers moved lightly, seemingly savoring the exquisite melody she had just heard, marveling at the profundity of such music and pondering the identity of its creator. How could such a divine talent be found within a mere disciple of the Huashan Sect? The woman rose, pacing thoughtfully, but her movements appeared somewhat unnatural, as if her legs were not entirely cooperative, though she masked it with effort. Wang Yuanba was indeed a remarkable figure, adept at both yielding and asserting himself. The Golden Knife Wang family would enjoy prosperity for at least 2 generations. Though separated by a door, the woman, possessing profound inner strength, could hear everything clearly and thus indulged in the gossip. However, when she heard Yue Buqun speak, his deep voice resonated, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The muscles in her thigh contracted, and her complexion flushed with a sudden warmth. Could it truly be him? He was Yue Buqun, the leader of the Huashan Sect. The woman felt a surge of surprise. Fate sometimes worked in strange ways, and merely 3 or 4 days had passed before they encountered one another again. Subconsciously, she touched her lower back, only to feel her face flush crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment. Just then, the voice of the green bamboo elder echoed from outside. A young gentleman named Ling Hu wishes to express his gratitude to you in person. The woman forced herself to appear composed, gradually returning to her seat, allowing her unsettled heart to calm before saying, let him enter. Since he is that man's disciple, I shall meet him. In the next moment, Ling Huchong entered with utmost reverence. Upon noticing the screen that obscured the room, he refrained from indulging in his thoughts and humbly prostrated himself before it, saying, I am Ling Huchong, and I sincerely thank you for clearing my name. Grandmother? You refer to me as grandmother? The woman furrowed her brow, quickly coming to a realization. The green bamboo elder had called her aunt, and by age estimation, as Yu Lingshan had mentioned outside, she must be nearly a century old. In that case, please rise. Young hero Linghu, she said, feigning a frail demeanor as she waved her hand. Linghu Chong stood up and retrieved the score of the smiling, proud wanderer, presenting it with both hands. Grandmother, this score, the smiling, proud wanderer, was entrusted to me by two esteemed predecessors on their deathbeds to seek a successor. As I lack proficiency in music, it would be a grievous waste. However, having now heard your extraordinary technique, I realize this score has finally found its rightful owner. I dare to offer it to you, and I hope you will not disdain it. You honor me with such a precious gift, young hero Linghu. How could I dare to reject it? Yet, I am curious to know who the two predecessors that composed this score were, the woman inquired. Although she was a master of martial arts, her expertise in music surpassed that of combat, and receiving such a score naturally brought her immense joy. However, her inquisitive nature compelled her to dig deeper, for this score had never been documented in ancient texts, leading her to suspect it was a contemporary creation. Coupled with Linghu Chong's mention of a dying bequest, her curiosity only intensified. Upon hearing her question, Linghu Chong hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to be forthright, to be candid. It was my martial uncle Lu Zhengfeng and the elder Chu Yang of the evil sect. To think it was they. The woman appeared somewhat taken aback. Oh, grandmother, do you know these two predecessors? Linghu Chong asked, puzzled. Oh, I do not know them personally. However, the renown of Lu Zhengfeng from the Huashan Sect is known throughout the realm, and elder Chu Yang of the Sun Moon Holy Cult is also a well-established figure. I have merely heard of them. By the way, how did these two, one righteous and the other wicked, come together to compose this piece? She quickly masked the inconsistency in her words and pressed for more information. Thus, Linghu Chong did not hold back and recounted the events from the day of the Golden Basin washing hands ceremony, narrating the entire tale. I see. It is indeed lamentable for such a master to meet such a fate. The woman seemed saddened, reflecting on her own identity while observing Linghu Chong. His master was one of the current leaders of the righteous path. The contrast between right and wrong stirred her heart. While she was still lost in thought, Linghu Chong felt unwell. For several days, Yue Buqun had been absent, failing to assist him in channeling his true energy with the Zixia divine skill. After speaking at length, his breath became shallow, and he began to sway unsteadily. What is happening? How can a young man be so weak? The woman within the screen noticed Linghu Chong's condition and was taken aback. This is that person's disciple. I cannot allow him to falter here. The woman was preoccupied with the thought that if Linghu Chong were to fall here, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her, which would be most unfortunate. Thus, she hurriedly said, Young Master Linghu, extend your arm. I possess some knowledge of medicine and can check your pulse. Linghu Chong, without hesitation, offered his wrist and proceeded to explain the source of his ailment. After a brief moment, the woman behind the screen contemplated and remarked, It is of no consequence. It is merely a disturbance caused by the chaotic energies within your body. I possess a melody, the pure heart and universal goodness incantation, which can help restore your inner balance. Please take a seat, young Master Linghu. I shall play it for you. With that, she returned to her seat, and, with her hands gracefully gliding over the guqin, a unique melody filled the air. Linghu Chong felt a wave of languor wash over him, as if he were succumbing to sleep. Before long, his eyelids could no longer withstand the heaviness, and he laid his head upon the table, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 086. The Punishment of Lin Pingji in a Dream Lasting 1,000 Autumns. What year is this evening? When Linghu Chong awoke, the sun had already begun its descent, signaling the approach of mealtime. After a moment of reflection, he hastily expressed his apologies, saying, Madam, I am truly at fault. You utilized your musical skills to aid my recovery, yet I foolishly succumbed to slumber. A look of deep shame adorned his face. However, the lady was not troubled by this and replied, Young hero Linghu, do not feel remorse. The Qingxin Puxian mantra is inherently meant to assist one in finding slumber. It was not your intention. You may wish to test it and see how your body fares. Upon hearing this, Linghu Chong promptly stretched his limbs, discovering to his astonishment that he felt invigorated, devoid of the previous weakness that had plagued him. His vitality now rivaled that of his master Zixia divine skill. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Unexpectedly, the lady continued, Young hero Linghu, you should come every 3 days. I shall employ the Qingxin Puxian mantra to aid your internal healing. In her heart, she playfully mused that bestowing such a significant favor upon him would surely elicit some form of gratitude in return. Then, her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that fateful day, her cheeks flushing with warmth once more. At the Wang residence, within Yue Buquan's solitary study, Lin Pingji knelt upon the floor. Above him sat Yue Buqun, who, although he had shared a few drinks with Wang Yuanba, had remained relatively sober. Given the turmoil within the sect, it was imperative for him to maintain order. Otherwise, if disciples began to imitate such behavior, it would surely lead to a repetition of the events from 25 years ago at Yue Peak. Pingji, although this matter was instigated by your uncle, it seemingly bears no connection to you. However, had it not been for your clandestine whisperings, this misunderstanding would not have arisen. Yue Buqun lamented, filled with disappointment. At such a tender age, how can you harbor such deep-seated suspicion? In the original narrative, his oversight had led to numerous loopholes. The rift between Ling Huchong and himself had rendered Lin Pingji's doubts somewhat understandable. Yet now, his actions were transparent and honorable. For Lin Pingji to still harbor suspicions was indeed a sign of pettiness. Master, I recognize my mistakes, Lin Pingji exclaimed, overwhelmed with shame as he recalled the conspiracy of that day, wishing he could strike himself in penance. Master rescued me from the clutches of Mu Gaofeng and Yu Songhai, expending your own vital energy to grant me a final farewell with my parents, and sheltered me under the Huashan Sect. Such kindness is immeasurable. Even if I were to acquire the evil repelling sword manual, what difference would it make? Even if I were to obtain it in the future, I would undoubtedly present it to you at the first opportunity. Yet, I fear that you may not value it. He recalled witnessing his master's Zixia divine skill at the Yaowang Temple. If there remained even a slight possibility that his senior brother coveted the Lin family's evil repelling sword manual, it was clear that his master had no need for it, as it held no significance for him. To harbor suspicion towards fellow sect members, especially towards the junior leader, marks the beginning of a sect's decline. If I do not impose a punishment upon you, it will be difficult to quell the rising discontent. Yue Buqun's expression was stern, as though he had made a weighty decision. From this day forth, you are no longer a disciple of the Huashan Sect, he declared in a grave tone. Lin Pingji was even doubtful of his own hearing, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the next moment, he scrambled to kneel at Yue Buqun's feet. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. I implore you, please show mercy and do not expel me from the sect. Lin Pingji repeatedly bowed his head, causing the floor to thump with each strike, blood seeping from his forehead, yet he dared not cease. What a jest it would be. If he were to be expelled from the Huashan Sect today, where would he find refuge in the Jianghu? Furthermore, he had family grievances yet to avenge. Without the Huashan Sect, how could he seek retribution? With only his scant inherited skills, what could he accomplish? Not to mention the formidable Wang family. If his grandfather possessed such prowess, he would have already gathered allies to confront the Qingqing sect. Senior brother. Ning Zhongze hesitated, wanting to speak. She wished to intercede on Lin Pingji's behalf, for the Wang family had already smoothed over the situation, and the Wang brothers had even knelt before Ling Huchong. This matter could easily be laid to rest. To impose such severe punishment on Lin Pingji now seemed excessive. However, to her dismay, Yue Buqun had no intention of showing leniency. He shot a stern glance at her, causing her to falter and fall silent. Though they were husband and wife, Yue Buqun was the leader of the Huashan Sect, and as such, he was entitled to discipline his disciples without question, lest it undermine his authority, a matter of principle. Suddenly, the study door was flung open, and Yu Jingjing burst in, tears streaming down her face, immediately kneeling. Father, please spare Pingji this time. Since Lin Pingji had entered, she had been plagued with anxiety, unable to rest easy, and had resorted to eavesdropping outside the door. What audacity! Do you have no sense of propriety? How dare you eavesdrop while your elders converse within? Is this not what I have taught you? Yue Buqun slammed his hand on the table, rising in agitation. Senior brother, do not be angry. Jingjing acted out of concern. I believe she did not intend to do so. Ning Zhongze quickly interjected, attempting to soothe him. After all, she was their adopted daughter, and her position was distinct from that of a disciple. If it were a disciple caught eavesdropping, the consequences could range from expulsion to severe punishment. Yu Jingjing, frightened, shrank into Ning Zhongze's embrace, trembling like a quail. Senior brother, why frighten her so? She is still so young. Ning Zhongze chided gently as she stroked Yu Jingjing's back. A mother's excessive protection can lead to a wayward child. You must be lenient with her. Yue Buqun huffed, but eventually sat down slowly, considering the matter resolved. Whether flesh and blood or adopted, they were all daughters, and their affairs were ultimately for their mother to decide. At that moment, Ling Huchong finally returned. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Lin Pingji bowing fervently, his forehead bloodied from the impact. Junior brother Lin. Ling Huchong, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the situation. He first saluted Yue Buqun and then pulled Lin Pingji back. preventing him from continuing his fervent bows, lest he injure himself further. You arrived just in time. Pingxi's mistrust of his fellow disciples has led to unnecessary troubles. According to Huashan's regulations, I have decided to expel him from the sect. Do you have any objections? Yue Buqun stated. Ling Hucheng was taken aback. This punishment seemed rather excessive. However, in the next moment, a profound understanding passed between master and disciple. And Ling Hucheng quickly realized that this was an opportunity for him to extend a favor. Thus, he promptly replied, Master, although Lin Shidi has erred, it was an unintentional mistake. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, why not grant him a reprieve this time? He can atone for his misdeeds with future contributions, allowing us to observe his progress. Yue Buqun pondered for a moment before responding. As the young leader, the decision regarding the punishment of your fellow disciples rests in your hands. This was a significant gesture of respect towards Ling Hucheng. Chapter 087. Elevating Ling Hucheng's prestige. Don't you hurry to thank your senior brother. Ning Zhongze reacted swiftly, promptly reminding him. Many thanks, master, and my senior brother. Lin Pingxi, having survived calamity, hastily expressed his gratitude. Yu Jingjing also gratefully chimed in. Thank you, senior brother. Yue Buqun sought precisely this outcome, effectively intimidating Lin Pingxi and the Wang family, while avoiding any adverse repercussions, simultaneously enhancing Ling Hucheng's standing within the sect. Since your senior brother is willing to protect you, I shall not elaborate further. However, while the death penalty can be evaded, the punishment for living cannot be escaped. Once we return to Mount Hua, you shall seclude yourself at the Cliff of Reflection for half a year to reflect deeply, Yue Buqun pronounced. Yes, Lin Pingxi dared not negotiate. Yu Jingjing was about to voice that the duration of the punishment seemed excessive, but a glance from Ning Zhongze silenced her. All right, go tend to your forehead injury properly. You may leave. Yue Buqun maintained his authoritative demeanor. Lin Pingxi and Yu Jingjing felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastily exiting. Soon, the room was left with only Yue Buqun, Ning Zhongze, and Ling Hucheng. Chong'er, this incident arose unexpectedly, and since both you and Pingxi are my disciples, it would be inappropriate for me to show favoritism. Thus, Yue Buqun paused, turning his gaze to Ling Hucheng. The master's concerns are understood by your disciple. This matter also involves Lin's family inheritance of the evil-repelling swordplay. If the master intervenes excessively, it may not yield favorable results. Now, having cleared the disciple's suspicions through the words of an outsider, it is indeed a fortuitous resolution, Ling Hucheng articulated, comprehending why Yue Buqun had remained silent throughout their journey. Should Yue Buqun have inserted himself further into the matter, it could have easily spiraled into greater complications, leading to an uncertain outcome that might prove difficult to rectify. Yue Buqun nodded in satisfaction. He regarded Ling Hucheng as a successor in training. Between master and disciple, it was essential to maintain open communication, avoiding the misunderstandings that can deepen, ultimately nullifying the master's diligent efforts. The crux of a sect's development lies in the question of succession. Much like a dynasty, the absence of heirs for an emperor can lead to dire consequences, particularly for unstable regimes, which are vulnerable to usurpation. Numerous historical events validate this conclusion. In the original narrative, old Yu meticulously groomed Ling Hucheng, shaping him into a paragon among the younger generation of the Five Mountain Sword Alliance, a figure of esteem wherever he ventured. According to his vision, that generation would cultivate high-level combat prowess, valuing quality over quantity in disciples. When it came time for Ling Hucheng's generation to stabilize their foundation, peers such as Shi Daizhi, Liang Fa, and Lu Daiyou could all be nurtured to mature and strengthen the power of Mount Hua. Even amidst the turmoil instigated by Zhu Lengchan's ambitions to unify the Five Mountains, old Yu's cultivation would provide sufficient resilience to thwart such plans, preserving the status quo of the Five Mountain Alliance. Eventually, as the disciples' descendants emerged, they would broaden the gates of the sect, expanding the recruitment of new students. Thus, although the development of the sect is fraught with challenges, progress is made steadily and methodically, ensuring that within 3 generations, the long-standing weaknesses of the Huashan Sect since the duel atop the Yue Peak can be entirely resolved. Afterward, reclaiming the position of the leader of the Five Mountain Sword Alliance would no longer be a mere fantasy. Everything was meticulously planned. However, the endeavor faltered at the very first step when the promising successor, Ling Hucheng, betrayed the cause, throwing the old master's plans into disarray. This compelled the old master to resort to a contingency plan to seize the evil-repelling sword technique. Remarkably, this plan succeeded, yet the evil-repelling sword technique was destined for demise. Such is the capriciousness of fate. The situation had escalated to such a point. Would it perish or not? If it did not perish, then the sect would merge. with the old master becoming the head of the Huashan branch of the Five Mountain Sword Alliance. Even if he obediently assumed that role, given Zhuo Lingchan's character, it would only be a matter of 2 or 3 years before he sought an opportunity to eliminate him or replace him with a descendant of the Sword Sect or even a commoner. Whether it perished or not, it would lead to a deadlock, with no resolution in sight. What to do then? Let it perish. The outcome of this course of action would be a dramatic transformation in temperament, ultimately leading to widespread alienation and becoming a source of ridicule in the martial world. Either way, it was a dead end. One path led to a disgraceful end, the other to a farcical one. This is the consequence of selecting a problematic successor. Therefore, this time, one must not tread the same path. By the way, master, the matron residing in the Green Bamboo Elder's household possesses exceptional musical skills and can assist me in treating my internal injuries through her melodies, Ling Huchong reported eagerly. Such behavior clearly indicates a reclusive master, and it is imperative to promptly inform the master. Oh, Yue Buqun nodded, feigning deep contemplation. He certainly understood that the matron Ling Huchong referred to was none other than the holy maiden Ren Yingying of the demonic sect. Yet this matter could not be made explicit at present, as the unfolding narrative of Laughing in the Wind begins here. Even Ling Huchong's future opportunity to learn the muscle-transforming scripture from the venerable monk Feng Zheng stems from this very hint. It must not disrupt the successor's fate. Of course, the romantic involvement between Ling Huchong and Ren Yingying is absolutely out of the question. His own daughter, Yu Lingshan, has not diverted her affections to Lin Pingxi. She and Ling Huchong remain childhood friends, their bond unscathed by internal strife. Thus, even if he interacts with Ren Yingying, it should not ignite the flames of romance as depicted in the original text. After all, in the original narrative, Ling Huchong was despondent and devoid of hope until the young lady Ren patiently guided him, establishing the foundation for their love. When one is at their loneliest and most helpless, if a confidant suddenly appears, it matters not if they be male or female, one is drawn to them. Young lady Ren, meanwhile, listened to Ling Huchong's stories, empathizing with his life, and her affection for him stemmed more from pity than anything else. However, at present, Ling Huchong has been entrusted with significant responsibilities. Although his internal injuries remain unresolved for the time being, he is not disheartened. Instead, he is vibrant and has not suffered any injustices, so he certainly would not confide in Ren Yingying about sect matters. Thus, no romantic foundation exists between them, eliminating any potential entanglements. Even if it were true, it would merely amount to a one-sided affection from Ren Yingying. Should Ling Huchong dare to reciprocate and forsake his own daughter, Yue Buqun would undoubtedly seize him and deal with him most severely. Master, that old woman insists that I visit her every 3 days to aid in my recovery from internal injuries, Ling Huchong continued. Yue Buqun furrowed his brow slightly, but soon relaxed. Given Ling Huchong's offering of the musical score, it was improbable that the daughter of the demonic sect would be indebted to anyone. Go if you wish, it matters not. Even if the demonic lady were to develop feelings for you, as long as you remain true to your heart, it shall be well. Since it is a senior expert offering to assist you in your healing, it is likely devoid of malice. Therefore, go ahead, Yue Buqun said with a smile. Chapter 088. The Doubts of Ning Zhongzi. Yue Buqun, a seasoned figure in the world of martial arts, assured Ling Huchong that they could indeed depart, which brought a sense of relief to Ling Huchong. Master, after staying at the Wang residence for quite some time, when do we plan to leave? Ling Huchong inquired. For several days, over 100 disciples of the Huashan Sect had been feasting at the Wang household, and despite their warm hospitality, the prolonged stay raised concerns about overstepping their welcome. Ling Huchong, as the young leader, recognized the importance of this matter. There's no rush, Yue Buqun waved his hand dismissively. The slander against you has only just subsided. If we were to leave now, it would create a rift between the Huashan Sect and the Wang family. They might think we are still harboring grievances, and future interactions could become strained. Yue Buqun's understanding of social dynamics was remarkably astute. Should we extend our stay for another 10 days or so? Ling Huchong asked. Yes, rest assured, we can remain for another 2 months. The longer we stay, the more pleased the Wang family will be. The expenses incurred shall serve as a gesture of goodwill from them towards you, Yue Buqun responded. Harboring a malicious thought, those who dare to wrong the young master of the Huashan Sect shall face dire consequences. Of course, the Wang family, being affluent and capable of hosting 100 guests, would hardly feel the pinch. Once their discussion concluded, Ling Huchong took his leave, leaving only Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi in the room. Senior brother, I have something to ask you, Ning Zhongzi began. As Yue Buqun had just taken a sip of tea, a woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. Ever since their return, Ning Zhongzi sensed that her senior brother was not quite himself. Yet, the exact nature of her unease eluded her, and due to the recent busyness, she had refrained from questioning him until now. Clearing his throat, Yue Buqun, feeling the discomfort of having a guilty conscience, forced a calm demeanor. What is it, junior sister? Speak freely. In public, he was the authoritative leader of a sect, commanding respect and influence, but in private, it was his wife who held the true power. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Zhongzi decided to address the matter by commenting on the scent she had detected. Senior brother, ever since your return, I have noticed a subtle fragrance about you. Have you been somewhere? She inquired. Oh, I have been out of the city these past few days, tracking some leads and passing through various valleys. With spring in full bloom, the wildflowers are abundant, and perhaps some pollen has clung to my clothing, Yue Buqun replied nonchalantly, attempting to suppress his anxiety with another sip of tea. Such a keen sense of smell rivals that of a celestial hound. Yue Buqun mused, recalling that he had not embraced the girl in question, having merely aided her in a moment of peril. His outer garments had been washed, and any lingering scent had dissipated over 3 days. For her to discern a fragrance under these circumstances seemed almost supernatural. Have women become so extraordinarily perceptive? No, something is amiss. Ning Zhongzi pondered for a moment, realizing that the fragrance did not resemble that of flowers, but rather evoked the scent of rouge and powder, or perhaps it was more akin to the natural aroma of a woman. Having traversed the journey of youth herself, she recalled the early years of her marriage. When Yue Buqun would return from his seclusion at the Cliff of Reflection, always drawn to her, remarking on the delightful scent she possessed. Over the years, as age matured her, the essence of her body had softened, now more reminiscent of cosmetic fragrances. Yet, the memories of that scent lingered, albeit somewhat blurred and uncertain. This was Yue Buqun's only chance to evade judgment. Brother, the scent of cultivated flowers and wild blooms is not of this nature. You have not spoken the truth to me, Ning Zhongzi asserted with conviction, though she herself was uncertain, merely testing the waters. At this juncture, it would be a test of resolve. Should he falter and reveal his hand, it would be quite the spectacle. However, Yue Buqun, seasoned in countless battles, possessed not only profound internal strength, but also a countenance as impenetrable as a fortress. Sister, where does your mind wander? It is either the fragrance of flowers or your own allure. With that, Yue Buqun embraced Ning Zhongzi, a playful exchange reminiscent of lovers. Brother, the children are present. Ning Zhongzi's cheeks flushed crimson. Though the door was closed, the thought of an unexpected disciple barging in was mortifying. What is there to fear? The affection between husband and wife is a natural bond. Besides, who would dare enter without my permission? Yue Buqun's hands roamed, deepening her blush. Sister, cease this jest. We must discuss serious matters. Ning Zhongzi gasped, grasping Yue Buqun's mischievous hand. Yet, no amount of playful banter could divert her attention. Brother, it is said that when a man lies, his heartbeat quickens. I can discern it now. With that, Ning Zhongzi pressed her ear closely to Yue Buqun's chest. Thump, thump, thump. Sister, how could I possibly lie? I would never conceal anything from you. Yue Buqun responded half-jokingly, maintaining a smile, his heartbeat steady. After a while, Ning Zhongzi finally straightened up, freeing herself from his embrace, and remarked, your heartbeat has not quickened. A smile graced her face. She had passed this test. Yue Buqun chuckled heartily, though his own heartbeat surged to a rapid tempo. I told you, you were merely overthinking. His hand trembled slightly as he reached for the teacup, inadvertently spilling the tea. With a crash, the teacup clattered to the floor, creating a prolonged noise. Yue Buqun's hand froze midair, both he and Ning Zhongzi momentarily stunned, enveloped in an eerie silence. Ah, sister, I have discovered something marvelous during my recent outing. With that, Yue Buqun shattered the silence, quickly retrieving a pink spiritual fruit from within his robes. What is this? Ning Zhongzi's curiosity was piqued. This exquisite object resembles a large pearl of a unique hue, captivating Ning Zhongzi at first glance, leading her to believe that it was a gift from Yue Buqun, intentionally procured for her. Junior sister, allow me to explain the origins of this remarkable item. Yue Buqun began, recounting the tale of how he acquired this spiritual fruit, albeit omitting the part concerning the young woman. What? This treasure actually sprouted from the grass? Ning Zhongzi exclaimed, astonished. The texture distinctly resembled that of gemstones or pearls. How could it possibly be a fruit? The world is vast and filled with wonders, junior sister. Are you aware that this fruit possesses a unique efficacy? Yue Buqun feigned an air of mystery. Chapter 089. The efficacy of the spiritual fruit consumed by Ning Zhongzi. Ning Zhongzi's astonishment had yet to fade as she hurriedly inquired. Yue Buqun merely chuckled, revealing without preamble the 4 words, Rejuvenation of youth. Contrary to the anticipated shock, a look of concern appeared on Ning Zhong's visage. She gently touched Yue Buqun's forehead and, with a hint of anxiety, exclaimed, "Master, you don't have a fever, so why speak such nonsense in broad daylight? Is there truly such a thing as rejuvenation? This is merely a fabrication from myth and folklore. Given your profound cultivation, how can you still believe such tales?" She pressed her forehead against Yue Buqun's to ascertain whether he was genuinely feverish. Yue Buqun found himself at a loss for words, yet felt helpless. Such extraordinary claims were indeed liable to be dismissed as madness. His practice of the Zixia divine art had rendered his appearance youthful. Yet that was merely a consequence of profound internal cultivation that delayed aging. As for the notion of reversing age, transforming from 30 to 20, even mastering the sunflower scripture would not suffice. Junior sister. Yue Buqun cradled Ning Zhong's face in his hands, speaking earnestly, "I am not delusional. This fruit truly possesses the power of rejuvenation. I believe you, master. Please wait a moment. I shall summon to you and the others to fetch a physician." Tears welled in Ning Zhong's eyes, for she feared her brother had been poisoned, his mind clouded. She had heard of tales from distant Yunnan and Sichuan, where poisonous mushrooms flourished, leading those who consumed them to hallucinate, and even claimed they had ascended to immortality. With the mushroom season upon them, could it be that her brother had ingested a toxic variety during his 3-day absence? Oh dear! Yue Buqun, exasperated, delivered a swift slap to her rear. Ning Zhongza shuddered, yet remained resolute in her intent to seek help. "Junior sister, wait. Look at my face," Yue Buqun interjected, seizing her hand and guiding it to his visage. "Feel closely, is there not a difference?" he urged. At that moment, Ning Zhong's mind was in disarray, yet she was unable to resist his firm grasp. She absent-mindedly brushed her fingers over his face. However, as she continued, she began to discern a change. His skin appeared markedly more refined. Ning Zhongza, taken aback, scrutinized him more closely. After a moment, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Indeed, her brother's face had become significantly more youthful. If he once resembled a man in his 30s, he now looked as though he were in his early 30s, perhaps even a youthful man in his 20s. Should he conceal his faint beard and lift the corners of his eyes slightly? "Master, you truly seem to have regained much youth," Ning Zhongza gasped in wonder. She finally comprehended why she had initially sensed something amiss. That indescribable feeling stemmed from this very transformation. Yet, in their daily companionship, she had overlooked such changes. Could it be that this is the fruit's effect? Ning Zhongza pondered, her faith beginning to blossom, her heart racing with excitement. If this thing truly possesses the power of rejuvenation, one might wonder if it could be utilized for oneself. The desire for beauty is a universal sentiment, particularly among women, who often harbor an even greater yearning for aesthetic appeal. In ancient times, when technological constraints were less severe, this longing was somewhat tempered. However, in the present day, many would willingly endure countless surgical procedures in pursuit of beauty. Previously, my senior brother would often reassure me that turning 30 would only enhance my mature allure, making me more captivating. Yet, given the chance to reclaim youth, I would gladly relinquish that maturity. "Surely, you no longer think I am mad, do you?" Yue Buqun chuckled. "Not at all," Ning Zhongza replied, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. "However, this fruit has grown to be as hard as stone. How is one to consume it?" Ning Zhongza pondered, a new question arising in her mind. "This involves some confidential techniques. Come, let us retreat to the bedroom, and I shall explain further." Yue Buqun's expression shifted. Ning Zhongza sensed something amiss. Her cheeks flushed as she silently followed Yue Buqun to the bedroom. He had absorbed the essence of the fruit using the Northern Darkness divine art, but how could his junior sister, who had not cultivated this technique, partake in its benefits? On the way back, Yue Buqun contemplated this dilemma, ultimately devising a method that could only be executed between spouses: mutual cultivation. Upon hearing the term mutual cultivation, many might misconstrue it as a form of nefarious practice involving the absorption of one's essence. In truth, genuine mutual cultivation entails an exchange of vital energy between spouses, with each partner's energy circulating within the other, fostering collective advancement. In the bedroom, upon the bed, the customary practice commenced. They first shed their garments. Healing necessitates disrobing, let alone mutual cultivation. Ning Zhongza had initially planned to wait until evening, but the allure of Yue Buqun's persuasion led her to acquiesce. "Junior sister, place your palm against mine," instructed Yue Buqun. Ning Zhongza instinctively sought to cover her modesty with both hands, embarrassed by the daylight streaming in. Yet, at her senior brother's insistence, she complied. In the next moment, they sat cross-legged, palms facing each other. Yue Buqun activated his purple mist divine art, first clearing their meridians. Once they became attuned to each other's energy flow, he began employing the northern darkness divine art. He first withdrew his hand, then unleashed the northern darkness divine art, drawing the essence from the spirit fruit. After sufficiently absorbing its energy, he re-established contact with Ning Zhongzi. This time, Yue Buqun's purple mist energy carried the spirit fruit's essence, which he gradually transported into Ning Zhongzi's meridians. This method necessitates unconditional trust between spouses. It would be unfeasible between a master and disciple or friends, for even the slightest resistance from either party could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, they continued this intricate exchange, akin to walking a tightrope, with Yue Buqun drenched in sweat, the task proving exceedingly delicate. Finally, he exhaled deeply and concluded the technique. The current atmosphere has shifted significantly, sufficient for Ning Zhongzi to assimilate for a while. The remainder shall be addressed in due course. Brother, you have worked hard. Ning Zhongzi hurriedly expressed concern, retrieving a handkerchief and rising to assist Yue Buqun in wiping away his sweat. In this moment, some softness pressed against Yue Buqun's form. The suppressed desire that had been building within him could no longer be contained. Yue Buqun transformed into a ravenous wolf, his eyes nearly glowing with an emerald hue, and he lunged forward without hesitation. The surrounding curtains fell, and the bed emitted subtle sounds. Today, yet again, is a splendid day. Chapter 90. A letter from Mount Hua. In the days that followed, life indeed became quite tranquil for Yue Buqun. Aside from the occasional banquets hosted by Wang Yuanba every few days, he enjoyed a significant respite. Nevertheless, he did not squander this time. Whenever he found a moment, he diligently immersed himself in the study of the Zixia divine art. However, his progress was negligible, nearly imperceptible. Yet, Yue Buqun remained unperturbed. The practice of martial arts is inherently a gradual endeavor, accumulating small gains daily that would eventually lead to a momentous transformation. Is it not said that without the accumulation of small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles, and without the collection of small streams, one cannot form a river? Even the most spirited steed cannot leap 10 paces in a single bound, while a humble horse may travel 10 days through steadfast effort. The wisdom of sages is universally applicable. Simultaneously, apart from his training in the Zixia divine art, Yue Buqun continued to assist Ning Zhongzi in absorbing spiritual fruits. During this process, he also absorbed some for himself, resulting in both of their complexions becoming increasingly radiant, especially in the case of Ning Zhongzi. The refinement of this essence brought about remarkably beneficial changes. Not only was her skin more taut and her pores finer, but there was also a subtle lifting around her eyes. Furthermore, astonishingly, there were signs of a second maturation in her figure, which was nothing short of incredible. The one most delighted by this transformation was undoubtedly Yue Buqun. After all, the more youthful and beautiful his junior sister appeared, the more fortunate he felt. The disciples of the Huashan Sect, whom he interacted with daily, were accustomed to seeing one another, and thus did not perceive any extraordinary changes. However, once they returned to the Huashan Sect, those left behind like Liang Fa would undoubtedly marvel at how their master and mistress seemed to grow younger with each passing day. What exactly are these spiritual fruits? Throughout history, there have been tales of wondrous substances that can restore youth, such as the mythical Tai Sui, which is shrouded in various marvelous legends. Yet, these spiritual fruits were evidently not Tai Sui. Yue Buqun pondered further, speculating. Could it be that beneath the uneven terrain lies a jade mine? Might these spiritual fruits be the result of jadeite? Or perhaps there exists an unparalleled jade, harmoniously occupying a fabled feng shui spring, exuding ethereal spiritual pearls like a dragon spitting jewels? In recent days, such conjectures had become countless. Yue Buqun felt an overwhelming urge to return and investigate, even contemplating organizing his disciples to excavate with shovels. However, such thoughts were merely fleeting whims. If there truly were treasures below, given the black-clad individual's familiarity with the situation, he would have long since extracted them. It was unlikely they would be left for him now, rendering any attempt futile. On one particular day, while Yue Buqun was practicing in his chamber, having just completed a full cycle of meditation, he was interrupted by Laoduo's request to see him. Master, from the Yue Peak, junior brother Liang Fa has sent a letter. Laoduo knocked softly at the door. Yue Buqun ceased his practice and rose to open the door, accepting the letter. What could this be about? Could it be that Zhuo Lingchan was inciting the descendants of the Sword Sect to assault Huashan once more? Yue Buqun mused inwardly. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. The descendants of the Sword Sect had long since lost their influence, and if they still possessed any sense of dignity, they would not dare to mount an assault on Huashan again. As for other malevolent occurrences, the likelihood is slim, for the majority of the elite from the Huashan Sect have been taken away by their leader. Even if Zhuo were to conquer Huashan, it would hold little significance. With such thoughts, he finally tore open the letter and began to read. To his surprise, after a brief moment, Yue Buqun's expression shifted from worry to joy, an exuberant joy that could lift him off the ground. Duel, quickly summon your master and elder brother, and gather all the disciples. I have significant news to announce. Yue Buqun's spirit soared, his face beaming with radiance, as he paced excitedly, never one to display his emotions. He astonishingly had a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Master, what could be so delightful? Lao Nuo mustered the courage to inquire. His curiosity piqued about the contents of the letter that had so elated his master. Your fellow brother Zhang and the others have successfully passed the imperial examination. Yue Buqun exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder with an uplifting tone. Lao Nuo's mouth gaped, his form frozen in astonishment. They actually succeeded in the examination. Observing his master's elation, it was clear that more than one had triumphed. What are you waiting for? Hurry, hurry, Yue Buqun urged. Without delay, Lao Nuo called out to Ning Zhongze and Ling Huchong, then gathered the disciples. In no time, the courtyard was brimming with Huashan Sect disciples. Standing at the forefront, Yue Buqun, unable to contain his excitement, announced loudly, I have just received the news that all 3 of our Huashan disciples who went to the capital for the examination have passed with flying colors. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Though they were martial artists, their dealings with the authorities were inevitable, particularly given their current association with the Wang family. Besides being a family of martial artists, they maintained close ties with the local government, ensuring their family's prosperity and thriving business. However, their relationship was one of cooperation or reliance, flatteringly termed as heroes of the Central Plains, but less charitably viewed as lackeys of the court. A truly pure martial arts sect would never regard such families with respect, as they simply did not belong to the same circle. This was also the reason why Wang Yuanba went to great lengths to curry favor with the Huashan sect. Yet now, with Huashan disciples achieving success in the imperial examinations, the situation had dramatically transformed. To be reliant on the government might label them as lackeys, but when one's own disciples excelled and attained official status, it brought honor to the sect, distinctly different from being mere court sycophants. Your brother Zhang Mingshu ranked 36th in the 2nd class of the imperial examination, and your fellow disciples Zhao Yin and Tang Wei have also successfully passed. Yue Buqun's lips were curled in glee. These 3 disciples hailed from impoverished families near Huashan, and the sect had supported them for over a decade. Now, they had finally achieved their academic aspirations, a cause for celebration. Particularly noteworthy was Zhang Mingshu, who had performed admirably, securing a place in the 2nd class. Although ranked 36th, that was of little consequence. It is akin to the scenario of achieving the status of a successful candidate. The distinction between the top scholar and the last is almost negligible. The same holds true for the Jinshi degree, where the 1st class is regarded at one level, the 2nd class at another, and the 3rd class yet at another. The 1st class in the imperial examination is widely recognized as the champion, with the 2nd and 3rd ranks known as the runner-up and the flower prize winner, respectively. Those who attain the Jinshi degree are granted direct appointments to official positions. The champion is awarded the title of Hanlin Academy's editor at the 6th rank, while the runner-up and flower prize winner are bestowed with the title of Hanlin Academy's compiler at the 7th rank. The 2nd class consists of Jinshi graduates who receive the treatment of the 7th rank, whereas the 3rd class comprises those of the same Jinshi background but are accorded the 8th rank. Presently, within the Huashan faction, there exists 1 individual of the 2nd class and 2 individuals of the 3rd class, a clear indication of the flourishing literary tradition. Chapter 91. Breakthrough of the Hunyuan skill. After successfully passing the imperial examination, the journey of a scholar does not reach its conclusion, for there lies ahead another opportunity, the palace examination, which presents the chance to become a shujishi. The shujishi, upon entering the Hanlin Academy for further studies, must endure a 3-year period before facing another assessment. Those who succeed may be bestowed with the title of a Zhengqi Pin Hanlin compiler for 2nd class Jinshi or a Zhengqi Pin Hanlin reviewer for 3rd class Jinshi. Even if one does not secure a position within the academy, there remains the prospect of serving in various governmental departments. It is crucial not to underestimate this title of Zhengqi Pin, as it may seem modest. Even the esteemed top scholar, or Zhuangyuan, holds merely its Zhonglu Pin position within the Hanlin Academy. Many scholars toil for decades in solitude, only to find that even the top scholar ranks just slightly above a county magistrate, leading to a profound misconception. One must recognize that the Hanlin Academy stands as a unique institution, Following Hu Weiyong's tenure, the Ming dynasty ceased to appoint prime ministers, and the cabinet ministers gradually assumed the role of de facto prime ministers. This cabinet is, in essence, a subordinate entity of the Hanlin Academy. Theoretically, officials of the Hanlin Academy operate within an entirely distinct system from ordinary officials, resulting in different paths of promotion. Within the Hanlin Academy, the highest position is that of the chief scholar, also referred to as the Guangxue scholar, classified as Zheng Wu Pin. However, this role is not permanently established. It is typically held by an incumbent from the ranks of the Wu Pin Shijiang scholar or Shiduan scholar. This is primarily due to the fact that the Grand Scholar also occupies the Zheng Wu Pin level, such as the Grand Scholar of the Jianjidian or the Grand Scholar of the Dongga. However, the Grand Scholar serves as a cabinet minister, wielding the power of a prime minister, while the Guangxue scholar holds only a singular Zheng Wu Pin position, rendering the arrangement somewhat awkward, hence its infrequent establishment. In essence, the Zhuangyuan begins at the Tsong Lu Pin level, with the pinnacle being Wu Pin. Ascending further requires the acquisition of a title such as Shangshu or Minister of the Ministry of Rights, directly leading to the role of Prime Minister. The path of the Shijishi is largely akin to that of the Zhuangyuan, albeit with the necessity of 3 years of study and the chance to remain within the Hanlin Academy, commencing from Zhengqi Pin or Tsongqi Pin. Moreover, the advancement within the Hanlin Academy is notably equitable, primarily reliant on experience. Thus, in general, as long as one persists long enough, every individual within the academy has the potential to achieve the status of prime minister. Presently, Zhang Mingshua has attained the second-class jinshi at such a young age, making it a certainty that he will undoubtedly succeed in becoming a shijishi. Even Zhao Yin and Tang Wei harbor hopes of similar success. Following this, the Huashan Sect has secured a foothold within the court, dissuading any further mischievous intentions from the Songshan Sect, significantly alleviating the pressure on Yue Buqun. This is precisely why he finds himself in such high spirits. Congratulations, Master Yu. As the exuberance among the disciples of the Huashan Sect reverberated, Wang Yuanba, well informed, arrived with his 2 sons to extend his congratulations. Heartfelt congratulations. Yue Buqun welcomed him warmly. Brother Yu, as the master of the Huashan Sect, you have achieved greatness. Not only have you nurtured a multitude of martial arts experts, but you have also produced a literary star. I am truly in awe. Wang Yuanba grasped Yue Buqun's hand with utmost warmth and friendliness. I have prepared a banquet, inviting the esteemed figures of Luoyang City. And tonight I shall indulge in a few more cups, Wang Yuanba said with a cordial smile. His actions were swift. Barely had the news reached him when the feast was already arranged. Yue Buqun felt somewhat embarrassed, as it was indeed his own disciple who had achieved high honors. Yet the banquet was organized by another, which felt like a personal favor. As night fell, the Wang residence was ablaze with light. This gathering was not smaller than the one that took place when Yue Buqun first arrived. Among the invited guests, there were not only martial artists but also local officials, who, in a bid to curry favor, engaged Yue Buqun in casual conversation. Truly, one person's fortune can elevate those around them. It seemed that the path of scholarship had been well laid out. The banquet extended into the late hours, and Yue Buqun had indeed consumed a considerable amount of wine. However, his profound internal energy allowed him to expel all the alcohol through perspiration after circulating the Zixia true qi. Senior brother, I have brought you a hangover remedy, Ning Zhongzi announced, approaching with a bowl of clear broth beneath the dim lights. Yue Buqun graciously drank it all, and after freshening up, the two retired to bed. Senior brother, I have delightful news to share, Ning Zhongzi said, turning towards him with a playful expression reminiscent of a mischievous young girl. Due to her recent absorption and refinement of spiritual fruit, not only had her appearance become more youthful, but her demeanor seemed to have lightened as well. Oh, what is this good news? Could it be that there is something here? Yue Buqun jested, playfully patting her abdomen. How improper, Ning Zhongzi retorted with a playful huff. I have broken through to the 4th level of the Hunyuan Gong, she declared earnestly. What? Yue Buqun immediately sat up in astonishment. The Hunyuan Gong is divided into 6 levels. Historically, many leaders of the Huashan Sect who could not endure the solitude of the first 3 levels of the Zixia divine skill often practiced this technique. In terms of power, Hunyuan Gong is not much inferior to Zixia, especially since it has a complementary technique known as Hunyuan Palm. Together, they constitute some of the most formidable skills in the martial world. Thus, mastering this technique is no easy feat, although Ning Zhongzi possessed a certain aptitude for martial arts. Yue Buqun had estimated that it would take her at least another year or 2 to reach the 4th level. Moreover, breaking through to this 4th level signifies a substantial level of achievement in martial arts, leading directly to the innate realm after achieving perfection in the 4th level. This was an extraordinarily significant step, and now, astonishingly, it seemed she had saved 1 or 2 years of effort. Could this be the additional effect of the spiritual fruit? Yue Buqun pondered deeply. Previously, his beaming divine skill had progressed from entry to minor success, which he believed was a natural progression of his cultivation, hastened by the spiritual fruit. Upon reflection, he realized that a significant portion of the strength was indeed contributed by the spiritual fruit. Contemplating this, he took out the remaining spiritual fruit. It had diminished in size and lost much of its luster. According to Yue Buqun's pace, it would likely be exhausted within 3 months at most. Senior brother, do you suspect it is its influence? Ning Zhong inquired as she moved closer. It is likely so, Yue Buqun replied, a furrow of concern etched upon his brow. This was not a favorable development, for there existed another such entity on the back mountain of Huashan, and beyond the 3rd stone gate, it was highly probable that another herb of this nature awaited. The emergence of such a divine object once could be deemed a mere coincidence, but the appearance of 2 necessitated deeper contemplation. Moreover, if Huashan possessed such a phenomenon, could it not be that Songshan harbored one as well? Previously, he had believed that his mastery of the Zixia divine skill had endowed him with superior combat prowess over his Wuling Chan. Yet now, it seemed prudent to remain cautious for the time being. Chapter 092. The Holy Maiden inquires about Yue Buqun days later. News once again emanated from the summit of Mount Hua, revealing that Zhang Mingxua had successfully passed the imperial examination to become a scholar. As for Zhao Yan and Tang Wei, their results were somewhat less favorable. They did not achieve success in the palace examination. However, due to their youth, their prospects remained promising. One was appointed to the Ministry of Revenue for observation, while the other was assigned as the deputy magistrate of Wanping County. Wanping, being a county near the capital, typically afforded its officials a higher rank. The position of deputy magistrate in Wanping was classified as a 7th grade official, which could be considered a quasi-capital position. This was undoubtedly a significant improvement compared to being assigned as a county magistrate in the provinces. In Luoyang, Ling Hucheng continued his routine of visiting the green bamboo elder every 3 days, where the woman behind the screen would play the guqin to aid in his recovery. Initially, the effects of the calm heart and universal goodness mantra had been remarkably beneficial, yet as time progressed, its healing efficacy diminished noticeably. Ling Hucheng, I have recently heard that your Huashan Sect seems to have encountered some matters, inquired the woman after a performance. She had been engrossed in studying the musical scores of the smiling, proud wanderer and had paid little heed to the events outside, compounded by the green bamboo elder's preference for tranquility, resulting in a somewhat isolated flow of information. Oh, to speak candidly, it pertains to my 3 junior brothers from Huashan Sect, who have traveled to the capital for the examination and achieved the status of Jinshi. Ling Hucheng replied with a smile. This was not a secretive matter, and discussing it was entirely natural. Is that so? Then congratulations are in order for your master. Upon receiving confirmation, the woman expressed her surprise. Initially, she had presumed the news to be mere rumor, as it was rare for martial artists to succeed in such examinations, let alone achieve the status of a Jinshi. For Yue Buqun to have nurtured 3 scholars was indeed a remarkable feat. Thank you, dear lady. Ling Hucheng promptly returned the courtesy. Ling Hucheng, your master possesses both literary and martial prowess, which piques my curiosity. With nothing pressing at hand, might you share more about him? The woman inquired, her voice tinged with eagerness. After tending to Ling Hucheng's wounds for several days, they had grown from strangers to acquaintances. And this moment was what she had been anticipating. Although she had heard of Yue Buqun, her knowledge remained limited, and the tales circulating in the martial world were not always reliable. Now, with the chief disciple of Huashan Sect present, she believed his words would hold truth. Ling Hucheng mused to himself. Why has the conversation turned to my master? Ah, I see. Perhaps the lady is advanced in age and finds it cumbersome to move about, having spent much time in the bamboo cottage without anyone to converse with. Now that she has learned of our sect's Jinshi, she seeks to engage me in conversation about the sect's anecdotes to alleviate her boredom. Since you wish to hear, I shall gladly share, he said, and thus began recounting his first encounter with Yue Buqun, continuing through to the memorable event of Lu Jingfeng's retirement ceremony at Huashan Sect. Throughout his narration, out of respect for Yue Buqun, Ling Hucheng portrayed him as a paragon of virtue and excellence. The woman behind the screen listened with rapt attention, her admiration for Yue Buqun growing with each word. Ah, dear grandmother, the day is drawing to a close. Perhaps I shall regale you with these amusing tales another time? Ling Hucheng stretched his shoulders, inadvertently realizing that dusk had already arrived. Very well, young hero Linghu, do return home early. The woman nodded, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Yet she could not compel him to stay. In the days that followed, each time Ling Huchong visited, he would share anecdotes about his master. Naturally, matters of sect secrets were omitted, as he recounted events that had transpired in the martial world, often laced with a touch of humor. Ling Huchong's eloquence, coupled with his vivid language, soon painted a lively image of Yue Buqun in the woman's mind, gradually merging with the figure from that fateful day in the cave. The woman, guided by her own inclinations, embellished this image in her thoughts. Before long, Yue Buqun became the epitome of perfection in her heart. On this particular day, after performing the Qingxin Puxin mantra, Ling Huchong had nearly finished his tales. The woman pondered for a moment before unexpectedly posing a significant question. Young hero Ling Hu, may I inquire about your master's age? Ling Huchong, who was sipping tea to soothe his throat, was momentarily taken aback. While questioning about his master's exploits could be construed as a means of entertainment, inquiring about his age felt rather abrupt. Moreover, what purpose did it serve? The woman seemed to sense the inappropriateness of her question and hastily clarified. Please do not take offense, young hero Ling Hu. Hearing of your master's remarkable demeanor elicits my admiration. Alas, such a heroic figure remains beyond my reach, and I simply wish to learn more. Upon uttering this, the woman felt a flutter of anxiety. She feared that Ling Huchong might grow suspicious or, conversely, choose to withhold information. Her emotions were a tumult of contradictions. Yet, there was nothing untoward in the inquiry, Ling Huchong mused. As long as a suitable rationale existed, a man's age was never a closely guarded secret. To be truthful, my master is 45 years old this year. However, due to the cultivation of our Huashan Sect's supreme technique, the Zixia secret manual, he does not appear aged, but rather in his 30s, Ling Huchong disclosed candidly. Grandmother, if you wish, I could introduce you to my master another day. Before he could finish his thought, the woman interjected, her tone unexpectedly sharp. Ling Huchong had never witnessed such fervor from her before. Was it not admiration for his master? Why then the aversion to a meeting? Was this not akin to the tale of Yi Gong who loved dragons, yet feared to see one? The woman quickly cleared her throat and explained, Forgive me, young hero Ling Hu. It is merely that my appearance is rather unseemly, and I am not inclined to face others. Hence my agitation. Now it all made sense. Ling Huchong realized with a start why a screen had been set up, self-doubt regarding her appearance. Grandmother, he reassured her. Appearance is but a superficial veil. If one's heart is pure, then that individual is the epitome of beauty. Conversely, if one possesses an exquisite exterior yet harbors a malevolent spirit, that is true ugliness. He hastily offered words of comfort, choosing not to broach the subject of an introduction again. On that day, the two engaged in delightful conversation. Eventually, they even had the old man of the green bamboo escort Ling Huchong out of the courtyard. Alas, the old woman was indeed pitiable. Her appearance must have endured countless disdain and discrimination in her youth, resulting in her current social anxiety. Ling Huchong mused to himself, I shall not remain in Luoyang much longer. In the days to come, it would be wise to converse with her more, to alleviate her loneliness. The next time we meet, alas, will there even be a next time? With the old man of the green bamboo and her advanced age, is there any chance of another encounter? A sudden wave of compassion washed over Ling Huchong. Inside the room, the woman rose and paced a few steps, contemplating. 45 years old, that is more than double my age. Yet, having acquired such a treasure, the notion of reversing one's age is not mere fantasy. Viewed from this perspective, he still appears quite youthful. Chapter 093. Farewell to the holy maiden. Time flies swiftly, in the blink of an eye. The members of the Huashan Sect have resided in the Wang family home for several months. One day, Yue Buqun summoned Ling Huchong and Lao Dana early in the morning. Master, you called for me. Ling Huchong and Lao Dana entered one after the other. Yue Buqun nodded and said, Chong Dana, we have stayed at the Wang residence for quite a while now. The longer we linger, the more likely we are to become a nuisance. Thus, I have decided that we shall depart from Luoyang tomorrow and continue our journey southward. Danua, please go inform everyone to pack their belongings and prepare. Understood, Lao Danua replied, inwardly grumbling. After all this time, only now does he consider the possibility of being unwelcome. Where was this foresight before? However, he maintained a composed exterior and slowly exited to relay the message. Now that Lin Pingji had fully recuperated, the purpose of their trip to Fuzhou was ostensibly to bury Lin Pingji's parents. Yet, Lao Dana, having endured years as an undercover agent, was well aware that this journey was fundamentally about the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual. Initially, he had felt a surge of excitement. For acquiring the manual or assisting Zhuo Lengchan in obtaining it would mark the conclusion of his mission, freeing him from the constant anxiety of being a spy within the Huashan Sect. Little did he expect that upon arriving in Luoyang, Yue Buqun would stubbornly impose upon the Wang household for several months, aggravating Lao Dana to no end. Why the delay in departing for Fuzhou? What were they waiting for? At last, it seemed they were finally set to leave. Master, I wish to bid farewell to the green bamboo lane, Ling Hucheng requested. By all means, go ahead. Yue Buqun responded sagely. Regardless of the circumstances, a farewell was in order. Observing Chongyer's demeanor, it appeared that his relationship with Ren Yingying was quite ordinary, more akin to a simple exchange of healing for musical scores than anything deeper. Yue Buqun contemplated. Ren Yingying's disguise as an old woman had likely not been uncovered yet, and Chongyer's expression clearly conveyed sympathy for the elderly lady. However, the true nature of their relationship would only become evident on the day of their departure. At the green bamboo lane, Ling Hucheng found himself here once more. This might very well be the last time he would visit. Who could say if he would return to find the old lady or the green bamboo elder still present? Ling Hu Xiaoxia, you have come. The green bamboo elder was in the courtyard, chopping bamboo to craft baskets, and immediately spotted Ling Hu Cheng beyond the fence. He promptly set down his hatchet and opened the door. Senior, I apologize for disturbing you again, Ling Hu Cheng said politely. Disturbing? Nonsense. Come, sit down. I will pour you a cup of tea, the green bamboo elder replied warmly. Although Ling Hu Cheng had just healed here yesterday, and it was not yet time for further treatment, the elder did not press for details. No need to hurry. Ling Hu Cheng gently interjected, feeling a wave of melancholy. I have come primarily to bid farewell to you and the old lady. A clatter echoed from within the bamboo cottage. The sound of tea spilling, clearly indicating that someone inside had overheard. Ling Hu Cheng quickly stepped inside to pay his respects. Young hero Ling Hu, why are you leaving so soon? The voice of the woman behind the screen carried an air of reluctance. Ling Hu Cheng discerned the unspoken sorrow in her tone and replied, My master says that as guests, we must not overstay our welcome at the Wang residence, lest misunderstandings arise. Indeed, it was true that you had stayed at the Wang family for quite some time. The woman fell into silence for a moment. Ah, dear elder, perhaps it would be best to visit you again upon our return, Ling Hu Cheng offered, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere with comforting words. The woman merely smiled and said, All gatherings in this world must eventually come to an end. I am already quite content with the companionship you have provided during these days. Before we part, allow me to play a piece for you. Pure heart and universal goodness. With that, she returned to her seat and began to play the guqin. Soon, a melodious tune filled the air. Ling Hu Cheng understood that this might be the last time he would hear such music in his lifetime. As evening descended, Ling Hu Cheng bid a heartfelt farewell. It would be impossible to say that he felt no emotions during this time. However, the sentiments he harbored were those of gratitude from a junior to a senior, pure and devoid of ulterior motives. The following day at the docks, Yue Buqun and his companions had chosen to travel by water, chartering a grand vessel. The disciples busily moved their belongings, bustling about. As hosts, the Wang family presented numerous gifts, particularly for Yue Buqun's two daughters, sending an array of items befitting women. Sister, I must say, I have greatly benefited from your generosity this time, Yu Lingshan jested to Yu Jingjing. Clearly, these gifts were intended for Wang Yuanba's future granddaughter-in-law. However, since Jingjing had received them, it was only right that Yu Lingshan, as the eldest daughter, should also be included. Failing to do so would create discord between the sisters, a direct pitfall for Lin Pingji. Wang Yuanba, being astute, understood the importance of such details. Brother Yu, why the haste? If outsiders see, they might think I have been negligent in my hospitality, Wang Yuanba bantered amiably. Not at all, my dear friend. Your hospitality is truly overwhelming. It is merely that we have overstayed our welcome, and moreover, Lin Pingji's parents' remains have yet to return home. We must depart southward without delay, Yue Buqun replied in kind. At this juncture, Wang Yuanba's expression dimmed slightly, as memories of his own daughter resurfaced. After a brief pause, he remarked, Indeed, this is the matter at hand. I cannot keep you any longer. When you return, Master Yu, you must absolutely stay with me for a year or more. Wang Yuanba reiterated warmly. Certainly, certainly. Yue Buqun nodded in acknowledgement. After a while, everyone finished their preparations. Wang Bofin and Wang Zhongxiang offered Lin Pingji and Yu Jingjing some parting advice, finally stuffing a pouch of gold and silver into their hands for their journey. Wang Yuanba, in a show of generosity, lined up to present each person with an additional 40 taels as travel expenses before they boarded the ship. Standing at the bow of the vessel, Yue Buqun, Ning Zhongza, and Lin Pingji waved farewell to the Wang family as the grand ship unfurled its sails and prepared to set sail. It is still early. They should not be arriving now. Yue Buqun gazed into the distance, where no one was in sight. In the original narrative, at this moment, the green bamboo elder would typically arrive to deliver a zither. However, this time, Ling Huchong had not pursued the study of the instrument. Thus, there was no reason for such a delivery. Indeed, until the great ship departed from the shore and ventured into the heart of the waterway, the figure of the green bamboo elder remained absent. Yue Buqun felt a surge of elation. For this spared Ling Huchong from yet another opportunity to stray onto a misguided path. He cast his eyes upon the river's surface, where the ship glided, leaving behind ripples that seemed to herald an impending turbulence in the martial world. Subsequently, Yue Buqun lifted his gaze toward the horizon, where their next destination awaited them. Kaifeng. Chapter 94. Encountering the 6 immortals of Peach Valley. Days later, the disciples of the Huashan Sect finally arrived in Kaifeng. After a lengthy journey on the boat, they were eager to disembark and stretch their legs. Yue Buqun, ever the accommodating leader, allowed them to explore in small groups as the vessel docked. Although Kaifeng was a grand city, it lacked the vibrant martial arts atmosphere and prominent heroes of the Jianghu. While Yue Buqun recognized a few notable figures, he hesitated to disturb them with his large entourage. Brother, not far ahead lies Zhuxian Town, where your ancestors from the Yue family once made a name for themselves. We must pay a visit. Ning Zhongzi remarked with a smile. Mother, who do you mean? Let me guess. Oh, I know. It must be General Yu Fei, who achieved a great victory against Jin Wuzhu in Zhuxian Town. Yu Lingshan, clever and well-read, immediately hit upon the answer. Indeed, Yue Buqun nodded in affirmation. In this era, Yu Fei's reputation as the foremost military figure was unparalleled, embodying all the virtues of loyalty and patriotism. Since the Song dynasty, successive emperors had honored him, venerating him as the martial saint. However, following the great ethnic integration, promoting Yu Fei became a sensitive issue that could hinder unity. Thus, to preserve mutual sentiments, he was gradually relegated to the status of a national hero, while the title of martial saint was bestowed upon Guan Yu. Father, let us go see it together. Yu Lingshan appeared quite enthusiastic. Very well, we shall go and take a good look, Yue Buqun responded, feigning excitement while secretly feeling a twinge of surprise. It seemed that no matter how the narrative shifted, it would inevitably reach its conclusion through some other means. Yue Buqun, Ning Zhongzi, along with Yu Lingshan, Yu Jingjing, Ling Huchong, and Lin Pingji set off together. They walked for a while, gradually approaching the town's entrance. Not far from the roadside stood a grand temple, with the inscription Temple of General Yang. Father, I know this must be the temple of General Yang Zixing, who was killed by the Jin soldiers after mistakenly wandering onto the Shaoxiang River. Yu Lingshan, well-versed in such tales of loyalty and patriotism, quickly deduced. Indeed, it is the temple of General Yang Zixing, a martyr who sacrificed himself for the nation. Come, let us pay our respects. Yue Buqun led the way into the temple, with the others closely following. Inside, the temple offered little to behold, mainly a space for worship, making wishes, bowing, and presenting offerings. They had scarcely entered when a commotion erupted from outside. I say, the temple of General Yang must be dedicated to Yang Zixing, a familiar voice declared. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongzi's expression shifted, her body trembling slightly. Yue Buqun immediately noticed her change and grasped her hand, inquiring, What is it, junior sister? At that moment, another voice chimed in. There are many generals with the surname Yang. How can we be certain it is Yang Zixing? Perhaps it is the old General Yang from the back mountain, or Yang Lulang, or Yang Qilong. Brother, it's those 6 strange individuals. Should we hide first and avoid a direct confrontation? Ning Zhongzi's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, imbued with a palpable sense of psychological trepidation. How could this be? Yue Buqun furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he attentively acquiesced, instructing several individuals to conceal themselves behind the pedestal of the statue. Moments later, 2 bizarre figures entered, engaged in a spirited debate. Indeed, they were 2 of the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, though Yue Buqun could not discern which ones among them. However, these 2 were the most formidable of the group. On that fateful day, when Yue Buqun employed the Biming divine skill to siphon their internal energy, they had resisted the most fiercely, resulting in him absorbing the least from them. Now, they appeared lively and fully restored. Following this, the 2 engaged in a heated argument, akin to a pair of holy eggs squabbling over whether the deity enshrined in the temple was Yang Zixing, Yang Lulang, or Yang Gongzai. Their discourse even encompassed Yang Wulong and Yang Xilang. Yue Buqun, eavesdropping from behind, felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for his junior sister's firm grip on his hand, he would have been tempted to intervene with a swift blow. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. This was indeed Yang Zixing, ranked 6th, but perhaps also 5th, hence the appellations Yang Wulong or Yang Lulang. with the possibility of him being Yang Erlang as well. You know we, brothers, have bowed our heads in reverence to you, Yang Gongzai. If you cannot ensure the restoration of our brother and sister to their former selves, I shall be compelled to destroy this temple, they grumbled as they moved away. Father, those two seem to be lacking in intellect. It is abundantly clear that this is the shrine of Yang Gong Zaixing, Jingjing pointed out, exasperated. Pay them no mind. They are merely a cadre of imbeciles, Yue Buqun scoffed. While others might perceive these 6 individuals as amusing, Yue Buqun regarded them as fools. Junior sister, what troubles you? He inquired, sensing the increasing chill emanating from her small hand, indicative of Ning Zhong's unsettling state. I am fine, senior brother. Ning Zhongzi feigned calmness, forcing a smile as she remarked. Did you hear what those 2 oddities mentioned? They spoke of Ping Yizhi, the infamous healer, Ping Yizhi. Ling Huchong, having traversed the martial world, recognized the name from his encounters with such notable figures. Indeed, Ning Zhongzi affirmed with a nod. Senior brother, if he is a renowned healer, why is he labeled as a killer? Yu Lingshan pondered aloud. Yue Buqun seized the opportunity to elaborate. This individual embodies both righteousness and malevolence, acting solely according to his whims, possessing a peculiar logic of his own. Precisely, Ning Zhongzi interjected. Ping Yizhi once proclaimed that in this world, the living outnumber the dead. And even Yama keeps his ledger. A healer's role inherently involves usurping merit from Yama. If too many are saved and too few perish, Yama is bound to be displeased and will undoubtedly seek retribution in the afterlife. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingshan burst into laughter, exclaiming, so, does that mean he must kill one to save one, thus balancing the scales? Exactly. It is a matter of saving one while taking one. Yue Buqun nodded in agreement. Several individuals were left utterly astounded. Yu Lingshan had initially been jesting, yet to her surprise, the truth of the matter was indeed remarkable. How could such a healer exist in this world? Senior brother, regarding the injuries on Chang's body, they seem impossible to cure completely. Perhaps we should accompany these 2 peculiar individuals to seek out the renowned healer, Ping Yizhi? Ning Zhongzi suggested. A parent's love for their child prompts them to plan for the future. Although Ning Zhongzi had no son of his own, he harbored a lingering concern. And Ling Huchong, having been his adopted son for over a decade and the future husband of his daughter, held a place in his heart no different from that of a biological son. In fact, Ning Zhongzi's affection for him surpassed even that for Yu Lingshan. However, Yue Buqun appeared somewhat hesitant regarding your condition. Chapter 95. The Healing of the 6 Immortals of Peach Valley by Ping Yizhi. Since the emergence of the 6 Immortals of Peach Valley, Ning Zhongzi's demeanor has been decidedly peculiar, seemingly evoking an involuntary reaction towards these eccentric figures. Yue Buqun pondered deeply, recalling the initial incident when the 6 Immortals, in front of the crowd, brutally tore apart Song Buki, leaving his internal organs strewn about, which caused Ning Zhongzi to collapse in distress. The second occurrence involved the 6 Immortals attempting to rend him asunder, only to have their efforts thwarted by his mastery of the Biming divine skill, leading them to question their very existence. Nonetheless, during this episode, Ning Zhongzi's concern seemed to cause him further distress, suggesting some damage to his vital energies. Senior brother, it is of no consequence. These peculiar individuals have consistently posed a threat to our Huashan Sect, and it was their actions that precipitated Chong Er's illness. We might as well pursue them to discern whether they harbor ulterior motives, Ning Zhongzi asserted with forced composure. Very well. Locating Ping Yizhi may not be an unfavorable endeavor. Perhaps he can also take your pulse and identify any hidden ailments I may have overlooked, Yue Buqun mused to himself. All right, Chong Ping Yizhi, you both return first. I shall accompany your master to investigate further, Yue Buqun commanded. Father, I wish to accompany you, Yu Lingshan implored, tugging at Yue Buqun's sleeve, eager to partake in the unfolding drama. Nonsense. Whether concerning these strange individuals or Ping Yizhi, none are upright characters. You must heed my words and return to the ship with your master brother. We shall discuss matters upon our return, Yue Buqun chided, blending persuasion with admonition. This venture was indeed a serious undertaking, fraught with peril. Such a young girl as Yu Lingshan was ill-suited for the journey. Very well, Yu Lingshan relented, albeit reluctantly, not daring to defy Yue Buqun's orders. The two then exited the temple, catching sight of 2 figures from the 6 Immortals of Peach Valley ahead. They observed as the duo meandered along before veering into a secluded valley. Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi dared not follow too closely, opting instead to maintain a safe distance. Fortunately, the 2 individuals were boisterous, their loud banter allowing Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi to track their whereabouts with ease. After traversing the mountainous path for a while and passing several large willow trees, they spotted a few tiled houses nestled by a stream, where the two figures entered amidst their quarrel. "Let us circle around from the back," Yue Buqun whispered. Thus, the two adeptly employed their lightness skills, taking a roundabout route to approach the houses from behind. Thankfully, ancient customs dictated that trees were planted around residences, and this house was no exception. With a row of willows behind it, they decided to conceal themselves behind the willow trees. Just as they settled into their hiding place, a loud thud resonated from within the house, followed by an irate voice. "Damn it, do you still wish to continue? Do you even want to get better?" The voice, robust and commanding, yet tinged with age, was unmistakably that of the notorious healer, Ping Yiji. "If you cannot cure us, do not blame us for our noise, you charlatan," one of the 6 immortals bellowed in response. "Scram, scram. I'm done treating you. Get the hell out." Through the window, they beheld a short and stout man, puffing and glaring in indignation. The short and stout figure possessed an oversized head, adorned with a whisker-like mustache, swaying his head in a most ludicrous manner. He was occupied with several rows of silver needles, while on the adjacent bed lay 3 men and 1 woman, the remaining 4 members of the Peach Valley 6 immortals. At that moment, however, the appearance of these 4 was utterly disheveled. Despite being conscious, they were punctured all over with silver needles, particularly on their heads, where several glimmered ominously, rendering them too fearful to move. Even uttering a loud word or displaying a vivid expression was out of the question, for they dreaded that any slight shift might cause the needles to plunge deeper, potentially leading to their demise. For those of a restless nature, this was nothing short of a torturous ordeal, especially after the arrival of the second oddity, who engaged in a nonsensical quarrel. Had it been any other time, the remaining 4 would have eagerly joined in the banter. Yet now, they remained mute, their hearts gnawed at by anxiety akin to ants biting. "How the hell can we roll about when you've skewered us like porcupines?" one of the Peach Valley 6 exclaimed in frustration. "Indeed, we have sworn to aid you in your murderous endeavors, and yet you declare no treatment. Do you possess no medical ethics?" Another Peach immortal chimed in. Though they squabbled fiercely among themselves, their unity against external threats was unwavering. "Then just shut up. Speak another word, and I shall treat you to a fate worse than death," Ping Yiji retorted exasperatedly. "Silence is one thing, but what if one needs to break wind?" one of the Peach Valley 6 queried. "Ah," Ping Yiji bellowed, tossing his needle pouch aside and striking the air in front of him several times. He then turned back with a fierce glare, eyes ablaze, and warned the 2. "If you utter another word, once I have healed the 4 of them, I shall let them exact vengeance upon you. 1 treatment, 1 life. With 4, there shall be 4 lives taken, plenty of opportunities for retribution. The 4 oddities can easily dispatch the 2 oddities." At this, the 2 oddities fell silent, holding their breath and crouching in the corner. Finally, Ping Yiji achieved a moment of tranquility, continuing his precise work with the needles. "Madam, could you please bring the lamp closer?" He smiled at an elderly woman beside him, beads of sweat already forming on his brow. Administering needles is a meticulous task, demanding immense concentration, as one must locate the precise acupuncture points and insert the needles to the correct depth. Each inch matters. A misstep could lead to paralysis, tarnishing one's reputation. Just as he immersed himself in this delicate endeavor, one of the second oddities, unbeknownst to whom, audibly passed gas. The 2 men stifled their laughter, their faces twitching uncontrollably. Ping Yiji's hand trembled, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike one of them dead. Forget it, forget it. It's not worth getting worked up over, he thought to himself. These 6 individuals had mysterious origins, yet their prowess was undeniable. Moreover, they shared a profound telepathic bond. In their prime, united, they could likely contend with innate beings, and even if they could not, they would at least match 1 or 2 perfected postnatal masters. This was precisely why Ping Yiji accepted this assignment. The more skilled the practitioner, the more eager he was to assist. The notion of treating one to kill one was not to be executed immediately. Rather, it could be deferred until the moment they truly desired vengeance. For his adversaries or those harboring enmity towards him, this serves as a formidable deterrent, dissuading them from troubling him. After all, how could this retired elder of the demonic sect, a trusted confidant of the former leader, continue to live comfortably until now? On the Blackwood Cliff, after the ascension of Dongfang Bubi, how many lives were extinguished? It is not merely the former leader's confidants that fell victim. Even those with the slightest acquaintance met with swift and merciless consequences. Yet to this day, none among the disciples dare to hold him accountable. And as for righteous individuals masquerading under the pretense of purging evil, such encounters are utterly non-existent. If the demonic sect of Ziyang possessed his capabilities, they would not have faced such a tragic demise. However, The injuries of these four individuals are rather peculiar. They evoke a sense of familiarity. Ping Yi pondered momentarily, his eyes narrowing slightly as if a realization dawned upon him. Chapter 096. Ning Zhongze encounters danger. Ping Yi possesses a peculiar habit when it comes to treating ailments. He insists that one must not divulge any details regarding their sickness, injuries, or the manner in which they incurred such afflictions. His confidence in his medical prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. With merely a fingertip resting upon the pulse, he can discern any ailment, narrating the cause of injuries and the nature of toxins with an acuity that often surpasses the patient's own understanding. It is as if he had witnessed the events unfold firsthand. This remarkable ability is the origin of his name. Seek my counsel, and without uttering a word, I shall diagnose you with a mere touch. However, today as peculiar maladies troubled him increasingly, resonating with a faint echo of familiarity, reminiscent of certain memories. Strictly speaking, what he encountered was not merely illness, but rather injury. The depletion of internal energy and the disarray of vital essence resembled the tales in which a scholar was drained of yang energy by a female specter. The two oddities crouched in the corner fared relatively well, as they were the strongest and not the primary targets of the assault, resulting in minimal energy loss. With ample nourishment and some time for cultivation, they would soon regain their former vigor. In stark contrast, the four individuals on the bed were in dire straits. Their injuries were profound. Without prompt treatment, they risked permanent regression of their martial abilities. The prospect of regaining their former prowess would require years of arduous effort. In more severe cases, they faced the peril of vital essence damage, leading to a gradual decline into mediocrity, rendering them powerless and indistinguishable from the common populace. Such grave injuries transported him back to a decade and more past, when he served under the previous leader. The star-absorbing technique of Ren Jiao Zhu seemed to inflict a similar fate upon its victims. Realizing the connection, Ping Yi was suddenly taken aback. Those who fell victim to the star-absorbing technique were invariably adversaries. No matter how perplexed he felt, he could never bring himself to treat them. Thus, his understanding of the effects of the technique was entirely based on deducing from Ren Wuxing's injuries, without ever having taken their pulse himself. Yet, was Ren Jiaozhu not already deceased? Could there possibly be a successor? Or had someone else acquired the formidable skills of the former leader? Ping Yi was engulfed in uncertainty, a throbbing headache beginning to form. The star-absorbing technique was no trifling matter. It seemed the martial world was on the brink of a tumultuous upheaval. He contemplated inquiring about the identity of the assailants responsible for the condition of the Tao Gu 6 immortals, yet his principles forbade him from asking, and his pride would not allow it. What did it matter? Why should a retired elder concern himself with such matters? If anyone ought to suffer a headache, it should be those from the Blackwood Cliff. Resolving to set aside his thoughts, he resumed his treatment of the four peculiar patients. After a brief interval, Ping Yi exhaled deeply, washed his hands, wiped the sweat from his brow, and began removing the needles. In a short span, the four individuals sprang back to life, animated once more. I have unblocked their meridians and stabilized their vital essence. With a bit more nourishment, they shall fully restore their internal energy within 3 months, he declared. Wiping his hands and catching his breath, for treating 4 patients at once was indeed exhausting. Ah, truly worthy of the renowned physician, your medicine works wonders. Within the room, the Tao Gu 6 immortals began to lavish praise upon him. Indeed, the art of Ping Yi possesses profound intricacies. The ability to restore one's health to its original state truly justifies his title as the foremost divine physician in the world, mused Yue Buqun. Beside him, Ning Zhongze gently squeezed his hand and whispered, Senior brother, Ping Yi's miraculous skills could benefit Chomer. Perhaps we should invite him to examine him. Though her voice was soft, Ping Yi was no ordinary individual. He sensed the presence of observers with a mere twitch of his ear. Ah, esteemed guests from above. Why not descend and make our acquaintance? Ping Yi called out boldly, stepping outside the dwelling. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. His reputation often drew various martial artists seeking an audience. Consequently, the willows behind his home, once numbering 12, now stood at a mere 7. The remaining 5 having perished under the feet of these visitors. With their presence revealed, Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze could no longer conceal themselves. They employed their lightness skills, leaping gracefully into the courtyard. Pray tell, what business do you have with Ping Yi? He inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed the 2 figures. Having encountered countless individuals, he quickly discerned that both exhibited robust vitality and steady breathing, their steps demonstrating formidable inner strength. Moreover, neither bore any visible injuries, suggesting they were not there to seek medical aid. Their visit, devoid of a medical purpose, could very well indicate trouble. Nevertheless, with the recently healed Tao Gu Lu Xian still present, along with himself, they posed little threat. However, before Yue Buqun could respond, the Tao Gu Lu Xian erupted in confrontation, their animosity palpable. "What? You are Yue Buqun?" exclaimed Ping Yizhi, astonished, before his expression transformed into one of delight. Internal whispers from Luoyang hinted that the Holy Maiden had developed an inclination towards a member of the Huashan Sect, speculated to be either Ling Huchong or Yue Buqun. Most conjectured it was Ling Huchong, given their similar ages and the harmony of their appearances. As the Huashan Sect's foremost disciple, Ling Huchong frequently visited the Green Bamboo Cottage, often engaging with the Holy Maiden. If she were indeed inclined towards someone, it would likely be him. As for Yue Buqun, the informant must have been deranged. How could an elderly man attract her attention? Yet upon seeing Yue Buqun today, he appeared quite youthful, perhaps in his 30s. Viewed in this light, it was conceivable that the Holy Maiden could indeed be drawn to him. "Ah, it is an honor to have you, Master Yue of the Huashan Sect. My sincerest apologies," Ping Yizhi expressed with great courtesy, eager to establish rapport. However, just then, the Tao Gu Lu Xian erupted into chaos behind him. 6 individuals with clear roles suddenly charging forward, seemingly intent on repeating their previous tactics. Yue Buqun scoffed coldly, recognizing their folly. Previously, during their prime, he had drained considerable internal energy from them. Now, having progressed from novice to minor mastery of the Baiming Shingong, he was confident that the Tao Gu Lu Xian had not yet fully recovered. In this comparative advantage, he anticipated their demise. Yet, Yue Buqun underestimated them. These fools had cunningly learned the art of diversion. Yue Buqun was poised to unleash his power when, suddenly, there was a swift motion, and he found himself sidestepping to quickly support Ning Zhongzi. The transformation occurred with such remarkable speed that the 6 individuals exhibited a mastery of movement akin to instinctual reflexes, honed through an unknown number of trials. Yue Buqun barely had time to react, yet he was not overly concerned. After all, Ning Zhongzi had cultivated her Hunyuan Gong to the 4th level, achieving a state of consummate perfection, far beyond the capabilities of the 6 immortals of Peach Valley to disrupt. With just a gentle exertion of her skill, she could effortlessly extricate herself. However, to his astonishment, Ning Zhongzi suddenly seemed possessed, her body rendered limp and unresisting in the hold. In that moment, danger loomed. Chapter 97. Yue Buqun crushes the 6 immortals of Peach Valley. How could this be? Yue Buqun's heart sank in astonishment. Although his junior sister was merely a woman, she was no less formidable than her male counterparts. Otherwise, she would not be revered in the martial world as the valiant Ning, rather than simply as Madame Yue. Could it truly be that she was reacting to these 6 individuals? Without a moment to ponder further, a flicker of purple energy flashed across his face, and the purple mist divine skill surged forth from his being. In an instant, a momentum akin to a roaring tsunami erupted violently within the courtyard, with the 6 immortals of Peach Valley bearing the brunt. They had just managed to lift Ning Zhongzi, yet before they could muster their strength, they felt as though they were but a solitary boat tossed upon the tumultuous sea, swaying precariously in the tempest, on the verge of capsizing. "Stop!" Ping Yizhi's urgent call followed closely behind. However, he was not imploring Yue Buqun to cease, but rather the 6 immortals. Yet, due to the rapid turn of events, his reaction was a beat too slow. This must be Yue Buqun's wife. She cannot perish here. Ping Yizhi's expression was fraught with anxiety. Yet, how could the 6 immortals heed his command? They had merely vowed to assist Ping Yizhi in his murderous intent, not to become his subservients. Why should they obey him? "This you fellow possesses sorcery. I cannot exert my strength," one of the 6 lamented. "Indeed, it feels as though I am treading upon cotton, my waist devoid of power." Another cried out in dismay. "Let us count to 3 and exert our strength together. I refuse to believe we cannot tear through this." One of the others, undeterred by the odds, insisted on attempting it. With that, the 6 suddenly began to spin, attempting to harness the power of inertia. Seeking death, Yue Buqun's fury ignited, and with a single palm strike, his true energy surged forth, seemingly solidifying into a tangible force. A massive purple handprint struck the 6, sending them reeling, each one spitting blood, as the ground erupted into a great crater. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Buqun advanced swiftly and rescued Ning Zhongzi. Evil and heretical forces must be eradicated. The murderous intent within Yue Buqun surged. The 6 immortals of Peach Valley could settle their grievances directly with him. It was a common adage in the martial world: debts have their owners, and grievances have their heads. Having absorbed their internal energy, if they possessed the capability, they could retaliate, be it through poison or underhanded tactics. No matter how extreme their methods, Yue Buqun would acknowledge their manhood. However, to resort to attacking his family was beyond comprehension. In the martial realm, regardless of righteousness or villainy, such an act is most taboo. The unwritten rule is that calamity should not befall one's family. During the time of Lu Zhengfeng's retirement ceremony, why did Master Ding Yi engage in conflict with the Huashan Sect? Why did Yue Buqun intervene to save Lu Jingjing? It was because they violated this unspoken rule, extinguishing an entire family. Yet, now, these 6 buffoons dared to act in such a manner. Were they not courting death? Senior brother, Ning Zhongzi, weak and feeble, cast a fleeting glance at Yue Buqun before succumbing to unconsciousness. Run, run. On the other side, the 6 immortals of Peach Valley were stricken with terror, gazing at Yue Buqun as though they had encountered a ghost. During their first encounter, they had merely thought that Yue Buqun's martial prowess was peculiar and that their lack of vigilance had led to their downfall. This time, however, they had comprehensively grasped the disparity in strength. Die. As the purple aura dissipated from Yue Buqun's face, he swiftly transitioned to the Northern Darkness divine skill. Did he still harbor thoughts of fleeing? Was escape even an option? Instantly, a formidable force emanated from his palm, drawing the nearest of the 6 immortals of Peach Valley towards him against their will. This was a unique transformation that occurred after mastering the Northern Darkness divine skill, capable of attracting an individual's body. Help me, help me. The frightened figure cried out in terror. The star-absorbing technique. Ping Yiji observed in horror, his entire being trembling. This was undeniably the star-absorbing technique of Master Ren. With a resounding thud, regardless of Ping Yiji's chaotic thoughts, the wretched individual was already ensnared within Yue Buqun's grasp. No matter how desperately he struggled, the internal energy within him erupted forth like a flood, uncontrollable and relentless. The remaining 5 were frantic, leaping about in desperation. As one reached out to retrieve his comrade, he too was immediately caught by the same force. Alarmed, the man who had been seized quickly grasped the arm of a brother who was attempting to flee. After being pulled back, that brother, almost instinctively, placed his hand on the shoulder of yet another. Within mere moments, the 6 immortals of Peach Valley were strung together like a garland of candied fruits, firmly held by Yue Buqun's Northern Darkness divine skill. Ah! The 6 immortals groaned in agony, their internal energy flowing toward Yue Buqun like a relentless stream, leaving their normally loquacious mouths utterly silent. Suddenly, at that moment, Ning Zhongzi, whom Yue Buqun cradled in his arms, let out a sudden moan, her body convulsing as if in a seizure. Her complexion bore an unusual flush, reminiscent of a feverish state. Simultaneously, Yue Buqun could distinctly feel warmth radiating from her through her clothing. Boom. He could no longer afford to absorb the internal energy of the 6 immortals. He expelled his true qi. In an instant, the 6 immortals felt their blood and qi surge violently, as if a tremendous force had thrust upon them. They involuntarily tumbled backward, landing in a heap, faces smeared with dirt, and blood gushing from their mouths as if it were worthless. Quick, we must run, one gasped, struggling to rise, his legs trembling. Yet, driven by a primal instinct for survival, they clung to one another, desperately attempting to flee. Yue Buqun paid them no heed. This time, he had absorbed at least 40% of each individual's internal energy, and with Ning Zhongzi in such a precarious condition, her well-being took precedence. As for eliminating the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, that could be accomplished at any time. In this urgent moment, there was no need to rush into violence. Junior sister. Junior sister? Yue Buqun freed a hand to cradle Ning Zhongzi, shaking her gently in an attempt to rouse her. However, she merely opened her eyes briefly in a daze before closing them once more, her body beginning to tremble, seemingly in fear of the cold. Illness descends like a mountain. Master Yue, quickly, take Madam inside. Ping Yiji finally found his footing, urgently directing. At this moment, with the situation critical, Yue Buqun disregarded the usual protocols of healing or attacking. Everything paled in comparison to the safety of his junior sister. Even if Ping Yiji compelled himself to confront Dongfang Bubi, he would still brace himself for the challenge. Within the confines of the room, Ping Yiji extended his right index finger, gently resting it upon Ning Zhongzi's wrist, indeed executing a precise touch. His expression fluctuated between furrowed brows and moments of relaxation. After a brief interval, he withdrew his finger and produced a set of silver needles, gently warming them over the flame before deftly inserting a few into the side of Ning Zhongzi's nape. Instantly, Ning Zhongzi's trembling form exhibited signs of alleviation, almost as if by divine intervention. Concurrently, he dictated a medicinal prescription, requesting his wife to prepare the concoction. Having completed these tasks, Ping Yiji finally turned his gaze towards Yue Buqun. Chapter 098. The The speculation of Ping, e.g. Dr. Ping, my junior sister. Yue Buqun's face was a mask of concern, starkly contrasting with the earlier display of authority. Yu Zhongmin, take heart, Ping e.g. replied with a gentle smile, exuding an air of calmness. Observing his demeanor, Yue Buqun felt a significant alleviation of his anxiety. If Ping e.g. deemed it inconsequential, it must indeed be so. The condition of Madame Zun is rather intricate. She was initially stricken with fright, losing her composure. If I am not mistaken, it was the sudden aggression of the 6 immortals of Peach Valley before her that triggered this reaction, Ping e.g. pondered aloud. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident. They assaulted her without any forewarning, akin to a thunderclap from a clear sky, leaving her utterly petrified and causing her spirit to waver. Yue Buqun nodded repeatedly, recognizing Ping e.g.'s prowess as a renowned physician. From the situation with Ning Zhongzi and the 6 immortals, combined with his diagnosis, Ping e.g. had deduced the circumstances with remarkable accuracy. This is not insurmountable. A few doses of calming herbal medicine and a period of rest for 2 months should suffice for her gradual recovery, Ping e.g. continued. However, he paused momentarily. Before her recovery, Madame Zun was suddenly besieged by malevolent energy, further compromising her spirit. This time, the damage was considerably severe. Subsequently, Yu employed the potent inner strength of Zixia divine skill to expel the malevolence, Ping e.g. remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. This malevolence is peculiar, unlike anything I have encountered in my lifetime. Yet, since it has already been dispelled by Yue Buqun, I can only glean a portion of its essence. It appears a root cause has been established, Ping e.g. stated. Yue Buqun expressed surprise. Zixia divine skill, which refines qi into spirit, supplements spirit with spirit. I had thought the earlier treatment had completely eradicated the issue. It seems that was merely the inception of her ailment. It appears that no matter how marvelous the martial arts, they cannot rival the efficacy of a physician's remedies in healing. Ping e.g. sighed, continuing. A person possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits. Madame Zun first suffered damage to her celestial soul, followed by her human soul. Now, confronted by inner demons and startled by the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, the accumulated afflictions have erupted, resulting in her current state of feverish delirium. Indeed, it has formed an acute stress response. Yue Buqun understood at last. What remedy is to be administered? He inquired urgently. At that moment, Ping e.g.'s wife approached, carefully carrying the prepared herbal concoction. Ping e.g. took it with care and handed it to Yue Buqun, saying, I have already stabilized her spirit with silver needles. This herbal medicine will help reduce her fever. You must administer it to her. Yue Buqun, not daring to be negligent, promptly sat beside the bed, propping Ning Zhongzi's upper body and gently prying her lips apart. He blew on the medicine to cool it, and then slowly fed it to her, spoonful by spoonful. Such affection between husband and wife. If the saintess were truly enamored with Yue Buqun, what would become of this? Ping e.g. stood by, feeling a slight headache. Yue Buqun was blessed with a devoted wife, and their bond appeared unbreakable. Yet, Ning Zhongzi's beauty posed a dilemma, should the saintess wish to intervene. It seemed an impractical endeavor, unless it is to serve Yue Buqun in a subordinate capacity. What on earth is he thinking? How could the illustrious saintess ever lower herself to such a role? Ping e.g. nearly struck himself in disbelief. Such a paragon of virtue, the saintess, commands the utmost respect. Even the formidable Dongfang Bubi must tread carefully around her. She could demand the stars and the moon. So how could she possibly share her life with a mere mortal? Unless it is that Ning Zhongzi has met her demise. As this thought crossed his mind, Ping e.g. cast another glance at the couple. Ning Zhongzi's illness is indeed a grave one. Even in his hands, it poses a considerable challenge, let alone for the renowned physicians scattered across the realm. It is fair to say that once she leaves this world, the unpredictability of life and death looms large, and the most one could hope for is to prolong her suffering for a few more years before the inevitable conclusion. Is it not reasonable to say that it is beyond his ability to cure her? Ping e.g. pondered silently. In this way, although he would tarnish his own reputation, he might ensure the happiness of the saintess. However, he suddenly jolted awake from his reverie, realizing he had fallen into a trap of assumptions, mistaking conjecture for conclusion, thereby entangling himself in a self-justifying maze. First and foremost, the saintess may not be infatuated with Yue Buqun at all. It is equally plausible that her affections lie with Ling Huchong. Moreover, Yue Buqun possesses the skill of the star-absorbing technique, a profound art passed down from the former leader, who is also the saintess's father. Rumors in the martial world abound, suggesting that Ren's sudden demise was shrouded in mystery, seemingly instigated by Dongfang Bubi's treachery. If these rumors hold any truth, Could it be that the saintess is orchestrating a ruse, claiming to be enamored with a certain member of the Huashan Sect, while in reality, she seeks an ally to buy time for this person's growth? Eventually, when the moment is ripe, they could unite to strike at Haimuya and avenge Dongfang Bubi. Such a line of reasoning appears quite plausible. Yet, the convolutions of this scenario are undoubtedly numerous, far beyond what Ping Yiji could untangle in a mere moment of reflection. If the situation indeed unfolds this way, then Yue Buqun would be an ally, and with his wife's life hanging by a thread, he must do everything in his power to save her. However, all of this remains mere speculation on his part. Based on the available information, he can only deduce so much, unable to discern what is true and what is false. In this dilemma of whether to act or refrain from acting, what course of action should he take? Ping Yiji found himself wavering, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Ultimately, as Yue Buqun finished administering medicine to his wife, a brilliant idea finally struck him. Dr. Ping, I am aware of your principles. For every life saved, another must be taken. If you can restore my junior sister to health, simply express your desire, and I shall not hesitate to carry out any necessary action, be it with sword or flame. You will not flinch. Yue Buqun, having ensured Ning Zhong's comfort, boldly proclaimed his intentions. Although he is a master of the righteous path, such actions would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, bordering on the path of darkness. Yet, for the sake of his childhood companion, Ning Zhong's, he would risk everything. Ping Yiji harbored no doubts about his words. The more renowned a figure, the more they value their promises, regardless of whether they tread the path of righteousness or wickedness, especially in terms of Yue Buqun's martial prowess. As evidenced by his swift handling of the Peach Valley Six Immortals, he is undoubtedly a master of innate skill, and certainly not one in the nascent stages of such capability. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have readily accepted this. However, the situation now is rather complex. This ailment can be easily treated, yet it can also prove to be quite formidable. Ping Yiji cleared his throat and spoke. What does that mean? Yue Buqun furrowed his brow in confusion. Unfazed by Yu's change in expression, Ping Yiji continued. When the three souls are damaged, the most effective remedy is to use poison against poison. Not only does it yield rapid results, but it can also eradicate the root of the illness. Using poison against poison? But how exactly should one go about doing that? Yue Buqun inquired earnestly. Chapter 99. Passing the trouble to the Five Immortals Sect in Yunnan. There exists a sect known as the Five Immortals Sect. As Master Yue is likely aware, Ping Yiji remarked with a smile. The Five Immortals Sect? Lon Phoenix? What does this have to do with anything? Yue Buqun questioned, puzzled, but soon grasped the implication of employing poison to counteract poison. So it turns out we must seek assistance from the Five Immortals Sect. Indeed, the method of using poison to combat poison does necessitate enlisting the help of the Five Immortals Sect, Ping Yiji added, observing Yue Buqun's dawning comprehension. Is there truly no other method available here, Dr. Ping? Yue Buqun inquired. Ping Yiji stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, there are indeed other methods, but they primarily address the symptoms rather than the root cause. Should any future complications arise, the issue may very well recur. My medical philosophy is straightforward. If I treat, I must eradicate the ailment entirely. A half-hearted remedy is simply unacceptable. Yue Buqun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of this reasoning. Regardless of the underlying cause of this ailment, they were fortunate to be in Ping Yiji's residence, allowing for timely intervention. If they were to settle for a partial cure and the affliction were to resurface without Ping Yiji present, what would they do then? Although his Zixia divine skill could provide temporary relief, it could not serve as a permanent solution. After all, who seeks medical attention without the intention of complete recovery? I humbly request your guidance, Dr. Ping, Yue Buqun said, bowing slightly, adopting a posture of deference befitting one who seeks assistance. I do not presume to offer guidance, Ping Yiji replied. However, the Five Immortals Sect has concocted a remedy known as the Five Immortals Great Treasure Pill, which is renowned for its ability to stabilize the spirit and nourish the mind. If Master Yue could procure even a single dose, your esteemed wife's condition would be resolved in an instant. In this instance, Ping Yiji deftly shifted the burden elsewhere. Since neither treatment nor non-treatment was a viable option, it seemed prudent to let others handle the cure. The Five Immortals Great Treasure Pill? Yue Buqun mused, somewhat speechless. He had heard of the Five Immortals wine, but this Great Treasure Pill was unfamiliar to him, as no information regarding it had circulated in the martial world. However, such a grand name surely indicated it was not a trifling matter. Whether it is easily obtainable or not is of little consequence. If I cannot acquire it, I shall seize it. In future generations, the Golden Snake young master dared to invade the 10,000 Serpents Cave for the Golden Snake's sword and the Golden Snake Manual. For the sake of my junior sister, what lengths would I not go to? Yue Buqun resolved with steadfast determination. Dr. Ping, now that the treatment is complete, do you have any enemies that require dealing with? After I ensure the safety of my disciples from the Huashan Sect, I will set out immediately, Yue Buqun inquired. Such matters are akin to settling the consultation fee after treatment. It is imperative that one does not wait for the doctor to raise the topic, but rather broaches it oneself. Moreover, assisting in taking a life is best accomplished swiftly. A decisive action clears the chaos, for otherwise, the weight of the matter would linger uneasily in the heart, rendering one unable to eat or sleep. Much like a thorn in the throat. Not so fast. Ping Yiji waved his hand dismissively, then retrieved a cloth pouch from within his garments. Unfolding the pouch revealed a small porcelain vial. He uncorked the vial and poured out 2 diminutive pills that tumbled darkly in his palm. Just as he intended to reseal the vial, he paused, reconsidered, and carefully poured out 2 more, resulting in a total of 4 pills resting in his hand. Master Yue, here are 4 Rinxin Chichi pills. First, administer 1 to your esteemed wife, and after 10 days, give her another. As for the remaining 2, should you fail to procure the Wuxin Daobao pills, Ping Yiji stated, as he retrieved a porcelain vial to contain the 4 pills and handed it to Yue Buqun. He then continued, at the onset of any symptoms in your esteemed wife, administer 1 pill immediately to alleviate her condition. However, after 2 doses, the efficacy of the Rinxin Chichi pills will diminish significantly. Yue Buqun solemnly accepted the vial, fully aware that any medication can develop resistance with excessive use. The fact that the Rinxin Chichi pills can be utilized 3 times is already quite commendable. As long as he secures the Wuxin Daobao pills within those 3 attempts, Ning Zhongzi shall remain unharmed. Such a precious gift bestowed upon me. Regardless of whether Ping Yiji's intentions are noble or nefarious, he has become my benefactor from this moment forth, Yue Buqun pondered silently. As for the matter of taking a life, Ping Yiji shifted the conversation, finally addressing the crux of the issue. Please, speak. My principle is simple, for every life saved, a life must be taken. Since I have not succeeded in the treatment, and the remedy provided is from another, their success bears no relation to me. I, Ping Yiji, do not seek accolades. Thus, this time, there is no need for you to resort to murder, he said with a smile. Is it truly so fortuitous? Yue Buqun felt a twinge of disbelief, overwhelmed by the generosity of the plan, the acupuncture, and the gift of the Rinxin Chichi pills. He knew well how significant these pills were to Ping Yiji. There were only 10 in total. In the original tale, he had given them all to Ling Huchong in gratitude to Ren Yingying. Now, he unexpectedly received 4 without any expectation of recompense, which struck him as peculiar. At that moment, Ning Zhongzi on the bed finally stirred awake. Yue Buqun hurriedly approached to support her, feeling her forehead, confirming that her fever had indeed subsided. He wasted no time, promptly retrieving 1 Rinxin Chichi pill and administering it with water. Before long, the effects of the medicine took hold, and Ning Zhongzi was able to rise and move about. Truly, he is a renowned healer. This exclamation escaped from Ning Zhongzi's lips as she flexed her limbs with ease, showing no signs of having recently recovered from a serious illness. It is often said that illness descends like a mountain and departs like a thread, yet under Ping Yiji's care, recovery occurred with remarkable swiftness. Dr. Ping, while you may not require my assistance in taking a life, I shall remember this favor. Henceforth, we shall be good friends, should you ever need anything. You need only speak, and I, Yue Buqun, shall respond without hesitation, he declared with unwavering conviction. Though he did not comprehend Ping Yiji's fervent enthusiasm, he understood that in the martial world, one must repay kindness. Master Yue, you are excessively courteous, Ping Yiji replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Not only had he successfully deflected the burden of responsibility, but he had also secured a promise from a formidable martial artist, a guaranteed gain. Dr. Ping, I have another disciple from the Huashan school who suffers from a unique ailment. Might I request your assistance in examining him as well? Ning Zhongzi inquired. Surely. It must be the esteemed disciple of Master Yue, young Lord Linghu, am I correct? Ping Yiji smiled faintly and said, You too may return to recuperate for now. Allow me to tidy up my belongings, and I shall come to attend to your needs shortly. No, that cannot be. Yue Buqun's heart sank considerably. Although Ling Huchong possessed a modicum of renown, it was far from sufficient to warrant Ping Yiji's personal attention for treatment. If Ning Zhongzi had garnered some favor due to her innate prowess as a master, then what merit did Ling Huchong possess? Could it be that he has once again entangled himself with that enchantress? Chapter 100. Assisting Ling Huchong with his ailments. Perhaps it is unrequited love. Yue Buqun pondered deeply. This time, Ling Hucheng neither practiced the lute nor lamented a tragic past, yet he still found himself the object of affection. It seems that my eldest disciple possesses a certain charm. After all, he is the male lead. It appears that the trajectory of the plot remains unchanged, Yue Buqun mused. Fortunately, Ling Hucheng has undergone transformation. The female protagonist, perhaps due to my lack of intervention, continues to follow the original storyline, which is a rather normal occurrence. Yue Buqun dismissed further thoughts, and, after expressing gratitude alongside Ning Zhongzi, hastily departed. Brother, what has become of those peculiar individuals? Ning Zhongzi inquired with evident concern during their journey. She feared that the 6 strange figures might retaliate, targeting the disciples of the Huashan Sect, who would be no match for such adversaries. It matters not, Yue Buqun replied with a cold chuckle. Those 6 miscreants were already routed by me last time, their skills not yet fully restored. Moreover, I have drained 40% of their internal energy with the Northern Darkness divine skill. They are now of little consequence and likely nursing their wounds in some hidden corner. That is reassuring, Ning Zhongzi said, still somewhat apprehensive. Had it not been for her presence, Yue Buqun would have decisively eradicated the threat. Time, as it often does, slipped away unnoticed. By the time the couple returned to their cabin, afternoon had already arrived. The disciples who had ventured out for supplies were gradually returning in small groups. The ship's crew had completed their resupply and were ready to embark at a moment's notice. Father, mother, you have returned. Did you encounter the renowned healer? Yu Lingshan eagerly approached, tugging at Ning Zhongzi's sleeve with anticipation. Among the group, she was the most concerned about Ling Hucheng's condition. Given their childhood bond and the unspoken understanding that they were destined to become a couple. Indeed, we have met him, Ning Zhongzi replied with a smile. Moreover, he has graciously agreed to come assist your elder brother shortly. Ah, Yu Lingshan exclaimed joyfully, her spirits soaring. Mother, you and father must have quite the influence. Surely, some price must have been paid. Ling Hucheng, overhearing this, felt a pang of guilt. His master and mistress treated him as their own son, and he could only wonder what promises had been made to persuade this esteemed healer, Ping Yizhi, to come. The thought of owing such a debt weighed heavily on him. When he eventually wed his junior sister, should they have a son, he would ensure the child bore the surname Yu. Ling Hucheng resolved inwardly, believing that this would be his sole means of repaying his master and mistress. Father, if the healer is known for taking lives as much as he heals, what could his motive be for aiding my elder brother? Yu Jingjing, sharp of mind, interjected with her inquiry. Oh, this. Yue Buqun began to respond, but was interrupted by a commotion from the shore. Excuse me, are there friends from the Huashan Sect aboard this vessel? The voice was robust, with a hint of age. Upon hearing this, Yue Buqun realized it was none other than Ping Yizhi. To his surprise, the healer had arrived almost simultaneously with them. Thus, leading several disciples, they hurriedly exited the cabin to offer their greetings. This must be young Master Linghu, indeed a remarkable figure. After exchanging pleasantries, Ping Yi smiled at Lin Pingji, who stood behind Yue Buqun, and remarked, Saintess truly has an eye for talent. I find myself increasingly inclined to believe she harbors affections for Ling Hucheng. Ping Yi mused silently. No, I am Lin Pingji of the Huashan Sect. This is my senior brother. Lin Pingji quickly gestured, making way for Ling Hucheng. Ping Yi paused momentarily. Without comparison, it was one thing, but with it, Ling Hucheng appeared considerably less distinguished than Lin Pingji, possessing an elongated face of merely average appearance. How could the saintess possibly be enamored with him? Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts, as it was ultimately the saintess's own sentiments, beyond anyone's comprehension. Young Master Linghu, what a pleasure it is to meet you. After a few more cordial exchanges, Ping Yi extended his hand, signaling his intention to check Ling Hucheng's pulse. However, this entailed the traditional practice of examining the pulse of a person who had caused another's demise, prompting Ling Hucheng to glance at Yue Buqun. Only after receiving a nod did he extend his wrist. Next came Ping Yi's signature move. He gently placed his right index finger upon Ling Hucheng's pulse amidst a chorus of astonished gasps. The pulse was robust and vibrant, yet the internal energy, how perplexing. Ping Yi furrowed his brow, alternating between astonishment and bewilderment. Was it customary for the Huashan Sect to sustain such peculiar injuries? Ping Yi found himself somewhat speechless. Senior, this is a long-standing injury. If it cannot be treated, it is of no consequence, Ling Hucheng replied with equanimity. In truth, the possibility of treatment mattered little to him. For once his master's beaming divine skill reached its pinnacle, these issues would be resolved promptly. However, a delay in healing would leave him feeling somewhat uncomfortable due to the total loss of internal energy. If healing could occur in the present moment, that would be most fortuitous. Strange, indeed, Ping Yi remarked, retracting his finger and scratching his head, muttering to himself. What is strange? Yue Buqun inquired from the side. After a moment of contemplation, Ping Yi responded, young Master Linghu harbors 8 distinct forms of true energy within him, which is the primary reason for his complete loss of internal strength. Among these, 2 forms seem to originate from the unyielding monk, while the remaining 6 belong to the 6 immortals of Peach Valley. I had just treated the 6 immortals, so I am quite familiar with these energies. However, as he spoke, Ping Yi suddenly froze. No wonder the 6 immortals of Peach Valley and Yue Buqun clashed upon meeting. It was evidently rooted in this matter. It became glaringly apparent that the 6 immortals tormented the Huashan Sect's disciple, while Yue Buqun utilized the star-absorbing technique to fend them off, thus sowing seeds of enmity between the 2 parties. Upon realizing this intricate connection, Ping Yi nearly leapt to his feet in dismay. How could he have inadvertently aided those 6 scoundrels? Regardless of whether the saintess favored Linghu Chong, Yue Buqun, or harbored some grand scheme, the 6 immortals were undeniably adversaries. By aiding the 6, was he not essentially bolstering the enemy? Fortunately, Yue Buqun exhibited great prowess, severely injuring the 6, thus sparing him from committing a grave error. Yet, why must they torment Linghu Chong? Ping Yi pondered deeply. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. Could it be that the holy matriarch truly conspired with Yue Buqun to execute a grand scheme? This thought brought forth the origins of the 6 immortals of Peach Valley with clarity. It was evident that they were agents of the Eastern leader, and their torment of Linghu Chong might very well be a tactic to deplete Yue Buqun's power. The Eastern leader likely sensed the holy matriarch's intentions, yet lacked conclusive evidence. Even if such evidence existed, there would be little recourse against the holy matriarch. Thus, sending individuals to sabotage her methods appeared quite justifiable. As this realization struck him, Ping Yi broke into a cold sweat, feeling as though he had become ensnared in a perilous conspiracy. Chapter 101. The gift Yue Buqun possessed the formidable skill of the star absorption technique, which could effortlessly cure Linghu Chong's ailment, should he choose to impart it. Ping Yi glanced at Yue Buqun, then at Linghu Chong, his expression a mixture of confusion and intrigue. The onlookers were thoroughly astonished by Ping Yi's medical prowess. His pulse diagnosis revealed Linghu Chong's condition with remarkable accuracy, affirming his status as a divine physician. It became evident to me that the star absorption technique, though part of the righteous path, was deemed a sinister art and must remain concealed, lest it provoke collective hostility. Thus, Yue Buqun refrained from sharing it. Furthermore, should he expend his vital energy to assist in healing, the cost would be exorbitant, and he risked exhaustion and ambush from hidden adversaries. Hence, this avenue proved futile. Leaving me as the only hope, Ping Yi experienced an epiphany, convinced he had unraveled the entirety of the situation and its complexities. Senior Ping, is there no remedy? Linghu Chong, unable to contain his curiosity, finally inquired, observing Ping Yi's momentary daze. In the absence of a solution, one could maintain a tranquil mindset while awaiting the master's plan. However, when a remedy was at hand, it was only natural to pursue it. Even divine beings find it challenging to save, Ping Yi sighed. These 8 strands of foreign vital energy, akin to parasitic worms, are entwined within your meridians. Having established a delicate balance, to forcibly disrupt this balance could result in catastrophic rupture, rendering you incapacitated. Linghu Chong's companion, Yuling Shan, was beside herself, her agitation evident as she paced anxiously. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Ping Yi's remarkable abilities and believed her senior brother's minor ailment would soon be resolved. To her dismay, his declaration of even divine beings cannot save felt like a death sentence. Yet, despite the divine's limitations, I, Ping Yi, can offer salvation. He gasped, his expression one of determination. Young Master Linghu, these 8 foreign vital energies cannot be expelled, transformed, subdued, or suppressed. However, your heart meridian is robust. It seems Master Yue has frequently aided you in regulating your meridians with the purple cloud divine skill. Therefore, endure a little longer while I contemplate a suitable treatment. Once I devise a plan, I shall pursue you. With a smile, Ping Yi secured his medical kit, bid farewell to Yue Buqun, and departed. Senior, I am aware of your principle. To heal one is to eliminate another. I cannot fulfill that role, Linghu Chong called after him. Ha, young master. Your benevolence assures that someone will undertake the task on your behalf. You need not worry. Ping Yi's figure gradually receded, soon disappearing from sight. Someone will assist me in the killing? Perhaps it will be my master, Linghu Chong mused, casting a grateful glance at Yue Buqun. Yet, the topic of murder could not be broached again, nor could inquiries be made. as his master was a paragon of righteousness and could not be associated with such deeds openly, lest his reputation be tarnished. "Captain, set sail." After all matters were settled, Yue Buqun called out. The grand vessel unfurled its sails and continued downstream. The disciples aboard, having spent the day exploring and acquiring various items, felt fatigued and gradually retreated to the cabin to rest. At the bow of the ship, Yue Buqun stood alone, embracing the cool breeze that carried the refreshing scent of the water, his mind consumed with myriad thoughts. "Senior brother, the weather is turning cooler. Please put on a coat." Ning Zhongzi emerged from the cabin, draping a garment over Yue Buqun's shoulders. He grasped her hand, feeling the warmth that radiated from her palm, unchanged from its usual state. They exchanged a knowing smile, and Yue Buqun's resolve intensified. After all, it was merely the Five Immortals sect, merely the Blue Phoenix. Regardless of how precious the Five Immortals' great treasure pill was within their sect, he was determined to obtain one at any cost. As the ship sliced through the waves, twilight began to envelop the sky. When it was nearly time for dinner, the boatman conferred with Yue Buqun and decided to dock at a small pier. Although this location was still a considerable distance from Lanfeng, nighttime navigation posed certain risks. The group produced their prepared rations, and they settled for a simple meal that evening. Unexpectedly, a voice called from the shore. "May I inquire if there are any heroes from the Huashan Sect aboard this vessel?" Hearing this, Yue Buqun stepped out of the cabin and clasped his fists in greeting. "I am Yue Buqun of the Huashan Sect. May I ask which esteemed hero is on the shore?" The man did not respond directly. Instead, he expressed great delight, exclaiming, "Splendid, splendid. We have been waiting here for a day and a night. Quickly, bring it forth." A dozen burly men formed two lines and emerged from a nearby thatched hut, each carrying a vermilion lacquered box. Then, a blue-clad man, unencumbered, approached the ship and bowed, saying, "Our master has learned of the unfortunate health of the esteemed Linghu Xiaojun and is deeply concerned. He wished to visit personally, but was unable to return in time. He has sent a humble gift via this pigeon courier, requesting that you kindly accept it." The burly men stood like statues, silent and unwavering, as they ascended the ship and placed the boxes upon the deck. Upon hearing that gifts had been sent for him, Linghu Chong was taken aback and emerged from the cabin, asking, "May I inquire who is so generous? Such lavish offerings are undeserved." The blue-clad man did not answer directly but offered compliments, saying, "Linghu Xiaojun is blessed with great fortune and shall surely recover soon. Please take care." With a respectful bow, he led the group of men away, leaving in a hurry, leaving everyone bewildered. "Master, these individuals are truly peculiar. I have no relatives or friends here. Why would they send me gifts? I do not even know who they are," Linghu Chong remarked. "Senior brother, why not open the boxes and discover the truth? Perhaps there are name cards, letters, or some distinguishing marks within," suggested Yu Lingshan. Indeed, Linghu Chong agreed, calling upon several junior disciples for assistance. In no time, they had opened all the boxes. "What? There is nothing at all. I find nothing here." Either the group meticulously examined the contents. Yet there were no identifying marks to be found. However, the items within the boxes were varied, and some were particularly exquisite. Among them, several boxes were filled with exquisite pastries and candied fruits, while others contained smoked chicken ham, as well as precious medicinal ingredients such as ginseng, ganoderma, deer antler, bird's nest, and white fungus. Notably, the ginseng, resembling an infant's forearm, was evidently aged and would surely be regarded as a prized possession even in the most renowned apothecaries of the Grand City. As for the final two boxes, they were brimming with small gold and silver ingots, clearly intended for Linghu Chong's expenses on the journey, and though presented as a modest gift, the quantity was anything but trivial. "This, master, have they mistaken the identity?" Linghu Chong turned to look at Yue Buqun. Chapter 102. A gift of wine. How could there be any mistake when names are mentioned so explicitly? Yue Buqun chuckled softly. Receiving such a generous gift unexpectedly was akin to suddenly encountering a beautiful woman throwing herself into one's arms while strolling along the road. It was only natural to feel a twinge of insecurity. "Rest assured and accept it. There must be a reason behind this offering," he advised, though it is wise to exercise caution before indulging in such gifts. Although he had a rough idea of the circumstances, he believed it prudent to remain vigilant, particularly regarding food presented by others, to avoid any potential pitfalls. Indeed, Linghu Chong acknowledged, absorbing his master's wisdom. Subsequently, he demonstrated that his position as the senior apprentice was well earned by distributing the treats among his fellow disciples, reserving only a modest portion for himself. Naturally, he first tested the food with a silver needle to ensure its safety. "Master, this old mountain ginseng appears to be quite valuable. Perhaps you and the mistress should keep it to bolster your health. While the younger disciples were engrossed in the lively distribution of candied fruits, Ling Hucheng held out the box containing the ginseng to Yue Buqun. It was evident that the son had not been raised in vain, as Yue Buqun felt a swell of pride in his offspring's display of filial piety. Yue Buqun nodded appreciatively and accepted the offering. This kind of ginseng was unmistakably precious. Although the Huashan Sect was currently prosperous, acquiring a specimen of this caliber would require considerable sacrifice. After a hearty dinner filled with laughter and conversation, the group was suddenly interrupted by the distant sound of galloping hooves. Instantly, tension gripped the gathering as everyone grasped their swords and rushed out of the cabin. This was a lingering effect from their time at the Medicine King Temple. The mere sound of many horses' hooves ignited fears of an impending confrontation. As anticipated, the sound of hooves came to a halt at the shore, and a voice called out, "Is Ling Hu Xiaoxiao of the Huashan Sect aboard this vessel?" "I am Ling Hucheng," he proclaimed, stepping forward and clasping his hands, uncertain whether this person was friend or foe. The caller continued, "Our sect's leader has learned of your arrival in Lanfeng and has sent me with 16 jars of aged fine wine, especially for you to enjoy on your ship." Upon closer examination, the onlookers saw 8 horses approaching, each adorned with 2 jars of wine strapped to their saddles. Some jars were labeled as exquisite tribute wine. Others bore the name of San Guoliang Fun, and some were marked with the renowned Shaoxing Zhuangyuan Hong. Remarkably, each of the 16 jars was distinct. Though Ling Hucheng was not particularly fond of alcohol, as a man and a chivalrous figure in the martial world, fine wine was akin to a treasured sword, deserving of a taste. After all, how could a man claim to be uninterested in wine? Even in contemporary times, a person who abstains entirely would feel remiss not to sample a small measure of a prestigious brew like Feitian Maodai. Ling Hucheng, visibly delighted, once again clasped his hands and inquired, "Forgive my ignorance, but may I ask which sect you represent, and what is your esteemed name?" However, it seemed an odd day, as no one was willing to reveal their identity. The man chuckled, "Our leader has instructed us repeatedly not to disclose our sect's name to Ling Hu Xiaoxia." The venerable elder remarked that this modest gift was indeed too trifling, and it was rather awkward to mention the name of our humble sect. With a wave of his left hand, 8 robust men immediately dismounted and gently unloaded several jars of fine wine, placing them at the bow of the ship. Nearby, Yue Buqun observed these 8 men intently. Each exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly lifting a jar of wine and leaping onto the ship's deck. Although their skills were not extraordinary, the diverse backgrounds of these individuals suggested they were not from a single sect, confirming they were indeed a band of followers. In the world of martial arts, while sects are generally referred to collectively, there are numerous subdivisions. For instance, terms such as sect, school, cult, gang, hall, association, and society abound, each denoting different types and purposes. A gang refers to a group of individuals united by common interests or statuses, such as the river transport gang or the beggars gang. Conversely, a cult forms when individuals with similar ideologies gather. A sect typically denotes a family lineage. As for a school, it pertains to the traditional master-apprentice relationship, exemplified by the Huashan Sect or the Songshan Sect. The term religion denotes the smallest division within a sect, such as the Sword Sect and the Qi Sect of Huashan. After the 8 men delivered the 16 jars of wine to the ship's bow, they bowed respectfully to Ling Hucheng before mounting their horses and departing. They performed a good deed without seeking recognition. Ling Hucheng, bewildered, felt as though he had suddenly become the center of attention. "Master, this situation is truly peculiar. I wonder who is playing this prank on me by sending such an abundance of wine. Could it be the green bamboo elder and his wife?" He mused, recognizing them as reclusive masters with some connections, which seemed plausible. Setting aside these thoughts, he decided that after the meal, everyone should rest early and remain vigilant that night. Yue Buqun instructed this, and the wine was temporarily stored in the ship's cabin. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, the large ship set sail again, and the group continued downstream. Within half a day, they finally arrived at Lanfeng. Lanfeng was a bustling hub, and the wharf was alive with activity. It was midday, and the disciples, weary of their dry rations, were compelled by Yue Buqun to disembark and seek warm food at nearby stalls. "Master, there's a place selling knife-cut noodles," Ling Hucheng exclaimed joyfully, as most of them hailed from Shaanxi and shared a fondness for noodle dishes, particularly knife-cut noodles. Upon noticing the influx of customers, the shopkeeper hurriedly prepared seats and even borrowed a few tables from a neighboring stall, though this still proved inadequate. Consequently, the disciples split into several groups to fill the surrounding stalls. Before long, steaming bowls of noodles were served, with Leodino taking charge of the distribution. The first bowl was offered to the master, followed by the mistress, and then to Ling Hucheng, before being shared among the other disciples. After a few bites, they found the taste quite satisfactory. Under the circumstances of their journey, such noodles were commendable indeed. "Ah, master, there happens to be exquisite wine aboard the ship. Shall I pour some for us to savor?" As Ling Hucheng spoke, Lu Daiyou had already brought forth 2 jars from the cabin, accompanied by Gao Jinming. With a swift motion, the jars were opened, and as the liquor was poured into several bowls, an enticing aroma enveloped the air, capturing the attention of passers-by who turned their heads curiously. "Indeed, this is truly fine wine." Ling Hucheng inhaled the fragrant scent and immediately expressed his admiration. "Master, please have a taste first." With that, Ling Hucheng raised a bowl and presented it to Yue Buqun. However, before they could drink, a disheveled scholar nearby suddenly shook his head and exclaimed loudly, "What splendid wine! What splendid wine!" Chapter 103. Ancestor Qianxiu. Upon hearing the voice, the crowd turned to see a scholar of approximately 50 years of age, with a sallow complexion, a prominent red nose, and vacant eyes that suggested he had just awakened from slumber. Sparse whiskers adorned his chin, and his clothing glistened with grease. He wielded a fan, which, though described as a folding fan, bore 2 significant rips in its center, transforming it into a mere shadow of its former self when unfurled. At this moment, he was vigorously waving the fan, directing the scent of alcohol towards his nostrils. Ling Hucheng glanced at the man and chuckled, saying, "My good fellow, how can you discern the quality of this wine without having tasted it? In the realm of wandering heroes, one must exercise utmost caution around those clad in such peculiar garb." Yet, when approached, Ling Hucheng could not feign ignorance, and thus felt compelled to respond. To his surprise, the scholar, with no sense of decorum, advanced a few steps and unceremoniously squeezed himself beside Ling Hucheng, displacing Lu Daiyou from his seat on the long bench. "Why are you so inconsiderate?" Lu Daiyou protested as he landed on the ground, rendered speechless. The man's untidiness was one thing, but his shamelessness was another. "Young fellow, have you no sense of respect for your elders?" Yet, rather than apologize, the scholar reproached Lu Daiyou for not yielding his seat. "If it weren't for the presence of my master, I would have retaliated." Ling Hucheng intervened, waving his hand to silence Lu Daiyou, who had no choice but to seek another place to sit. "What wisdom do you have to share, my good fellow?" Ling Hucheng inquired with a persistent smile. The scholar replied, "I possess no wisdom, merely a fondness for fine wine. The moment I caught a whiff of the aroma, I instinctively knew this was the renowned 62-year-old San Guitu Fengjiu. There is a certain skill involved. One can accurately discern the vintage by scent alone. It appears you are a connoisseur of the vine." Ling Hucheng could not help but lower his guard. It seemed the man was simply a passionate drinker. However, it was indeed an arduous task to have reduced oneself to such a state through drinking. "If you do not mind, shall we share a few cups together?" Ling Hucheng proposed with a grin, believing that indulging this inebriate with a couple of bowls would soon satisfy him. Unexpectedly, the scholar feigned modesty, shaking his head and declaring, "We are but strangers, having met by chance. The mere scent of the wine is already a distraction. How could I dare to covet your exquisite drink? That would be utterly unacceptable. Scholars can be troublesome." He clearly yearned for a drink, yet continued to feign humility, as if he required formal invitations to partake. Ling Hucheng remained silent, concealing his thoughts behind a smile. "Amongst the 4 seas, we are all brothers. Upon hearing your words, I discerned you to be a veteran of the wine realm, and I am eager to learn from you. There is no need for formality. Come, come." As he spoke, Ling Hucheng poured a cup of the prepared wine and extended it to the scholar. However, the man refused to accept it. Instead, he suddenly adopted a courteous demeanor, clasping his hands in respect and introducing himself. "I am surnamed Zhu Qianxiu, a distant descendant of Zhu Ti, who famously rose to dance upon hearing the rooster crow. He is my illustrious ancestor. My full name, Qianxiu, signifies a wish for longevity. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Meanwhile, Yue Buqun observed the entire exchange with a cold snicker. "Goodness, it appears they are apprehensive about mistaking identities and have begun to directly address the matter at hand." Ling Hucheng candidly replied, "My surname is Linghu, and my given name is Chong." "Splendid, splendid. A fine surname indeed, and a pleasant name as well." Zhuo Qianxiu chuckled heartily, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his otherwise vacant gaze. How could it not be splendid? After all, you have braved countless hardships to intercept Ling Hucheng, and now that he is here, how could it possibly be anything less than glorious? Yue Buqun silently observed the performance before him. As for Zhuo Qianxiu, it is difficult to categorize him as either good or evil, for Yue Buqun was not well aware of his past deeds. However, Judging solely by his deception of Ling Huchong into consuming the life-extending 8 pills, it is clear that he is no virtuous individual. This old man, a friend of several decades, had exerted great effort to save his daughter, who had been bedridden since childhood. He meticulously studied the preferences of Ping Yizhi, ultimately gleaning a fragment of insight, and took a gamble. He assassinated Ping Yizhi's entire family to secure a prescription. After obtaining the recipe, the old man dedicated a full 12 years to gathering the precious ingredients. And only after 9 rounds of steaming and drying did he finally produce 8 miraculous pills capable of restoring life. While the recounting of these events may appear straightforward, the hardships endured are known only to the old man himself. Subsequently, these pills were pilfered by Zhuo Qianxiu, who slyly persuaded Ling Huchong to consume them. All of them had lived for decades in the ruthless world of martial arts, who among them was unaware that administering the wrong medicine could prove lethal. Yet, Zhuo Qianxiu feigned ignorance, maintaining a facade of innocence, claiming to act in the old man's best interest. Upon learning the full circumstances, the old man found himself in a position of helplessness, forced to swallow his grievances while expressing gratitude for Zhuo's actions. If Yue Buqun were to witness this, he would conclude that Zhuo Qianxiu is exceedingly selfish. This maneuver not only repaid a favor to the demonic sect's reneging, but also served as a means of self-aggrandizement. Whether or not Ling Huchong met his demise was a separate matter altogether. Besides, how could one perish from consuming restorative medicine? This nonchalance was precisely what emboldened him to act so recklessly. As for the fate of his own niece, it was of no concern to him. Was it any wonder that he was associated with the demonic sect? Meanwhile, Zhuo Qianxiu had begun to boast extravagantly, claiming, "Drink this wine from this cup, and that wine from that cup," leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Though the audience listened to his bluster, their expressions betrayed their disdain for him. Thanks to Yue Buqun's prudent teachings, the disciples of the Huashan Sect maintained a relatively sound moral compass. Before them stood Zhuo Qianxiu, reduced to a pitiful state, yet still fixated on such trivialities. He was akin to the impoverished scions of the 8 banners in the late Qing dynasty, who, after consuming gruel, would boast of feasting on delicacies. Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted him, exclaiming, "Toot toot toot, what a braggart." The speaker was none other than Yu Lingshan, who extended her right index finger and scratched her cheek, implying, "Do you still have any shame left? Junior sister, such behavior is most unbecoming." Ling Huchong casually remarked to her, expressing his profound agreement with Yu Lingshan's perspective. However, he was merely preserving appearances. "Master brother, it's merely a drink. Why all the fuss? What nonsense about jade cups and luminous goblets? Do such drinking vessels even exist in this world? Even if they did, there would be at most a couple, and who could possibly possess them all at once?" Though his words were directed at Ling Huchong, it was evident they were intended for Zhuo Qianxiu. "You've already indulged to such a state. Spare us the pretensions. It's fortunate enough to have something to drink at all. In this desolate wilderness, where could one possibly procure a luminous goblet or a jade cup?" Chapter 104. The emergence of the old man. The young girl's assertion was indeed misguided. Zhuo Qianxiu, waving his tattered fan, sought to rectify Yu Lingshan's perspective. Consuming wine is a refined exchange among literati. If the vessels are unsuitable, it is akin to a laborer on the roadside, chewing on peonies, an utter eyesore. He shook his head earnestly, his demeanor suggesting he was quite serious about the matter. "Who are you to claim refinement?" Yu Lingshan scoffed. "What of the laborers? Wasn't he your 5th senior brother, Shi Daisy, once among them before he entered the sect? He looks rather shabby. Why should he look down upon them?" "Haraha. Though I may not be a true scholar, I possess a modicum of pretentious elegance," Zhuo Qianxiu replied with a chuckle. "Pray tell, do you carry a luminous cup upon your person?" Yu Lingshan's remark dripped with sarcasm. However, it seemed he was oblivious to the jest, puffing with pride as he responded, "As gentlemen of wine, how could we not be equipped with the proper utensils?" With that, he astonishingly produced a luminous cup from his satchel. A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd, their breaths collectively drawn in. The quality and craftsmanship of the cup were evident. Such a diminutive item must surely be of considerable value. Who would have thought that this down-and-out fellow could produce such a treasure? Was it pilfered? Or had he squandered his wealth on drink, leaving only this cup to his name? Yet, before their astonishment could dissipate, Zhuo Qianxiu continued to retrieve a white jade cup from his garments, followed by a rhinoceros horn cup, an emerald cup, an ancient vine cup, a bronze jewel, a glass cup, and an ancient porcelain cup. In a remarkable display, he unveiled 8 renowned vessels, particularly boasting of the ancient porcelain cup, claiming it to be from the Northern Song dynasty. The bronze jewel alone was clearly in antiquity, while the other items were composed of rare and exquisite materials. It dawned upon the gathered crowd why this fellow appeared so destitute. It seemed he had squandered his entire fortune on collecting cups, truly a paragon of folly. At that moment, the members of the Huashan Sect viewed Zhu Qianxiu with even greater disdain. He had amassed these trinkets, likely to the detriment of his own sustenance. Yet he still prattled on about refinement. What nonsense! Unashamed, Zhu Qianxiu reveled in the astonished gazes directed at him. Brother Linghu, I possess fine cups, and you have exquisite wine. Why not bring forth those several casks of fine wine hidden aboard? Let us drink the corresponding wine from the appropriate cups. What joy that would bring! Agreed. Linghu Cheng was not one to be stingy, gesturing for his junior disciples to fetch the wine. Simultaneously, he was curious about this man's intentions. Since departing from Luoyang, he had encountered an array of peculiar individuals bearing odd gifts. As the saying goes, when there is no reason for excessive kindness, it's either deceit or thievery. It would be foolish to believe these people were unconnected. Before long, several disciples returned, hauling the remaining casks of fine wine. Shirdaisi, standing nearby, lent a hand, first selecting the appropriate wines for each cup, then prying open the clay seals. With a swift motion, he poured the wine into the cups with a resounding flourish. The wine jar was vast, yet the cup was diminutive, and astonishingly, not a single drop of wine was spilled throughout the entire process, showcasing remarkable internal stability. Zhu Qianxiu observed this with a hint of anxiety on his countenance, fearing that Shirdaisi might accidentally spill or topple the cup. Several times he attempted to pour the wine himself, only to be thwarted by Linghu Cheng under the pretext of courtesy, suggesting it would be improper for him to serve. Once all 8 cups were filled to the brim, Zhu Qianxiu finally exhaled a sigh of relief and cheerfully remarked, Brother Linghu, you shall drink these 8 cups one by one, and afterward, I shall join you for another 8. Let us savor and compare this wine to those you have previously tasted. Shall we proceed in this manner? Though Linghu Cheng found the suggestion somewhat perplexing, he was not taken aback. It was indeed a valid approach for one person to partake in a round of drinks, especially considering these were 8 distinct flavors of wine. Then I shall not hesitate, he declared, lifting the bronze goblet to his lips. Zhu Qianxiu's gaze remained fixed, intent on watching him drink. However, at the very moment he was about to sip, Linghu Cheng abruptly returned the cup to the table, having not tasted a single drop. Brother Linghu, what is the meaning of this? Zhu Qianxiu's smile faltered, becoming somewhat forced. Why do you not drink? Such exquisite wine paired with fine goblets is a rare opportunity. Do drink, he urged. Linghu Cheng merely chuckled coldly, replying, Brother Zhu, why the urgency? Is there perhaps poison concealed within? Not at all. Zhu Qianxiu quickly waved his hands, forcing a smile. Why don't you drink first? As he spoke, Linghu Cheng pushed the cup toward Zhu Qianxiu, placing it firmly in his hands. This act rendered the situation utterly awkward, prompting the disciples of Huashan to begin jeering, leaving Zhu Qianxiu in a position of discomfort. Do not think me a fool, Linghu Cheng. You all have been scheming with your gifts of herbs and fine wines. What is your true intention? Is it merely to have me drink this poisoned cup? Linghu Cheng spoke with an amiable demeanor, yet the disciples surrounding them had already drawn their swords, creating a tense atmosphere that sent nearby pedestrians retreating in fear. Zhu Qianxiu cautiously set down the cup to avoid spilling any wine, then rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he was not afraid of the Huashan disciples, he was aware that Yue Buqun was present, an exceptionally formidable master whose gaze could pierce through one's soul, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. Moreover, this was a gesture of goodwill, not an act of enmity, and there was no need to sour relations. To be candid, my actions were indeed abrupt and inadvertently clumsy, Zhu Qianxiu began to confess. However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous voice echoed from afar. Zhu Qianxiu, you old scoundrel, return my pills. If one is missing, I shall flay you alive. Upon hearing that voice, Zhu Qianxiu's demeanor instantly diminished in stature. Swiftly, he seized a porcelain bowl from the table and poured the contents of all 8 cups into it, nearly causing it to overflow. With a deft motion, he gathered the 8 cups as if they were his very life. Until we meet again, he uttered, departing in haste. Seizing the moment when the crowd's attention was captivated by a distant sound, Zhu Qianxiu skillfully slipped away, vanishing like a wily eel. His swiftness in fleeing was astonishing. Before the onlookers could fully register their surprise, they noticed a rotund figure rapidly rolling towards them. As it drew nearer, it became evident that this was indeed a person. This individual was extraordinarily short and corpulent. To label him as human seemed rather questionable. He possessed no discernible neck, with his head seemingly nestled directly upon his shoulders, as though he had been born with a forceful blow that had thrust his head a mere inch into his torso. Where is Zhu Qianxiu? Where is he? The spherical figure bellowed. Chapter 105. The life-renewing pills. Ling Huchong sighed, perplexed by the intentions of this group of individuals. They had fled, but what of my pills? The short, stout man was in a frenzy, darting to the nearby tables, glancing about and sniffing the air. His face visibly reflected his growing anxiety as he repeatedly muttered, "My pills," 10 times over, until, in a matter of moments, he broke down into loud sobs. At his age, how could he still be weeping like a child? Yuling Shan found his antics amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. "You young girl, what do you know?" The stout man wiped his nose, his sorrow only deepening. "I have spent 12 long years collecting rare herbs such as ginseng, poria, reishi, deer antler, Chinese knotweed, resin, bear bile, nodo ginseng, and musk, painstakingly preparing 8 life-renewing pills through a process of 9 steams and 9 suns, only to have them stolen by that scoundrel Zhu Qianxiu, who drank them with wine." His lament grew louder, and he sank to the ground, inconsolable. Those unaware might think he was being bullied by the members of the Huashan Sect. "What?" Ling Huchong exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the porcelain bowl on the table, filled to the brim with liquor, exactly what had spilled from the 8 cups when Zhu Qianxiu had fled. Ling Huchong was about to call the man over to identify whether his life-renewing pills had dissolved in the wine. However, Yue Buqun discreetly restrained him. Then, Yue Buqun stepped forward and inquired, "My good fellow, before you continue your weeping, might I ask what your life-renewing pills taste like?" The stout man, overwhelmed by his sorrow, responded bluntly, "My life-renewing pills have some that are extremely foul, some that are bitter beyond measure, some that cut like a knife upon entry, and some that are as fiery as the sun. Regardless of the severity of one's internal or external injuries, consuming these pills guarantees revival." After speaking, the stout man resumed his wailing. After all, years of effort wasted would sadden anyone. "Mother, that Zhu Qianxiu is truly despicable. After years of toil to create these precious pills, he had no understanding of their worth, casually stealing them to mix with wine for a taste." Upon understanding the reason for his tears, Yuling Shan felt a surge of sympathy. "Indeed, it appears he has chosen his friends poorly," she remarked, to which Ning Zhongzi readily agreed. Meanwhile, after the stout man finished his tale, Ling Huchong leaned in to sniff the bowl, confirming it had a bitter, foul odor, complemented by a spiciness unlike that of ordinary liquor, presumably the essence of the life-renewing pills he had mentioned. Could it be that Zhu Qianxiu intended to heal my wounds? Ling Huchong's heart raced with shock. They were strangers. Why would Zhu Qianxiu steal his friend's painstakingly crafted medicine to save him? Coupled with the earlier gift givers, the situation was shrouded in an impenetrable fog of mystery. "You do not seem to bear any injuries. You have invested so many years and likely spent a fortune to create these life-renewing pills. What could your true purpose be?" Yue Buqun pressed further. "Naturally, it is for my daughter's immortality," replied the stout man. Laughter erupted among some disciples upon hearing such an eccentric name, their initial sympathy swiftly transforming into mirth. After a couple of chuckles, they sensed the inappropriateness of their amusement and stifled their laughter. What were they laughing at? The stout man wiped away his tears, rose, and exclaimed with indignation, "If she is indeed immortal, she must possess unparalleled longevity. Alas, my poor child, she was afflicted with a malady at birth when her mother was struck by an adversary, leaving her with a lifelong ailment. Now, after much toil, I have finally gathered the 8 pills of life extension, but, my dear child," the stout man grew increasingly despondent. "That wretched Zhu Qianxiu is truly despicable." A wave of righteous indignation washed over the disciples of Mount Hua. Had it not been for his swift escape, they would have confronted him on the spot. They had long suspected his malevolence. Indeed, to drink to such a state is the mark of a prodigal. The crowd buzzed with discussions, none of which were flattering. The love parents bear for their children is profound, and this stout man had toiled tirelessly for years for his daughter's sake. "Ah, this esteemed uncle." Ling Huchong suddenly addressed him. He had intended to call him brother, but since his master had already done so, he feared it would be inappropriate. "Come here and take a whiff. See if this bowl of wine contains your 8 pills of life extension." "What?" The stout man gasped, scrambling over, inhaling deeply from the bowl, even dipping a finger to taste. "Ha ha ha! By heaven, this truly is my 8 pills of life extension." The stout man's sorrow turned to joy. Then, surprisingly, he circled around Ling Huchong, exclaiming, "This is impossible, it cannot be. Why are you staring at me, uncle? Do I have something on me?" Ling Huchong felt uneasy under the scrutiny and inquired, "Kid, tell me honestly, are you the illegitimate son of Zhu Qianxiu?" Lu Dayo, who was drinking nearby, couldn't he help but spurt his beverage. Illegitimate son? With that lecherous visage of Zhu Qianxiu, how could he possibly be the father of our senior brother? Nonsense. Wait. But if he is not an illegitimate son, then why did he steal my medicine for you? The stout man pondered for a moment before continuing. Youngster, though the Mount Huashan Sect is formidable, our Huang, he old ancestor, regards you with disdain. What has driven Zhu Qianxiu to curry favor with you? Huang, he old ancestor? Ling Huchong queried. Hearing this title for the first time, likely belonging to a figure renowned by the Yellow River. Indeed, I refer to my elder, alongside Zhu Qianxiu. We have lived by the Yellow River since childhood, hence the title Huang, he old ancestor, the elder explained. Then, if you have been brothers for decades, why would he steal your medicine? Ling Huchong pressed further. I too find it perplexing. Enough of this. I must return to save my daughter first, the elder replied, scratching his head as he lifted the bowl of wine to depart. Observing his cautious demeanor, as though fearing a single drop might spill, Yu Jingjing, equally devoted to her daughter, offered him her water pouch, saying, use this instead. The old man uttered a word of thanks and hurriedly drained the wine from his bowl before hastily departing. In that moment, as the dust settled, the onlookers seemed to have witnessed a performance, their expressions filled with a mix of emotions. The world of the martial arts is fraught with peril, much like the treacherous individuals such as this Zhu Qianxiu. Should one become entangled with such a person, would not one's life be irrevocably ruined? Thus, it is imperative to choose friends with great caution, ensuring that one does not mistakenly associate with rogues. Taking advantage of the moment, Yue Buqun seized the opportunity to impart a lesson. Indeed, the disciples responded in unison. Decades of brotherhood can lead to betrayal. If one were to forge a friendship, would it not be but a day before one finds oneself sold out? Chapter 106. A strong wind rises over the river after the group finished their meal. They prepared to board the boat and continue their journey downstream. However, the boat captain hurriedly approached them, flustered, and said, Mr. Yu, a sudden strong wind has arisen over the Yellow River this afternoon. Although our vessel is sizable, it cannot escape the tumultuous waves. It would be wise to stay put for a day, and once the winds subside tomorrow, we can resume our journey. Oh, Yue Buqun stood atop a rise, gazing out over the river, and indeed, the waves were fierce, causing the anchored boats along the shore to rock violently. Very well, de Nual. Please make arrangements for our lodging, he commanded, calling upon Lao de Nual to organize their accommodations. Their journey was primarily intended for the disciples to explore the martial world and broaden their horizons, and there was no pressing urgency. Given the tumultuous conditions, it was unnecessary to risk their safety by pressing onward. In no time, the disciples found themselves in high spirits, quickly tidying their belongings aboard the boat before eagerly heading into town. Meanwhile, the old man, having regained his life-extending pills, sprinted madly toward the northeast. Before long, the path became increasingly rugged, leading him onto a mountainous trail. After a while, he spotted a tiled house beside the slope. Rather than using the front door, he deftly vaulted over the wall despite his stout build. Once inside, he hastily secured the door and then proceeded to lock the inner door. Upon entering, the temperature within was a stark contrast to the outside. It was stiflingly warm. The room's windows were tightly sealed with cotton paper, leaving no room for ventilation. The bed was not an ordinary one, but rather a clay bed typical of the Shaanxi and Gansu regions, with warmth emanating from beneath, and the fabric draped low, filling the room with the scent of medicine. The old man lifted the curtain gently and asked softly, My dear child, how do you feel today? Lying on the pillow was a face devoid of color, with hair about 3 feet long spread across the quilt, the strands tinged with a yellow hue. The girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, lay with her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes fluttering as she murmured, Father. Without opening her eyes, the old man gazed at her with affection and said, My dear, the life-extending pills I have prepared for you are finally complete. You may take them today, and after consuming them, you will be well and able to rise and play. The girl merely replied with a faint seemingly indifferent. Over the years, her father had given her numerous medicines, each time assuring her that they would cure her, but the results were always the same. She had lain in a state akin to death for so long that she had long ceased to harbor any hope. Nevertheless, her father had toiled greatly, humbly seeking remedies and tirelessly attending to her needs, which had aged him considerably. My child, this time the medicine is different. It has taken me 12 years to concoct this remedy, and it will surely work, he emphasized, carefully lifting her up. However, she had grown immune to such reassurances, having heard them too many times before. She leaned against him, feeling utterly weak. The old man brought the water pouch close to her lips, urging gently, Quickly, drink up. We cannot waste a single drop. The old woman inhaled deeply, only to be overwhelmed by a peculiar odor that surged straight to her senses, rendering it quite difficult to swallow. At that moment, a frantic knocking echoed through the air. Old man, quickly open the door. I have urgent matters to discuss. It was the voice of Zhu Qianxiu, filled with urgency. Drink up, drink up. The old man was taken aback, disregarding the girl's reluctance. He seized the water pouch and poured its contents into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, cough, cough. The old woman widened her eyes in astonishment. After consuming medicine for so many years, she had never witnessed her father behaving in such a brusque manner. What is happening? Isn't that Uncle Zhu Qianxiu outside? If he is in such a hurry, surely there must be something important. Why not let him in and drink slowly? My child, drink quickly, the old man urged on, as the knocking grew increasingly forceful, almost threatening to demolish the door. How could he be unaware of Zhu Qianxiu's intentions? Although he had been preoccupied with alchemy, he had heard whispers from Luoyang regarding recent events, tales of saintess being enamored with Yue Buqun or Ling Huchong. Yet, how could such a celestial being as the saintess possibly take a liking to Yue Buqun? Surely her affections lay with Ling Huchong. However, the old man had to feign ignorance, for once he acknowledged this, he would be compelled to offer the life-extending pills to Ling Huchong for his injuries. The saintess had bestowed her kindness upon them, yet how could he willingly part with the fruits of his labor after toiling for over a decade? Humans are inherently selfish. While he could offer his life in gratitude for the saintess's grace, he could not bear to see his daughter suffer. Her mother had died young, leaving her confined within these walls, enduring such hardship. She should not have to bear so much. With a loud crash, the door to the outer room seemed as though it had been forced open. Nevertheless, the old man had finally managed to administer all the medicine to his daughter. Ha ha. He tossed aside the water pouch, chuckling with delight, before adopting a facade of indignation, striding to the door and flinging it open, bellowing, Zhu Qianxiu, you scoundrel. How dare you smash my door? You have misunderstood me. Zhu Qianxiu rushed forward, leaning in to whisper a few words into his ear. The old man feigned surprise, suddenly leaping to his feet and exclaiming, is there such a matter? You cannot be deceiving me. Zhu Qianxiu replied, why would I deceive you? You have been so engrossed in alchemy that you have become oblivious to the news, but I have verified it beyond doubt. Old man, we have shared decades of camaraderie, a deep understanding. How could I not procure your medicine? Why did you not tell me sooner? The old man suddenly began to lament, pacing in distress. What if it has already been consumed? Zhu Qianxiu exclaimed in alarm, rushing into the inner room. His initial act of stealing the medicine for Ling Huchong had indeed betrayed their friendship, forcing him to lower his stature, and when the old man pursued him, guilt drove him to flee. Yet, he soon realized he had not yet consumed the medicine. Upon returning, he discovered that the old man had already taken away the life-extending pills. He rushed over in such haste to reveal the truth, hoping to compel the old man to willingly offer his medicine. Who could have anticipated this? How could you possibly drink it? Zhu Qianxiu glared at the deflated water pouch discarded on the ground, then cast a glance at the elderly man lying on the bed, infuriated to the point of stamping his feet. Upon hearing these words, the old man immediately grew displeased, harboring resentment as he thought, why shouldn't my daughter drink it? After all, it is my medicine. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Qianxiu was left scratching his head in frustration. Now, not only had he offended a brother of several decades, but his attempt to ingratiate himself had also been in vain. Truly absurd. Chapter 107. Lin Pingzhi's abduction that night. All the disciples of the Huashan Sect checked into an inn. Ning Zhongzi had already fallen asleep in her clothes, while Yue Buqun remained awake. After absorbing 40% of the internal energy from the 6 immortals of Peach Valley using the Northern Underworld divine skill the previous day, he had yet to refine it, keeping it suppressed in his dantian. Now, free from the turbulent environment of the ship, he found himself in a relatively stable corner, perfect for practicing his skills. In their room, they had requested 2 beds. Ning Zhongzi occupied one, while Yue Buqun sat cross-legged on the other. A flicker of purple energy danced across his face as the purple haze true energy circulated within him, gradually consuming the suppressed internal power. Before long, the chaotic internal energy was cleansed, and the impurities escaped through Yue Buqun's pores, while the essence gradually merged into his meridians, replenishing the consumption of the purple haze true energy. After exhaling a long breath, Yue Buqun realized that absorbing the internal energy of 6 individuals indeed required considerable effort. The depletion from earlier healing was finally compensated, and he even found himself with a surplus. He recalled the time in Luoyang when he had used the purple haze true energy to heal Ning Zhongzi, followed by assisting a young woman in a cave, which had drained him significantly, nearly causing him to drop from the 5th level to the 4th. Today, he had finally restored his entry-level mastery of the 5th level of the purple haze divine skill, and even advanced a step further, a cause for celebration. He estimated that if he could completely absorb the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, he might even achieve minor success at the 5th level. It seemed imperative to master the Northern Underworld divine skill swiftly, he mused. Once fully mastered, it would not only enable him to heal Ling Huchang's injuries, but would also enhance his ability to absorb others' internal energy. Initially, he could only absorb 10 to 20%, but now, with minor success, he could manage 30 to 50%. Should he achieve full mastery, he could absorb at least 70% of another's internal energy. While contemplating these matters, Yue Buqun had yet to withdraw his purple haze divine energy, leaving his senses exceptionally sharp. He then overheard 2 figures in the corridor, seemingly engaged in a clandestine conversation. Who could it be at such a late hour? Yue Buqun focused his purple haze divine energy into his ears, instantly clarifying the sounds. Xiao Linzi, does your family truly possess the evil repelling sword manual? Came the voice of Yu Jingjing. Since their departure from Luoyang, her relationship with Lin Pingji had grown increasingly intimate. Having spent days aboard the large ship, propriety dictated that they could not be overly familiar, yet this evening, they had seized the opportunity to meet secretly in the corridor under the cover of night. Yue Buqun initially felt a surge of irritation, but reconsidered. Both were well-mannered individuals, and it was understandable that, as young lovers, they would seek solace in one another's company. Surely, there was nothing inappropriate in their meeting. Lin Pingji replied, "The evil repelling sword technique exists. I have demonstrated it to you several times, but the sword manual is indeed absent." Yu Jingjing inquired, "Then why do your grandfather and 2 uncles always suspect that senior brother has taken your sword manual?" Lin Pingji sighed, "Hush, let us not speak of this matter. My master has already punished me by sending me to reflect and face the wall. If he hears of this again, I might as well have my legs broken." He then lamented, "If my family truly possessed a marvelous sword manual, the Fuwei escort agency would not have suffered such humiliation at the hands of the Huashan Sect, leading to our ruin." Yu Jingjing found his reasoning quite sensible. However, both of them harbored a deep-seated vendetta, and their steady and prudent efforts could no longer satisfy their aspirations. They constantly sought some extraordinary martial arts manual to ascend to greatness in one leap, hoping to avenge their grievances. Hence, their discourse turned to the sword manual once more this night. Alas, these 2 youths were somewhat impatient. Yue Buqun, having overheard a few words, feared that they might soon delve into romantic sentiments, which he would rather not endure. He was just preparing to withdraw his Zixia divine skill when a raucous voice suddenly echoed from the outer wall of the inn. "Shameless dogs, hiding behind and speaking ill of others, truly lacking in dignity." The words rang out with thunderous intensity, awakening not only the members of the Huashan Sect from their slumber, but even the birds roosting in the trees around the inn began to squawk in alarm. Following this, a massive figure leapt down from the wall, charging towards Lin Pingji and Yu Jingjing. As they were out for a clandestine meeting, they naturally had not brought their swords, leaving them to rely on their bare fists and feet for defense. Yet, how could they possibly contend against such a giant? They struck a single blow, only to be swiftly subdued. The assailant seized them, one in each hand, as if they were mere chicks, and turned to leap over the wall. Not so fast. Yue Buqun burst through the window, thrusting his sword with a technique known as the White Rainbow, piercing the sun, aimed directly at the giant's back. However, the giant, not only towering but also possessing great strides, evaded the attack effortlessly, leaving Yue Buqun's thrust to miss entirely. The advantage of height was glaringly apparent in that moment. Before Yue Buqun could strike again, another tall figure emerged from the wall's edge, donning a hood that concealed all but his eyes and nostrils. Brandishing a staff, he blocked Yue Buqun's long sword with a swift motion. Cloaked in secrecy, Yue Buqun scoffed coldly, and his zinging sword pressed forward relentlessly, clashing with the man's staff and creating a gaping notch. Had the man not withdrawn in time, the staff would have been cleaved in 2. However, taking advantage of this brief distraction, the giant who had captured Lin Pingji and Yu Jingjing suddenly soared into the air like a great rock, leaping over the wall and vanishing into the night. "Brother!" At that moment, Ning Zhongzi and other disciples from the rooms finally rushed out, swords drawn. Seeing the situation turn dire, the man with the staff attempted to flee, heading in the opposite direction of the first giant. Yue Buqun, filled with rage, activated his Zixia divine skill, preparing to strike a lethal blow. Yet, just as the force of his palm was half unleashed, he abruptly withdrew it. The man with the staff dared not look back, hastily disappearing into the shadows. "Brother, what?" Ning Zhongzi questioned in confusion. "I just realized that these 2 are likely working together. If I were to kill this one, the other would surely pose a threat to Jingjing and Pingji." Yue Buqun explained. "Indeed, that is sound reasoning, brother. Let us pursue them at once." Ning Zhongzi sheathed her sword and, with a powerful push of her foot, prepared to utilize her lightness skill to leap over the wall. However, to her surprise, Yue Buqun firmly grasped her. Junior sister, this situation is suspicious. It may be a ruse to draw the tiger away from its mountain. You must remain here to lead the disciples in defense while I pursue them, he declared. These two individuals were most likely the twin bears of the northern desert, notorious for their heinous acts in the original narrative, cannibals, to be exact. Ning Zhongzi could not be allowed to encounter them. Very well, but you must exercise caution, she replied decisively, for she was not one to hesitate. With his concerns set aside, Yue Buqun swiftly took to his feet and leaped toward the direction of the giant. Chapter 108. The barbecue of the northern bears. Yue Buqun's lightness of foot was indeed swift, yet the towering figure of the giant conferred upon him a significant advantage, coupled with his familiarity with the terrain, causing him to vanish in no time. Bearing two individuals, it was improbable for him to have ventured far. Yue Buqun paused, casting his gaze around. This desolate wilderness appeared devoid of any signs of habitation. Where could this person have concealed himself? Yue Buqun pondered quietly. In the original narrative, it was not mentioned where the northern bears had taken Lin Pingji and the others, but it was later revealed that they were returned in a sedan chair, suggesting that it was not an isolated location, likely a temporary gathering point of these demonic cultists. A gust of chilly wind swept by, awakening Yue Buqun's senses. Fortunately, on this blustery night, the dark clouds had been dispersed, and under the luminous moonlight, he searched diligently and eventually made a discovery. There, amidst the soft earth of a grassy thicket, lay an extraordinarily large footprint, unmistakably left by the towering giant. No matter how proficient one's lightness of foot may be, one cannot tread without leaving a trace, Yue Buqun thought coldly. Daring not to linger, Yue Buqun continued to follow the trail, occasionally pausing to recalibrate his bearings. After half an hour, upon crossing a stretch of reeds, a sudden clarity enveloped his vision. In the distance, he discerned a makeshift grass hut with a bonfire flickering, the silhouettes of several figures barely discernible. This was an open expanse, devoid of cover. Yue Buqun refrained from approaching too closely and instead quietly activated his Zixia divine skill. Instantly, his senses sharpened, greatly enhancing his sight and hearing. Although he could not hear the faintest sounds of ants in conflict, he could clearly see the figures by the bonfire. As anticipated, the giant was indeed present, seated beside the abducted Lin Pingji and Yu Jingjing. To the other side sat the masked man who had wielded a convenient shovel earlier. However, at this moment, his mask had been removed, revealing a bald head, unmistakably that of a monk. Boy, where is your family's evil-repelling sword manual hidden? The giant growled, gripping Lin Pingji's collar menacingly. Utter nonsense. There is no such manual. Lin Pingji responded directly, his spirit unbroken despite being incapacitated. You do not anger me, but rather amuse me. The giant laughed, turning his attention to Yu Jingjing. You, my dear girl, possess such delicate skin, you make my mouth water. With that, the giant bared his menacing set of white teeth. Lin Pingji immediately panicked, shouting, "Bullying a woman, what kind of hero does that make you? Come at me instead." Unbeknownst to him, the giant ignored his words and reached out to pinch Yu Jingjing's cheek. This left Yu Jingjing startled, desperately attempting to retreat, yet her acupuncture points rendered her immobile. "You scoundrel, if you dare lay a finger on my junior sister, my master will ensure you meet a most untimely demise." Lin Pingji seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze. At that moment, had he been armed with a sword, he would have undoubtedly sought to cleave the giant in twain. Upon hearing these words, the tall figure finally paused, reflecting. It is widely rumored that Saintis has a fondness for Ling Huchong, though some assert it is Yue Buqun. While I am certain it is Ling Huchong, what if it truly is Yue Buqun? If I harm his daughter, how could the Saintis ever forgive me? Contemplating this, the tall figure retracted his hand. However, though his actions ceased, his tongue was merciless, deliberately cursing. "Damn it, you shameless couple hiding in the shadows, daring to speak ill of Ling Huchong. The one thing I detest most in life is hearing slander against him." "We didn't say anything," Yu Jingjing, feeling somewhat wronged and frightened, protested. They had merely mentioned him in passing, without any malice. Moreover, Ling Huchong was their senior brother. What concern was it of his? "Humph," the tall figure scoffed coldly. "You had better not provoke my ire, or I shall roast you for my meal." Saying this, he returned to sit beside Lin Pingji and astonishingly produced a human hand from his bosom, placing it over the fire to roast. Although Lin Pingji had witnessed numerous atrocities, this scene left him utterly dumbfounded. "Junior sister, quickly close your eyes," he shouted, but his urgency only drew Yu Jingjing's attention further. In the next moment, A chilling scream shattered the night air, and Yu Jingjing's face turned pale, trembling all over. Having endured the massacre of her family, she had seen horrors beyond imagination. Yet, she had never encountered such a perversion. This is a human hand. How can one roast it to eat? This man was beyond description. He resembled a demon from the tales. Shut your mouth, or I will stuff it with this, the tall figure hissed, waving the severed arm menacingly. His somewhat disheveled teeth appeared to glisten with an eerie hue. Terrified, Yu Jingjing hastily covered her mouth with her hands, shaking her head vigorously. Her eyes wide as tears streamed down her cheeks. Give me that thumb. It seems delectable. The silent monk beside him suddenly spoke, his gaze fixating on the arm, hunger evident in his eyes. Here, take it, the tall figure complied, snapping the thumb off with a forceful twist and tossing it to the monk. The monk, elated, carelessly popped it into his mouth, crunching it with a sickening sound. This noise awakened a primal terror within Yu Jingjing, causing her to forget her tears and even halt her breathing. Evil fiends. At this moment, a voice imbued with righteousness resonated from a distance. A figure dashed forth. It was Yue Buqun, his shout infused with Zixia divine skill, dispelling the malevolent presence and quelling the fear. Yu Jingjing was startled awake by the sound, drawing in a breath just in time to avoid suffocation. To kill is permissible, but to consume another human is utterly abhorrent. Such an act belongs to the realm of cults, perversion, and monstrosity, and it is the duty of all to eradicate such evils swiftly. However, it appeared that the tall man and the monk intended to seize a hostage each. Unbeknownst to them, Yue Buqun had been preparing for this moment, waiting for their moment of negligence to strike, thus preventing them from ever having the chance to take a hostage. With a swift movement, Yue Buqun rescued both Lin Pingji and Yu Jingjing, and then unleashed a gust of energy that caused the bonfire to erupt violently. The embers and chard would rain down upon the two bears of Mo Bay, causing them to yelp in distress. Chapter 109. Yue Buqun acts for justice. The ashes from the burning wood, seemingly inconspicuous, possess a heat sufficiently intense to cook sweet potatoes. The sky was filled with these ashes, which settled upon the bodies of the northern bears, penetrating their garments and leaving numerous blisters on their skin. Cursing under their breath, the tall man and the monk continuously tugged at their clothing, as flames cascaded down their necks to their stomachs and backs, making them squirm as if dancing. Meanwhile, the skewered human limb, once roasted, had long since vanished. At this moment, Yue Buqun hesitated to advance, for the ashes still danced in the air. Rushing forth could result in his own blistering. With a series of quick taps from his fingertips, he released the acupoints of Yu Jingjing and Lin Pingji. Father! Yu Jingjing suddenly threw herself into Yue Buqun's embrace, momentarily forgetting her tears, trembling uncontrollably. She was truly frightened. Yue Buqun found himself in a dilemma. Although she was his daughter, she was also his adopted child, which complicated the propriety of the situation. Pingji, quickly support your junior sister. With a gentle push, he deftly maneuvered Yu Jingjing's hands onto Lin Pingji's shoulders. Only then did he exhale deeply, saying, "Take care of yourselves." As he spoke, the ashes had finally settled. Yue Buqun strode forward, charging directly at the northern bears. Yue Buqun, you bastard. The tall man, whose fair skin marked him as the white bear, stood bare-chested, his neck and chest covered in blisters, hurling curses at Yue Buqun. Why not go curse at the king of hell? Yue Buqun retorted with a cold laugh, wielding his Zing sword mercilessly, launching a strike known as White Rainbow, pierces the sun. To his astonishment, the monk, the black bear of the northern duo, silently endured and unexpectedly intercepted the sword with his spade. The weapon clashed, splitting in two, leaving only a hook. Such a sharp sword. The white bear, taken aback, swiftly retrieved his own weapon, a massive knife adorned with iron rings that rattled ominously upon movement. Leveraging his towering stature, the white bear swung the large knife down upon Yue Buqun, while simultaneously, the black bear switched grips on his spade, aiming for Yue Buqun's waist. They launched a relentless dual assault. Childish tricks. Yue Buqun did not flinch. Instead, he executed a move known as Cypress Welcomes Guests, effortlessly slicing a section off the white bear's knife, rendering the remaining part incapable of touching him. With a nimble leap, he pivoted, evading the spade that swept past his waist, and with a flourish of his sword, he struck downwards. The spade was cleaved in two, causing the black bear to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Curse it. They say the 5 mountain sword sect's techniques are exquisite, but it seems they merely rely on the advantage of their weapons. The white bear, retreating, gazed at his now diminished knife, astonishment mingling with a newfound taunt. This was a tactic of provocation. For decades, the two of them traversed the vast desert. Yet never before had they encountered such a setback as today. Upon hearing this, Yue Buqun merely scoffed coldly, remarking, "Do you think mere trivial words can provoke me into self-destruction? Huh." Meanwhile, the black bear had already sprung to his feet, hastily aligning himself with the white bear. In an instant, their expressions fluctuated between hope and despair. It is well known that the Five Mountain Sword Sect is famed for its exquisite swordsmanship, with a substantial portion of their prowess dedicated to the long sword. The white bear's taunts were intended to compel Yue Buqun to abandon his weapon out of respect for the master's dignity. However, the inept provocation had no effect on Yue Buqun. The black and white bears began to reconsider their strategy, contemplating a retreat. Yet, in the next moment, Yue Buqun unexpectedly sheathed his sword, flinging the Ziying sword and its scabbard backward, embedding them into the ground before Lin Pingji and Yu Jingjing. He declared, "To slay you with my sword would tarnish its illustrious reputation. Thus, I shall relinquish it, allowing you to die with a clear conscience." The black and white bears were momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with elation, knowing it was a ruse. Yet they lunged forward, deeming Yue Buqun a fool. "Attack!" commanded the white bear, as the black bear complied, one brandishing a broken blade, the other drawing a glistening dagger, unmistakably poisoned. Yue Buqun remained unfazed, his stance firm as he summoned the Zixia True Qi. Instantly, a powerful force coalesced in his palm, which he unleashed with a single thrust. The northern bears felt as if they were confronting a raging tempest. Before they could react, an invisible force slammed into them. In an instant, their bodies were hurled like kites severed from their strings, blood gushing from their mouths uncontrollably. With a thud, they landed on the ground, quickly rising to a half-kneel, only to spew forth more blood. Yue Buqun, your Zixia divine skill has reached such a level." The white bear, seemingly on the brink of collapse, attempted to utter more futile words. However, the next moment, the black and white bears, as if choreographed, darted in opposite directions. This was an old tactic, at least one of them hoped to escape. Yue Buqun chuckled softly, mentally invoking the beaming divine skill. In an instant, a tremendous suction force emanated from his palm. The northern bears, poised to flee, suddenly found their bodies unresponsive, involuntarily retreating. "What sorcery is this?" The black and white bears panicked, fear gripping them. Before they could plead for mercy, their retreat accelerated, drawn inexorably into Yue Buqun's grasp, rendered immobile. Without a moment's resistance, they felt the internal energy within them surge, as if finding a release, rushing into Yue Buqun's body. This is absorbing." The northern bear's eyes widened in horror as they recalled a legend. In ancient times, when Master Ren of the Sun and Moon Sect roamed the martial world, he would employ the star-absorbing technique to drain his opponent's internal energy, rendering them utterly powerless. Why has Yue Buqun resorted to this star-absorbing technique? We are the holy. Those who wish to proclaim themselves as the Holy Maiden are allies of the Mount Huashan Sect, not foes. Yet, under the rapid depletion of their internal energy, they can hardly articulate a coherent sentence. What nonsense! Let them perish. Yue Buqun showed no mercy. After absorbing enough internal energy, he unleashed the Zixia divine skill, striking down upon the heads of the two with a resounding crash, leaving no room for hesitation, and swiftly sending them to the netherworld. Chapter 110. The banner of the Five Immortals sect in the eyes of the northern double bears. There was an overwhelming sense of fear and resentment. Yet, in the next moment, blood poured from their 7 orifices, and life slipped away from them. If they were not to be slain, would they not seek revenge against the disciples of the Huashan Sect? Yue Buqun scoffed inwardly. Along this journey, he had encountered those like Zhu Qianxiu, who betrayed friends, and the northern double bears, those cannibalistic wretches. What had the Sun and Moon Sect truly gathered? No wonder the outside world labeled it as a demonic sect. Yue Buqun had not fully comprehended this until he witnessed it firsthand. Take the northern double bears, for instance. They justified their abduction of Lin Pingji with noble rhetoric, claiming that they had been insulted by Ling Huchong. Even if word of this incident spread, the Holy Maiden would only bestow praises. Yet, if they were truly advocating for Ling Huchong, why then did they insist on interrogating him about the evil-repelling sword manual? Were they merely using the guise of helping the Holy Maiden to pursue their own agenda? Such cunning was truly remarkable. What of the vastness of the demonic sect? What of its numbers? If they were composed of such a motley crew, it was only a matter of time before the 5 mountain sword sects extinguished them. "Pingji, Jingjing, how fare you?" Yue Buqun inquired as he approached. "Master, I am unharmed, though my junior sister has experienced a modicum of fright, but she should recover swiftly," Lin Pingji respectfully replied. Both had endured the trauma of their family's annihilation. Although they encountered these cannibals today and found it momentarily jarring, they would soon regain their composure. "That is good to hear. Yue Buqun observed the still-dazed Yu Jingjing, noting her lingering trepidation. By the way, regarding tonight's events, we shall say that I pursued this tall fellow, engaged in combat, and rescued you both. You must not breathe a word of this to your Shiji or Shixiao. Yue Buqun's expression shifted suddenly, becoming grave. This is an order, not a discussion. Understood. Lin Pingji initially blinked in surprise, but quickly grasped the implications and responded promptly. Yu Jingjing, trembling, nodded in agreement. With that, Yue Buqun felt a sense of relief. The reason he insisted on their unified narrative stemmed from two considerations. First, Ning Zhongze had yet to recover from her injuries. If she were to learn of the northern double bears, those man-eaters, it could very well trigger a relapse, which was utterly unacceptable. Second, as Jingjing was a young woman, should she be abducted and later discovered after some time, it could lead to unfounded speculation and gossip from those with ulterior motives. If she were rescued while the enemies fled, at least her virtue would remain intact. After all, in the chaos of escape, there would be no opportunity for any peculiarities. However, from Lin Pingji's perspective, the situation appeared quite differently. Just moments ago, Yue Buqun had unleashed his formidable power, dispatching the two foes with ease, akin to slaughtering chickens. Particularly striking was the internal energy that had drawn those two enemies from afar. It was unmistakably not a technique of the Huashan Sect. Lin Pingji did not recognize it, but found it exceedingly peculiar. The revelation of such formidable skill tonight was evidently a means to silence the two. If I do not nod, will the master directly extinguish both of us? A sense of malice crept into Lin Pingji's mind, followed by a wave of dread. Upon glancing at Yue Buqun, he noted a hint of fear etched upon his countenance. After a brief respite, Yue Buqun gathered the remnants of the fire from earlier, sought out some dry wood, and poured a measure of the potent liquor they had stored in the thatched shed over the bodies of the two bears. He then set them ablaze without concern for the outcome. Half an hour later, the group finally returned to the inn, and Ning Zhongze felt a slight easing of her anxiety. Had she suffered any indignities? As a mother, her first inquiry was directed towards Yu Jingjing, for this concerned their reputation, and she felt immensely nervous. Observing that everyone was present, Yue Buqun hastily recounted the fabricated explanation he had prepared earlier. Upon hearing it, Ning Zhongze felt a wave of relief wash over her, finally able to calm her heart. Senior brother, did those two mention your name? Do you recognize them? Lin Pingji inquired of Ling Huchong, who appeared not yet to have succumbed to slumber. Ling Huchong, somewhat bewildered, wondered why the conversation had turned to him. Could it be that he was somehow linked to those who had come bearing gifts? Your senior brother knows nothing of this. You all should retire for the night. Tomorrow morning, we shall hasten our departure from this den of iniquity, Yue Buqun declared. In a moment, most disciples returned to their quarters to rest, leaving only a few to stand guard. However, the tumult of the night had drawn near to dawn, and the companions had barely closed their eyes when the first light began to break. Weary, they hurriedly gathered their belongings and hastily consumed a couple of bowls of thin porridge before boarding the ship. The captain of the vessel, stifling yawns, splashed his face with cool water, then untied the ropes and hoisted anchor, steering downstream along the Yellow River. Standing at the bow, Yue Buqun beheld the nascent dawn, where a veil of mist hovered over the tumultuous waters, an expanse that truly invigorated the spirit. After a short while, the sun gradually ascended from the east, casting shimmering reflections upon the river's surface. As they traveled, a small vessel appeared in the distance, its sails unfurled and heading directly towards Yue Buqun's larger ship. The eastern wind filled the blue sail of the small craft, allowing it to swiftly ascend against the current. As it drew closer, they observed that the sail was adorned with the delicate outline of a woman's foot, slender and unmistakably feminine. Junior brother, look. That ship is quite peculiar. Why would they paint a woman's foot on their sail? Is that not ill-fated? Several disciples of the Huashan Sect, taking in the scene from the deck, were immediately intrigued. In the Central Plains, there are many customs regarding navigation. Typically, intimate items such as women's undergarments are strictly prohibited from being displayed aboard a vessel, let alone having a woman's foot painted directly on the sail. It was indeed a most curious sight. In no time, the small boat arrived alongside them, and faint melodies drifted from within. The song was soft and whimsical, its lyrics entirely indecipherable, seemingly sung in some regional dialect. The melody of the song was rich and unrestrained, and after listening for a while, it bore little resemblance to a song. Rather, it felt like a lamentation, akin to someone moaning. Then, the tune shifted entirely, transforming into a playful exchange reminiscent of flirtation. Exuberant and unbridled, far more liberated than the lascivious verses of the Central Plains. Fortunately, most disciples of the Huashan Sect were napping in the cabin, otherwise, the youthful assembly would undoubtedly have blushed profusely. What sort of demon or specter could this be? At that moment, Ning Zhongzi was also on deck, having a habit of rising early regardless of how late she had slept. Upon hearing that sound, as someone seasoned in the ways of the world, she couldn't help but scoff inwardly, cursing under her breath, what utter shamelessness. Chapter 111. The beautiful blue phoenix. Suddenly, a voice as sweet as honey rang out from a small boat. Are there friends from the Huashan Sect aboard the vessel ahead? Damn, here it comes again. The disciples of the Huashan Sect had become almost immune to such inquiries, their ears nearly calloused from hearing them. Following that, the voice called out again, is Master Yue Buqun on the boat? Huh, shouldn't they be looking for the senior brother? Why has it turned into a search for the master? The disciples on the deck looked at each other, confusion evident on their faces. Senior brother, ignore her, Ning Zhongzi said hastily, stepping forward to stand beside Yue Buqun and speaking softly. There was a hint of jealousy in her tone. Unexpectedly, the voice continued to call out, we would very much like to see what Master Yue looks like. Is that possible? The voice was soft and melodious, laced with a touch of playfulness that could easily tug at a man's heartstrings. It was only because of Yue Buqun's extraordinary composure as a martial arts master that he remained unfazed. Otherwise, anyone else might have drooled at the opportunity to respond. Naturally, the loud commotion had awakened the disciples in the cabin, who now rushed out to see the spectacle. From the small boat's cabin, a woman suddenly leaped onto the bow. She was dressed in a blue fabric adorned with white floral patterns, and from her chest to her knees, she wore a brilliantly colored embroidered apron, resplendent in its hues. Her ears were adorned with a pair of large golden earrings, each the size of a wine glass. Upon closer inspection, the woman appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with slightly yellowish skin, but her eyes were large and as black as ink. A colorful belt encircled her slender waist, fluttering in the breeze from the river. Her bare feet, unshod and delicately shaped, were painted with splashes of vibrant red polish, resting upon the deck of the boat. However, in comparison to her stunning beauty and graceful figure, her voice was undoubtedly even more enchanting. With a smile on her face, her attire did not reflect that of a Han Chinese woman, but rather exuded an exotic charm. The disciples of the Huashan Sect gazed at her with admiration, not with insatiable lust, but with pure appreciation. As the two boats drew closer, the Huashan Sect's vessel was moving downstream, while the small boat was navigating upstream, seemingly on a collision course. To their surprise, the small boat suddenly turned sharply, adjusted its sails, and began to sail alongside the larger vessel downstream. At last, the Huashan Sect has arrived, Yue Buqun thought with joy, for if the Huashan Sect had come, then the medicine for his junior sister would also be at hand. Today, the root of the ailment would be eradicated. Are you the subordinate of the blue leader from the Huashan Sect? Yue Buqun inquired. The woman chuckled softly, responding, you have quite the discerning eye, though you are only half correct. I am indeed from the Huashan Sect, but I am not a subordinate of the blue leader. So it is the blue leader herself. What a pleasure to meet you, Yue Buqun said, cupping his hands in a gesture of politeness. If she was not merely a subordinate, then it was undoubtedly the Blue Phoenix herself. The Blue Phoenix was overjoyed, astonished that this seemingly earnest individual, akin to a scholar on his way to the capital for the imperial examination, possessed such profound insight, understanding everything with but a nudge. You are exceptionally astute. May I inquire which disciple of the Huashan Sect you are? Is Yue Buqun your master? Could you possibly summon him for me to see? She asked with a smile, her tone infused with an irresistible plea that no man could refuse. Ning Zhongzi, standing nearby, wore an increasingly displeased expression. Yue Buqun, oblivious to her demeanor, chuckled lightly and replied, there is no need for the blue leader to worry. I am indeed Yue Buqun of the Huashan Sect. Ah, the Blue Phoenix exclaimed in disbelief, lightly covering her mouth. Then, unexpectedly, she leaped onto the grand vessel of the Huashan Sect. Without reservation, she glanced left and right, circling around Yue Buqun, which darkened Ning Zhongzi's countenance. Had it not been for the consideration of decorum, she might have thrust a sword through the air in protest. Shameless, Ning Zhongzi muttered under her breath, her face shadowed in irritation. The Blue Phoenix, completely unaware that the remark was directed at her, turned to Yue Buqun and remarked, people say you are the gentleman's sword. Having seen you today, it is evident you are indeed a paragon of virtue. Yue Buqun was momentarily perplexed. The distinction between the gentleman's sword and a paragon of virtue seemed to him entirely incongruous. Moreover, how could one discern if he truly was a paragon? This line of thought struck him as rather absurd. Simultaneously, he became aware that something was amiss. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of the 5 Immortals elixir, failing to realize that the Blue Phoenix seemed to have mistaken him for someone else. Shouldn't she be seeking out Ling Huchong instead? What guidance does the blue leader seek? He inquired hastily. Guidance? I am not an instructor. Why would I offer you guidance? The blue phoenix responded, puzzled. Ning Zhongzi, unable to suppress her rising anger any longer, stepped forward, asserting, if the blue leader has something to discuss, please do not mock my husband. What? I mock your husband? What do you mean by husband? The blue phoenix looked at the beautiful woman before her, utterly baffled by her words. At this, Ning Zhongzi's fury intensified. This husband refers to my spouse. It is a term of humility. Are you feigning ignorance to flirt with Yue Buqun in my presence? Yue Buqun hurriedly intervened, saying, Junior sister. The blue leader is not from the Central Plains. She may not be familiar with our regional expressions. His attempt at clarification, however, only seemed to protect the blue phoenix, inciting further ire in Ning Zhongzi, whose eyes seemed to blaze with indignation, causing Yue Buqun to instinctively take a step back. Indeed, you Central Plains people speak in such a flowery manner. Unlike us Miao people who are more straightforward, I find it difficult to comprehend. The blue phoenix nodded, then inquired. Yue Buqun, who is this beautiful woman? Why do you seem so apprehensive? Before she could finish her question, Yue Buqun swiftly interjected, aware of the many disciples watching. Oh, blue leader, this esteemed warrior Ning is my wife. He aimed to be as direct as possible, while also asserting Ning Zhongzi's status. The blue phoenix appeared to have stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. She took a couple of steps back, her eyes wide with astonishment, and instinctively covered her mouth with her small hands. You have a wife, Yue Buqun? She exclaimed in disbelief. Although the blue phoenix and the holy maiden held a superior subordinate relationship, both being women of similar age, they shared a bond akin to that of close friends. Thus, the information she received was more precise. It was rumored that the holy maiden had an affection for someone from the Huashan Sect, with speculations pointing to either Ling Huchong or Yue Buqun. The notion that she favored Yue Buqun was what she had heard, yet most of the disciples were skeptical. Previously, she had inquired about him and only knew that Yue Buqun was nicknamed the Gentleman's Sword, lacking further knowledge, which prompted her to visit and verify the matter for her friend. Little did she expect that Yue Buqun was, in fact, married. What would become of the holy maiden now? Chapter 112. The conditions for acquiring the 5 immortal treasure pills. What does it mean to have a wife? Yue Buqun found himself somewhat speechless. His daughter was already grown. How could he possibly be without a wife? Moreover, at his age, as the leader of a sect, it was hardly plausible that he could not find a spouse. What was the meaning of Lan Phoenix's behavior? Did she have feelings for him? Was she considering taking him in as a son-in-law? Yue Buqun's mind raced, yet he could not decipher her intentions. Logically, at this juncture, she should have been interested in Ling Huchong instead. This situation felt rather perplexing. Could it be that his interference had caused some unforeseen butterfly effect in the narrative? Yue Buqun stroked his chin, pondering deeply, until he finally arrived at a plausible explanation. In the normal timeline, Ling Huchong would have been captured by the old man, learned about the history of the life extension pills, and then willingly bled himself to heal the old lady. It seemed that Lan Phoenix had heard of such heroic deeds and, along with the influence of Saintus, had come specifically to replenish Ling Huchong's vitality. Of course, it was mostly due to the Saintus' reputation. The old lady was merely a pretext for her visit. Through their exchanges, they would have naturally referred to each other as elder brother and younger sister. Yet now, it appeared that Lan Phoenix was exhibiting an extraordinary interest in him. The enchantress is taking this too far. Ning Zhongzi could no longer contain herself, letting out a soft groan as she drew her sword part way. Junior sister. Yue Buqun's reflexes kicked in, and he swiftly restrained her hand. This was no jest. There were matters to discuss, and offending Lan Phoenix would make it difficult to negotiate later. Yue Buqun, why not let the two of you live under one roof? Ning Zhongzi remarked sarcastically. Your defense of her. Could it be that there is an affair? However, she still discerned the gravity of the situation and, mindful of Yue Buqun's dignity, whispered her comment, ensuring that only their small circle could hear, while the disciples of the Huashan Sect at a distance remained oblivious. Oh, junior sister, you've misunderstood, Yue Buqun exclaimed, flustered. Lan Phoenix's attire was so strikingly different from that of ordinary folk, and her straightforwardness in the customs of the Central Plains made her innocent remarks seem like sharp blades aiming to sow discord between them. Lan Phoenix was also taken aback, having said nothing offensive. Why was Yue Buqun's wife so agitated? Was she threatening her life? The customs of your Han people are filled with convoluted intricacies. If I have inadvertently offended you with my words, I hope you will not take it to heart. Lan Phoenix said with a smile. Having met, if there are no other matters, may I kindly ask you to leave, as we have pressing affairs to attend to. Ning Zhongzi's expression darkened as she directly began to usher the guest away. Sister, Please do not be angry. Lon Phoenix continued. Little did she know that her words only served to exacerbate the situation, igniting Ning Zhongza's fury. Who is your sister? Who the hell is your sister? Seeing the situation turn dire, Yue Buqun's mind raced, and he quickly sought to divert the conversation. Lon Phoenix. Yue Buqun suddenly called out, startling Ning Zhongza, who was on the verge of an outburst. I have heard that your esteemed sect possesses a medicinal pill known as the 5 Immortal Treasure Pills. Today, I humbly request if you might sell me one. Yue Buqun bowed slightly, lowering his demeanor significantly. Blue Phoenix was taken aback and exclaimed, You seek the 5 Immortals' great treasure pill? What purpose do you have for such a rare item? Even within the 5 Immortals sect, this pill is considered a secret elixir, difficult to concoct, and typically reserved for the sect leader or the holy maiden. As for its effects, it is meant to assist in the cultivation of the supreme scripture of our sect, the 5 Poisons True Classic. To be candid, my wife, the valiant Ning, has suffered spiritual injuries. Previously, I sought the esteemed physician Ping Yiji, who informed me that only this pill could cure her affliction. I humbly request, Master Blue, that you bestow upon me one pill, and I shall be eternally grateful. Yue Buqun spoke with utmost sincerity, revealing his intentions without any pretense. Is that so? Blue Phoenix pondered for a moment before suddenly turning and leaping back onto her small boat. Then come with me, she called over her shoulder, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Yue Buqun hesitated for a brief moment. He was acutely aware that the 5 Immortals sect was notoriously treacherous. Its members were often referred to in hushed tones as the Poison Sect. In truth, over a century ago, the sect was originally named the Poison Sect, with its founders and key figures hailing from the Miao ethnic group of the Yunnan-Guizhou Sichuan Hunan regions. Later, a few Han individuals joined, deeming the term poison unseemly. Thus the name was changed to 5 Immortals. The 5 Immortals sect excelled in the use of miasma, sorcery, and poison, rivaling the famed 100 Medicines sect. Although the Miao members of the 5 Immortals were not as cunning in their toxic schemes as those of the 100 Medicines sect, their bizarre and uncanny methods were particularly astonishing. It was rumored among the martial world that while the 100 Medicines sect's poison was insidious and difficult to guard against, once one was poisoned, a careful examination often led to a revelation of the underlying principles. Conversely, those poisoned by the 5 Immortals sect found it nearly impossible to grasp the intricacies of their unique and enigmatic toxins, no matter how much the poisoner elucidated. Nevertheless, for the sake of his junior sister, he was prepared to brave any danger. Resolving himself, Yue Buqun leaped forward without further hesitation. Senior brother, Ning Zhongza's expression shifted between worry and hope, though she understood that he was seeking the remedy on her behalf. The alluring and unrestrained nature of the woman made her uneasy, prompting her to follow suit. Unexpectedly, as Yue Buqun intended to dissuade Ning Zhongza from proceeding, the cabin door swung open, revealing 2 young women, both around 18 or 19, clad in identical blue floral attire, their waists adorned with embroidered sashes. The 2 women gestured invitingly. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. To do so would appear cowardly. Thus, he and Ning Zhongza entered the cabin together. Upon entering, they were greeted by a scene of enchantment. Surrounding them were numerous women, youthful and exquisite, dressed in remarkably revealing attire, some brazenly clad in nothing but shorts, their fair thighs exposed, which, Ning Zhongza was taken aback, shocked at such a modesty. How could they dress in such a manner? If it were women from Central Plains, such a display would be deemed disgraceful. After all, Meng Jiangnu had married out of despair because Fan Shiliang had inadvertently glimpsed her arm. By this logic, half of these women would have to marry Yue Buqun. Thankfully, they were Miao. Within the cabin, the Blue Phoenix reclined in the main seat, comfortably nestled in a specially prepared chaise longue. She languorously leaned back, one delicate foot resting upon the table, while the other was elegantly perched upon her leg, her exquisite foot raised high. I have heard that men from the Central Plains are often passionate and devoted, yet I remain skeptical. Today, I wish to put this to the test. The Blue Phoenix chuckled with a lightheartedness, as if a playful idea had crossed her mind. Upon hearing her words, Yue Buqun furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous intent. Yue Buqun, if you wish to rescue your wife, come forth and kiss my toes, and I shall promptly present you with the 5 Immortals treasure pill. With that, the Blue Phoenix playfully wiggled her toes, erupting into another fit of laughter. Chapter 113. To lick or not to lick the audacity. Before Yue Buqun could utter a word, Ning Zhongza, visibly agitated, unsheathed her sword. Senior brother, let us depart. Our Huashan Sect will not endure such a profound humiliation. She tugged at Yue Buqun's sleeve. Since negotiations had faltered, they should simply withdraw from the cabin with dignity. Yue Buqun, Ponder this carefully. Since Ping Yiji has specified the remedy by name, it is evident that this medicine is indispensable. Your wife is extraordinarily beautiful. Can you truly bear to let her slip away from you? Lan Fenghuang observed Yue Buqun with a calm demeanor, her interest piqued. Senior brother, do not heed her words. Even if I were to die this very moment, I could not allow you to suffer such indignity. Ning Zhongzi, unable to move him, grew increasingly anxious. Lan Fenghuang languidly shifted her posture, lowering her elevated foot and raising it again, her smile widening as she noted Yue Buqun's indecision. It seems, Miss Ning, that your husband is quite the romantic. Your bond must be strong indeed, for he would forsake all for you. Then, addressing Yue Buqun, she continued, it is merely a matter of licking a toe, a trivial task, I assure you. Moreover, you need not worry. I shall instruct everyone in this cabin to turn their backs. Not a soul shall divulge a word afterward. Yue Buqun had no doubt of this. The Five Immortals sect was unlike any ordinary faction, led by a master of poisons, and its followers were undoubtedly well trained in obedience. If told to keep silent, they would assuredly comply. Furthermore, as an external sect, even the faintest whisper would not reach the Central Plains martial world. Yet, the dilemma remained, to lick or not to lick. The Five Immortals' great treasure pill was essential for his junior sister's recovery. It must be acquired at all costs. However, if he were to lick Lan Fenghuang's toe, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, even if the incident remained undisclosed. The burden of guilt would weigh heavily on him, leaving him stripped of dignity as the sect leader. As for resorting to force, that was utterly out of the question. If he were a solitary figure, perhaps it would be easier to contemplate. Yet, the Huashan Sect boasted hundreds of disciples. Should he resort to violence today, or even threaten Lan Fenghuang, it would spell disaster for Huashan, with the sect facing relentless retribution from the Five Immortals. No one in the martial realm could withstand such vengeance. Poison today, curses tomorrow, he would likely perish without ever understanding the cause. What peculiar obsession does Lan Fenghuang possess? Is it aimed solely at me? Doubt clouded Yue Buqun's expression. Lan Fenghuang appeared to relish this tension, smirking as she asked, Yue Buqun, have you reached a decision? Delay any longer, and I may reconsider. As she spoke, she rose, playfully massaging her delicate toes, reclining gracefully, and extending her exquisite foot forward. Many desire to lick, yet few can reach. You witch, I shall slay you. Was engulfed in rage, expressing this affront to her dignity as if it were a mere act of charity, akin to defecating on someone's head. How could one endure such indignity? If one could tolerate this, they might as well convert and worship the Western Cross. When someone strikes your left cheek, extending your right cheek for another blow is utterly nonsensical. Junior sister, Yue Buqun exclaimed in shock, wishing to intervene. But it was already too late. His excessive deliberation rendered him hesitant and timid. Yet, before such a formidable swordplay, Lan Fenghuang astonishingly did not flinch. Instead, she raised her arm, and instantly, an unidentified object plummeted onto Ning Zhongzi's chest. Ning Zhongzi's face drained of color upon recognizing the object, causing her sword technique to falter, and she stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The object was none other than a large, hairy spider, about the size of a bowl, occasionally wriggling, its abdomen vividly marked, clearly indicating it was venomous. Master Lan, please show mercy, Yue Buqun hastily implored. This creature was too terrifying. He dared not casually swat the spider away, fearing it might bite Ning Zhongzi in the process. His Zixia divine skill was adequate for healing, but would be futile against poison. Yue Buqun, your wife is exceedingly rude. I shall pacify her for a while. Rest assured, as long as she remains still, my dear will not harm her, Lan Fenghuang remarked, signaling to a woman nearby who approached with a box, gently lifting the lid. The spider then crawled into the box along its edge. Only then did Ning Zhongzi dare to breathe deeply, though she remained apprehensive, recognizing that the Five Immortals' tactics far exceeded her comprehension. Turn your backs, Lan Fenghuang commanded the surrounding women, seemingly certain that Yue Buqun would relent. At her command, the women turned in unison, facing the cabin wall. Yue Buqun, now that there are no more reservations, I shall ask one final time. Do you still desire the Five Immortals elixir? As she spoke, Lan Fenghuang lifted her delicate foot. By the way, according to your Han customs, I am still an untouched maiden, so you will not suffer any loss. Good heavens! Where on earth did she learn such audacity? Senior brother, we shall forego this medicine. We will leave at once. Life and death are fated. Your self-sacrificing endurance for my sake makes me feel that even if I were to die immediately, I would do so without regret, Ning Zhongzi said, her voice trembling as she tugged at Yue Buqun's sleeve. She loathed herself for not having chosen death earlier. sparing her senior brother from today's profound humiliation. I refuse. Yue Buquan's expression turned icy as he finally resolved himself. In comparison to his junior sister's life, what did a moment of humiliation truly matter? At worst, he would abandon the revival of the Huashan Sect and retreat to the mountains. Ling Hucheng was capable of standing on his own. The future of the sect could be entrusted to him. As for whether it would decline or flourish thereafter, that would be left to future generations to contend with. Senior brother, Ning Zhongze could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face like a torrential downpour. She clutched tightly to Yue Buquan's hand, imploring him not to proceed. Yet, Yue Buqun had already made his decision. He forcefully shook off his junior sister's grasp and strode forward with determination. I no longer wish to seek treatment, brother. Let us return, let us return. Ning Zhongze collapsed onto the ground like a puddle of mud, weeping inconsolably. Yue Buqun, suppressing the anguish in his heart, approached Lan Fenghuang and said, Leader Lan, I hope you will honor your word. With that, he bent down and embraced Lan Fenghuang's delicate foot. Chapter 114. The Ultimate Treasure of the Five Immortals. As Yue Buqun tentatively lifted the delicate foot of Lan Fenghuang, he was met with a sensation of smooth warmth that was unexpectedly inviting. Just as he was about to bring it to his lips, Lan Fenghuang let out a startled cry and swiftly withdrew her foot. Her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, resembling the softest blush, yet even more radiant and enchanting. Despite her seemingly frivolous and carefree demeanor, Lan Fenghuang, as she herself proclaimed, remained untouched and innocent. The Five Immortals sect had strict regulations. Both the sect leader and the successor must be female and, notably, pure. Although Lan Fenghuang acted like a seasoned provocateur, when it truly came down to it, she was the one who found it hardest to let go. What was the intent of the sect leader? Was this an affront to you? Stunned, his expression darkened. Whether permitted or not, it was infuriatingly ambiguous. I sincerely apologize, sect leader Yue, Lan Fenghuang said, her cheeks still tinged with red, as she shed her languid allure and rose from her seat. What did this mean? Did she have no intention of complying? Yue Buqun began to gather his energy, the purple mist divine art poised to reclaim his dignity. This had been an agreed-upon arrangement. To kiss her toes in exchange for the Five Immortals' treasure, and now, having humbled himself, she was withdrawing her consent. Was she reluctant to fulfill her promise? Perhaps intending to renege? As the situation escalated, any thought of retreating was untenable. It could only lead to a life-or-death confrontation. Yet, to his surprise, Lan Fenghuang disregarded him entirely and hastened to assist Ning Zhongze, her face etched with guilt. Dear sister, I come to make amends, she exclaimed, astonishingly bowing her head in a gesture of respect to Ning Zhongze, forsaking her status as the sect leader. What was the meaning of this? Yue Buqun was bewildered, unable to comprehend Lan Fenghuang's erratic behavior and her inexplicable antics. Ning Zhongze, too, was momentarily disoriented. Only moments ago, she had been confronted and humiliated by her senior brother. And now he was apologizing. I have heard that men from the Central Plains value their honor above life itself. I never anticipated that your husband would truly forsake his dignity for you. Dear sister, you are indeed fortunate. I am envious. Lan Fenghuang grasped Ning Zhongze's hand, affectionately calling her sister with utmost warmth. No wonder that esteemed individual favored him. This remark was uttered so softly that it seemed more like a private musing. Both Ning Zhongze and Yue Buqun remained in shock from the stark contrast of events, failing to decipher the significance of her words. Sect leader Lan, what is the meaning of this? Yue Buqun inquired, perplexed. In response, Lan Fenghuang chuckled lightly. Sect leader Yue, I must apologize for any offense. I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Originally, although the Blue Phoenix was the leader of a sect, she spent most of her time at the headquarters of the Five Immortals sect, where the followers revered and feared her, leaving her devoid of friends for light-hearted conversation. During her journey to the Central Plains, she grew weary and bored, which led her to entertain the thought of teasing Yue Buqun upon their encounter. This playful mindset stemmed from her youthful innocence, devoid of malice. However, this jest inadvertently revealed a couple whose love was as strong as gold. Naturally, Yue Buqun did not take it to heart. Though he spoke sweetly, he was, in reality, swallowing his pride. He found himself apologizing and offering explanations. What else could he do? Refusing to forgive? Engage in petty squabbles with a woman? The Blue Phoenix held on to Ning Zhongze's hand, refusing to let go, while her other hand delved into her bosom and retrieved an exquisite pouch. In the bemused gaze of Ning Zhongze, she opened her palm, pouring out a vibrant red pill from the pouch. The pill was roughly the size of a peanut, emanating a slight warmth and a delicate fragrance. It was precisely as Yue Buqun had suspected, yet he required confirmation. Indeed, this was the legendary 5 Immortals' great treasure pill of their sect. The Blue Phoenix giggled, reclaiming her pouch. "Thank you for your generous gift, Sect Leader Blue." Yue Buqun rejoiced. After much difficulty, he finally obtained it. Regardless of whether it had been a jest or an affront, the emergence of this medicine rendered all past grievances trivial. Ning Zhongzi, realizing the situation, quickly withdrew her hand to grasp the pill, offering her thanks as well. However, the sting of Blue Phoenix's earlier jest still lingered, evidenced by the tear stains on her face, giving her a pitiful appearance. Thus, her gratitude felt somewhat insincere. "Sect Leader Blue, today, we are eternally grateful for your precious medicine. My wife and I shall remember this kindness for all our lives. May our paths cross again in the future." Amidst the enduring mountains and flowing waters, Yue Buqun said, tenderly wiping Ning Zhongzi's tears before taking her hand to exit the cabin. The atmosphere was stifling, and he longed to return to his own ship, wary of potential nuisances like scorpions or centipedes lurking about. As they approached the cabin door, the Blue Phoenix suddenly called out to them. "Yue Buqun, do you know how to consume the 5 Immortals' great treasure pill?" she inquired. How else could it be consumed? Either with warm water or, at most, strong liquor. If one were truly at a loss, they could always consult Ping Yiji, Yue Buqun thought, eager to leave this place. "Oh, it must simply be with warm water," he replied casually, continuing his exit. "Not quite. The 5 Immortals' great treasure pill is crafted from potent toxins. If taken improperly, your wife could suffer dire consequences." The Blue Phoenix remarked unhurriedly, observing the couple's retreating figures. At her words, Yue Buqun immediately halted, his foot poised to step beyond the threshold. Turning around, he endeavored to maintain a serene expression and smiled as he said, "I humbly request Master Lan to teach me." Lan Phoenix approached, her smile deepening as she remarked, "This 5 Immortal elixir is unlike ordinary medicine. It is concocted from the 5 kings of venomous insects, harboring extraordinary toxicity. Should an ordinary person ingest even a single grain, they would likely succumb to poisoning instantly." "What?" Yue Buqun exclaimed in shock, realizing that Ping Yiji had not mentioned this critical detail. However, upon further reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable that the medicine from the 5 Immortals sect would possess poison. Anything less would indeed be peculiar. He pondered how to properly consume it. "It is quite simple," Lan Phoenix explained with a smile. "First, dilute it with our 5 Immortal honey wine, and then it can be absorbed through the skin." Her eyes sparkled with a hint of a different thought. Chapter 115. The Blue Phoenix assists Ning Zhongzi in healing dilution, skin absorption. Yue Buqun furrowed his brow. There are 2 crucial points here. The first is dilution, which requires the exquisite 5 Immortals honey wine from the 5 Immortals sect, a precious elixir that must be procured from the Blue Phoenix herself. The second is skin absorption. How can that be achieved? Should he return and prepare a bath, dissolving the medicine and repeatedly dousing himself with it? Observing the look of confusion on Yue Buqun's face, the Blue Phoenix elaborated. The skin is replete with pores. When the 5 Immortals' great pill is dissolved in wine, it merely needs to be evenly applied to the body. After allowing it to dry, one must refrain from bathing or exposure to rain for 10 days. After this duration, the medicinal properties will be fully absorbed into the body. Now it makes sense. Yue Buqun was enlightened. These conditions were indeed somewhat stringent. Yet in comparison to the complete eradication of ailments, a little inconvenience was trivial. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Yue Buqun rubbed his hands together and said, "It is often said that one should see things through to the end. Since the esteemed leader of the Blue Sect has generously bestowed upon me this 5 Immortals' great pill, would it not be too much to ask for an additional 2 jars of the 5 Immortals honey wine?" He chuckled, his demeanor rather audacious. However, for the sake of his junior sister's recovery, he reasoned, why not? 2 jars of wine were hardly a burden. "But do you know how to prepare the mixture?" inquired the Blue Phoenix. Yue Buqun was momentarily taken aback. The intricacies involved were indeed overwhelming. The Blue Phoenix smiled coyly and added, "Moreover, there are certain areas on the skin that are taboo for application, while others require a heavier application. You probably are unaware of this, aren't you?" "How would I know such things?" Yue Buqun rolled his eyes, exasperated. With all these stipulations, taking this medicine feels akin to reaching for the heavens. What sort of concoction has your 5 Immortals sect created? This is not medicine, it's a hassle. Admitting his ignorance, he humbly requested the Blue Phoenix to instruct him further. To his surprise, the Blue Phoenix appeared somewhat bashful, her cheeks tinged with color, even her expression taking on a shy demeanor. "I am not teasing you." Yue Buqun's mind screamed in frustration as he cast a wary glance at his junior sister, fearful she might misconstrue the situation. Why do you suddenly make such expressions while speaking? Maintain decorum. After all, propriety must be upheld between men and women. The Blue Phoenix, blushing, murmured this while shyly covering her face. What on earth is happening? Yue Buqun paused, suddenly grasping the implication. Applying the substance to the skin. How could that be taught? It certainly required hands-on guidance. This area should be applied in this manner, while that area should be treated differently, and perhaps even specific techniques were involved. Furthermore, since it was a lesson, there must be a willing participant to experiment upon. Who would fill that role? Would it be one of the maidens from the Five Immortals sect? Or would the Blue Phoenix herself volunteer? Each option seemed inappropriate. Feeling a flush of embarrassment himself, Yue Buqun pressed on with his inquiry. Might it be possible to describe the process verbally? Yet, upon posing the question, he nearly slapped himself in realization. How could one possibly articulate such instructions? Surely, he could not say, apply more generously to the left side of your partner's bosom, while applying less to the right. Such intimate details were hardly suitable for casual conversation between unfamiliar individuals. In ancient times, certain skills or martial arts were often transmitted exclusively from male to male, primarily due to the sensitive nature of the subject matter involved. The male master faced challenges in adequately describing techniques to a female disciple. This led to an awkward atmosphere, with a palpable sense of discomfort among those present. After a moment of contemplation, Yue Buqun suggested, "Shall I assist my sister with her injuries?" It was then that Lan Phoenix proposed a solution. Yue Buqun appeared bewildered, and even Ning Zhongzi frowned slightly. This would indeed require disrobing. Although Lan Phoenix was also a woman, it still felt somewhat inappropriate. However, upon further reflection, Yue Buqun realized the practicality of the plan. As the Huashan Great Treasure Pill was produced by the Huashan Sect, and no one understood its application better than its leader. Perhaps we should reconsider, Ning Zhongzi murmured, feeling a bit bashful. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, it was imperative to address the lurking danger. Observing their hesitation, Lan Phoenix confidently declared, "Fear not, my sister. Within this cabin, we are all women, and even the captain is female." This revelation intrigued Ning Zhongzi. The injury she bore was akin to a ticking time bomb, threatening to erupt at any moment. The opportunity to eradicate it entirely was too tempting to resist. Noticing her wavering resolve, Lan Phoenix added, "If you're feeling shy, I can also assist you in disrobing." "Stop, stop, stop!" Yue Buqun exclaimed, hurriedly covering his ears. Such discourse was not suitable for a man of his stature. One must not listen to indecency. He protested. "Junior sister, Lan Phoenix is extending her kindness. Perhaps we should accept her help in healing." With Lan Phoenix having broached the subject so openly, there was little room for further hesitation. "Very well," Ning Zhongzi acquiesced, her voice barely above a whisper. Her cheeks now flushed. Healing was nothing to be ashamed of. Lan Phoenix, evidently pleased, promptly instructed her attendants to prepare the necessary items. Turning to Yue Buqun, she asked, "Yue Buqun, we are about to disrobe. Will you remain here to observe?" Yue Buqun's face turned crimson, and he quickly exited the cabin. How inconsiderate of this Miao woman. She could have communicated her intentions more tactfully, he thought to himself, feeling quite embarrassed. On board the ship, Ling Huchong and the others were concerned about the prolonged absence of their master and mistress. Would they encounter some misfortune? Fortunately, when Yue Buqun finally emerged, he reassured them. "Master and mistress are well. Lan Phoenix is currently assisting mistress with her injuries, so let us await their return." Inside the cabin, several mats were meticulously arranged, draped with blankets and sheets, smooth and devoid of wrinkles. At this moment, Lan Phoenix invited Ning Zhongzi to sit upon them while she had the maidens of the Huashan Sect stand guard outside. She then retrieved a jar of Huashan honey wine, tossing Ning Zhongzi's red pill into it to allow it to dissolve gradually. "Dearest sister, shall we disrobe?" Lan Fenghuang spoke with a mirthful smile, while simultaneously beginning to unfasten her own buttons. Moments later, as her outer robe, inner garments, and several delicate pieces of clothing cascaded to the ground, Lan Fenghuang's graceful figure was revealed in its entirety. Though Ning Zhongzi was herself a woman, she couldn't help but feel somewhat bashful at the sight. "Dearest sister, why aren't you undressing?" Lan Fenghuang chided playfully. "Yuhan women are always so complicated. We're both women here. What could possibly be improper about this?" With these words, she reached out to unfasten Ning Zhongzi's buttons herself. Chapter 116. A candid exchange between two women. Ning Zhongzi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Aside from her senior brother, no one had ever assisted her in unfastening her garments. This was exceedingly embarrassing. No. She hurriedly covered her collar, firmly pressing down on Lan Fenghuang's mischief-laden hand. "Dear sister, do not be frightened. I am already undressed. Are you truly afraid I might take advantage of you?" Lan Fenghuang giggled playfully. Ning Zhongza's face reddened further, and she reluctantly released her grip. Indeed, they were both women, and there was little they had not seen of one another's forms. Moreover, she was married, while Lan Fenghuang was still an unwed maiden. In truth, it was Lan Fenghuang who should feel bashful. Contemplating this, Ning Zhongza softly declared, "I shall manage on my own." In the next moment, she hesitantly began to unfasten the buttons of her outer garment, followed by her inner garment, and then her underclothing. As soon as the undergarment was revealed, Lan Fenghuang's eyes sparkled with delight. The undergarments of Central Plains women varied greatly from those of the Miao people, and upon seeing this style, Lan Fenghuang instantly developed an affection for it. "Dear sister, why not gift me this lovely piece?" Lan Fenghuang implored, her voice sweet and melodic, making it difficult to refuse. Ning Zhongza, who was in the midst of loosening her undergarment's ties, paused abruptly, momentarily taken aback. Such items were not meant to be given away, especially not those she had worn herself. "This is something I have worn. How could I possibly part with it? Once we reach the next town, I shall buy you 2 new ones," Ning Zhongza replied. "What does it matter? Sister, you are so beautiful. I have no objections. How about this? Let us exchange garments." Without waiting for consent, Lan Fenghuang swiftly placed her own garment into Ning Zhongza's arms. Then, in a flurry, she deftly unfastened Ning Zhongza's undergarment, grasping it in her hand and hiding it behind her. Ning Zhongza was both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought that this seemingly mature leader possessed such a childlike disposition? Wow! Upon removing the final layer of clothing, Lan Fenghuang displayed an exaggerated expression. She scrutinized Ning Zhongza, then glanced at herself, gasping in admiration. "Dear sister, I had no idea your figure was so splendid, even surpassing my own," Lan Fenghuang exclaimed. Though Ning Zhongza was considerably older, her skin remained remarkably firm, and her figure was enchantingly proportionate. "What is your secret to such exquisite maintenance? I must seek your guidance in the future," she mused. Ning Zhongza felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her, modestly shielding herself with her arm. Her remarkable physique was largely attributed to a spirit fruit bestowed by Yue Buqun, which had facilitated her secondary development, combined with her rigorous training as a martial artist, resulting in her enviably toned form. "Lan, you are also quite beautiful," Ning Zhongza finally offered in response. Do not call me Lan Fenghuang. If you do not mind, simply refer to me as sister." Upon hearing Ning Zhongza's compliment, Lan Fenghuang became even more animated, eagerly showcasing her own figure, leaving Ning Zhongza feeling rather bashful. "Very well, Lan. Sister." Ning Zhongza pondered for a moment before finally voicing her thoughts. Although she was unsure why Lan Fenghuang was treating her with such courtesy, she felt it would be impolite to not reciprocate the goodwill that was so graciously offered. Sighing, Lan Fenghuang responded with enthusiasm, appearing quite pleased, and then said, "Dear sister, the 5 Immortals elixir is almost ready to dissolve. Perhaps you should hasten to remove your garments as well." Ning Zhongza nodded in agreement and began to untie the sash around her waist. Before long, the 2 women stood without any coverings, engaging in a candid exchange. Lan Fenghuang glanced at Ning Zhongza, and then at herself, seemingly discovering something extraordinary. "Sister, why are we so different here?" she inquired. Following her gaze, Ning Zhongza noticed that while she still had some areas obscured, Lan Fenghuang was completely unadorned. This realization astonished Ning Zhongza. She had not anticipated the existence of such variations in the world. Suddenly, memories of her early married years surfaced, when she had been utterly naive. A matron had once given her a book prior to the ceremonial drinking of the mingled wine. That book contained knowledge about matters between men and women, including references to unique circumstances like Lan Fenghuang's. What was it called? Something akin to a mythical beast from stories. "Dear sister, it's not that we are different. Rather, you are exceptionally unique, unlike the rest of us," Ning Zhongza remarked with a smile, her anxiety finally easing. "Is that so?" Lan Fenghuang paused, contemplating. "I can just compare with another subordinate later to confirm." She had never given much thought to this matter and had assumed everyone was the same. Since it was not of great significance, she decided to set it aside for now. Once everything was prepared, Lan Fenghuang brought over the honeyed wine infused with the 5 Immortals elixir and poured half a bowl into a large vessel. "Sister, please drink this first," she offered. "Wait, weren't we supposed to apply it?" Ning Zhongza queried, perplexed. With a gentle smile, Lan Fenghuang explained, "Both internal consumption and external application yield the best results." Understanding dawned on Ning Zhongza. She lifted the bowl and inhaled deeply. An overwhelming floral fragrance enveloped her senses, intoxicatingly sweet. "Dear sister, while I may not be well versed in wines, I have seen my master brother partake in some, and this wine seems rather excessively fragrant." she remarked after a moment of reflection. You see, if the aroma is too faint, it fails to mask the scent of venomous creatures. Lan Fenghuang replied with a mischievous grin. Ning Zhongzi furrowed her brow. What do you mean by the scent of venomous creatures? Is there? Indeed, since it is called the Five Immortals Honeyed Wine, it is crafted using 5 varieties of venomous insects, she declared, bringing the wine jar closer for Ning Zhongzi to peer inside. The liquid was clear, allowing a view to the bottom, where, to her astonishment, lay various creatures, centipedes, spiders, scorpions, venomous snakes, and toads. Ning Zhong was taken aback, her hand trembling, nearly causing the bowl to slip from her grasp. Fortunately, Lan Fenghuang was quick-witted and caught it just in time, thus preventing any waste. Sister, how can one use these ingredients to brew wine? Ning Zhong felt a lingering apprehension. While fear was not her primary concern, she found the situation somewhat awkward. Lan Fenghuang, her face alight with amusement, chuckled, Sister, do not be afraid. This is for the purpose of treating your injuries. Moreover, it is customary among our Miao people that if a friend offers wine and the friend refuses, then that friend is no longer considered a friend. So, sister, will you partake? With that, Lan Fenghuang extended the bowl once more. Chapter 117. The Blue Phoenix assists in applying medicine. Having reached this point in the conversation, to refuse would be nothing short of pretentious. Ning Zhongzi, being a child of the rivers and lakes, was not one to fuss over trifles. Initially, she instinctively recoiled, feeling a sense of revulsion. However, upon reflection, it became evident that throughout the realm, there were countless instances of spirits infused with venomous snakes or centipedes, and some even steeped with ants. The nectar wine of the Five Immortals Sect merely encompassed a wider array of toxins. Thus, she resolved to treat it as medicinal liquor. Closing her eyes as she took the plunge, with that thought, Ning Zhongzi no longer hesitated. She lifted the bowl and downed it in one go. Upon finishing, her eyes and brows knitted together in a tight frown. Not being accustomed to drinking, she would only indulge in a sip or two during grand feasts. But this substantial bowl equated to several cups. The taste of the wine was rather peculiar. Sticking out her tongue, Ning Zhongzi wondered if it was the infusion of the Five Immortals elixir that contributed to its earthy, gamey flavor. The Blue Phoenix was elated, wrapping her arms around Ning Zhongzi's neck and planting a couple of kisses on her cheek. The rouge on her lips left 2 crimson imprints on Ning Zhongzi's face as she exclaimed, Now this is what a good sister is like. Ning Zhongzi was momentarily taken aback, almost ready to unleash her inner energy in self-defense, but suddenly remembered that this was also a woman, prompting her to halt. But what was this? Kissing another woman on the face felt rather excessive, or was this merely a customary expression of hospitality among the Miao people? While she was still in a daze, the Blue Phoenix poured another half bowl of the Five Immortals nectar wine. Come, good sister, drink another half bowl, she cheerfully urged, extending the bowl towards her. Haven't we already had some? Ning Zhongzi stammered, feeling flustered. To be honest, she had braced herself to finish the previous half bowl, holding her breath as she drank, not daring to savor the taste. The aftermath had left her in quite a state, and the thought of consuming a second bowl was utterly unfathomable. The Blue Phoenix merely smiled and said, Dear sister, there is so much wine that it cannot be fully absorbed. You must at least drink half a jar for the effects to be expedited. What? Ning Zhongzi sprang to her feet, clutching her clothing as she attempted to flee. Having endured half a bowl was already unbearable. How could she possibly manage half a jar? With swift reflexes, the Blue Phoenix seized her, forcing Ning Zhongzi back into her seat. Good sister, you surely do not wish to be plagued by your injuries for a lifetime? Besides, Yue Buqun has gone so far as to lick my toes for your treatment. You wouldn't want to let down his sincere efforts, would you? At those words, Ning Zhongzi finally regained her composure. However, the prospect of consuming more of this wine was akin to a death sentence. She simply could not bear it. The Blue Phoenix seemed to sense her embarrassment, raising the bowl and taking a hearty gulp herself. Then, she concealed the wine in her mouth, refusing to swallow it, and drew Ning Zhongzi closer, pressing her lips against hers. Ning Zhongzi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in shock. What was she trying to do? Ning Zhongzi was taken aback. Such intimate gestures had only ever been experienced with her elder brother. How could Lan Fenghuang behave in such a manner? Was she attempting to be lewd? Yet, it did not seem right, for she was a woman. If this could not be deemed lewd, then how could one explain such behavior? The shock Ning Zhongzi experienced was so profound that, for a moment, she forgot to resist. She watched as Lan Fenghuang's lips moved slightly, her tongue gracefully swirling, and unexpectedly, she transferred a sip of the exquisite Five Immortals flower honey wine to Ning Zhongzi. Gulp. Ning Zhongzi unconsciously swallowed, and to her surprise, The earthy taste she had anticipated was replaced by an intoxicating floral aroma. After Lan Fenghuang stood up, Ning Zhongzi was so embarrassed that she immediately covered her face, her ears flushing crimson. She intended to express her indignation, but what was there to be indignant about? Lan Fenghuang was also a woman, and a young maiden at that. Ning Zhongzi had been married for many years. If anything, it was Lan Fenghuang who was at a disadvantage, while she herself had gained significantly. How? How could you do this? Ning Zhongzi stammered, her face aflame, utterly bewildered by such conduct. Good sister, Lan Fenghuang chirped, cheerfully pulling away Ning Zhongzi's hands from her face. If you refuse to drink, I am left with no choice but to employ this tactic to coax you. With that, she took another generous sip and, cradling Ning Zhongzi's flushed face, leaned in once more. Ning Zhongzi finally surrendered, genuinely impressed by Lan Fenghuang's peculiar approach. Unlike her initial flailing, this time her hands instinctively moved to support herself, preventing an uneven fall. Phew. After the second sip, the majority of the bowl was consumed. Lan Fenghuang then poured another bowl, employing the same strategy. Ning Zhongzi was startled and hurriedly attempted to stop her, but Lan Fenghuang was too swift to be hindered. Consequently, in a brief span, the two of them managed to finish off half a jar of the honey wine. Ning Zhongzi's gaze became somewhat hazy. Her cheeks flushed and unable to return to their natural hue, resembling a delicate layer of rouge, unsure whether it was the wine's influence or something else entirely. Good sister, now it's time for the medicine. You lie down there. I will assist you in applying it to your back, Lan Fenghuang instructed. Ning Zhongzi nodded. After all that had transpired, she had cast aside her shyness in Lan Fenghuang's presence and naturally lay down. Lan Fenghuang dipped her hand into the jar of wine, retrieving a small amount in her palm, and then rubbed her hands together until they were thoroughly moistened. Only then did she place her palms on Ning Zhongzi's back, beginning to rub swiftly. So hot. Ning Zhongzi felt the area being massaged, radiating warmth, and then Lan Fenghuang poured a bit of wine over it, gently patting that spot. Ning Zhongzi sensed the coolness seeping through her heated skin, immensely refreshing. Lan Fenghuang applied the medicine with great care, soon moving from Ning Zhongzi's shoulders down to her waist, then to her thighs, followed by her calves, and finally her feet. All right, sister, you may turn over now. A fine sheen of perspiration had formed on Lan Fenghuang's forehead, yet she felt no fatigue. With a firm slap on Ning Zhongzi's thigh, she urged her to flip over. The gentle kneading of hands, typically a most relaxing experience, usually allowed every pore to open and the skin to enter a state of tranquility. However, Lan Fenghuang's sudden action caught her off guard, and, surprisingly, it was somewhat painful. Ning Zhongzi shifted slightly, propping herself up with her hands, and noticed the spot where she had been struck was slowly developing a faint imprint. She cast a sideways glance at Lan Fenghuang, yet complied and lay back down. This time, it was time to apply the medicinal liquor to the front of her body. Chapter 118. The application of ointment completed. Though Blue Phoenix is a woman, she cannot help but swallow her saliva upon encountering beauty. Good sister, I shall begin now. As she spoke, Blue Phoenix's hands deftly traced the contours of Ning Zhongzi's collarbone. With a series of strokes, she applied the ointment, occasionally replenishing it with medicinal liquor. The initial areas were markedly different from the later ones, as there were sensitive spots aplenty, and the process inevitably provoked a ticklish sensation. Under Blue Phoenix's skilled touch, Ning Zhongzi found herself trembling uncontrollably, soon erupting into laughter. Sister, please go a bit slower, Ning Zhongzi said bashfully. The sensitivity of her skin was not something she could simply endure. She felt an urge to shift her body, yet feared that such movement might lead Blue Phoenix to misapply the ointment. In that moment, her body quivered incessantly, and her laughter came in waves. As the application continued, Blue Phoenix's hands ventured to the most sensitive area, and Ning Zhongzi's laughter abruptly ceased as she inhaled sharply. This spot had only ever been touched by her master. When an outsider's hand approached, she instinctively grasped Blue Phoenix's wrist. Sister, what is it? Blue Phoenix giggled, inquiring. This. Ning Zhongzi struggled to articulate her thoughts. Do not worry, we are both women. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Otherwise, I wouldn't be using my hands, Blue Phoenix replied with a smile. Using hands? How else would you apply it? Ning Zhongzi asked, perplexed. In response, Blue Phoenix took some medicinal liquor and began to apply it to her own body in certain areas. Ning Zhongzi's expression turned to one of shock. This. Can it be done this way? Her mouth fell open in astonishment at the novelty of the situation, which felt exceedingly peculiar, even among women. And no, this is not right. Ning Zhongzi realized too late, but it was already too late to intervene. Blue Phoenix leaned in without hesitation, her body shifting as she meticulously applied the medicine to the designated spots on Ning Zhongzi. Ning Zhongzi's cheeks flushed crimson, and the dizziness from the earlier medicinal liquor dissipated somewhat. "Sister, please, do not do this," Ning Zhongzi exclaimed urgently, pushing against Blue Phoenix's form. Yet, this location seemed to be a vulnerable point on her body. Under the circumstances, she found herself utterly devoid of strength, her feeble attempts to push back proving futile. After a brief moment, Blue Phoenix finally straightened up, her own face tinged with a rosy hue, appearing somewhat bashful. Huff, huff. Blue Phoenix was slightly breathless, as though this endeavor had required considerable effort. "Sister, there are still areas that have not been treated properly," she said, preparing to repeat the process. With her gaze slightly dazed, Ning Zhongzi quickly regained her senses and hastily interjected, "No, no, please use your hands instead." Her eyes were clouded with uncertainty. That sudden moment truly startled her. Lon Phoenix chuckled and said, "If you had mentioned using your hands earlier, it would have saved us both a lot of trouble. That last bit exhausted me." As she spoke, Lon Phoenix playfully tapped her waist with her tiny fist, feigning fatigue. Ning Zhongzi, already at a loss for words due to Lon Phoenix's whimsical nature, merely rolled her eyes in response, saying nothing further. The two continued to apply the medicine. Uncertain if it was intentional, Lon Phoenix repeatedly applied the ointment in her designated area, leaving Ning Zhongzi panting from the effort. With a mischievous grin, Lon Phoenix finally ceased her playful antics and proceeded to apply the medicine further down. However, as she released her grip, Ning Zhongzi felt a peculiar sense of discomfort, as if something was amiss, leaving her with a lingering feeling of disappointment and emptiness. "Sister, I am going to apply the medicine to your waist now. It will undoubtedly be quite itchy, so you must endure it," Lon Phoenix said with utmost seriousness. Ning Zhongzi responded with a soft murmur, unable to suppress a slight squirm of her body. In the next moment, a chilling sensation, akin to ants biting, surged through Ning Zhongzi's mind. She clenched her teeth, striving to remain still. Fortunately, Lon Phoenix worked swiftly, completing the application in no time. Ning Zhongzi sighed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Just as she began to relax, Lon Phoenix unexpectedly applied the medicine to another area. Ning Zhongzi reacted instinctively, unable to stay lying down any longer, and jumped up, startling Lon Phoenix, who had been reaching out. "Sister, what happened?" Lon Phoenix asked, concerned. "Is it necessary to apply it there? Can I do it myself?" Ning Zhongzi's face flushed, her voice barely a whisper. "Is that all?" Lon Phoenix exclaimed in frustration, having expected something more serious. She was taken aback, realizing it was such a trivial matter. Having always been on her own, she was unfamiliar with this particular area and thought it quite ordinary, albeit slightly different from Ning Zhongzi's. "You can apply it yourself, but I can't guarantee the efficacy of the medicine," Lon Phoenix said, pouting slightly, clearly miffed and unwilling to engage further with Ning Zhongzi. Ning Zhongzi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, lying back down to allow Lon Phoenix to continue her work. "That's more like it." Lon Phoenix's expression brightened, and she resumed her task, though the atmosphere became oddly charged as she continued. Feeling the tension, Lon Phoenix swallowed hard a few times, but persevered to finish. "Sister, your leg is pinching my hand," she remarked, a hint of shyness in her tone. Oh. Ning Zhongzi's voice trembled, her expression dazed as if lost in thought. Hearing this, she made an effort to relax her taut demeanor. Subsequently, the Blue Phoenix, with unwavering determination, meticulously coated every remaining surface of Ning Zhongzi, ensuring that the medicinal liquor within the wine jar was entirely utilized, leaving no waste or surplus. With a sense of accomplishment, she chuckled softly, wiping the sweat from her brow. This endeavor had indeed drained both her physical and mental energies, yet the results were nothing short of perfection. "Sister, you may rise now." After a brief pause, the rapidly evaporating liquid soon left Ning Zhongzi dry. The Blue Phoenix began to gather clothing, calling upon Ning Zhongzi to join her. However, at that moment, Ning Zhongzi's body appeared somewhat tense and rigid. After gently calling her name twice, she finally sat up slowly, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. Chapter 119. Reunion with you Songhai. "Dear sister, while I am here toiling away, you are comfortably asleep," Blue Phoenix remarked with feigned annoyance. "My esteemed Blue Master, have you truly fallen asleep?" Ning Zhongzi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, yet she could only muster a few apologies. At this, Blue Phoenix's demeanor brightened as she said, "Let us tidy ourselves and prepare to depart. I am certain that Yue Buqun is eagerly awaiting us." With that, the two began to arrange their attire. Outside the cabin, Yue Buqun had grown increasingly impatient with the passage of time. Nevertheless, mindful of the watchful eyes of his disciples, he maintained an air of dignity, choosing to sit quietly at the bow of the boat rather than pacing anxiously. With a creak, the cabin door swung open, and Blue Phoenix, arm in arm with Ning Zhongze, emerged in succession. Junior sister, Yue Buqun hurriedly approached them. How are you feeling? At that moment, Ning Zhongze appeared slightly inebriated, her cheeks flushed, and a distinct floral fragrance lingering about her, likely the scent of the 5 Immortals' flower honey wine. Yue Buqun, I have successfully treated my dear sister. However, for the next 10 days, you must ensure that she neither bathes nor gets caught in the rain. She should keep her distance from any water, Blue Phoenix said with a smile. Of course. Yue Buqun felt a surge of relief, as this alleviated a significant burden from his heart. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Blue Phoenix. Blue Master, let us forego further expressions of thanks. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to send word. I shall be at your service, Yue Buqun pledged, his commitment as the leader of the Huashan Sect bearing considerable weight. Blue Phoenix nodded in acknowledgement, a smile gracing her lips. My dear sister, in the future, you must come to Huashan and stay for a year or so that I may extend my hospitality to you. Ning Zhongze clasped her hand, and they shared whispers. Enveloped in a sisterly bond, Blue Phoenix returned the embrace, exuding warmth and affection. Yue Buqun watched in astonishment, marveling at how, in such a brief time, the two had become as close as kin. Could it be due to their open-heartedness? Yet, he could not help but admire Blue Phoenix's social finesse. A moment later, Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze boarded the large vessel, while Blue Phoenix bid them a reluctant farewell. Dear sister, you must come. Ning Zhongze stood at the bow of the ship, energetically waving her hand, and Blue Phoenix responded eagerly. Before long, the sweet melody of song floated across the water, drifting eastward, gradually fading away as Blue Phoenix's small boat sailed into the distance. Junior sister, let us proceed inside. Yue Buqun recalled Blue Phoenix's admonition, striving to prevent Ning Zhongze's skin from coming into contact with water. The large vessel glided over the river, the Yellow River being the most significant source of water. Shortly thereafter, Yue Buqun sought out the ship's captain, instructing him to dock immediately. He intended to rest in a nearby town for a while, waiting for the 10 days to pass before continuing their journey downstream. The captain complied without hesitation, steering the vessel toward the southern bank. Upon reaching the shore, Yue Buqun quickly leapt to the bow and cast the anchor down onto the land. This iron anchor weighs no less than 200 pounds, requiring the strength of 2 sailors to lift it. The boatman, upon observing that Yue Buqun appeared to be a frail scholar, was astounded when he not only hoisted the massive anchor with one hand, but also hurled it several yards. Subsequently, Sir Daisy laid down the gangplank, and everyone began to disembark. The riverbank was rather desolate, yet in the distance to the east, there were numerous houses that resembled a bustling town. Denua commanded that we first proceed to the nearby town for a few days of rest. At Yue Buqun's instruction, he and Ning Zhongze advanced ahead, while their disciples followed closely behind. Upon reaching the town, the group sought out an inn, with Leodino overseeing the arrangements for lodging. Yue Buqun, Ning Zhongze, and a few others settled at a table. Isn't that Yutsonghai? Ning Zhongze's keen gaze spotted the short figure not far away. Yue Buqun pondered whether Ning Zhongze and Lan Phoenix had grown so intimate due to their physical proximity in the cabin, thus failing to notice their surroundings. Upon hearing Ning Zhongze's reminder, he turned to look. Indeed, it was Yutsonghai, though his situation was far from favorable. The master of the Songfeng Temple of the Qingqing sect found himself surrounded. He sat at a small table adorned with a wine jug, chopsticks, several dishes of appetizers, and a gleaming sword unsheathed beside him. Encircling the table were 7 long benches, each occupied by a figure, both men and women, whose ferocious appearances were matched by the weapons they bore. The 7 remained silent, their gaze fixed intently on Yutsonghai. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary man. Despite being encircled, he maintained his composure, leisurely sipping his drink. Given the long-standing enmity between Yutsonghai and the Huashan Sect, Yue Buqun harbored no inclination to intervene, but rather observed the unfolding drama with intrigue. He scrutinized the 7 who surrounded Yutsonghai. Among them was a monk adorned with a gleaming copper crown, his long hair bound beneath it, and beside him lay a pair of crescent-shaped tiger-headed sabers. Next to this monk was a woman in her 50s, her hair streaked with gray and her countenance gloomy, with a short blade of about 2 feet resting beside her. Further along was a monk and a Taoist. The monk had a begging bowl, seemingly his weapon, while the Taoist, towering in stature, wielded a menacing wolf-tooth hammer. To the right of the Taoist sat a beggar, entwined with 2 triangular-headed snakes, clearly venomous. It was a mystery how he had mastered the art of snake charming, as the serpents did not strike him. The remaining pair, a man and a woman, were clad in matching attire, unmistakably a duo, yet their appearances were peculiar. One was blind in the left eye, the other in the right. Each held a staff, glimmering with a golden hue, clearly crafted from gold, far more imposing than the two golden pills wielded by Wang Yuanba of Luoyang. Yu Songhai, we do not seek your death. Simply surrender the evil-repelling sword manual, and you may leave today. The lady wielding a short blade spoke up. The evil-repelling sword manual? Senior brother, could it be that Yu Songhai has obtained the ancestral manuscript of the Ping family? Ning Zhongza exclaimed in astonishment. The Huashan Sect had meticulously plotted to annihilate the Fu Wei escort agency and had murdered Lin Pingji's parents solely for this evil-repelling sword manual. How could it now have fallen into Yu Songhai's hands? Upon hearing this, Yue Buqun merely chuckled softly and replied, "These individuals must have acquired false information from some charlatan." Chapter 120. Relinquish the sword manual promptly indeed. These nefarious beings are notorious for their underhanded tactics, relying on sheer numbers to intimidate the few, shameless as they are. Yu Songhai appeared to be unperturbed on the surface, yet his heart raced with trepidation. His presence here was entirely due to Lin Pingji. At last year's Huashan Sect's Lu Zhongfeng's retirement ceremony, he was poised to capture Lin Pingji and, subsequently, extort the evil-repelling sword manual from Lin Jinnan and his wife. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A wooden hunchback abducted Lin Jinnan and his spouse, while the formidable Yue Buqun emerged to claim Lin Pingji as a disciple of the Huashan Sect. After all the scheming he had undertaken, losing a beloved apprentice, mourning a son, and enduring scorn in the martial world, his reputation had become more fetid than refuse, and in the end, he gained nothing. It was utterly absurd. In his deep frustration, Yu Songhai had been vigilantly monitoring the movements of the Huashan Sect. When he learned that they were mobilizing en masse, he sensed something significant was afoot, prompting his hasty journey. During Yue Buqun's brief sojourn in Luoyang, Yu Songhai discreetly followed. The Huashan Sect traveled by water, but wary of Yue Buqun. He opted to trail them overland, aligning with the river's general course. As he journeyed, he became increasingly aware that this expedition held greater significance than he initially surmised. From his investigations, he discerned that not only was Lin Pingji in their company, but they were also transporting the urns containing the ashes of Lin Pingji's parents. This revelation was intriguing. The presence of his parents' urns indicated a singular purpose: to return to Lin Pingji's ancestral home and inter his parents there. Yet, why would Yue Buqun escort such a sizable entourage to accompany Lin Pingji for this somber task? The only plausible explanation was the quest for the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual. Yu Songhai couldn't help but admire Yue Buqun's cunning. He had established his reputation while reaping tangible benefits, unlike him, who had busied himself to no avail, ending up with nothing. Hence, he had been stealthily tracking this group. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly until today, when he arrived in this town, innocently dining, only to be confronted by 7 frenzied individuals demanding the evil-repelling sword manual. What the devil is this evil-repelling sword manual? Had he possessed such a thing, he would not have ventured to this wretched place, but would have hidden away in the Huashan Sect to cultivate his skills. Yet, these 7 individuals refused to listen to reason and seemed to possess information that pinned the blame squarely on him. Clad in bizarre attire and wielding equally peculiar weapons, they might as well have had evil practitioners tattooed on their foreheads. With their combined pressure, how could Yu Songhai remain calm? Enough of this nonsense. The question was simple: would he surrender it or not? The one-eyed man wielding a golden staff appeared to be losing patience, his words sharp and threatening. It seemed that should he dare utter a refusal, the staff would come crashing down upon his head. And what was the point of conversing further with this diminutive figure? They could simply dispatch him and search his person thereafter. The one-eyed woman with the golden staff seemed even more aggressive. No, this wouldn't do. The lady wielding a short dagger hastily intervened, saying, "If he has hidden the evil-breaking sword manual in some location rather than carrying it on him, our efforts will be in vain." The crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Yu Songhai growing increasingly malevolent. "Yu Songhai, I suggest you surrender the manual. You have possessed it for quite some time and must be well acquainted with it by now. Holding on to it serves no purpose. It would be more beneficial for you to share it with us for our collective enlightenment." The woman with the dagger continued her entreaty. "Indeed, your wisdom alone is limited. It would be better for all of us to contemplate it together, and any insights gained could be shared among us, thus fostering camaraderie rather than enmity." It was rare for the monk to speak, and when he did, his words seemed fanciful. Even if Yu Songhai truly possessed the manual and was willing to present it, the 7 of them would likely end up fighting over it to the point of mutual destruction. However, Yu Songhai remained silent, focusing his energy and preparing for action. Just then, Laughter echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a jovial figure, clad in a silk outfit and wearing a scholar's hat. The rotund man had a jolly disposition, his rosy cheeks and amiable demeanor radiating warmth. In his left hand, he held an emerald snuff bottle, while his right gripped a white paper fan, exuding an air of opulence akin to that of a prosperous merchant. Upon entering, he surveyed the crowd, momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Today is indeed a splendid gathering. It seems that the heroes of our time have all convened here. What a pleasure. He turned to Yue Buqun and inquired, what fortunate wind has blown the leader of the Huashan Sect all the way to Hunan? I have long heard of the pine wind sword technique of the Huashan Sect, a marvel in the martial world. Today, we are likely to witness it firsthand. Yue Buqun, however, remained engrossed in his internal focus, completely disregarding the man. Undeterred, the newcomer then addressed the pair wielding golden staffs. It has been quite some time since I last saw the twin wonders of Tongbai roam the martial world. It seems you have struck it rich in recent years, even upgrading your weapons to gold. He audaciously approached and touched one of the golden staffs. The man wielding the staff chuckled, seemingly unfazed, allowing the stranger to touch it before remarking, "Our little skirmishes pale in comparison to the fortune you've amassed, O great boss." The jovial man laughed heartily 3 times and replied, "My friend, I am merely a showman. Left hand here, right hand there. Your nickname alone suggests that you may appear splendid on the surface, but are quite hollow within. Senior brother, what is that person's nickname?" Ning Zhongzhou inquired, curious, as she believed Yue Buqun to be well informed. Slippery as an oil-soaked eel, he is Yue Buqun quietly responded. To their surprise, Yue, with his keen ears, immediately turned upon hearing his name, smiling broadly. Which friend has just referred to U.S. moniker? I have yet to make your acquaintance. With that, he clasped his hands together and cast his gaze toward Yue Buqun and the others. With the conversation reaching this point, Yue Buqun had no choice but to rise and return the greeting, saying, "Well met, I am Yue Buqun." Upon hearing this, Yue Sun's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply in respect. He exclaimed, "It is often said that one fails to recognize the grandeur of Mount Tai. Today, I find myself guilty of not discerning the illustrious Hua Mountain. I am truly honored to stand before you, Master Jian, Mr. Yue, the esteemed leader of the Hua Mountain Sect." Yue Buqun merely returned a casual bow, unimpressed by the flattery of such a smooth talker. However, as soon as Yue Sun finished speaking, the 7 individuals surrounding Yue Buqun became agitated. They turned their heads in unison, exclaiming in excitement, "Could it be that the Hua Mountain Sect is present? Where is young Master Linghu?" Chapter 121. Webeagang Linghu Chong found himself beside Yue Buqun, enjoying the spectacle, when unexpectedly, the conversation veered towards him. The 7 individuals, each with peculiar appearances and eccentric styles, were complete strangers to him. He pondered why they were so eager to seek him out. Not one to be easily fooled, Linghu Chong had encountered numerous oddities since departing from Luoyang, and, after careful analysis, he had arrived at a conclusion. It seemed that all of this was somehow orchestrated by the green bamboo elder and the old lady, he mused. Otherwise, it would truly be inexplicable. However, he had not anticipated the formidable influence these two possessed, compelling such a diverse array of figures from the martial world to curry favor with him. This realization piqued Linghu Chong's curiosity regarding the identities of the old lady and the green bamboo elder. Could they possibly be retired leaders of the martial arts community? He entertained this notion, only to dismiss it shortly thereafter. There were no known martial arts leaders in the realm, and even if there were, it was unlikely that they would be women. Perhaps the old lady belonged to some royal lineage? He speculated further, concluding that aside from a martial arts leader, only members of the royal family could command such influence. Yet, the green bamboo elder did not resemble a eunuch, as eunuchs were typically clean-shaven. With these questions lingering in his mind, Linghu Chong finally rose to his feet, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Linghu Chong. May I inquire about the esteemed presence of you several seniors?" "Ah, it truly is young Master Linghu." The 7 individuals were momentarily taken aback, their faces lighting up with joy. The earlier tension of surrounding and attacking Yue Buqun dissipated in an instant, transforming into an earnest gathering with Linghu Chong. "We have long heard of young Master Linghu's remarkable demeanor. Upon receiving news of your presence, we hasten day and night to come here. To behold your esteemed self in person is indeed a rare fortune," exclaimed the man wielding a golden staff. The others hurriedly approached to pay their respects, treating Linghu Chong with an exaggerated warmth, as though he were a person of great significance. However, in the midst of their fervent admiration, Yue Buqun seized the opportunity and, unnoticed, leaped through the window. Alas, do not let him escape. The 7 were startled and rushed after him, but once they reached the street, there was no trace of Yue Buqun to be found. Damn it, we missed our chance. One of them lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. The coveted evil-resisting sword manual was within their grasp, yet the opportunity to become masters of the sword had slipped away, wasted. All this was due to Ling Hucheng. And in that moment, the 7 cast glances at him devoid of their earlier reverence. Though their irritation was palpable, they were mindful of the unspoken taboos and chose to temper their feelings, feigning enthusiasm as they re-entered the establishment. Yue Buqun observed the entire scene with disdain, scoffing inwardly. If one did not wish to be enthusiastic, then why feign such fervor? Was it not exhausting to force oneself into such a fade? Ling Hucheng, with his limited experience in the martial world, remained oblivious to its perils. Upon witnessing the return of 7 individuals, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, mistakenly believing that Yue Buqun's flight was of little consequence to them, thus showing no concern. He clasped his hands and inquired about his curiosity. Esteemed seniors, I, Ling Hucheng, am merely an unnamed figure in the Jianghu. What prompts your kindness towards me? Is it due to the favor of some esteemed elder? He sought to elicit information, hoping to ascertain whether the green bamboo elder and his wife were behind these events. To his surprise, the 7 did not take the bait, instead offering mere flattery and vacuous remarks, which left Ling Hucheng greatly disheartened. At that moment, Yue Buqun approached, eager to join the conversation and redirect the topic. He cheerfully exclaimed, I have come from the east, and many friends in the Jianghu have spoken highly of you, young master Ling Hu, and I am truly in awe. You flatter me, Ling Hucheng replied with a smile. Yue Buqun continued, I learned that dozens of sect leaders and island masters are gathering at Wubagang to meet you. So I hastened to join the festivities, and I must say, I am fortunate to have encountered you first. Ling Hucheng was taken aback. What? Dozens of sect leaders and island masters wish to meet me? What merit do I possess to be graced with such honor? Pray tell, which friend has arranged such a grand reception for me? In response, Yue Buqun merely chuckled and said, as for the reason behind this, I wouldn't dare speak carelessly, even if I had 100 lives. If I were to speak nonsense, you might overlook it, but if it reached the ears of others, how many heads would the surname you have left? Such a severe consequence left Ling Hucheng's brow furrowed, and his curiosity about the identity of the person behind this deepened. Do not fret, young master Ling Hu. The friends at Wubagang merely wish to catch a glimpse of your esteemed self. This journey will bring only benefits, not harm. Yue Buqun reassured, alleviating Ling Hucheng's doubts. Indeed, the lady with the dagger is also joining in the fun. The friends at Wubagang have prepared a plethora of miraculous medicines for you upon hearing of your minor ailment. At this, Ling Hucheng was taken aback. Having already felt uneasy about receiving a century-old ginseng on the ship, he now feared that he would have to cart home an abundance of ginseng and reishi mushrooms. Oh, young master Ling Hu, do not overthink it. Once we arrive at Wubagang, you shall understand everything, the lady with the dagger added, her tone betraying a hint of impatience. Ling Hucheng's heart trembled as he thought, who said I would go to Wubagang? The hidden figures behind the scenes, though concerned for his well-being, made him feel quite uncomfortable with their orchestrations. Now they were urging him to Wubagang, which felt akin to being led around by the nose like an ox. Just as he pondered this, a cacophony of hoofbeats erupted from the street. The atmosphere was tense, as disciples of the Huashan Sect unsheathed their swords, a consequence stemming from the events at the Yaowang Temple. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished by such an extreme reaction. After all, summoning someone should not necessitate a display of weapons. Moments later, a robust man entered the establishment. Upon witnessing the Huashan disciples brandishing their swords, he furrowed his brow and inquired loudly, May I ask which of you is the esteemed Ling Hucheng of the Huashan Sect? I am Sima, here to escort you to Wubagang for a meeting with the heroes. Chapter 122. Forcefully taken away, the master of Sima Island, along with young master Ling Hu, is present here. The lady wielding a dagger hastily pointed them out. Ling Hucheng, feeling helpless, could only clasp his hands in a gesture of respect and say, I am Ling Hucheng, I dare not trouble Master Sima. The previously frosty countenance of Master Sima instantly transformed into one of fervent warmth, as he eagerly returned the gesture. I am called Sima due to my tall stature since childhood. My parents bestowed upon me this name. You may call me Sima Da, or simply a Da. I cannot presume to be a master. Ling Hucheng replied, I wouldn't dare. He then gestured towards Yue Buqun and his wife. These two are my master and mistress. Greetings, greetings. Sima Da's complete focus was on Ling Hucheng, and he merely acknowledged the others with a casual nod, treating them with minimal regard. However, this caused Ling Hucheng to furrow his brows. With the entire Huashan Sect present, it was customary to honor Yue Buqun above all. Sima De's treatment of his master as if he were insignificant, while showing utmost deference to himself, could be seen as sowing discord between master and disciple. Yue Buqun, standing nearby, was already aware of these dynamics and felt no anger. Nevertheless, this did remind him of a certain incident. Years ago, the great hero Guijing brought Yang over to the Chongyang Palace to pay respects to his master, only to encounter Hua Du causing a ruckus there. Upon Guijing's arrival, he immediately left Hua Du questioning his very existence. This led to a most classic moment where Hua Du belittled the Taoists of Chongyang Palace and then asked Guijing who he was. Guijing's response was nothing short of exemplary. He humbly stated, "My insignificant name is hardly worth mentioning, merely that several masters from the Huashan Sect, such as Taoist Ma, Taoist Wang, and Taoist Chiu, have provided me with guidance on my martial arts." Such eloquence artfully elevated the status of the Huashan Sect, bringing smiles to the old Taoists who approached to pat his shoulder. Now, Ling Huchong found himself in a similar predicament, leaving Yue Buqun to ponder how the young man would navigate this situation. At that moment, Ling Huchong, not one to be foolishly passive, was about to voice his displeasure when another figure entered the scene. This individual appeared quite aged, with a long, white beard that cascaded down to his chest. Yet, his spirit was remarkably vigorous, and upon entering, he bowed respectfully to Ling Huchong, apologizing, "Young Master Ling Hu, I, an old man, have arrived late. I hope for your forgiveness." "You are?" Ling Huchong inquired. "I am Huang Boli, and my brothers from the gang are nearby, seeking a meal. I truly regret not having attended to you properly. I am guilty beyond measure." Huang Boli bowed again in apology. "Dear Elder Huang, you flatter me excessively." Ling Huchong quickly countered, stepping back. To have someone of such age bow to him would be to invite misfortune. "Brother, is this not the leader of the Tianhe gang? The silver-bearded flood dragon, Huang Boli? Why does he show such deference to Chong'er?" Ning Zhongzi, standing nearby, felt a sense of incredulity. The Tianhe gang was no trivial organization. It was a formidable faction with tens of thousands of members, rivaling even the Beggaress sect. Even the local authorities regarded it with a tinge of apprehension. And now, to show utmost respect to a fledgling youth, what madness is this? Or perhaps it conceals some insidious plot. "It must be him," Yue Buqun softly remarked. "Silver-bearded old serpent. You are the local tyrant. You ought to extend a warm welcome to us outsiders." Suddenly, the beggar entwined with two serpents spoke, seemingly familiar with this Huang Boliu. Upon hearing this, Huang Boliu chuckled heartily, saying, "Were it not for the grace of young Master Ling Hu, how could we have summoned so many heroes? All of you, having come to the regions of Yudong and Lushi, are esteemed guests of the Tianhe gang, and naturally, we must provide for you. A banquet has been prepared at Wuba Gang. Shall we set forth, young Master Ling Hu and esteemed friends? Master this." Ling Huchong found himself thrust into the limelight, and with so many invitations, it seemed he had no choice but to comply. "Young Master Ling Hu, how could you decline such an honor?" Sima De would not allow him to hesitate. With a glance, he and Huang Boli swiftly moved to grasp Ling Huchong's arms. The momentum was unmistakably leading him to Wuba Gang. "Senior Huang, Island Master Sima, please let me down," Ling Huchong exclaimed in urgency. Although he sensed no malice from the crowd, the entire situation was bewildering, necessitating careful deliberation. "Young Master Ling Hu, do not be modest. Everyone at Wuba Gang is eagerly awaiting your presence." Over there, Yu Sun and the Tongbai twin heroes, along with 5 others, surged forward, closing the distance between Yue Buqun and Ling Huchong, escorting him out. Master. Ling Huchong felt utterly disoriented, and the absence of hostility from these people hindered his ability to unleash his swordsmanship. Outside, carriages were already prepared amidst the clamor of gongs and firecrackers, drowning out Ling Huchong's voice in a cacophony of festive noise. "Senior brother, will Chong'er be in danger?" Ning Zhongzi inquired anxiously. "Fear not. These individuals appear to be coming for the sake of a prominent figure, so it is unlikely they would wish him harm," Yue Buqun reassured her. In such circumstances, the opponents would either be renowned figures or practitioners of the dark arts. Should conflict arise, it would spell disaster for the disciples of Huashan. "Let us settle in first. Tonight we shall visit Wuba Gang and observe what sorts of demons and spirits dwell there," Yue Buqun whispered to Ning Zhongzi. She nodded, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. Soon, the Huashan disciples gathered, and Lao Din organized their lodgings. In no time, everything was orderly, and they completed their check-in. They only needed to wait for nightfall. During this time, Yue Buqun was not idle. He ventured into the town's shops to procure 2 sets of black attire, complete with masks. This was wisdom gained from past misfortunes. Senior brother, won't we appear somewhat suspicious in these garments? Ning Zhongze worriedly observed the attire before her, concerned about their reputation. No matter, with the chaos reigning at Wu Gang, we need not concern ourselves with any decorum, Yue Buqun replied. Although it is said that the righteous path should be traversed with integrity, when confronted with malevolent forces, the rules do not apply. Thus, the two began to change their garments. Ning Zhongze, having applied medicinal wine all over her body, found her clothes to be odorous, and thus seized the opportunity to change her undergarments as well. However, just as she had just undone her inner garment, Yue Buqun's keen eyes immediately detected something amiss. Junior sister, I do not recall ever seeing this undergarment of yours. Yue Buqun halted his actions, a frown creasing his brow. This was a significant matter. If not clarified, there would be no need to venture to Wu Gang tonight. Chapter 123. Where did this garment come from? In recent days, the two had remained aboard the vessel, neither visiting the marketplace nor acquiring new attire. Thus, the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar piece of lingerie prompted an urgent inquiry. For a fleeting moment, Yue Buqun was beset by a wave of dizziness, as if the very heavens had collapsed around him. Upon hearing his senior brother's question, Ning Zhongze's cheeks flushed crimson, and she became somewhat bashful, her speech faltering. Yue Buqun observed her demeanor. The more she hesitated, the more his heart ached, rendering him almost breathless. Junior sister, where on earth did this lingerie originate? He rose abruptly, his voice elevated, his expression fierce enough to instill fear. His gaze bore into Ning Zhongze, and he resolved that if she could not provide a satisfactory explanation today, it would surely spell unrest at home. It belongs to Lan Phoenix. As she spoke, Ning Zhongze's ears turned scarlet, and she lowered her head further. What? The flurry of thoughts racing through Yue Buqun's mind had entertained numerous possibilities. Yet he had never fathomed such a scenario. Lan Phoenix? How could her lingerie end up on your person? The pang of heartache dissipated, replaced solely by curiosity. This. Ning Zhongze found the topic difficult to articulate. After all, it concerned a woman's private matters, and Lan, the head of her sect, was still an unmarried lady. It would be inappropriate to divulge the intimate details of their candid exchanges. Speaking of another woman's physique and secrets to her own husband felt somewhat absurd. However, witnessing her brother's anxious expression, she resolved to share what she could. While we were recuperating in the cabin, Lan Phoenix admired my lingerie and insisted on exchanging garments. At this point, Ning Zhongze's face flushed deeper, unable to continue. For further revelations might tarnish Lan Phoenix's reputation. What? Yue Buqun exclaimed once more, his extensive experiences failing to prepare him for such an eventuality. His mind momentarily stalled, taking a second or two to reboot. Oh, he was left somewhat speechless, unable to believe the absurdity of a lingerie exchange. Did this imply that the garment adorning Ning Zhongze had been directly removed from Lan Phoenix? Might it still carry the lingering scent and warmth of its previous owner? The thought rendered Yue Buqun awkwardly bashful. Nevertheless, he could not help but gaze a little longer. This Miao-style lingerie was unlike any he had previously encountered. Its bold design exuded an exotic flair. Having grown accustomed to the styles of the Central Plains, this was indeed a refreshing sight. Chuckling softly, Yue Buqun seated himself beside Ning Zhongze, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Junior sister, I apologize. He had intended to express regret for his earlier exaggerated tone, yet as the words left his lips, Ning Zhongze was jolted awake. Wait, what are you implying? She had been too shy to consider the implications earlier. Now, upon reflection, her embarrassment transformed swiftly into a simmering anger. Yue Buqun, do you suspect my fidelity? She sprang to her feet, clad solely in lingerie, trembling with indignation, her face a storm of fury ready to erupt. I truly spoke without thinking. Yue Buqun felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself as he hurriedly grasped Ning Zhongze's hand, intending to offer comfort. However, such matters are rarely resolved with ease. Ning Zhongze forcefully shrugged off Yue Buqun's hand, tears streaming down her face. Yue Buqun, I married you at 14, devoted myself to you, bearing your children with unwavering loyalty, and yet you dare to doubt me. As she spoke, her sense of injustice grew, and she burst into tears. Yue Buqun's heart shattered at the sight. She was his precious one, a fragile treasure he feared to lose. Junior sister, you've misunderstood. I never doubted you, he exclaimed, quickly stepping forward to embrace her. Yet, Ning Zhongze resisted fiercely, pushing him away repeatedly. Despite his soothing words and attempts at consolation, she slapped him across the face, and he could only chuckle apologetically in response. Junior sister, I was merely curious, truly just curious, he pleaded, holding her tightly in his arms, showering her with sweet words. You have always dressed modestly, yet today you surprise me with such bold attire. My heart was momentarily taken aback, and I merely inquired out of astonishment. I harbor no other intentions. As he spoke, he continued to soothe her, and before long, her sobs subsided, her complexion brightening. Ning Zhongzi caught her breath and inquired, "Really? You are not deceiving me? Indeed, there is no falsehood here." I was taken aback at first glance. Your audacious attire could truly enchant anyone. Yue Buqun replied with a smile, lightly rubbing his head against her garment, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. How delightful it is to see you smile. Yue Buqun rejoiced inwardly, for this laughter indicated that he had nearly succeeded in comforting her, though his reasoning was flimsy and riddled with inconsistencies in the bonds of marriage. There are rarely unresolved misunderstandings. A bit of bickering and laughter typically smooths the way. Nevertheless, he noted that her garment possessed a fragrance distinct from his junior sister's. Yet, he quickly dismissed such unreliable thoughts. "Junior sister, shall we?" Yue Buqun gazed into her eyes, a spark of mutual understanding passing between them. No, it is nearly dark, and Chong'er is still at Wuba Ridge," Ning Zhongzi replied, though she too felt a flicker of desire. She rationalized that there were pressing matters to attend to and reminded herself that she still bore the scent of medicinal wine. Logic triumphed over desire as Ning Zhongzi struggled to rise from Yue Buqun's embrace, urging him to change his attire quickly. Yue Buqun feigned reluctance, and at the last moment, he playfully touched a certain part of her, provoking a flurry of gentle reprimands from her. "Junior sister, it seems this undergarment is a tad small for you. Perhaps we should consider a change," Yue Buqun suggested. No, Ning Zhongzi replied. Then realizing her tone and demeanor were somewhat exaggerated, she quickly added, "There is no time for that. Let us don our night travel attire and hasten to Wuba Ridge." Agreed. Yue Buqun, undeterred, regarded the matter with indifference. Having discerned the origin of the undergarments, he deemed the rest to be trivial. After all, when two women come together, although the act of exchanging intimates may seem peculiar, it is inconceivable that anything untoward could transpire. Subsequently, the two swiftly attended to their garments, donning their masks in the process. As twilight descended, they seized the cover of night and, employing their lightness skills, swiftly made their way towards the direction of Wuba Gang. Chapter 124. Wrong person encountered. Wuba Gang lies at the intersection of the Shandong and Hunan provinces, bordered to the east by Dingtao and Hezi, Shandong, and to the west by Dongming and Hunan. The terrain here is predominantly flat, yet it is riddled with numerous marshes. From a distance, Wuba Gang appears modest. Merely a small hillock. Seated in a palanquin, Ling Huchong was greeted by a cacophony of sounds, creating a lively atmosphere as he journeyed along. After traveling just a few miles, a group of horses galloped towards him. As they approached, several burly men dismounted and respectfully greeted Ling Huchong, their words imbued with utmost reverence. They were part of the advance welcoming party from Wuba Gang. As they drew nearer to Wuba Gang, the number of visitors swelled, each introducing themselves with great formality. Some even presented gifts, further heightening Ling Huchong's sense of unease. Upon finally arriving at Wuba Gang, he was met with a throng of people. Clusters could be seen in every direction, establishing camps and creating a bustling market atmosphere. He witnessed scenes of revelry, drunkenness, acrobatics, and gambling, a chaotic yet vibrant spectacle. "Young Master Ling Hu has arrived," Sima called out, leading the charge of onlookers eager to pay their respects. Whispers of admiration circulated among the crowd, and someone inquired, "Is this truly young Master Ling Hu?" Others pressed forward, proclaiming, "This is a healing elixir passed down through generations, possessing remarkable restorative properties." Another offered, "This is a ginseng I unearthed 20 years ago in Changbai Mountain, fully matured. I beseech you to accept it, young master." One individual tugged at a rope leading a group of 7 physicians, stating, "These are the most skilled doctors from the 6 prefectures of East Lu. I have invited them to check your pulse." However, these esteemed physicians, subjected to such treatment, resembled exiled prisoners, weary and forlorn from their arduous journey, lacking any semblance of their former stature. Beside them stood a robust man with a shoulder pole, proclaiming, "I have brought a selection of precious medicinal herbs from Jinan City. Whatever you require, I have it all prepared to avoid any last-minute inconveniences." Upon hearing this, Ling Huchong observed that the 2 baskets beneath the pole were filled with an assortment of traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients: ginseng, reishi mushrooms, hisho wu, deer antler, tiger bones, and ox gallstones. Some unidentified herbs were haphazardly mixed, creating a disarray of materials. It was evident that these had been hastily collected from a pharmacy, likely emptied without compensation. Ling Huchong felt a pang of guilt. These 2 baskets might represent the entire fortune of some apothecary, now rendered destitute in an effort to curry favor with him, thereby diminishing his own moral standing. His master had often spoken of the dangers posed by malevolent forces, whose actions were guided solely by whim, heedless of the consequences, even if it led to the ruin of innocent lives. Ling Huchang's understanding of this truth deepened profoundly. Young Master Ling Hu, at our Wuba gang, all the heroes have offered their medicinal herbs. I took a cursory glance just now, and this pile of elixirs contains no fewer than 99 varieties. With such an abundance, your minor ailment will undoubtedly be cured with just 1 dose, Sima Da exclaimed loudly. This jest instantly elicited a round of applause from the crowd. Ordinarily, Ling Huchang would feel deeply moved and excited at this moment. However, over the years, Yue Buqun had instilled in him a righteous worldview, and as a prospective leader of the Huashan Sect, he pondered more profound matters. First and foremost, where did these medicines originate? Could they have all come from the same source as those 2 baskets? How many pharmacies must have gone bankrupt? How many desperate patients have been deprived of the remedies they needed? How many doctors have sold their children to make amends? Ling Huchang was no saint, lamenting the world. Yet, his master was the gentleman's sword, and he felt compelled to consider issues from a perspective worthy of that title. Furthermore, these individuals were all clad in bizarre attire, clearly not of upright character. Yet, Ling Huchang did not harbor disdain for them. Rather, he worried about the immense debt of gratitude he might incur today. Should he take the helm of the Huashan Sect in the future, how would he respond when others come seeking favors? For instance, one day, an unscrupulous character might appear at Huashan's Yue Peak, claiming to have aided the esteemed Master Ling Hu at Wuba gang, and now, pursued by enemies, would beseech him for assistance in vanquishing those foes. How would he navigate such a situation? Thank you, esteemed heroes, for your kindness. I am unworthy, Ling Huchang proclaimed as he knelt before them. In a man's world, kneeling carries weight. This gesture would at least earn him some goodwill. Young Master Ling Hu, you are too humble. Please, rise. The crowd urged, hastily helping him to his feet and ushering him into a thatched hut. Inside, a feast awaited, complete with ham, beef, and fine wines. The assembly invited Ling Huchang to take the seat of honor, with Sima Da and Huang Boliu flanking him. In no time, merriment ensued, and Ling Huchang, like any ordinary man, succumbed to the infectious atmosphere and indulged in a couple of bowls. Yet, when encouraged further, he politely declined, citing his injuries as a reason. Outside the hut, the heroes were in high spirits, reveling in raucous cheer. Scattered across the mountains and rivers, they seized this opportunity to gather and bond, sharing bowls among acquaintances and strangers alike, rapidly forming a unified camaraderie. However, being men from the Green Forest, their revelry soon led to trouble. Before long, minor skirmishes erupted here and there, escalating into larger brawls, with onlookers stoking the flames rather than intervening, the din growing ever louder. Inside the hut, Huang Boliu, upon hearing the commotion, merely smiled. As the host, he was responsible for providing the venue and sustenance. As for the brawls, he thought, let them fight to their heart's content. After all, it was not the members of the Tianhe gang who would suffer. Fortunately, the 7 renowned physicians were still present to tend to any injuries, and should anyone perish, plenty of coffins would be available. Suddenly, another subordinate burst in, casting a glance at Ling Huchang before cautiously whispering something into Huang Buoyang's ear. What? Huang Buoyang was taken aback, yet he concealed his surprise, signaling to Sima Da with a glance. Both seasoned veterans of the world understood each other's intentions in an instant. Seizing the moment while the 7 renowned physicians were still attending to Ling Huchang, they discreetly slipped out from their seats and convened outside the thatched hut. Huang Bangzhu, what is the matter? Sima Da inquired with furrowed brows, noticing the unusual expression on Huang Buoyang's face. Damn it, we've flattered the wrong horse. We've summoned the wrong person, Huang Buoyang exclaimed, filled with indignation. Chapter 125. A disgraceful departure on Wuba Ridge. A vibrant scene had unfolded for quite some time. Twilight had descended, and the open ground was illuminated by numerous bonfires, casting a warm glow over the mountainside. Outside a thatched hut, Huang Boliu and Sima Da were gathered, with Huang Boliu furiously pounding his chest in frustration. What does this mean? Sima Da questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. A disquieting premonition began to stir within him. The news from Luoyang indicated that Saintis had developed an affection for Ling Huchang of the Huashan Sect. Could it be that this information was erroneous? It seemed unlikely, as the messengers were reliable friends, and with so many heroes along the way, none would dare to play tricks. However, the subsequent words from Huang Boliu shattered his composure entirely. It's false, it's false. The Saintess is not enamored with Ling Huchong at all. We've made a grave mistake. Huang Boliu lamented, his heart heavy. The grand spectacle at Wuba Ridge had merely been a charade for naught. Moreover, the ostentatious expenditures made by the group traveling from Luoyang had seemingly gone to waste. Just considering the expenses incurred today at Wuba Ridge was enough to cause Huang Boliu considerable distress. No, it cannot be. Sima stammered in fear. If this were indeed a blunder, rather than pleasing the Saintess, they would have significantly tarnished her reputation. Those leading the organization would likely face dire consequences. In that instant, a particular figure emerged in Sima Da's mind, Lan Phoenix of the Five Immortals sect. Previously, she had suggested that the Saintess had affections for Yue Buqun of the Huashan Sect. However, they had dismissed her words as nonsense. How could the Saintess, a paragon of grace, possibly be attracted to a decrepit old man like Yue Buqun? Reflecting upon today, when they had received Ling Huchong at the foot of the mountain, it seemed he had encountered Yue Buqun, who, upon closer inspection, did not appear as aged as expected. Sima strained to recall the details, but at the time, he had not considered Yue Buqun to be a serious contender, completely overlooking him. Old Huang, could it be that it is indeed Yue Buqun? Sima Da's voice trembled with trepidation. If this were true, then his actions today would have severely insulted Yue Buqun. Forget Yue Buqun. Think of how to resolve this. Huang Boliu was in a fit of rage, dismissing any notion of the Saintess being enamored with Yue Buqun. Yue Buqun is already married. How could the Saintess possibly take an interest in a man with a wife? Huang Boliu added, his agitation palpable. At present, he and Sima Da were inextricably linked in this predicament, and it was crucial for them to communicate openly to devise a strategy for navigating this crisis. Indeed, Sima Da pondered. If the news of the Saintess's affection for Ling Huchong was false, then the claim regarding Yue Buqun was likely untrue as well. This meant they had inadvertently orchestrated a celebration for the Saintess with a man whom she held in disdain. Sima Da's mental state crumbled under the weight of this realization. He was all too familiar with the ruthless methods of the Blackwood Cliff. The best course of action now would be to return home immediately and eliminate his entire family to spare them from the impending doom, before turning the blade upon himself. Otherwise, in a few days, there may be no opportunity to escape their fate. Huang Gangzhu, what should we do? Sima Da exclaimed, panic-stricken as he paced anxiously in circles. Do not rush, I am still pondering. At his age, Huang Boliu has become quite astute, and his handling of unexpected events is far more prudent. Suddenly awakened, Huang Boliu conceived a brilliant idea. Quickly speak. Sima Da grasped at this notion with fervent desperation, as if he had caught a lifeline in rapid waters. Huang Boliu smiled enigmatically and said, our gathering has not been formally invited, and although the brothers at Wubagang are aware of the situation, none dare divulge the reasons behind it. Are you suggesting? Sima Da queried, uncertainty clouding his mind. Indeed, we shall feign ignorance. Let this endeavor be perceived as a gesture to curry favor with the future leader of the Huashan Sect. No one shall find fault, Huang Boliu asserted. What a ludicrous notion. This is nothing but a cover-up. Even a fool wouldn't believe it. Do you think Xingu appears to be a simpleton? Sima Da scoffed, expecting a masterstroke of ingenuity, only to find the proposal as good as nothing. Then how about you? Why not offer a better suggestion? Huang Boliu shrugged, displaying indifference as if unperturbed by the heat of the situation. Fine, let us proceed as you suggested, Sima Da conceded, a sense of defeat washing over him. It seemed they were cornered, left with no choice but to play the role of the oblivious. Hoping that Xingu truly was a fool. Fate shall decide, damned be it. I will notify the others to keep their lips sealed. Not a whisper must escape. And we may yet have a chance at survival. Sima Da resolved, embracing the grim reality. Given the stakes of life and death, the individuals involved would surely guard their words closely. He urged them to disperse quickly, as if Wubagang had never existed. Huang Boliu instructed. Thus, Sima Da and Huang Boliu swiftly set about disseminating the news. What? It's not Ling Huchong. One man's eyes widened in fury. He had journeyed from the northern frontier only to be met with this? Are you jesting? Alas, the news from Luoyang was erroneous. You cannot hold us accountable. Another, who had been gnawing on a chicken leg, exclaimed as he hurled the bone to the ground, brandishing a knife, ready to seek retribution. What good will that do? You must flee at once. Another advised. With so many brothers gathered at Wubagang, none knew precisely who was present. The best course was to escape swiftly, leaving no trace of their visit. Indeed, who at Wubagang knows anyone else? As long as we run fast enough, Xingu will be none the wiser. A voice chimed in. Shoo. The crowd quickly gestured for silence. Do not utter that name. Are you intent on courting death? Hurry and leave. In that moment, each hero displayed their unique cunning, scattering in various directions to save their own skins. However, some were unwilling to part with their gifts. A few, having brought forth numerous tributes, even family heirlooms, brazenly ventured into Ling Hucheng's hut to reclaim their offerings. Naturally, mistakes were inevitable during the process. But who cares? After all, one must not suffer a loss. Ling Hucheng was no fool. Observing the gradual depletion of items within the thatched hut, he noted that the clamorous voices outside were slowly subsiding. His companions, Huang Boliu and Sima De, had long since departed without a trace. He sensed that something was amiss. Yet, in a way, this was fortuitous. With the items being taken, he was relieved of any sense of indebtedness. Nevertheless, the Five Heroes Ridge was home to a diverse assembly of woodland heroes, many of whom were bold and reckless, unafraid of danger. Moreover, some were solitary wanderers who, having satisfied their own hunger, felt no obligation to care for others. As they gathered, their collective intentions began to shift, giving rise to new and unsettling thoughts. Chapter 126. Should we eliminate him? On a sheltered hillside, a group of 20 to 30 nefarious experts were engaged in clandestine discussions. Among them were the 7 who had besieged Yutsanghai. We have gone to great lengths, only to become the subject of ridicule. Are we truly content to depart in disgrace? The speaker was the long-haired monk, Qiu Songnian, who had orchestrated this gathering. As the crowd dispersed moments earlier, these individuals had mingled among them, each harboring ulterior motives. Upon Qiu's murmured suggestion, they immediately found common ground. Haha, we have earned our renown over the years, yet we find ourselves bowing to a mere fledgling. Word of this would be utterly laughable, growled a man clad in a blue tunic wielding a broadsword. He was Xie Yuan, a notorious figure from the east of Lu, infamous for his ruthless deeds, including the merciless slaughter of his own master's family and the heinous violation of his master's young daughter. His cold-heartedness had won him a fearsome reputation as the mad lion of the martial world. Xie the Mad, do not imbue your words with such grandeur. In today's predicament, who would dare speak of it, unless it were to come from Ling Hucheng himself? Qiu Songnian replied with a sneer, his disdain evident. Oh, Huang Boliu and Sima Daqian failed to anticipate Ling Hucheng's involvement. If he were to speak recklessly, we would all be in jeopardy, remarked Tong Bai Xuanqi, suddenly alarmed. Shall we retreat for now? My companion and I could eliminate him, Tong Bai Xuanqi suggested with an air of righteousness, seemingly eager to rid the group of a potential threat. A chorus of cold laughter met this proposal, and silence enveloped the gathering, an uneasy tension settling in. Tong Bai Xuanqi, we are all cunning foxes here. Spare us your games. Tonight, the only reason we remain is for the evil repelling sword manual, is it not? Xie Yuan bluntly stated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Tong Bai Xuanqi licked his lips, but refrained from further comment. At that moment, a Taoist priest stepped forward, also a participant in the assault on Yutsanghai. Known as Yu Ling. It is rumored in the martial world that Ling Zhenan and his wife perished in the presence of Ling Hucheng. And I have received word that Yue Buqun led the Huashan Sect down the mountain, only to be ambushed by powerful foes. At that time, Ling Hucheng displayed extraordinary prowess, slaying over a dozen black-clad assailants with a single stroke of his sword, employing techniques that were not even from Huashan. As he continued, Yu Ling chuckled softly, given this, it is highly probable that the evil repelling sword manual is in Ling Hucheng's possession. Indeed, the intelligence I procured for 500 taels corroborates this, another individual confirmed. Yu Ling, why did you not disclose this earlier? Were we to besiege Yutsanghai for naught? A woman armed with a dagger voiced her frustration. Haha, had I mentioned it sooner, would you have dared to confront Ling Hucheng? Yu Ling retorted with a cold laugh. Moments ago, Ling Hucheng had been the beloved of the Holy Maiden, and the group had been eager to curry favor. How could they have dared to question the evil repelling sword manual? Moreover, Lin Zhenan and his wife had always been under the control of Yutsanghai, only to lose their grip at the last moment. Statistically speaking, Yutsanghai had a greater probability of acquiring the evil repelling sword manual. However, now that Yutsanghai had fled, Ling Hucheng could not let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, this was the rationale. Ling Hucheng had already faded into obscurity, and he was severely injured, his internal energy completely depleted. This was our prime opportunity to interrogate him about the sword manual, and we must not let it pass. The twin wonders of Tong Bai, clutching their golden staffs, could hardly contain their smiles. They had begun to fantasize about how they would dominate the martial world once they obtained the manual. Yet, in the next moment, a splash of cold water doused their enthusiasm. One of them inquired, the manual exists in a single copy, yet we number no fewer than 30. How shall we divide it if we succeed in obtaining it? As this question echoed, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, each person lost in contemplation. The notion of sharing the sword manual was utterly absurd. Secret techniques and manuals were jealously guarded. How could they possibly be shared? Moreover, if everyone possessed the knowledge, could it still be deemed a secret? On the other side, in the grass shed where Ling Huchong resided, he was accompanied only by 7 esteemed physicians, with no one else present. Esteemed colleagues, it is due to my actions that you have been bound here, and I bear the responsibility, Ling Huchong expressed, offering apologies to each of them. He continued, it seems that those outside have departed. You might as well gather your belongings and make haste to escape. Upon hearing this, the 7 physicians exchanged glances, and one daring individual ventured outside to investigate. Indeed, the 5 Dominations Ridge was eerily quiet, as if all had vanished. Their faces brightened with joy. It was time to pack their medical kits and return home for reunion. Young Master Ling Hu, please come out for a moment. Just then, a voice belonging to Sima De resonated from outside the shed. The physicians, still packing their kits, abruptly froze, their expressions turning ashen. If that person remained, there was no possibility of escape. Ling Huchong, too, was taken aback. Why had this individual not departed? Had something occurred? Why linger? With this thought, Ling Huchong gestured for the physicians to remain calm while he ventured outside to ascertain the situation. He rose slowly and walked toward the entrance of the shed, yet found no one in sight. The night enveloped everything in darkness, and even the nearby bonfire was nearly extinguished, presenting a desolate scene. Could it be that he had misheard? However, the next moment, the shed echoed with anguished cries. Ling Huchong was alarmed and hurried back inside. To his horror, the 7 physicians, once vibrant and full of life, now lay lifeless in a pool of blood. As for the perpetrator, they had long since vanished without a trace. Wicked fiends, wicked fiends. Ling Huchong's eyes blazed with fury. These were innocent souls, each with children and parents, possibly the very pillars of their families. Yet, this deranged group on 5 Dominations Ridge had even sought to slay these weary souls. They were nothing short of demonic cultists, their deeds beyond redemption. Elsewhere, Sima De had already reunited with Huang Boliu. The matter had been settled. Sima made a gesture, and Huang Boli finally felt at ease. On the 5 Tyrants Ridge, while the multitude of heroes might remain silent, the 7 renowned physicians could not be ignored. Without their elimination, peace of mind would be elusive. Huang Gangzhong, what if we were to eliminate Ling Huchong as well? Sima inquired. Not so hasty, Huang replied. As I made my way here, I observed 2 or 3 dozen individuals behaving furtively, seemingly conspiring about something. It is likely that Ling Huchong possesses what they covet. If that is the case, let us leave him to them. This way, we shall avoid incurring the wrath of the Huashan Sect. Huang Boli chuckled slyly, cleverly turning the situation to his advantage. Chapter 127. Castration. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the atmosphere was desolate, with the distant cries of crows echoing through the mountain forest. Ling Huchong gazed up at the sky, then at the ravaged landscape of Wu Buqun, and for a moment, he felt as if he were trapped in an absurd dream. An utterly preposterous dream at that. Along the way, he had been burdened with gifts and flattery, and now, with great fanfare, he was summoned to Wu Buqun. Yet the circumstances remained unclear. Everyone had dispersed, leaving him utterly alone. What a farce. Ling Huchong sighed in exasperation. He had always wanted to inquire whether it was the Green Bamboo Elder or the old matron who orchestrated these bizarre events, but now the situation had become increasingly enigmatic. There was neither beginning nor end, nor any apparent reason. It had all ended so abruptly. Those of the wicked path act solely on impulse, akin to madmen. I never believed it, but now, witnessing it firsthand, my master, the seasoned veteran, was indeed spot on. Ling Huchong mused, gaining a deeper understanding of the treacheries of the martial world. Alas, if clarity eludes me, so be it. My master and mistress are likely still concerned for my safety. I ought to descend from Wu Buqun and reunite with them. With this thought, Ling Huchong returned to the grass hut, retrieved his longsword, and prepared to depart. However, before leaving, there was one exceedingly important task to attend to: the burial of the 7 renowned physicians from Ludong. They had earnestly endeavored to treat him for half the day, and though they had achieved nothing, he felt a deep sense of obligation. It was a case of not killing Bo Run, yet Bo Ren perished because of him. If he could not ensure their remains were interred, Ling Huchong would find it hard to absolve his conscience. Fortunately, the soil and stones of Wu Buqun were not overly hard. Ling Huchong gathered some rubble and found a low-lying spot, using his sword as a spade, and soon dug a shallow grave. Panting heavily, Ling Huchong labored. For now devoid of inner strength, he was no more capable than an ordinary peasant. Yet, after much toil, he managed to complete the task. He then dragged the bodies of the 7 men, one by one, into the pit and covered them with stones, forming a small mound. By the time he finished, it was well past midnight. Ling Hucheng rested for a moment, then, sword in hand, prepared to descend from Wu Gang. Suddenly, a multitude of figures surged forth from the shadows without warning. It was the group led by Qiu Songyan. The nearby campfire had yet to die down, and through its flickering light, Ling Hucheng discerned the malevolent intentions etched on their faces. Among them was the woman who had taunted him earlier, known as Madame Zhang. You are both the one offering flattery and the one making jibes. What is the purpose of this charade? Ling Hucheng clenched his sword, his expression betraying no fear. Enough of this nonsense, Ling Hucheng. You are now a turtle in a jar. Be wise and hand over the evil-slaying sword manual, shouted Xie Yuan, who was evidently impatient. Evil-slaying sword manual? Ling Hucheng furrowed his brow. What on earth was this all about, and why were they dragging him into such matters? Could it be that the multitude, in their fervent solicitude and relentless flattery, mistakenly believed I had acquired the evil-repelling sword manual, thus inviting me into their trap? Ling Hucheng mused, and the more he contemplated, the more he found this notion plausible. The green bamboo old man and his wife were merely elderly folk, even if they had possessed some repute in their youth. It hardly warranted such fervent adulation from so many. At this moment, his internal convictions from the days atop the 5 Overlord Ridge had been entirely overturned. Indeed, even the uncle of little Lindsay harbored doubts about me, let alone the nefarious characters of the martial world. However, such elaborate scheming seemed rather excessive, did it not? Ling Hucheng secretly pondered, yet he could not help but admire the patience of these individuals. To orchestrate an elaborate setup from Luoyang for the mere possibility of a sword manual, enlisting the involvement of so many figures from the Green Forest, their cunning and depth of strategy surpassed that of ordinary men. Alas, they had miscalculated. I possess no such manual, rendering all their efforts futile. This inevitably reminded him of Yu Songhai, who, after years of scheming, annihilated the Fu Wei escort and tarnished his master's name, yet ultimately gained nothing. It appeared these two types of individuals were indeed of the same ilk. Yu Songhai had long since descended into the path of wickedness. Ling Hucheng reflected. What the hell are you thinking? I am inquiring about the evil-repelling sword manual. Hand it over promptly. Xie Yuan brandished a large blade, aimed directly at Ling Hucheng, as if to cleave him in twain at the slightest sign of refusal. Ling Hucheng, do not entertain thoughts of resistance. We are well aware of your exploits. Even in a state of total energy depletion, you managed to vanquish a dozen black-clad masters at the Medicine King Temple with but a single strike. As he spoke, the twin wonders of Tongbai chuckled and continued. We have specifically awaited your interment of these physicians to drain your energy, ensuring that even if you possess the profound martial arts of the evil-repelling sword manual, you would be unable to deploy them effectively. At this, the surrounding nefarious figures erupted into raucous laughter. Indeed, Ling Hucheng, I advise you to surrender the evil-repelling sword manual at once. Doing so could spare your life. Otherwise, your remains shall be tossed to the wild dogs for consumption. Lady Zhang interjected with a chilling smirk. This was an exceedingly perilous moment. Ling Hucheng understood that they were merely wary of the possibility that he might not possess the manual, but rather had concealed it elsewhere, rendering their efforts potentially fruitless. The urgency of the situation demanded swift self-preservation. Fortunately, Ling Hucheng's mind was sharp, a quick thought flickered, and he declared, since death is inevitable, why should I relinquish it? Go ahead and kill me. You will gain nothing from your elaborate schemes. Upon hearing this, the assembled villains felt a surge of elation. If their prior suspicions had been mere conjecture, Ling Hucheng's current declaration confirmed that he indeed possessed the sword manual. Young Master Ling Hu, Qiu Songyan, as the leader, stepped forth to negotiate. Today, our brothers have gathered solely for the evil-repelling sword manual. If you surrender it, all else will be amenable. I can assure you that you may depart from the 5 Overlord Ridge in peace. What grounds do you have for such assurance? Ling Hucheng chuckled derisively. Do not speak such nonsense meant for children. It is utterly meaningless. To speak of descending from the 5 Sovereigns Ridge in peace raises the question of whether one might still face peril. Moreover, while you may assure me of your safety, others do not offer such guarantees. This method has long been a relic of the chivalrous exploits of your master. Ling Hucheng, do not be so ungrateful. I shall count to 3. If you do not yield, we shall capture you and render you a eunuch. You have a beautiful junior sister, do you not? Alas, she would be left to mourn in solitude. He, Qiu Songyan, hailing from a humble background, knows all too well how to shatter a man's dignity. 3. The situation is precarious. Chapter 128. Yue Buqun arrives. A sudden wave of perspiration cascaded down Ling Hucheng's face. The conflicts among the righteous sects typically culminated in a life-or-death struggle, often resolved with a mere stroke of a blade. Yet, this blade was aimed at the neck. No one ever mentioned a strike below. Even in his past confrontation with Yue Buqun, he had merely endured wounds without resorting to treachery. However, the nefarious individuals before him devised such malevolent schemes. Did they not understand that a man may be slain, but not humiliated? Was there not a shred of chivalry left in the martial world? How could humanity sink to such depths? While he pondered, Chiu Songyan finished counting. A sinister grin crept across his face as he cackled softly, gesturing commandingly. Instantly, two burly men emerged from behind to restrain him, preparing to strip Ling Huchong of his trousers. This was no mere jest. He was entirely serious. Grabbing a flask from a bystander, he took a swig and then sprayed the liquor onto his large blade, performing a crude act of sanitation before the strike. Young Master Ling Hu, the path you have chosen is your own. Do not blame others. Should you find yourself in the palace in the future, do not forget the great favors of Chiu. With a knowing glance, he signaled the two henchmen to advance and hold Ling Huchong down. Stop. Ling Huchong, despite wielding a sword, found himself utterly exhausted and devoid of strength to resist. Even if he summoned a sudden burst of energy, he could only eliminate 3 or 5 adversaries at most, and the aftermath would undoubtedly be dire. Thus, he opted to retreat strategically, feigning a willingness to confess. Chiu Songyan quickly halted his men. If you had said so earlier, we could have spared ourselves half a day's effort, he chuckled. Ling Huchong seized this moment to gather his thoughts and devised a plan. You are many. Yet the evil-repelling sword manual exists only in a single copy. To whom shall it be granted? Ling Huchong feigned contemplation. Then, an idea struck him. Why don't we have a competition? Whoever emerges victorious shall claim the manual, ensuring that everyone is satisfied with the outcome. Laughter erupted from the likes of Madame Zhang, the twin wonders of Tongbai, and Taoist Yu Ling, who found his proposal utterly ridiculous. Unaware of your imminent demise, you foolishly attempt to sow discord. What a clumsy endeavor. Furthermore, this topic had already been deliberated. With a unanimous conclusion reached, the goose had yet to be caught, so there was no need to discuss how to consume it. Ling Huchong, I have heard that your junior sister inherited the beauty of your master's wife, unmatched in allure, and that you share a childhood bond. Do you think, after we have castrated you, she will still harbor affection for you? Taoist Yu Ling scoffed. Indeed, once we have rendered you impotent and imprisoned you, we shall devise a scheme to lure your little junior sister here. At that moment, the speaker was the deranged Xie, whose lewd expression revealed his lascivious thoughts. Indeed, your junior disciple has yet to wed you. I presume she remains untouched. How about we summon her and facilitate your marriage right before your eyes? Chiu Songyan wore a smirking expression. He had witnessed Yu Lingchan's beauty at the inn, and the memory made him salivate. Xie Fengzi, how about you take the role of the first groom? Chiu Songyan inquired jovially. Oh no, Chiu Laoda, you are the one in charge. So you must be the first groom. I shall settle for the second. Xie Fengzi feigned modesty in his response. A group of burly men behind them erupted into hearty laughter. Some even began to count. I shall be the third. I shall be the fourth. Ling Huchong's eyes turned red with fury. His prior understanding of the demonic sect was limited to their indiscriminate slaughter and thievery, but today, he realized their depths of depravity were far worse. With a clang, Ling Huchong, driven to the brink of rage, drew his sword, ready to unleash the Dugan 9 swords, determined to take down a few with him. Little did he know, the Yuling Taoist and the Tongbai twin wonders had been watching him all along. Just as his sword was drawn, the golden staff struck it down with force. Damn it, we were prepared for you. A dog devoid of inner strength dares to wield a sword? The Tongbai twin wonders scoffed, their earlier strike infused with inner power, which Ling Huchong could not withstand. Without his sword, he felt as powerless as a tiger stripped of its claws, devoid of any means to resist. Despairing, he wished for a swift demise to spare his junior disciple from being lured into a trap and subjected to humiliation. However, these men offered him no opportunity. The two burly men approached without command, each seizing one of Ling Huchong's arms, rendering him utterly immobile. Chiu Songyan, whistling, approached with a cloth to wipe his blade. Ling Huchong, due to your lack of cooperation, once we incapacitate you, we will lure your junior sister here and subject her to unspeakable humiliation before your very eyes, bestowing upon you a grand green hat, allowing the entire martial world to know your name as Ling Huchong. Haraha. Yet, in the next moment, fortune turned to misfortune. Just as Chiu Songyan prepared to unfasten Ling Huchong's trousers, he was inexplicably hurled through the air. Upon regaining his senses, he found a sword embedded in his chest, with a faint purple aura shimmering around it. Looking towards his distant companions, measuring the distance with his gaze. He suddenly realized he had been struck by a flying sword, which had sent him soaring before pinning him to the ground. What kind of force could achieve such a feat? Qiu Songyan pondered, before his head tilted, legs stretched, and he succumbed to oblivion. A wave of abnormal commotion erupted amidst the crowd as everyone reacted, grasping their weapons, intently staring at a distant corner. Moments later, two figures clad in black emerged from the shadows. Master, Mistress. Ling Hucheng recognized their forms and immediately called out. What? Yue Buqun? A crowd of bewildered individuals was struck with fear, their names overshadowed by their presence. Yue Buqun, as one of the leaders of the Five Mountain Sword Sect, wielded the purple cloud skill with unparalleled mastery, rendering any single opponent utterly powerless against him. However, upon reflection, he realized that he was not alone. He had a formidable group of 20 to 30 skilled fighters at his disposal. No matter how formidable Yue Buqun may be, can you truly surpass the combined prowess of 30 experts? It is utterly impossible. On that fateful day at the Medicine King Temple, had it not been for Ling Hucheng's valiant efforts, the Huashan Sect would have already faced annihilation. Now, our numbers have doubled since that day at the Medicine King Temple, making us undeniably formidable. Chapter 129. Coercing Yue Buqun in a hurried yet measured manner. Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi finally arrived. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a cacophony of derision aimed at Yu Lingshan. Is it possible that my family's esteemed young lady could be tarnished by your wretched ilk? Do not even entertain such vile fantasies. Even speaking of it in hushed tones is intolerable. With a cold laugh, Yue Buqun swiftly dispatched the most boisterous of the assailants, Qiu Songyan, to the realm of the dead. Zhong'er, are you unharmed? Ning Zhongzi inquired with genuine concern. Master, I am well, just feeling a bit weak and feeble. Ling Hucheng responded loudly. At this juncture, the atmosphere grew tenser. If there had been any doubt regarding the identities of the two, it was now unmistakably clear that they were indeed Yue Buqun, the leader of the Huashan Sect, and his wife. Ning Zhongzi held considerable renown in the martial world, her prowess reputed to be second only to that of the leaders of the Five Mountain Sword Sect. Yet, what did this duo matter against the 30 skilled fighters they faced, most of whom were of considerable strength? A multitude of ants can bring down an elephant, and Yue Buqun are hardly an elephant, they thought. Yue Buqun, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Yuling Daoren regained his composure, issuing a thinly veiled threat. To him, the death of Qiu Songyan seemed inconsequential. Indeed, it lessened his competition. Meddle in affairs? You have captured my esteemed disciple, the young master of the Huashan Sect. How can you presume that this does not concern me? What kind of reasoning is this? Yue Buqun retorted, astonished. Release him, he demanded, stepping forward with an icy demeanor. You say release as if you possess any authority. Who do you think you are? A man beside him could no longer contain himself. The death of Qiu Songyan had only intensified his ferocity. The evil repelling sword manual is within reach, and at this crucial moment, you dare to intervene. Could you not have arrived a tad later? This is utterly unacceptable. Do you wish to court death? A purple aura flickered across Yue Buqun's visage as he unleashed a formidable surge of internal energy, akin to a mountain's roar or a tidal wave, directly striking the man in the chest. Blood erupted from his mouth, spraying 3 feet high, as he was sent flying, joining Qiu Songyan in death. What? His vital energy can injure? The remaining onlookers were struck by terror. This was the pinnacle of internal mastery, a sign of one who had nearly transcended into the innate realm. Could it be that Yue Buqun had already reached such heights? A figure of legend among the martial arts community, could the leader of the Five Mountain Sword Sect possess such power? In an instant, the crowd adopted a cautious demeanor. Even the 2 men restraining Ling Hucheng had unknowingly positioned him before themselves as a shield. Yue Buqun, we harbor no ill intent. If Ling Hugongzi reveals the whereabouts of the evil repelling sword manual, we shall promptly apologize and will not oppose the Huashan Sect, Yuling Daoren declared. In this world of martial arts, strength is paramount. Those of nefarious intent place their faith in the supremacy of power. Moments ago, Yue Buqun displayed a semblance of innate prowess that instantly quelled all present, their gazes becoming markedly clearer, and their speech more courteous. No, the evil repelling sword manual is not in our Huashan Sect. You should seek it from Yutsanghai, Yue Buqun asserted, redirecting the blame. A palpable silence enveloped the crowd. The conversation had come to a standstill, leaving them at a loss for words. Do not heed his fabrications. Acquiring the evil repelling sword manual would elevate one to the pinnacle of the martial world. How could we relinquish such a golden opportunity based solely on this use fleeting words? Xiefengzi interjected swiftly. He had previously reveled alongside Qiu Songyan, but now, With Qiu Songyan vanquished, he found himself in a precarious position. If the others acquiesced, their lives might be spared, but his fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Indeed, we have already missed one opportunity. We cannot afford to squander another, spoke Tombai Xuanqi. Their grievances lingering due to the escape of Yu Songhai, which was a direct consequence of Ling Huchang's actions. Certainly, we have gathered here. Even if this Yu is an innate master, what of it? 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. 30 against 2 is a distinct advantage for us. Moreover, we possess a trump card. If worst comes to worst, we can fight to the death. I refuse to believe that Yue Buqun would remain unscathed, proclaimed Madame Zhang loudly. Though she was a woman, her ruthlessness and action surpassed that of many men. At present, Ling Huchong was in their grasp, serving as a crucial bargaining chip. After all, he was the young master of the Huashan Sect and the successor to Yue Buqun, a figure of considerable weight. Not someone who could be easily replaced in a mere few years. Should negotiations fail, slaying him would leave Huashan Sect without a successor, leading to its inevitable decline. Master, you must see clearly. I possess no evil repelling sword manual. These individuals are merely slandering me, Ling Huchong implored in desperation. Having blurted out that the manual was in his possession during a moment of panic, he feared Yue Buqun might have misunderstood. Yue Buqun raised a hand to halt Ling Huchong, fully aware that the evil repelling sword manual could not possibly belong to him, as the time for its emergence had yet to arrive. He straightened his posture, politely clasping his hands, and stated, "Our Huashan Sect has had no grievances with you recently. Would it not be regrettable to let mere rumors disturb our harmony? I propose that you all exercise restraint today and release our sect's heir, allowing you to depart safely. You, will not obstruct your exit." He is frightened. This was the immediate reaction of the nefarious group. Yue Buqun, employing diplomacy before force, issued an ultimatum. Yet, they believed they had found a chink in his armor, their excitement palpable. "Yue Buqun, I have heard that your Huashan Sect's Purple Cloud secret manual possesses noteworthy merits. How about this? Let us set aside the evil repelling sword manual for now, and you first hand over the Purple Cloud secret manual. We shall ensure the safety of young Master Ling Hu," suggested Yu Ling Daoist, unabashedly demanding the Huashan Sect's supreme secret manual. While the whereabouts of the evil repelling sword manual remained uncertain, the Purple Cloud secret manual was undoubtedly in Yue Buqun's possession. If the most revered sword manual was unattainable, acquiring some profound internal martial arts secrets would suffice. Meanwhile, it became evident to all that they had underestimated the significance of Ling Huchong, and they instinctively sheltered him at the center, effectively thwarting any possibility of Yue Buqun's sudden intervention for rescue. "Master, you must not." Before Yue Buqun could utter a word, Ling Huchong was gripped by a sense of urgency. Should he truly be handed over, he would become an eternal pariah of the Huashan Sect, bearing infamy even in death. "Silence." With a disdainful snort, Daoist Yuling commanded, prompting one of his subordinates to swiftly seal Ling Huchong's acupoint. "Master Yu, it is imperative to weigh the gravity of the situation with utmost care," Daoist Yuling proclaimed, asserting his dominance over Yue Buqun. Chapter 130. The first order to kill Ling Huchong as the heir of the Huashan Sect. It seems that it is not yet your place to protect him. My esteemed colleagues. Yue Buqun squinted his eyes, lost in thought. Yue Buqun, do not feign ignorance. Let us speak plainly. If you do not willingly surrender the Zixia secret manual, we shall sever one of Ling Huchong's ears, rendering him Ling Hu one ear. Then, when you grow old, let us see if he will have the face to succeed you as the leader of the Huashan Sect. Once again, the madman Xia leaped forward, having already torn the faade of civility, resorting to the most despicable tactics. Hearing this, Yue Buqun let out a cold laugh, completely ignoring him, and turned to Daoist Yuling, saying, "Brother, I see you are also adorned in the attire of the Chuanjin sect. Our Huashan Sect's founding ancestor, Guangningzi, was also a genuine Chuanjin Daoist. We share a bond of incense and lineage. Could it be that you truly wish to sever all ties? You come forth to kill 2 of us, and now you seek mercy? It is too late." Xia, like a madman, jumped and mocked, his tail nearly reaching the heavens. Yue Buqun feigned weakness, which Xia interpreted as a sign of submission. The more polite Yue Buqun became, the more arrogant and unrestrained Xia grew. "Master Yu, I have heard that your sect's Zixia secret manual was created by the Chuanjin Daoist Guangningzi. Since we share a bond of incense, it is only fitting that we share this manual." Daoist Yuling echoed Yue Buqun's words, countering him. "Indeed, Master Yu, your ancestor was a Chuanjin Daoist, and our Daoist Yuling is also of the same lineage. In terms of heritage and seniority, it is only proper that you present the Zixia secret manual willingly." One person chimed in to support this argument, retorting against Yue Buqun. Precisely. The Chuanjin techniques should rightfully be inherited by Chuanjin Taoists. This is the principle of the matter, Yue Buqun. Why do you cling to our Taoist Yuling's Zixia secret manual? Another person twisted the truth. It seems you truly wish to sever all ties, brother. Yue Buqun's face bore a smile rather than anger, and it was a smile that grew ever more radiant, leading others to mistakenly believe he was preparing to concede. What are you laughing about with that shameless face? I tell you, if Ling Huchong wishes to return unscathed today, you must hand over the Zixia secret manual. And also summon your daughter. We shall take it upon ourselves to educate Ling Huchong's future wife. As he spoke, Xia wore a malicious grin, licking his lips, his hands unable to cease their restless rubbing. The thought of teasing his wife in front of Ling Huchong and mocking Yue Buqun's daughter was utterly tantalizing. Ha ha. Ha. Upon hearing this, Yue Buqun laughed even louder. Are you mad with laughter? It seems you have lost your mind. How about this? Your wife has a fine figure, so let her come forward. We could exchange her for Ling Huchong. What say you? This is quite a profitable deal. Xie continued to flirt with danger, driven by his inherent nature, reminiscent of the time he had brutally killed his master's young daughter, consumed by madness and hysteria. Upon hearing this, not only Yue Buqun, but also the Taoist Yuling from our side frowned slightly. The man's insults towards his wife and daughter were nothing short of a provocation. Xie Fengzi, silence yourself, the Taoist Yuling admonished, seeking to halt such disgraceful behavior stemming from a petty man's moment of triumph. With reddened eyes, Xie Fengzi glanced at him, chuckling softly, his mind seemingly wandering. Yet his lips wisely chose to remain shut. Master Yu, we harbor no intentions of becoming adversaries with the Huashan Sect. However, today's events stem from your prior actions that resulted in the deaths of 2 of our own. Moreover, with so many brothers gathered behind me, we deserve some form of explanation. At this juncture, the Taoist paused before continuing. You must either surrender the Zixia secret manual or compel Ling Huchong to yield the evil-repelling sword manual. Choose one or the other. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the restraint of my brethren, who may act irrationally. His words were unequivocal. The demand for the Zixia secret manual served to appease his assembled brothers, for they had orchestrated this situation and would find it absurd to walk away empty-handed. As for whether they would release anyone after obtaining the manual, that could be deliberated later, especially considering Ling Huchong's connection to the foremost sword manual in the realm. Upon hearing this, Yue Buqun's smile vanished, and he declared, in that case, I have no choice but to send all of you to the afterlife. Seeking death, the crowd was taken aback. They had believed they had cornered Yue Buqun, yet he dared to utter such reckless words. Did he truly wish to forsake his lineage within the Huashan Sect? Yue Buqun, I advise you not to act rashly. Your young master remains in our custody. Although your martial prowess is profound, perhaps even reaching the innate master level, I assure you, before you can slay us, Ling Huchong will also meet a dire fate. Consider this carefully. The Taoist Yuling felt a tinge of panic. Could it be that this was the manifestation of extremes leading to a backlash forced upon him by Xie Fengzi? He shot a glance at Xie, only to receive a disdainful response in return. Yue Buqun disregarded their threats. Absorbed in his thoughts, I was contemplating whether slaying all 30 of you at once might weigh heavily on my conscience, potentially affecting my state of mind and leading me astray. However, your brazen aggression has liberated my resolve, granting me a compelling reason to act decisively. Excellent. Let us commence. The Taoist Yuling was taken aback. It became clear that Yue Buqun had never considered compromise. His demeanor had merely been a fade. He was not concerned about his moral compass, but was instead searching for a justification to annihilate them all. The assembly of rogue masters soon grasped the gravity of the situation. They resolved to first eliminate Ling Huchong and then scatter. For no matter how many heads Yue Buqun possessed, he could not pursue them all simultaneously. Most were adept fighters, confident in their ability to escape. Regrettably, they were a disjointed lot, hastily assembled and lacking unity. Otherwise, they might have succeeded in slaying Yue Buqun. Moreover, Yue Buqun was merely suspected of being an innate master, not necessarily one for certain. If he were not, their escape would be guaranteed, yet they dared not gamble on such uncertainties. Kill. The 2 burly men who had been holding Ling Huchong now found themselves in a dire situation. Without uttering a word, one brandished a knife while the other wielded a hammer, directing their lethal blows towards Ling Huchong's heart and head. Should their strikes land with precision, even the legendary Hua Tuo could not save him. Moreover, they were not alone. 3 or 5 others surrounded him, launching a frenzied assault with their weapons. In but a fleeting moment, this disciple of the Huashan Sect would meet a tragic end, his body severed from his head. Chapter 131. The North Sea divine skill unleashed with a disdainful snort. Yue Buqun, unbeknownst to Wen, had clenched a handful of pebbles in his hand. Channeling the full force of the 5th level of the Zixia divine skill, he flung them forth. Instantly, the stones darted through the air with uncanny precision. Akin to having their own volition, the sound of clattering echoed, a cacophony of weapons clashing and bones snapping. Cries of agony filled the air, accompanied by the clattering of dropped weapons. A glance around revealed the few who had previously aimed to assail Ling Huchong. Some struck at the wrist, resulting in fractured arms, their limp hands hanging helplessly. Others suffered even worse, as stones pierced through their palms, leaving gaping, transparent wounds. The projectiles continued their relentless assault, embedding themselves deeply into the bodies of others. Weapons, whether swords or staffs, were shattered in half under the force of the impact, sending their wielders sprawling, their grip shattered. What in the world is this? Who is this supposed innate master? This is no mere pinnacle of postnatal excellence. This is a realm of profound mastery among the innate grandmasters. In the entire martial world, perhaps only a handful, such as the venerable monks Fang Zheng and Fang Sheng of Shaolin, the Taoist Zhongshu of Wudong, and the leader of the 5 Mountain Sword Sect, Zhuo Lingchan, could aspire to such heights. What was all that talk of negotiation just now? Utter nonsense. Yue Buqun, that old wretch, is utterly shameless. A collective thought surged among the crowd. Flee. Those who hesitated would undoubtedly meet their doom. In this moment, they lamented that their parents had not bestowed upon them even 2 more legs. Among them, Xie Yuan, the madman, was the most frantic, his limbs trembling, nearly stumbling as he walked. Moments ago, he had reveled in mocking Yue Buqun, believing he had found a weakness to exploit, hurling vulgar insults and disparaging remarks towards Yue's family. Now, with the tide of battle shifting so drastically, it was clear he would suffer the most dire fate. No need for contemplation. Even if all others escaped, he would surely be left behind. Next was Yuling Daoist, who had taken on the role of spokesperson for the group, subtly emerging as the leader after the demise of Qiu Songyan. For this alone, he knew he could not evade the impending disaster. Today, you all resorted to cunning schemes to capture the young master of the Huashan Sect, and threaten me in his name. Thus, you have become our archenemies. Should any of you escape with your nefarious ways, would you not seek vengeance upon the disciples of Huashan? Yue Buqun laughed heartily, proclaiming the reason for their inevitable demise. In the next moment, the North Sea divine skill within him surged, emanating powerful waves of attraction from his palm. In an instant, dust and debris swirled around him, under the veil of night. Even the distant bonfire seemed to be drawn toward him. The nearby thatched huts swayed precariously under this tremendous force, and soon collapsed entirely, sending a cascade of straw to block the escape routes of the assembled individuals. Not far away, a portion of the flames was drawn in, leaping onto the straw, and in a mere moment, a conflagration was ignited. My body, my body. The first to fall under this irresistible pull were those nearest to Yue Buqun. Their bodies became utterly uncontrollable, as if being yanked from behind, compelling them to stagger backwards towards him. In an instant, these individuals cried out, flailing desperately in an attempt to escape. Yet their efforts were futile, and they were swiftly ensnared in Yue Buqun's grasp. Immediately, their internal energy flowed out like a rushing stream, ceaselessly dissipating. Sorcery, sorcery, this is sorcery. The faces of those ensnared turned ashen, their extensive experience in the martial world leaving them bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of this martial prowess. Moreover, in their retreat, one person clutched at another in a panic, akin to a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, thereby dragging that person into an uncontrollable backward rush as well. Unwilling to relent, that individual quickly seized hold of yet another nearby, leading to a chain reaction, as if turtles trapped in a bucket, interconnected in their plight. The internal energies of these individuals flowed from one to another, relentlessly feeding into Yue Buqun, augmenting the potency of his Northern Darkness divine skill. Before long, even those previously injured by stones and rendered immobile were drawn into his grasp. In mere moments, the throng of 30 had dwindled to merely 5 or 6, the strongest and most distant among them. The rest were selflessly providing Yue Buqun with a continuous supply of internal energy. Help, help, save me. These individuals still yearned to struggle, yet as their internal energy swiftly ebbed, their bodies grew weak, rendering even the simplest of movements impossible. At last, they understood the dire predicament that Ling Huchong had faced when he lost all his internal energy. As for Ling Huchong, at the moment Yue Buqun unleashed his Northern Darkness divine skill, he had already been pulled out of the encirclement by Ning Zhongzi. This is absorption. The remaining 5 or 6 individuals suddenly paled, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost, and as they fled, their legs buckled beneath them, nearly causing them to tumble. It was as if a haunting memory resurfaced, instilling within them a profound terror, reminiscent of a timid rabbit confronted by a leaping tiger, stripping them of their courage to flee. "Spare us, spare us!" Among the 6 fleeing, for suddenly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. The remaining 2, one being Yuling Dao Ran, and the other, Xie Fengzi, recognized their impending doom and thus ran with all their might, their fervent will to survive propelling them forward. Yet would it matter? It was utterly futile. With Yue Buqun's martial prowess, even if he allowed them to flee 3 to 5 li ahead, he could easily catch up the moment he freed his hands. Moreover, standing by was Ning Zhongzi, a consummate master of the acquired realm. Ning Zhongzi gently laid Ling Huchong upon the ground, then with a graceful leap, unsheathed the Qing Suo sword in an instant. A flash of azure lightning streaked across, propelling Yuling Dao Ren's retreat into a frenzied haste, causing his entire form to be pressed against the earth. I, murmured Yuling Dao Ran, his words barely audible, as blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, rendering him motionless upon the ground. Behind him, Ning Zhongzi's Qing Suo sword was ominously embedded. The manner of his demise mirrored that of Qiu Songyan, albeit one lying face down and the other face up. As for the madman Xie, well, he must not be allowed to perish so easily. Chapter 132. Yue Buqun teaches his son just moments ago. That madman Xie had insulted Yue Buqun and made delusional remarks about Yu Lingshan and Ning Zhongzi. It would be a disservice to the esteemed title of gentleman sword not to confront him properly. In the next instant, Ning Zhongzi leaped into action, activating his mixed element skill in conjunction with the mixed element palm, delivering a powerful strike that shattered Xie's left scapula. A piercing agony surged through Xie's body, reminiscent of the day he had killed his master using a hammer, which had similarly crushed his master's shoulder blade and rendered him incapable of resistance. Now, Ning Zhongzi's iron palms delivered even more force than that iron hammer. Xie Yuan was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily against a stone. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, an injury sustained from the brutal collision. Yet, Ning Zhongzi had no intention of showing mercy. He swiftly approached and pinned down one of Xie's legs, producing a sickening crack. Xie's lower leg was grotesquely pressed against his thigh, and at that moment, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the heavens. The nearby Ling Huchong, who had been in meditation, flinched in fear. His master's wife was indeed a formidable character. Though she typically appeared gentle and virtuous, she revealed herself to be a decisive heroine when the situation demanded it. As for Xie Yuan, the excruciating pain caused him to faint. However, in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a thought struck him. He remembered how he had once shattered his master's kneecap with a hammer. Now, the wheel of karma had come full circle. Was there truly a cycle of retribution in the heavens? Ning Zhongzi clapped his hands and let out a cold snort before walking over to the 4 kneeling beggars. "You may join him," she declared playfully, first kicking them with a couple of swift kicks, then striking them down with a few powerful palms, sending them directly to Yue Buqun. In an instant, a surge of inner energy flowed into Yue Buqun, transforming his dantian into a reservoir brimming with energy. The gaseous inner force that was drawn and gradually compressed, evolving into liquid true energy. Yue Buqun felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, as if he had shattered some form of restraint. Upon further introspection, he realized that while his Zixia divine skill had not advanced beyond the 5th level of entry, nor had his Baiming divine skill surpassed its minor completion stage, the latter had nonetheless progressed slightly closer to a greater mastery. This advancement led to an increase in Yue Buqun's capacity to absorb inner energy, which surged to an impressive 70%. Filled with joy, he seized the opportunity. Due to the overwhelming number of people present, the true energy had been somewhat muddled, and he had barely managed to absorb 40 to 50% previously. Now, with renewed vigor, he fully unleashed the Baiming divine skill. Please, no. The 4 newcomers felt a chill of despair. They recalled the terror they had experienced a decade ago under the influence of this very skill. One encounter had left the weaker among them utterly incapacitated, unable even to care for themselves. Even those with formidable skills could only struggle momentarily, yet they could not escape severe injury and a permanent decline in their internal energy. Yue Buqun turned a deaf ear to their pleas for mercy. Where had that earlier arrogance vanished? Where had the defiance gone? He had initially granted them a chance to preserve their lives, yet they had chosen to sever their own paths. Thus, they had no one but themselves to blame. Moments later, a chorus of voices fell into a low, feeble tone, drained of strength. for they had exhausted their internal energy to such a degree that even the power to shout had been stripped away. With a resounding thud, Yue Buqun's Northern Darkness skill reached its peak, drawing in and expelling energy in a seamless transition to the Purple Mist skill. This ebb and flow resulted in the complete severance of the meridians of the malevolent masters, who were cast aside like leaves in a tempest. You are. A group of them struggled for a moment, unable to articulate even a coherent phrase. In the next instant, they began to bleed from their orifices or turned pale, their heads drooping as they succumbed to the embrace of death. Witnessing this scene, Ling Hucheng could not help but display an expression of compassion. Ning Zhongzi, noticing his demeanor, felt a surge of anger and leaped forward, delivering 2 resounding slaps. Master, Ling Hucheng was taken aback, not even daring to cover his face, and knelt down immediately. Usually, Ning Zhongzi was gentle, akin to a kind mother, never reproaching him, and even interceding on his behalf when his master punished him. Yet now, she had delivered 2 slaps without hesitation. What had transpired? Was it due to his tarnishing the reputation of the Huashan Sect, bringing shame upon them? But with no one around, who was there to witness? Chonger, did you feel pity for them just now? Do you think your master is being too cruel? Ning Zhongzi questioned sharply. Disciple dares not. Ling Hucheng quickly denied, finally grasping the crux of the issue. However, he indeed found Yue Buqun's actions somewhat harsh. After all, there were 30 individuals involved. To absorb their internal energy and then execute them without hesitation was almost on par with Yu Songhai's brutal methods. The Huashan Sect was a righteous faction, and Yue Buqun was a master known as the Gentleman's Sword. Yet, did this behavior not border on the actions of a malevolent fiend? Why not simply release them after draining their energy? Such an act would not be too damaging. These individuals, weakened in their abilities, would naturally proceed with caution in the future, perhaps even reforming their ways. Even if they did not change, they would likely be incapable of continuing their malevolent deeds. Moreover, they had already lost 2 lives, and with the half-dead madman Xia lying nearby, it was sufficient to instill fear in the others. Foolishness. Yue Buqun, who had once felt invigorated after absorbing sufficient internal energy, now seethed with fury upon noticing the unfolding events. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a kick that sent Ling Hucheng tumbling to the ground. How had he appointed such an indecisive individual as the young master? In the original narrative, Ling Hucheng was characterized by his overwhelming empathy. Why did this remain unchanged? It seemed that all his years of nurturing had been squandered. Master. Ling Hucheng hurriedly sprang to his feet, kneeling and advancing forward, pressing his forehead to the ground, too fearful to utter a sound. Fortunately, Yue Buqun had restrained his strength. His earlier kick had merely been a casual blow, lacking any real force. Otherwise, it would surely have caused Ling Hucheng to spit blood. Do you feel pity for them? Did they show any compassion for you, young Master Ling Hu? Yue Buqun plopped down onto the ground, instructing his disciple. The disciple dares not. The disciple dares not. Ling Hucheng repeatedly kowtowed, genuinely frightened, for he had never witnessed his master and mistress express such anger towards him. They even contemplated teasing your mistress. And you still feel sympathy for them? The more Yue Buqun thought about it, the angrier he became, and he approached, delivering 2 resounding slaps across Ling Hucheng's face. Chapter 133. The transformation of Ling Hucheng. In the original text, Ling Hucheng witnesses the demonic minions of the evil sect abducting Ning Zhongzi, preparing to torment her. He cowers behind a rock, grappling with his own turmoil, which ultimately plunges Ning Zhongzi into despair. A husband who practices martial arts yet remains indifferent to his wife's plight becomes the final straw, leading Ning Zhongzi to take her own life after being rescued. Now, these wicked individuals, having recently taken Ling Hucheng hostage, expressed their desire to violate Ning Zhongzi. Remarkably, upon his rescue, Ling Hucheng still finds it in himself to feel pity for them. Is it not akin to raising a dog that knows to wag its tail? What kind of beast has he nurtured? Yue Buqun, reflecting on this, is incensed, wishing he could cleave Ling Hucheng in 2 at that very moment. Master, your disciple deserves to die 1,000 deaths. I am guilty beyond redemption, Ling Hucheng exclaims, his demeanor drastically shifting as he hastily prostrates himself, banging his forehead until it bleeds. Heaven have mercy, I never intended such thoughts. Ling Hucheng had merely perceived the North Sea divine skill as excessively tyrannical. Yue Buqun's recent application of it had directly claimed the lives of 30 evil masters. Such a massacre is too heavy, too cruel, inevitably tainting one's spirit and subtly transforming one into a murderer. His display of compassion was simply a manifestation of his inherently gentle nature. He lacks the resolve to be cruel, is indecisive, and feels pity for the world, willing to compromise as long as his core interests remain untouched. At times, a sudden surge of passion may spur him to act decisively, yet he soon reverts to his gentle disposition. This encapsulates the essence of his character. Moreover, it is crucial to note that these individuals had previously sought to curry favor with him. Although they have erred, their actions were driven by greed. The principal offenders, akin to Chiu Songnian, Yuling Dao Run, and Xie Yuan, deserve punishment, but Ling Hucheng finds it hard to be merciless towards the rest. In the original narrative, Ling Hucheng harbors similar sentiments towards Tian Buoguang. Their relationship is one characterized by mutual recognition and regret for lost time. Due to Tian Buoguang's adherence to a few promises, Ling Hucheng affectionately refers to him as Tian Jun, entirely overlooking Tian Buoguang's heinous acts of assault and pillage. When Yue Buqun commands him to eliminate Tian Buoguang, he would rather inflict harm upon himself than carry out the deed. At present, Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze have invested years in his upbringing, constantly guiding him to avoid the path of his predecessors. Unexpectedly, during a critical moment, this cowardly trait has resurfaced. Can one not be enraged by this? It evokes a profound sense of helplessness, as if all fervent efforts have been in vain. Nevertheless, such a disposition can indeed be corrected. Ning Zhongze's chastisement serves to amend his character, devoid of any ulterior motives. This stands in stark contrast to Yue Buqun's reasoning for his punishment, which is rooted in Ling Hucheng's failure to defend his master and senior sister from the insults of these vile individuals, despite wanting to spare their lives. Should this not invoke a shared enmity, a desire to unearth graves and desecrate corpses? Master, mistress, I have acted thoughtlessly and committed a grave error. I beseech you both for the opportunity to atone. Ling Hucheng does not merely bow his head in submission. He is an astute individual who, upon recognizing the explosive flaws in his character, immediately contemplates rectification. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Demonstrate your resolve to me, Yue Buqun remarked, his perception of the young master shifting. Had he resorted to weeping and incessantly pleading for forgiveness, then his status as the young master would undoubtedly be stripped away without hesitation. Yet, his current demeanor instead earned Yue Buqun a modicum of respect. However, it is crucial to note that his title remains contingent upon his subsequent actions. Should he resort to mere theatrics and hollow declarations, he would still face the consequences, not only losing his title but also being condemned to the cliff of regrets, never to return. At that moment, Ling Hucheng unsteadily rose to his feet, retrieved his longsword, and stormed towards Xie Yuan with an air of fierce determination. Xie Yuan, who had previously suffered a shattered scapula at the hands of Ning Zhongze and subsequently lost a leg, now lay in a state of unconsciousness. Ling Hucheng approached without uttering a word, bent down, seized one of Xie Yuan's hands, and with a swift motion, snapped his middle finger. Ack! Though Xie Yuan's eyes remained closed, a wretched scream erupted, piercing the heavens. The connection between the fingers and the heart is profound. The loss of a single digit is no less agonizing than that of a limb. Xie Yuan was jolted awake by the pain. Excellent, Yue Buqun observed, his previously simmering anger beginning to subside. This was more like a person, finally engaging in an act befitting a normal individual. Ah, young hero Linghu, please spare me, Xie Yuan whimpered, his eyes bloodshot, tears and snot streaming down his face. Such desperate rogues are unafraid of death. Yet the torment is truly unbearable. Ling Hucheng paid him no mind and proceeded to seize his index finger, snapping it with another decisive crack. Ack! Xie Yuan struggled to retract his hand, but Ling Hucheng held it firmly in place. Given Xie Yuan's severe injuries, he lacked the strength to resist. Another snap, this time of the ring finger, left no room for respite. Ack! Linghu, you scoundrel, if you have the guts, just kill me, Xie Yuan shrieked, his voice hoarse from desperation. Unmoved, Ling Hucheng continued, cracking the remaining fingers, rendering Xie Yuan's hand utterly useless. Xie Yuan, please grant me a swift end, I implore you, Xie Yuan pleaded, vacillating between curses and desperate entreaties, his demeanor shifting from fierce to feeble, even wetting himself in his helplessness. Ling Hucheng's gaze turned cold as he discarded the now useless hand onto the ground and bent down to grasp Xie Yuan's other hand. Terror flickered in Xie Yuan's eyes as he attempted to crawl away, desperately using his elbow to push himself further from Linghu. Expose it, Ling Hucheng commanded sharply. Xie Yuan instinctively concealed his intact hand within his garments, pressing it against his body, rendering Ling Hucheng's efforts futile. I refuse to believe this, Ling Hucheng declared, relinquishing his grip only to rise and deliver a forceful kick to Xie Yuan's severed leg. Ah! Xie Yuan twisted in agony, his body contorted like a boiled shrimp. Ling Hucheng, swift of hand and keen of eye, flashed his sword, severing Xie Yuan's thumb in an instant. A spray of fresh blood erupted, splattering across Ling Huchong's face. To his surprise, Ling Huchong merely wiped it away, unfazed. With another flick of his sword, he deftly sliced off a little finger. Ling Huchong, you! Xie Yuan writhed in pain. How dare you insult my master's wife, you scoundrel! In retaliation, Ling Huchong swung his sword once more, cleaving off an ear. Dare you curse my mother? My master's wife is indeed my mother. Chapter 134. Ling Huchong's transformation. Yue Buqun observed this transformation with a mixture of admiration and astonishment at his disciple's decisiveness. Just moments ago, the young man appeared weak and sentimental, overflowing with compassion, yet, after a reprimand, he swiftly turned into a figure of unwavering resolve, exhibiting a ruthless demeanor that was strikingly different from his former self. This evolution surpassed what was depicted in the original narrative, showcasing a capacity for change and growth that befits a successor. Of course, Yue Buqun did not condone acts of brutal violence. As a central force within the righteous path of the Five Mountain Sword Sect, they could not engage in opportunistic acts that would tarnish their reputation and integrity. However, when it came to the vile perpetrators who insulted their kin, such as Xie Yuan, there could be no leniency. Earlier, Xie Yuan had made lewd insinuations about Yu Lingshan, and then attempted to extend his malicious intent toward Ning Zhongzhou as well. Such treachery and moral decay marked him as the scum of the martial world, far inferior to even the demonic sects, and deserving of death at the hands of any righteous individual. Ling Huchong's actions were thus a significant contribution to the eradication of a grave threat within the martial realm, earning him the approbation of all who witnessed it. Xie Yuan cried out in agony as Ling Huchong severed his other ear, the crimson blood flowing down his face, rendering him a ghastly figure, his upper body drenched in a macabre hue. Were it not for his pained cries and struggles, one might scarcely believe he was still alive. Yet, this was the fate he had wrought upon himself. Please, Ling Huchong, just kill me. I beg you to grant me a swift end. I cannot endure this any longer, Xie Yuan screamed hoarsely. Each of Ling Huchong's strikes, though not fatal, only sharpened his clarity of mind. Most individuals in such a predicament might have chosen to end the torment with a single stroke, but Ling Huchong's gaze remained resolute. After all, Xie Yuan had previously threatened to cut off his ear and had even mocked him with the nickname Ling Hu One Ear. Now, the wheel of retribution had turned. As Ling Huchong observed Xie Yuan's contorted visage, he seized the moment, placing a foot upon his arm, and with a swift flash of his sword, the last 3 movable fingers were severed one by one. Xie Yuan, bereft of strength to scream, could only wish for a quick death. In a moment of desperation, he even attempted to bite off his own tongue, but all he achieved was the loss of the tip, which only intensified his mental acuity. Regret consumed him. He cursed himself for leaving the safety of his stronghold to venture to Wubigang. Why had he not departed with the others earlier in the night? Why had he engaged in reckless provocations against Yue Buqun? Why had he not thrown himself directly into Yue Buqun's palms in a bid to be absorbed by his star absorption technique? Xie Yuan's mind raced as he replayed his recent actions, filled with remorse for his existence in this world. Still daring to bite his tongue in a futile attempt at self-destruction? Ling Huchong let out a cold snort, thrusting his sword into Xie Yuan's mouth and giving it a gentle twist. In an instant, the remaining half of his tongue was severed, with blood staining his lips. Xie Yuan had succumbed to utter despair. Ling Huchong, devoid of any pity, continued his assault with relentless eyes. After a quarter of an hour, Xie Yuan, drained of strength, perished from the agony. Ling Huchong, still uneasy, approached and plunged 2 more swords into his chest, ensuring his demise. Master, Mistress, this vile scoundrel has been vanquished, he proclaimed, presenting his report. Yue Buqun, beaming with satisfaction, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Well done, well done. My disciple feels ashamed, he said. Ling Huchong bowed his head, acknowledging, earlier, I failed to align my sentiments with those of my master and mistress against the enemy. This is my fault, and I request to contemplate in solitude for 3 months to atone for my transgressions. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, reflecting his sincere remorse. Child, let us not speak in such distant terms, Yue Buqun encouraged, lifting Ling Huchong and brushing the dirt from his knees. Having chastised him earlier, it was now time to offer comfort. I do not seek to reprimand you harshly, but you must understand that such nefarious individuals, who insult your sister and dare to covet your mistress, should not evoke your pity. If your friends in the martial world learned of your sympathy for them, they would surely deem you ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Ling Huchong was drenched in sweat. He had not considered the implications of his earlier thoughts, mistakenly believing he had disappointed his master and mistress. Now, Enlightened by his master's words, he swiftly recognized the truth. The martial world, despite its complexities, ultimately values loyalty and filial piety. His mistress had nurtured him for over a decade. To hesitate in defending her honor was tantamount to betrayal. If he could not stand up for the woman who raised him, who in the world would stand by him? Among the hundreds of disciples of the Huashan Sect, how could he command respect? Ling Huchong recalled Lu Zhengfeng, who had washed his hands of the martial world, only to have his own son, Lu Qin, publicly insult him in front of esteemed heroes, resulting in his utter disgrace. Surviving such a fall from grace was akin to death. He might as well have perished. Ling Huchong realized that his recent behavior mirrored Lu Qin's disgraceful actions. Overwhelmed by perspiration, he knelt again, repeatedly bowing his head. Real men do not kneel lightly, for beneath them lies gold, he reminded himself. Ning Zhongzi reached out to assist him, gently wiping away his tears, which only deepened his feelings of gratitude and shame. A man may shed tears, but you must learn to reflect on your mistakes. I trust this experience will foster your growth. As for your request for solitude, it is unnecessary, Yue Buqun reassured him, further intensifying Ling Huchong's sense of humility. Yes, I understand now. If I encounter anyone who insults my mistress again, it would be akin to insulting my own mother. Even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure they meet their end, Ling Huchong declared, expressing his resolve. Now, that's the spirit of a good child. Ning Zhongzi finally revealed a smile. Many lessons must be imparted gradually. Although Ling Huchong was already in his 20s, in Ning Zhongzi's eyes, he remained the young boy brought to the mountain by his senior brother so many years ago. Master, after enduring such trials, I increasingly perceive myself as a person of little worth. I beseech you to assist me with the beaming divine skill to alleviate the injuries I bear. I am willing to begin anew and cultivate my internal energy from the ground up, Ling Huchong expressed. The events of the day had struck him profoundly. Having lost all his internal strength due to the malevolence of the 8 true qi, he felt utterly vulnerable, akin to a fish on a chopping board, subject to the whims of others. This sensation was exceedingly unbearable. Chapter 135. How could it be her? Upon hearing Ling Huchong's words, Yue Buqun hesitated. At present, his Baiming Xingong was at a minor success stage, capable of healing Ling Huchong. However, a significant issue loomed. The process of healing would inevitably result in the complete loss of Ling Huchong's previously cultivated inner strength. The 8 distinct energies within Ling Huchong had become inseparable, akin to parasites entwined within his meridians, having fused with his own vital energy. The current illusion of his lost inner power stemmed from a delicate balance formed between these foreign energies and his intrinsic qi. Should he employ the minor success stage of Baiming Xingong to mend Ling Huchong's injuries, it would indeed expel the 8 foreign energies, but simultaneously, it would also siphon away the previously cultivated Zixia qi, leading to an utter loss of all internal martial arts. This was precisely why Ling Huchong spoke of starting anew with his training. Master, please do not waver. I have made my decision, Ling Huchong urged once more. Very well. Yue Buqun conceded. I had initially considered waiting until my Baiming Xingong reached full mastery, allowing me to expel these 8 foreign energies without impacting your original inner strength. However now, he paused, then continued, let it be. Once I have thoroughly removed the energies from your body, you shall devote yourself to mastering Baiming Xingong. With the might of this technique, I trust you will swiftly regain your current prowess and even surpass it. Yue Buqun reflected. Recognizing that Baiming Xingong ultimately absorbed the inner strength of the world's martial arts experts for personal use. Upon deeper investigation, it bore similarities to the Shixing Dafa, categorizing it as a method of the demonic path. Yue Buqun's intention in employing it was primarily to enhance his Zixia Xingong. Now, for Ling Huchong to expedite his recovery, it seemed imperative that he focus on mastering Baiming Xingong. As for Zixia Xingong, time was of the essence. Perhaps once peace returned to the world, he could undertake that training anew. Unexpectedly, they found themselves retracing old paths. Yue Buqun furrowed his brow, contemplating this turn of events. In the original narrative, Ling Huchong ultimately cultivated the 1.0 version of Shixing Dafa in the depths of the West Lake prison at Meizhuang, which resolved the matter of the 8 foreign energies within him. Consequently, his subsequent inner strength primarily derived from the energy absorbed upon the completion of the technique, followed by additional energies from several others. Though not exceptionally powerful, it nonetheless positioned him among the elite of the martial world. Coupled with his mastery of the Dugun 9 swords, he ascended to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Now, with Baiming Xingong and Shixing Dafa originating from the same source, albeit approached through different means, they found themselves once more enveloped in the original storyline. The capriciousness of fate was indeed astonishing. Junior sister, please take Chong'er back to the inn. I shall continue to search here, lest there be any remaining threats, Yue Buqun instructed. Today, he had displayed his formidable prowess, annihilating over 20 masters with Baiming Shinggong, showcasing his strength unabashedly. Should others witness this, it would undoubtedly spark rampant rumors in the martial world. For now, he remained in a phase of cautious development, not yet ready to reveal his full capabilities. Thus, a search was deemed necessary to ascertain if any remnants of the malevolent faction lay in ambush, allowing for a swift resolution to their presence and the restoration of righteousness. Very well, Ning Zhongzi nodded in agreement. Consequently, the two retrieved their respective swords, the Qing Sua sword and the Ziying sword, and Ning Zhongzi, accompanied by Ling Huchong, prepared to descend towards Webigang. Master, please wait a moment. At this juncture, Ling Huchong, as if struck by a sudden thought, abruptly halted, prompting curious glances exchanged between Ning Zhongzi and Yue Buqun. He approached the fallen twin wonders of Tongbai and, with a determined motion, picked up their golden staves. The moment they touched his hands, they felt heavy and chilling, yet there was an overwhelming sense of satisfaction in his grasp. Master, our Huashan Sect has a multitude of disciples. We must be judicious in our resources. These two staves, though not solid, are crafted from pure gold and hold considerable value. We can melt them down for a substantial profit, Ling Huchong remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, 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 Yue Buqun exclaimed with unbridled delight. This is the essence of a true sect leader. With so many mouths to feed, it is essential that our junior leader possesses such acumen for wealth. Huashan's future is secure. With the staves in hand, Ling Huchong followed Ning Zhongzi back. Meanwhile, Yue Buqun meticulously searched the surrounding grass huts, leaving no hidden corner unchecked. Simultaneously, he discreetly activated his Zixia divine power, enhancing his senses to perceive even the faintest rustle in the environment. Nothing, absolutely nothing. After thoroughly inspecting every potential hiding place, including the nearby underbrush, Yue Buqun confirmed the absence of any concealed individuals. He gazed skyward. After a night of diligent searching, dawn was gradually approaching, signaling it was time to return. In merely an hour, daylight would break, allowing him to catch up on rest. Yue Buqun stifled a yawn, realizing that Ning Zhongzi and Ling Huchong had departed some time ago. If he quickened his pace, he might still be able to catch up. Having prepared a night travel outfit for this occasion, he ironically noted that it remained unused. He chuckled softly to himself, patting the hem of his garment as he contemplated his departure. However, just as he took a step, a light footfall interrupted his thoughts. Someone was approaching, and it was a woman. Yue Buqun's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily concealed himself in an inconspicuous corner. In such darkness, who could it be? He mused. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a realization struck him. Could it possibly be the Holy Maiden? A wave of astonishment washed over him. In the original tale, as the gathering at Webigang concluded, the nefarious masters vanished without a trace, and at dawn, Ren Yingying appeared to rescue the unconscious Ling Huchong. Now, considering the timeline, could it be that Ren Yingying had arrived? If it were truly her, how should he proceed? Ren Yingying, the Holy Maiden, held a status within the Sun-Moon divine cult that paralleled that of Dongfang Bubi, marking her as a formidable adversary. Under normal circumstances, a true master of the righteous path should engage in dispelling demons and vanquishing evil. However, this notion exists primarily in theory when confronted with reality. Only a fool would resort to violence. Such an act would render one a target of public scorn, subjected to relentless retribution from the Sun and Moon holy cult. Otherwise, why did the venerable monk Fangzheng refrain from taking action when Ren Yingying carried Ling Huchong to the Shaolin Temple in the original narrative? Did one truly believe that a monk would be filled with compassion? Lost in thought, he suddenly observed a figure of remarkable grace emerging from the shadows. As her full visage came into view, Yue Buqun was struck with profound astonishment. It was she. How could it possibly be her? Chapter 136 Reunion with an old friend. Though the woman was veiled and wore a hat, Yue Buqun instantly recognized her. This young lady was none other than the one he had rescued in the cave outside Luoyang. A wave of joy surged within him as he pondered. It seems that my arrival has indeed altered the course of events. Yet, what brings her here? Should I approach her? Hidden in the shadows, Yue Buqun hesitated slightly. He had a multitude of questions he wished to discuss with her, but he feared that their meeting might lead to an awkward silence. For a moment, he found himself in a state of indecision. Meanwhile, Ren Yingying arrived at Webigang. Although dawn was approaching, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, yet the surrounding bonfires still blazed brightly, illuminating the area. However, Beneath this brightness lay a sense of desolation. The makeshift shelters stood abandoned. Scattered remnants of human activity littered the ground. Had she arrived too late? Ren Yingying felt a surge of anger. As the holy maiden of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, her status was immensely esteemed, equal to that of the leader, Dongfang Bubi. Consequently, her every move was under the watchful eyes of many. During her time in Luoyang, she had secluded herself in the bamboo house of the Green Bamboo Elder, only to have encountered Ling Hu Chong a few times while assisting him with the Qingxin Puxian chant to heal his injuries. This led to rampant rumors of her infatuation with him, with whispers of their solitary meetings, both unmarried, spreading like wildfire. Of course, this was the nature of gossip. Some actions, though innocent in intention, could morph into something else entirely through the rumor mill, as individuals added their own fantasies and preferences along the way. The heroes of the martial world were particularly exaggerated in their tales, traveling great distances to gather with local elites, all in an effort to curry favor with Ling Hu Chong, resulting in a grand assembly at Wubigang. Upon hearing this news, Ren Yingying was incensed, nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration. Without a second thought, she hastened to Wubigang. Her intent was to exact vengeance. This raucous gathering was a blatant affront to her reputation, portraying her as unattractive and undesirable, which was utterly vexing. To her astonishment, upon reaching Wubigang, she found it eerily deserted. Had she truly arrived too late? Or had the attendees fled due to some chaotic rumor? Yet, could they truly escape? She was the holy maiden. With a mere command, any leader present would have to submit to their fate. However, she was still unaware of who had orchestrated this gathering or who the participants were. It was likely tied to the local power players. Why were there so many bodies here? After a brief search, Ren Yingying finally discovered 2 or 3 dozen fallen practitioners of the demonic sect. Could it be that righteous warriors had come to administer justice? Ren Yingying furrowed her brow slightly. On the summit of Wubigang, a multitude of heroes gathers. To speak favorably, they are champions. To speak candidly, they are but a tumult of demons dancing chaotically. In the realm of the martial world, one is not lacking in individuals brimming with a sense of justice, who may inadvertently arrive to exorcise evil spirits. However, these individuals are nominally subordinates of Ren Yingying, and any punishment rests solely upon her, the revered saintess. It seems that it is not for others to engage in this bloodshed. Contemplating this, Ren Yingying's anger began to swell. No, those who pride themselves on their noble lineage, how could they possibly commit such heinous acts of slaughter? Upon discovering the remains of Xie Yuan, the gruesome nature of his demise was starkly uncharacteristic of a righteous individual's hand. Could it be that these individuals have turned against one another? Ren Yingying mused. These martial heroes, although usually compliant under her command, each possess a formidable reputation as masters of the dark arts when left unrestrained. Their convergence resembled a cache of explosives. None could dominate the others, and a mere spark could ignite an explosion. These individuals hail from all corners of the land. Perhaps they harbor old grievances and, upon coincidental encounter, have amassed their forces to engage in mutual conflict. The thought intensified Ren Yingying's fury, seizing upon an opportunity to settle old scores under the guise of pleasing her. How dare they treat her with such disdain? It appears that my leniency over the years has emboldened them, allowing them to exploit critical moments for their own agendas. Very well. A few must perish to instill fear in these ungrateful wretches. Just then, as she pondered, Ren Yingying suddenly heard a rustle nearby. In an instant, her long-held vigilance prompted her to grasp the whip at her waist, and she lashed it forward. In the underbrush, Yue Buqun hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal himself. Ultimately, he opted to remain hidden, for Ning Zhongze was not far away at the inn. Should any misunderstanding arise, particularly if the lady were to pursue him to the inn, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Thus, he concealed himself in the shadows, preparing to retreat quietly. Yet, lost in thoughts of the lady, he paid no heed to his steps and inadvertently stepped upon a brittle branch. The sound was faint, almost negligible, but in the stillness of the night, it resonated sharply. In the next moment, the familiar whip appeared before him in a flash. Yue Buqun felt a tinge of embarrassment and swiftly leaped from his hiding place. The whip, forged of steel, struck the very rock where he had concealed himself, splintering it with ease. This was entirely in character for the lady, unyielding and fierce in her initial strike. Dear lady, it has been a while. Yue Buqun steadied himself and smiled, bowing slightly. Yue Buqun, what brings you here? Ren Yingying, whose countenance had been as cold as ice just moments ago, transformed into one of warmth akin to spring upon seeing him. Surprised, she abandoned her whip and rushed forward to embrace his arm. In that moment, Yue Buqun found himself utterly at a loss. He had contemplated countless scenarios, yet none had prepared him for the girl's unexpected fervor. The esteemed gentleman of the martial world, Mr. Yue, suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment creep upon his cheeks. Ren Yingying seemed to recognize the impropriety of her actions and quickly offered an awkward smile, releasing her hold on Yue Buqun's arm. "It has been so long since we last met. How have you been?" Ren Yingying inquired with a gentle tenderness, her eyes brimming with affection. "I am well, quite well," Yue Buqun replied hastily, though he dared not meet her gaze. For a brief moment, an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 137. Junior sister, what brings you here? Ahem. It was Yue Buqun who first cleared his throat, unwilling to let the young lady remain in an awkward silence. "My dear, what brings you to Wubagang?" he inquired, grasping for conversation. "Oh, I heard that this place was lively, so I specifically came to take a look," Ren Yingying replied, lying without so much as a flutter of her eyelids. "And what about you?" she countered, her tone inquisitive. "Ah, I came for the same reason." Hearing that it was quite bustling here, Yue Buqun answered with a genial smile. For a moment, both exchanged smiles while weaving a tapestry of untruths, each lost in their own fabrications. Their relationship was rather peculiar. While they were intimately familiar, there remained an undeniable distance. Rather than dwell in discomfort, Yue Buqun suddenly thought it best to inquire directly about the events that transpired that day. What was the nature of that mysterious spiritual fruit found deep in the mountains outside Luoyang? How had this young lady known that such a fruit existed there? A myriad of questions seemed on the verge of revelation, perhaps even unraveling the secrets concealed behind the third stone gate on the back mountains of Huashan. "Miss." That day, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by a sound slicing through the air, growing nearer until a figure emerged. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Upon spotting the familiar silhouette, Yue Buqun's heart raced, as though he had been caught in a misdeed. Even his voice trembled involuntarily. "Why shouldn't I come?" Upon seeing the beautiful young woman standing beside Yue Buqun, seemingly engrossed in pleasant conversation, Ning Zhong's heart swelled with trepidation. "Brother, who is this lovely young lady? I don't recall you ever mentioning her before." Ning Zhong's stepped forward, linking her arm with Yue Buqun's, a smile gracing her lips, though it bore an undercurrent of significance. "Yue Buqun, you better explain yourself. If your explanation falters, today may not end well." It is often said that a woman's intuition is remarkably acute, particularly in such matters. From the very first glance at this young lady, Ning Zhong's sensed something amiss. "Oh, this is a friend I met while vying for that fruit outside Luoyang." Yue Buqun stammered, hurriedly providing an explanation. He proceeded to summarize the events of that day, of course omitting any mention of the lady's injury. As for why he had not mentioned her before, he offered a flimsy excuse, citing the presence of malevolent figures that day and his concern for Ning Zhong's health, fearing that too many details might exacerbate her condition. Though his reasoning was tenuous and his unease palpable, it sufficed as a justification. Ning Zhongze harbored her doubts, but, in the presence of an outsider, refrained from probing further. Ren Yingying observed Yue Buqun's flustered demeanor and could no longer suppress her amusement, bursting into laughter. Realizing her display was somewhat unseemly, she quickly composed herself and addressed Ning Zhongze. "Greetings, sister." "Sister." Again with the sister. Previously, the Blue Phoenix affectionately addressed her as sister. And now another has emerged. "Although you share a fleeting acquaintance with my senior brother and facing a common enemy, surely it does not warrant such intimacy?" A sudden sense of urgency welled up in Ning Zhongze, her heart inexplicably racing. What could be the matter? Could there be some unspoken connection between the two? Ning Zhongze glanced at Yue Buqun and then at the beautiful girl shrouded in a veil. In that fleeting moment, the feeling of impulsiveness intensified. "Ah, junior sister, why have you returned? Where's Chomer?" Yue Buqun hastily diverted the conversation, inquiring about the pressing matter. Ning Zhongze had not been gone long. Logically, she could not have reached the inn yet. However, why had she returned without escorting Ling Huchong back? "Oh, the key to the room is still with you," Ning Zhongze replied. Indeed, Yue Buqun suddenly realized that although they were staying at an inn, they still had some important belongings, and it was customary to lock the door when leaving. As for the key, it was naturally kept on one's person. They had simply forgotten to hand it over when they descended from Wubagang. With that, Yue Buqun quickly retrieved the key from his bosom and extended it toward Ning Zhongze. However, Ning Zhongze did not accept it. Instead, she stared at Yue Buqun with a look of bewilderment. "What? Have you finished searching? Shouldn't you return promptly? Are you planning to linger here and engage in romantic discourse with this beautiful lady?" Ning Zhongze scrutinized him, causing Yue Buqun to feel flustered. After a moment, he finally grasped the situation. Indeed, they ought to return together, right? Yue Buqun almost slapped himself, How could he be so slow to react in such matters? He immediately addressed Ren Yingying, saying, "My lady, it is quite a serendipity to encounter you again here after our brief acquaintance." He emphasized the word serendipity to ensure Ning Zhongzi understood that their meeting was purely coincidental, devoid of any prior scheming. He continued, "I would have invited you for tea, but alas, I find myself burdened with pressing affairs today and cannot extend such an invitation. May our paths cross again in the future." With that, Yue Buqun did not allow Ning Zhongzi or Ren Yingying a moment to respond, seizing Ning Zhongzi's hand and turning to leave. Ren Yingying wished to say something, but after a couple of steps, she halted, gazing at the retreating figures of Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi, now a pair. Why intrude upon their tender moment? Ren Yingying pouted, her expression tinged with discomfort. Yet, this discomfort could neither erupt nor find an ear to confide in. Silently, she retrieved her long whip, gazing up at the starry sky, feeling as though she stood alone in the vast expanse of the earth. She quietly watched the direction in which Yue Buqun had departed. Standing in a daze for quite some time before, in a state of disorientation, she made her way down Wubigang. The mountain breeze gently wafts, causing the lingering embers to dance aimlessly in the air. Here, tranquility has returned, enveloping the scene in silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. Time passes unmeasured, until the horizon reveals a hint of dawn, heralding the sun's ascent. Amidst the heap of lifeless bodies, a figure suddenly stirs, swaying unsteadily. It is Madame Zhang, miraculously alive. She weeps and laughs in a tumult of emotions, her lips murmuring incoherently. "Absorb. The stellar technique. Master Ren. It is Ren Wuxing. Spare me. Spare me." Before long, she vanishes without a trace. Chapter 138. Encountering the Huashan Sect moments prior, as Ning Zhongzi and Ling Huchong descended from Wuba Hill. They had scarcely taken a few strides when Ning Zhongzi suddenly recalled that the key to their abode remained with Yue Buqun. She promptly instructed Ling Huchong to await her return while she fetched the key. "Rest assured, Master," Ling Huchong replied confidently. "I am no longer a child. Ordinary thieves pose no challenge to me." With that, he brandished his sword, demonstrating that while his internal energy had waned significantly, his martial skills remained intact. In an unexpected confrontation, vanquishing a few rogues would be a trivial task. With her worries alleviated, Ning Zhongzi turned to leave. Nevertheless, she thought it prudent to remain hidden to avert any potential resurgence from these malevolent beings. Conflict would only bring complications. Ling Huchong pondered this and chose to conceal himself behind a large tree, leaning against its sturdy trunk as he patiently awaited Ning Zhongzi's return. After a brief interlude, just as Ling Huchong was on the verge of dozing off, he was jolted awake by a cacophony of footsteps echoing down the nearby mountain path. A booming voice proclaimed, "These vile demons dare to wreak havoc in our Hunan territory, clearly disregarding us." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, their brazen display is a blatant provocation to the Huashan Sect." Ling Huchong's heart raced at the mention of the Huashan Sect. Instantly alert, he recalled that Huashan Temple, a venerable institution with a history spanning a millennium, had long stood as the paragon of righteousness in the martial world. It was often said in folk tales, all martial arts stem from Huashan, underscoring its profound influence. No wonder figures like Huang Buoyang and Sima Daji had fled in terror at a mere glance, leaving behind only those ignorant of their peril, demanding the evil-repelling sword manual. It seemed that true masters of righteousness had arrived to vanquish the wicked. Ling Huchong mused, his disdain for these malevolent entities growing ever more intense. Bullying the weak while pretending to be strong, they flee at the first sign of true prowess. It is no wonder these demons have survived so long. They have lived as timid turtles their entire lives, he reflected. Just then, a newcomer exclaimed in a resonant voice, "What is happening here? I was informed that a throng of demons was wreaking havoc on Wuba Hill. Why is it so eerily quiet now, with even the fires on the hill dimming?" Another voice, softer yet perceptive, replied, "These demons, upon hearing that two esteemed masters from Shaolin were ascending the mountain to quell their menace, likely received the news and scurried away with their tails between their legs." "Well said, indeed," another added. "It is most probable that they were intimidated by the reputation of Brother Tan from the Kunlun sect." With that, the trio erupted into hearty laughter. Two of them hailed from the Huashan Sect, while the other was from Kunlun. After listening for a while, Ling Huchong finally discerned the identities of the newcomers. Given that the Huashan Sect was situated in Dengfeng, Hunan, quite close by, he surmised that these three were merely the vanguard, with greater reinforcements following closely behind. It was unfortunate they had arrived too late. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly struck at the heart of the matter, sweeping through the martial world of Hunan and restoring clarity to the realm. Ling Hucheng could not help but feel a pang of regret, a sigh escaping his throat involuntarily. Who goes there? Come out from the shadows. The three individuals before him were all practitioners of orthodox internal martial arts, and on this tranquil night, their senses were particularly acute. Ling Hucheng merely sighed softly and was promptly captured by the trio. What? Have I become a mere rat? Ling Hucheng's face displayed astonishment. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to reveal himself. Stepping out from behind the towering tree, he addressed the three men courteously. I am but a humble person. Yet, before he could fully introduce himself, one of them interjected, So it is you, the wicked fiend, hiding here. At these words, Ling Hucheng's displeasure was palpable. As esteemed sects, both Shaolin and Kunlun should not train disciples who so recklessly label others without discernment. I am no fiend. I am Ling Hucheng, he attempted to explain, but was cut off once more. What do you have concealed behind you? The man demanded sternly. What kind of righteous leaders are you? Ling Hucheng frowned. Though dawn had not yet arrived, the moonlight was sufficient for him to discern the surroundings clearly, and behind him were unmistakably the golden twin sticks of the Tongbai twins, their golden sheen evident even in the darkness. Was it possible that Shaolin sought to covet his golden sticks? These are my personal belongings. What is there to hide? Ling Hucheng's temper flared, and he retorted defiantly. How audacious! With Brother E and Brother Xin of Shaolin present, you dare to defy us? Even if you are not a fiend, you are surely an accomplice, the man from Kunlun, surnamed Tan, scoffed. The accusation felt exceedingly weighty. Ling Hucheng's perception of the martial world's leaders shifted dramatically. Remaining here to justify himself would lead to endless disputes. It was wiser to depart swiftly to avoid further complications. With that thought, he cast a glance at the three men and turned to leave. Stop. The trio was momentarily taken aback. When did this so-called fiend become so audacious? How dare he attempt to flee in the face of their inquiries? Who granted him such audacity? As they spoke, one of them leaped forward to block Ling Hucheng's path. Boy, who permits you to leave? One of the Shaolin practitioners drew his long sword, pressing it menacingly against Ling Hucheng's throat. What? Is it the way of the Shaolin and Kunlun masters to resort to thievery and extortion? Ling Hucheng, unperturbed, retorted with scorn. Impudent wretch. The man seethed, raising the sword and striking Ling Hucheng's face with a swift motion. The blow caught Ling Hucheng off guard, sending him sprawling to the ground, his face swelling dramatically. Boy, I see your furtive eyes and suspicious demeanor. Carrying such treasures, your intentions cannot be pure. This must be confiscated by the Huashan Sect, he declared, advancing to seize the two golden sticks, which felt heavy in his grasp, undeniably valuable despite not being solid gold. Upon hearing this, Ling Hucheng, disregarding the injuries on his face, burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The man with squinting eyes inquired. I find it amusing that your Huashan Sect, in pursuit of my gold, has concocted such convoluted schemes. If you wish to seize it, why resort to such despicable tactics? Although my Huashan Sect may be a humble presence within the martial world, we shall not cower before you. At last, Ling Hucheng seized the opportunity to assert his identity. What? You are from the Huashan Sect? The man tightened his grip on the golden staff, finally beginning to regard Ling Hucheng with attention. Chapter 139. With a single kick, the pretentious Huashan Sect was vanquished. How could one with such rudimentary skills dare to impersonate the Huashan Sect? Was it merely because of the sword in hand? A member of the Shaolin Sect scoffed. With such feeble moves, Ling Hucheng appeared weak and unsteady, hardly resembling a martial artist. Yet he audaciously claimed to be from the Huashan Sect. It was truly laughable. Junior brothery, this person possesses no martial prowess. There is no need to stoop to his level. The vile scoundrels of Wubagang have likely fled long ago. We should take our leave, another Shaolin disciple suggested. Humph. Even E can see that Ling Hucheng's sword is nothing more than a pig's nose on a green onion, merely for show. If one were to examine his skills closely, they would find him utterly lacking. At that moment, with masters from the Kunlun sect present, they chose to spare the young man to avoid accusations of overwhelming the weak with numbers. What audacity! To raise a false banner and impersonate a martial artist to deceive others. He spat, picking up two golden staffs and preparing to depart. Stop! You think you can steal from the Huashan Sect and leave unscathed? Are you not afraid I will report you to the Shaolin Sect and have Master Fangjing bring you to justice? Ling Hucheng admonished, his voice resonating with righteousness. He even knew the abbot's title. Could it be that he truly was from the Huashan Sect? He felt a twinge of panic. The Shaolin Sect, with its 1,000-year legacy, upheld strict rules, and his earlier insistence that Ling Hucheng was a fraud was to solidify his identity as a thief, thus justifying the confiscation of the stolen gold. Besides, To appear at the foot of a mountain known for harboring evil at such a late hour could only imply malevolence. The gold was already taken. Sparing a vile person was a significant act of mercy, and he would not dare to raise a hue and cry. Yet, this young man had audaciously revealed the abbot's name, which was alarming. It is well known that while the Shaolin sect is a pillar in the martial world, they have remained secluded, and thus the name of Master Fangzheng was not commonly known to ordinary people. After a brief moment of hesitation, he smiled and asked, "Since you claim to be from the Huashan Sect, tell me, I have heard that your swordsmanship possesses unique secrets, with distinctions between the sword and chi schools. Are you of the sword school, the chi school, or perhaps some trivial sect?" With that, he burst into laughter, eliciting mirth from his companions. Such words were a direct affront, an insult to their lineage. Ling Huchang's temples bulged with anger as he grasped his sword, determined to seek justice. Meanwhile, on the hillside, Ning Zhongze and Yue Buqun descended together. Throughout their descent, an unspoken understanding prevailed, and neither mentioned the young woman. Nevertheless, Ning Zhongze felt a simmering frustration within her, troubled to no end. Who are those people, and why are they in conflict with Chong? Could it be that evil forces are retaliating? In the distance, Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongze observed Ling Huchang engaged in a heated debate with three unfamiliar individuals. The two exchanged glances filled with concern, fearing for Ling Huchang's well-being, and hastened to approach him. As they drew closer, they overheard the words of the man surnamed E. "Are you from the sword sect, or the chi sect, or perhaps some insignificant sect?" Such words were outrageous, while they might be directed at an ordinary person. To utter them in the presence of the leader of the Huashan sect left Yue Buqun at a loss for justifiable reasons to spare this insolent individual. The Chi sect had nearly paid the price of its entire lineage to reclaim its rightful martial arts heritage, and here it was, dismissed as an insignificant sect. Let him meet his demise, he thought, envisioning a confrontation with the ancestors of the sword sect in the afterlife, where they would elucidate the distinctions between the Chi sect and the sword sect, so that in the next life, he might be reborn with greater wisdom. However, before Yue Buqun could react, Ning Zhongze, unable to contain herself any longer, sprang into action. Accumulated anger and irritation surged within her, and upon hearing such insults directed at the Huashan sect, she leapt forward without hesitation, delivering a powerful kick. The force was unrestrained. In an instant, the man surnamed E found himself engulfed in darkness. His body struck with tremendous force, sent crashing into a nearby thicket, rendered unconscious. The remaining two finally regained their senses. Though they were formidable fighters, one from the Kunlun sect and the other from the Shaolin sect, they were no match for Ning Zhongze, who had attained a perfect state of postnatal mastery. "Who are you, demoness?" they wondered, noticing her night attire, in the notorious Wuba Ridge, where malevolent beings congregated. It was uncommon for a normal person to don such clothing. In an instant, they drew their weapons, bracing themselves, and began to reconsider their situation. Ning Zhongze turned her gaze toward Ling Huchang, only to discover his face swollen, bearing the clear mark of a sword's back. Her anger flared even further. Without a moment's pause, she unleashed her Hunyuan skill in conjunction with the Hunyuan palm, delivering two resounding slaps. The two men from the Shaolin and Kunlun sects were utterly unprepared, sent flying with ease. When they finally regained their footing, blood trickled from their mouths, and the Kunlun disciple, surnamed Tan, even spat out a tooth. Retreat. They were not reckless youths, recognizing their disadvantage. They understood that further struggle would only lead to their demise. They swiftly fled into the night, not daring to look back. "Master, mistress, these individuals are from the Shaolin and Kunlun sects," Ling Huchang hurriedly informed. Oh, Yue Buqun had initially intended to employ the Biming divine skill to extract the final remnants of energy from these two, but upon realizing they belonged to righteous sects, he felt compelled to hold back. He surmised they were likely disciples of Xian Guoyang, Yi Guozi, and Tan Diren. Yue Buqun pondered deeply. After all, the Biming divine skill shared roots with the Xingxing Great Method, both classified as sinister arts within the martial world. Unless absolutely necessary, it should not be used against disciples of such prestigious sects, lest it provoke conflicts that could render him a target of public ire. Moreover, standing behind these individuals was the venerable monk Fangzheng. However, he is a disciple of Master Fangzheng from Shaolin, possessing unparalleled internal skill, placing him among the elite in the martial world. At present, with his endeavors still unfulfilled, it would be unwise to harbor enmity with the Shaolin sect. As for the recent insult to the Huashan school, Ning Zhongze has already dealt with it, and it would be prudent to let this matter rest. A true master must embody the grace of a master. This evening is indeed fraught with complications. Junior sister, Chonger, let us hasten our return. Yue Buqun spoke. As for Guozi, who was kicked into the thicket, his fate is inconsequential. After all, who invited him to insult Ling Huchong? Let him live or die as he pleases. Chapter 140. Master Fengsheng. The atmosphere this evening was undeniably peculiar, and Ling Huchong could distinctly sense the tension emanating from Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi. Could it be that his master and mistress were upset? Ling Huchong pondered, yet dared not inquire further. He retrieved 2 golden roots and promptly made his way to the inn. Meanwhile, Tandiran and Xian Guoyang were fleeing, and upon realizing that the enchantress had not pursued them, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Brother Xian, our companion Guozi remains unaware of his fate. Should we not? Tandiran ventured. Though he was not a disciple of Shaolin, the 3 had come together to vanquish demons, and thus shared a deep camaraderie. With Guozi's fate uncertain, to abandon him now would surely invite accusations of betrayal. The greater the sect, the more they valued reputation. As a distinguished disciple of the Kunlun sect, Tandiran had ventured into the Central Plains to elevate its name. Yet to be tainted with the stigma of treachery before achieving any glory would be utterly absurd. Absolutely not. Xian Guoyang interjected forcefully. He then elaborated. That dark-clad enchantress possesses formidable martial prowess, and she was accompanied by another figure in black. We are barely a match for one. If they unite, we would only be courting death. What does Brother Xian propose? Tandiran inquired. My master, Master Fengsheng, is nearby attending to some matters. Let us seek him out and implore him to render justice. Even if the demons are powerful, I believe my master possesses the might to subdue them. Xian Guoyang replied slowly, infused with confidence in Master Fengsheng. Excellent, excellent. Tandiran clapped his hands in delight. Master Fengsheng was the second in command of the Huashan Sect, a master of innate realm for many years. With his intervention, no demon in the martial world would be beyond subjugation. Thus, the 2 reached a consensus, disregarding Guozi, and hastened to find Master Fengsheng. By this time, the sun had risen above the eastern horizon, illuminating the sky. Ren Yingying wandered aimlessly for a considerable while, lost and disoriented, taking one step after another without purpose. Yet, deep within her subconscious, her feet instinctively sought the direction of Yue Buqun, and she walked and paused intermittently along the short path of Yue Buqun, enduring the darkness until dawn. Master, just ahead, a resounding voice suddenly echoed from a distance, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps, indicating a substantial number of people. Someone is coming? Ren Yingying snapped back to reality. Given her current appearance, with a conical hat and a veil, she had deliberately avoided encounters with strangers. Contemplating her options, she prepared to conceal herself among the foliage. However, before she could find cover, the loud voice continued. Master, that enchantress must not have fled far. Upon hearing this, Ren Yingying furrowed her brow, thinking, they are coming for me. Could it be that some self-righteous individuals intend to eliminate me, the great demon? Contemplating, Ren Yingying let out a faint smile. Realizing the extent of her notoriety, even the leader of the Sun and Moon sect had dispatched individuals to secretly monitor her, while her nominal subordinates were also keenly observing her every move. Now, even the righteous have become aware of her whereabouts. How intriguing. If they have come to vanquish demons and eliminate evil, then I shall first subdue you. With a cold chuckle, Ren Yingying instantly reverted to her aloof and haughty demeanor, regarding human life as trifling and viewing slaughter as a mere commonplace affair. As she approached, it became evident that there were 5 individuals in the group. 3 of them were dressed in ordinary attire, while the other 2 consisted of a young monk and an elderly priest. Master, that demoness. Guoyang droned on, intending to elaborate on the situation. However, hidden in the shadows, Ren Yingying was already incensed, repeatedly referring to her as a demoness. Even a clay figurine possesses some temperament, let alone a proud and rebellious daughter of destiny, such as herself. As the group drew near, without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a volley of black blood needles. Not good. The elderly monk Fengsheng was highly alert. Upon seeing Ren Yingying merely raise her hand, he immediately assumed a defensive stance. Nevertheless, even with his quick reflexes, the surprise attack caught him off guard. Despite his swift reaction in attempting to deflect the black blood needles with his robe, several of the slender needles pierced through the barrier, directly embedding themselves into Guoyang's skull. With a thud, Guoyang fell to the ground. Blood oozing from his 7 orifices, he was undeniably dead. Black blood needles. Who among the friends of Blackwood Cliff is responsible? The old monk's expression turned grave as he positioned himself protectively in front of the remaining 3. He had arrived in haste, and Guoyang had only provided a brief account of the circumstances without any detailed explanation. Recently, Fang Sheng had heard about the chaos at Wubigang, where demons danced and evildoers congregated. He had assumed it was merely some obscure villain responsible for Yi Guozi's demise, never anticipating that it was indeed the fiend from Blackwood Cliff. Humph. Rin Yingying scoffed, refusing to respond, and with a swift motion, a long whip shot forth like a serpent. Remaining composed under pressure, Fang Sheng suddenly produced a wooden staff, deftly deflecting the steel-crafted whip's tip to the side. The whip struck a nearby sapling, piercing clean through it, and with a vigorous pull, Rin Yingying effortlessly snapped the tree in two. Demoness, where do you think you can flee? Tan Di, filled with rage and sorrow, lamented the loss of his two Shaolin friends. Though the whip had been deflected, the demoness' position was now revealed. Without a moment's thought, he charged toward the thicket where Rin Yingying was concealed, sword drawn. Stop! Fang Sheng shouted. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Tan Di leaped from the thicket, soaring several zhang into the air, only to crash to the ground with a resounding thud, lying on his back, limbs twitching momentarily before falling still. Fang Sheng and the others were taken aback, observing the wound on his forehead from which blood flowed profusely. Despite still clutching the long sword, he had already breathed his last. Huang Guobai and Yue shouted in unison, brandishing their weapons and preparing to pounce into the thicket. Fang Sheng extended his arms, the ample sleeves of his monk's robe billowing outward, generating a gentle gust of wind that thwarted both of them. The venerable monk Fang Sheng remarked, "In my youth, I had a fleeting encounter with the Eastern Sect leader. Now that a friend has taken the life of another, it is imperative that we settle this matter today. Why does not my friend reveal himself for a meeting?" In response, he was met with a sinister black blood needle, which swiftly dispatched Huang Guobai, who stood nearby. Old fiend. Fang Sheng's fury surged. With that, he extended his hands backward, and a surge of energy swelled within the sleeves of his robe, propelling forward with a forceful thrust. The sound of snapping branches echoed as dozens of shrubs were shattered, their leaves scattering in disarray. Rin Yingying could no longer conceal herself, and, in an instant, leaped forth. Chapter 141. Capturing the Holy Maiden, the Enchantress. Rin Yingying made her appearance, and without a moment's hesitation, Yue the monk charged forward wielding his convenient spade, disregarding any attempts to thwart him. As fate would have it, upon their first encounter, the spade was sent flying back, followed swiftly by Yue's lifeless body. The elder monk, Fang Sheng, was filled with righteous fury, exclaiming, "Alas! How mercilessly you strike! You have slain 4 of my nephews. I can no longer show you mercy. I must engage you with all my might." With that, the monk brandished his weapon and launched a fierce assault. The two clashed for a time, yet it became evident that Rin Yingying was at a disadvantage from the outset. Notably, the elder monk had yet to unleash his deadliest techniques. Otherwise, she would have already met her demise in the northwest. Meanwhile, Fang Sheng grew increasingly alarmed. This young woman, scarcely 20, possessed formidable skills. Her whip techniques rivaled those of innate masters. When had such a martial prodigy emerged in the realm? Could she be a disciple of the invincible Dongfang Bubi? The thought sent shockwaves through Fang Sheng, but upon reflection, he realized he had never heard of Dongfang Bubi taking any disciples. Even if she were not a disciple of the invincible one, she must surely hold a high rank within the Sun-Moon Holy Cult. He resolved to capture her and present her to his master for judgment. Fang Sheng pondered that subduing demons was a righteous duty of the martial world, especially as a member of the Huashan Sect, the leader of the martial realm, which ought to set an example. Lay down your weapon. I shall not trouble you further. Accompany me to Shaolin Temple, where you may explain your case to the abbot. Observing Rin Yingying's labored breathing, it was clear she was nearing her limits under his relentless assault. Yet, contrary to his expectations, she intensified her offensive, obstinately refusing to relent. The elder monk retreated slightly, palms pressed together, and suddenly called out a powerful Buddhist incantation. Amitba. The sound resonated with supreme internal energy, startling the surrounding forest creatures into flight, causing even the earth beneath them to tremble. This was the Buddha's magical technique, the lion's roar. Rin Yingying, already burdened by the aftermath of her battle, felt her energy and blood surge uncontrollably. The sudden roar overwhelmed her senses, causing her internal energy to rebel. Unable to endure the pressure, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The whip fell from her grasp, her body collapsing in exhaustion, clearly incapable of continuing the fight. Fang Sheng uttered a couple more before stepping forward to capture her. However, just as he took a small step, a realization struck him. In his fervor for vengeance for his fallen nephews, he had overlooked the true identity of this woman. The lion's roar was not merely a technique for subduing demons. It also possessed the power of enlightenment, clearing one's mind in an instant. With this newfound clarity, Fangxing recalled a significant event, the sudden death of the former leader of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, Ren Wuxing, which had led to Dongfang Bubi ascending to power. However, after Ren Wuxing's demise, he left behind a young daughter. In an effort to placate the former leader's subordinates, Dongfang Bubi specifically honored her as the Holy Maiden, proclaiming that seeing the Holy Maiden was akin to encountering the sect leader himself. Now, observing the young woman's age, her cunning, and her martial prowess, Fangxing could not help but draw a sharp breath. Could she possibly be the Holy Maiden of the demonic sect, subduing the notorious arch-villain right from the start? Is this fate a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Fangxing was uncertain. Nevertheless, he realized that if their abbot were to be captured by the demonic sect, the disciples of Shaolin would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. The old monk was so enraged that he began to stomp his feet. Yet he found himself in a predicament where retreat was no longer an option. To suggest sparing the woman was clearly out of the question. Alas, she had already slain 4 of his disciples and murdered Tan Di of the Kunlun sect. Capturing her was indeed a matter of necessity. Regardless of her identity, she must be taken back to the temple and handed over to the abbot for judgment. Resolved, the old monk relinquished his worries, deciding to leave these worldly affairs to the abbot to ponder. With that thought, Fangxing approached her, opting not to bind her hands, but instead used a wooden stick to seal 2 crucial acupoints on her body, preventing her from causing further harm upon regaining her strength. He then retrieved a paper package from his robe that contained 2 round pills, resembling longan in size. The old monk took one for himself, carefully wrapping the other and placing it back in his pocket, saying, "This is a healing elixir from Shaolin Temple, capable of mending your internal injuries." With a flick of his wrist, he deftly tossed it into the young woman's hand. "How benevolent of you," Ren Yingying scoffed, glaring fiercely at the old monk. "Benefactor, a monk is imbued with compassion, cherishing all living beings, even the tiniest ant. I assure you, my intentions are not to trouble you. Sealing your acupoints is merely a precaution to prevent further bloodshed," Master Fangxing explained. "I have no desire to harm you. However, your actions against my Shaolin disciples compel me to escort you back to the temple. There, our abbot will discern the truth and render a judgment," he added. "What does it matter if I visit a mere Shaolin temple?" Ren Yingying retorted, swallowing the pill in one gulp and settling down to meditate. Though her temper was fierce and her demeanor haughty, she was not a fool. The old monk's hesitance likely stemmed from her status, making him wary of taking any rash actions without consulting the Shaolin abbot first. Thus, she saw a glimmer of hope for survival. What transpired in Shaolin thereafter was a matter for another day. For now, she would take one step at a time, perhaps even finding a chance to escape along the way. As for whether the pill was poisoned, there was no need for speculation. If the old monk wished her dead, he could easily do so without such subterfuge. Indeed, after swallowing the pill, Ren Yingying immediately felt a warm sensation coursing through her meridians. The injuries inflicted by the lion's roar technique began to ease, and a refreshing coolness enveloped her lungs. With her internal energy guiding the medicinal properties, she felt remarkably revitalized. After a brief pause, Ren Yingying rose to her feet and retrieved the fallen whip with a casual motion. It appeared as though her internal injuries had largely healed. Of course, this was merely an illusion brought about by the potency of the medicine. Without a few days of proper recuperation, complete recovery was unattainable. However, her internal energy had been interrupted at 2 crucial points, rendering her unable to harness it fully. Should she attempt to forcefully circulate her energy, it would likely exacerbate her injuries. Master Fangxing cast a glance at the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground and remarked, "For wretched shells, whether buried or left unburied, they have departed from this mortal realm, achieving finality." With that, he turned and gradually guided Ren Yingying away. Chapter 142. Hearing Ling Huchong's injuries within the inn, Yue Buqun, Ning Zhongzi, and Ling Huchong had returned, and the first order of business for the trio was to indulge in a much-needed slumber. By the time they awakened, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. The disciples of Mount Hua had long since ventured out in small groups to explore the market. Yue Buqun opened the door, inhaling deeply and stretching his neck, about to freshen up, when Yu Jingjing approached, her face adorned with a bright smile. "Father, mother, you are awake. I have just heated some dishes in the kitchen. I shall bring them to you at once." Yue Buqun smiled and nodded. After all, a daughter is a daughter, always considerate of their needs. Before long, the steaming dishes were brought into the room of Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi. "Jingjing, where is your elder sister?" Ning Zhongzi inquired. "Big sister has gone to see senior brother," Yu Jingjing replied with a cheerful tone. "Girls grow too quickly," Ning Zhongzi sighed, understanding now why she had not seen her elder daughter that morning. with only Yu Jingjing bustling about, eager to prepare meals for Ling Huchong. Jingjing, you may return to your tasks. Once we finish eating, your mother will tidy up. We will be here for a few days, and if you wish to explore, you may go with Pingji and the others. Just be sure to exercise caution, Yue Buqun said with a smile. With that, Yu Jingjing skipped away. In the room, only Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi remained, silently enjoying their meal, both choosing not to mention the events of the previous night. Sister, considering that Chong and Shanshan are no longer young, why not assist them in their union upon our return to Yue Peak? Yue Buqun proposed. Currently, it seemed likely that Saintis harbored unrequited feelings for Ling Huchong. However, due to his prior manipulations, Ling Huchong remained oblivious. Thus the bond between him and their daughter remained steadfast. Even with the myriad methods at her disposal, the Saintess would find it difficult to intervene, let alone exploit any opportunities. However, plans often falter in the face of change, and matters of the heart must be addressed promptly. Otherwise, unforeseen complications might arise, putting their daughter in a precarious situation. Therefore, to prevent any prolonged uncertainties, Yue Buqun resolved to facilitate Ling Huchong's wedding upon their return to the mountain. Naturally, he first sought to confer with his wife regarding this decision. That sounds splendid, Ning Zhongzi replied, her face illuminating with joy. The two children had been nurtured by them since childhood, sharing an innocent bond. Ling Huchong's infatuation with Yu Lingshan was profound. Had it not been for their daughter's youth, they would have arranged their union long ago, rather than allowing time to slip away. Now, having matured through his experiences, Ling Huchong would surely treat their daughter with utmost affection and respect, just as her brother-in-law had with her. Yet, her brother-in-law did possess an excessive charm. As Ning Zhongzi followed this line of thought, she recalled the scene from the previous night at Wuba Ridge. Had she not forgotten her keys? Might there have been a different outcome between the two? Her brother-in-law had mentioned a woman he met in Luoyang, yet he had said nothing about it while in Luoyang. Was he concerned that she might overthink it? Ning Zhongzi's mind began to wander. Luoyang. Upon contemplating the two characters of Luoyang, Ning Zhongzi was suddenly reminded of a particular incident. On that day, Yue Buqun returned from outside the city of Luoyang, emanating a distinctive fragrance that was neither his own nor that of any flower. At the time, Ning had inquired about it, but you had cleverly deflected the question with talk of spirit fruits. In retrospect, could it be? Ning Zhongzi's countenance shifted, his mind racing with wild conjectures. Last night, he had been close enough to notice that the lovely maiden seemed to carry the same scent. No, it cannot be. He fervently dismissed the unsavory thoughts that crept into his mind, recalling that his senior had mentioned fighting alongside her against foes, suggesting that some contact was indeed natural. Furthermore, he had not paid attention to the maiden's fragrance yesterday. He must have been mistaken, as it seemed different from the aroma you had worn in Luoyang. Ning Zhongzi sought to soothe himself, noting that it had been quite some time since their departure from Luoyang, coupled with Yue Buqun's earlier evasions and physical interactions, which had caused him to forget the scent entirely. Moreover, he had been so preoccupied with suspicion last night that he had overlooked the fragrance emanating from the maiden. The next time he encountered her, he would be sure to pay closer attention. Finally, he managed to convince himself to set the matter aside for the time being. Excellent. Upon our return, we shall arrange the wedding for Chong'er and Shan'er. Unbeknownst to Yue Buqun, at that very moment, Ning Zhongzi had pondered so many things internally, while still smiling and discussing wedding plans. Master! Master! Just then, Ling Huchong rushed in, followed closely by Yu Lingshan, who called out as they ran, "Elder brother, please eat first before we speak. What could be so urgent?" Yue Buqun frowned, suspecting that something troubling had occurred. As Ling Huchong approached, his forehead and face were smeared with ointment and bandaged. Upon entering the room, he immediately knelt before Yue Buqun. "Master, I beseech you to employ your divine skills to swiftly heal my wounds." As he spoke, Ling Huchong bowed deeply. This matter had already been discussed the previous day at Webegang. However, after a night had passed, Ling Huchong found himself tormented by the indignities inflicted upon him by the wicked, who had threatened to castrate him, followed by further humiliation at the hands of the righteous, who sought to seize his gold. Reflecting on it all, he felt increasingly wronged and furious. Yet at that time, his master and mistress had already retired for the night, and he had dared not disturb them. Upon hearing from Jingjing that Yue Buqun had awakened, he abandoned his meal and hurried over. Yue Buqun quickly helped Ling Huchong to his feet, empathizing with his feeling of helplessness. Due to the influence of the 8 meridians of true qi, even a simple skirmish could leave one feeling constrained, threatening to unleash a rebellion of qi that would render him powerless. Having endured such humiliations twice only intensified his distress. "Have you made your decision?" Yue Buqun inquired. "Disciple is ready," Ling Huchong replied eagerly. Consequently, Yue Buqun set aside his meal, vacated a quiet chamber, and promptly began to address the hidden dangers afflicting Ling Hucheng. In the room, having dismissed all others, Ling Hucheng sat cross-legged on the bed, while Yue Buqun positioned himself behind him. After a moment of preparation, Yue Buqun cautiously began to channel the Northern Darkness divine skill. The suction of his palm gradually unfolded, and he placed one hand against Ling Hucheng's back. Instantly, Ling Hucheng felt as though both the original purple mist true qi within him and the 8 distinct types of true energy were irresistibly drawn towards Yue Buqun's palm, as if they were magnetically attracted. Chapter 143. Mission accomplished. Employing the Northern Darkness divine skill to heal a disciple is fundamentally distinct from utilizing it to absorb the inner power of other skilled practitioners. The act of absorbing another's inner strength is a crude and uncomplicated endeavor with a mere strike. One can seize power with little regard for whether the opponent's meridians can withstand it or if they might rupture. If one is compelled to resort to the Northern Darkness divine skill to draw upon another's inner force, it is a clear indication that the situation is dire. In contrast, when it comes to treating a disciple, utmost caution must be exercised. One must first consider whether the meridians might be somewhat fragile. After all, the 8 streams of true energy have been tumultuously circulating within for an extended period, potentially causing damage in certain areas. Gradually releasing this energy poses the risk of rupture in those vulnerable spots. Furthermore, it is crucial to ascertain whether Ling Hucheng's body can endure such an influx. For drawing inner power is akin to extracting one's essence. A moment's negligence could result in a catastrophic loss of vitality, even leading to permanent disability. The endeavor is fraught with peril, compelling Yue Buqun to commit himself fully to the task. He initially tentatively attracted the energy, and only upon becoming attuned to the process did he dare to gradually release his strength, accelerating the flow of true energy. Even so, Ling Hucheng felt a significant drain of vitality, akin to the sensation of soaking in a hot bath for too long, with pores overly dilated, leading to a feeling of weakness and dizziness. "Zhong'er, endure just a little longer," Yue Buqun urged, acutely aware that they had reached a critical juncture. Their fates were intertwined, and halting the process was not an option. Shortly thereafter, Yue Buqun intensified the drawing force once more. Ling Hucheng sat cross-legged upon the bed, his brow furrowed, involuntarily trembling, large beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. This was not due to heat, but rather pain, a sensation born from the flow of true energy escaping his meridians, manifesting not physically, but within his consciousness. Yue Buqun perceived the 8 peculiar streams of true energy adhering to Ling Hucheng's Zixia true energy, gradually flowing into his own body. These 8 energies were indeed strange. The 2 streams from the monk Buji were understandable. They were generated to heal Ling Hucheng while suppressing the true energy of the 6 immortals of Peach Valley. Once the objective was lost, they became remarkably docile. However, the 6 streams from the 6 immortals were different. As their quantity within Yue Buqun's meridians increased, they attempted to rebel, disturbing his energy pathways. Just as Yue Buqun raised his head, he encountered the robust Zixia true energy residing in his dantian. This 5th level of Zixia true energy, belonging to the innate realm, far surpassed the quality of the 6 streams from the 6 immortals. In an instant, those 6 streams wilted under its might. How curious, Yue Buqun mused, recalling the previous instance at Ping Yiji's residence, where he had drawn nearly all of the 6 immortals' inner strength, and the year prior, on Yue Peak, when the 6 immortals had attempted to tear him apart, but had instead lost nearly 20% of their power to him. After absorbing the essence, the vital energy was not as audacious as it is now. It would obediently enter his body, even settling within the dantian, akin to aimless energy that could be effortlessly refined with a slight exertion of power. Yet now, this 6 paths vital energy appeared to possess a semblance of autonomy, as if it were reluctant to submit to subjugation. However, at this critical juncture, Yue Buqun chose to suppress it without further concern, focusing instead on gradually extracting the residual foreign energy from Ling Hucheng's body. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour. After a full half hour, Ling Hucheng's body trembled, and he involuntarily collapsed onto the bed. As for Yue Buqun, his entire being radiated with purple light, and after a strenuous effort, he finally managed to suppress it. He released a breath and concluded his work, beads of sweat dotting his face. "Junior sister, you may enter," Yue Buqun called out. Outside the door, Ning Zhongze and Yu Lingshan had been prepared, both to prevent disturbances and to be ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing his call, they quickly pushed the door open, with Ning Zhongze carrying a basin of water for washing the face. while Yuling Shan held a bowl of ginseng soup. "Senior brother, how are you?" Yuling Shan exclaimed, deftly placing the wooden tray with the ginseng soup onto the table before rushing to support Ling Hucheng. "He is unharmed, merely fatigued due to the complete depletion of his internal energy. You should feed him this ginseng soup," Yue Buqun stated as he took the washcloth from Ning Zhongzi and wiped his face. The ginseng, indeed, was the fine mountain ginseng presented to them while on the ship, and Yue Buqun had previously instructed Yuling Shan to prepare it. This time, only a portion, about 1/10, was utilized. Yuling Shan, not daring to be negligent, quickly fetched several pillows to prop Ling Hucheng up, and then began to feed him the ginseng soup, one spoonful at a time. After consuming half a bowl, Ling Hucheng began to regain some strength. Observing Yuling Shan's anxious demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. However, this smile inadvertently agitated his lungs, leading him to cough several times. Yuling Shan swiftly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. "Senior brother, please refrain from speaking. Finish the soup and rest well," she urged. Ling Hucheng nodded slightly, continuing to sip the ginseng soup she provided. "In this life, to have my junior sister as my wife, I, Ling Hucheng, have no regrets," he mused internally. Just witnessing her worried expression revealed the depth of her concern for him. With such a wife, what more could one desire? After a considerable time, Ling Hucheng finally finished the ginseng soup. Yuling Shan promptly assisted him in removing the pillows, allowing him to lie flat on the bed. She then took a towel, dampened it, and gently wiped his mouth and face. As she tended to him, Ling Hucheng gazed at her, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, until he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. The loss of vital energy had left him weak and frail, necessitating rest to recuperate from such exhaustion. At that moment, Yuling Shan was already drenched in sweat from her efforts. "Let us allow Chong-er to rest peacefully. We shall not disturb him." Ning Zhongzi gently tugged at Yuling Shan's hand. After a moment of reluctance, Yuling Shan finally stepped out, closing the door behind her. Instantly, the room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the soft sounds of Ling Hucheng's gentle snoring. As for Yue Buqun, having ascertained that Ling Hucheng was out of danger, he had already returned to his own chamber moments earlier. This endeavor to aid Ling Hucheng in his recovery surprisingly provided him with a sense of a breakthrough opportunity. As if everything had come together seamlessly, like water reaching its brim and spilling over. Last night, he had absorbed the internal energy of nearly 30 skilled fighters at Wu Ba Gang, and with the additional energy from Ling Hucheng's own body today, he must take the time to thoroughly assimilate it all. Chapter 144, the fifth minor completion of the Purple Mist Divine Skill within Ling Hucheng. Remnants of the initial cultivation of the Purple Mist True Qi lingered. After Yue Buqun absorbed it, the inherent connection led to an immediate eruption of his own Purple Mist True Qi. This was precisely the reason for the radiant purple light that enveloped his face at the last moment. Just moments ago, he distinctly sensed an imminent opportunity for breakthrough. However, as he was tending to his injuries and concerned about Ling Hucheng's condition, he deemed it inappropriate to pursue the breakthrough and thus forcibly suppressed it. Now, alone in the chamber, and having previously instructed Ning Zhongzi to focus on her own cultivation, Yue Buqun resolutely decided to fully digest the true qi within him. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative position, beginning to refine the other true qi circulating within him. His dantian, having initially absorbed the external true qi during the early stages of the Northern Darkness Divine Skill, had automatically compressed this foreign energy into a liquid state, significantly increasing its density. This made the process of refinement considerably simpler for Yue Buqun. However, the true qi was excessively chaotic and entirely comprised of heretical energies. After careful contemplation, Yue Buqun concluded that fusion was unnecessary, as it would compromise the purity of his own true qi. Instead, he decided to utilize this foreign true qi solely as a catalyst, continuously stimulating the circulation of his purple mist true qi through the great circulation. Over and over again, he engaged in this process. Before long, the foreign true qi diminished significantly while his purple mist true qi grew stronger. Yet, he realized that these individuals were all postnatal masters, most of whom were at the early stages of postnatal cultivation, with only a few reaching the mid to late stages. In terms of the quality of their true qi, they were inferior to the 6 immortals of Peach Valley. Although there was an abundance of this energy, its contribution to his current strength was limited. A wave of disappointment washed over Yue Buqun. At present, his purple mist true qi had reached the 5th level and consisted entirely of innate energy, which fundamentally differed from postnatal energy. To achieve a significant enhancement, merely relying on a plethora of postnatal true qi as a catalyst was utterly insufficient. Fortunately, He had the foundational purple mist true qi cultivated by Ling Hu Chong to build upon. Although this energy was also postnatal, its shared origin with the purple mist divine skill allowed it to propel him towards the pinnacle of the 5th level, leading to a qualitative transformation. Yue Buqun felt a refreshing surge throughout his body. He had finally achieved the 5th minor completion of the purple mist divine skill. He exhaled deeply, reflecting on the arduous nature of the purple mist divine skill, which was challenging to master from the outset and only grew more demanding with each subsequent level. He had harbored certain expectations, but was astonished to find that the difficulty surpassed his anticipations. He had assumed that with the internal energies of so many masters, even if he could not reach the pinnacle of the 5th level, he would at least come close to achieving it. The reality was that he had barely crossed the threshold of the 5th minor completion. Was this to imply that he must inevitably absorb the energies of innate masters in the future? Yue Buqun felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. In the martial world, such innate masters were exceedingly rare. Much like the 5 Mountain Sword Sect, the masters at the helm are predominantly at the pinnacle of postnatal perfection, with only the leader of the 5 Mountains Alliance, Zhuo Lengchan, being somewhat more formidable. Of course, as time progresses, it is reasonable to assume that they have all made advancements. While not all may ascend to the innate realm, most are likely to surpass this threshold. However, he cannot simply endeavor to absorb the internal energy of the leaders of the 5 Mountains Sword Sect, setting aside the question of success rates. Attempting such an act would inevitably render him a target for scorn, making him a pariah in the martial world. Moreover, the North Ming divine art bears a striking resemblance to the star absorption technique. Once manifested, it could easily be labeled as the work of a nefarious villain, placing him alongside the likes of Dongfang Bubi. This is precisely why, upon invoking the North Ming divine art, he strives for total annihilation. Admittedly, the Taoist 6 immortals survived under his North Ming divine art. Yet this is inconsequential. Those individuals are quite mad. And even if they were to roam the martial world proclaiming their tale, who would believe them? Even if someone did. As long as Yue Buqun stands up and calls out, could anyone truly place their faith in 6 lunatics over his gentleman's sword? This illustrates the advantage of a reputation built in the early stages, which offers a degree of immunity against the harm of rumors, even if those rumors hold a kernel of truth. Nevertheless, progress, however slight, is still progress. It is no easy task to find innate masters, but postnatal perfectionists are relatively abundant, and some can indeed provide internal energy. Yue Buqun pondered to himself. Considering that the gap between the realms of postnatal perfection and innate mastery is merely a step away, the composition of true energy is remarkably similar, including the attack methods and force application of postnatal perfectionists, which are fundamentally indistinguishable from innate masters. There exists a notable number of experts at this level in the martial world, particularly among the unorthodox sections. This will undoubtedly provide some sustenance for Yue Buqun's future ascension. Deciding to conclude his cultivation, he intended to gather his energy after completing half a rotation of his cycle. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a faint aura seemed to be drawn towards him by the Zixia divine art, gently seeping through his pores. Yue Buqun immediately sensed this. During the operation of his cycle, it is inevitable that one would draw in external energies. However, this is not the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, a notion reserved for tales. This is merely the exchange of stagnant energy within the body with the pure energy present in the surrounding space, scientifically termed as promoting metabolism. Upon detecting this aura, Yue Buqun was initially startled, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. This energy was far too familiar. The first time he detected it was at the Yue Peak of Mount Hua, and the second time within the city of Luoyang. This marks the 3rd occurrence. Each instance coincided with a breakthrough in his Zixia divine art or its operation at its zenith. How could I be so fortunate? Yue Buqun compelled himself to maintain his composure. Once could be deemed a coincidence, twice an abundance of luck, but for a 3rd time, one must reflect deeply. Could it truly be due to the Zixia divine art? Yue Buqun suddenly realized that each breath he perceived must have been detected by the Zixia divine skill. To draw an analogy, the Zixia true energy within him resembled a flame amidst the darkness of night, while these peculiar auras were akin to moths drawn to the light. The Zixia divine skill undoubtedly harbored profound secrets, yet regrettably, my mastery of the art falls short, preventing me from unlocking the 3rd stone gate of Mount Hua's rear. Otherwise, it seems that all my confusions would be effortlessly resolved. Yue Buqun contemplated. The 3rd stone gate requires the 6th level of the Zixia divine skill to align with it. One must attain a state of innate perfection, reaching an unparalleled pinnacle of mastery. Chapter 145. Yue Buqun crosses the river on a reed as the sun lingered in the spring sky, casting a resplendent glow and fragrant breezes over blooming flowers and verdant grass. Yue Buqun had spent 3 consecutive days in search, finally honing in on the direction from which a peculiar aura emanated. At that moment, on the banks of the Yellow River, he found himself staring blankly at an island situated in the heart of the river. The expanse of the river was vast. While it did not rival the Sandflow River's extraordinary width, it was nonetheless a boundless stretch, with no sight of the opposite shore. Amidst the turbulent waters between the banks, a solitary island stood prominently, a result of sedimentation at this unique geographical location. The island was quite sizable. Adorned with numerous willow trees, from a distance, it appeared lush and vibrant, an unspoiled paradise of flora and fauna, thriving in an oasis untouched by human presence. Through his mastery of the purple cloud divine skill, Yue Buqun had come to the conclusion that the elusive aura originated from this very island. However, this revelation posed a new dilemma: how to reach it. Inquiries with local boatmen revealed that the area was comprised of muddy sediment, rendering the land marshy. Larger vessels risked running aground, while smaller boats could not withstand the fierce currents, making navigation perilous. One misstep could lead to capsizing and disaster, a risk even the most seasoned sailors were reluctant to take. Thus, it became a daunting impasse, seemingly beyond human reach. Furthermore, with no precious resources or treasures on the island, it was unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to attempt a landing there. Yet today, Yue Buqun resolved to be that fool. He recalled the tale of Guijing and Huang Rong, who had once trapped Ouyang Feng atop an ice mountain in the desert, only for Ouyang Feng, a prodigy, to fashion a makeshift glider, effortlessly escaping. Could he not emulate such ingenuity? Yue Buqun pondered. By utilizing a glider to descend from a higher elevation to a lower one, with proper control, a precise landing should present no great challenge. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that in the central plains, finding an elevated terrain was no simple feat. Aside from the occasional small hill reminiscent of Wubagang, there were no mountains in sight. This method was unfeasible. Moreover, even if it were possible, how would he return? This posed yet another significant issue. Thus, he contemplated alternative strategies. After some reflection, he recalled the legendary Iron Palm Water Walker, who had once carried a large vat across Taihu Lake with remarkable agility. Should he not attempt to refine his own lightness skill? Yet, he chastised himself for the mix-up. Was it not Xiao Qianzhong who had taken precautions, rendering the vat merely a shallow container of water? Suddenly, Yue Buqun recognized the confusion in his memory. Nevertheless, the notion of traversing the water with lightness skills sparked a new idea. After a moment of contemplation, he mused. It is said that the venerable Damo, upon his eastward journey to the central plains, encountered formidable rivers blocking his path. Undeterred, he approached the riverbank, broke off a reed, placed it upon the water, and, with a deft application of his lightness skill, propelled himself upwards, only to land again precisely on the reed as it floated beneath him. Thus, he repeated this method, ultimately reaching the opposite shore. This is the most renowned tale in Buddhist legend, known as a single reed crossing the river. Later, alongside treading upon snow without a trace, it became synonymous with the pinnacle of lightness in martial arts. Although my internal strength pales in comparison to that of the venerable Bodhidharma, I might still attempt this technique of crossing the river on a single reed, mused Yue Buqun. At present, he had cultivated the Zixia divine skill to the 5th minor level of achievement, placing him in the upper echelon even among innate experts. While he had not mastered the near-divine technique of Lingbo Weibu, his lightness of foot had certainly improved. The essence of lightness in martial arts lies in the continuous flow of one's breath. By maintaining a steady stream of true energy, one can remain agile and fit as long as it does not dissipate. An innate master possesses a relentless breath, meeting the essential prerequisites. And given the substantial weight of his Zixia divine skill, the combination of both might indeed prove effective. However, this does not imply that he could rival the venerable Bodhidharma. For to Bodhidharma, a single reed crossing the river was merely a minor skill, while to the martial world, it was an unparalleled mystical technique. Even if he were to master it, he would only barely reach the level of Bodhidharma's effortless command. Yet even so, he believed he could reign supreme in the martial realm. Let us give it a try. With audacity born from his mastery, Yue Buqun set to work. Before long, he had gathered several reeds from the yellowed riverbank, meticulously selecting the sturdiest one among them. I shall first make a round trip to gauge its efficacy, he thought, as he placed the reed into the water. With a vigorous leap, he awaited the moment his strength would wane, aiming to land precisely upon the reed. This endeavor would test both his precision and skill. Should the initial direction of the reed be incorrect, he would find himself stepping into thin air, and any miscalculation in his landing would see him submerged in the Yellow River. Fortunately, his prowess was not mere bravado. Upon his first leap, Yue Buqun landed squarely upon the reed, which was indeed progressing in the right direction. Next, he needed to exert his force correctly, propelling the reed forward like an arrow, and then, utilizing its buoyancy, he would leap again. If he could consistently repeat this process without error, ensuring the reed remained on course, he would essentially have mastered the mystical art of crossing the river on a single reed. However, ideals are often beautiful, while reality can be stark. As Yue Buqun descended, his foot barely alighting upon the reed, he suddenly recognized a precarious dilemma. The reed's buoyancy was utterly insufficient to support a second leap. This was perilous. Without timely adjustment, he would likely find himself submerged, drinking his fill of the river before resurfacing. Nevertheless, as a master of his caliber, he remained composed in the face of danger. With a sudden surge of Zixia true energy, he forcefully propelled his other foot downward, unleashing a blast of energy that struck the water's surface, finally providing him with a recoil force. Seizing this momentum, Yue Buqun leaped once more, swiftly returning to the riverbank. With a splash, a torrent of water erupted, the result of his air cannon. Yue Buqun had barely managed to establish his footing when he was caught off guard, leaving half of his body drenched. A humiliating failure. Yue Buqun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, being in such a remote location, there was no one around to witness his predicament. It seems that my internal skills and lightness technique have yet to reach perfection. I must strive harder. Undeterred, Yue Buqun found motivation in his failure. However, the next step was to contemplate how to gain access to that island. For the moment, he decided to return to the inn to change his attire and ponder a solution thereafter. Chapter 146. The Log Crossing Method. Upon returning to the inn, Yue Buqun refreshed himself with a simple wash and changed into clean attire. As he faced the concerned gaze of Ning Zhongzi, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. In the past, Shi Patian had once broken a boat's yoke with a single palm strike to save Shi Xiaocui and his Xiu, using the yoke as a vessel. He had managed to balance not only his own weight, but also the two women with remarkable steadiness. This memory sparked inspiration in Yue Buqun. However, it was essential to note that at that time, Shi Patian had completely mastered the Tai Xian Jing, reaching a level where he could transcend the mundane and become divine, his internal strength rivaling that of the venerable Daimo and Zhang Sanfeng. Additionally, their adventure had taken place in the vast ocean, where the density of salt water vastly exceeded that of fresh water, resulting in greater buoyancy. Now, Yue Buqun found himself confronted with the Yellow River. He pondered deeply, massaging his temples as he considered the feasibility of this method. Firstly, Shi Patian had utilized solid wood, notably of a higher density. Could he perhaps employ a lighter type of wood, such as paulownia? Furthermore, the hollow center of paulownia would enhance its buoyancy. Yet, this choice bore its own drawbacks. Compared to solid timber, paulownia would be less controllable in terms of direction, given its lightness and reduced inertia. Secondly, Shi Potion's internal power far surpassed that of Yue Buqun, granting him the ability to traverse the sea upon the log. Nevertheless, Yue Buqun had his own advantages. After all, he was merely facing the Yellow River. If he could maneuver a larger vessel closer first, then cast the log, the distance would be significantly reduced, greatly enhancing the likelihood of success. Brother, this undertaking is far too perilous. I shall accompany you. Ning Zhongzi expressed her deep concern. Understanding that she could not dissuade him, she resolved to follow, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Absolutely not. The 10-day period has not yet passed. I cannot allow you to share this risk with me, Yue Buqun firmly countered. This journey may be fraught with turbulent waves. Should you be drenched, the medicinal tincture applied to your body would be rendered futile, he added with genuine concern. Ning Zhongzi recognized the validity of his reasoning and thus proposed, perhaps we should wait until the 10-day period has elapsed, and then we can undertake this venture together? That is unacceptable. Yue Buqun reiterated his refusal. The previous contention over the spiritual fruit outside Luoyang had attracted 3 waves of competitors. How many would there be this time? If they ventured out at night, would they risk being outmaneuvered? I now understand how that young lady arrived at Wuba Gang. It must be related to this matter. Yue Buqun's realization came swiftly. No wonder the young lady had spoken in veiled terms during their meeting last night. It was all an act. She must have feared he would uncover her intentions, hence her feigned modesty. Regrettably for her, her calculations had misfired, for he had already discerned the truth. Should she fail to secure her objective, there was no way she would depart prematurely. Yet, he remained uncertain if she would manage to reach that small island. With a smile, Yue Buqun pondered the formidable challenges he faced in his innate past, uncertain of success, while that young lady, merely an accomplished practitioner of postnatal perfection, would surely find her own trials exceedingly daunting. He promptly instructed Shi Daisy and the others to seek out a suitable piece of tongue wood, insisting it be of a rather robust nature. Following this, he directed Lu Daiyou to inform the boatman, urging him to prepare himself mentally for what lay ahead. After a considerable wait of half an hour, Shi Daisy returned triumphantly. "Master, I have not failed in my mission," he exclaimed, gesturing towards the cart that trailed behind him, laden with a lengthy piece of hollowed tongue wood, aged and well-seasoned. This was fortuitous. The longer the wood had been stored, the more moisture had evaporated, rendering it lighter and enhancing its buoyancy. The group hastily transported the wood to the riverbank, where it was loaded onto the sizable vessel. Daiyou, you shall accompany me," Yue Buqun instructed, selecting a few loyal and reputable individuals to assist in the endeavor. Thus, under the steadfast guidance of the boatman and his crew, they gradually approached the island in the river. "Mr. Yue, we cannot advance any further. This area likely harbors mud, and should we run aground, our return would be impossible," the boatman cautioned, stepping forward to voice his concern. Yue Buqun nodded, gauging the distance, which remained considerable. The island was but a vague silhouette against the horizon. However, it appeared far more accessible than from the shore, where it seemed a mere speck, tantalizing yet unattainable. "Master, this is far too perilous. Must we truly land on that island? Perhaps we should turn back," Lu Daiyou interjected, his lively disposition leading him to speak without restraint. Faced with the stark reality of their precarious situation, he quickly urged for retreat. "Fear not," Yue Buqun replied with a gentle smile. He understood his disciples' apprehensions, yet their knowledge of his martial prowess merely skimmed the surface. Such concerns were to be expected. With a sudden exertion of strength, he effortlessly hoisted the thick piece of wood, astonishing the boatman who had merely been informed of a simple transport task. Witnessing Yue Buqun lift what had required a cart to move left him in awe. "Boatman, steady the vessel. I shall return shortly," Yue Buqun declared casually. He then focused his energy, channeling the Zixia divine skill, and with a powerful thrust, launched the log into the air. In an instant, the log shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. With remarkable agility, Yue Buqun employed his lightness skill, leaping several yards forward, landing deftly atop the log. Maintaining his balance, he surged forward with the momentum, and as the log's speed gradually diminished, he exerted force with his legs, propelling the floating wood ahead before leaping once more into the air. In this manner, after several rises and falls, Yue Buqun had vanished from the sight of the crowd. Looking back at the ship, the captain and numerous sailors stood with their mouths agape, unable to utter a word of astonishment. Such an act had entirely transcended their comprehension. As for Shi Daisy and Lu Daiyou, they were not in a much better state. They had always been aware of their master's formidable martial prowess, yet they had never anticipated it could reach such heights. This was not merely a matter of crossing a river on a reed. Although the reed was somewhat thick, it did not detract from its brilliance. "If only I could master such a skill, where in the vastness of the martial world could I not go?" Tears welled up in Lu Daiyou's envious eyes, for he knew that, given his martial talent, such an opportunity might elude him for a lifetime. Chapter 147. A figure clad in black approached across the water. Yue Buqun felt as though he had boarded a speedboat, and soon, with only a few moments of trepidation, he finally reached the island unscathed. From a distance, this isle appeared diminutive, yet as he drew nearer, its true expanse revealed itself, adorned with a haphazard growth of willow trees. The branches of the willows swayed rhythmically in the breeze, dancing upon the surface of the water. With a powerful leap, Yue Buqun alighted upon the shore, channeling his internal energy to lift a round log from the water. Having absorbed water, the log had become notably heavier. Yet thanks to his proficiency in the Zixia divine skill, he managed to maneuver it with relative ease. The sound of the log meeting the ground echoed. Knowing he would rely on this wood for his return, he dared not discard it carelessly. Finally on solid ground, Yue Buqun wiped the sweat from his brow. Acknowledging the effort he had expended, the task required not only precision but also strength. A slight miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. After taking a couple of steps, he felt the ground beneath his feet yield slightly. Looking down, he confirmed it was indeed earth, yet it bore an unusual, jelly-like quality. Curious, he bounced lightly, discovering that the soil here was akin to a gelatinous substance. Each step left an imprint that gradually restored itself once he moved away. Nature's creations, indeed, held their own marvels. With a sigh of appreciation, he decided not to linger on such curiosities. He sought out a dry patch nearby, cleared a space, and then sat cross-legged to cultivate his energy. The exertion had been considerable, necessitating a period of recuperation to restore both his spirit and internal strength for any unforeseen challenges. After a brief interval, a violet aura began to envelop Yue Buqun's countenance, a clear sign that the Zixia divine skill was operating at its zenith. This would allow him to continue to sense the elusive energy and simultaneously perform a complete cycle of internal cultivation to regain his vigor. Approximately 15 minutes later, he rose, stretching his limbs, a smile breaking across his face as his gaze fixed intently on a specific spot on the island. Guided by the captured essence, he had nearly pinpointed the location. If he proceeded with diligence, he would soon achieve his goal and retreat successfully. With this thought in mind, Yue Buqun set forth towards the island's heart. However, after only 2 strides, his innate martial senses tingled, compelling him to turn his gaze toward the river. There, an ominous shadow was forming, steadily enlarging before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the silhouette sharpened into focus. An individual, cloaked entirely in black, traversing the turbulent waters of the yellow river with unwavering steadiness. Indeed, the figure was walking, devoid of any embellishment. The river surged and roiled, waves crashing upon one another. Yet this person advanced confidently through the current, unaffected by the tumult around them. This was a moment of bewilderment for Yue Buqun, as his mind seemed to explode in confusion. He even rubbed his eyes, attempting to ascertain whether he had succumbed to some daytime delirium. Yet, when he looked again after the gesture, the figure continued to draw nearer. Was it a ghost? A water spirit? Such absurd notions flitted through his mind. The apparition appeared half submerged, half emerging from the water, and it was rapidly approaching him. Beyond the idea of a water spirit, Yue Buqun struggled to conceive of any other plausible explanation. However, it was broad daylight. He had never heard of hauntings occurring in the light of day. He glanced up at the sky. It was the afternoon, a time when exhaustion often set in. Suddenly, a childhood tale from a previous life surfaced in his memory. Although labeled a story, it felt more akin to a personal experience. Back then, he was still quite young, and there were numerous graveyards surrounding the village, with some houses built right next to them. While playing with his friends, they often passed by that area. One afternoon, at a similar hour, a friend approached him, pale as a ghost, claiming to have seen a sheep perched on a grave, sitting like a human. At that time, being naive, he was intrigued and urged his friend to return with him. Yet, the closer they got to the grave, the more unsettled he felt. With adults resting at that hour, they ultimately turned back before reaching the grave. Even now, reflecting on it brings a chill. Thus, it seemed plausible that this time of day could indeed invite spirits. Yue Buqun swallowed hard and glanced at the small island before him. It was as if an inexplicable, ominous cloud enveloped the island. The disheveled trees and chaotic thickets appeared eerily sinister. In terms of geomancy, this could be referred to as a malevolent presence. Could it be that a water spirit lay buried on this island, unable to reincarnate for years, now eager to find a substitute in me? Yue Buqun's expression grew frantic. The more unfathomable the situation, the more terrifying it became. He felt an intense urge to retreat, yet feared that, should he turn back midway, the water spirit might seize the opportunity to strike. At that moment, he would be utterly defenseless, with no one to call upon. Moreover, there was no solid ground beneath him, only water. What if this being possessed only its upper body, with the lower half missing? In this critical moment, such a ludicrous thought flickered through his mind. But wait. As the figure drew closer, Yue Buqun suddenly discerned a clue. This did not resemble a water spirit, for the figure had rolled up its pant legs to the thighs, seemingly to keep them dry, and its legs appeared to be moving rhythmically. Moreover, it seemed to be holding a pair of shoes in its hands. Treading water? Swimming? Yue Buqun's jaw dropped in astonishment. This was utterly absurd. After all, where could one find such remarkable swimming prowess? Even if someone did exist with such skills, their stamina would surely falter amidst the surging waves. A single swell could easily engulf them. How could one maintain such stability? No. Yue Buqun furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling a tale from a later era, concerning the Tai Chi master Yang Luchen. Legend has it that when Yang Luchen and his mentor Qin Chongxing visited Wang Zongyue, a great river lay between them. Wang Zongyue simply removed his shoes, rolled up his trousers, and waded through the river, with the water barely reaching his knees, embodying a strength that transcended the physical. Upon reaching the shore, he explained to Yang Luchen that those adept in the art of water could traverse it with ease. Yet the utmost they could achieve was to raise their stance to the level of their hips. This was the limit. However, those who had truly mastered martial arts could elevate themselves another inch, precisely avoiding the water at their knees. Beyond that, it was impossible, for to ascend further would be to enter the realm of the mythical. Could this be what is meant by the water not exceeding the knees? Yue Buqun marveled. Chapter 148. Why haven't you died? Yue Buqun pondered for a moment, realizing how he had overlooked the possibility. Given his current internal strength, traversing the water was entirely feasible. However, a substantial hurdle remained. He could not swim, and learning on the fly was evidently insufficient. As he contemplated this, the figure in black drew ever closer. During the final stretch, he was uncertain if his feet had finally touched the bottom. With a sudden leap, he landed firmly upon the small island. Someone is here. The black-clad figure had been entirely focused on a pair of feet, oblivious to the presence of another on the island. In an instant, his wariness surged. How is it you? Indeed, it is you. The two locked eyes, nearly uttering the same words. Yet, the black figure expressed disbelief, while Yue Buqun exhibited a sense of relief as if it all made sense. You fell victim to my Tianluo smoke. How could you possibly be alive? The black figure's expression was clearly one of surprise. This individual was none other than the black-clad man from outside Luoyang, who had fought for the spirit fruit using a compass. They were, in truth, old acquaintances. Absolute nonsense. The Tianluo smoke kills on command? Why should it? Yue Buqun scoffed coldly, recognizing that his bond with that young woman was a result of this black figure's actions. It incited anger to think that Ning Zhongzi harbored suspicion towards him. It seems you possess some unique abilities, the black figure said, his demeanor now grave behind the metallic mask. No one had ever survived after being struck by his Tianluo smoke. This individual not only thwarted his smoke, but also emerged unscathed from its final retaliation, which was decidedly abnormal. From your appearance, you seem considerably younger than the last time we met. If I am not mistaken, you have likely consumed the fruit of the Yuyan Bingji herb, the black figure inquired, testing the waters. In response, Yue Buqun merely smiled, refraining from answering. Meanwhile, he mused, so, that herb is called the Yuyan Bingji herb. Its effects are indeed as its name suggests. However, how does he know the name? Could it be fabricated? That seems unlikely. The efficacy aligns too precisely for it to be mere invention. The black figure had never come into contact with the herb, yet he easily summoned its name, indicating he must possess some knowledge. In that moment, Yue Buqun concealed his intentions, hoping to extract further information. My friend, I know not your origins, but since you took and consumed the Yuyan Bingji herb last time, please do not harbor delusions about this one. The black figure spoke, his tone somewhat rigid. Yet it was clear he maintained an air of superiority. Yue Buqun raised an eyebrow, perplexed. The way he spoke, one might think he had gifted him the previous spirit herb. Nonsense. Treasures born of heaven and earth naturally belong to the capable. How could I be driven away by mere words? Yue Buqun scoffed, finding the man's reasoning utterly irrational and absurd. At his words, the black figure merely laughed disdainfully, as if mocking Yue Buqun for his ignorance of his own peril. At this moment, Yue Buqun was thoroughly enraged. It is universally acknowledged that during a debate, one must either argue with reason or concoct some semblance of logic. One must never allow the conversation to lapse into silence. The most abominable approach is that of the cloaked figure, who adopts a position of disdainful superiority, belittling Yue Buqun. Such behavior is nothing short of an affront. Damn it. If you regard me with such contempt, I shall fabricate some fallacious reasoning of my own and see whose argument prevails. With this thought, Yue Buqun smiled and remarked, do not take offense. It was I who first discovered the treasures in Luoyang, and thus they rightfully belong to me. As he spoke, a broader smile spread across his face as he continued, this time will be no different. You have arrived too late, and the treasures of this island are destined to be mine. Do not waste your efforts here. It would be prudent for you to return swiftly, lest you miss your evening meal. Seeking death, the cloaked figure frowned deeply and swiftly retrieved a golden compass from within his robes. Here we go again. Yue Buqun retreated a few steps, hastily grabbing a branch from a nearby tree to wield as a sword. The peril associated with crossing the river was exceptionally high, and he was concerned that bringing along the Zing's sword might result in its loss to the Yellow River's depths. Thus, he had left the sword on the boat, embarking on this venture alone. However, having honed his skills to such a level, the distinction between a branch and a sword was negligible. All things can serve as weapons, and the Zing's sword merely possessed the advantage of sharpness, enhancing the potency of his techniques. The cloaked figure murmured incantations while performing strange gestures, invoking some form of arcane power, the specifics of which were utterly incomprehensible. Indeed, as he uttered a command, a cloud of smoke erupted from the golden compass once more. This time, however, the smoke was considerably thinner than during their previous encounter outside Luoyang, merely a delicate veil, as if it had endured severe damage or been overexerted. The cloaked figure remained unfazed and employed the same tactic, touching the smoke with 2 fingers. Instantly, the cloud transformed into a slender black thread, slithering towards Yue Buqun's face like a serpent. This was a well-worn maneuver. It seemed the individual had exhausted his repertoire. Yue Buqun let out a cold chuckle, confident that his Zixia divine skill could easily counter the black thread. This individual was merely engaging in futile efforts. Laugh all you want. The cloaked figure remained indifferent, secretly contemplating. Here, surrounded by water, there is no escape. It would be best to unleash the final remnants of the Tianluo smoke. When the smoke rebounds within you, huh? Although I lost 2 strands last time, the final moments of the Tianluo smoke clung to Yue Buqun's vital energy, incessantly weaving illusions in his mind. He would need to find a secluded place to dispel it, lest he remain in this state. The cloaked figure was determined to execute this plan. Though he was unaware of how Yue Buqun had survived their last encounter, he held unwavering confidence in the efficacy of the Tianluo smoke. The last time, Yue Buqun had managed to escape. This time, there would be no avenue for retreat, unless he were to leap into the Yellow River. However, jumping into the river here would be tantamount to suicide. Behold my Zixia divine skill. Without uttering a word, Yue Buqun unleashed his full power, a swirling aura of violet energy enveloping his form. This ethereal force flowed from his palms and coalesced upon the branch in his grasp, before he thrust it fiercely towards the slender thread. With a resounding crash, the thread shattered into countless fragments, proving far more fragile than anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the advancement of Yue Buqun's purple mist divine skill, but in stark contrast to their previous encounter, this delicate thread did not even have the chance to entwine around the longsword. Subsequently, the black shards, akin to a myriad of intangible entities, began to gravitate towards Yue Buqun's vital energy, drawn by its essence. Chapter 149. The goo worms. Since the encounter with the cloaked figure outside Luoyang, Yue Buqun had been pondering a singular question: how to evade such an abstract and bizarre mode of attack should he ever cross paths with this individual again. The journey aboard the grand vessel provided him ample time, allowing him to engage in a cycle of eating and sleeping. Remarkably, he conceived a method worth exploring. The ethereal Tianluo smoke that emanated from the cloaked man's compass, after days of contemplation, led Yue Buqun to conclude that it was likely a form of goo worm. In the southwestern region of Miaojiang, there indeed existed a group renowned for their craft in concocting goo worms, employing mysterious and enigmatic techniques often beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Upon first encountering the Tianluo smoke, Yue Buqun found it exceedingly strange and believed such a means of attack was foreign to the martial world. In a moment of panic, he lost his ability to reason and mistakenly assumed it to be something supernatural. To rationalize his experience, he even speculated whether it might be a toxic miasma or perhaps a hallucination brought on by inadvertent poisoning, which had caused a numbing of his senses and led to perceptions that defied logic. It was only after meeting the Miao woman, Lan Fengwang, on the Yellow River that clarity dawned upon him, reminding him of the existence of goo worms. The Tianluo smoke, when dispersed, manifested as a swirling cloud above the compass, and when condensed, transformed into a slender, dark line reminiscent of insects. On a summer afternoon, in verdant and sparsely populated locales, such phenomena were more likely to emerge. Swarms of insects congregating resembled miniature tornadoes. Even if a passerby attempted to scatter them, they would swiftly regroup. The Tianluo smoke, in this context, appeared remarkably similar. However, the insects comprising the Tianluo smoke were minuscule, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, aligning perfectly with the elusive and indistinct characteristics of goo worms. This realization harmonized all the peculiarities he had observed. With the components identified, devising a counter-strategy became feasible. Humans often harbor fear of the unknown, yet familiarity with the known, regardless of its bizarre nature, mitigates that fear. Although the goo worms appeared uniform and indistinguishable, their synchronized movement suggested the presence of a leader, akin to a worm king. Within their ranks, Yue Buqun mused. Whether in past encounters or the present, the fact that Yue Buqun could disperse the Tianluo smoke, rendering it inert and incapable of regrouping, indicated that he had indeed vanquished the Worm King, causing the remaining goo worms to lose their direction and coherence in their attacks. Some of the worms simply ceased movement, creating an illusion akin to death. As for the remaining goo worms that retaliated in their final moments, scattering into fragments to pursue and attach themselves to individuals, it was evident they were driven by some instinctual reaction to a particular stimulus, Yue Buqun concluded. In light of the aforementioned circumstances, Yue Buqun boldly speculated. First, after the death of the insect king, these parasitic insects would instinctively seek nearby targets. Second, It was likely that, in his struggle against them, his vital energy surged throughout his body, drawing the insects towards the rich scent of his life force. Third, the flow of Zixia true energy within him created a condition akin to the boiling of vital essence, which, to the perception of these parasites, resembled moths drawn irresistibly to a brilliant light in the darkness. Beyond these, there was no fourth possibility. According to legend, although these insects were enigmatic, they were primarily afraid of water or fire, making the situation simpler. Here, abundant water was readily available. Contemplating this, Yue Buqun summoned his internal energy, causing a loud crash as he unleashed a torrent of water. The vast river surged forth, washing over the shattered remnants of the celestial net. However, the cloaked figure merely scoffed at this audacious notion. As expected, the disintegrated celestial net appeared insubstantial. The rushing water had no effect on them whatsoever, and they continued their relentless advance towards Yue Buqun. If they were unafraid of water, they must certainly fear fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Yue Buqun swiftly retrieved a fire torch, an essential item for those in the martial world. With the cap removed, he hurled it towards the shattered net. The torch ignited instantly, producing a fierce flame. Yet, unexpectedly, as the flames surged through, the black dots showed no signs of dissipating or retreating, maintaining their relentless speed towards him. Had he misjudged? Was this not the work of parasitic insects? Yue Buqun's heart sank in alarm. No, it was the fire that was insufficient. A mere flicker could not possibly yield any effect. He had acted in desperation. Yue Buqun's expression grew grave. He had likely discovered a method to counter this threat, yet regrettably, he lacked the time to prepare. Had he kindled a campfire beforehand, he would not be in such a dire predicament. Damn it, he thought. I refuse to believe that I am helpless against a mere line of insects. What hope is there for the revival of the Huashan Sect under such circumstances? With his vital energy boiling, he unleashed the 5th level of Zixia divine skill to its utmost, striking with 2 powerful palms. These blows emanated an invisible heat, a result of pent-up inner fire. And where his palms struck, the oncoming black dots were instantly reduced by half. Effective. Seizing the moment, Yue Buqun unleashed 2 more palms, enveloping the remaining black dots in a scorching gust, which indeed consumed them entirely. After dispelling such malevolent tactics, Yue Buqun let out a cold snort. However, these strikes, fueled by boiling vitality and anger, had severely drained his true energy. Consequently, the earlier advantage of waiting and conserving strength had been entirely lost. It seems imperative to acquire skills such as the fiery palm and flame blade. Yue Buqun contemplated in silence. These individuals clad in black are evidently part of a syndicate. The one before him, capable of such peculiar attacks, surely has companions of comparable prowess. After this incident, it is essential to forge a technique imbued with intense vital energy, to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Opposite him, the black-clad figure is fortunate to be wearing a metallic mask, for otherwise, his pallor would undoubtedly reveal a ghastly hue. Chapter 150. The initial taste of the supreme, northern mysterious skill. Are you at your wit's end, like the donkey of Qian? Yue Buqun brandished a branch, pointing it at the man in black, his tone laced with mockery. At last, he had managed to turn the tide. Not only had he dispelled the superstitions, but he had also completely obliterated the harmful devices in the black-clad man's possession, a commendable act indeed. What else do you have in that compass? Unleash it all. I shall extinguish each one of them, he chuckled. Now that they had come this far, it was imperative to eradicate evil entirely. Do not grow too arrogant. These mere celestial traps are nothing. I am still a tiger, and I have not yet lost my claws, the man in black sneered ominously. Whether it be an insect or a tiger, one must engage in battle to discern the truth. Yue Buqun chose not to indulge in further banter. The man in black had only just emerged from the water, suggesting his energy was significantly depleted. Both combatants were now on equal footing. If not now, then when? With that thought, Yue Buqun wielded the branch like a sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy that sliced directly towards the black-clad man's face. To his surprise, the man remained unperturbed, raising the compass to effortlessly block the oncoming force. This compass was, astonishingly, a defensive weapon, which caught Yue Buqun off guard. My friend, your sword technique lacks refinement. You believe a mere projection of sword energy can harm me? Such thoughts are utterly fanciful, the man in black cackled. Suddenly, he lunged forward with vigor, channeling his inner energy to its zenith, raising the compass high above, adopting a posture akin to a mountain pressing down upon Yue Buqun. Was this not the famed Tianyin seal? Unfazed, Yue Buqun summoned his strength, propelling the tip of his branch upward to meet the assault. A tremendous shockwave erupted at the point of their collision, severing the surrounding trees in a fierce rush. The branch in Yue Buquan's hand splintered into fragments. Being mere ordinary wood, it was simply incapable of withstanding such immense force. The man in black, too, found himself at a disadvantage, flipping midair before landing on the ground, staggering backward and crashing into a small tree. Initially, he had the advantage of terrain, yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. In the next moment, Yue Buqun erupted into hearty laughter. A true expert reveals their prowess upon engagement. It is one thing to refrain from striking, but once they do, their true capabilities are laid bare. The earlier tension and anxiety evaporated instantly. The man in black was merely an ordinary practitioner of the innate realm. By the standards of the martial world, he barely qualified as early stage, perhaps even mid-stage at best. When Yue Buqun was outside Luoyang, he may have been evenly matched with the man. However, now, having ascended 2 minor realms in his Zixia divine skill, he was confident he could face a mid-stage opponent without fear and even contend with a late-stage expert. It appeared that, stripped of his peculiar methods, the man in black was nothing more than a shorn lion, unable to stand firm. How can you possess such cultivation? Who are you truly? The inner turmoil of the man in black was palpable. The individual before him, seemingly youthful, raised the question of how he could traverse so far within the realm of innate talent. Had he, perhaps, underestimated the heroes of the world due to his prolonged absence from the martial realm? Could it be that he had consumed other mystical herbs? The man in black suddenly pondered. However, according to prior indications, such herbs had not graced the world in recent years, with only the Yuyin Bingji herb making an appearance. And even then, only 2 specimens existed. Thus, it was improbable that this person had ingested any other mystical herbs. The man in black's thoughts wavered. If this were not the case, could he be a prodigy of unparalleled talent? Yet, if he were such a genius, his name would have long echoed through the martial world. Although his own information was somewhat limited, it was impossible for him to be unaware of such a figure. As far as he knew, the notable figures in the martial world included the Wudong sect's Chongshu Daoist, the Shaolin sect's Fangzheng, the elder monk Fangxing, the leader of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, Dongfang Bubi, and the recently prominent leader of the Five Mountain Sword Alliance, Zhuo Chan. However, the person before him was neither a monk nor a Daoist, thereby eliminating both Shaolin and Wudong. Furthermore, it could not be Dongfang Bubi, otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. Thus, the only remaining candidate seemed to be Zhuo Chan. Could this person truly be Zhuo Chan? Yet, that did not seem plausible. Zhuo Chan could not possibly be this young, even with the consumption of Yuyin Bingji herb. Why could I not possess such cultivation? Yue Buqun couldn't help but chuckle. This individual was indeed stubborn, as the truth lay bare before him, yet he continued to harbor self-doubt. In the martial world, there appeared to be no one of his caliber. Who exactly are you? The man in black inquired once more. However, Yue Buqun was no fool. Why would he reveal his name? Would it merely invite retaliation against the disciples of the Huashan Sect? What purpose would such a discussion serve? With a sudden movement, Yue Buqun seized the moment, launching an attack while his opponent was momentarily vulnerable. Without drawing his sword, he engaged in a contest of inner strength. The disparity in their realms meant that exhausting inner energy could lead to his opponent's demise. Bang! Bang! In an instant, they exchanged several strikes. Yue Buqun grew increasingly confident, while the man in black became more alarmed with each confrontation. Before long, the man in black found himself thoroughly at a disadvantage. After approximately 30 exchanges, Yue Buqun suddenly discerned a flaw, unleashing a powerful strike that landed squarely on the chest of the man in black. With a cough, blood spewed forth, and the man in black collapsed into the mud. Yet, Yue Buqun offered him no respite, swiftly pursuing him and clamping his hands around his wrist. In the next moment, the Biming divine skill was activated. A surge of formidable inner strength flowed into Yue Buqun's hands. Suck, the star-absorbing technique. You are renwashing. The man in black was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to resist. Yue Buqun was momentarily stunned, recalling those individuals who had perished under the influence of his Biming divine skill. No wonder those individuals had uttered suck, suck, suck in their final moments. They mistook my Biming divine skill for the star-absorbing technique. But wait, renwashing is much older than you. You cannot be him. You are his disciple, aren't you? In this critical moment, the man in black persistently pressed for answers. Go and inquire with the king of hell. Yue Buqun scoffed, unleashing the full force of his North Ming divine skill. As his internal energy swiftly waned, the man in black finally exhibited signs of panic. With a surge of his internal strength, he struck the compass that had fallen nearby. The golden compass seemed to activate some hidden mechanism, and from its corner, a viscous stream of blood began to seep forth, releasing a pungent odor that filled the air. Instantly, Yue Buqun felt disoriented, as if he had been struck sharply on the head. Chapter 151. It turns out you know nothing once again. That same trick. Yue Buqun hastily withdrew, retreating explosively. Such a bizarre attack was utterly revolting. Without grasping its principles, one could hardly conceive of a method to counter it, especially since it involved assaults on both the mental and illusory planes, rendering defense nearly impossible. However, the operation of the North Ming divine skill had likely absorbed a portion of the assailant's internal energy, approximately 20%. If a chance arose to cleanse his compass, it would be entirely feasible to drain him completely. What precisely is this compass you wield? What is this foul blood, and why does it reek so? Yue Buqun posed 3 questions in quick succession. The figure clad in black merely chuckled ominously, but as he laughed, he coughed twice, clearly indicating that his injuries were affecting his lungs. He then bent down to retrieve the compass, allowing the repugnant blood to swirl around him. Why was he not affected? Yue Buqun furrowed his brow. A glance at the metallic mask on his adversary suggested that the reason for his immunity lay behind that very mask. Let them all perish. Let them die? The black-clad man laughed maniacally, now grasping the compass and flinging the viscous blood about. Yue Buqun, refusing to hesitate, retreated several paces, sealing his mouth and nose with internal energy. This has turned into a veritable mess. Furious, Yue Buqun considered the black-clad man's actions akin to wielding a broom in a latrine and emerging to spread filth. How could a martial arts master stoop to such disgraceful behavior? In the next moment, without further hesitation, Yue Buqun unleashed a rapid palm strike upon the surface of the river beside him. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, torrents of the yellow river surged upwards before cascading downwards, cleansing the filthy blood. In no time, it was entirely washed away, leaving even the black-clad man, caught unprepared, drenched and bedraggled. I see now. This man uses the compass as a nest, with that vile blood as sustenance for breeding poison insects. Yue Buqun contemplated thoughtfully. No wonder the black mist had suddenly emerged from his compass. It was, in fact, their lair. However, with the poison insects destroyed and the nourishment cleansed, the hollow shell of a nest served little purpose. If you possess no other means, then today shall be your downfall. Yue Buqun sneered, standing at the pinnacle of moral and martial authority, casting judgment upon the black-clad man. Just as he spoke, a casual glance caught his eye. He beheld a multitude of dead fish and shrimp floating in the yellow river. Poisonous. Yue Buqun's expression shifted in alarm. This was no ordinary toxin, but rather a deadly one. The nourishment for the poison insects was indeed no trivial matter. Fortunately, he had retreated swiftly. Otherwise, even a trace might have led to skin decay. Could it be that you are from the 100 Medicines sect? Yue Buqun pondered momentarily before vocalizing his inquiry. The 100 Medicines sect and the 5 Immortals sect were renowned martial factions in the martial world, both adept in the art of poison. The leader of the 100 Medicines sect was known as the Poison That Does Not Kill, reputed for his extraordinary skills in the art of poisoning. Killing with poison was a common feat, but his mastery was unparalleled. After administering the poison, the perpetrator found that the victim did not succumb to death, but instead endured excruciating agony, akin to being cut by 1,000 blades or besieged by countless insects. In essence, the victim experienced a torment far worse than death, becoming a mere pawn in the hands of the assailant, with no other path to pursue. Could this individual be the leader of the 100 Herbs sect? How audacious it is for such a faction to compare itself with our divine sect. The cloaked figure chuckled darkly, yet his words inadvertently revealed some usable information. The divine sect? The Sun Moon divine sect? Are you affiliated with the invincible Dongfang Bubi? Yue Buqun's expression grew grave. However, after a moment of introspection, he sensed something amiss. He was well acquainted with the narrative, and in the original text, Dongfang Bubi was hidden away, embroidering flowers and birds, and could not possibly have nurtured such a character. Perhaps this individual was an elder of the Sun Moon divine sect. The practitioners of the demonic sect are elusive and cunning. This theory seemed plausible. Yet, the man, aware of his own slip of the tongue, refrained from divulging any further information, regardless of Yue Buqun's persistent inquiries. We bear no deep-seated animosity towards one another. Thus, if you can resolve a few of my lingering doubts, I shall spare your life today. Yue Buqun resorted to his old tricks, planning to play the same heroic card he had worn thin in the past. What doubts? The black-clad figure finally displayed a flicker of interest. He believed Yue Buqun spoke truthfully. There was no irreconcilable enmity between them. When survival instinct kicks in, one often becomes overly fanciful in their reasoning. Even though Yue Buqun had slain his comrades, and he had nearly ended Yue Buqun's life with the heavenly net smoke, he still perceived the validity in Yue Buqun's words. How did you discern the locations of these spiritual herbs? How did you come to know their names? Furthermore, the day I tracked the beggar's sect outside Luoyang, there was an elder named Su who possessed a similar golden compass. Is he one of your people? Yue Buqun fired off 3 questions in quick succession. These matters had been buried in his heart for far too long, entirely detached from the original plot, and he was eager to uncover even the faintest trace of insight. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man lowered his head, seemingly in contemplation, weighing whether the exchange of such intelligence was worth his life. Yue Buqun fixed his gaze upon him, choosing not to attack, but rather to await his response in silence. He sensed that once he grasped this vital information, it would be as if the clouds had parted and the waters had receded, revealing the truth that had been obscured. Unexpectedly, the cloaked figure suddenly raised his head and burst into maniacal laughter. What are you laughing at? Yue Buqun furrowed his brow, wondering if his scheme had been unraveled. Though he had vowed not to kill him today, it did not preclude him from draining him of his vitality using the Northern Darkness divine art and leaving him on the island. That too would count as sparing his life. However, whether the man perished from hunger or confinement would be inconsequential to Yue Buqun, as it would not violate his promise. If you do not believe me, I can swear it, Yue Buqun pressed further. Yet, the black-clad man dismissed his words entirely, his smile vanishing as he mockingly retorted. It appears you know nothing at all. Then, the figure cloaked in black suddenly became enigmatic. His voluminous black robe abruptly sagged, as if his body had inexplicably shrunk. Casting a final glance at Yue Buqun, he declared, "Next time we meet, I shall not permit you to leave alive." With that, the figure plunged into the turbulent waters of the Yellow River. The river was murky and the waves were ferocious. Yue Buqun harbored the intention to apprehend him. Yet the opportunity had vanished. Given the perilous nature of the Yellow River, could this individual truly possess such extraordinary swimming skills that he could evade capture in such perilous conditions? Yue Buqun gazed at the boundless river, his mind enveloped in contemplation. Chapter 152. The ultimate discovery of the spiritual herb having resolved all his troubles. Yue Buqun felt unencumbered and began to follow the guiding aura in search of the elusive treasure. The island was quite expansive and, due to the excessive humidity, was also home to venomous insects and miasma. Fortunately, Yue Buqun was astute and treaded carefully. Even when leeches or creeping vines clung to him, he effortlessly shook them off with his profound inner strength. As a practitioner of innate mastery, he was impervious to such nuisances. After a while, the scenery before him opened up dramatically. He found himself at the very center of the island, where the thickets abruptly vanished to reveal a flat expanse of sand. Upon this sandy patch, a profusion of unfamiliar wildflowers and grasses grew densely, seemingly forming a perfect circle. Yue Buqun inhaled deeply, feeling an immediate sense of rejuvenation, as if the fatigue that had plagued him moments ago had dissipated. This place appeared akin to the locales described in tales as havens of spiritual energy. Of course, Yue Buqun understood that genuine spiritual energy could not exist in this world. What was referred to as spiritual herbs likely sprouted from auspicious geographical features, their growth altered by the intangible forces of nature, resulting in a unique fruit. The study of feng shui is vast and profound, originating with the legendary Fuxi, who, by the banks of the Luo River, encountered a divine tortoise bearing the river diagram, leading to the development of the 8 trigrams. Subsequently, King Wen of Zhou expanded this into the 64 hexagrams, known as the I Ching. Feng shui itself is a branch of this ancient wisdom. It is said that the founding emperor of this dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, lost his parents at a young age and, with nowhere to bury them, sought land from the landlord Lu De for their interment. Lu De refused, yet a distant relative, Lu Jizu, offered a plot instead. This location became known as the Land of Dragon's Rise, a feng shui treasure, blessing future generations. Zhu Yuanzhang's fortune flourished from this, enabling him to defeat Chen Yuliang and Zhang Shiqing, solidifying his rule as the sovereign of a new dynasty. This is but a brief discussion. In Yue Buqun's estimation, the so-called spiritual herbs were likely products of such mystical sites. Regaining his composure, he began to meticulously search among the wild grasses and flowers. Eureka! Soon, Yue Buqun's face lit up with astonishment as he spotted a small plant, distinctly different from the surrounding weeds, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Its proud demeanor resembled that of a king among grasses. As expected, the apex of this spiritual herb bore a branch, upon which dangled a diminutive fruit, round and white, akin to a peanut. Without hesitation, Yue Buqun reached out and plucked it. In an instant, reminiscent of the small plant outside Luoyang, the moment the fruit was detached, the herb disintegrated into ash. The fruit, however, transformed into a heavy jade bead. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. As Yue Buqun prepared to react, he felt the ground beneath him tremble, and the island exhibited signs of cracking. Alarmed, he quickly stored the jade bead and, disregarding all else, sprinted towards the island's periphery. As he fled, he witnessed sections of the ground begin to collapse, slowly succumbing to the depths of the Yellow River. With remarkable agility, Yue Buqun skillfully maneuvered to locate the log, disregarding any semblance of rest as he promptly propelled it back towards the large ship. On board, Shi Daizhi, Lu Daiyou, and others were growing increasingly anxious. Their master had been gone for an extended period, and still no sign of his return. The vessel had been moored for too long, now slightly dislodged by the relentless currents of the Yellow River. If they were to wait for another hour and a half, the ship might drift beyond recognition, creating a dire predicament for Yue Buqun upon his return. Fortunately, at that moment, a figure emerged in the distance, swiftly approaching with the log in tow. Indeed, it was Yue Buqun. Shi Daizhi and the others rejoiced, loudly calling out and waving their hands to guide him back on course. Upon reaching the ship, Yue Buqun leaped gracefully onto the deck, his landing firm and assured. The log, having fulfilled its final purpose, glided away under the influence of his internal energy, soon lost to the currents, fading from sight. Master, Shi Daizhi and the others hurried to greet him, eager to exchange pleasantries. However, Yue Buqun appeared anxious, urging the captain to steer the vessel towards the shore. The others, puzzled by his urgency, were abruptly startled by the sound of the nearby island collapsing. In an instant, a deluge of earth plunged into the river, unleashing a torrent of waves, some powerful enough to capsize the ship. The crew, now acutely aware of the peril, swiftly adjusted the sails and even employed the seldom-used oars, with Yue Buqun joining their efforts to navigate safely back to shore. Yet, even as they approached, the ship trembled ominously, giving an unsettling impression of impending disintegration. What on earth did Master do to cause the island to explode? Lu Daiyou pondered in silence, hesitant to voice his incredulity. The feat was astonishingly extraordinary. A mere visit had resulted in the island's utter disintegration, an event that seemed almost mythical. Even the most profound internal cultivation could scarcely achieve such a phenomenon. It was akin to the legendary tales of moving mountains and filling seas. Moreover, when Master had departed, he appeared to carry any explosives. With such questions lingering, they followed Yue Buqun back to the inn. Meanwhile, Ning Zhongze was in the courtyard, instructing a group of female disciples in sword techniques. Upon seeing Yue Buqun's return, her face lit up with delight. Having been away for so long and returning safely, coupled with the enigmatic smile upon his countenance, she surmised that he must have succeeded in his endeavor. However, before she could approach him, Yue Buqun, in a rush of urgency, grasped her hand without uttering a word and hurried towards their quarters. "Oh dear, senior brother, the children are here," Ning Zhongze exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, Yue Buqun paid no heed, pulling her swiftly into the room and locking the door behind them, before gently pushing her onto the bed. Ning Zhongze felt her ears burn with shyness. In front of so many disciples, to be drawn away like this for a private moment was undeniably provocative. When did my senior brother develop an affinity for such methods? Or did he encounter something on the island that left him filled with pent-up energy, seeking an outlet? With such speculations in mind, Yue Buqun suddenly pulled back the quilt, enveloping both individuals within its confines. "Senior brother, I have yet to undress," Ning Zhongze exclaimed in haste. Unexpectedly, Yue Buqun produced the luminous spiritual fruit from his bosom, securing the quilt tightly around them. He then pressed the glowing fruit against Ning Zhongze's face, exclaiming, "Junior sister, look, this spiritual fruit actually emits light." Chapter 153. The arrival of Ping Yizhi the following day, Yue Buqun enjoyed a restful night, and the fatigue that had burdened him dissipated significantly. After savoring a leisurely breakfast, he took the opportunity to check on Ling Hu Chong's condition. Over the past few days, the young man's health had improved considerably, thanks to the restorative properties of ginseng, and he was now able to rise and walk. However, his spirit still seemed somewhat diminished, indicating that he would require further days of recuperation. Master, Dr. Ping Yizhi has arrived." While Yue Buqun was engaged in conversation with Ling Hu Chong, a disciple announced the arrival of Ping Yizhi at the inn's entrance. Not daring to delay, Yue Buqun exchanged a few words with Ling Hu Chong and hurried out to greet him. "Ha, Dr. Ping, what brings you here?" Yue Buqun exclaimed, a radiant smile gracing his face. For a medical talent such as Ping Yizhi, one must elevate him as high as possible, especially considering he had provided a treatment plan for Ning Zhongze, which had now been successfully implemented. A tremendous boon indeed. "Master Yue, it is a pleasure to see you again." Ping Yiji replied warmly, returning the gesture with a hearty laugh. I have come primarily to address the injuries of the young hero Linghu, and I believe I have devised a solution. Once they were seated, Ping Yiji elucidated his purpose for the visit. Oh, Yue Buqun responded initially, but soon a myriad of expressions, hesitation, confusion, doubt, flickered across his face. Observing the perplexed demeanor of his counterpart, Ping Yiji inquired, Master Yue, could it be that something has gone awry? Has the young hero Linghu met with an unfortunate fate? Not at all. Yue Buqun quickly clarified, realizing the misunderstanding. To be candid, my disciple's injuries have fully healed. Curse it, why did he choose to come now of all times, just days after recovery? What a bewildering coincidence. Despite his frustration, Yue Buqun understood that Ping Yiji's intentions were benevolent, and he refrained from expressing any displeasure. Oh, Ping Yiji elongated the sound, his intuition leading him to suspect that Yue Buqun had imparted the star-absorbing technique to Linghu Chong. In that case, the ailment would be resolved as effectively as with any miraculous elixir. However, I have arrived later than expected. How is your esteemed wife faring? Since Linghu Chang's condition was resolved, Ping Yiji shifted his focus to Ning Zhongzi, exemplifying the compassion inherent in the medical profession. Seizing the moment to consult with the doctor, Yue Buqun recounted his recent encounter with Lan Fenghuang, particularly emphasizing the method of utilizing the 5 Immortals' Great Treasure Pills. As he spoke, Ping Yiji nodded in understanding, and once Yue Buqun finished, he remarked, the methods of Miaojiang certainly differ from those of the Central Plains, and what Lan Fenghuang has described holds merit in medical theory. Thus, shall I await the outcome in 10 days? Yue Buqun inquired. Ping Yiji nodded affirmatively. In truth, for one of Lan Fenghuang's stature, being able to promise a cure was tantamount to certainty, as she would neither conceal nor neglect her efforts. Yue Buqun was aware of this principle, and having confirmed it with a renowned physician provided him with a dual layer of reassurance. Indeed, Dr. Ping, recently you have acquired a remarkable item and would like to invite you to appraise it. After much contemplation, I have decided to present this spiritual fruit for your examination. After all, spiritual herbs are essentially a form of medicinal plants, akin to the legendary ginseng or the elusive Hisho Wu. Given your extensive knowledge and experience, you may uncover unique insights. Without further hesitation, I retrieved the spiritual fruit and extended it towards you. Initially, you seemed indifferent, mistaking it for a mere gemstone or jewel, as your expertise lies in healing rather than appraising such trinkets, leading me to believe you were merely showing off. However, upon grasping it, your expression shifted to one of surprise. This was no ordinary jewel, but rather an object reminiscent of a centipede's inner elixir or a stabilizing pearl. As you delicately held the spiritual fruit, a long-buried memory suddenly resurfaced. It was approximately 18 years ago when the leader of the Sun and Moon Sect was still Renwashing. At the height of his prowess, he once passed by Jihua Mountain and noticed a group of cloaked figures furtively rummaging through a patch of vegetation that appeared distinctly out of place. Driven by curiosity, he observed them closely, inadvertently leading to a remarkable discovery. The cloaked figures were extracting a precious pearl from the underbrush. Intrigued, Renwashing seized the pearl, yet soon after, the figures perished, leaving him unable to discern its true nature. He subsequently entrusted it to you for further investigation. Now, you realized with astonishment that the pearl in my possession bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Renwashing had acquired, both in size and texture, though differing in color. Renwashing's pearl was yellow, while mine is white. Was it truly plucked from the grass? Your excitement was palpable as you inquired further. Indeed, initially, I held little hope, but your insight has illuminated the origin of this spiritual fruit, indicating that you possess knowledge of its significance. You leaned in eagerly, asking, do you know the provenance of this object? Upon hearing my confirmation, you hesitated momentarily before responding, my knowledge is limited. However, a friend of mine once obtained a similar pearl from a group of cloaked figures, though his was yellow, unlike yours. Cloaked figures. Your eyes widened in realization. Connecting the dots. Did these figures wear metallic masks? You pressed on. I could not clarify, as the details were relayed by my friend, who did not mention whether they wore masks. I pondered carefully. My friend is still alive. May I inquire directly with him? You expressed with urgency. Since there exists a similar object, perhaps it could unveil further secrets. However, it is no longer present. Ping Yi's gaze dimmed somewhat. In the past, he had failed to unravel its mysteries, ultimately returning it to Master Ren. Shortly thereafter, Master Ren unexpectedly passed away, and this matter faded into obscurity, seldom spoken of again. It is indeed a pity, thought Yue Buqun, his expression tinged with disappointment. Just when a glimmer of insight emerged, it was abruptly extinguished. The path to revelation appears to be a long and arduous journey. Chapter 154. The fifth major accomplishment of the Purple Cloud Divine Skill. In the end, Pai Yiji departed. As for the spiritual fruit in Yue Buqun's possession, he had gleaned nothing from it 18 years prior. And the same proved true after nearly 2 decades. He could not articulate any profound insights. It is a pity. All secrets in this world will eventually be unveiled. I fear I am already entangled in this web, yet I am confident that in the not-too-distant future, I shall acquire some intelligence, Yue Buqun mused. Next came the time to digest the fruits of his labor. The individual was a congenital master, having absorbed 2/10 of his inner strength. Yue Buqun believed that after refining it, he could advance another step in the Purple Cloud Divine Skill. However, achieving the fifth major accomplishment still seemed a distant prospect. Yue Buqun sighed inwardly. The Purple Cloud Divine Skill is akin to the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill of the Mongolian National Master. Theoretically, upon reaching great perfection, one could wield the power to move mountains and fill seas. Yet, such mastery is solely attained through the passage of years. No one can live long enough to achieve it, which explains the absence of such accomplishment among practitioners. I shall take it step by step. I am still quite young, and opportunities abound, Yue Buqun consoled himself. Yet, why does my Northern Darkness skill feel somewhat like a counterfeit? I recall that when Duan Yu of Dali mastered the Northern Darkness skill, he could absorb the inner strength of others beyond his level without the need for refinement, instantly transforming it into his own power. Doubts surged within Yue Buqun, but he soon found solace. Duan Yu possessed the script of a protagonist, replete with beauty, divine skills, opportunities, status, and power. In contrast, I am burdened with the script of a formidable antagonist. Merely having a chance to alter my fate is already a blessing. Why ponder further? Thus, Yue Buqun seated himself upon the bed, initiating the great circulation within his body to begin digesting the inner strength of this congenital master. The innate qi manifested almost in a liquid state. Even a mere 2/10 rivaled the combined inner strength of 30 acquired masters atop the 5 dominant peaks. After some reflection, Yue Buqun arrived at this conclusion. This further elucidated why a congenital master could vanquish a multitude of acquired masters. The quality of their true qi is superior and compressed to the utmost, rendering their power far greater. As per routine, all this inner strength would serve as fuel to catalyze the advancement of the Purple Cloud Divine Skill. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yue Buqun exhaled deeply, gradually concluding his practice. He had fully refined the 2/10 of innate qi. However, the progress in the Purple Cloud Divine Skill was merely a slight advancement, far from satisfactory. This left Yue Buqun feeling both helpless and exasperated. At this rate, would it not imply that he must drain the strength of a master like Zhuo Lengchan to have a chance at entering the 5th level of mastery? Nevertheless, it mattered not. I still have the spiritual fruit to absorb. That evening, within the confines of his chamber, Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi sat side by side, not asleep, but rather meditating upon the spiritual fruit they had harvested. Yesterday, due to other pressing matters, this task had been put on hold. Junior sister, I tested it today. This spiritual fruit not only glows in the dark, but, like the previous one, can be absorbed through the Northern Darkness skill, he remarked. Yue Buqun delicately pinched the fruit between his thumb and forefinger and remarked softly, Shixiao, can this one also possess the ability to rejuvenate, akin to the last? Ning Zhongzi inquired with a hint of excitement. The previous spirit fruit, Yin Bingji grass, had largely benefited her, yielding remarkable results that not only enhanced her complexion, but also stimulated secondary development. Her figure had improved in all the right places, bringing immense satisfaction, particularly for a married woman like her, who harbored a sense of urgency. After all, the striking woman they had encountered at Wubagang days prior boasted a far superior physique and a youthful appearance. This time, however, it should enhance our martial prowess. Yue Buqun exclaimed joyfully. For those in the martial world, the essence of strength is the greatest fortune. All else is mere illusion. Oh, Ning Zhongzi felt a tinge of disappointment. Well then, let us disrobe, Yue Buqun suggested with a somewhat mischievous tone. Ning Zhongzi was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended. To absorb the spirit fruit, it was clear they needed to engage in mutual cultivation, just as they had done previously. As an elderly couple, there was no need for embarrassment. Without further ado, Ning Zhongzi began to loosen her garments, revealing her exquisite form to Yue Buqun's gaze. Yue Buqun swallowed hard. After her secondary development, Ning Zhongzi's figure had become increasingly enchanting, nearly regaining the allure of her youth, especially her ample curves, which rivaled that of the young woman he had seen. No, what am I thinking? Yue Buqun hastily dismissed the inappropriate thoughts from his mind. Recently, due to the impending 10-day period, he refrained from engaging in excessive activities, fearing that an uncontrolled surge could diminish the efficacy of the medicine. Thus, they had mostly slept clothed. Yet, embracing such a stunning beauty made it difficult to maintain composure. Xixiang, Ning Zhongzi called out to Yue Buqun, whose eyes were somewhat reddened, prompting him that it was time to commence. He then refocused, and the two joined hands, initiating the Baiming Shingong, drawing the essence from the spirit fruit with gentle suction. Instantly, a refreshing aura began to flow into Yue Buqun's body and subsequently into Ning Zhongzi's, creating a beneficial cycle for both. As the night swiftly passed, the sound of crowing roosters signaled the imminent dawn, with the eastern sky brightening. At this moment, Yue Buqun and Ning Zhongzi reached the final stage. The spirit fruit in their hands had nearly vanished. And perhaps due to Yue Buqun's enhanced proficiency in the Baiming Shingong, their absorption efficiency had significantly increased. Eventually, they withdrew their hands and began to regulate their breathing. Yue Buqun felt the Zixia true qi within him reach a new threshold, and with a slight push, he experienced a sudden tremor within. In the next moment, it was as if a tightly shut door had been forcefully flung open. With an effortless grace, the mastery of the purple cloud divine skill surged forth, allowing an instantaneous breakthrough into the 5th level of its profound attainment. At last, progress had been made. Yue Buqun opened his eyes, gazing at the golden sunlight. His spirit elevated to an unprecedented state of clarity and refreshment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bed, Ning Zhongzi appeared to be reaching her own pivotal moment. With brows furrowed, she oscillated between melancholy and joy, the vital energy of her mixed yuan skill circulating rapidly within her. In the next instant, a smile blossomed upon her face as she opened her eyes. Chapter 155. United as one senior brother. I have made a breakthrough. I am now also an innate master. Ning Zhongzi exclaimed, nearly leaping from her bed in exuberance. This exuberance inadvertently caused a tremor in certain areas, sending a wave of unease through Yue Buqun's heart. The audible gulp resonated, a result of Yue Buqun swallowing hard. Following that, he was beset by a parched throat. Ning Zhongzi paused momentarily, a look of surprise on her face, before bashfully covering herself with her arm. However, upon reflection, she realized that this was her husband, and there was nothing to conceal. Her husband adored her form. Shouldn't she take pride in it? With that thought, Ning Zhongzi lowered her arm and leaned forward slightly, causing another ripple. In that instant, golden sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her delicate and taut skin, as though a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm. Yue Buqun was left utterly mesmerized. Junior sister, you are truly stunning, he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Is that even in question? Ning Zhongzi replied with a triumphant smile, seizing the moment to inquire, between myself and the girl from Wubagang, who is more beautiful? Ah, it is not the same. You embody mature beauty, while she, well, she cannot compare to you. Yue Buqun quickly responded, realizing he had nearly spoken too freely. He had intended to describe her as youthful beauty, but as a seasoned master, he possessed the agility of thought to pivot his words. This was akin to the tale of Zhou Ji rebuking King Qi's disregard for counsel. The answer was predetermined, and any suggestion that the girl from Wubagang was more beautiful would have dire consequences. Ning Zhongzi pursed her lips, nearly voicing her true feelings. Clearly, that girl from Wubagang was a source of trouble. Ah, junior sister, I too have made a breakthrough. My Zixia divine skill has reached the 5th level of mastery. Yue Buqun hurriedly shifted the topic, eager to share his own joy. Such advancements in power were matters only suitable for sharing with Ning Zhongzi. Really? Ning Zhongzi responded with feigned surprise, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Yue Buqun, as if her emotions were fully charged. This was the epitome of a woman's role, to praise her husband, fostering harmony within the household and contributing to a fulfilling life, while also nurturing his ambition. Both of us have made breakthroughs together. United, we are as strong as gold. In the future, even if faced with Zuolinchen, we need not fear. Ning Zhongzi declared with palpable excitement. The breakthrough into the innate realm had imbued her with immense confidence. She had not forgotten the circumstances that led her here. They were forced to descend from Mount Song under the pretense of traveling, a euphemism for escape, driven by the humiliating pressure from the Huashan Sect. Now, with Yue Buqun attaining profound mastery and her own advancement, they were no longer merely shadows of the Huashan Sect. While they could not claim to overshadow it entirely, they would no longer be intimidated. As for their mid-tier combat capability, the Huashan Sect was still severely lacking, far from catching up. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. Once Ling Huchong ascended to leadership, and with a decade or more of development, their their martial prowess would surely accumulate, allowing them to compete with, if not surpass, the Huashan Sect without issue. At that moment, she could reclaim the position of the leader of the Five Mountains Sword Sect. The leader's token was lost due to her father. Although Ning Zhongzi had refrained from discussing these matters over the years, she had long harbored a sense of guilt. She understood that while her father passed away peacefully, he had died with a heavy heart. After all, the decline of the Huashan Sect, which began with Yu Su and Kai Zifeng, ultimately fell upon Ning Qingyu. A century later, when the descendants of Huashan debated their merits and faults, Ning Qingyu would surely be remembered on the pillar of shame. However, if she, as his daughter, could recover the token, she would immediately exonerate her father's name, thus fulfilling her filial duty. Indeed, Yue Buqun smiled. With his current strength, he could finally barely squeeze into the ranks of the top martial artists in the realm. Although he might be at the bottom, he had nonetheless made it in. If he could break through to the 6th level, he was confident he could contend with even the likes of Feng Zheng of Shaolin and Feng Qingyang of the Sword Sect. And he felt he could even test his skills against the invincible Dongfang Bubi. Of course, the outcome of such encounters was another matter altogether. Junior sister, in a few days, we shall set forth again. Once we return the ashes of Ping's parents to their homeland, we will return to Yue Peak to diligently cultivate our strength. At the next Five Mountains Conference, we will vie with Zhuo Lengchan for the position of the leader of the Five Mountains, Yue Buqun proclaimed with great ambition. All right. Ning Zhongzi's face flushed with excitement as she straightened up, nearly bumping her face against Yue Buqun's. He felt a rush, the fire within him becoming difficult to suppress. Junior sister, may I? Yue Buqun swallowed nervously and inquired. No. Ning Zhongzi flatly refused. The 10-day period was crucial for her health. She was looking forward to spending her life with Yue Buqun. If she were to break her vow in a moment of weakness, the vigorous activities would surely lead to excessive perspiration, hindering the absorption of the medicine. If she did not recover this time, subsequent flare-ups would leave Yue Buqun to endure a lifetime of solitude. That would be far too cruel. Moreover, if Yue Buqun were to wait 3 to 5 years, and his longing for her diminished, he might remarry, thus displacing her. Therefore, her temporary refusal was a sacrifice for a brighter future. Poor senior brother. Just drink some herbal tea to cool down and bear with it, she teased. That is not what I meant, Yue Buqun hurriedly explained, realizing she had misunderstood. He was far more concerned about his recovery than Ning Zhongzi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to dock the ship. What I meant was, could you? Yue Buqun leaned closer to Ning Zhongzi, tentatively whispering a few words. Ning Zhongzi paused for a moment, and then her face flushed crimson. How could it be like that? Even though they were an old married couple, that was too embarrassing. How had her senior brother learned such things? He was so naughty. With a bashful expression, Ning Zhongzi nestled into Yue Buqun's embrace, her small fists playfully pounding against his chest. You're so naughty. Her voice was barely a whisper, lacking any strength. Is it all right? Yue Buqun shook her shoulders, his eyes filled with fervor. Well, in light of your arduous efforts, I shall assist you just this once. Ning Zhongzi gathered her flowing hair, feeling a touch of shyness. Although she verbally consented, she remained motionless for quite some time. Junior sister, dawn is approaching. If we wait any longer, it will be time to rise, urged Yue Buqun. Ning Zhongzi fidgeted, her gaze cast downward. Yet, as if recalling something, she suddenly lifted her head and declared, it's not my fault if things go awry. Yue Buqun nodded emphatically. In the next moment, the atmosphere in the room became quite lively, but let us set that aside for now. Chapter 156. 2 months later, after the 10-day period had elapsed, Ning Zhongzi completed her meritorious deeds, her physical ailments vanishing entirely, allowing her to finally indulge in a much-needed bath. The days without bathing had been an ordeal for a woman so fond of beauty. Naturally, the events that transpired during her bathing shall not be elaborated upon. After a brief period of rest, the group resumed their journey southward the following day. This time, they were untroubled by local masters along the way. The large vessel sailed swiftly, and the journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. Even the feared retribution from the black-clad figures, which had caused Yue Buqun great concern, failed to materialize. Aside from making landfall to replenish their provisions of food and fresh water, little else transpired. In this atmosphere, time swiftly passed, and before long, 2 months had slipped by. By this time, Yue Buqun and his companions had transitioned from water routes to land. Their pace was brisk, and they were nearing the junction of Fujian and Zhejiang provinces. Confident that they would soon arrive in Fuzhou. The evil-resisting sword manual. I am finally coming for you, Yue Buqun mused internally. His feelings toward this sword manual were complex, a mixture of love and hatred. In the original narrative, he had watched his years of dedication crumble due to the betrayal of his successor. After much contemplation, he had ultimately met his demise. Yet, he had managed to ascend to the ranks of the foremost masters in the martial world through this very manual. But what did that matter? After his demise, Dongfeng Bubi underwent a complete transformation, retreating into seclusion to ponder the concept of transcendence, utterly forsaking his initial ambitions of unifying the martial world. Even more absurdly, he became deeply subservient, dragging Yang Lianting into role-playing scenarios. In the original tale, after Yu's demise, his obsession with unifying the martial world persisted. Yet he forgot his wife, leading to a scenario where the demonic sect captured Ning Zhongzi in an attempt to lure him, only to be stunned by his indifference toward life and death. As for his numerous disciples from Mount Hua, their fates were of no concern to him. Little did he realize that even if he were to become the supreme ruler of the martial world, the extinction of his successors would render the Mount Hua sect inconsequential. Then there was Lin Pingji, who, after avenging his parents, found himself devoid of purpose, tragically murdering Yu Lingshan, who had shown him immense kindness and posed no threat, someone who could have cared for him in his later years. This was a self-destructive path. Had he been even slightly prudent, he could have taken Yu Lingshan into seclusion, thus avoiding his grim fate. Hence, Yue Buqun concluded that death was not merely a matter of losing a few inches of stature. It could profoundly affect one's temperament and shift one's mindset. It is likely that Lin Yuantong recognized this truth, which is why he left behind his ancestral teachings. Lin Yuantong was originally a monk indifferent to fame and fortune, yet after comprehending the Sunflower Manual, he experienced a drastic change in character, transforming from a man who shunned renown to one who craved it. However, he was fortunate enough not to offend any renowned figures within the martial world. He merely sought some worldly accolades, allowing him to eventually adopt the heir, ensuring his legacy. Not only did he pass on his illustrious name, but he also bequeathed his wealth and property, securing annual rights and tributes for generations to come. He is quite adept at manipulating circumstances to his advantage, as his monk status renders him immune to the consequences. Master, there is a town ahead, and with nightfall upon us, it would be prudent to rest there for the night. Yue Buqun pondered for a moment and then acknowledged, very well. After days of relentless travel, often spending nights in desolate villages and wilderness, he recognized the necessity of finding a town to recuperate. Furthermore, he had an urgent matter to attend to. The time when the Huashan Sect would lure the Huashan Sect's master Ding Jing into a trap was drawing near. Thus, he needed to ascertain the coordinates and proceed to offer assistance. In the original narrative, during his journey southward, Zhuo Lingshan of the Huashan Sect had conveyed a message to the Huashan Sect, claiming that the forces of the demonic sect were advancing into Fujian, aiming to seize the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual, urging all 5 mountain sword sects to unite in opposition. Should the demonic sect acquire the manual, their martial prowess would undoubtedly escalate, jeopardizing the lives of the 5 mountain sections. Although it was stated that the 5 mountain sects were to collaborate, the message was primarily directed at the Huashan Sect. The compassionate Master Dingjing, being personally informed by the Left Alliance leader, had no reason to doubt the authenticity of the message. Thus, she dispatched a pigeon to have the nearest Master Dingjing set out first, preparing to convene at the Wuxiang Monastery in Fuzhou. Subsequently, Zhuo Lingshan dispatched members of the Huashan 13 protectors, including Zhongzhun, to set an ambush in the Xinxiao Ridge. However, this ambush was thwarted by Ling Huchong. Later, Zhongzhun and his companions resorted to trickery at the 28th Dock, capturing disciples of the Huashan Sect led by Master Dingjing, and subsequently threatened her to agree to the union of the 5 mountain sects under the pretext of aiding their rescue. Master Dingjing, being formidable in spirit, resisted their coercion. The more they pressured her, the more she was resolved to defy them. Moreover, the Huashan Sect was led by her junior sister, and Master Dingjing firmly countered their demands, dismissing their grandiose promises of positions within the sections. Ultimately, she fell victim to their machinations, and despite Ling Huchong's assistance, she met a tragic end. Yue Buqun's next course of action was to rescue Master Dingjing. The 5 mountain sects were interconnected, and it was essential to extend aid, especially since she was the elder sister of Master Dingxian, who had relinquished her position through persuasion from Dingjing. By rendering her assistance in her time of need, it would ensure that when the 5 mountain sects selected their leader, at least the vote from the Huashan Sect would belong to Yue Buqun. In the original tale, during the unification of the 5 mountain sects, a competition was held at the Songshan Fengchan platform to determine the leader. The contest arose from an inability to reach a consensus, thereby resorting to martial prowess to establish superiority. At that time, Ling Huchong, despite his flaws, supported Yue Buqun as the leader of the Huashan Sect, while the Huashan Sect was ensnared by Zhuo, falling under the influence of the old schemers like Yu Yinzi, siding with him. Meanwhile, Imoda of the southern Huashan Sect was indecisive and chose to abstain. Thus, the votes stood at 2 for Zhuo and 2 for Yue Buqun, compelling all to engage in combat. If at that time, Yue Buqun were to strive for an additional vote, perhaps there would be no need for a contest, under the outcome of 3-2. Even if Zhuo were displeased, he would likely have to acquiesce begrudgingly. Pingji, what troubles you? After walking for a while, Lin Pingji in the line suddenly appeared to tremble. It was Yu Jingjing who noticed it first, promptly inquiring with concern. Unexpectedly, Lin Pingji merely waved his hand and said, "We are almost home." Following that, he fell into a profound silence. After many years away from home, he felt an intensified trepidation upon nearing his hometown. In the past, his parents were still alive, reveling in the joys of familial bonds. Now, however, they had become mere ashes in a jar. The unpredictability of life inevitably brings sorrow and tears. Chapter 157. A glimpse of the truth within the depths of a secluded edifice. A flurry of black-clad figures could be observed, each adorned with metallic masks that bore a striking resemblance to the attire of the black-clad individual slain by Yue Buqun. At that moment, a breathless figure in black burst through the entrance, hastily presenting a token to the guard as he implored, "Quickly, I must see the God General of the Do Department." The God General of the Do Department is currently absent. The God General of the Lay Department is in charge. The guard replied after a brief glance, not daring to delay. "Then take me to the God General of the Lay Department, swiftly," the black-clad individual urged. Urgency evident in his demeanor, as if time were of the essence. "Please wait a moment." The guard promptly activated a mechanism, relaying instructions within before allowing the man to enter. Inside, a different world unfolded, guided by others through a labyrinth of corridors and various checkpoints. At last, the individual stood before the God General of the Lay Department, another figure cloaked in black and similarly masked, yet his mask bore a distinct emblem of lightning, signifying his unique status among the rest. "What brings you here?" The God General of the Lay Department was engrossed in a vast map, marked with various locations in different colors, as if they indicated something of significance. He scarcely acknowledged the arrival of the black-clad figure, merely inquiring with casual indifference, "My lord, it is grave news. The body of the God General of the One Department has been discovered downstream of the Yellow River." The man exclaimed in haste, "Is that so?" The God General of the Lay Department abruptly turned his gaze from the map. The body was decomposed. Our personnel conducted a thorough examination upon retrieval. It appears the God General of the One Department had engaged in combat prior to his demise, sustaining severe injuries, which compelled him to resort to the art of turtle breathing to escape. The man continued, urgency propelling his words. If he employed the art of turtle breathing to flee, why did he not succeed? The God General inquired. "I cannot say. However, our analysis revealed traces of his own poison within his body, which suggests." The man hesitated, faltering in his speech, daunted by the implications. This situation was indeed preposterous. The God General of the One Department was a master of poison, yet the evidence hinted he had succumbed to his own venom. Upon hearing this, the God General of the Lay Department fell into a contemplative silence. "Understood." His tone was tranquil as he finally gestured for the man to depart. The room was left in solitude, the God General alone, his emotions concealed from the world. He turned back to the map, murmuring to himself, "I have long warned you that poison is a treacherous path. You chose not to heed my counsel, and now you perish by your own toxin. Who can you blame?" As he spoke, his finger traced a specific location on the map, encircled in white paint, precisely aligned with a point along the Yellow River. "Who could have taken your life?" The God General's voice suddenly brimmed with hostility as he mentally catalogued the masters of the martial world, ultimately shaking his head in confusion. "Come forth," he commanded. Suddenly, from an obscure corner, two shadows sprang forth. Upon investigation, it was evident that the God General of the Plague, a practitioner of innate mastery, was seldom forced to resort to the tortoise breathing technique for escape in the martial world. The God General of Thunder remarked coldly. The two shadows, upon receiving their command, vanished back into the darkness. Could it be the monk Feng Sheng from the Huashan Sect? The God General of Thunder pondered, as the location he pointed to was alarmingly close to the Shaolin Temple. Anomalies in the celestial phenomena foretold the emergence of opportunities. Yet, it was not yet our time to manifest. The God General of Thunder gazed at the multitude of marks on the map, murmuring, his voice growing increasingly distant. Hangzhou, formerly known as Linen, was established as the capital during the Southern Song dynasty and has always been a favored destination. It is often said, above there is paradise, Below there are Suzhou and Hangzhou. At this time of year, when flowers bloom and willows flourish, nature bursts forth in a vibrant display. The clouds drift lazily above, and a gentle breeze stirs below, creating a truly idyllic scene. On this particular morning, as dawn broke, the grass and trees along the roadside, having rested through the night, appeared even more lush and vigorous. West Lake, a gem of Hangzhou, was the setting for a group of individuals hurrying along the shore, clad in identical black garments with yellow sashes at their waists. Their hurried demeanor suggested they were harboring some ire. After riding for a while, they arrived at a serene spot, flanked by a small hill and separated from the lake by a long embankment. Dismounting, they tethered their steeds to a willow tree by the river and ascended the stone steps leading to the hill. The leader, an elderly figure with a clouded visage, seemed to have arrived at a nostalgic venue, as the path felt intimately familiar. Turning a few corners, they encountered a grove of plum trees, their gnarled branches thick with foliage. One could easily envision the day in early spring when the plum blossoms would burst forth in fragrant abundance, a sight to behold. After traversing the extensive plum orchard, they followed a broad stone path to a grand estate with vermilion doors and white walls, where the name Meizhuang was inscribed above the entrance, alongside the 4 characters pinned by Yu Yunwen. "Knock," commanded the elder. Immediately, someone stepped forward, grasping the polished brass knocker. They rapped it 4 times, paused, then struck 2 more times, hesitated again, followed by 5 knocks, a final pause, and concluded with 3 taps before relinquishing the knocker and stepping aside. After a moment, the grand doors creaked open, revealing 2 elderly servants, Ding Jian and Shi Lingwei, who were the stewards of Meizhuang. Initially, their expressions were devoid of emotion, appearing as though they had just awakened. However, upon noticing the attire of the visitors, their faces transformed with astonishment, and they hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting. "Greetings to you, esteemed envoys." "Humph," grunted the leading elder, inquiring, "Where's Master Huangzhong?" "The estate master remains indoors and has yet to emerge. We shall inform him immediately," Ding Jian replied, summoning his courage. "No need. I shall accompany you." The elder interjected before either of the servants could respond, striding purposefully into the estate. Ding Jian and Shi Lingwei exchanged alarmed glances, their faces paling in shock. The emissary from the Blackwood Cliff, though not frequently present in recent years, would at least make an appearance once a year. However, this time, they arrived most unexpectedly, without prior notification to the Great Master. Observing the demeanor of the leading elder, it was evident that he bore an imposing presence, suggesting that his visit was far from a harbinger of good news. Exchanging a glance, the 2 exchanged unspoken concerns, prompting Shi Lingwei to hasten away to report to Huang Zhonggong, while Ding Jian hurriedly led the elders from Blackwood Cliff in pursuit. Chapter 158. Accusation. Do you know your sins, Huang Zhonggong? The elder from Haimu Cliff stepped into the room, immediately adopting a position of authority to demand an explanation. Having just received a report from Shi Lingwei, Huang Zhonggong was taken aback. He and his 3 brothers had been overseeing the individual in question, maintaining communication with Haimu Cliff. Just over half a month ago, he had even personally visited Haimu Cliff. Ordinarily, the next report would not be due for another 10 days. Thus, it was bewildering that the elders had suddenly arrived. Was this an unannounced inspection? Yet, what could possibly warrant such scrutiny here? Surely, a prior notice would have been appropriate. However, given the circumstances, he dared not voice any objections. Bowing his head, he replied, "Yes, I acknowledge my transgressions. I failed to extend a proper welcome to the esteemed elders. This is indeed a grave sin." At this moment, upon receiving the news, the trio of He Baizi, Tu Biwang, and Dankingxing hurried into the room. Yet, upon entering, they were immediately struck dumb by the oppressive atmosphere. The elder from Haimu Cliff cast a glance at them, his expression darkening further. "Humph, what kind of sin is it not to extend a welcome?" The elder snorted disdainfully, seemingly watching Huang Zhonggong's performance with amusement. "Oh, I truly do not understand. I beseech the elder for clarification," Huang Zhonggong replied, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. The elder's gaze bore into him, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with intensity as he coldly remarked, "Huang Zhonggong, the sect leader has entrusted you with guarding Meizhuang, not to sit idly drinking wine, painting, and playing chess. Is that so?" It became clear where the issue lay. Huang Zhonggong's heart sank. The 4 brothers had accepted this task of overseeing the notorious criminal out of a sense of resignation, hoping for an easy life. As long as they ensured the individual was not starved, the robustness of the cell meant they hardly needed to exert themselves. Thus, they had ample time to indulge in the beauty of nature and live leisurely. Little did they expect that such a tranquil existence would be disrupted after merely a decade by someone's envy and denunciation. But who had reported them? Their meijuang was typically closed off, rarely receiving visitors. Even when friends occasionally came by, they were all individuals with whom they shared deep bonds. Moreover, none of their friends had any ties to Hypocrite, and it was implausible that they would report them to Hypocrite. Could it be Ding Jian or Shi Lingwei? Huang Zhonggong pondered. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Both had been loyal servants for many years, and, in truth, they were more like brothers, unlikely to engage in such sordid actions. This left the possibility of a traitor among their friends, perhaps even a spy sent by Hypocrite. Yet, why wait for over a decade to make such a report? Surely, there was some ulterior motive at play. Was it possible that a relative or ally of an elder coveted this leisurely position and sought to find a reason to replace them? Huang Zhonggong's mind raced with uncertainty. He bowed deeply once more and stated, "The four of us have faithfully obeyed the sect leader's orders, overseeing the notorious criminal." The elder replied, "That is precisely the issue. How have you managed the oversight of this criminal?" Huang Zhonggong hastily expressed, "Esteemed elder, the wanted criminal has been securely held in the dungeon, receiving 3 meals a day without fail. Over the past 12 years, my 3 subordinates and I have diligently fulfilled our duties. Aside from my occasional reports at Haimia, we have not left Meijuang for a moment, nor dared to neglect our responsibilities." The elder replied, very well. You have remained steadfast at Meijuang, not shirking your duties. Thus, it follows that the wanted criminal is indeed confined in the dungeon?" Huang Zhonggong felt a surge of frustration at this apparent redundancy, yet he suppressed his emotions and respectfully replied, "Indeed." The elder raised his gaze to the ceiling and suddenly let out a laugh, causing dust to cascade from above. After a brief pause, he declared, "Excellent. In that case, bring the wanted criminal forth for us to see." "Damn it, has he lost his mind?" was the immediate reaction of Huang Zhonggong and his 3 brothers. Who among them was unaware of the nature of that individual? To bring him here would surely spell doom for everyone present. Could it be that their elder brother had recently neglected social obligations, drawing the ire of Elder Bao? Haizi pondered to himself. In recent years, the atmosphere at Haimia had deteriorated, rife with corruption and the expectation of gifts. Promotions required bribes, appointments demanded favors. To accomplish anything, one needed to offer tributes. Was it possible that their elder brother had failed to deliver the appropriate gifts, prompting several elders to come and impose their demands? The other 2, Tubi Wang and Dan Xingsheng, shared similar thoughts. Huang Zhonggong cleared his throat and said, "Esteemed elders, I beg your pardon." On that day, the Eastern Sect leader issued a strict decree. Unless the leader personally arrives, no one is permitted to visit the wanted criminal, let alone bring him out. Those who violate this command shall be executed on the spot. With the sect leader's mandate backing him, he boldly countered their demands. "Do you seek to extort bribes from me? Not a chance. My brothers and I have remained at Meijuang for years, without even a legitimate enterprise to our names. From where would we procure funds to bribe you?" Very well. Elder Bao chuckled in response. He reached into his robe and retrieved an object, holding it aloft as he rose to his feet. The other 3 seated individuals immediately stood in respect, their expressions markedly deferential. The object was approximately half a foot long, a piece of charred black wood intricately carved with enigmatic patterns. Huang Zhonggong and his brothers were taken aback, immediately bowing as they proclaimed, "The Blackwood token has arrived. Akin to the sect leader's presence, we humbly accept your command." This was the Blackwood token of Dongfang Bubi, of which there were only 2 within the entire Sun and Moon Holy Cult, one in the possession of Dongfang Bubi himself, and the other held by the Holy Maiden. However, the Holy Maiden's token was distinctly different in design and size, thus eliminating any risk of confusion. Elder Bao stated, "Good, since you recognize the Blackwood token, you shall now fetch the wanted criminal." Damn it. Though Huang Zhonggong was advanced in years, he felt an urge to curse. To compel him to interrogate the wanted criminal was tantamount to sending him to his doom. "You might as well kill me now." Yet, he dared not voice his frustrations aloud. His mind raced rapidly, contemplating strategies. After a moment of hesitation, he finally stammered, "That criminal is shackled in steel chains, unable to be brought here." "Huh?" Elder Bao sneered incessantly, saying, "Even at this moment, you persist in your sophistry, willfully concealing the truth. I ask you, how did that criminal manage to escape?" "What?" Huang Zhonggong and the other 3 were taken aback, suddenly lifting their heads in astonishment. "Escaped? In this fortified place? How could he possibly have gotten away?" Among them, Heibai Zi was the most incredulous, for half a month ago, Huang Zhonggong had ascended Blackwood Cliff, and Heibai Zi had stealthily slipped in to see that person, even exchanging a few words with him. Although separated by an iron gate, their voices and breaths were unmistakable. How could he have possibly escaped in just a few days? Chapter 159. Escaped? Impossible. Although Huang Zhonggong was in a state of panic, he spoke with unwavering certainty. The entrance to the prison lay beneath the floorboards of his chamber, a closely guarded secret known only to the four brothers. Not even Ding Jian and Shi Lingwei were aware of it. Furthermore, even if one were to discover the entrance, the prison door itself was forged from solid steel, impervious to fire and water. Without a key, only the formidable Dongfang Bubi could potentially breach it using his unparalleled inner strength. Moreover, even the key to this prison was intricately designed, divided into 4 parts, each brother possessing one, always kept close at hand. Should even one be missing, the door could not be opened. Only if all 4 brothers conspired together could the prisoner be freed. However, if they were to betray, how could they possibly remain in Meizhuang, awaiting the wrath of the people from Haimu Cliff? Such reasoning was utterly nonsensical. How could the elders of Haimu Cliff lack such basic logical reasoning? Oh, so he is still in the dungeon. I must apologize for my misunderstanding. Elder Bao rose with a congenial demeanor, slowly approaching the 4, seemingly intending to offer an apology. Yet, as he reached them, he unexpectedly extended his hand and struck down sharply on Huang Zhonggong and He Baizi's shoulders. Tu Bai Wang and Dan Xingsheng sensed something amiss, their reflexes quickening as they hastily retreated 2 steps. Despite their swift movements, Elder Bao's strikes were swifter still, landing on their right shoulders successively. His actions were characterized by an element of surprise, his countenance cheerful, yet beneath the facade, he launched a covert attack. Huang Zhonggong and He Baizi were entirely unprepared, for they were colleagues, and according to the established rules, inflicting harm upon fellow sect members without cause would incur severe penalties. Unbeknownst to them, Elder Bao was utterly unrestrained, a reflection of the laxity that had emerged since Dongfang Bubi's ascension to power. As for Tu Bai Wang and Dan Xingsheng, their martial prowess was relatively weak. Although they perceived the danger, it was too late to evade. Dan Xingsheng cried out in pain and fury, "Elder Bao, what crime have we committed? Why resort to such cruel tactics against us?" His voice was laced with both agony and indignation. Elder Bao let out a cold chuckle and replied slowly, "The leader of the sect has assigned you to guard a dangerous criminal, yet you allowed him to escape. Tell me, do you not deserve death?" "Utter nonsense. My elder brother already stated that the criminal could not possibly escape. Your treacherous actions, Elder Bao, are clearly aimed at eliminating dissenters." With the mask of civility torn away, He Baizi unleashed a torrent of accusations, speaking without restraint. Over the years since Dongfang Bubi's rise, the purge of dissidents had been a constant occurrence. The 4 brothers had concealed themselves for over a decade, never expecting to find themselves ensnared in such a predicament. Yet, crucially, none of them had defected, and they were merely overseeing a prisoner. By any logic, they could hardly be deemed dissidents. Oh, even if you are unconvinced, you may as well go to the dungeon now and see for yourselves. If that person is still there, I, Bao, shall immediately bow my head in apology to you for. At that time, I shall also release you from this punishment of the blue sand hand," Elder Bao said coldly. As the conversation reached this point, Huang Zhonggong found himself wavering, deciding not to press further. However, after some contemplation, he summoned the courage to voice the lingering question in the hearts of the 4. "Elder Bao, since you speak with such unwavering certainty, it must be that you possess undeniable evidence. We, the 4 brothers, humbly wish to inquire one last time. How can you be so sure that the person has escaped?" Huang Zhonggong, suppressing his pain, stood to ask. If that person is still there, the 4 brothers would find themselves with no place to be buried. If he is not, then the loss of a key suspect under their watch would lead to the same grim fate. Since death is inevitable, they ought to at least understand the circumstances surrounding it. "Very well, I shall not conceal the truth from you," the elder continued. "Several days ago, we discovered a deranged disciple of the sacred sect. Upon examination by the sect's experts, it was revealed that this individual had suffered severe depletion of vital energy and a significant reduction in internal strength. The symptoms clearly indicated that someone had drained his true energy." What? The 4, including Huang Zhonggong, were taken aback. Draining true energy? Such a skill seems unique to the dangerous suspects imprisoned within this dungeon. Could it be that he truly escaped? Elder Bao scoffed coldly and added, "If it were merely this, it could be dismissed as coincidence." However, the woman kept uttering something about the star absorption technique and pleading for the sect leader's mercy. Our experts promptly investigated and found nearly 30 corpses at Wubagang, all of which had fallen victim to the star absorption technique. The elder emphasized the last 4 words, clearly indicating to the others that he was not wronging them. Ren Wuxing had indeed fled. This. Huang Zhonggong's eyes widened in disbelief, his demeanor frantic. Quickly, to the dungeon. He and the others were equally incredulous and hastily urged everyone to verify the truth. The four, disregarding their pain, rushed to Huang Zhonggong's chamber, lifting the floorboard one after another and entering in single file. However, as they ventured into the underground passage, they had barely taken a few steps when He Baizi suddenly sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. While he hesitated, they soon reached the entrance of the dungeon beneath Shihu. Mr. Ren, Huang Zhonggong called out anxiously. Inside the dungeon, Ren Wuxing had already sensed the arrival of the four. Over the years, having been confined in darkness, his hearing had developed far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The sound of their footsteps was distinctly different from usual. They were unsteady, clearly injured, and marked by an extraordinary degree of confusion. Though the Jiangnan four friends were of little renown, their leader, Huang Zhonggong, was a bona fide innate master, while the second, He Baizi, had barely touched the threshold of innate power. If he could manage to injure all four of them simultaneously, could it be someone has come to rescue me? Upon this realization, Ren Wuxing suddenly felt a surge of excitement. However, being a former leader who had held a high position for decades, his emotions did not fluctuate abruptly. In a state of uncertainty, he chose to remain silent. Brother, cease your shouting. That fellow surnamed Bao has already been confirmed. Ren Wuxing has escaped. Let us hasten to unlock the door and investigate, urged Dankingsheng, who was of an impatient disposition. Busy with urgency, he inserted his key into the mechanism. The other three, spurred by his insistence, also lost their composure, clumsily fumbling for their keys. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, and all four simultaneously peered into the prison cell. Chapter 160. Ren Wuxing's escaped. The four friends of Jiang and had been guarding the prison for 12 long years. Due to Ren Wuxing's identity, they would gather together during festivals and holidays to share a few words with him, offering comfort and representing the concerns of Haimuya. Thus, their frequent visits had rendered the place quite familiar to them, particularly to He Baizi. However, on previous occasions, they understood the necessity of adjusting to the transition from light to darkness, always donning masks to acclimatize before descending into the shadows. Yet this time, urgency prevailed. The four were in a flurry, each urging the others on, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. Consequently, they neglected the customary adjustment to the light. When they finally opened the prison door, they were met with an impenetrable darkness, rendering them unable to discern anything. Third brother, quickly fetch a torch. He Baizi commanded, taking the lead as he issued orders on behalf of Huang Zhonggong. Over the years, he had engaged in numerous discussions with Ren Wuxing, and as success seemed imminent, just within reach of acquiring the divine martial arts, everything suddenly went awry. Who wouldn't he be distressed by such a turn of events? He was ambitious, unwilling to languish in Meizhuang for a lifetime with nothing to show for it. Otherwise, he would not have made so many trips in a year, more frequent than visiting relatives. If Ren Wuxing were to escape, not only would the coveted martial arts slip away, but his very life would be forfeit as well. The thought alone intensified his agitation. On the other side, Tu Bai Wang was still fumbling against the wall for a torch, reluctant to accept the grim reality, hence his sluggish movements. Unable to contain his impatience, He Baizi pressed on without waiting, determined to ascertain whether his dreams of the divine arts had been dashed, oblivious to the peril of his actions. Yet, the others, having already assumed that Ren Wuxing had fled, cared little for any potential dangers, including Huang Zhonggong and Dankingsheng, who followed suit. Second brother, the torch is here. Tu Baiwang finally produced the torch and began to advance slowly. It seemed that with each passing moment he delayed, the chance of Ren Wuxing's escape would diminish proportionately. However, enveloped in worry, he was entirely unaware of the eerie stillness surrounding him. As he raised the torch and stepped inside, illuminating the darkness, the first thing he beheld was a long, pallid face, devoid of color, with delicate features and a mane of disheveled white hair. The complexion was so ghostly that it appeared as if the figure had just emerged from a grave. Where are my elder brothers? Who is this? Is it a ghost? Despite his age, Tu Bai Wang, skeptical of supernatural phenomena, was simply perplexed. But in the next instant, he exclaimed, Ren Wuxing. His eyes widened in shock, his voice nearly a shriek, cracking under the strain. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Huang Zhonggong and He Baizi were ensnared by Ren Wuxing's elongated fingernails, perilously close to having their skulls punctured with the slightest movement. Dankingsheng, too, found himself in a dire predicament, with Ren Wuxing's leg constricting around his neck, his face turning a shade of crimson. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Tu Bai Wang turned to flee. But would he be in time? Upon entering the cell, this became the realm of Renwushing. Not to mention that Elder Bao had already set the stage, delivering a strike to each of the 4 friends of Jiangnan. Ha ha! Renwushing raised his leg, and in an instant, the bald scribe was captured. Renwushing could not fathom why, after being imprisoned for 12 long years. The 4 friends of Jiangnan had suddenly come to their senses. Yet, upon hearing their earlier dialogue, he quickly realized it was a case of misunderstanding. Or perhaps there were external forces at play, deliberately crafting an illusion of his escape in the martial world. Thus, this presented an extraordinary opportunity. Just then, another figure unexpectedly entered at the jail's entrance. A flicker of murderous intent flashed across Renwushing's face, but he immediately recognized it was Xiang Wentian. Ever since Dongfang Bubi ascended to power, Xiang Wentian had harbored doubts about Renwushing's sudden demise. In a fit of rage, he had defected from Haimuya. Over the years, through extensive investigation, he had finally confirmed that Renwushing was imprisoned at Meizhuang. However, the 4 friends of Jiangnan possessed formidable martial skills. Though Xiang Wentian boasted of being the king of kings, his own capabilities were limited, and with the prison's defenses in place, failure to act decisively would prompt Dongfang Bubi to bolster the guard, leaving no chance for rescue. Hence, he had been frequenting this location over the years, searching for weaknesses. To his surprise, today he encountered such a twist of fate. He had stealthily followed into the secret passage without a second thought, while Huang Zhonggong and his companions remained oblivious in their days. In the main hall, Elder Bao and the others awaited quietly, though their patience was wearing thin. The 4 friends of Jiangnan had been gone too long, draining their endurance. Elder Bao, do you think they have escaped? Inquired a burly elder named Qin Weibang, formerly the leader of the Qingqi from Jiangxi, now one of the 10 elders of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. Escape? Elder Bao snorted coldly. The branches of our cult extend across the land. How could the mere 4 friends of Jiangnan hope to flee? Not to mention, they had fallen victim to his blue sand palm, making escape a death sentence, and a more miserable one at that. They are likely in a state of mental collapse. Wailing in despair, preparing for their end, another female elder remarked. This seemed quite reasonable. Finding the notorious criminal they had guarded for 12 years absent from the cell would surely drive one to madness. After all, they were colleagues within the cult. Granting them a bit more time was inconsequential. Ultimately, they would still be marched to Haimuya for punishment. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside, and Huang Zhonggong hurriedly reappeared. Elder Bao chuckled. Huang Zhonggong, have I wronged you in any way? To his surprise, Huang Zhonggong did not respond but instead bowed and said, reporting to Elder Bao, I have received the order from Haimuya and have brought forth the prisoner, as instructed. Elder Bao nodded, intending to say that since they had confessed, they should proceed. However, it suddenly dawned on him. What had Huang Zhonggong just said? Brought forth the prisoner? Where on earth did this prisoner come from? Unexpectedly, in the next moment, his old acquaintance Xiang Wentian entered, accompanied by a tall, imposing figure with a pallid complexion and an eye patch. Xiang Wentian wore a cheerful smile, his expression radiating joy. Following closely behind were Heibai Zi, Tubi Wang, and Danking Sheng. Elder Bao initially appeared perplexed, but upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, he collapsed onto the ground in shock. With a trembling finger pointing at the individual, he uttered in a voice filled with dread, Renwushing. Chapter 161. The rescue at Xianxiao Ridge. After more than half a month, Yue Buqun and his companions finally arrived at their destination, Fuzhou. Lin Pingji was overwhelmed with emotion and first visited the site of the Fuwei Escort Agency. However, it would be more accurate to refer to it as the ruins of the Fuwei Escort Agency. The place was desolate, cloaked in silence, with spider webs thickly woven throughout. Even the blood left behind by Yu Songhai when he murdered their escorts still bore its mark. Lin Pingji lingered there for a while and returned with reddened eyes, clearly having wept. A man may shed tears, but it is rare for him to do so lightly. As he contemplated the fact that he, a robust young man, had lost his parents long ago yet had not yet avenged them, the psychological torment was nearly unbearable. This anguish had been somewhat alleviated during their time at Mount Huashan, but returning to this place rendered him unable to endure it any longer. Pingji, do not grieve. Once we bury your parents, we shall return to Mount Huashan to study martial arts diligently. You have witnessed my father's divine skills. I will implore him to impart profound internal energy techniques and swordplay to you. I firmly believe that within a few years, you will be able to avenge your family. Comforted Yu Lingshan rather than Yu Jingjing. Yu Lingshan had witnessed the massacre of the Fuwei Escort Agency alongside Lao Denua. They even set up a tavern outside the city, where members of the Huashan Sect pretended to tease her, and it was Lin Pingji who stood up to them. Naturally, with Lin Pingji's limited martial prowess. He could not save anyone, but a gentleman acts with intent, valuing the heart over mere appearances. Even if he lacked the strength, his intentions were a form of rescue, and Yu Lingchan cherished that sentiment. At that time, however, both Yu Lingchan and Lao Danao were limited in their abilities and could not offer much assistance. Relegated to watching the Huashan Sect commit murder, which now filled them with regret. Senior sister, there is no need for you to feel guilty. It may have seemed as if I inadvertently caused the death of Yu Songhai's son, indirectly leading to the annihilation of my family, but that is not the case. The Huashan Sect had long plotted against the Fuwei escort agency, Lin Pingji said through gritted teeth. He clearly distinguished the enmity. Even if he had not intervened to defend Yu Lingchan, which led to the death of Yu Songhai's son, the Fuwei escort agency would still have met its demise, and his parents would still have perished. As long as the evil repelling sword manual remained in the Lin family, this fate was inevitable. However, due to his intervention, he had at least avenged his family by claiming the life of one of Yu Songhai's sons. During those years on Yue Peak, he had relied on this psychological solace to persevere. Thus, he not only bore no resentment towards Yu Lingchan, but was rather filled with gratitude. Yu Lingchan nodded and said, Pingji, my father has just consulted the almanac and determined that the day after tomorrow is an auspicious date for relocating graves and burial. At that time, your parents' coffins will finally return to their homeland. Lin Pingji expressed his heartfelt gratitude. His master, Yue Buqun, was indeed a rare gem in this world, not only allowing him to see his parents one last time, but also taking him under his wing at the Huashan Sect. Now, he was traveling thousands of miles to assist in escorting his parents' ashes home, a kindness that was akin to being reborn. From this moment forth, Lin Pingji would be a member of the Huashan Sect in life and a spirit of the Huashan Sect in death. Lin Pingji silently vowed within his heart. On a secluded mountain path, a group of nuns, clad in traditional attire, hurried along their way. One of the younger nuns suggested to the elder leading them, Master, given the treacherous nature of this mountain path under the cover of night, perhaps we should set up camp here and resume our journey at dawn. The dim twilight and the faint moonlight rendered their passage perilous. Unexpectedly, the elder nun dismissed her suggestion, stating, the demon sect is making a concerted effort to invade Fujian, aiming to seize the evil-repelling sword manual from the Fuwei escort agency. Fortunately, that lad named Lin has already taken refuge under the esteemed Huashan Sect. If the manual falls into the hands of the Huashan disciples, it would be for the best. However, we must remain vigilant against the cunning schemes of the demon sect. We must hasten to their aid. This elder was none other than Master Dingjing, the head of the Huashan Sect. She continued, since the sect leader has entrusted this heavy responsibility to me, commanding me to lead everyone into Fujian, this matter involves the balance of power between righteousness and evil, and we must not take it lightly. One of the nuns, curious, inquired, what martial arts are contained within the evil-repelling sword manual that it incites such fervor from the demon sect? If it were truly a legendary technique, how could the Lin family have fallen so easily to the Huashan Sect? Although these young nuns had devoted themselves to a life of piety on Huashan, they had not remained entirely ignorant of the significant events unfolding in the world. Nevertheless, as outsiders, their initial reaction was one of confusion. If the manual were truly so formidable, how could Lin Jinan have met his demise? Conversely, if the manual were ineffective, why would the Huashan Sect covet it? This presented a perplexing paradox. Upon hearing this, Master Dingjing paused in contemplation, and after a long moment, she responded, perhaps the descendants of the Lin family lack ambition and fail to master such an unparalleled manual. This explanation seemed to quell the curiosity of the other nuns. Everyone, we must hurry. In 30 more miles, we shall reach the border between Zhejiang and Fujian. Let us endure a bit of hardship tonight. We shall rest at the 28 Inn. If we can arrive ahead of the demon sect, we will have the advantage of waiting for them to arrive, Master Dingjing instructed, her pace unwavering. However, we must remain vigilant at all times. Upon entering Fujian, we must tread carefully, for the surroundings may be rife with enemies. The innkeeper, or even the tea vendor may well be spies for the demon sect. Beware, for even the grass may conceal adversaries. From this moment forth, no one is to utter a word about the evil-repelling sword manual or even mention the names of the esteemed Yu Junzi or Dongfang Bubi. Stopping momentarily, Master Dingjing continued her admonitions, recognizing that most of her disciples were inexperienced in the ways of the world and were embarking on their first mission. Though her words might seem tiresome, they were far preferable to the bloodshed that could arise from an ambush. Now, let us proceed, Master Dingjing declared. The disciples responded in unison, and soon 7 female disciples descended rapidly from the hillside. After a brief moment, another 7 followed suit. This was the unique lightness of movement characteristic of the Huashan Sect, where 7 individuals formed a team, maintaining a similar distance between them, resembling a meticulously arranged formation. The flowing sleeves of the 7 fluttered gracefully as they advanced in perfect synchrony, creating a captivating sight from afar. Before long, they arrived at Xianxiao Ridge. In the distance, a slender corridor appeared, flanked on both sides by darkness, particularly conducive to ambush. Chapter 162. The North Sea Divine Skill comes to the aid master. The mountain path ahead is narrow, with shadows lurking on both sides. Perhaps we should take a detour, suggested one of the nuns, halting the group's advance. She was the eldest disciple, responsible for leading the team and serving as an assistant to the kind-hearted Master Dingjing, ever vigilant in her considerations. Fear not. Master Dingjing replied with a benevolent smile. Under ordinary circumstances, encountering such a perilous route would necessitate a detour, even in broad daylight. However, today is unlike any other. Our mission to support the Huashan Sect is shrouded in secrecy, and it is improbable that any word of it has leaked. Thus, the likelihood of ambush is negligible. Master Dingjing spoke with utmost confidence, for their purpose was to ambush the demonic sect, and she believed they would not be caught off guard. Your words are misguided, Master. Suddenly, a stranger's voice emerged from a shadowy corner, interrupting her. Who goes there? Master Dingjing exclaimed, startled. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Huashan Sect drew their swords, bracing for confrontation. Do not panic. I am Ling Huchong of the Huashan Sect, he declared, hurriedly stepping out from a discreet nook. Though he had fully recovered from his injuries and possessed the unparalleled skill of Duga 9 swords, he sensed the need to reveal himself promptly amidst the numerous Huashan disciples, knowing that appearing unexpectedly could lead to dire consequences. Ling Huchong? Master Dingjing furrowed her brow. What brings the young master of Huashan here? Is there some ulterior motive? Ling Hu, dear brother. At that moment, a voice of delight rang out, shattering Master Dingjing's suspicions. It was Yilin, a young nun who had attended the Huashan conference and had been rescued by Ling Huchong. Her recognition of him confirmed his identity beyond doubt. Oh, it is indeed the young master of Huashan. My apologies. With Ling Huchong's emergence, Master Dingjing quickly extended her greetings. Ling Huchong reciprocated courteously. As the young master of Huashan, he was, in the presence of Yue Buqun, a disciple, and in his absence, he held equal standing with him, deserving of Master Dingjing's respect. In a moment, pleasantries were exchanged. Master Dingjing then inquired, Young Master Linghu, how is it that you find yourself here? To answer this question, one must refer back to Yue Buqun. After their arrival in Fujin, he had confirmed their coordinates and was contemplating how to assist Master Dingjing. However, unforeseen events made him realize that he had drawn unwanted attention. Most likely, it was Zuolingchan, or perhaps those scoundrels led by Yu Songhai, or even the demonic sect. Indeed, it was probable that multiple factions had set their sights on him. Everyone is astute. After all, they are all cunning foxes with centuries of experience. This journey to Fuzhou, ostensibly to relocate Lin Pingji's parents' graves, was, to the discerning eye, clearly aimed at acquiring the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual. Any further actions taken by Yue Buqun could easily lead to unintended complications. Even Lin Pingji was undoubtedly under the watchful gaze of numerous eyes, monitoring his every move. Upon the recent interment of his parents' ashes, it was astonishing to find that individuals soon followed to unearth them, presumably in search of concealed martial arts scrolls. To avert both overt and covert hostilities, as well as to maintain a firm grip on the central command to prevent any unforeseen developments, it was deemed prudent to dispatch Ling Huchong to undertake this task. This also served as a measure to assess his capabilities in executing duties. Not wishing to deceive the venerable matriarch, Ling Huchong expressed that his esteemed mentor, Mr. Yu, had received intelligence indicating a potential threat to the Huashan Sect, hence his mission to provide assistance. What? The matriarch inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that our plans to journey to Fuzhou have been compromised by the demonic cult? Despite their covert operations, the matriarch pondered how such information could have leaked. Suddenly, Ling Huchong lowered his voice. As I traversed Xianxiao Ridge today, I observed a group of individuals clad in dark attire lurking suspiciously, lying in wait along the mountain path. I surmised their intentions were nefarious, and to my dismay, they were indeed poised to ambush you, matriarch. This revelation proved timely. The matriarch's expression shifted dramatically. Moments ago, she had confidently led her disciples forward, asserting that there were no hidden threats, only to be swiftly confronted with the stark reality of the situation. Fortunately, a grave error was averted. The matriarch, filled with gratitude, promptly summoned her disciples to devise a counter-strategy. Before long, a group feigned rest while discreetly, a faction of disciples maneuvered to encircle the mountain from a steep flank. Time elapsed slowly. The moon ascended, illuminating the surroundings, which lay enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the distant chirping of night insects. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the mountain's end, followed by the clamor of weapons clashing. "We've struck." Quickly, advanced to provide support. The matriarch surged ahead, with Ling Hucheng closely in tow. Yet, after only a few steps, a fresh wave of dark-clad figures emerged from below. What more could there be? The matriarch was taken aback. Had it not been for Ling Hucheng's timely warning, leading her disciples up the path could have resulted in a dire ambush, trapping them with no escape. Fury ignited within the matriarch. She unleashed her skills with unwavering resolve, determined to vanquish the malevolent forces that threatened them. Ling Hucheng thrived amidst the chaos. As the matriarch incapacitated an enemy, he swiftly employed his northern dimming technique, ensuring the defeated foes met their end with precision. His mastery of the northern dimming technique had advanced significantly over the past 2 months, reaching a commendable foundational level, far surpassing Yue Buqun's abilities. It is no wonder he was the protagonist of the original tale, blessed by the fates with unparalleled talent and fortune. In a fleeting moment, a dark-clad adversary, just beginning to react, attempted to utter the words of the star absorption technique, only to be silenced by Ling Hucheng's swift blade. The northern dimming technique must remain concealed. His master had cautioned that it shares its roots with the nefarious star absorption technique, albeit the former is a righteous martial art while the latter is deemed wicked. However, the surrounding onlookers were oblivious to this distinction, making it all too easy for confusion to arise. Should the truth be revealed, Ling Hucheng could easily find himself the target of collective animosity. Thus, one must either refrain from using it, or, if employed, ensure absolute silence. After a brief moment, Ling Hucheng assisted Master Tai, as the Huashan swordplay harmonized with the Wanhua swordplay of the Huashan Sect, successfully repelling the group of black-clad assailants. The retreat of those below seemed to signal the black-clad figures above, who hastily withdrew as well, leaving behind 7 or 8 corpses. Master Jingji presided over the aftermath, and upon accounting for the situation, discovered that not a single disciple of the Huashan Sect had perished, although a few sustained minor injuries. They were being treated with the assistance of their fellow sisters and brothers. This was all thanks to the timely warning from the Huashan Sect, for which Master Tai felt profoundly grateful. Chapter 163. 28 shops. After an arduous battle, everyone was utterly exhausted and could not continue their journey. They decided to camp on the spot and rest for the night. "Master, I still possess some energy. Allow me to proceed to the 28 shops, and we shall reconvene there tomorrow," Ling Hucheng proposed. In the deep of night, amidst the presence of numerous ladies, he was the only man. Remaining behind might invite unfounded gossip, tarnishing the reputation of the monks. Master Dingjing recognized this consideration and could not help but admire Yue Buqun's disciple. After all, he was the gentleman's sword, and it was no wonder that his students were thoughtful. Sister Dingy had been singing praises of Yue Buqun and his disciples ever since returning from the Huashan conference, confirming that the Huashan sect was indeed filled with gentlemen. Nodding, Master Dingjing said, "Ling Hucheng, your assistance tonight is greatly appreciated. This kindness shall be remembered by this old nun." She referred to Ling Hucheng as master rather than young master, reflecting a sense of gratitude. After all, with Yue Buqun absent, Ling Hucheng essentially represented the leadership of the Huashan sect. Ling Hucheng smiled and returned a respectful gesture before turning to leave. At that moment, however, Yilin, the young nun, called out to him with reluctance, "Ling Hu Shixiao." It had been over 6 months since they last met, and the young nun had suffered from longing. Appearing much thinner, now that they had finally reunited, and after exchanging only a few words, the thought of his departure left her feeling melancholic. Hearing her call, Ling Hucheng felt a wave of discomfort. His initial intention to rescue her stemmed from the shared kinship of the 5 mountain sword sects, with no ulterior motives. Despite Yilin's undeniable beauty, he had scarcely given her a second glance. When he had saved her from Tian Buoguang, there had been no indication of impropriety. Yet now, the young nun seemed to have developed feelings for him, placing Ling Hucheng in a position of awkwardness, caught between acceptance and rejection. Unexpectedly, Master Dingjing expressed her displeasure, glaring at Yilin. "As a young nun, what decorum is there in clinging to a young man?" she admonished. "Yilin, go distribute the provisions to everyone," Master Dingjing directed, alleviating Ling Hucheng's predicament. With a knowing smile, he took his leave. The group managed to sleep for several hours, and by the time the sun had risen high in the sky, they hastily finished their lunch. Observing her injured disciples appearing listless, Master Dingjing sighed. Our movements have been compromised. We shall no longer travel by night. The injured need to recuperate. Today we will reach the 28 shops. Their cover had been blown, rendering their plan to ambush the demonic sect futile. There was little point in rushing. It would be wiser to wait until they reached the 28 shops to meet Ling Huchong before heading south to Fuzhou to reunite with the Huashan Sect. After descending the high slope for over 3 hours, they finally arrived at the 28 shops. This location served as a vital transit point between Zhujiang and Fujian, a necessary thoroughfare for those traversing the Xinxiao Ridge. Upon entering the town, although dusk had barely set in, it was astonishingly deserted. Strange, remarked Yi. The customs of the Min people are quite peculiar. It is scarcely past dinner time, yet every household is enveloped in silence. Indeed, added Lin, didn't Brother Ling Hu mention he would rendezvous with us here? Where could he possibly be? The venerable Master Dingjing, unfazed by their concerns, suggested, let us first seek lodging at an inn. The Huashan Sect, along with various nunneries throughout the martial world, maintained a network of communication, and many were even properties of their own. However, the 28 lodgings in this area lacked a nunnery, leaving them no choice but to find an inn for the night. In this era, the laypeople often harbored certain prejudices against nuns. For instance, during the contest of wits between Ling Huchong and Tian Buoguang, there was a saying that encountering a nun would invariably lead to losing a bet. This was not mere folly. It reflected a genuine sentiment circulating within the martial community. Ling Huchong merely amplified this notion. If even members of the Five Mountain Sword sect held such superstitions, it was no surprise that ordinary folk would as well. Nevertheless, the nuns of the Huashan Sect had weathered many storms and were largely indifferent to the perceptions of the secular world. After searching for a considerable time, the group found that nearly all the inns were closed tight, the doors bolted securely, giving no indication of occupancy. Master, I shall knock, one of the beautiful female disciples, Zheng Ao, offered. A lay disciple of the Huashan Sect, she retained her hair and practiced martial arts. With an exquisitely smooth, oval face, she radiated charm and was adept at engaging with others, often taking the lead in conversations. With a series of firm knocks, she called out, "Is anyone there? Is the innkeeper present? We seek accommodation." Her voice, infused with a hint of internal energy, carried far, ensuring that even if the innkeeper were asleep within, he would surely hear her. However, after several calls, there was no response. Yi approached the door, pressing her ear against it. Hearing nothing within, she turned to Master Dingjing and said, "Master, there is no one inside." A sense of unease began to creep over Master Dingjing as she observed that the inn sign appeared new and the door was impeccably clean, suggesting it was not closed for business. Let us investigate further. There must be more than one inn in this town. Thus, they continued their search, visiting 4 or 5 establishments, all yielding the same disquieting results. A chill swept through the streets as the cold wind stirred fallen leaves, instilling an eerie sense of desolation in the hearts of the group. "Master, we breached a back door and found some bedding still warm, and even the tea on the table seems freshly brewed, yet there is not a soul in sight," reported 2 of the investigating disciples. "Could it be that we have encountered spirits?" Master Dingjing scoffed. As a practitioner of the faith, she felt protected by the Buddha and had little fear of the supernatural. "You 7 shall form a group and search thoroughly. Do not allow anyone to stray from the ranks," Master Dingjing instructed. Thus, the disciples dispersed, each wielding their swords, some scaling walls while others kicked down doors, embarking on their respective searches. Before long, the street was left with only the serene Master Dingjing. Initially, she could still hear the footsteps and shouts of her disciples, but soon, those sounds began to fade into an unsettling silence. Master Dingjing suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The once bustling town was now eerily devoid of even the sound of barking dogs, a stillness that sent chills down her spine. Could it be that the demonic sect was orchestrating a deceptive ploy to lure them into a trap? Master Dingjing was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, "This is dire." Chapter 164. The rescue of the Huashan disciples. Ling Huchong traveled through the night, and due to his waning internal energy, he moved intermittently. By the time he reached the 28th post, it was nearly noon. Fortunately, the streets were bustling, filled with numerous inns, and with some money in his possession. He casually selected an inn for lodging. He first indulged in a meal to replenish his energy, followed by a refreshing bath. Exhausted, he then collapsed onto the bed for a delightful slumber. However, in the afternoon, a commotion outside abruptly roused him from his rest. After inquiring for some time, he learned that a band of brigands was descending from the mountains to plunder, proclaiming their intent to kill and loot without mercy. The townsfolk were thrown into a panic, hastily gathering their valuables and soon disappearing without a trace, even taking their dogs with them. Ling Hucheng observed for a moment, but could not withstand his fatigue and returned to sleep. As for the brigands, how could they compare to the renowned Huashan Sect? This slumber extended into the night. Upon awakening, Ling Hucheng suddenly recalled that he needed to reunite with Master Dingjing and the others. Panic surged within him, and he quickly grabbed his sword and rushed out in search of them. If he were to miss their rendezvous, the consequences would not be his alone to bear. Ling Hucheng chided himself, questioning why he chose to sleep at such a critical moment. Yet, he could hardly be blamed. After days of relentless travel and searching, he had finally located Master Dingjing's whereabouts just the previous day. His exhaustion had accumulated to such an extent that even the internal energy he absorbed through the Northern Darkness divine skill had not been fully assimilated, leading to his deep slumber. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the luminous full moon hanging high in the sky, while a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Eerie in its stillness, not a single sound of crowing roosters or barking dogs could be heard, only the whispering wind stirring the fallen leaves on the street. What was happening? How long had he slept? Ling Hucheng found himself momentarily dazed. Had he inadvertently slumbered until the latter part of the night? However, he quickly recalled that all the townspeople seemed to have fled, which brought him some relief. It was indeed curious that the brigands would arrive just as Master Dingjing and her companions were expected. Ling Hucheng muttered to himself, pondering the strange timing. Yet, with his senses sharpened, he soon recognized the flaw in his reasoning. How could the brigands have arrived so fortuitously? Moreover, although he had been asleep, he remained alert. If there had truly been brigands, he would have been aware. The fact that he had slept until now indicated that no brigands had come at all. This warranted further contemplation. Could it be that the bandits from Xianxiao Ridge were orchestrating an advance plan? Would that mean Master Dingjing and the others were in peril? Ling Hucheng's alertness heightened instantly. As he pondered, he suddenly caught sight of a woman lurking suspiciously in a nearby courtyard. With all the townsfolk having fled, her presence was undoubtedly suspicious. Ling Hucheng, positioned on the second floor, had a clear vantage point and, after a moment of contemplation, concluded that she must be up to no good. He descended the stairs cautiously, employing his lightness skill to stealthily approach. Once he reached the courtyard, he overheard the woman chuckling. Those little nuns have fallen victim to my sedative. They will remain unconscious for at least a while. Little nuns? Huashan Sect. Ling Hucheng was taken aback, stealthily peering through the crack of the door. To his astonishment, a large group of nuns was bound tightly together, stacked like discarded belongings in the woodshed. Before them stood the same woman from earlier, accompanied by a middle-aged man, whose grin was insidious, his gaze laced with lewdness. The earlier ruse had drawn the tiger away from its mountain, and this was evidently the last batch. One could only imagine the old nun was in a state of frantic desperation. Draw the tiger away from the mountain, old nun. Ling Hucheng's expression shifted in surprise. From these words, he quickly pieced together the unfolding events. It was highly probable that the disciples of Huashan Sect, having encountered something unusual in the town, had split up to search, only to be systematically ambushed, falling prey to the devious schemes of these nefarious beings. Subsequently, the Master Tai had realized something was amiss and had set out to search, unwittingly leading the remaining injured into further traps. Now, it seemed that only Master Dingjing was left in a state of worry. Indeed, these were the machinations of demonic cultists, filled with cunning plots. Cautiously, Ling Hucheng seized the opportunity while the woman and the middle-aged man were engrossed in their conversation, envisioning a bright future. With a sudden kick, he flung the door open and charged in. Who goes there? The two had no time to react. Ling Hucheng unleashed his skills with a powerful sword technique, swiftly incapacitating them both. Channeling the beaming divine skill, he struck each with a palm, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Why you? Who are you? The middle-aged man, possessing slightly more martial prowess, managed to stammer a few incoherent words. However, Ling Hucheng paid him no heed. After a brief moment of absorption, he executed 2 swift sword strikes, sending the pair away. By heavens, how could these two be so weak? Ling Hucheng pondered, perplexed. The middle-aged man possessed some degree of skill, yet the woman was utterly untrained. How had such a duo ensnared the disciples of Huashan Sect? Their experience in the martial world was woefully inadequate. Not daring to delay, Ling Hucheng hastily fetched a half-bucket of clear water. Forgive me, dear sisters, he muttered under his breath, then took a sip before beginning to spray the water onto the faces of the nuns. Generally, the best antidote to a narcotic is a splash of clear water. Indeed, within moments, the nuns of Huashan Sect began to awaken one by one. Quickly, he procured several bowls, freeing them from their bindings, urging the awakened ones to assist those still unconscious. After a short while, everyone had been rescued. Brother Linghu. Among the crowd was the young apprentice Yilin, who, upon being freed, immediately called out sweetly to him, marking the second time he had saved her. Brother Linghu! Brother Linghu! The others echoed in unison, expressing their gratitude fervently. Linghu Chong grasped the situation. It was as he had surmised. The woman had feigned a state of perilous madness, exploiting the nuns' compassion to lure them in, incapacitating one batch after another until the disciples of Huashan Sect were utterly vanquished. Fortunately, the nuns had merely been rendered unconscious, and no further harm had been done, preserving the integrity of the young apprentices. Senior Brother Linghu, this must surely be the cunning ploy of the demonic sect. Have you seen our master uncle? Inquired Yi, the eldest sister of the group, her face etched with worry. Do not panic just yet. Master Dingjing is also a grandmaster of our sect. How could she easily fall victim to treachery? Linghu Chong quickly reassured them. At that moment, although everyone was awakening from the haze, the effects of the narcotic left their limbs weak and unresponsive. Rushing out to search for help would prove futile and might even render them a liability. As for abandoning the group to seek assistance alone, Linghu Chong was not one to act recklessly. If the minions of the demonic sect were to return in his absence, all efforts to rescue would be in vain. Chapter 165. The appearance of the Huashan Sect. After waiting for approximately another quarter of an hour, the effects of the tranquilizing drug began to gradually dissipate for the group. Those with stronger martial skills, such as Yi He and Yi Qing, were now able to move freely. However, some lay disciples, like Zheng Ao, had not received the true inner teachings of the Huashan Sect, and thus still felt dazed, exhibiting a sense of helplessness. Upon seeing that their senior sisters had recovered, they felt they had held them back and became increasingly anxious. Consequently, after some contemplation, they called upon others to bring in 2 buckets of cold water from outside, which they poured over themselves. The icy water, upon contact with their skin, sent a shiver through their minds, instantly dispelling their fatigue. This, however, could easily lead to a chill. Linghu Chong observed this and wished to offer a word of caution, yet he found himself at a loss for how to begin. In this era, succumbing to a chill was no trivial matter. It could very well cost a life, and mere medication would not suffice. Senior Brother Linghu, let us go assist our master uncle. Yi He and Zheng Ao spoke in unison. Linghu Chong nodded, glancing at the drenched Huashan sisters, marveling at their unity. However, given the customs of this time, the women wore simple garments, often just a single undergarment, and under the splashing of water, their graceful figures appeared somewhat translucent. Especially Zheng Ao, with her delicate features, was now drenched. Raising her head to call for Senior Brother Linghu, her pitiful demeanor stirred an unexpected flutter in his heart. Fortunately, the image of Yu Lingshan surfaced in his mind, which helped suppress any inappropriate thoughts. No wonder it is often said that men and women should maintain a respectful distance, surrounded by so many charming maidens. It would be unnatural for any man not to feel a stir of emotions. Linghu Chong sighed, hastily averting his gaze, and took the lead, urging everyone to hasten outside in search of their companions. Meanwhile, Master Dingjing was currently besieged by 6 masked assailants clad in black. These adversaries appeared to be of considerable age and wielded their martial skills with ferocity. In just a few exchanges, Master Dingjing had already engaged with 5 of them. She sensed that each of these 5 was a formidable fighter. Had it been a one-on-one confrontation, or even 2 or 3 against her, she would have faced them without fear, possessing a significant chance of victory. Yet, with all 6 attacking together, any slight opening she left was immediately exploited, leaving her in a position where she could only endure the blows, unable to retaliate. As the battle continued, Master Dingjing felt a rising alarm. She had heard of many renowned figures within the demonic sect and was familiar with their martial arts and weaponry, which were well known to the 5 Mountain Sword sect. However, she could not discern the background of these particular opponents. It was surprising how, over the years, the power of the demonic sect had surged, attracting so many nameless masters to their ranks. After another round of combat, Master Dingjing was left breathless. Not having yet reached the innate realm, her energy could not sustain itself indefinitely, and coupled with her advancing age, she struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught. Moreover, during the fight, a glimpse from the corner of her eye revealed several shadowy figures lurking atop the building. Clearly, these individuals had been concealed there all along, now revealing themselves at this critical moment. Alas, alas, the 6 individuals before me are already a formidable challenge, with these foes lurking nearby. It seems the old nun is destined for a dire fate today. Master Dingjing's heart is heavy with sorrow. Little did I expect that before even reaching Fuzhou, I would meet my end on this very road, a tragic fate indeed, as I perish before the journey's completion. Rather than fall into the hands of the demonic sect and endure endless torment, I would rather choose to end my own life at this moment. It is a pity. However, for the dozens of disciples I have brought with me, they will all be extinguished alongside this old fool. I feel I have failed the ancestors of the Huashan Sect. Master Dingjing has already resolved to die. Suddenly, she swiftly thrust 3 swords, forcing her enemies back a few paces, and then unexpectedly turned her sword upon herself, preparing to plunge it into her heart. However, just as the sword's tip grazed her chest, she heard a resounding clang, and her wrist jolted as the sword was knocked aside by a surge of force. Am I to be denied even death? The master let out a bitter laugh. At that moment, a man brandishing a sword charged forth, calling out loudly, Master Dingjing, do not seek a premature end. Friends from the Huashan Sect are here. The sword she had intended for herself was deftly deflected by him. Simultaneously, the figures atop the building leaped down, engaging in combat with the 6 masked assailants. To her astonishment, they were all members of the Huashan Sect. A wave of relief washed over Master Dingjing, as the burden upon her shoulders lightened significantly. The 5 Mountain Sword Sect shares a bond akin to that of kin. With the arrival of the Huashan Sect, it is as if allies have come to her aid. Thank you, Brother Zhong, for your timely intervention. Master Dingjing expressed her gratitude. She recognized the middle-aged man before her as Brother Zhongzhan, a disciple of the left leader of the Huashan Sect, one of the 13 protectors of Huashan, known by the moniker Nine Sword. This title, of course, is not due to the curvature of his weapon, but rather a compliment to the unpredictable and elusive nature of his swordplay. The renowned Wanhuajian technique of the Huashan Sect is indeed worthy of its reputation. The master, facing 6 adversaries, valiantly contended with the 6 emissaries of the demonic sect, showcasing her remarkable skill. Zhongzhen returned a respectful salute. What 6 emissaries? Master Dingjing frowned. Within the demonic sect, there are no such titles as 6 emissaries or 7 emissaries. It sounds as if a group of delusional youths have conjured those names. However, observing the 6 masked figures engaged in battle with the Huashan Sect, Master Dingjing understood. This was likely Zhongzhen's way of preserving her dignity by fabricating a title, thus sparing her from embarrassment should the events of this night become public knowledge. Brother Zhong, these 6 have ambushed my disciples. We must apprehend them. Master Dingjing paused briefly before rejoining the fray. Now, their side had a decisive advantage. With over a dozen against 6, it was imperative to capture at least one. However, to her surprise, the 6 emissaries of the demonic sect seemed to have a prearranged plan. As soon as Master Dingjing joined the battle, they simultaneously began to hurl concealed weapons. The sounds of clashing swords and projectiles echoed through the air, and without hesitation, the 6 emissaries turned to flee. We cannot let them escape, Master Dingjing exclaimed in alarm. Her disciples were still unaccounted for, and if they did not capture 1 or 2, how would she ever locate her missing disciples? Just as she prepared to pursue, Zhongzhen stepped in front of her, stating, Master, do not pursue a desperate foe. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Huashan Sect, who had just engaged in battle with the 6 spirit envoys, stood as if paralyzed, merely observing the 6 escape without any intention of pursuit. As the 6 were about to vanish around the street corner, the anxious Master Dingjing flitted about like a bee trapped in a jar. The demons of the evil sect shall not escape. Just then, Ling Huchong led a significant force from the Huashan Sect, finally arriving on the scene. Upon sighting the situation, the 7 members of the Huashan Sect swiftly formed a sword array, encircling the 6 spirit envoys of the evil sect in an instant, the sounds of combat erupting incessantly. Excellent. Master Dingjing rejoiced tremendously. Not only had her disciples been located, but the demons of the evil sect were also surrounded. She rushed forward to assist. However, disaster struck as Zhongzhen's expression shifted drastically. Chapter 166. To save or not to save the 6 spirit envoys of the demonic sect are no ordinary adversaries. They are formidable practitioners of the dark arts whom Zhuo Lengchan has procured at great expense. This elaborate scheme was devised purely to leverage the lives of the disciples of the Huashan Sect, coercing Master Dingjing into acquiescing to the union of the 5 mountains. Of course, Master Dingjing is not the leader of the Huashan Sect, so her agreement would ostensibly hold little weight. However, Zhuo Lengchan possesses his own methods. Should she consent, he could easily elevate her to the position of sect leader. Yet, this meticulously crafted plan was entirely thwarted by Ling Huchong. Initially, he disrupted their designs at Xinxiao Ridge, forcing them to confine their machinations to the 28 shops. Subsequently, this young man further derailed their efforts. With the appearance of the Huashan disciples, how could they still threaten Master Dingjing? Setting aside the planning, the 6 spirit envoys now found themselves besieged by dozens of Huashan disciples, seemingly mired in a quagmire. What are they to do? To refrain from rescue would be unthinkable. After all, they are still comrades. Should they abandon them, and the envoys were to act recklessly, revealing their identities, how would the Huashan Sect justify itself? Conversely, to intervene would be even more ludicrous. If the Huashan Sect were to rescue these demonic beings, any one of those present who escaped would tarnish Zhuo Longchan's reputation within the Five Mountain Sword Alliance, prompting other sect leaders to unite in defense against him. How then could he pursue the union of the Five Mountains? Amidst this pondering and hesitation, Ling Huchong and the Huashan disciples showed no such restraint. Although the six spirit envoys wielded significant martial prowess, they had yet to reach the innate realm. Under the influence of the Huashan sword formation, their weaknesses soon became apparent. The ultimate technique. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Huchong unleashed the ultimate technique from the Dugun 9 swords. In an instant, the arena was ablaze with the flicker of swords, a cold gleam that dazzled the eyes. The six masked figures struggled to fend off the onslaught, preoccupied with their defense, while Ling Huchong's sword light advanced inexorably. The Dugun 9 swords, a technique designed to exploit the vulnerabilities of enemies, proved impossible to counter. By the time the six spirit envoys realized what was happening, 3 had already suffered severed tendons, their weapons clattering to the ground. The remaining 3 were ensnared by the Huashan disciples, unable to provide assistance. Biming divine skill. Ling Huchong's methods are all intricately linked. Having disarmed them with the Dugun 9 swords, he then employed the Biming divine skill to absorb their internal energy. In mere moments, 2 of them found their wrists ensnared by his palm. The Biming divine skill unleashed its full might. A continuous surge of rich internal energy began to flow into Ling Huchong's body like a torrent. What kind of martial art is this? The 2 captives writhed in agony from the wounds on their wrists. Yet, the sudden draining of their internal energy left them dazed, momentarily forgetting their pain. No, this is draining. Their eyes widened in horror. As practitioners of the dark arts, they had not served under the Sun Moon holy cult. Yet their understanding of Ren Wuxing surpassed that of the righteous sections. However, Ren Wuxing had vanished for over a decade, and this technique had long been lost to history. Initially, they had not considered this possibility. Now, realizing the truth, they trembled uncontrollably. This is an innate fear, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, devoid of any courage to resist. Master, we must not annihilate them completely. After much hesitation, Zhongzhun could no longer restrain himself from taking action. With that, several members of the Huashan Sect immediately joined the fray. To ensure the success of their mission, the individuals Zhongzhun brought were all skilled practitioners of the Huashan Sect, particularly 3 peers who were his juniors. Their involvement swiftly reversed the disarray of the 6 spirit envoys, momentarily countering the sword formation of the Huashan Sect. Brother Zhong, what does this mean? The fury on Master Dingjing's face was palpable. It was a crucial moment to vanquish the demonic forces. And now the Huashan Sect was seemingly aiding the very adversaries they sought to defeat. Could it be that Zhongzhun had betrayed his sect? Master, please cease this before a grave error is committed. As Zhongzhun fought, he hastily fabricated justifications. These 6 spirit envoys are elite core members of the Blackwood Cliff. If we were to vanquish them here today, the forces of the demonic sect would pursue our 5 Mountains sword sect relentlessly. It would be wiser to leave a line of retreat for future encounters. Zhongzhun had lost his senses. This was Master Dingjing's immediate impression. The 5 Mountains sword sect and the demonic sect had long been sworn enemies. How could he utter such nonsense about future encounters? Should he wish to meet them, it was the duty of the old nun to send them to the Buddha. Alas, Master must not jeopardize the larger matter. Zhongzhun sensed that Master Dingjing was not holding back, but rather intensifying her attacks, leaving him in disarray. Master, the Left Alliance leader has his own strategies. Do not thwart his grand designs. Zhongzhun resorted to invoking the name of the Left Alliance leader. Enough. Master Dingjing, fiercely opposed to evil, dismissed his elaborate excuses as mere nonsense. The situation devolved into a chaotic alliance of the 6 spirit envoys and the Huashan Sect assaulting the Huashan Sect. Fortunately, the Huashan Sect had sufficient numbers, maintaining a significant advantage. Master Dingjing remained unperturbed, confident that as the battle progressed, they would ultimately gain the upper hand. Moreover, the crucial point was that the Huashan Sect merely pretended to mediate and dared not inflict lethal harm upon the Huashan Sect, which only served to exacerbate their frustration. Master, you must hold back, otherwise, Zhong shall not be courteous. Realizing the current course was untenable and unable to aid the 6 spirit envoys' escape, Zhongzhun exchanged a glance, preparing to escalate his efforts. Brother Zhong, which side do you sit on? Have you betrayed the 5 Mountains sword sect and allied with these demonic fiends? Master Dingjing's cold reprimand arrested Zhongzhen's actions, as they had not yet reached the point of open conflict, and given their uncertainty about annihilating the Huashan Sect, they had to maintain appearances. However, in that moment of distraction, the Huashan disciples rallied once more, and the remaining 3-6 spirit envoys, already weakened, found themselves ensnared by countless swords at their throats, instantly rendered powerless. With the battle concluded, Zhongzhen realized there was no need for further rescue. Any attempt to save them would only solidify their association with the demonic sect. The Huashan Sect's sword formation truly lives up to its reputation. Zhongzhen's expression shifted as he began to extol their prowess, as if the earlier attempt to rescue the few was not his doing at all. The venerable master remarked that these individuals were indeed guilty of heinous crimes and might harbor secrets of the demonic sect. It would be prudent to hand them over to us for escort to Mount Song, where the Left Alliance leader could adjudicate their fate. Zhongzhen further asserted this, discreetly gesturing for the disciples of the Huashan Sect to step forward and take charge. Master Dingjing merely responded with a disdainful snort, as a disciple from Huashan had already interposed with a drawn sword. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, two of Ling Huchang's subordinates finally succumbed to mental collapse, exclaiming, "Star-absorbing technique. You are Ren Wuxing." Such a claim could not possibly pertain to the nefarious star-absorbing technique. Ling Huchang scoffed coldly. Having already amassed sufficient internal energy, with a swift motion of his sword, he silenced them. To assert that this is the star-absorbing technique is sheer nonsense.